Family, it's explosive. I, Carl, completed the newbie task 5 years after crossing into the world of One Piece and obtained a god-level choice system. After defeating the Golden Lion, I joined the Navy and encountered the Straw Hat crew, and the god-level choice came again. I chose to capture Luffy alive. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy were no match for me, and I easily took them down. Let me tell you, the scene at that time was incredible. That three-sword style Zoro from the Straw Hat crew, and that kicking chef Sanji, both rushed at me shouting, but what happened? I slapped them away with a single hand. Not even a hair on me was touched. Then came Luffy, wearing a straw hat, steaming all over, and he instantly went into gear second, charging at me like a red cannonball, shouting something about gum gum gatling. His punches were like raindrops, but let me tell you, I strolled leisurely through his barrage of punches, showcasing elegance. He couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Wait a minute, let me start from the beginning. This story goes back to when I first got my golden finger. My name is Carl, and I am a transmigrator. Family, who understands, I've been in the world of One Piece for 5 years, and the system gave me a newbie task to do 3 million push-ups. 5 whole years. 3 years and 3 years, I was almost becoming the fitness influencer of our elegant little town, leading a bunch of kids in workouts every day. Finally, just recently, I heard a ding in my head, and that damn task was finally completed. God-level choice system officially activated. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? The system gave me 3 options. Either do 3 million push-ups, be reborn as a woman, or randomly become disabled. Was there even a choice? I selected push-ups with tears in my eyes. Fortunately, those 5 years weren't in vain. My body became much stronger, and I had chased away a few low-tier pirates, becoming the king among the kids in town. Just as I was pondering what use this system had, I saw a panel. Goodness, when I opened it, I was dumbfounded. Strength F, Agility F, Mentality G, Stamina, even note even said, the attributes of an ordinary adult male are G. After 5 years of training, I was only slightly stronger than an average person. I immediately wanted to uninstall this broken system. At that moment, people in the town suddenly shouted that a legless person was causing trouble at the port. I thought to myself, which clueless little punk is it this time? So, I strolled over and saw a blonde guy with 2 knives stuck in his leg. Before I could react, the system in my head went ding again. Detected the dying Golden Lion. God-level choice has been triggered. My eyes nearly popped out. Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate, known alongside Roger and Whitebeard. How would he be here? The system directly gave me 3 options. 1. Lick him and become his subordinate. 2. Ignore him and be a passerby, gaining a 200 boost to all attributes. 3. Kill him and inherit all his abilities. Was there even a choice? Let me tell you, I had just one thought. This immense fortune finally came to me. Option 3, I went straight for it. Don't underestimate Golden Lion. Just because he was dying, he was still a legendary figure. I didn't dare approach him and immediately activated my newly acquired ability, Float Float Fruit. From a distance, I yanked out his 2 famous swords, Kirigane and Sakura 10, and delivered a cross slash to his neck. With a thud, his head separated from his body. The scene was bloody, but the looks from the townsfolk were filled with admiration. The shouts of Lord Carl is awesome echoed loudly. I had them properly package Golden Lion's corpse. This was a walking pile of berries. Then I went home to check my new panel. Strength, agility, stamina, all skyrocketing. Most importantly, I had directly obtained the Float Float Fruit, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, and even a bit of Conqueror's Hockey. The system was particularly considerate. All abilities had no side effects, and I would never again fear falling into the sea and becoming a land duck. This secret I told no one. Just as I was planning to set sail and join the Navy, a Navy Rear Admiral, Weasel, arrived with a warship. He was originally there to capture Golden Lion, but found out I had beaten him to it. He looked incredulous, thinking how could a nameless little nobody like me defeat Golden Lion? I just laughed and directly lifted the coffin containing Golden Lion's corpse right in front of him with a Float Float Fruit. Weasel was instantly shocked. Float Float Fruit? I smiled at him. Lucky me, just picked it up. Rear Admiral, I want to join the Navy. Could you perhaps open a back door for me? I was acting like an Oscar-winning actor, flattering Weasel until he was left without a comeback. The townsfolk joined in, saying my lifelong dream was to join the Navy. Weasel, flattered to the point of no return, saw the twin swords of Golden Lion at my waist and became interested, saying he wanted to spar with me 3 times, and if I could take it, he'd make an exception and let me on the ship. Free moves were fine. I had just gotten my cheat and was eager to try it out. That guy, Weasel, drew his sword, and the whole port turned dark. A fierce slash came directly at me. I felt he wasn't trying to spar, he was trying to kill me. I didn't hold back either. I drew my twin swords, exuding dominance, and clashed heat in In the final move, the entire port was demolished by the two of us, and several buildings collapsed. I was knocked back and spat blood, and his Navy Justice coat was shredded into strips. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. Weasel smiled instead of getting angry, and his gaze towards me changed. I had a rough idea. My current strength was roughly at the level of a lieutenant, still a bit short of rear admiral, but already quite formidable. New recruit Carl. Stop dawdling, grab your spoils, and get on the ship. Weasel directly acknowledged me. I was overjoyed and boarded the warship with Golden Lion's coffin. The Navy on the ship looked at me with great respect. The world is this simple. Having strength means you are the boss. On the ship, Weasel also explained to me what hockey was. He thought I was a monster genius who awakened in myself. I secretly delighted in my heart, while pretending to look confused. The more he imagined, the safer I felt. After sailing for 2 days, we encountered a pirate crew called the White Wave Pirates with a bounty of 15 million, said to be the strongest in the EC right now. To boost my achievements, Weasel directly sent me to deal with them. I activated my ability and flew over. Those pirates were still daydreaming about getting rich and marrying wives on the ship when I dropped down from the sky. Using Lion's might, Earth Spiral, and the entire ship along with its crew was swept into the sky, then bang, smashed back into the sea, wiping them out in an instant. Too easy. Just as I felt it was not enough, floating in the air looking for my next target, I suddenly spotted a ship with a lion's head at the bow. The Thousand Sunny. The system in my head chimed again. Discovered the Thousand Sunny. God-level choice has been triggered. Option 1. Join the Straw Hat crew. Option 2. Pretend I didn't see it. Option 3. Capture Straw Hat Luffy alive. Reward all attributes increased by 2 levels. Without even thinking, I directly chose 3. Join them? No interest. Becoming Garp's disciple? Sound impressive, but what's the use? Being my own father is the hard truth. Strength is fundamental. I shouted down to Weasel. I found another pirate ship. It seems to be the Straw Hat crew. They'll be right back. And then disappeared. Weasel was almost going crazy below when he saw the bounty notice. His face turned green. Garp's grandson? Hurry. Full speed ahead. We must not let Luffy die here. He was afraid I would accidentally kill Luffy, or else Garp would destroy his warship. Little did he know, my task was just to capture him alive. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew was still having a feast on their ship. Usopp was bragging with a newspaper in hand, claiming they had defeated the Golden Lion, only for the Navy to steal the credit. As soon as Zoro looked up, he saw me descending from the sky like a deity, and he immediately got riled up. Everyone pay attention. Someone's coming from the sky. Then the scene played out as described. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. A pirate is a pirate, regardless of their dreams. I simply lifted the Thousand Sunny and slammed it upside down into the sea. Although they managed to ride it again, thanks to that modified guy, Frankie's Cannonball Wind, it was too late. Zoro and Sanji charged at me, and I effortlessly slapped them both, leaving them dazed. Luffy activated Gear Second, and while he was indeed fast, in front of my observation hockey, it felt like slow motion. I didn't even have to move. I easily dodged all of his attacks. I'm not wasting time with you. I instantly flashed in front of him, delivering a punch imbued with armament hockey right to his forehead. Luffy immediately saw stars and fainted. Just as they were about to escape with the Cannonball Wind, I grabbed Luffy by the collar and yanked him off the ship, flying into the air to watch the Thousand Sunny speed away, while Nami and Chopper's heart-wrenching cries echoed in the distance. The feeling was indescribably satisfying. A system notification rang in my head. Successfully captured Luffy. Congratulations, host's attributes have increased by 2 levels. Holding the unconscious Luffy like a small chick, I flew back to the Navy warship and tossed him to the feet of the lieutenant, boasting with a grin, "Lieutenant, am I impressive or what? A pirate worth 100 million berries." The Golden Lion even told me before he died that it was this guy who beat him down. I caught such a strong pirate, surely I can get a promotion now, right? Lying on the bed of the Navy warship, I opened my attribute panel and watched as my strength, agility, spirit, and stamina all jumped to D and E. I felt explosive power coursing through me. I could easily lift this warship like a soccer ball and fly to Navy headquarters without any issue. However, this was something I had to keep under wraps. As I lay in bed, my mind began to contemplate the eventual encounter with the esteemed Admiral Carp. I must confess, the thought of his reaction upon learning that I had apprehended his beloved grandson was utterly delightful. I could only imagine his expression, perhaps so irate that his beard would quiver in indignation. Would he deliver a powerful blow in his fury, sending me away in a single strike? My dear friends, it is a tumultuous mix of anticipation and trepidation that fills my heart. The expectation lies in the chance to spar with such a formidable figure, undoubtedly elevating my own prowess. Yet, The fear stems from the possibility that he may not temper his strength, and my fragile frame may not withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, regret is a foreign concept to me. What is done is done. As for the crew members who managed to flee, they scarcely occupy my thoughts. For collectively, they are no match for my solitary might. Just as I was lost in thought, a cacophony erupted from outside the warship, akin to a renovation crew at work, rendering sleep utterly impossible. My temper flared in an instant. Straw Hat Luffy, when will you cease this incessant ruckus? Do you dare to challenge me? To my surprise, it was the voice of Rear Admiral Muskrat that echoed through the ship. I couldn't help but chuckle. Who among us was unaware that Luffy is Carp's grandson? Who would dare to truly lay a hand upon him? It was merely a verbal threat. Indeed, Luffy continued to shout, demanding his release, proclaiming his intention to send every last sailor flying. This impudent boy showed no sign of recognizing his predicament, brimming with arrogance. With a yawn, I exited my quarters only to find amusement in the sight before me. Luffy, with his rubbery head, was slamming it against the floor and walls like a pile driver, causing the entire ship to resonate. Could he not allow anyone a moment's peace? My patience waned, for the noise was intolerable. Luffy continued to shout for the removal of his cuffs. I muttered under my breath, and in a flash, I dashed forward, channeling my haki into a single, forceful punch aimed squarely at the back of his head. A dull thud echoed, and at last, silence enveloped us. Muskrat stood in stunned disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "Fear not, young lad, you shall not perish," I reassured him, shaking off my hand. After all, he is Carp's grandson. I understand the need for restraint. Henceforth, the responsibility of overseeing him shall rest with me, having already incurred the old man's ire. What does it matter if I offend him once more? My bold declaration of duty left my fellow sailors in awe, their gazes filled with admiration. Muskrat sighed and nodded, advising me to exercise caution lest I truly harm him. Understood, I waved him off, eagerly accepting this hot potato of a task. In the days that followed, the ship was imbued with an air of tranquility. Whenever Luffy felt inclined to create a disturbance, I simply delivered a punch, ensuring he slept soundly. Before long, we exited the comm zone. Muskrat approached me with news of a promotion he had secured on my behalf. My interest piqued, yet upon hearing the rank of major, I could not suppress my disappointment. Only a major? I scoffed, expecting at least a rank of Rear Admiral. Muskrat's expression darkened. What is that look? This is the highest rank I could secure for you. With the rank of major, you will accompany me on future missions. Are you not satisfied? Oh, I am thoroughly satisfied, I replied dismissively, inwardly feeling quite the opposite. Muskrat, having discerned my temperament, was well aware that my interests lay solely in promotions, hunting pirates, and engaging in battles, while I remained indifferent to everything else. Clearly perturbed by my attitude, he threatened, upon our return to the Navy headquarters, "I shall ensure Carp teaches you a lesson." Hearing this, I chuckled. I welcome that. In fact, I am eager to test my mettle against a true master. Just then, the lookout shouted, "Report. We have sighted the Kuja pirate crew ahead. They are blocking our path." What? Muskrat's face turned pale. Damn it, she actually came. Upon hearing Shichibukai and Empress, my interest was piqued. I dashed out of the cabin to stand beside Muskrat, spotting a magnificent ship approaching, with none other than the proud and stunning Boa Hancock at its helm. "Attention, Navy!" Her authoritative voice rang out clearly. "You have intruded upon the territory of the Kuja. Should you fail to provide an explanation, you shall not depart unscathed." At her words, a sharp pain struck my mind, akin to a needle prick, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Turning back, I was astounded to see many of my fellow sailors had collapsed. "What a monster!" Muskrat muttered, beads of sweat adorning his brow, clearly struggling against her formidable presence. His admiration for my composure amidst the chaos was evident. "You withstood her conqueror's haki so easily." Conqueror's haki? So this is what it feels like. I mused, recalling the sensation I had just experienced. Suddenly, a more violent and imposing aura erupted from me, radiating outward with a thunderous force. Muskrat stood dumbfounded, and even Hancock paused momentarily. Having heard tales of the formidable Shichibukai, Excitement coursed through my veins, and I was eager to discover just how powerful she truly was. Paying no heed to Muskrat's warnings against recklessness, I raised my hands, summoning my twin blades, Kumu and Sakura, and dashed forward with the speed of a phantom. Navy, do you dare to lay a hand upon me? Hancock had not anticipated my boldness, yet she reacted swiftly, delivering a kick imbued with hockey. I crossed my blades in defense, and a resounding clash echoed, sparks flying in the wake of our confrontation. Truly, the essence of being a sailor lies not only in the benefits, but in the pursuit of worthy adversaries. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Hancock, taken aback by the unadulterated battle fervor in my eyes, hesitated for a moment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, unleashing her full strength and sending me hurtling into the air, crashing into the deck and creating a massive crater. As I soared through the air, the winds around me surged with my ability, and the very sea began to rage. You wield Kumu and Sakura. Hancock finally recognized my weapons, her expression shifting dramatically. You are the one who killed the Golden Lion. Indeed, I am, I replied with a tilt of my head and a disarming smile. Hancock's demeanor shifted, her confidence wavering as she assessed the situation. Understanding that she was in over her head, she promptly adopted a more conciliatory tone. I merely came to check on you. Yet you chose to attack me. You must compensate for my emotional distress, or I shall make this matter public. In that moment, I could hardly contain my thoughts, marveling at her adeptness at playing the victim, truly a masterclass in manipulation. Ultimately, Hancock's relentless antics delayed our progress. By the time we finally reached the archipelago of Sabaody, darkness had almost fallen. Over the past few days, I had dedicated myself to rigorous training, realizing through my encounter with Hancock that I still had much to learn before reaching the pinnacle of strength. My fellow sailors were taken aback by my relentless dedication, witnessing me perform thousands of push-ups daily, leaving them bewildered. Carl, we've arrived on the island. Stop training. Let me treat you to a feast, Muskrat announced, his spirits high as he waved his arm. Really? My eyes sparkled, but I hesitated, patting my pocket. My bounty had yet to be dispersed, leaving me with nothing to my name. Haha, do not worry. Do you think I would begrudge you a meal? Yet, the mirth quickly faded from his face. In the largest tavern on Sabaody, while other sailors enjoyed drinks and banter, I was left to devour meal after meal, having consumed 20 servings of the signature dish and feeling as though I had merely whetted my appetite. Upon discovering my newfound strength, I realized my appetite had grown monstrous. The more I consumed, the greater my power became. The sight of the towering stacks of plates before me turned the face of the squirrel-like creature pale with dread. After indulging sufficiently, I approached the bar to seek out the proprietress, a remarkably cool woman named Shiachi. Just as I intended to inquire about something, a group of pirates, clearly of ill repute, encircled me, deeming me unworthy and demanding my departure. I flashed a smile at Shiachi and proposed, allow me to clear this trash away. And in return, could you treat me to a glass of your finest wine? Shiachi nodded in agreement. With a flick of my finger, my twin blades swiftly flew from my waist, poised at the throats of the ruffians. Here's your choice. Leave now and live. One particularly foolish individual attempted to advance, only to find himself impaled by the blade of Sakura 10, which I manipulated from behind. The remaining scoundrels, terrified, scrambled to escape, rolling across the floor in their haste. Shiachi cautioned me that engaging in murder here would attract the Navy's attention. Indifferently, I retracted my blades and asked, "Do you recognize these two?" Upon seeing them, her pupils dilated in shock. "You're the one who killed the Golden Lion and captured Luffy, aren't you?" Indeed, I grinned, sitting down and tapping the table. "Where's that promised wine?" Shiachi, unruffled by the earlier chaos, quickly regained her composure. I raised my glass, leisurely tossing out another bombshell. "You truly exemplify the composure of a former member of the Rocks Pirates. It is quite extraordinary. Who on earth are you?" Shiachi, now thoroughly unsettled, exclaimed. The name Rocks had become nearly forgotten in this era. I drained my glass and laughed heartily, just a jest. That name was uttered by the Golden Lion before his demise, and I was merely curious. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the bar. Ding! Unexpectedly encountering Fire Fist Ace, the Divine Selection System was activated. Choice 1. Inform Major Squirrel and collaborate to apprehend Fire Fist Ace. Reward. Elevate all 3 types of hockey by 1 level. My eyes lit up at this option. Such fortune! I shouted, Fire Fist Ace in the name of the Navy. I declare you under arrest. Simultaneously, a signal flare shot into the sky. Ace was taken aback, exclaiming, "You have reinforcements?" "Of course," I retorted, gazing at him as if he were a fool. "Have you ever witnessed a Navy officer act alone? Excluding the 3 admirals, of course." Without further ado, Ace transformed into a blaze and attempted to flee. I scoffed. Did you think I would allow that? Lioness might. I thrust my hands upward, and the very ground of the street erupted beneath me, forming a dirt tornado that ensnared Ace, engulfed in flames. My Moku no Mi not only commanded objects, but could also manipulate air. Amidst the swirling fire and wind, he found it impossible to escape. "Damn it!" Ace exclaimed in desperation, unleashing his ultimate move, Flame Emperor's Great Flame Ring. A colossal fireball, akin to a miniature sun, surged before me. "You wish to unleash your ultimate attack?" My battle spirit ignited. "Let us see who is superior." Lioness Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. 2 enormous slashes, each accompanied by a terrifying tempest, erupted from my blades, colliding fiercely with the massive fireball. Boom! Following the violent explosion, both of us sustained considerable injuries. Ace gasped for breath, believing he had a moment to recuperate. How naive! I swiftly appeared before him, crossing my blades, and unleashed a cross slash imbued with hockey and the power of my fruit, striking forcefully against his chest. "You dare to ambush me?" Ace's face was a mask of disbelief. "What of it?" I seized his incapacitated head and called out to the approaching Major Squirrel, "Major, handcuffs of Seastone, if you please." Task accomplished. Rewards from the system were secured, elevating all 3 types of hockey. Upon returning to the ship, Major Squirrel reported to Admiral Sengoku via the Den Mushi. Utterly stunned, he could hardly fathom that Ace was indeed the grandson of Garp. His expedition had resulted in the capture of both grandsons of the Navy hero. Observing Luffy and Ace, who remained unperturbed in their cell, he felt a profound sense of despair. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Sabedi Archipelago, Blackbeard Teach grinned ominously, his sights set on my Moku no Mi. Back at the Navy headquarters, a thunderous roar erupted from Garp's office. Days later, we finally arrived at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. As soon as we disembarked, Major Squirrel radiated an air of authority. I carried the coffin containing the Golden Lion's remains, following closely behind him. My curiosity piqued by this legendary place. "Haha, you must be Carl. You look quite robust." A burly man, cigar in mouth and clad in a suit, approached with a hearty laugh. Major Squirrel introduced him. "This is Vice Admiral Fire Fist, a top-tier strength among seasoned admirals." My eyes widened in excitement as I blurted out, "How about a duel?" "Ha, you're quite amusing." Fire Fist chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "But not today. Someone has already reserved you. Hand over the Golden Lion's remains, and you shall ascend to receive your military rank." I relinquished the coffin, puzzled about who had made such a reservation. However, upon turning around, I was struck by the unprecedented darkness on Major Squirrel's face. His expression was as grim as a pot bottom, muttering something about how what was meant to happen would eventually come to pass, sounding almost prophetic. When I inquired about his distress, he remained silent, urging me to stay close. Very well, when a superior speaks, what can I say? The moment I stepped into the Marine Headquarters building, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Hundreds of gazes converged on me like searchlights. Some were envious, others jealous, but most were filled with curiosity, as if I were a new species unveiled in a zoo. I understood their thoughts. It was merely due to my sheer luck in eliminating the Golden Lion and seizing his Moku no Mi. This matter had long ceased to be a secret within the Marine Headquarters. Such formidable power could not be concealed. They were undoubtedly pondering why fate had favored me while leaving them behind. Activating my Kinbunshiko Haki, I discerned their thoughts with clarity. Yet, I remained unfazed, my confidence unwavering. I grinned broadly, showcasing my pearly whites, disregarding their scrutinous gazes, and greeted each with a stable demeanor. At that moment, the air in the entire hall seemed to solidify. A small mountain of a man, wrinkled yet sprightly, donned in a coat of justice, approached me with a hearty laugh. My heart sank. Trouble had arrived. It was Garp, the legendary hero of the Navy. His grandsons, Ace and Luffy, had just been dispatched to prison by me. His hand, as large as a fan, clapped on my shoulder with such force that I nearly dropped to my knees in reverence. The three admirals stood nearby. Akiji and Kizaru stifled laughter, while Akainu wore a countenance that suggested I owed him money. Garp beamed widely at Admiral Sengoku and called out, "Sengoku, enough chatter. Let him fight me. I wish to see if this young man is worthy of the exceptional treatment you bestow." Upon hearing this, I realized I was to be the target of personal retribution. Major Squirrel attempted to intervene, arguing that I was merely a recruit and that such conduct was inappropriate. To my astonishment, Garp only laughed more heartily, openly admitting, "Indeed, I am seeking personal vengeance." "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." This old man was utterly unpretentious. Major Squirrel was rendered speechless, helplessly looking to Sengoku for assistance. Unexpectedly, Sengoku approached, patted me on the back, and whispered, "Treasure this opportunity. Not everyone has the fortune of being personally guided by Garp." I chuckled. Fear? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. I straightened my back, declaring, "Understood. I will cherish this chance." "Are you insane?" Major Squirrel was aghast. I turned to him, offering a reassuring glance, though inwardly I was overjoyed. I feigned an impassioned demeanor, exclaiming loudly, "Rest assured, Vice Admiral, I am aware of the formidable strength possessed by my senior, Garp, yet I firmly believe that I shall not perish. I merely wish to witness the true might of a man who stands at the pinnacle of the world." In truth, however, my inner thoughts were fighting. Why would I confront you head-on? My forte lies in strategy. Upon hearing my declaration, Garp's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Huh, I like your spirit. Follow me. The training grounds await your arrival." Before long, the training grounds were crowded with onlookers. Sengoku, the three admirals, and a throng of curious Navy personnel gathered, whispering amongst themselves, wagering on how many moves I could withstand under Garp's prowess. My prediction? 1 strike. "Impossible," they muttered. "He has defeated the likes of the Golden Lion and captured Ace and Luffy. Those were mere flukes. His true strength must be lacking. You know nothing." I thought to myself, I have witnessed the pirate empress of the Seven Warlords retreat at a mere word from him. I overheard their discussions, yet I was already in the zone. Though I maintained an outward appearance of fervor, I had already used my observation hockey to scan the entire training ground. The wind direction, humidity, and terrain were all meticulously catalogued in my mind. Garp, the old man, had indeed underestimated me, squinting at me with a dismissive gaze. Now was my moment. I had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. I unleashed the full power of the Moku no Mi. Boom! The ground of the training grounds erupted, cracking as I manipulated it to rise. Garp found his footing compromised, attempting to descend with Jeppo, yet I was prepared, conjuring 2 weapons from seemingly nowhere to force him back. "Kid, do you think a mere trick can hold me?" Garp bellowed from above. I chuckled. "It is not I who restrains you, Vice Admiral. It is your own underestimation." As my words echoed, I thrust my hands skyward with fervor. The surrounding air surged violently, coalescing into a colossal tornado that ensnared Garp within its grasp. I had anticipated the weather upon my arrival and summoned the clouds above to conjure a massive storm. Garp was lifted higher, resembling a kite severed from its string, surrounded by ominous storm clouds crackling with electricity. Though he was enveloped in hockey, impervious to the storm's fury, he found himself trapped at its center, unable to escape. The onlookers, including Sengoku and the 3 admirals, stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They likely expected to witness an old veteran schooling a novice. Yet I had delivered a masterclass in utilizing the elements and strategy to outsmart Garp. Sengoku suddenly erupted with laughter, his face alight with approval. "Well done, young one. A battle-hungry mind indeed. The Navy requires promising talents like you." Ultimately, It was Sengoku who could no longer bear the spectacle, fearing Carp would suffer undue humiliation, and he promptly declared, "Enough. This bout ends in a draw. Kal, you may cease." "As you command." I gasped, releasing my powers. The dissipating winds sent the less capable Navy personnel tumbling in disarray. Phew, I nearly exhausted myself. Surely, I had earned my place now? Sengoku, thoroughly pleased, announced, "From this day forth, I, Carl, officially joined the Navy with the rank of colonel." However, to prevent further altercations between Carp and myself that might devastate headquarters, he promptly dispatched me to Sabaody Archipelago under the guise of grassroots training. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by a major named Pisa. Good heavens, this fellow immediately seized my hand and rambled nonsensically about the best ways to prepare pizza, leaving me to wonder if he was starving. After much discussion about food, he finally recalled the matter at hand, lowering his voice to caution me about the celestial dragons in the area, advising me to tread lightly and avoid trouble. He discreetly informed me that at least half of his subordinates were sycophants of the celestial dragons, urging me to be cautious in my speech. The most amusing part was when I inquired why he remained in such a distasteful environment if he abhorred the celestial dragons. He pulled out a stack of money, grinning. "Because of the money, these beasts may lack virtue, but they are wealthy. If they pay, I am their dog. If not, I scoff at them." I understood. This fellow could be dealt with. Clearly, Sengoku had stationed him here to monitor the celestial dragons. After completing the necessary formalities, I made my exit, heading straight for Shaki S-Bar, intent on finding Rayleigh. To my dismay, Rayleigh was absent, and Shaki handed me a glass of water, informing me that he had once again sold himself into the slave market. I was astounded. What a peculiar hobby. I placed the 30,000 berries given to me by Major Pisa on the table, finally exchanging it for a bottle of alcohol and a plate of peanuts. While I bantered with Shaki, critiquing her establishment, the doors swung open, and in walked a filthy, gap-toothed glutton, Blackbeard Teach. His raucous laughter nearly sent me reeling. He plopped down between Rayleigh and me. Oh, Rayleigh had returned by then, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Rayleigh queried his purpose for being there, questioning whether he feared Whitebeard's wrath. Teach, brimming with arrogance, declared that he was soon to become a warlord of the sea, unbothered by any threats. In a moment of inspiration, I seized the opportunity to reveal the shocking secret that Ace was the son of Roger right before them. Rayleigh turned pale, seeking an excuse to depart. I understood. He feared that staying any longer would provoke him to act. Teach, on the other hand, quickly grasped my intent. I had used his mouth to spread this news worldwide. He relished the thought, knowing that such a revelation would elevate his notoriety. How deftly had I wielded the blade of manipulation. Indeed, he departed with a hearty laugh, and before leaving, one of his snipers attempted to take action against me, only to be thwarted by Teach. He intended to head to Navy headquarters, trading this information for his position as a warlord. The plan was a success. 1 week later, the world's newspapers erupted with sensational headlines. Yet, the most astonishing twist was that the notorious Morgan had crafted a narrative focusing on Carp's unexpected fatherhood, declaring him both Roger and Whitebeard as progenitor. Consequently, the revelation about Ace being Roger's son was overshadowed by this scandalous gossip. Upon reading the papers, I nearly burst into laughter. Teach was truly desperate for fame. However, this was precisely the outcome I desired. Now, apart from select few, no one knew that I was the one who had leaked this information. I spent my days lounging in Shaki S-Bar, as Major Pisa was keen for me to remain indoors to avoid encounters with the celestial dragons. Unable to bear my inactivity, Shaki questioned my intentions, wondering why I was stirring chaos in the world. I took a sip of my drink and laid bare my aspirations. Is this not precisely what I desire? I aim to replicate the war on the top. As long as Whitebeard engages the Navy to rescue Ace, I will have the opportunity to eliminate him on the battlefield and seize his Gura no Mi. I am, after all, an idealist with lofty ambitions. Is that not reasonable? Days later, fresh news arrived. Rayleigh approached me with a newspaper in hand, announcing that the Navy had scheduled Ace's public execution for 3 months hence. 3 months? Such a lengthy span. Were they not concerned about potential complications? Rayleigh mocked my naivety, explaining that this period was intended for both the Navy and Whitebeard to gather their forces for a decisive battle. A warrior of Whitebeard-esque caliber would never resort to petty prison break tactics. Before departing, I deliberately provoked him, "Hey, old man, your captain's son is to be executed. Aren't you old geezers going to intervene?" His face turned a vivid shade of purple with fury. After I left, I surmised that he would undoubtedly conspire with Shaki on how to instigate chaos. They would soon realize that merely saving Ace might not compel Carp to turn against the Navy. But if they also placed Luffy on the execution block? Haha. In recent days, I have been meandering around the Zyangabedi Islands. Today, with a moment of leisure, I donned a mask and inconspicuously infiltrated a slave auction to witness the spectacle. On stage, a mermaid was being auctioned, confined within a glass box, weeping profusely. The so-called gentlemen below were utterly entranced, with the price soaring uncontrollably, quickly reaching 20 billion berries. I shook my head in disbelief from my corner, pondering the extravagant wealth of these individuals, who seemed to have no other outlet for their riches. The plight of the fishmen was indeed tragic. Every visit, I encountered those being sold, while human slaves were nowhere to be found. Could it be that humans are now more elusive than fishmen? As I contemplated this, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. A rotund fellow clad in a space suit, with a snotty visage, swaggered in. His voice was piercing, capable of shattering glass. As he proclaimed, "This fishman is mine," I was momentarily taken aback, wondering who possessed such audacity. Upon closer inspection, I realized a celestial dragon. No wonder my acquaintance Pisha had been acting so strangely today. It was this illustrious figure's arrival that had caused such a stir. The atmosphere fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button and no one dared utter a word. Who would dare to oppose these privileged beings? That would be akin to tempting fate. The auctioneer, trembling with fear, stammered the announcement of the sale. Consequently, the celestial dragon turned and departed with the fishman, while the auctioneer, perhaps still in disbelief, approached to collect payment. Little did he understand the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, a bodyguard brandishing a firearm opened fire, creating a hole in the auctioneer's forehead, arrogantly declaring, "Vol scum, this is your payment. Accept it." My fists clenched tightly in the corner, witnessing the sheer lawlessness of these individuals. Once they had departed, I followed suit. The details of the rescue are inconsequential. Suffice it to say, I swiftly liberated the fishwoman. Upon reaching the shore, she timidly expressed her gratitude, addressing me as Masked Hero. I was flabbergasted. Masked Hero? Who had bestowed such a title upon me? The fishwoman, blushing, explained that word of my recent deeds rescuing her kin had spread across the Fishman's Island, earning me this moniker. She had merely wished to meet me, only to find herself captured instead. I could only chuckle and pat her head, advising her to return home and refrain from such starstruck antics in the future. Considering herself fortunate to have encountered me today, she curiously inquired why I had chosen to save them. What could I say? I informed her that, in my eyes, all races were equal, save for the celestial dragons, who were an exception deserving of disdain. After bidding farewell to the fishwoman, I hurried back to my quarters, discarding my attire and erasing all traces of my actions. Just as I finished changing, Pisha called out to me from outside. Upon opening the door, I was met with a serious expression as he asked, "You haven't gone out all afternoon, have you?" I feigned innocence, performing an act of bewilderment. "Where could I possibly go?" He sighed, revealing that a celestial dragon had been eliminated, resulting in his demotion for negligence and a summons back to headquarters for punishment. It dawned on me that my impulsive actions had inadvertently placed my companion in jeopardy, and I felt a pang of guilt. He repeatedly urged me to remain cautious until the new commander arrived. As soon as he left, I contemplated that the alias of Masked Hero would no longer be of use. Suddenly, I sensed turmoil at the naval base. An audacious presence permeated the air, and upon hearing that distinctive, sinister laughter, I realized, good heavens, Doflamingo, what was he doing here? I dashed over to witness the scene. Naval personnel sprawled across the ground, and Pisha, bloodied, on the verge of being dispatched by the flamboyant man in pink feathers. Could I stand idly by? Without hesitation, I swooped in and rescued Pisha. Upon spotting me, Doflamingo was taken aback. Without further ado, he engaged me in combat. I must say, his Ito no Mi was indeed bothersome, with invisible threads ensnaring everything. However, my own Moku no Mi was no trifling matter. With my dual-wielding technique combined with my fruit's abilities, I reduced air resistance to 0, allowing my strikes to be as swift as lightning. Our clash reverberated through the skies, wreaking havoc upon the naval base. He unleashed a devastating attack, and I countered with my own fierce strike. After an intense exchange, we reached a stalemate. He then began to issue threats, claiming to see the shadow of the golden lion within me, intending to eliminate me before I could rise. I merely laughed, retorting, "You, a mere former warlord, speak with such bravado?" Knowing he was cautious, I casually referenced his dealings in Dressrosa and his connections to the celestial dragons, which indeed made him falter as he hastily retreated, leaving behind a few empty boasts. Once he had departed, I exhaled a sigh of relief. He was indeed formidable, and engaging him in earnest would pose considerable challenges. Pisha and the others approached, showering me with praise and providing insights into Doflamingo's intentions to extort the Gorosei. I was left dumbfounded. Could one truly engage in such audacity? Just then, a lecherous voice emerged. Well, where are the enemies? I turned to find Kizuru standing at the door, his timely arrival almost comically late. For the next 5 days, with Pisha gone and the new commander yet to arrive, I found myself acting as the temporary foreman. Each day was spent supervising the naval personnel in repairs and pirate captures, leaving me no respite. On the 5th day, Admiral Sengoku personally called to commend my efforts, informing me that the new commander, a woman, was soon to arrive and instructed me to cooperate fully. Finally, I thought I could soon return to normalcy. I promptly organized an opulent welcome ceremony. In the distance, I spotted a warship approaching, and on the bow stood a strikingly tall woman, exuding a commanding presence. This must be the newly appointed Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. As she disembarked, I led the gathered personnel in a salute to welcome her. The spectacle was truly grand. However, she immediately sought to assert her authority, her aura radiating dominance. Oh, she wished to play such games? I swiftly retaliated with my Haushiko Haki, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her face drained of color, clearly taken aback by my unexpected prowess. Ultimately, she begrudgingly revealed her appointment order, and the matter was settled. That evening, I entered her office unannounced, arms laden with documents. As she prepared to admonish me, she halted upon recognizing me. I unceremoniously dumped the accumulated work, captures, and repairs on her desk, declaring, "There you go, all done. The credit is yours. I'm off." She stared at the mountain of paperwork, flabbergasted, inquiring if I had truly accomplished all this in 5 days. I confirmed, assuring her it was a mere fraction of my efforts. With that, I made my exit, uninterested in further conversation. The following morning, she summoned everyone for a meeting. Did I heed her call? I promptly headed to Shaki's bar for a drink. While indulging, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Peach Rabbit stood there, radiating fury. Pointing at me, "Carl, you scoundrel, I ordered everyone to assemble, and you dare come here to drink. Do you not regard me as your superior?" Upon hearing her words, I felt my temper flare, surpassing hers. I slammed my drink down on the table and retorted, "Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, let us get things straight. Have you assigned me any tasks? No? Then what concern is the meeting of mine? Besides, do you think the scum I captured fell from the sky? If I hadn't been out gathering intel day after day, where would it come from? I'm engaging with the populace, do you understand? You think I'm slacking off? In reality, I am serving the people." My words rang with conviction, momentarily silencing her as she processed my argument, her expression revealing her realization of having misjudged me. Sensing an opportunity, I nodded vigorously, my face betraying no sign of anxiety. Of course, my drinking here is part of my strategic deployment, and to my astonishment, she actually believed me. But that was not to last. She quickly regained her composure, slamming her palm on the table with such force that it nearly spilled my drink. "Enough of your pretense. You're just being lazy," I inquired, Was your previous fervor merely an act for the general of the warring states? As soon as I took over, your true self was revealed, wasn't it? I knew it all along. You are not a workaholic. Rather, you have been trying to curry favor with the general. How triumphant she looked, hands on her hips, as if everything was under her control. I sighed, thinking to myself that this young lady was still quite naive. Without uttering a word, I merely nodded towards the back of her. She turned around, confusion etched on her face, and then she froze. In the corner of the bar lay several unconscious figures, handcuffed with our Navy's specialized sea stone cuffs. I leisurely took a sip of my drink before speaking. I told you, drinking is just a side activity. Capturing talent is my main focus. These two are human traffickers, and since you're here, you might as well take them back to save me another trip. Her expression was one of sheer disbelief, her mouth twitching as if it had a small motor. She thought she had caught me off guard, only to find that my drinking was indeed part of my duty. This was a maneuver she had never encountered before. However, her authority still loomed large over her pride, and she retorted, "Humph. Even so, that doesn't excuse your absence from training. Hurry back with me." She reached out, attempting to pull me away. I shook my head. "You can go back first. I'm quite content here." This response ignited her fiery temper. "So you won't go back, huh? Fine. I won't return either. We'll just stay here." With that, she plopped down opposite me. At that moment, the bar owner, Xiachi, approached, teasingly commenting, "Oh my, you two are quite the pair. It will be a shame to waste time here. Why not share a drink?" Upon hearing this, Tao Tu's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment, and she shouted at me, "Buy me a drink. Use your money. Otherwise, I will formally reprimand you today." What could I say? I had no choice but to part with some cash to avert disaster. As the drinks arrived, Tao Tu, or rather, General Tao Tu, curiously asked, "Why do you come here every day? Is the drink really that good?" I took a sip and shook my head. "The drink is atrocious. I come here not for the alcohol, but to vex others." As soon as I spoke, a robust voice boomed from the back door, "You little rascal. Besides annoying me, what else can you do? If you have the guts, step outside for a duel." I turned and laughed. Lo and behold, it was the legendary Rayleigh, the Dark King. Tao Tu froze, her eyes wide as saucers, likely recalling where she had seen his face on a wanted poster. I quickly reassured her, "Don't be alarmed. The old man has known he was here for a long time. Capturing him? Even 2 admirals wouldn't suffice. It would be a loss. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let him enjoy his retirement here. Do you understand? This is called strategic ignorance." I gestured toward Xiachi. "Moreover, there is someone even more formidable here." Xiachi smiled at me, while Rayleigh awkwardly chuckled, leaving Tao Tu utterly bewildered, her mind racing as if her CPU was about to overheat. She waved her hands, "Forget it, forget it. Let us finish our drinks and hurry back." Ignoring her, I approached Rayleigh, raising my glass. "Rayleigh, my dear senior, let us discuss that straw hat fellow, shall we? I heard he's planning a prison break." I deliberately provoked him, mentioning that the straw hat was Rogers, and surely your disciple Shanks must have informed you. Will you lend hand? Rayleigh, that cunning old fox, feigned ignorance, claiming he didn't know who Luffy was and that he would only go if it was to rescue Ace. How disingenuous. After a lengthy and tumultuous morning, I was finally escorted back to the base by her. In the afternoon, the naval personnel received a scolding from her that left them feeling like children. As for me, I simply returned to my quarters for a much-needed rest, and she was at a loss for how to deal with me. Yet, no sooner had I laid down than chaos erupted outside. Curious, I listened to the commotion. To my astonishment, an unparalleled beauty stormed into our naval compound, demanding to see me. The nearby sailors were nearly entranced, one even attempting to approach her only to be sent flying by a swift kick, his body partially petrified. Tao Tu rushed out, her eyes widening in shock. "The 7 warlords, Boa Hancock. What brings you here?" Realizing trouble was at my doorstep, I stepped outside just in time to see Tao Tu nearly succumb to Hancock's charm, her gaze dazed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, I swiftly intervened, pulling her into my embrace before she could completely falter. She stood there, dazed, leaning against me. I confronted Hancock. "Hancock, I advise you not to cause any trouble. This is General Tao Tu. Her mentor is the esteemed Crane. Try to harm her, and you might find yourself pursued around the world by Crane. Hancock pouted, evidently uninterested in confrontation. I'm not here to make trouble with the Navy. I'm here for you. For me? I gently set the still-dazed Tao down and made my way outside. All right then, let us discuss this outside. Once outside, Tao regained her composure, her flushed cheeks betraying her concern as she quietly urged, "Be careful. She is very strong." I turned back and smiled. "Don't worry. She is no match for me." Upon exiting, I got straight to the point. "Speak. What do you want from me?" Hancock had two matters to discuss. First, she expressed her gratitude for my efforts in capturing numerous human traffickers, a crime she detested. The second, however, she did not articulate, as she immediately attacked. "Boa Hancock, you who repeatedly provokes the Navy, do you truly consider yourself someone of significance? Today, I formally arrest you." I drew my dual blades, ready for confrontation. In the next moment, our conqueror's haki clashed violently. The heavens seemed to tear apart, dark red lightning crackling wildly as clouds were shredded. Hancock, caught off guard, began to sweat. Had it only been a little over a month since we last met, and my haki was now on par with hers? She struck first, delivering a kick infused with haki towards my face. I crossed my blades and met her attack with a resounding clash. In retaliation, I unleashed my lion's might, causing the ground to erupt into two earthen dragons that encircled her. Yet, she was even more relentless. With a swift kick, she petrified my earth dragons. Incredible. Her fruit's abilities were astonishing. Thus, we engaged in a fierce back and forth, battling from the ground to the sky, unleashing a flurry of powerful techniques that left the area around the base pockmarked. The surrounding Navy personnel were left in awe, mouths agape, likely pondering the spectacle of a warlord clashing with a colonel. After an intense half hour, we finally separated, both panting heavily. Hancock gazed at me, her expression complex, before she coldly huffed, "Carl, I acknowledge your strength. This ends here for today." With that, she turned and left. Having driven off the Empress was akin to taking a digital ibuprofen, leaving me feeling rejuvenated. As I sheathed my swords, the sailors swarmed around me, all clamoring in excitement. "Colonel Carl is amazing." He stood up to the Empress. "This power surpasses that of most admirals, doesn't it?" "Absolutely. Colonel Carl is so dashing and strong." E.M. Smitten. One man was so enthralled, he received a smack from a comrade. Then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as they began to joke about a potential pairing between me and Tao. "Do you think Colonel Carl and General Tao are meant to be?" That Princess Carrie was epic. What a scene it was, grown men gushing over a ship. Tao's face turned beet red as she scolded them back to their posts. Once the crowd dispersed, she mumbled to herself, "But Carl is quite handsome and strong. No. This isn't the time for such thoughts." Watching her slap her cheeks in an attempt to regain composure nearly made me burst into laughter. This little rabbit was rather endearing. Charming as she was, I must say, she was utterly serious when it came to her duties. A week later, as per my usual routine, I returned to the base after indulging in some drinks, casually bringing along a few oblivious pirates. Upon entering, however, I immediately sensed something was amiss. A heavy air of sorrow enveloped the entire base, reminiscent of a melancholic affair. I even noticed a few comrades on the verge of tears upon seeing me. Confused, I wondered what could have transpired. Had they collectively experienced heartbreak? Just as I was about to unleash a tirade, Tao emerged from within, her long legs striding forth, her tone laced with a profound sense of grievance. You didn't even bring your phone. I thought you had vanished from this world." Having spent the week growing quite close, we often frequented Siachi's bar, where she could keep an eye on Rayleigh, much to the latter's chagrin. Thus, I had grown accustomed to speaking to her casually. "What brings you here? You seem rather anxious." To my surprise, she employed a little trick, clearing her throat dramatically. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" I was rendered speechless. "Just spill it. If not, I shall retire for the night." She stomped her foot in frustration, pouting adorably. Pulling a piece of paper from her pocket, she thrust it at me. "Umph. The bad news is, you are about to leave behind this stunning beauty. This is your transfer order. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants you back at headquarters within 3 days." It seemed she anticipated some heartfelt response from me, but I merely uttered a simple "oh." Those who understood would realize the disappointment that washed over her face as she angrily retreated into the room, muttering, "You scoundrel. You deserve to be single." Upon examining the transfer order, I felt elated. Mission accomplished. I could finally escape this novice village. As for Tao 2's subtle affections, I sensed them, but how could someone of her caliber, an elite candidate, possibly have her sights set on me? It was utterly inconceivable. The following day, I hosted a farewell gathering for the tearful comrades at the base before taking off. Indeed, I can fly without the need for a ship. An hour later, I landed at the Marine headquarters. Upon entering Sengoku's office, the old man greeted me with a beaming smile, showering me with praise. We shared a comfortable rapport, and he urged me to relax, which I did without hesitation. "I hear you've been living the good life in sobriety, spending your days drinking with Rayleigh and capturing human traffickers." "It's all right. Life is all about that sense of relaxation," I replied candidly. Sengoku nodded approvingly, his expression one of satisfaction. "You've done well, my boy. Now, I officially bestow upon you the rank of Rear Admiral. You will receive your own warship and 50 soldiers. Your mission is to patrol the New World." My eyes lit up. Patrol. Do you comprehend the value of such a task? It was akin to a funded excursion, coupled with the opportunity to level up, far superior to being stationed at some dilapidated base. Sengoku specifically cautioned me to avoid antagonizing the four emperors. I verbally acquiesced, yet inwardly mused. Just because I'm not going now doesn't mean I won't in the future. However, my elation was short-lived. I soon felt a wave of frustration. Command soldiers? As a lone wolf, you want me to lead? Sengoku, that old trickster, saw right through my desire to be a hands-off commander and issued a strict order. I must assemble at least 7 core crew members before setting sail. There was no time limit for recruitment, but without a complete crew, I could forget about leaving headquarters. Quite the clever move. It seemed he had grasped my impatience. Fine, I would recruit. I first headed to the docks to select the most appealing ship, investing money for modifications, then made my way to the new recruit training camp. However, after a cursory glance, I found nothing but rookies lacking even the basic prowess, rendering them mere fodder for the New World. Therefore, I ventured to the elite training camp next door, where the potential was far more promising. Upon my arrival, I encountered an old acquaintance, Pisa. I requested him to provide me with information on the most formidable candidates of this cohort. To my astonishment, one girl named Melendani Liu, raised by giants, possessed strength comparable to their kind at merely 22 years of age. Another, a samurai from Wano named Enzo, exhibited exceptional swordsmanship, already on the brink of mastering the art. These two were my selections. I decisively instructed Pisa to inquire whether they would join me. Pisa, with a teasing glint in his eye, pointed to a third profile, Carl. "This one is quite impressive too, and she's a beauty." I promptly smacked him on the back. "Are you trying to sabotage me? This is Zephyr's cherished recruit. Do you want me to steal her? Am I looking for a death wish?" Having secured 2 combatants, I now sought a ship's doctor. My standards for this role were the highest. After 4 days of searching, Pisa finally recommended a candidate, a 17-year-old girl. I frowned at first. "Is she reliable?" Pisa, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Hold on. Her skills are undeniably top-notch, and she possesses a Zoan-type ability, providing her with strong survival capabilities. The only issue is her sensitive background." Sensitive? How sensitive could it be? A descendant of the celestial dragons? I jested. However, Pisa's expression grew graver. "She is one of the slaves liberated by Fisher Tiger." My smile vanished in an instant. Pisa explained that this girl was fortunate enough to have been rescued before being branded, later taken in by Sengoku and Vice Admiral Wu, where she had been honing her medical skills. However, the celestial dragons had continually sought to capture her, rendering everyone hesitant to take her to sea. My anger flared. Celestial dragons? Their reputation holds no weight here. Take me to her. If her skills are adequate, I will have her. In the New World, they dare to challenge me? On the 5th day, I had recruited 6 crew members, including navigators, chefs, and snipers. I was merely missing the final core member. I hadn't disclosed the truth to the 6 unfortunate souls, They believed they were joining the rear admiral on a grand ship. If they realized it was just the 7 of us, they would likely flee on the spot. Unfortunately, the last member was nowhere to be found at Marine headquarters. I soared out of Marine Ford, following a familiar route, and soon found myself at Gaia Island, racing towards the White Sea. Indeed, my target was the Sky Island. I sought to recruit the self-proclaimed god, Enel. This fellow had just been defeated by Luffy and was undoubtedly at his most vulnerable, making it the perfect moment for a psychological recruitment approach. If I succeeded in bringing him into the Marines, I could only imagine Sengoku's elation. A Thunder Fruit user, I boldly entered the Island of Gods, only to be met with Enel's theatrical voice. Who dares enter the domain of the divine? Mortal, depart at once. I paid him no mind and continued my ascent. This provoked the so-called god, who, deeming my actions a death wish, unleashed a bolt of lightning from above. I effortlessly dodged it, regarding the temple with disdain. Enel must have sensed my expression through observation hockey, for he lost his composure. A mere mortal dares to look at me with such disdain. You seek death. In the next moment, he transformed into a colossal thunder deity, bombarding me with torrents of electricity. Though the intensity felt formidable, it was ultimately ineffective against me. Behold, the divine thunder god descends. He thundered, putting on quite the performance as his enormous thunderous fist struck down, engulfing the front half of the island in electric light. I simply chuckled at the apocalyptic scene before me, crossing my twin blades over my chest. Lion's might, 1,000 cuts. 2 earth-shattering slashes erupted towards the heavens, instantly obliterating his ostentatious thunder deity form. Enel, having been cleaved through, narrowly avoided death thanks to his elemental transformation. Yet he stood dazed, gasping for breath, haunted by the terror of having faced Luffy. However, upon realizing he was unharmed, his arrogance surged back. Ha ha, mortal, I am invincible. As long as you are not made of rubber, you cannot harm me. I shook my head. This fellow had developed his powers well, yet his intellect seemed lacking, fixating on superficial grandeur. He activated his ability once more, conjuring a vast thunder network to ensnare me. His pursuit of a thunderous aesthetic fell short in my presence, as it proved utterly ineffective. I unleashed my Conqueror's haki, causing the entire space to momentarily freeze, halting the storm of lightning. Enel, overwhelmed, appeared dazed. Now was my moment. I enveloped my twin blades with haki and, in a swift motion, appeared before him. The cross-slash bore no flamboyant name. It was simply an unadorned strike. It landed solidly upon his form, instantly creating a vast X-shaped wound upon his chest. Blood erupted forth violently, and before Enel could utter a scream, his eyes rolled back, and he plummeted from the sky. I caught him effortlessly. Good grief, this fellow's physical constitution was rather lacking. I tell you, I hardly exerted any force, and he was already unconscious. No, I couldn't allow him to perish so easily. The first formidable warrior under my command, destined for greatness, must not die before embarking on his journey. I hoisted him single-handedly into the temple and, using Kinbunchika haki, scanned the surroundings, ultimately locating a medical kit. I hastily tended to his wounds and unceremoniously tossed him into a corner like a discarded sack. Urgent metteurs à wetted. I dashed toward the golden country at the back. Let me tell you, the sight was dazzling. Gold littered the ground, nearly blinding me. At the center stood a colossal golden bell with a stone tablet beneath it, inscribed with a myriad of cryptic symbols. The historical text? Indecipherable. Next, I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. My purpose here is to amass wealth. Initial capital. You understand? Moreover, this treasure must remain concealed from that old coot, Sengoku. Without further ado, I rummaged through several large chests, clanging and clattering as I filled one for over an hour, stuffing 6 enormous chests with gold. Beholding this bounty, I returned to the temple with satisfaction. The amount of gold I carried was but a drop in the ocean compared to the entirety of the Golden Country. In the future, should I find myself short of funds, this place will serve as my personal ATM. Upon my return to the temple, Enel still lay there, lifeless. It suddenly struck me. The system had mentioned a reward for defeating him, didn't it? Kinbunchiku Haki Enhancement. I must use it immediately. That very night, I flew back to the Navy headquarters, dragging the barely conscious Enel with me. By the time we arrived, it was well past midnight. The entire base was eerily quiet. Perfect. Under the cloak of darkness, I hurriedly stowed my 6 chests of gold in the ship's hold. This would be my little treasury, emphasizing security. Only after securing the gold did I bring Enel to the medical room. The attending medic, named Heiyu, was a seemingly aloof young lady. Upon seeing Enel's massive cross-shaped wound, she was taken aback and inquired about his identity and how he had sustained such an injury. I waved her off, saying, "No questions, starting tomorrow. He will be one of us." Heiyu, being perceptive, immediately began treatment. I must say, her abilities were remarkable. She spread her arms, transforming them into a pair of black wings, from which countless feathers emerged, akin to automated suturing needles, stitching Enel's wound. Curiosity piqued. I asked her how many feathers she could control. With a hint of pride, she replied, 13,000. It took me a decade to master. I had to commend her, and a flurry of praise ensued, causing her cheeks to flush. As she worked, she asked about Enel's background. I left her in suspense, stating that among the group I had chosen, his strength was second only to mine. Heiyu was astonished, but her curiosity deepened. How could such a powerful individual be so severely injured? I calmly informed her that I had merely engaged in a friendly sparring session to invite him to join us. Those who understand will recognize the nuance. Heiyu looked at me as if I were a devil, concerned that I had crushed Enel's confidence. I explained that true strength requires a vast heart. It matters not if one is defeated once or 1,000 times. One must possess the courage to rise again. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's abilities, they remain fragile, incapable of achieving greatness. The following morning, I spent the entire morning in Sengoku's office, persuading him. The old man was initially adamant against it, but I argued that having a Logia type like Enel outside as a potential threat was far less advantageous than bringing him into the Navy, transforming waste into treasure, and alleviating some of my burdens. Eventually, I managed to convince Sengoku to grant him the status of an apprentice shipwright. Sengoku insisted on thoroughly investigating Enel's background, and I thought to myself, let him investigate. If he can trace it back to the Sky Island, I'll be impressed. By the time he uncovers the truth, Enel would have already become mine, and the die would be cast. After lunch, it was time for the crew to assemble. I concealed myself nearby, utilizing Kenbunchika Haki to observe the scene. Goodness, I hadn't merely recruited a group of sailors. I had opened a facility for troubled youths. Enel, of course, was not in uniform, donning a navy cloak instead, standing there with an air of arrogance. A girl with orange hair, named Melendani Liu, exploded in anger, accusing him of disrespecting the Navy. Enel, with a sharp tongue, retaliated, mocking everyone present as trash unworthy of reprimanding him. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a scruffy old man interjected, declaring that Enel was not a member of the Navy. He recognized the faces of everyone in the base, but had never seen this one. This only incited Melendani Liu further, her aura flaring as she prepared to strike. At that moment, I sensed it was time for my entrance. I leisurely floated down, and the previously tense gathering fell silent in an instant. Even Enel was subdued, likely still reeling from the psychological impact of our previous encounter. I smiled and asked, "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you don't mind?" Melendani Liu, the bold one, retorted that I was half an hour late. I found her reaction amusing. "Little girl, you're quite fiery, aren't you?" Without even moving, I exerted my presence, rendering her thoroughly intimidated. She was utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom that I, a mere half-month earlier recruit to the Navy, possessed such overwhelming strength. Enel, relishing the spectacle, laughed heartily at Melendani Liu's naivety. Incensed, she turned to strike Enel, but her fist passed right through him. Enel stood there, even yawning, unaffected by her blows. After a few punches, Melendani Liu retreated, her confidence severely shaken. Yet, being the fierce individual she was, she shouted at me, "When will I learn hockey? I must teach that Logia brat a lesson." I chuckled, assuring her not to rush. Once aboard the ship, I would personally teach all of them hockey. Thus, a minor tempest subsided, and I lectured these troubled youths, emphasizing the terrors of the New World before leading them aboard the ship. As we set sail, the New World wasted no time in demonstrating its ferocity, with the weather shifting unpredictably. However, for me, it was a trivial matter. Activating the Moku Moku no Mi, I lifted the warship into the air to evade the storm. Thus commenced the rigorous training. I commanded everyone to perform 1,000 push-ups daily. Enel's face turned green at this, relying solely on his fruit powers. His physical combat was lamentably weak. Initially, I considered easing the burden on Heiyu and the feline chef, but the two girls, with unwavering determination, insisted that as Zoan types, their stamina was on par with the man, and they too would complete 1,000. Very well, such ambition. I acquiesced. This routine continued for 7 days until we reached Punk Hazard. Originally, we were bound for Dressrosa, but Sengoku contacted me at the last minute, informing me of unidentified toxic gas on the island and instructing me to investigate. I took Melendani Liu and Enel with me while the others remained behind. On the other side, within the island's laboratory, a jester-like figure named Caesar was monitoring us through surveillance. He chuckled maliciously, entirely dismissive of us, dispatching a snow woman named Monet to deal with our presence. Simultaneously, he remotely opened the castle gates and activated the gas release apparatus. Enel and I had already utilized Kinbunchika Haki to overhear Caesar's monologue in the basement. As the doors swung open, Enel strode confidently inside. The moment we crossed the threshold, I sensed something was amiss with the air. With a light chuckle, I summoned the power of the Piao fruit to create an invisible air shield around the three of us, effectively isolating the poisonous gas outside. We proceeded forward, unfazed by the toxic atmosphere. In the monitoring room, Caesar was left utterly dumbfounded, likely contemplating how the script had gone awry. He quickly called upon his subordinates to intercept us. However, as soon as those lackeys showed their faces, Enel snapped his fingers, unleashing a series of lightning strikes that obliterated them in an instant. We advanced without obstruction and reached the underground level, where a massive metallic door barred our path. I exchanged a knowing glance with Nilu. She understood immediately, inhaled deeply, and delivered a powerful punch. The door reverberated with a thunderous noise, fracturing under the impact. I promptly contacted Sengoku via Den Mushi to inform him of the situation. Sengoku was taken aback and declared he would dispatch the G5 unit for assistance. I hastily interrupted him, sharing a rumor I had heard that there was a traitor within G5. To be cautious, I suggested sending an admiral directly, such as Admiral Kazan, who happened to be in the New World. Although Sengoku was skeptical about the existence of a traitor, he found it reasonable to send Kuzan and agreed. After hanging up, I snapped my fingers again, swiftly eliminating another wave of would-be assailants. A cold smile crept across my face. "Oh, Sengoku, your confidence is misplaced. Who would have thought that the diligent Virgo was an underling of Don Quixote da Flamingo?" At this moment, the battle between Enel and Monet reached its climax. One summoned thunder while the other conjured snow. The two Logia users found themselves evenly matched, creating a spectacle akin to a blockbuster film, yet with little actual damage inflicted. Realizing that prolonging the engagement would yield no results, Monet shifted her focus towards me, aware that no rear admiral in the Navy was to be trifled with. She unleashed her full power, transforming the room into a frigid wasteland, embodying a snow demon as she lunged at me with a fierce expression. In response to her fierce onslaught, I merely shook my head, casually grasping a withered branch in hand, coating the blade with armament hockey before taking a step forward. In an instant, my figure vanished from her sight. By the time she regained her composure, I had already appeared behind her, slowly retracting my blade into its sheath. With a swift motion, Monet felt a chill at her neck as her world began to spin. In her final moment of consciousness, she glimpsed her own headless body plummeting to the ground. It was a scene that could be deemed inappropriate for children. However, I bore no remorse. This snow woman, Monet, was utterly devoted to Doflamingo, akin to a brainwashed zealot willing to sacrifice her life for him. Could I, in good conscience, forcibly recruit someone like her into my ranks? She would merely be a ticking time bomb, poised to strike me in the back at any moment. Thus, sending her on her way was, in fact, the highest tribute to her loyalty. Enel stood nearby, astonished, squinting as if recalling the time I had dispatched him in 2 swift moves. I patted his shoulder and remarked, "Brother, your rumble fruit is impressive, but without haki, it is merely ornamental. In the new world, your current power is insufficient. You must prioritize training your haki." Enel, now genuinely receptive to advice, nodded confidently, realizing that during our time in Skypiea, he had been limited in perspective, but now that he was grounded, he recognized that even the smallest lackey could wield a logia fruit. As I was imparting wisdom to Enel, a thrilling spectacle unfolded elsewhere. The clown scientist Caesar, hiding in the monitoring room, watched in horror as Monet was slain by my blade, his face drained of color. He frantically dialed his superior, Joker, wailing, "Help! Monet has been killed. The test subjects have escaped. That guy is about to come for me. If you don't send help, your entire plan will collapse." While he was in a panic, a light bulb went off in my mind. I understood that the system task had arrived. Options 1, 2, and 3, recruit, eliminate, or spare. Without a moment's hesitation, I selected option 2, elimination. Such a scoundrel who conducts experiments on children and creates various abominations deserves no leniency. With a swift motion, I dealt the fatal blow, disregarding his pleas for mercy, and the world fell silent. Oh, and in the midst of it all, I inadvertently dispatched an exceedingly ugly little dragon, only to discover, to my astonishment, that it was Mamano Sook. Alas, who could blame me for mistaking him for an abstract creature? He attempted a sneak attack, thus his demise was justified. Afterward, I instructed Enel to clear the area, and he did not disappoint, transforming into a towering figure of thunder, summoning a tempest of lightning that obliterated the entire secret base along with the castle. It was exhilarating. Nilu watched with fists clenched, her eyes gleaming with the determination to grow stronger. I, too, was fortunate enough to receive the system's reward in the form of a Yuki no Mi. However, I needed a plausible explanation for its acquisition. Thus, I informed them to set up camp and care for the children while awaiting Admiral Kazan's arrival. I would take a leisurely stroll in the nearby waters to enjoy the scenery. With that, I departed without a shred of guilt, merely seeking an excuse to relax. And guess who I encountered? Blackbeard. Teach. This fellow, aboard a shabby vessel, spotted me soaring through the air and waved at me with an insufferable grin, as though he were suffering from constipation. Amused, I thought to myself, he has extended an invitation. How could I possibly decline? With a cold chuckle, I flew toward him. Before I even landed, I welcomed him with a display of conqueror's haki. Half of his motley crew collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while the remaining few were left trembling, unable to maintain their footing. Only Teach himself managed to hold his ground, albeit with beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He forced a smile that was more painful than a frown and exclaimed, "Ah, Admiral Carl, what brings you here?" As I engaged in a silent stare-down with Blackbeard, chaos erupted on the island. Jack, one of Kaido's calamities, charged forward aboard his mammoth ship. Had it not been for Enel's keen observation and early warning, we would have been caught unprepared. Enzo, the warrior who had escaped from Wano, turned pale at the mention of calamity, declaring that we were in trouble and could only buy time until my return. However, the 2 battle-hungry warriors beside him, Enel and Nilu, lit up with excitement at the prospect of a formidable foe akin to children at a buffet. En el laf de maniacali. Ah, I am the god of thunder. How could I possibly lose to him? They quickly organized themselves. Black Feather and Cat Demon, the 2 support characters, hurried to evacuate the children, while Enzo remained to deal with the lackeys. Meanwhile, Enel and Nilu, undeterred, charged headlong into battle against Jack. Without hesitation, Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning, incapacitating Jack's ship. Jack, the stubborn warrior that he was, hoisted a cannon and unleashed a barrage at the airborne Enel. The cannonballs sailed harmlessly through Enel, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he bellowed, "What fruit power do you possess?" Enel, brimming with pride, replied, "Why should I tell you?" Jack, whose intellect seemed limited to his muscles, roared in frustration and leaped from his ship into the air, launching an armed haki-infused punch towards Enel. Enel effortlessly evaded the attack, countering with another bolt of lightning that sent Jack crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Enel then unleashed his ultimate move, summoning a colossal thunderstorm. But one must not forget that Jack was a Zoan-type ancient beast, known for his extraordinary resilience. He transformed into his beast form, dramatically increasing his speed and strength, shattering Enel's thunderous form in an instant. While Enel's output was formidable, he struggled to withstand the blows. A single strike from Jack left a gaping wound in his abdomen, causing his combat effectiveness to plummet. Jack pressed his advantage relentlessly, leaving Enelu with no choice but to evade awkwardly. At that moment, Jack hurled two massive curved blades imbued with haki, aimed directly at Enelu's waist. Just as it seemed he would be cleaved in two, Nilu and Enzo rushed forward to shield him, only to be sent flying, with Nilu sustaining a grievous wound visible down to the bone on her shoulder. Enelu, witnessing his companion's injuries, was filled with rage. Just as he prepared to transform into the Thunder God for a desperate counterattack, Jack appeared before him with a sinister grin, seizing his lightning-formed visage while his other fist, brimming with immense power, was poised to obliterate his head. In that critical moment, a terrifying whirlwind emerged from nowhere, instantly sweeping Jack away. Turning back, Enelu and the others saw Heiyu racing towards them with a medical kit, shouting, "Lord Carl has returned." Indeed, I had returned. Rather than making a direct entrance, I concealed myself within the clouds, using the tempest to toy with Jack. This creature, a true monster, transformed into a full-fledged mammoth, plummeting from the tornado with his immense weight. I retaliated with two swift slashes, carving deep gashes into his trunk. Howling in pain, he reverted to his hybrid form and bellowed at the sky, demanding to know who dared to ambush him. Only then did I leisurely reveal myself from the clouds, unleashing my Conqueror's haki, which forced him to take a step back. With a smile, I inquired, "Do you not know who I am?" After exchanging a few blows, I discovered that his defensive capabilities were as if he bore 100 layers of armor. My strikes barely made an impact. Each slash drew a cry of agony from him. Yet he continued charging as if unfazed. His recovery rate was astonishing. He was like an indestructible cockroach. Killing him was impossible, but irritating him was indeed an art. Thus, I decided against further combat and opted instead to send him packing. With a cold gaze, I ceased my entanglement with him and thrust my hands upward with force. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground beneath us, spanning several thousand meters, was uprooted by my powers, taking both earth and man from the island. The ocean surged into the massive cavity created. I manipulated this floating landmass, carrying a bewildered Jack directly into the vast sea. Let me tell you, the naval officers on their ships were utterly dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped, and they could only stammer two words: monster. Of course, it was only logical. They ought to consider that I am merely 20 years old this year, and already capable of treating the drought Jack like a mere plaything. The strength I possess. I can only imagine the admirals of the Navy were still playing in the mud at my age. Meanwhile, my crew erupted in celebration aboard the ship, popping champagne in sheer delight. Enelu, in a fit of exuberance, proclaimed that following me would surely elevate his strength, overflowing with self-confidence. Even the typically aloof Nilu flushed with excitement, clenching her fists and vowing to train harder so as not to hold me back. Who can understand the exhilarating sensation of having everyone pumped up like that? As for the remaining minions on the island, Heiyu and the cat demon duo swiftly took care of them. Let me tell you, when the cat demon transformed, she was simply adorable. Her combat prowess was average. Yet Heiyu utilized her as a flying backpack, and together they cleared the disorganized rabble. Although they returned somewhat disheveled, their exhilaration was palpable. As it was their first victorious battle, I had actually returned earlier, having tossed Jack into an underwater volcano before watching the duo play from above, not wanting to interrupt their shining moment. In the days that followed, we trained the children in Ponk Hazard while awaiting the arrival of Admiral Kazan for the handover. My crew was highly motivated, each behaving as if driven mad. Jace had consumed the Yuki no Mi and developed a new technique, capable of creating snowballs harder than steel, using them as sniper bullets with tremendous impact. Nilu, the self-proclaimed queen of training, doubled her workout regimen, pushing herself to the limits. Yet, alas, her mastery of hockey remained elusive, as if she were just shy of breaking through that invisible barrier. Then there was the cat demon who, upon spotting a news bird, gleefully pounced, nearly whisking it away with a bear hug. Papers scattered everywhere, and when Heiyu picked them up, she discovered the front page featured me. The photograph was expertly taken, capturing me as a towering giant while making Jack appear as a mere chick. Realizing the handiwork behind this, I understood that the infamous Morgan was up to his usual tricks, always lurking in the shadows. Not long after, Admiral Kazan finally arrived, maintaining his usual laid-back demeanor, claiming he had been delayed by storms. I levitated the stack of experimental documents to him telekinetically, and he gazed at me with envy. This straightforward fellow conveyed the message from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, instructing me to continue patrolling the New World without pause. Before departing, he unexpectedly patted my shoulder, stating that in the New World, the Navy was not my backing. I could only rely on myself and my crew. Such sudden concern was quite unfamiliar. After bidding farewell to Kazan and his fleet, it was time for us to set sail. Just as I was preparing to depart, an exciting scene unfolded in the palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, that flamboyant schemer, was convening with his peculiar cadre when suddenly a servant named Baby 5 rushed in, reporting that a petty member of the Big Mom Pirates was causing trouble at the port. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with cunning as he devised a plan. Rather than intervening, he incited a campaign to blame Big Mom for the incident, aiming to drag me into the fray as well. He intended for me to offend both Kaido and Big Mom simultaneously. The next moment, my din mushy rang. It was Doflamingo, sounding frantic, claiming a grave situation had arisen. I had no inclination to trust him, yet I had to respond. I activated the full extent of my PU Nomi powers, propelling our entire warship into the sky in a flash. Let me tell you, this was not merely sailing. I was flying an aircraft. The speed surpassed even that of a nearby news bird, which nearly forgot how to fly in fright. Chaos erupted on the ship, with Erlen becoming utterly nauseated, while the cat demon collapsed on the deck, resembling a fish out of water. Most absurd was Nilu, who, flushed with excitement, eagerly asked if there would be another chance like this. Goodness, what peculiar awakening had she experienced? As we neared Dressrosa, I instructed them to follow while I soared ahead to clear the area. Hovering above, I announced my name, Brigadier General Carl of the Navy. You are all under arrest. To my astonishment, these illiterate pirates, seemingly oblivious to the news, mocked me for my youth and rank, hurling insults my way. They dismissed me as merely a brigadier general, telling me to return to my mother's womb for milk and various other derogatory remarks. Lacking the patience for banter, I snapped my fingers, unleashing a gale that sent all their attacks sailing away. Then, unleashing my conqueror as Haki, I drew my dual blades, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning as I charged into their ranks, swiftly dispatching foes as if they were mere raindrops. The captain leading the charge was left wide-eyed, unable to comprehend my movements. He foolishly urged his men to rush forward to their demise, a truly laughable notion. Attempting to employ a swarm tactic against me was futile. In mere moments, the battle concluded, and the citizens of Dressrosa were overflowing with gratitude, showering me with gifts and flowers. Scanning with my Kinbunshika haki, I noticed Doflamingo hiding like a turtle within the palace, unworthy of my attention. I promptly made my way to the port to await my crew. As they leisurely docked, Enzo emerged, sporting a bandage on his head, inquiring about the pirates. I simply informed him that I had dispatched them all. My rule was straightforward. Any pirate I capture, barring those who have committed no grave crimes, cannot escape death. This was no idle threat. Enzo, still unconvinced, pressed me for details about any injuries, expressing concern over the bounty hunters from Big Mom's crew, who boasted rewards exceeding 100 million. I must say, I found his worry quite amusing. I inquired of him, what jest is this? Merely a trifling lackey with a bounty of 300 million, lacking even the finesse to embody his own bravado. Do not even mention me. Enilu could reduce him to ashes without a second thought. You and Nilu, with a bit of effort, could certainly subdue him. Nilu, overhearing this, rolled her eyes and remarked, "Is this it?" Enzo, however, did not interject. He stroked his chin, scanned the surroundings, and posed a question. And what of Doflamingo? Is he truly planning to remain like an ostrich in the royal palace, refusing to show his face? I chuckled and gestured towards the distant sea. Patience, for he is already on his way. This fellow, in his quest for ostentation, has indeed gone to great lengths. He had long since departed the palace, but, in a bid to feign an arrival from afar, circumnavigated Dressrosa before leisurely drifting towards us across the waves. Such spectacle, such theatricality. It would be a disgrace for him not to pursue a career as a leading man. His trademark, maniacal laughter, echoed forth, sending shivers down my spine. "Ah, Commodore Cod. We meet again." Before he even arrived, his voice had preceded him, and the air was thick with the unmistakable scent of arrogance wafting from miles away. Yet, before he could finish his words, his subordinate, a scatterbrained girl named Baby 5, collided with him, startlingly apologizing. Doflamingo, already seething, displayed remarkable patience towards his own, waving her off and urging her to get to the point. "My friends, do you comprehend? Baby 5 has brought forth momentous news." Trembling, she relayed that she had received a call from Kaido, who intended to visit him personally. I observed Doflamingo's face, obscured by sunglasses, as it darkened to an ominous hue. Unable to contain my amusement, I produced a din mushy and mockingly offered, "Oh dear, Mingji, would you like me to rally some support for you? I could have Marshal Sengoku send some reinforcements your way. After all, I'm here. Assisting you in battle would pose no difficulty." He erupted in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, several strands of his string power swiftly shredded my din mushy into fragments. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "My affairs do not require intervention from a navy. That lunatic Kaido will not arrive anytime soon." He stubbornly insisted that Kaido sought retribution for the previous seizure of one of his ships, attempting to dupe me with such a flimsy excuse. Observing his obstinacy brought me immense delight. I feigned casualness as I responded, "Oh, is that so? I was under the impression that you two were entangled in some clandestine dealings." As I spoke, he visibly relaxed, believing I was merely attempting to bluff him without proof. He was both correct and mistaken. I intended for him to think so. It was not yet time to sever ties with him. I shifted my tone, stating very well, "Since you insist, I shall refrain from meddling. My purpose here is to propose a collaboration to cleanse the Colosseum of its pirates. As for the spoils, I shall adhere to your distribution, with but one condition. The ultimate prize, the Shichibukai's treasure blade, must belong to me." Upon my declaration, Doflamingo's expression froze once more. Before he finally scoffed, intriguing. "You demand a prize sword right from the outset?" After our amicable exchange, I retreated to the quarters he had prepared for me to rest. The following day, I granted my crew a day of leisure, allowing them to revel in their freedom. However, before the festivities commenced, I convened a meeting to present them with a photograph of a little girl named Sugar, meticulously explaining the abilities of the Hobi no Mi. Let me make this clear. This young girl appears harmless, yet the moment she touches you, you will be transformed into a toy, and everyone who knows you will forget your very existence. You will vanish utterly from the world. Comprehend? It is far worse than being blacklisted. As my crew absorbed this information, their faces turned ashen. Even the mild-mannered cat demon could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. This was precisely the reaction I sought. I warned them, steer clear of her. Avoid anyone resembling her. I had no desire to return to find a few of my crew inexplicably missing. The crew nodded gravely before dispersing to enjoy their day. The only exception was Aelin, that reclusive lad, who remained solitary in his quarters. I approached him, encouraging, "Brother, if you have concerns, voice them. We are all in this together." Yet, he remained silent, head bowed like a mute gourd. I was at a loss, allowing him to be. Truly, my ship was filled with troubled children. Just as I exited his quarters, I sensed someone observing me from the shadows. Turning, I spotted Violetta from the Don Quixote family. She was utilizing her Mizu no Mi ability to scan me like a human CT machine. I approached her with earnest sincerity. Do not feel embarrassed. With my striking looks, it is only natural for you to be drawn to me. If you find yourself enamored, feel free to express it. I shall concoct a rather poor excuse to decline. However, I must insist that you refrain from peering at me in such a manner. It is quite impolite. Do you understand? As I spoke, I unleashed a hint of my conqueror's haki. Violetta immediately paled, collapsing onto the ground in fright. I squatted beside her, continuing in a jesting tone. I am not jesting. Should I catch you spying on me again, I shall not spare you, regardless of whether you are the daughter of the Riku King. She was taken aback, astonished that I knew her true identity. Just as she was speechless with shock, a melodic child's voice chimed from behind. Ah, are you two on a date? Turning around, I was greeted by none other than the main character herself. Sugar, clutching a bunch of grapes, approached with her little legs trotting. Upon seeing her, Violetta swiftly masked her emotions, feigning concern as she attempted to take Sugar into her arms. Yet, Sugar wriggled free, darting to my side, gazing up with her most endearing expression. Big brother, you are so handsome. May I give you a hug? Violetta's face drained of color. I chuckled, lifting Sugar into my arms and weighing her lightly, of course. You are quite light. Your name is Sugar, yes? She nodded vigorously, her little hands flailing as if to say how impressive I was. While I played with her, I enveloped myself in Busashoka haki, rendering her little hands ineffective against me. After a brief playtime, I found an excuse to slip away. Utilizing my Kinbunchika haki, I scanned the entire island and soon located the hiding place of the little people. It lay deep within a garden, a spot that would have eluded me had it not been for my near-satellite-level perception. Upon entering, I was immediately swarmed by a horde of buzzing hornets, the warriors of the little people. They assumed I had not noticed them and flitted around me. I chose to ignore them, striding directly to their diminutive palace, proclaiming, "Little people S King, come forth. I am Commodore Carl of the Navy, and I have matters to discuss." Silence enveloped the area, followed by a wave of little people emerging, each adopting a battle stance. My patience waned as their incessant buzzing irritated me. I snapped, "Are you all not tired? Summon your king." Only then did they seem to comprehend my demand, astonished. They queried, "You know of us?" Of course, I had direct dealings with their king, Dong Tada. I laid bare my grievances against Doflamingo, declaring my intent to take him down. Initially, the king was skeptical, doubting the capabilities of a mere commodore. I outlined my strategy, inciting a rebellion in Dressrosa, exposing Doflamingo's crimes, and ensuring he was ousted from Shichibukai. This would be far more torturous than simply slaying him. Upon hearing my plan, the king finally resolved to ally with me, albeit with a condition. He implored me to rescue his daughter, Princess Mancheri, who possessed the power of the Op no Mi. I readily agreed, and before him, I dialed Sengoku S Den Den Mushi. Once the connection was established, I recounted all the truths about Dressrosa that King Don Tada had shared. Sengoku on the other end was taken aback. Without waiting for response, I passionately declared, "Marshal Sengoku, I shall unearth every one of Doflamingo's heinous deeds. For the sake of justice, I, Kar, shall not shy away from my duty, even if it means sacrificing myself here. Support, I leave it to your discretion." Having said that, without waiting for Jean Gua to prattle on, I abruptly hung up the phone. The king of Dong Tada was so moved by my words that he was filled with fervor and immediately set out to gather his warriors. After dealing with the diminutive race, I employed my observation haki to locate Wang Liku, who was surprisingly together with Rebecca and that toy turned Cyrus. When I found them, Wang Liku and Rebecca were embracing each other, weeping in joy at their long-awaited reunion, a truly touching scene. I chose not to intrude, opting instead to sit nearby and sip tea while casually glancing at the newly activated system options. Option 1. Eliminate Doflamingo, reward, the Goma Goma fruit. Option 2. Dismantle the Don Quixote family, reward, fruit awakening training method. Option 3. Abandon the mission. The third option was immediately dismissed. The first was tempting, yet Doflamingo was as difficult to defeat as a cockroach. I made a decisive choice and selected the second option. Bringing down his family and rendering him a solitary figure would be the true act of vengeance. Once their emotions had settled, I leisurely directed my gaze toward the solitary toy soldier and inquired, "Cyrus, what are your feelings upon witnessing this scene?" The toy soldier instinctively replied, "It feels like returning to the past." "Wait, how do you know my name?" He suddenly realized, leaping onto the table in shock as he stared at me. Just as we were discussing tomorrow's offensive plan, a gust of ill intent swept from the palace, where Violet had indeed begun to target my people alongside Sugar. Their first target was Aelin. As it turned out, Sugar attempted to charm Aelin for an eternity, but he remained as unresponsive as a block of ice, ultimately expressing his disdain by saying, "You're disgusting." Sugar burst into tears, throwing a tantrum and demanding Violet teach Aelin a lesson. Violet, unable to refuse, had no choice but to forcibly carry her away. No sooner had they left than my din mushy began to ring. I picked it up, stunned. It was Aelin. Could it be that he was actually calling me? I was taken aback. This socially withdrawn child had initiated a call. To my surprise, upon connecting, all I could hear was breathing, like listening to ASMR, with not a single word spoken. I awkwardly engaged in conversation with the din mushy for a while, realizing I was merely being deluded by my own sentiments. I finally told him to take care of himself before hanging up. After the call, I turned to Rebecca and the others, saying, "The general direction has been set. The remaining royal members can exercise their creativity. I trust you can craft a stirring pre-battle speech, right?" I flashed a grin and waved my hand, and before I could finish my sentence, I had already leapt into the air. "Who dares to provoke my people? I care not who you are." With my observation hockey fully unleashed, I instantly pinpointed the locations of Sugar and Violet. Upon sensing my arrival, Violet's complexion paled as she scooped up Sugar and attempted to flee. Did she think she could escape? Not a chance. I dove down. The whirlwind I created toppling the two of them like bowling pins, sending them rolling several times. Violet attempted to maintain her bravado, propping herself up and shouting at me, "Navy, don't go too far." I couldn't help but chuckle. They were preparing to turn my subordinates into toys, yet they dared to lecture me on excess? Just as I prepared to take action to clear the area, an ominous wind rushed in from behind. Doflamingo's flamingo had arrived. With a swift strike of his whip, he aimed directly at my face. I retaliated with a swift sword strike, cleaving his whip cleanly in two. The sword energy grazed his face, nearly knocking off his flamboyant sunglasses. His expression was one of shock, his pupils trembling. He must have calculated that engaging me now would ruin whatever plans he had for tomorrow. With a scowl, he hoisted the unconscious Violet and hissed, "You'd better wait for me," before retreating in disgrace. Who was afraid of whom? Meanwhile, in the palace's secret chamber, Doflamingo feigned concern for Violet while engaging in psychological manipulation. Family who understands. This is the kind of boss who hits and offers candy. He carelessly tossed the little princess Manchua aside, telling her to leave. Violet, quick-witted, pretended to be weak, saying, "Master, I'm still unwell. Let her keep me company." Though Doflamingo was displeased, he eventually acquiesced, warning her to keep her distance, claiming he didn't want family members to be in danger. How hypocritical. Once he left, Violet immediately confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, grabbed Manchua, and began plotting their great escape. The scene shifted to the Colosseum, where the match had commenced. The host rambled for what felt like an eternity, hyping up Don Quixote family member Diamante to thunderous applause. When Rebecca was introduced, however, the crowd erupted in boos, demanding she leave. Diamante continued to make snide remarks, while Rebecca ignored him completely. I was nearly dozing off in the VIP section. This pace was excruciatingly slow. After an interminable wait, the victors from the 4 zones were finally announced. Diamante, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Rebecca, surprisingly. She had made it through. How absurd. And a figure clad in a kimono, wearing a mask with long, black hair. This woman fought ferociously, employing overwhelming tactics. However, upon using my observation hockey, I sensed something was amiss. This slender frame and tall stature. This was in fact a man, a cross-dresser. Realizing that Rebecca would face these 3 monsters in the next round, I knew it would be a futile endeavor. I had to act swiftly. I signaled my subordinates to mobilize. "Get moving. Await my signal." Then, I shattered the glass of the VIP box with a punch, soaring directly into the arena's center. The audience erupted in chaos, filled with shouts of outrage. I had no time for their nonsense, pointing my sword at the cross-dresser and demanding, "Speak. Who are you really? Stop pretending. What does a man like you want here?" Rebecca stood by, utterly stunned. The man, unfazed, removed his mask, revealing an exquisitely handsome face. My pupils widened. Itachi of the Whitebeard Pirates. What an increasingly intriguing situation. He claimed he was merely passing through, looking for a few blades. I was not inclined to believe him. He was undoubtedly in cahoots with the diminutive race. I unleashed my conqueror's haki, increasing the intensity of my aura. To my surprise, he held firm, even throwing me a flirtatious glance, stating that someone else was even more eager to kill me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Doflamingo's line whip lashed out. I dodged, and to my astonishment, that flamingo attempted to flee back to the palace, likely sensing trouble at home. In response, Itachi swiftly fired a bullet, imbued with armament haki, blocking Doflamingo's escape. What incredible assist! Doflamingo, now cornered, had no choice but to face me head-on. The lion's roar. I conjured a whirlwind to collide with his line whip, causing the very earth to tremble. Now, this was what one called a battle. Meanwhile, beneath the Colosseum, Rebecca was searching for her father and grandfather amidst the chaos. The liberated gladiators surged forth, eager to confront Doflamingo. Once the crowd had thinned, Cyrus and Wang Liku finally appeared. My subordinates, Heiyu and her companions, were present as well, providing Rebecca with a quick bandaging. Just as they prepared their next move, suddenly, Rebecca and Wang Liku burst into tears. Their memories had returned. The one-legged toy soldier had transformed back into the true Cyrus. The father and daughter embraced, weeping uncontrollably. I tell you, that scene was profoundly emotional. My subordinate, the cat demon, immediately understood. Meow, it seems that Sugar has finally fainted. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the palace. Enel single-handedly held off 4 officers, showcasing his flamboyant prowess. On the other hand, Nilou found herself in a bit of a predicament. Though she effortlessly defeated 2 officers, she encountered an elderly man named Lao Ji. He appeared frail, yet his haki was incredibly formidable. Nilou, lacking haki herself, resorted to brute strength, suffering minor setbacks. Without hesitation, she ordered Violet to take the little princess and flee. The old man attempted to pursue, but Nilou intercepted him with a punch. Their clash sent shockwaves that cracked the walls. As soon as Waieliat departed, Nilou was liberated from her concerns, and her gaze transformed. With a fierce roar, she unleashed a punch even more powerful than before. Lao Ji's aged visage turned ashen, and he retreated in a frenzy. But did this old man think he could escape? Not a chance. I assure you, Nilou had completely lost her mind in that moment, granting no respite to the old man, delivering blow after blow in relentless pursuit. The old fellow, a seasoned survivor, dodged left and right, but ultimately Nilou missed him entirely and obliterated a nearby, load-bearing wall instead. The entire building trembled. Lao Ji's face paled to a ghastly green. What monstrous strength was this? Nevertheless, Nilou's assault showed no signs of abating, her speed akin to a pink lightning bolt, her fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Amidst this intense pressure, a miracle unfolded. Those who understand will know that Nilou underwent an immediate transformation in battle, awakening her Busashoku haki. She felt as if the power coursing through her veins had found an outlet, no longer the foolish brute strength of yore, but imbued with newfound flexibility. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened, she circumvented the still-dazed Lao Ji and charged upwards. She needed to assist Waieliat, for there was yet another officer above. Meanwhile, outside the palace, my comrade Enel, the god of thunder, had concluded his own battle. He single-handedly took down 4 officers. Although he bore wounds himself, his stance was undeniably impressive, standing atop the stone giant Pika, laughing heartily. Yahahaha, what a thrill! Upon finishing his laughter, he began to mutter, lamenting his lack of Busashoku haki, expressing the urgency to train, lest he falter against a master of martial arts in the future. Just as he uttered these words, the cat demon and others arrived, their jaws nearly dropping upon witnessing the aftermath of the battle. The cat demon leapt forth, delivering a reprimand. Well done. But don't let it go to your head. Lord Ka has warned that if you become arrogant, he will personally bring you back to your senses. Meow. Upon hearing Ka's name, Enel immediately complied. As they prepared to enter the palace and broadcast the truth of Dressrosa via the Din Mushi to Fleet Admiral Zhonghua. Another battle intensified elsewhere. I tell you, Ka and Duffulaming were embroiled in a tumultuous clash. Duffulaming's Ito no Mi had awakened, which indeed was formidable, enabling him to convert surrounding objects into thread, momentarily suppressing Ka's Fua no Mi. Yet, Duffulaming's composure shattered. He watched helplessly as his kingdom descended into chaos, all his plans unraveling, while the screen repeatedly showcased the late king's speech, driving him to the brink of apoplexy, rendering him incapable of calm combat. Ka seized upon Duffulaming's explosive temperament, taunting him mercilessly. How does it feel, Duffulaming? Your dreams have been dashed. Doesn't that fill you with despair? Duffulaming, infuriated, howled. Yet with each blow, he recognized his dwindling chances of victory. Ka had completely grasped his strategy. Strangely, he did not flee, but rather slowed his attack rhythm, evidently stalling for time. Ka, perplexed, suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing between the two combatants. I was momentarily stunned. What had fallen from the sky? Upon closer inspection, it was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Seeing his savior arrive, Duffulaming erupted in laughter. Hee, Kaido, you have finally come. No sooner had his laughter subsided than he spread his arms wide, unleashing his ultimate move, the birdcage. The inhabitants of the palace were paralyzed upon witnessing Kaido. Enzo, acting swiftly, contacted Fleet Admiral Zhonghua. Admiral, Kaido has arrived. Send reinforcements. They understood Zhonghua's rigid demeanor. He wouldn't act until he had concrete evidence, promptly activating the Din Mushi to transmit live footage. Surprisingly, this time Zhonghua was quite agreeable, affirming that reinforcements were en route, led by Admiral Kizaru. A sense of security began to settle among them. However, at that moment, Duffulaming appeared at the palace window. He found himself sandwiched between Ka and Kaido, presumably seeking an escape route. All of you brats, get out of my way. Duffulaming initiated with a lethal strike. But the crew aboard the ship was no pushover. Enel, Nilu, and Enzo surged forward. Particularly, Enel wasted no time, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent Duffulaming flying from the window. Duffulaming, momentarily dazed in midair, never imagined that Ka would have an electromagnetic fruit user among his ranks. Just as he steadied himself to charge back, a blizzard enveloped him. The familiar snowflakes instantly recalling memories of Monet. On the other side, Ka was already engaged in combat with Kaido. To be frank, Ka could not match the monstrous Kaido at that moment. He could only rely on the Fua no Mi to soar above, employing a kite-flying strategy. You little brat. If you have the ability, come down here. Kaido stomped in frustration below. Ka, high above, taunted. I want to come down. If you can fly up to me. You waste of space, Kaido. I'm just floating here, enjoying a leisurely stroll. Kaido roared in exasperation. Yet, he understood that his attacks merely grazed Ka's hardened form. If this continued, he would surely be the one to falter. Just as Ka felt he could no longer endure, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, unleashing a cataclysmic blast of fire. Ka's eyes narrowed, and with all his strength, he unleashed a sword strike that miraculously redirected the inferno back towards Kaido himself. With a resounding crash, Kaido's massive dragon form plummeted from the sky. Everyone stood in disbelief. Ka had managed to knock one of the 4 emperors from the heavens. However, Enel and the others understood that this was Ka's ultimate move. His energy was nearly depleted, yet Kaido's vitality had only waned slightly, showing no significant injury. Panic-stricken, Nilu was about to rush out to assist when Enel restrained her. What are you doing? Don't rush. Reinforcements have arrived. Just as Enel finished speaking, a beam of golden light flashed, followed by a lewd voice resonating throughout the area. How terrifying. The 4 Emperor Kaido has arrived. Kizaru, Borisorino, making his dazzling entrance. Kaido, slightly swaying, took to the skies once more, his dragon's mane singed and an X-shaped scar etched upon his forehead, a remnant of his earlier strike. With Kizaru's arrival, Ka finally exhaled in relief, declaring, "Senior, I cannot breach his defenses. I leave the rest to you, while I provide support." Kizaru chuckled. "You are quite aware of your limitations." Upon saying this, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of light bullets, the Hachi Shikajeko, mercilessly bombarding Kaido, creating several gaping wounds. Kaido roared in agony, preparing to unleash fire once more, but Karu seized the moment to teleport in front of him, delivering a strike directly to his eyes. Kaido, startled, closed his eyes hastily, interrupting his breath, his frustration palpable. Kizaru took advantage of this opening to close the distance, attacking with his light sword, leaving Kaido powerless to retaliate, forcing him to revert to human form and wield his kanabo in a desperate attempt with a Raime Bagua. Kizaru effortlessly dodged, cheekily remarking, "Oh dear, how perilous. I almost got disfigured." Observing that this strategy was futile, Karu quickly devised a plan. "Senior, lure him towards the sea. Once he enters the water, I have a way to send him away." Kizaru's eyes lit up. "Oh, what a splendid idea." The following day, naval warships arrived. Dressrosa was adorned with lights, resembling a festive celebration. Karu attributed all the credit to the Navy, leisurely strolling through the streets. He observed the relieved citizens, smiles adorning their faces, feeling that all his efforts had been worthwhile. He gazed at the white threads left by Dufulangming in the distance, pondering the principles behind the awakening of such powers. Just then, Kizaru's familiar figure emerged once more. "Ah, Splendid. You truly deserve the attention of Fleet Admiral Zhangguo. Having already touched upon the thresholds of Kinbunchika Haki and the awakening of your fruit. When I was your age, I possessed none of your talent, truly. The comparison is disheartening. I must tell you, my eyes sparkled with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Kizaru to impart his unique secrets. But guess what happened next? He first nodded, then shook his head, leaving me utterly perplexed. Growing anxious, I urged him, "Senior Pagliasolino, please speak your mind directly, instead of leaving me to decipher riddles." To my surprise, he shrugged, his tone imbued with resignation. "It's not that I wish to withhold information. It's simply that I have yet to reach that realm myself. How can I possibly teach you this little anomaly?" At that moment, I felt as if I had encountered a seasoned elder on the subway. Dear friends, after all this time, one of the 3 admirals, Huang Yuan, was still grappling with the awakening of his devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, he generously shared a wealth of insights with me. He explained that the awakening of a devil fruit is not a one-size-fits-all phenomenon. For paramecia types, it's akin to being fully leveled upon consumption, directly influencing a vast environment, much like Enel, who could eavesdrop on the entire sky island immediately after consuming his fruit. As for Zoan types, awakening is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to master their own body. However, the disparity is significant, like Jack, who is merely scratching the surface, compared to Kaido, who has truly mastered his form. The most complex are the Logia types, each unique without a standard answer. Regarding the method I mentioned for surpassing limits, he acknowledged its possibility, but wouldn't guarantee it. As for the advancement of Kinbunchaku Haki, he candidly admitted he was close to a breakthrough and would teach me once he succeeded. Although I didn't receive a definitive answer, I at least gained a sense of direction. After a conversation, I immediately gathered my crewmates, borrowed the palace training grounds, and began training. My naval comrades watched my fervor with stars in their eyes, whispering about how diligent and impressive I was, causing me to feel a tad bashful. At long last, with the affairs of Dressrosa concluded, we finally set sail. I must tell you, that ball was pure torture. Our feline companion lounged by the ship's edge, exclaiming meow. Finally, no more dancing. A man asked me to dance, and I stepped on his feet a dozen times without him complaining, even asking if my feet hurt. "Sir Admiral, is this what they call asimp?" I laughed and agreed. Indeed, the pure love warrior has fallen. Enel and Niru were nearby, laughing heartily, while only Heiyu maintained her icy demeanor, stifling her laughter. Honestly, if it weren't for Rebecca needing to return home to inherit the throne, I would have loved to coax her aboard. Her talent is too precious to waste as a princess. However, currently, the most diligent on the ship are still Enel and Niru. Suddenly, Enel bellowed, "Yeah, you all chat while I train." It won't be long before I awaken Busashoku. With that, he dashed into the cabin, spurred on by Niru's presence. Ever since Niru awakened Busashoku and mastered the techniques I taught her, her strength has skyrocketed. Yesterday, they sparred 3 times, and Niru decisively won 2 out of 3. This shattered Enel's pride, prompting him to isolate himself for intense training, declaring, "I cannot possibly lose." Niru, aware her strength still fell short, dived into the training room, determined to awaken Kin Bunchaku as well. These two have ignited a competitive spirit, leaving the rest of the crew feeling shy about slacking off. Competition fosters progress, and I relish this atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Whitebeard pirates were experiencing a rather peculiar atmosphere. Izo, after several days, finally returned to the Moby Dick. Upon his return, he knelt before Whitebeard, confessing his unauthorized actions and requesting punishment. Instantly, Marco and the others rushed to assist him, exclaiming, "Izo, what are you doing? We're all brothers. No one blames you." The scene was filled with warmth. Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter, urging him to rise, stating he had questions to ask. Once Izo sat down and gulped down a generous amount of liquor, Whitebeard inquired, "Izo, what are your thoughts on that naval prodigy named Carl?" I must say, Izo held me in high regard. He described me as strong, decisive, talented, and possessing a sense of justice, a veritable amalgamation of Garp and Sengoku. With the fists of Garp and the intellect of Sengoku, I orchestrated the situation with Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Dressrosa with utmost clarity. He concluded with a cautionary note. If this individual grows, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to pirates. Can you guess Whitebeard's response? He grinned widely, "Huh? While he is a danger to pirates, to ordinary folk, individuals like him embody justice. This is what one calls the grand perspective of a Yonko." Marco, sensing the moment, suggested, "Should we seize the opportunity, given my proximity to their territory, and send someone to meet him?" The scene shifted. 5 days later, we arrived at a remarkable location. I was utterly dazzled by the opulence of the Golden City, Girantaizolo. The entire city gleamed in gold. The docks shimmered with gold. Even the seawater reflected blinding golden rays. My crew members were left agape, while only Enel feigned indifference, scoffing, "What's so special about this? The Golden City of my hometown, Sky Island, is 10 times more magnificent." Just then, a colossal fountain erupted, showering the area with golden powder. Surrounding pirates went wild, scrambling to seize it. I shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Do not touch that gold powder." I hastily explained that it was the ability of the Golden Emperor Taizolo's gold fruit. Once any part or body made contact, you would become his puppet. This fellow, like Doflamingo, is a master manipulator. Subsequently, I was summoned to Taizolo's office. In his resplendent office, we exchanged glances in silence for nearly 10 minutes, the air thick with tension. Ultimately, he broke the silence, displaying a hint of submission, and asked about my purpose for visiting, fearing I might dismantle his establishment like I did with Doflamingo's. I reclined casually, sipping tea, and replied, "Mr. Taizolo, there's no need to be anxious. I come bearing orders from Marshal Sengoku to remain in the New World for a while avoiding trouble. So, I thought I might enjoy some hospitality here." I also inquired why he had recently been so conspicuous in recruiting pirates. He chuckled, claiming he was merely seeking some expendable labor. This old fox was certainly concealing something. However, it mattered little, as I planned to stay for a few days, perfect for idling about. After dismissing Taizolo, I took a stroll. I must tell you, while the Golden City appears glamorous, it harbors a dark underbelly. Upon activating my Kin Bunchaku, I indeed caught wind of a black market transaction. One party involved was a figure clad in a white mask and a white trench coat, CP0. the world government's lapdogs. The object of their transaction was a blue-haired girl, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, confined within a cage, filthy and disheveled. The trafficker boasted that this girl was the princess of the Music Island. Nicknamed the Sea Witch Princess, a user of the Song Song fruit, capable of commanding sea kings with her voice. Once the deal was concluded, CP0 carried the girl away. How could I allow the celestial dragon's lackeys to traffic humans right under my nose? I stealthily followed the traffickers, dispatching them in a secluded corner, then soared into the air, pursuing CP0. The CP0 agent, ever vigilant, navigated through dark alleys, effortlessly dispatching a few muggers who dared to approach. I trailed him closely until he halted abruptly, turning without looking back, saying, "Friend in the sky, you've been following me for quite some time. Why not come down and have a chat?" I landed directly before him. Upon seeing my naval uniform, he paused, recognition dawning upon him, and his tone dripped with mockery. I never expected the renowned Admiral Carl to appear here. How surprising. I fixed my gaze on the girl he carried, coldly inquiring, "CP0, is it? Human trafficking is a grave crime." He chuckled. "What a joke. This is clearly the material belonging to the Tianlongren. You, a mere waste, are not even worthy to gesticulate before me. Get lost." I was infuriated at that moment. A mere dog of the Tianlongren dares to bark in front of me? He immediately lost his composure, thrusting a finger coated in hockey toward my forehead. I did not flinch, hardening my forehead with hockey to receive the blow. With a crack, his finger broke instantly. The expression beneath his mask was likely akin to seeing a ghost. And then, there was nothing more. I sent him to meet his maker. Swiftly and decisively, I rescued the girl named Eintir and brought her back to the ship. To my surprise, my crew was utterly captivated upon seeing such a lovely girl. Their eyes widened as if questioning, "How did you manage to bring back another one?" I hurriedly explained that I had rescued her. The girl timidly asked if she had been sold into slavery. I tousled her hair and assured her that she was free now, as we were the Navy. Just as I finished speaking, she fainted. After a quick examination by Heiyu, I learned that she hadn't eaten for nearly 3 days, and Ailu was heartbroken, immediately scolding the human traffickers. Had I not dealt with them, she might have truly gone to tear them apart. I urged her to tend to the drunken Ainalu. It was his first time drinking, and I feared he might perish at the bar. Upon hearing this, the cat demon darted to the kitchen, meowing in preparation for food. Meanwhile, Jess and Enzo lounged on the sofa, staring at the newly arrived Eintir with a lecherous yet satisfied grin. Who understands? My ship is filled with LSPs. But truth be told, Eintir looked entirely different after a proper wash. Early the next morning, I was summoned by Tan Zhong, one of Tai Zolo's golden subordinates, who informed me that the boss requested my presence. I surmised that the others were likely still nursing hangovers, so I did not call them, only informing the earliest riser. Eintir, to let everyone know that the day would continue as a holiday. They could either roll or lie down as they pleased. When I told Eintir this, her nod caused her aquamarine hair to sway, and her pure, innocent smile was simply enchanting. Tan Zhong beside her was left dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. I could not help but marvel. This girl, who looked so dusty yesterday, had transformed into a mesmerizing sea demon today. I slapped Tan Zhong on the head. Enough staring. You're about to drool on the deck. Quickly lead the way. In no time, we arrived at Tai Zolo's office. Upon entering, I furrowed my brow. The man's complexion was as dark as a pot's bottom, and beside him stood a man in a black suit, while the bodies of the human traffickers lay on the floor. The only difference was that the CP0 body was missing. Tai Zolo, seeing me act as if nothing had happened, casually flopped onto the sofa and even had Tan Zhong pour me a drink, which infuriated me further. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Brigadier General Carl, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. While I also despise human traffickers, isn't it a bit underhanded to create such a scene on my territory? The most critical point is that the CP0, who was negotiating with them, has mysteriously vanished. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Let me tell you, his tone was delightfully smug, seizing the opportunity to question the Navy, which made him feel quite pleased. But could I allow him that satisfaction? I simply slouched back, propping my leg up, sipped my drink, and lazily replied, Taizolo, you need to understand your own identity. You are a pirate. What right do you have to interrogate me? I killed those men. Is there an issue? I saved the girl. Do you have an objection? As for the CP0, I didn't TC them. I don't know. You can surf for them yourselves. Why ask me? Upon hearing this, Taizolo was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Truly deserving of being a newcomer in the Navy, daring to confront even the CP0. You've done what we would never dare to do. It turned out that the CP0 was specifically monitoring him, and my uproar had effectively granted him a reprieve. In his joy, he declared, in light of your agreeable disposition, I will promptly provide you with information regarding Doflamingo. Today I am in a good mood, and I will even offer you an additional piece of intel for free. What do you say? Good heavens, this unexpected windfall hit me like a ton of bricks. I quickly thought to test the waters. Could you help me look into the ancient weapons? He sprang up from his chair, drenched in sweat. Are you mad? That is forbidden. The Gorus EI has strictly prohibited it. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, I shrugged and changed my request. All right, then tell me, what kind of scum occupies Ynir's homeland? He finally relaxed and informed me that they were a ragtag group under the Beast Pirates, led by a bounty of only 500 million. That was sufficient for me. After 3 days of waiting, Taizolo finally relayed the information about Doflamingo. That fellow was currently in the land of Wa, having tea with Big Mom. And rumor had it that Kaido was also present. Good heavens, the 4 emperors having a tea party. What a world-altering event. Upon receiving the intel, I immediately set off with my crew. As we departed from the Golden City, I was struck again by the bizarre luck of encountering Bartholomew Kuma. We exchanged glances as we passed by, saying nothing. However, I knew he recognized my identity, and I made it clear to him my stance on his boss long. This matter is lengthy, but in short, it laid the groundwork for myself. Our ship had not sailed far when Enzo suddenly shouted, Lord Carl, there's a coffin-shaped vessel ahead. Wait, S. Dracul, Mihawk, S. ship. I was stunned. Having just sent off one Shichibukai, another appeared. This world-renowned swordsman, the greatest of them all, was drifting in a tiny boat, letting the wind guide him. Upon seeing us, he surprisingly approached, his eagle-like sharp gaze fixed upon me, and bluntly stated, Shall we spar? I couldn't help but chuckle, jokingly saying, Isn't it a bit unfair for the world's greatest swordsman to challenge a mere brigadier general like me? To my astonishment, he replied earnestly, Are you scared? That infuriated me. Who is scared? Just as I was about to draw my sword, my warrior subordinate Enzo stepped forward, sword pointed at Mihawk, confidently announcing, If you wish to spar with the brigadier general, you'll have to go through me first. I thought to myself, this could be promising. Mihawk genuinely seemed intrigued, drawing his black sword Yuru. It's worth noting that when he fought Zoro, he initially used a toy knife. I promptly sat back. This was an excellent opportunity for my subordinate to gain experience. Perhaps after this duel, he would awaken his haki. Enzo's swift swordplay was indeed impressive, but against Mihawk, it was insufficient. Within a few exchanges, Enzo was knocked aside and lost consciousness. I helped him to the side, stood up, and drew my blades. All right, warm-up is over. It's my turn now. The duel between Mihawk and me was nothing short of cataclysmic. When our swords clashed, the surrounding sea erupted in a massive wave. While fighting, I grumbled, Hey, take it easy. If my warship gets damaged, I'll have to pay for it. His strikes were forceful and heavy, each swing threatening to cleave mountains and split rocks. I had to desperately redirect his sword energy into the sea, or my ship would be sunk on the spot. As the battle progressed, I found myself somewhat intoxicated with the thrill, instinctively utilizing my devil fruit powers to enhance my speed, relentlessly pressing him. I cornered him against the ship's edge, and he retaliated with a sky-splitting slash that even cleaved through the clouds. I barely dodged, losing a tuft of hair in the process. I sheathed my sword, panting, No more fighting, I concede. In pure swordsmanship, I have lost. If we continue, one of us might end up in the sea. Mihawk also sheathed his sword and surprisingly inquired, Where are you headed? To the island of sea demons. It's on the way. I was taken aback. Just like that, our ship unexpectedly gained the world's greatest swordsman as an uninvited guest. 3 days later, We finally arrived at the island of sea demons. Who understands? The scene was nothing short of a hellish spectacle. The port was littered with drifting corpses and severed limbs, attracting a swarm of piranhas and sea monsters. Utilizing my observation hockey, I scanned the entire island and discovered that aside from a grand mansion where a party was in full swing, there were scarcely any survivors. Even Enelu, the former tyrant, was gritting his teeth in rage, exclaiming, "These damned bastards." My expression turned icy as I gestured to my four subordinates, Nilu, Enelu, Enzo, and Jess. Go forth. If the individuals inside are the culprits, leave none alive. No sooner had I spoken than my subordinates sprang into action, as if invigorated. Enelu let out a peculiar laugh and instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing ahead with uncontainable eagerness. Jess was even more dramatic, summoning a blizzard in his wake, coating our ship's deck in a layer of frost, truly impressive. Nilu sprinted on foot, moving with the swiftness of shadow, closely trailing the two formidable figures. Meanwhile, Enzo, the swordsman, lagged behind, embodying a serene composure. After all, as a swordsman, he prioritized attack and skill over agility, which he lacked slightly. At that moment, Endure, the young lady, emerged from the cabin and was visibly shaken by the hellish scene on the island, her face paling in horror. Standing at the bow of the ship, I observed the oblivious piranhas attempting to scavenge from the chaos, and I was filled with fury. I unleashed a wave of conqueror's hockey across the ocean, bellowing, "Begone!" Instantly, the world fell silent, and those creatures fled in terror. To my surprise, my hawk, who stood beside me, nodded in approval, remarking, "Impressive conqueror's hockey." I rolled my eyes in exasperation, thinking, what do you know? Engaging in conversation with him was a trial. He was a true conversation terminator, incapable of producing anything of substance. Just as I was feeling awkward, I suddenly wondered, where's Aelin? A quick scan with my observation hockey revealed that he had somehow made his way to the shore unnoticed, as if he had activated an invisibility cloak. I hurried over to inquire about his intentions, and after a moment of contemplation, he pointed towards the distant battlefield, his eyes filled with bloodlust, uttering, "I want to kill, to slay pirates." The intensity of his gaze was unmistakable, brimming with repressed anger and hatred. It seemed this child carried a heavy burden, though his strength was lacking. His spirit could not be extinguished. I exchanged a few brief words with Heiyu before flying him to the heart of the battlefield. However, by the time we arrived, the battle was nearly over. Enelu and his companions had displayed remarkable efficiency, leaving a field strewn with the corpses of pirates, with only the captain still standing. These pirates were mere lackeys, newcomers to the new world who had not even lasted a year, utterly outmatched by my subordinates. Just as I thought the matter was settled, Heiyu suddenly communicated to me, through his ability, that someone was approaching the ship. My heart sank, and I quickly returned, only to be met with a shocking sight as I stepped aboard. I was astounded to find Shanks, the red-haired, the Emperor of the Sea, casually conversing with my hawk aboard my ship. My heart raced, yet I had to maintain my composure. The aura of the four emperors was undeniably formidable. His crew, including Ben Beckman, remained on their own ship, watching me intently, their gazes laden with pressure. With a cheerful demeanor, Shanks approached and said, "You must be Rear Admiral Carl, the new star of the Navy." Quite the handsome figure. In an instant, I retreated, uncertain of his intentions. He raised his hands innocently and stated, "Is it necessary to be so on edge? I merely wish to greet you. After all, you captured my ally, Monkey D. Luffy, as well as the son of my old captain, Ace." Before I could respond, an overwhelming wave of conqueror's hockey erupted from him, causing the clouds above to swirl chaotically and darken the sky. My ship began to creak and groan, with visible cracks appearing. Astonishingly, his hockey seemed capable of inflicting physical damage. This was utterly outrageous. Aside from Endure, who fainted from the overwhelming pressure, the others surprisingly held their ground. Enraged, I drew my sword and pointed at him, declaring, "Shanks, if you seek a confrontation, then let it begin. If you are merely passing through, I request you leave at once. Your presence aboard my warship will certainly reach Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and I may lose my position." Just as I finished confronting Shanks, My din-din mushy rang, sounding like a death knell. The moment it was answered, Sengoku's voice came through, filled with exasperation. Kid, stop gallivanting around and return to headquarters immediately. Upon inquiry, I learned that the Celestial Dragons had lodged a complaint against me, claiming I had abducted their slave, referring to Endure, and injured CP0 agents. To complicate matters, one of the CP0 agents had a father who was a high-ranking Celestial Dragon. This stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Sengoku informed me that the Gorosei had originally managed to suppress the issue, but the foolish Celestial Dragons bypassed them to apply pressure on him. He advised me to return quickly to avoid the storm, suggesting that in a few months, their ire would subside. I understood the implications. The Gorosei were cunning, playing a treacherous game. They first pretended to assist me, then deliberately left a loophole for the Celestial Dragons to trouble me, watching how I would respond. If I backed down, they would be pleased. If I stood my ground, they would have a reason to suppress me. This tactic of using others to eliminate threats was masterfully executed. I mentioned to Sengoku my suspicion that Shanks intended to orchestrate a prison break. The old man shot back, "Do not report unsubstantiated speculation to me. It serves no purpose." Fine, I thought I would keep my mouth shut. After hanging up, I ordered the ship to turn back and return to headquarters. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew somewhat somber on the way back. Aelin, at last, opened up about his past under the encouragement of the others. It turned out he was once a prince of a small nation, confined in the palace and feeling exceedingly lonely. Eventually, he encountered Reiju, the leader of Germa 66, who deceived him into believing she could help him escape the palace, only to extract all the military intelligence from his country. The following day, his homeland was obliterated. In a twist of fate, Reiju eventually had a change of heart and did rescue him, sending him off in a small boat. Thus, this boy had lived in regret and isolation for the past decade, harboring resentment towards Reiju, but even more towards himself for his naivety, which led to the downfall of his entire nation. We all fell silent after hearing his tale. While one could argue that he brought this upon himself, it was undeniably tragic. Surprisingly, it was Endure, the girl whose hometown had just been slaughtered, who went to comfort him. Perhaps it was true that shared suffering could forge bonds. The two recounted their experiences to each other, finding solace in their shared plight, which significantly eased their emotional turmoil. As the ship sailed on, I suddenly received an extremely confidential message. From whom, you might ask? Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Previously, I had asked Kuma to convey my desire for a meeting, yet I never expected him to respond so swiftly. He requested to meet on an uninhabited island. I instructed Aelin and the others to anchor the ship at a distance, proceeding alone to the island. This matter was too sensitive to involve anyone else. Upon our meeting, I immediately adopted a demeanor of contrition, apologizing profusely. Mr. Dragon, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your son's identity at the time of his capture. By the time I learned the truth, it was too late. I truly regret this. My acting skills could earn me an Oscar. Dragon was forthright, not one to beat around the bush, and directly asked me what I intended to do. I replied, joining your ranks is out of the question. Our ideologies conflict slightly. However, I can provide you with valuable intelligence regarding Impel Down to assist you. I detailed the whereabouts of the Warlord of the Sea and shared some insights on the inner workings of Impel Down. My motivations were twofold. First, to gain a personal favor from him so that in the event I needed to escape the Navy, I would have a safety net. Secondly, I do not wish for his life to be lost in vain within the confines of the Push City. It serves no purpose. I subtly hinted to him that during the war at the top, Whitebeard would inevitably perish, and when that moment arrives, the defense of Push City will be vulnerable, presenting the optimal opportunity to rescue Luffy. After contemplating for a considerable duration, Long ultimately acquiesced. We exchanged a specialized din-din mushi for direct communication. This maneuver, I rated myself a perfect score of 100. Following our encounter with Long, we resumed our journey. After 2 days, we finally arrived at the G5 branch. I remained cautious, instructing the warship to anchor outside the harbor while I ventured in alone for supplies. Upon entering the base, I encountered a burly man adorned with sunglasses, Vice Admiral Virgo, the commander of G5. With a cheerful demeanor, I approached him, inquiring if the supplies we had previously discussed were ready, as I was quite eager to utilize them. He dismissed me entirely, not even granting me a glance. My Kinbunchika haki was continuously activated, and I had long sensed that the surrounding Marines were stealthily encircling me, with several snipers perched on the rooftops. The atmosphere felt ominous. Finally, Virgo spoke, his tone as frigid as ice. "Carl, you must think highly of yourself. Of all people to offend, you chose the Celestial Dragons, understanding the implications." I realized this was a personal vendetta masquerading as authority. Without hesitation, I unleashed my Conqueror's haki, and with a thunderous impact, half of the Marines collapsed, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Virgo, however, stood firm, though beads of sweat appeared on his brow. He removed his naval coat, revealing his muscular physique. As his armament haki enveloped him, pointing at me, he declared, "I can strike you, but you must not retaliate. Otherwise, you will instantly be branded a traitor of Navy." A personal vendetta, indeed? I scoffed, dismissing him entirely. For the sake of avenging Don Quixote da Flamingo, he was truly relentless. However, did he truly believe he could contend with me? I directly exposed his identity. Upon hearing that I was aware of this, he lost his composure, bellowing, "I will not allow you to speak of the young master in such a manner." With the remnants of his sanity, he lunged at me with a punch. I deftly sidestepped, and with a mere flick, accompanied by a flash of black, I severed his remaining arm. This man was indeed formidable, despite losing both arms. He knelt silently, drenched in perspiration, unable to maintain his armament haki. Yet, he stubbornly insisted, "Even if I perish, the young master will not. You have offended the Celestial Dragons and will meet the same fate. Is that so?" I laughed disdainfully, retrieving a shell-like object from my pocket. "Do you know what this is?" He looked utterly bewildered. I waved the din-din mushy in my hand, a specialty from the Sky Island, capable of recording sound. Initially, it was merely a keepsake, but unexpectedly, it proved useful today. I proceeded to play back his earlier words. "I will not allow you to speak of the young master in such a manner," several times before him. I assure you, his expression shifted from ashen to ghostly pale, faster than a Sichuan opera face change. "You despicable Navy! How dare you plot against me?" He seethed. "And what of it? If you possess the capability, go ahead and bite me. Can you truly bite?" Just as I mocked him, he abruptly surged forward, using his haki-infused forehead to charge at me with all his might. However, he evidently underestimated my reflexes. I responded with a swift slap, sending him flying, rendered unconscious. Just as I resolved the matter, the remaining personnel at G5 reported the incident to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The old man, fuming, sighed heavily on the phone, venting to Carp beside him. "I never anticipated that this little brat, Carl, would truly embody your shadow from the past. No matter where he goes, he leaves a trail of news. Look at this, Dressrosa, Gold City, Punk Hazard, and now G5. I am practically a walking demolition chief, blowing up everywhere I go." Carp, having been dozing off, stirred awake and asked, "Did that rascal Carl cause trouble again?" Sengoku, exasperated, snatched the sunbae from Carp, crunching it as he replied, "Indeed. However, this time it's a blessing. We've captured an undercover agent nestled within our Navy, the very commander of the G5 base. Most importantly, he is a mole planted by Doflamingo." As Sengoku finished speaking, Carp burst into laughter, not sparing any dignity. "Ha. How does it feel, Sengoku? Did you get smacked in the face? I told you that Doflamingo was up to no good, but you wouldn't listen. And now, our Carl has substantiated it." Sengoku's face darkened, but he could not refute it. Acknowledging his misjudgment, he sighed, "Forget that for now." However, Virgo's exposure was instigated by the Celestial Dragons. Upon hearing this, I sensed the complexity of the situation. Carp was equally stunned, inquiring, "What a coincidence." Sengoku nodded, his expression grave. Indeed, Carl's actions were mere happenstance, yet he inadvertently resolved his own predicament. But the Celestial Dragons will not let this slide. I must find a way to recall him to headquarters. He insisted on taking Carp to meet the Gorosei. Carp was decidedly reluctant, exclaiming, "I have no desire to meet those 5 old geezers." Just then, the office din-din mushy rang. After Sengoku answered, his expression grew even more strained. Hanging up, he turned to Carp. "Let us go. There's no escaping this. The Gorosei have summoned us, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru. None of us can evade this meeting." While chaos unfolded at Marineford, our protagonist Carl had already set sail. After reporting the events at G5 to Sengoku, he immediately headed back at full speed. The undercover Virgo was currently bound like a mummy, his entire body wrapped in bandages and chains, leaving only his head exposed. One might think he was a recently unearthed pharaoh from a pyramid. As the ship sailed with great enthusiasm, suddenly, a shadow zipped across the sky. I looked up, and to my astonishment, a massive, toothless wyvern engulfed in purple flames soared above. This creature circled the skies, its gaze fixated on Carl's Commodore-level warship. Ah, a Navy Commodore? Isn't this the little brat who once bested Kaido? This wyvern, known as Jin from the Beast Pirates, quickly dove down without hesitation. He thought, although he was on a mission for Kaido, a brief display of shock against this brat wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Just as he was about to strike, a bolt of lightning descended. Enel had made his move. The colossal pillar of thunder engulfed Jin. But guess what? In the next moment, Jin emerged from the lightning, unscathed. Not a single spark on him. He sneered disdainfully. "Is that all? The rumble fruit? It pales in comparison to a marine admiral." Before he could finish his taunt, a raging blizzard enveloped him. It was Jace. The powers of the snow fruit instantly diminished the flames on Jin, slowing his speed. Jin, taken aback, thought, what? Another Logia user? He only knew that Carl had an arrogant thunder god named Enel, but he had no idea of this hidden ace. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, Jin was a vice admiral, his strength undeniable. He ignited his flames fiercely, melting the snow and ice. Just then, a sharp slash flew toward him, with haki enveloping his wings. Jin countered the strike effortlessly, scoffing, "Is that all?" However, as his words faded, a figure silently appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Jin's Kinbunchaku was activated, and he smirked derisively. A sneak attack? Just as he prepared to retaliate, his pupils constricted, because the true attack came from the front. Carl himself had appeared before him, unleashing an unprecedentedly swift slash. With a sudden sound as powerful as the flames of a cataclysm, a deep wound that exposed bone was left on his body. Yenzai Jin was stunned. The speed was utterly astonishing. Just as he intended to retaliate, Carl's second strike arrived. Yenzai Jin hurriedly used his armed color haki to defend, resulting in a loud bang as the two stood locked in midair. Carl calmly inquired, "Yenzai Jin, it seems I have not provoked you, have I?" Yenzai Jin replied arrogantly, "We are enemies. Is a reason necessary? You have disgraced the Beast Pirates, and today I shall teach you a lesson." Saying this, he drew his long blade and unleashed a massive slashing attack. But guess what? Carl stood there unmoving. Just when the slash was about to strike his face, an invisible wall of wind suddenly appeared, shattering the attack into fragments. I must tell you, this is Carl's new ability acquired after mastering the wind element, characterized by effortless elegance. Yenzai Jin, since we have crossed paths, there is no escape. As soon as Carl's words fell, he vanished. The next moment, a torrential storm of attacks engulfed Yenzai Jin. With his dual blades paired with the Moku no Mi, Carl was virtually invincible in the sky, leaving Yenzai Jin with no chance to counter. Forced into a desperate defense, completely bewildered, Yenzai Jin finally understood why Jack did not dare to mention fighting Carl upon his return. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided beating. In a furious roar, flames surged around him as he prepared for a final struggle. Sensing the ominous nature of the fire, Carl swiftly retreated, countering with a lion's majesty technique. Instantly, a dozen colossal water spouts connecting sky and sea formed, trapping Yenzai Jin in the center. The scene was reminiscent of the legendary battle between the Golden Lion and Roger. Yenzai Jin fought desperately, weaving through the gaps in the waterspouts, ultimately managing to escape, albeit barely, thanks to his agility. Observing his fleeing figure, Carl chose not to pursue. merely dispersing his abilities while contemplating. It seems the fruit has not awakened. It still lacks a certain essence. However, with this level of strength on the seas, aside from the 4 Emperor's generals, no one can threaten me. Upon returning to his ship, the crew gazed at him in awe, as if beholding a deity. Carl waved them off, urging them not to be overly astonished and to resume their training. Once the crew dispersed, Jess approached with concern, asking, "Commander, after your return, what about the celestial dragons?" Carl reassured him, stating he could handle it and would not implicate them. He also made it clear to everyone that following him came with risks, and those who wished to leave could do so upon reaching the headquarters. Yet, to his surprise, not a single person chose to depart. Nilu spoke on behalf of them all, declaring, "Only by following the captain can we feast and grow stronger." What astonished Carl even more was the stunning beauty, Inter, whom he had rescued. She also chose to stay and boldly proposed to be Carl's personal attendant. I must tell you, while she spoke, she intentionally leaned closer to Carl, and the scene nearly overwhelmed him, leaving him with no choice but to agree in a daze. Having resolved these matters, Carl considered the journey to the headquarters would take a few days, so he decided to explore the Sabeti archipelago, particularly to see the so-called supernovas, especially the user of the Ope No Mi, Trafalgar Law. However, fate has a whimsical way of unfolding. Before they reached Sabeti, they encountered love around a corner at sea. A gigantic desert ship appeared on the horizon, and aboard was none other than Katakuri, the chief of the big Amoem pirates. Even more explosively, Carl, using his Kinbunchika haki, discovered that Doflamingo had been captured by Katakuri and was imprisoned in the ship's hold. Without a moment's hesitation, Carl led his men into action. The clash of their haki rent the skies. Katakuri coldly stated, "Doflamingo is still of use to Mama. I cannot hand him over to you," to which Carl decisively commanded, "Enel, Nilu, just you four go in and find him. I will hold him off." An intense battle erupted instantly. Carl and Katakuri fought fiercely, but Carl was acutely aware that Big Mom's reinforcements were certainly on their way, and he needed to conclude this swiftly. He immediately altered his strategy, shouting to Enel and the others, "You four, hold him off for 10 minutes. Doflamingo is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Carl darted towards the ship's hold. Katakuri, foreseeing the move, attempted to intercept, but Enel and the others coordinated in an instant, unleashing a barrage of lightning, ice, slashes, and punches. Though they could not injure Katakuri, that brief moment of obstruction was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Carl rushed to Doflamingo, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Once airborne, that was Carl's domain. Katakuri could only watch helplessly, filled with anxious frustration. At that moment, Katakuri's transponder snail rang, and Big Mom's authoritative voice resonated. "Katakuri, hold those Marines off. I shall be there shortly." Katakuri's spirit surged anew. Meanwhile, Carl learned of this through Enel. He glanced at Doflamingo beneath his foot, raised his blade, and swiftly cleaved him in two. Just as he dealt with Doflamingo, Carl spotted a colossal cake ship crashing through the waves in the distance. Standing at the bow was none other than the formidable Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Before she even arrived, a cataclysmic slash cleaved across the sea towards him. Carl's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his blades for full defense. With a thunderous boom, he was jolted, his arms going numb. A chill ran down his spine. He could not win, not at all. He had to flee. Without hesitation, he dove back onto Katakuri's ship, catching him off guard with a kick that sent him flying, then shouted to his crew, "Everyone hold on tight. Prepare to set sail." In the blink of an eye, Carl activated the Moku no Mi, lifting the entire warship into the sky amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. Charlotte Linlin, riding on her thundercloud Zeus, chased after, her voice echoing in fury. "Marine brat, you want to escape?" She was relentless in her pursuit, determined to crush this promising marine prodigy before he could truly flourish. I must tell you, this old woman has truly lost her mind, resolute in her intent to eliminate me. Why? Simply because I am a Marine. If I were a pirate, she would likely not even glance my way. But alas, I am a Marine, a potential threat, and that irks her deeply. She believes I will be a significant problem in the future, and thus, I must be extinguished in my infancy. This news spread faster than wildfire. My earlier standoff with Katakuri, my defeat of Yin Zai Jin, and my even match with Marco, though the outside world remained unaware, had long circulated within the ranks of the four emperors. And now, my chase with Big Mom was being broadcasted live by the sensationalist Morgans. Hundreds of newsbirds flitted about like a relay race. One would be shot down, only to be immediately replaced by another. The affluent districts around the globe were likely glued to the live broadcast, while the two protagonists, Big Mom and I, remained oblivious, utterly focused on our desperate struggle. I truly could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. A slight lapse could lead to her blade crashing onto my ship, forcing me to abandon it. Likewise, if she faltered, Enel's lightning and Jess's cannonballs would surely send her to the depths of the sea. In the sky, my Moku Nomi reigned supreme, while her reliance on Zeus was far too juvenile for aerial combat. I quickly inquired of our navigator, Ireland, how long until we reach Sabaody? She glanced at the nautical chart, her face paling. Captain, at this speed, it will take at least 3 hours. Moreover, a storm is approaching, which will only slow us down further. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. 3 hours? How could we endure that? Just then, the three homies, Big Mom's hat, the sun, and the cloud, began fervently advising her. Mama, don't chase any longer. If you do, we will enter the marine encirclement. Manga, a storm is coming. It will be difficult to fly. Yet this old woman, as stubborn as a mule, refused to heed any counsel. Silence. Today, if I do not eliminate him, I shall never return. As soon as the words left my lips, a torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by howling winds that hindered our pace. I was grappling with how to cast her into the sea and be free of her when suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed a dark ship adorned with a dragon's head on the surface of the water. Family, who understands? The moment I saw that vessel, a smile broke upon my face. A savior had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, I conjured a whirlwind and charged towards Charlotte Lingling, embracing an offensive strategy. Simultaneously, from another direction, a cerulean whirlwind materialized, joining forces with me to ambush her. Upon witnessing my audacity to confront her, the matriarch erupted in fury. Retaliating with a devastating move, I clashed with her head-on, and the outcome was predictable. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Alas, my raw strength still fell short. However, this exchange was worthwhile. My true target was not her, but the thundercloud Zeus beneath her feet. My strike significantly diminished Zeus's size. The trouble was, if the matriarch so much as grazed it, it could be restored to full power in an instant. Yet in that crucial moment, the mysterious cerulean whirlwind unexpectedly struck Zeus again with considerable force. This blow incapacitated Zeus for a considerable time. Charlotte Lingling instantly lost her ability to fly and plummeted towards the sea. Before she fell, she fixed her gaze on that dragon-headed ship, unleashing a furious roar. Bastards! You wretches! Do not let me catch you! The next moment, I was taken aback. Can you guess who boarded my ship? Admiral Kuzan. He strolled over from the sea, casually carrying a bicycle, and immediately informed me, "You saw nothing, or else I won't be courteous." I couldn't help but laugh. I realized that the cerulean whirlwind was his doing. He even claimed I hadn't seen anything, yet I clearly witnessed him racing across the sea on a bicycle. Once we had settled down, we enjoyed a drink in the cabin. He inquired how I managed to send the matriarch away. Could I tell the truth? Could I admit that the leader of the Revolutionary Army had assisted me? Certainly not. I spun a tale, claiming that the storm arrived just in time, and I seized the opportunity, bolstered by my comrades, to execute a successful ambush. After all, he wouldn't be able to question every detail, and I managed to gloss over the incident. Kazan did not pry further. Instead, he regarded me with admiration, stating that it was remarkable for someone so young to have squared off against the four emperors twice. He even likened me to the young carp, remarking that we were both tempestuous troublemakers, yet always capable of achieving great feats, serving as the Marshal-S cleanup crew. Hearing such praise was indeed flattering. He mentioned that Marshal Sengoku had borne considerable burdens on my behalf, and even the Gorosei were pleased with my elimination of Don Quixote Doflamingo, specifically requesting to meet me. Upon arriving at the Sabati archipelago, I assisted Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit in capturing a supernova, the being Aphie. Family, who understands? The way Peach Rabbit looked at me was nothing short of captivating. She insisted on pulling me back to headquarters for a chat, but I had no time for that. I informed her that I needed to meet the Gorosei and the Marshal before hastily departing. As I left, her gaze was filled with longing. Speaking of which, the supernovas at Sabati were indeed unfortunate. According to the original plot, the Navy was disinterested in their affairs. However, due to my prior actions in removing the local commander, Peach Rabbit was dispatched to take charge. Given her nature, how could she tolerate those unruly supernovas leaping about under her watch? She is currently apprehending them one by one, and they will likely be packaged off to impel down. I paid them no mind and directly sought out my objective, Trafalgar Law. Upon finding him, without preamble, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki to assert dominance. I then cut to the chase. Brother, do you wish to become a warlord of the sea? I can guarantee it. He was momentarily taken aback. I continued, I will assist you in rising to power and enhancing your strength. In return, you will recruit troops in the New World and establish Punk Hazard as your base. Should anything arise, simply mention my name in Dressrosa, and they will assist you. This clever lad quickly questioned why I would trust a pirate like him. I looked him in the eye and delivered a silencing retort. If Corazon had not perished, but instead brought you back to the Navy, would you not have become a pirate? He fell silent. Thus, the agreement was sealed. I spent the night teaching him the methods for mastering armament and observation Haki, helped him code his ship, and sent him off to Fishman Island. I noticed Drake's ship sneaking away as well, but I paid it no mind, considering him one of my own. The following morning, I bid farewell to Peach Rabbit and the others, then flew back to Navy headquarters. Upon opening the door to the Marshal S office, I was taken aback. What a gathering of naval luminaries. Marshal Sengoku, Old Man Carp, the three admirals, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and dozens of veteran rear admirals were present. It resembled an awards ceremony. Upon spotting me, Rear Admiral Squirrel was thrilled. Kid, it's only been 3 months, and you've grown to this extent. However, before I could exchange pleasantries, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up, nearly sending me out the door. She smiled warmly at me, and before all present, casually remarked, Carl, what do you plan to do about Peach Rabbit? That girl has had feelings for you for quite some time. I was instantly drenched in sweat. Family. This atmosphere was far too intense. Being urged towards marriage in front of all the leaders. I stammered, attempting to explain, but my words were a jumbled mess. Carp was laughing so hard he could barely stand, while Kizuru and Kuzan struggled to suppress their mirth, with a kind of maintaining a stoic expression. It was Sengoku who came to my rescue, suggesting that matters of youth should be resolved by themselves. He then shifted the topic, announcing a meeting of the warlords of the sea, as Doflamingo's position had become vacant and needed to be filled. He initially intended for Kizuru to handle the logistics, while Tsuru recruited new members. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity and stood up to claim the task. Marshal, allow me to gather the warlords of the sea. I can fly quickly. As for recruiting a new warlord, I have a recommendation. Trafalgar Law. The room fell silent, and all heads turned to me. Once the arrangement was settled, Sengoku took me directly to Mary Geos to meet the Gorosei. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere was stifling. The 5 elders scrutinized me as if I were a criminal, while Sengoku and I stood firm, neither yielding. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash, and the CP0 agent I had previously injured burst in, flanked by a rather peculiar-looking celestial dragon. Upon seeing me, the celestial dragon barked like a rabid dog. Gorosei, this filthy commoner has finally arrived. Today I must kill him myself. What a twisted mindset, indeed. The bald Gorosei commanded him to quiet down, reminding him that the matter was in the past. However, the fool drew a gun and aimed it at me, shouting at the Gorosei, I'm a celestial dragon. I can command you. I couldn't help but laugh. I turned on my heel and began to walk away, muttering, oh, a celestial dragon can command the Gorosei? Then perhaps I should leave the Navy sooner rather than later. Sengoku was bewildered, unsure of my intentions. Indeed, My provocation caused the bearded Gorosei to erupt in a thunderous roar. "Have you had enough?" His voice resonated with authority, clearly a trained orator. He pointed at the celestial dragon, his face turning green with anger. "If you persist, I will convene an emergency meeting and strip you of your celestial dragon status." The celestial dragon was left dumbfounded, likely not anticipating that the Gorosei would confront him on my behalf. Yet, he was only bold enough to utter threats, hastily retreating as if his life depended on it. After all, if his celestial dragon status were truly revoked, I shudder to think of his fate. As I journeyed back to the naval headquarters, the venerable Jean Gua commenced yet another of his political lectures, repeating himself ad nauseum, to the point where my ears felt nearly calloused. He expounded on the Tianlongren, proclaiming them to be scum, yet simultaneously wielders of power, suggesting that one should avoid provoking them whenever possible. Even in the face of provocation, we must endure. As the Gorosei currently protect me due to my utility in resolving issues such as the defeat of Doflamingo and the capture of a significant spy, which has garnered me considerable merit. Throughout his discourse, I merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wisdom to afford him the respect he sought. Observing my understanding demeanor, the old man finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon returning to headquarters, to my astonishment, I was promoted to Rear Admiral. I pondered the merits of my achievements and thought that a Vice Admiral rank would be more fitting. However, they argued that I had only been there for 3 months, my experience insufficient, and that attaining the rank of Vice Admiral at 20 was deemed too youthful, contrary to regulations. I internally rolled my eyes, recalling how individuals like Akainu had ascended to similar ranks at a comparable age. Nevertheless, I shrugged off the insignificance of military titles, as my strength speaks volumes. After the ceremony, I promptly summoned Enilu and the others for a brief meeting, granting them a few days off to replenish supplies or relax. This was essential, as I intended to visit the remaining 6 Shichibukai in the near future. Having addressed these matters, I made my way to the new recruits training camp in the back mountains, eager to share a drink with my old friend Pizza. To my surprise, I found Guizhu, that stubborn old man, reprimanding the new recruits, while Pizza assisted him. Upon spotting me, Pizza was filled with excitement, rushing over for a hug, only to be intercepted by Gu, who insisted on maintaining discipline during training. Ignoring him entirely, Pizza brushed aside Guizhu's hand and embraced me. The 2-day holiday passed swiftly. Oh, and I must share a humorous anecdote that had me in stitches. That day, Guizhu had disrespected me, and I had no patience for idle chatter. After his training concluded, I confronted him directly. Within 10 exchanges, I had him incapacitated without mercy, dragging him unconscious to Jean Gua's office, demanding he discipline his subordinates. Jean Gua's expression turned pale, likely in shock. I, of course, ensured the news of this incident circulated, for who could dare offend me and expect to escape unscathed? Now that Guizhu has awakened, I suspect he is too embarrassed to show his face, opting instead to volunteer for maritime patrol. This incident further amplified my reputation within the Navy. Whispers among the ranks suggested I possessed the strength of an admiral, and while I knew I had yet to reach that level, Jean Gua and the others did not intervene, claiming it would boost morale. Very well if it pleases them. Once the respite concluded, I set sail with Enilu and the others towards the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Our first target was the infamous Gecko Moria, a disgrace among the Shichibukai, being the closest and easiest to deal with. A glance at the remaining individuals' profiles revealed that most were situated in the first half of the Grand Line, conveniently along our route. Jinbei posed a challenge, requiring a descent to Fishman Island, given his ties to Ace and Whitebeard, making persuasion difficult. Thus I placed him last on my list. Should negotiations falter, I would simply apprehend him. The warship landed steadily on the surface of the Devil's Triangle, and before long, we located Moria's lair. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. Moria, battered and trembling from Enilu's blows, defiantly proclaimed, "I am Gecko Moria of the Shichibukai. Do you have any idea of the repercussions of crossing me?" Enilu erupted in laughter. It took less than 10 moves to bring this guy down. He is clearly the weakest waist among the Shichibukai. The disdainful gazes of Nilu and the others were nearly palpable. Moria, scanning the room, finally fixated on me in my naval uniform, shouting that we were allies and that we were breaching protocol by attempting to apprehend him. In response, Nilu stepped forward and delivered a punch to his gut, causing him to kneel and spew bile. I approached, seizing his head and lifting him. Moria, I'm Rear Admiral Carl. You are hereby summoned to the naval headquarters within 15 days to discuss strategies against Whitebeard. This is a compulsory conscription. You have no choice. If you refuse, I will end you. With that, I unleash my Conqueror's haki, rendering him dazed, and he crawled away, stammering his agreement. I comply. I will prepare immediately. I released him, allowing him to flee. Just before his departure, he trembled and asked, "Are you the Carl who fought Kaido and escaped from Big Mom?" "Indeed, but now I hold the rank of Rear Admiral. Any issues?" Upon hearing this, his expression turned ghostly, and he fled in terror, moving with remarkable speed. Watching him retreat, I could only mutter, "What a waste." With Moria dealt with, our next destination was Amazon Lily. I had forewarned my rugged crew, "You will witness the world's most beautiful woman, but tread carefully." Boa Hancock's Mero Mero no Mi is not to be trifled with. Upon arriving at the Island of Women, I hurried to check on the black-feathered girl I had left behind, fearing Hancock might have harmed her. Thankfully, she was unharmed and eagerly reported, "Lord Carl, I shared everything you said with Hancock. She is now quite curious about you. I realized that the Empress must view me in a peculiar light, thanks to her." I had no time for lengthy discussions, so I called out to Hancock, "Hancock, remember your words. You are to assemble at the naval headquarters within 15 days, or face the consequences." Having delivered my ultimatum, I promptly ordered a retreat. Just as I departed, Rayleigh appeared at the port, inquiring about Hancock's thoughts on me. Hancock bit her lip, silent, yet her eyes revealed a lack of hostility. Rayleigh, that wily fox, subtly hinted, "Look at your fellow sister, Blackfeather, who enjoys such freedom by my side. It suggests I conduct myself with integrity, unlike the Tyan Longren." Hancock stubbornly retorted, "I am a pirate. He is Navy. We shall forever be enemies." Rayleigh merely smiled in response. Not long after, as I sailed out of the comm belt, guess who I encountered? Red-haired Shanks. Those who understand such luck would know it is unparalleled. His ship was entering the comm belt, evidently searching for Rayleigh. The two vessels quietly passed each other, the tension palpable. Shanks sat at the bow, raising a flask in salute, to which I reciprocated with a raised cup. Just as our ships were about to part ways, I activated my powers without hesitation, taking off with the warship and fleeing at light speed. What a joke! Should a confrontation arise, we would be no match for Ben Beckman alone. The crew visibly relaxed, with Enelu appearing deflated. He, too, understood that before one of the four emperors, he was but a fledgling. That evening, Zhangwa contacted me via Den Den Mushi, informing me that Kuma had agreed to the summons, eliminating the need for me to make another trip. However, he promptly assigned me a new task to venture to Gaia Island to locate an individual named Edward Weevil. Zhangwa explained that this fellow claimed to be the son of Whitebeard and was the same one who ambushed and severed Zifa's arm. Zhangwa instructed me to assess the situation, capture him if possible, but if not, it was of no consequence. Without hesitation, I accepted the mission and turned the ship towards Gaia Island. The following morning, we arrived. Gazing down at the island, I jested with Enelu was here, on the sky island above, that I bested you and took you away. It feels rather nostalgic now. Enelu shivered, too intimidated to utter a word. I instructed the crew to remain on the ship while I descended alone. This Weevil had the strength to sever an admiral's arm, although it was a sneak attack. It indicated his extraordinary power, making my crew mere fodder against him. Utilizing my observation haki, I quickly located him in a bar, accompanied by a diminutive old woman, likely his mother, Miss Bakken, and a hulking brute wielding a large cleaver, Weevil himself. Our battle was imminent, a clash of raw power, threatening to tear Gaia Island asunder. Enelu and his companions sensed the fluctuations of battle and rushed over, only to be taken aback upon arrival, as the sheer force of our clash sent them hurtling several meters away. I bellowed at them, commanding, "Get back. This individual is beyond your capabilities. Do not linger here. They, understanding their position, immediately retreated, realizing that staying would only be a burden to me. Let me tell you, Eibor is a pure embodiment of raw power. His strength undoubtedly on par with the formidable Sov, and his armed haki is exceptionally robust. However, his weaknesses are glaringly evident. His speed is lacking, his observation haki virtually non-existent, and his physique appears somewhat uncoordinated, resembling a patchwork creation. News reached Dango, who was in a state of distress, lamenting that I was a combat fanatic unfit for this task. However, Zhongjing Hura maintained a level head, stating that if I were to eliminate her, I would not only avenge Jaffa, but also thwart the Wu Laoxing's ambitions of making him a Chola. The battle raged on tumultuously as I unleashed a colossal water vortex, relentlessly wearing him down for an entire day and night. Once his stamina was depleted and he could no longer exert his haki, he appeared to me as nothing more than a super soldier. I dispelled the water vortex and charged at him, delivering a precise cross slash that severed his head from his body. With a chime, the system rewarded me with a boost in strength to A grade and elevated my Bawang Sura by 1 level. Feeling the surge of power within me, one could hardly comprehend the exhilaration. It was simply exhilarating. The news of my defeat of Eibor did not spread widely, for Bavuk still lived, and few were privy to this knowledge. Without delay, I soared towards Dole Suluosa, briefly met with Luo to report his ascension to Qi Wuhai to Jianguo, and then plunged into the Xinshu Jie, hoping to encounter Fei Huzi. To my fortune, I soon stumbled upon him on a remote island. Our mutual disdain was palpable, and we nearly clashed upon meeting. I quickly clarified my intentions, as he too did not wish to antagonize the Navy at that moment. Ultimately, we exchanged a friendly punch, but I sent him crashing into a small mountain. As Eibor regained his composure, his expression darkened in disbelief, likely intimidated by my prowess. He acquiesced to the summons, but mockingly added, "Ha ha ha, I fear you Navy may falter against Puzik, but never fear. Should you fail, I shall handle it. I know all too well how frail that old man is." Upon hearing this, I almost burst into laughter. His bravado was amusing, as if he were the true Salon. I thought to myself, just don't find yourself on your knees, weeping for your mother when he strikes you down. I dismissed him with a reminder of our rendezvous time and turned to leave. I was well aware of his intentions. He coveted the power of Bai Huzi S. Zhenzhen Guoshi. With me around, he had no chance. Let him stew in his madness while I focused on my next target, Shenfeng. 3 days passed in a flash as I idled on Kondak, when Din Mushi buzzed urgently, reprimanding me for my negligence. I feigned agreement, maintaining my composure as his words went in one ear and out the other. After his tirade, he finally addressed the matter at hand, approving my plan regarding Shenfeng, albeit with a condition imposed by the Wu Laoxing. Shenfeng must remain incarcerated in Jincheng for a month. When I informed Shenfeng, he readily consented for the sake of Urundao. Yet, I sensed complications ahead and took it upon myself to assure Dong-O, promising to frequently check on Yundao. The old man on the other end of the line nearly erupted once more, yet, accustomed to my antics, ultimately relented. Before long, I arrived at Tijinchen. Upon reaching the entrance, I sensed something awry. It felt as if a market was bustling. Activating my observation haki, my heart sank. Upon closer inspection, I was shocked to see the Straw Hat crew, those unfortunate souls, arriving at such an opportune moment. The timing was too coincidental. Something was amiss. Just as I was about to confront them, the imposing figure blocked my path, towering nearly 5 meters tall, making me feel like a mere chick before him. He delivered a rehearsed speech, asserting that this was governed by its own rules, and that he had personally inspected the prisoners, deeming them safe. I protested, insisting that their appearance was suspicious. He, however, accused me of harboring animosity towards Zhongjingri Zhuzhou, thus questioning my trust in him. I found it utterly absurd trying to reason with such a blockhead. He wielded his authority over his territory, refusing to allow me to intervene. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had been confined, and to my astonishment, they were all imprisoned in the same cell. Namai was adeptly picking the locks. While Sundry utilized his observation haki, Insulin was primed for a brawl. Just then Luffy, with his booming voice, exclaimed, "Are we breaking out? How thrilling!" So alone, nearly exasperated, clapped his hand over Luffy's mouth, fearing he would alert the guards. Even more absurdly, Fulanchi, the cyborg, was akin to a walking toolbox, retrieving an array of gadgets from his body. Luabine strategized, suggesting they blow up the 6th level to release the monsters and create chaos for their escape. Luffy, fueled by excitement, began to shout again, only to be subdued by Feng. Amid this pandemonium, Chandra's expression shifted as he sensed a large force approaching. Simultaneously, outside Toijincheng, I found myself embroiled in combat. I tell you, Mingwang Leili and Su Huanghongfa Shangkusu, these two titans had stealthily approached in a submarine. The surrounding waters were littered with the corpses of sea kings, staining the ocean crimson. The three of us clashed our Ba Wang Se. The atmosphere so charged that not even a fish dared venture near. Shangkusu laughed heartily, praising my Ba Wang Se, declaring that were I not a Navy officer, he would have invited me aboard his ship. Internally, I was troubled. Facing Buffy and Shinji together was overwhelming, causing cold sweat to bead on my forehead. My primary confrontation was with Leili. This man, the right hand of the Pirate King, was indeed formidable. Unlike the brutish Ghidorah, Leili was all about skill. The pressure was even greater than in battles with Ghidorah and Ama. Had I not previously defeated Wur and absorbed his strength, I doubt I could have lasted even 10 minutes. After an intense half-hour of fighting, neither of us gained the upper hand. Just as I thought I had an opening, Leili momentarily glanced towards the prison gate. Seizing the opportunity, I swung my sword, leaving a shallow gash on him. Although it was not deep, I had finally breached his defenses. Just as I prepared to press my advantage, a resounding explosion erupted. The gates of Vijincheng were blown off their hinges. Ma was hurled out like a rag doll, collapsing unconscious. Immediately thereafter, Shang Kursu and the Straw Hat crew burst forth. Realizing the chaos, I summoned a fierce gust, sending the Straw Hat crew tumbling. In one swift motion, I seized Luffy by the neck and knocked him unconscious. Leili and Shang Kursu attempted to intercept me, but they could not fly. I maneuvered through the air with Luffy in tow, while they could only watch helplessly, unable to use their swordsmanship for fear of harming him. At that moment, regained consciousness, and upon seeing me restraining two powerful foes, he disregarded us and turned his attention to the fleeing prisoners. Unfortunately, it was too late. Many had already escaped, including the cross-dressing King Yuan Kofu. As Yuan Kofu made his exit, he quickly contacted Ong, warning, "Your son is in danger." After a long silence, Ong finally replied, "Return at once." With Kaur present, Luffy is safer in Toijincheng than outside. Yuan Kofu was utterly bewildered. Even his biological father remained unperturbed, leaving him with no choice but to hastily retreat with his subordinates. Just then, a vessel resembling a dog's head emerged. To his astonishment, it was none other than the venerable Carp. Without uttering a word, he hurled an enormous cannonball towards them. Terrified, Yuan Kofu quickly retaliated with a deadly gaze and desperately accelerated his escape. Carp glanced at Inko, scoffed, and muttered that the fellow was rather repulsive and decided against pursuing him. However, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted me holding his precious grandson aloft like a kite in the sky. At that moment, the old man's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he bellowed an expletive before charging towards me with remarkable agility. Ultimately, I successfully saved Luffy. And the chaos of advancing into the city was, albeit barely, managed. Enraged, Carp demanded to spar with me, but I was not foolish. After fulfilling my duty, I swiftly departed with her and the others. Magellan, in a show of camaraderie, apprehended Carp, insisting that he must take responsibility for the troubles caused by his grandson. The uproar escalated, prompting the Wulao Xing to intervene. After deliberation, they sentenced Luffy to life imprisonment, forbidding him from ever leaving the city. Carp was also confined there, under the guise of house arrest, effectively sharing a cell with his grandson, while simultaneously ensuring that no further rescue attempts would be made. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, the venerable Sengoku was nearly driven to despair, lamenting the erosion of the Navy's hard-won prestige due to this debacle. which had severely dampened morale. He inquired if I had any insightful suggestions, but I merely sipped my tea in silence. The following day, the conference room of the Navy headquarters was teeming with discord. The 6 had been summoned, each one more disheveled than the last, exhibiting poor posture. Blackbeard's raspy voice was incessantly mocking the Navy's incompetence, while simultaneously ridiculing Rayleigh and Shanks, claiming that it was a farce that 2 legends had failed to rescue a single person. At this, the Empress Hancock erupted in fury, pointing an accusing finger at him, declaring, "You ugly brute, close your foul mouth. Even being in the same room, as you makes me feel nauseous." Blackbeard, undeterred, retaliated, and the two engaged in a heated exchange. Mihawk reclined like a lord, his eyes closed, while Lom mimicked his demeanor, appearing indifferent to the chaos around him. Kuma maintained his usual impassive expression, while Moria fidgeted restlessly, seeking an opportunity to instigate yet lacking the courage to do so. After being left in limbo for nearly 2 hours, tempers flared. At that moment, I entered the room. Hancock, still holding a grudge, wasted no time in launching a fragrant kick towards my face. I swiftly seized her ankle. Her skin was surprisingly smooth. However, I had no intention of admiring it. With a firm push, I returned her to her seat. Unyielding, she attempted to strike again, but I swiftly appeared before her, pressing her head down against the chair with one hand, rendering her immobile. Everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated my strength could be so formidable, even overpowering Hancock with ease. Blackbeard instinctively touched his wrist, likely recalling the terror of being struck by me. I released her and leisurely made my way to the head of the table, adopting Mihawk's posture and resting my legs on the table. After a full 3 minutes of silence enveloped the room, I finally lowered my legs, my gaze slicing through each individual, ultimately resting on Blackbeard and Moria. Do you comprehend where you are? Do you understand your identities? No one dared to utter a word. I let out a cold laugh, leaning forward, enunciating each word with precision. This is the Navy headquarters, and your identities are merely that of the Chuva, which is to say, you are nothing more than a band of pirates. If anyone dares to act arrogantly here, I possess every right to revoke your titles as Chuva and issue bounty orders against you. Therefore, behave yourselves, you insignificant scum of the sea. You have no right to flaunt your power before me. As my words hung in the air, my conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping over everyone present, including Law, who was also caught in its wake. He, too, sought to conceal his relationship with me, hence his reaction. However, during this time, Law had made considerable strides, facing my conqueror's haki with somewhat more composure than before. Nevertheless, compared to the others present, he still fell short. Even Moria, the disgrace of the Chuva, who had endured many years in the New World and encountered various forms of conqueror's haki, exhibited a degree of resilience and did not react excessively. Yet, my demeanor clearly signified that the Navy headquarters was not welcoming to the Chiwuva. Should they dare to cause a ruckus here, they would be met with death. Chapter 154. The Ominous Prelude to War. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from one's grasp in the blink of an eye. Before long, the day of declaration had arrived. The sky was shrouded in a thick haze, devoid of any sunlight. This somber weather, combined with the solemnity of the Navy headquarters, instilled a palpable sense of foreboding. All naval personnel stood vigilant, awaiting the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, eager for them to deliver themselves to their doom. Similarly, the execution platform was prepared. As soon as noon arrived, Ace would face the guillotine. Carp had also been released from confinement and stood alongside Sengoku at the execution platform. The 3 admirals occupied their designated seats below the platform, quietly anticipating the arrival of the adversary. The vice admirals formed a collective line below them, creating an impenetrable steel barrier. Below them were the 6 Shiwuhai. Though the title of Shiwuhai carried significant weight, the Navy remained cautious, knowing full well that they were pirates who could not be entirely relied upon to serve the Navy's interests. Beyond the Cho lay the densely packed lines of naval soldiers. A cursory glance revealed that the number of naval personnel exceeded 100,000. With such a formidable force, it was virtually impossible for a single pirate crew to breach their ranks. Yet, the enemy they faced was Whitebeard, the man renowned as the strongest in the world. No one dared to relax their guard, nor underestimate their opponent. Every naval officer was on high alert, prepared for battle. Meanwhile, I stood apart from them, positioned off to the side, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. My objectives were twofold: to eliminate Whitebeard and to prevent Blackbeard from becoming a dual fruit user. If fortune favored me, I even aspired to eliminate Blackbeard right then and there. However, the unpredictability of the battlefield meant that no one could guarantee the success of their plans. As the sky darkened further, the atmosphere within the Navy headquarters grew increasingly oppressive, mirroring the weather's transformation. All naval personnel, including the admirals, awaited the arrival of Whitebeard, eager to settle the score. Even Sengoku wore a furrowed brow, clutching a den mushi, ready to issue commands at a moment's notice. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Chihuahua was markedly more relaxed. Each of them had come with a mindset of merely coasting along. When the time came, they only needed to find a captain from the Whitebeard pirates to stall the enemy, without needing to delve too deeply into the fray. However, given their disparate levels of strength, Law and Moria would find it somewhat challenging to engage with a captain-level figure and merely linger at the periphery of the battlefield. Especially Moria, who may no longer be a match for Luo. The day has finally arrived. Ace, do you have any final words? On the execution platform, Carp approached Ace from behind, inquiring with an unembellished tone. Ace turned to glance at his grandfather, who had raised him, and then asked, "How is Luffy? I heard he failed to escape." "Do not worry. That stubborn brat is tougher than you think." "That's good. He always keeps me on edge. But now that I know he is safe, I can rest easy. Thank you for the time you fought for me. I feel I have lived enough, and you need not assist me further." Ace revealed a smile, one strikingly similar to Carp's. Witnessing this, Carp fell silent, turning away to stifle his tears. Ace mirrored this action, holding back the tears that threatened to fall. Sengoku observed the scene between the grandfather and grandson, shaking his head helplessly. Chapter 155, The Outbreak of War. After this peculiar den mushi was dialed, no sound came from the other end, and the call was abruptly terminated. Subsequently, the den mushi in Carl's hand withered away, ultimately turning to a puddle of sludge, leaving only its shell behind. Carl casually crushed the shell and raised his hands high. In that instant, a colossal shadow appeared above Marineford. Two immense shadows, akin to islands, materialized before everyone's eyes. Whether they were Marines or warlords, even Sengoku and Carp were taken aback by the sight. "What on earth is that?" Moria exclaimed, utterly astonished to witness something resembling islands floating in the air. However, others appeared contemplative, lost in thought, particularly Blackbeard Titch, whose expression darkened, revealing a hint of unease as if pondering deeply. "This brat has acquired the abilities reminiscent of the Golden Lion. This is troublesome." The three admirals reacted with equal intensity. At that moment, even Sakazuki felt a twinge of disquiet upon witnessing the spectacle. Is this child planning to destroy Marineford? And from where did he conjure those island-like entities? Sakazuki's countenance was grim. If Carl were not his ally, he would have charged forward to eliminate him immediately. Kazan remained silent, recalling the earlier encounters with Carl's abilities. Back then, Carl's powers were not so extraordinary, though it was likely he was concealing his true strength. Therefore, Kazan's reaction was the most subdued. Borsellino, on the other hand, marveled aloud. "I was wondering why two island-like entities appeared in the sky these past few days. I even reported this to Admiral Sengoku, who told me to disregard it. It turns out this is what it was for." Truly, Carl consistently surprises me with something new each time we meet. It is quite extraordinary and a bit alarming. The expressions of the three admirals varied. However, Sengoku and Carp remained relatively composed. Carl's display served both to showcase his prowess, rivaling that of the Golden Lion, and to better contain the Whitebeard pirates, which is why Sengoku permitted such an exaggerated technique. Yet, upon seeing the islands in the sky once more, they couldn't help but reminisce about the Golden Lion's control over the floating islands to strike down his foes. This situation stirred a sense of nostalgia within them. For time had flown by, and only a few of the old generation remained. Particularly, The abilities of the Golden Lion were hardly known in this era. Now, with Carl resurrecting and amplifying those capabilities, it was undoubtedly a welcome sight for Sengoku and others. After all, Carl was one of their own, the only noteworthy figure among the current Navy rookies. Go ahead and act, since you have resolved to do so. Let us see what your true intentions are, Sengoku murmured, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his underlying tension. Reports indicated that Whitebeard had yet to appear, and Carl's current display was evidently a preparation for Whitebeard's arrival. Admiral Sengoku, we have detected an unidentified object moving rapidly beneath the sea. They have breached our defenses. It is a pirate ship belonging to Whitebeard. Chapter 156. Confrontation with the Phoenix. This choice came at a most opportune moment. A slight smile graced Carl's lips as he steadied himself in midair. Although Whitebeard easily countered his attack, he had gauged a rough measure of Whitebeard's strength. Most importantly, the damage to the islands would undoubtedly hinder their advance, granting Sengoku more time to strategize. As for the choice at hand, Carl had no alternative but to select option 3. Unquestionably, he would not allow the enemy to escape. It was a matter of principle, especially given their past grievances. The second option, eliminating Ace, while simpler, bore significant consequences, and the Mera no Mi was hardly impressive to him. Only the third option, acquiring the power of the Gura no Mi, was what Carl truly desired. By successfully accomplishing the task of defeating Whitebeard, he could seize the Gura no Mi's abilities and thwart Blackbeard's plans entirely. Therefore, without further contemplation, Carl chose the third option. However, just as he prepared to launch another assault on Whitebeard, Marco suddenly soared into the sky, delivering a kick towards Carl. You scoundrel! We did not settle our differences last time, but I will not let you escape this time. Facing Marco's assault, Carl retaliated with a swift and deadly slash. Yet, Marco did not evade. He charged forward, taking the hit head-on. Although a massive gash was carved into his body, with the aid of his devil fruit powers, Carl's strike, even infused with haki, failed to inflict any real harm. The two collided, resulting in a violent tremor. The haze in the sky dissipated slightly from the aftershocks of their battle. Your strength has increased so significantly, Mako exclaimed, kicking Carl's dual swords, yet failing to dislodge them. This left him quite incredulous. Previously, during the Golden City incident, Marco's strength and speed had evidently surpassed Carl's. But the current situation was entirely different. While Carl still lagged behind Marco in speed, his strength had undoubtedly surpassed it. After a brief exchange, Carl estimated Marco's power level to be between B and A, with his speed certainly above B. As for stamina, possessing the powers of the Phoenix, Marco's endurance was undoubtedly on par with Kaido's. Had it not been for his strength and speed not yet reaching their pinnacle, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of the Four Emperors. Nevertheless, even in this state, Carl dared not be complacent. While it is true that Marco's power is not formidable enough to inflict significant harm upon him, his devil fruit abilities, coupled with his robust physical attributes, render him a formidable adversary. Even a Marine Admiral or one of the Four Emperors would find it challenging to defeat Marco in a short span. His vexatious abilities, including a remarkably resilient physique and flight speed that rivals Car's, make him a rather troublesome opponent. With a serious demeanor, Car fixed his gaze intently on Marco, searching for a flaw in his defenses. He now comprehended the immense effort Carp must have exerted to leave scars on Marco in the original narrative. Without strength surpassing Grade S, it would be impossible to injure Marco's true form. As Car pondered how to extricate himself from Marco's pursuit, Marco was equally vigilant, determined to prevent Car from further attacking Whitebeard. The disparity in combat power between the Marines and Whitebeard's forces was glaring. The Marines exhibited considerable strength, while Whitebeard's side, although bolstered by various captains, was at a disadvantage. Chapter 157, Eruption. What a terrifying prospect it is that Kuzan dares to assault Whitebeard. His audacity rivals that of the young Car. Borsellino remarked with a sardonic expression, his demeanor decidedly unrefined. Sakazuki cast a sidelong glance at Borsellino, but remained silent, instead focusing on how Whitebeard would counter Kazan's assault. Simultaneously, Kazan and Whitebeard had already clashed twice, with Whitebeard consistently gaining the upper hand. Thus, Kazan opted for close-quarters combat, only to have his body pierced by Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard's attacks were enveloped in armament haki, Kazan utilized observation haki to anticipate the strikes, allowing him to phase his body out of harm's way just as the attack approached. This maneuver, achievable solely through a Logia-type Devil Fruit, enabled him to evade the onslaught by rendering a portion of his body intangible. Kazan successfully evaded Whitebeard's strike and seized hold of his trusty blade, the Juchibu Kuro. With a gentle exhalation, Kazan unleashed his chilling powers, instantly transforming Whitebeard into an ice statue. To ensure Whitebeard remained permanently encased in ice, Kazan maximized his fruit's capabilities, amplifying the ice layer to several times its original thickness. As a result, Whitebeard's human form was entirely obscured, resembling a massive ice column from a distance. The sight stunned Whitebeard's subordinates, prompting Jaws to charge at Kazan. However, Kazan had already anticipated this assault, phasing out to evade Jaws' full-force strike. Yet at that moment, Whitebeard's body trembled violently. All the ice shattered instantaneously, and Whitebeard delivered a powerful punch into the air, with the air fracturing under the force. A tremendous shockwave surged towards Kazan, compelling him to phase out to avoid the attack. Nevertheless, he still sustained minor injuries. While Kazan excelled in freezing and low temperatures, speed was not his forte. Although Whitebeard's own speed appeared sluggish, the vibrations he emitted were anything but slow. Kazan, caught off guard, suffered as a result. Kazan shouted, "My sons, the Marine headquarters is within reach. Seize this place. Charge!" With Whitebeard's command, all his subordinates surged forward. "Everyone, follow the original plan." They responded. Meanwhile, Sengoku issued commands to counter the advancing pirates. Kazan retreated to solid ground, abstaining from joining the fray, although his direct involvement might yield better results. Facing Whitebeard head-on was not something Kazan relished unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, stepped forward and unsheathed his black blade. "Yuru, are you planning to engage, Mihawk? I merely wish to ascertain how far I am from becoming the world's strongest." As he spoke, Mihawk effortlessly swung his sword, unleashing a massive cerulean sword energy that cleaved the clouds above and even fractured the ground beneath. This attack spared neither friend nor foe. Any unfortunate enough to be struck would either be incapacitated or meet their demise. The situation irked both Whitebeard and Sengoku. However, Sengoku refrained from comment, as the 7 warlords were unconcerned about collateral damage to their allies. Whitebeard remained unfazed by the impending strike, even smiling as it approached within 10 meters of the Moby Dick. Chapter 158, The True War. You still possess such shamelessness, yet I shall engage. I wish to witness who is stronger, Whitebeard or Kaido. Although Borsalino typically treated battles as mere clockwork, deep within, he harbored a desire to gauge the disparity between himself and Whitebeard. The 3 admirals seldom had the opportunity to confront 4 emperors or foes of comparable caliber. While they possessed a general understanding of their own powers, they remained uncertain of the gap between themselves and the 4 emperors. Borsalino, having previously allied with Karu against Kaido, realized he fell short in sheer strength compared to such a monstrous entity. However, in terms of speed, Borsalino outclassed him entirely. Thus, he was eager to ascertain whether Whitebeard was akin to Kaido, another extraordinary being. With a leap, Borsalino soared into the air, pausing mid-flight, crossing his arms as 2 yellow orbs of light flickered from his hands. Jata no Kagami. With a soft exhalation, Borsalino unleashed a barrage of lasers, creating a wide-ranging assault that obstructed all pirate advancement. He gradually directed this technique toward Whitebeard himself. Just then, a colossal bird, engulfed in blue flames, appeared above Whitebeard, blocking Borsalino's attack. How terrifying! The Phoenix Marco. Terrifying? You are the one to be concerned, Kizaru. Using his devil fruit abilities, Marco not only thwarted Borsalino's offensive, but also charged forward, sending him flying. In an instant, Borsalino transformed into a flash of yellow light, hurtling toward his own base and shattering the gates. Witnessing this unfold, Kar covered his face with one hand, utterly at a loss for words. Even Sakazuki's expression darkened at the spectacle. Rising from his seat, he cast aside his marine cloak, activating his fruit abilities and unleashing a flurry of furious punches toward the sky. Meteoric flames cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by Sakazuki's furious roar. These fiery meteors possessed power that rivaled the Yachi Kagyoku of Borsalino, with an even broader area of effect. Most importantly, his technique directly melted the ice layer created by Kazan. This left Carl utterly speechless. What was the point of this move? Not only did it fail to inflict harm, but also melted the ice layer. Was he foolish? Upon hearing the guest's words, Sakazuki witnessed Whitebeard merely wave his hand, generating tremendous vibrations that obliterated all the fiery meteors. Those that remained fell onto the ice layer, assisting Whitebeard in melting the thick ice. At this sight, Sakazuki's complexion turned a shade of green. He had been so focused on attacking Whitebeard that he completely overlooked the fact that the ice layer was controlling the Moby Dick, preventing it from advancing. Now, Whitebeard's ship faced no hindrance, and with Borsalino having breached the critical gates, all barriers were removed. Adding to this, Kazan was restrained by Jozu. Thus, no one could thwart Whitebeard's vessel as it sailed into the naval port. I shall personally deal with him. Sakazuki clearly recognized his blunder, snorted coldly, and descended with a moonwalk. The Navy began their assault on the pirates, but Whitebeard and his crew, relying on their formidable strength, carved out a path. The entire Navy retreated, raising walls of iron and copper. Chapter 159. Carp's Choice. The entire Navy charged towards the Whitebeard pirates, aiming to eliminate them all. However, the Whitebeard pirates were no pushovers. Their strength was equally formidable, capable of matching the Navy's officers and soldiers. Most importantly, 2 of the 3 admirals had already been held back. Kazan was restrained by Jozu, while Borsalino was occupied by Marco. The 2 had no opportunity to approach Whitebeard. Yet, Sakazuki barreled straight toward Whitebeard, intent on annihilating anyone in his path. Even if faced with a captain-level figure, nothing could halt his momentum. The sight of this mad dog charging at Whitebeard left Marco and the others in shock. They wished to defend, but found themselves unable to move. Just as they had restrained the enemy, so too had the adversaries confined them, rendering them incapable of providing support. But just when Sakazuki approached with unbridled confidence, aiming to slay Whitebeard, the latter suddenly revealed a smile and rose from the ground. With a punch infused with armament haki and the power of his devil fruit, he struck at Sakazuki's face. This mighty blow tore through the air, sending Sakazuki flying hundreds of meters, even penetrating the naval base behind him. The sheer force of this punch was unparalleled, knocking an admiral off his feet and stunning everyone present. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? I am Whitebeard. Hula-la-la-la-la. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged. Yet none noticed a trickle of blood at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. His earlier injuries had flared up, rendering his body incapable of exerting full force. To send Sakazuki flying, he had exerted himself, resulting in further injury. Nonetheless, he cared not, for Whitebeard had already resolved to remain here, trading his own life for Ace's. This had been his intention long before, though he had shared it with no one. Whitebeard, you shai di. Massive fire. Just when everyone thought Sakazuki was doomed, a torrent of scorching lava erupted from afar. Witnessing this, Whitebeard's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed another punch. 2 tremendous forces coalesced into red and white beams of light, enveloping the entire battlefield of Marineford. The shockwaves of their battle affected the fights of others, with some too close to them being vaporized, their remains erased. Such an outrageous scenario caused both Navy and pirates to hastily distance themselves from the arena of Whitebeard and Sakazuki. Anyone without the strength of a vice admiral who dared intrude upon their battleground was courting death. Truly remarkable, Sakazuki, your vitality is tenacious. Were I to face such a blow directly, I would likely be gravely injured, if not dead, and certainly devoid of combat prowess for at least 10 minutes. Indeed, a monster is a monster. I'm still far from their level. Carl sighed, feeling as though everyone in this world was a monster, and he was woefully inadequate. However, as the saying goes, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is mindful. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku was merely several meters away from Carl. With his keen hearing, he caught Carl's mutterings. Upon hearing Carl's words, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. A small monster labeling the grown monsters as monsters sounded rather peculiar. Sengoku murmured, glancing at Carp, who simply shook his head. Even if they're monsters, time will eventually catch up with everyone. We, the older generation, will also age. Even Whitebeard, once deemed a monster in our time, is now old. It is best to leave this era to the youth. It is time for us old fellows to retire. Carp sighed, clearly also listening. Chapter 160, Reinforcements. The war had entered a fevered stage. The battlefield had descended into chaos. With the Navy entirely consumed by bloodlust, recklessly charging forward regardless of casualties. Even Sengoku's orders went unheard by many. The pirates, on the other hand, were exceptionally frenzied, striving to save Ace. Though Sengoku had ordered Ace's execution, due to the presence of snipers on Whitebeard's side, Ace remained alive. In fact, the two executioners had been struck by snipers, gravely injured and unconscious. Sengoku, seeing this, intended to personally execute Ace, but upon receiving a glare from Carp, he abandoned that thought. If the executioner were to carry out the execution, Carp could at least find some comfort in that, slightly soothing himself. However, if Sengoku were to intervene, it would likely lead to an immediate confrontation. Thus, Sengoku found himself at an impasse, forced to wait and recall two executioners to the platform for the execution. Initially, Sengoku had given Carl a glance, urging him to come for the execution. Yet, Carl pretended not to see and plunged into the battlefield, wreaking havoc and obstructing a multitude of pirates' advance. He also caused some trouble for the seven warlords. Carl had no intention of engaging in such a thankless task. It was far more prudent to create chaos for Blackbeard, preventing him from approaching Whitebeard. Thus, he focused solely on one task, to keep a vigilant watch on Blackbeard until the battle between Whitebeard and Sakazuki concluded, ensuring he could not approach the battlefield of Whitebeard. This situation left Blackbeard feeling quite frustrated, but he had no outlet for his grievances. Although he was well aware that Carl was deliberately targeting him, he found himself devoid of any evidence. Carl possesses the formidable ability to launch widespread attacks, which inevitably leads to collateral damage. Consequently, Blackbeard finds himself enduring this silent humiliation, unable to retaliate against Carl's targeted actions. Presently, he can be described as utterly miserable, firmly in Carl's crosshairs. Given his status, he cannot afford to strike back at Carl, as such an action would provide Carl with justification to retaliate. This predicament leaves Blackbeard feeling immensely frustrated. After being targeted for an extended period, he ultimately chooses to disengage from the battle, retreating to a corner to bide his time. Upon observing this, Carl chuckles before continuing to eliminate the remaining pirates, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Blackbeard's movements. Apart from Blackbeard, Moria's situation is far from optimistic. Although he is one of the seven warlords, he ranks as the weakest among them, barely capable of fending off a single vice-captain, rendering his circumstances quite dire. Even Law can barely hold his ground against a captain-level opponent. Fortunately for him, his peculiar abilities instill caution in his adversaries, preventing them from launching an all-out assault. Otherwise, Law would be unable to contend with such formidable foes. As for the remaining three, they are thoroughly engrossed in idleness, showing no serious intent in the battle. Mihawk and Vista are engaged in a seemingly fierce duel, yet neither is exerting their full strength. Hancock attacks indiscriminately, striking anyone she encounters, displaying a complete disregard for allies and foes alike. Kuma's behavior is particularly absurd. He has found a prime location to read and shows no inclination to intervene as long as he remains undisturbed. Fortunately, the significance of their battlefield is minimal. Merely delaying the forces from Whitebeard's side suffices for Sengoku's purposes. The main battlefield is exceedingly intense. The clash between the three admirals and the Whitebeard pirates is nothing short of spectacular. Their confrontation can be aptly described as apocalyptic, with lasers, ice, and lava erupting in rapid succession, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in dire straits. However, aside from Akainu, who is fully committed to battling Whitebeard, the other two admirals have not exerted their full power. After a prolonged skirmish, they emerge almost unscathed, in stark contrast to Akainu, who bears numerous injuries from his relentless efforts. This disparity clearly reflects their attitudes towards the war. Chapter 161, Whitebeard's Choice. Although the circumstances remain unclear, Ace has been rescued, and there is no need for us to continue fighting here. Men, heed my command and return to the ship at once. Retreat immediately, with Whitebeard's order given. Everyone swiftly began to withdraw. The Navy attempted to pursue, but they were thwarted by Whitebeard and the captains who held them back. At this moment, the expressions of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with relief and joy, for Ace had been saved. While they did not understand why Dragon chose to rescue Ace, they were certain he had his reasons. Moreover, Whitebeard believed that Dragon would not harm Ace, prompting the remaining pirates to comply and begin their retreat. In stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding Whitebeard's crew, the Navy found themselves in a state of turmoil. Despite having the opportunity to execute their orders, no one wished to offend Garp, leaving them to await a new executioner to carry out the orders. This delay of less than 5 minutes allowed Dragon and Luffy to rescue Ace. The most pressing question remained: how did Luffy end up here? He was supposed to be in the 6th level of Impel Down. Sengoku glared furiously at Garp. Garp, you need to explain this to me properly. Ha ha ha. I have no idea about Dragon and Luffy either. Who could have anticipated this? Luffy's unexpected appearance, coupled with Ace's rescue, eased Garp's expression somewhat. Though confusion lingered in his eyes, he was eager to commend his son for his brilliant actions. You rascal. Once this matter concludes, I will see how you explain it. Everyone, heed my command and unleash a full assault on Whitebeard. Even if the others flee, we must not allow Whitebeard to escape here. Understood. With Sengoku's command issued, all Navy personnel redirected their attacks towards Whitebeard. The three admirals found themselves restrained, unable to advance further. Sengoku and Garp exchanged a glance before charging toward Whitebeard, launching their assault simultaneously. Come on! Unfazed by the combined assault of Sengoku and Whitebeard, Whitebeard stood resolute, instantly activating his Devil Fruit ability. In an instant, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck Marineford. The entire naval headquarters trembled and began to collapse, with surrounding structures succumbing to the devastation. Even the air around them was affected, creating a palpable sense of turbulence. Men, retreat now. Let me handle this, Whitebeard bellowed. Leaping to the forefront of the battlefield, confronting the three admirals, Garp and Sengoku alone, he then swung his massive blade, carving a line in the ground that separated a vast area. This territory was entirely occupied by the Whitebeard pirates, with only a few unfortunate Navy members remaining there, seemingly helpless. Father, Marco and the others were taken aback by Whitebeard's actions. Even the most optimistic among them could discern that Whitebeard had resolved to face death. Remember this. Do not weep for me, nor should you feel sorrow. I am a relic of the old era. The new age has no ship that can carry me. The path ahead must be forged by you young ones. This world is forever meant for the youth. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard's smile contrasted starkly with the anguished cries of Marco and the others behind him. Why be done this? Whitebeard did not strike with lethal intent, but instead posed a question, clearly still holding a shred of compassion and wishing to offer Teach a chance. He could not comprehend why Teach had endured for so many years, nor could he fathom why Teach would turn against his own brother, whom he had treated as kin. Could a mere Yami Nomi drive a wedge between brothers? Longing for family, Whitebeard failed to grasp Teach's hidden ambitions. Seizing the opportunity, Teach pierced Whitebeard's abdomen with a swift strike. Ha ha ha! This will be the last time I call you father. Die Weitbeat. Teach suddenly erupted with ferocity, but Whitebeard steadied himself, preparing to counterattack. However, at that moment, his latent ailment flared up. Faced with Blackbeard's lethal maneuver, Whitebeard attempted to resist, but he was utterly powerless. Just when Whitebeard believed he was doomed, a sudden slash forced Blackbeard to retreat. In an instant, the very earth around them rose without warning, ascending into the sky. Bahuja gazed at the suddenly soaring ground, then shifted his focus to the nearby Kaur. Apart from the initial skirmish, Kaur had mostly been an observer. Many present instinctively overlooked Kaur. Even Blackbeard, who was on the verge of victory, momentarily forgot that Kaur had been watching with keen interest all along. After watching for so long, are you finally ready to make a move, little ghost? Kaur taunted. Truth be told, I would relish a one-on-one duel with you. But you're simply too formidable for me. I can only seize the opportunity to strike when you are vulnerable. However, it is worth mentioning that dying by my hand is far preferable to meeting your end at the hands of that traitor. Moreover, I have a score to settle with that fellow, and I can assure you that I will personally eliminate Blackbeard after your demise. Kaur confidently declared as he approached Bai Huzi. With his current strength, defeating Blackbeard was well within his capabilities, yet the time was not ripe, for he needed to slay Bahuja to obtain the powers of the Dun Jungushi. Such confidence from a young lad. Very well, let us begin. I assure you, there will be no mercy. Bai Huzi grinned, launching the first attack. He was acutely aware that his body could not endure for long, but despite this, he chose to exert his utmost effort to vanquish Kaur. Although Kaur initially evoked disdain in Bahuja, the latter grew to appreciate him due to Kaur's subsequent actions. In terms of personal will, Bai Huzi did not wish to face Kaur as an enemy. However, their opposing factions rendered Kaur a significant threat to both the pirates and his sons. Therefore, Bai Huzi had to summon his final strength to attempt to eliminate Kaur. Kaur was also cognizant of Bahuja's intentions. Faced with a fierce onslaught, he harbored no illusions. Every strike was delivered with full force in an effort to thwart his opponent. Yet, Bahuja's attacks were exceptionally sharp, each blow capable of impacting the surrounding kilometers. Most critically, Bai Huzi's power was extraordinary. Even with Kaur's A-level strength, he found it challenging to withstand a single punch from Bahuja without the use of his fruit ability. It was fair to say that in a direct confrontation, Kaur was thoroughly suppressed by Bahuja and could not approach him. However, after a brief exchange, Kaur discerned that Bahuja, due to his age, was lacking in stamina and somewhat sluggish. This realization allowed Kaur to identify his weakness, prompting targeted assaults. Utilizing his agility, Kaur darted through the air, continuously flashing in and out of range, his attacks unrelenting. This strategy forced Bahuja into a defensive position, and despite his power capable of affecting a vast area, Kaur deftly employed his own fruit abilities and speed to keep pressing forward. The storm connecting heaven and earth continued its relentless onslaught. However, within the tempest, the earth-shattering power erupted continuously. The tumult generated by the two forces rendered the surrounding seas in turmoil, and even the skies above Lion'sPowers underwent drastic alterations. Extreme weather phenomena began to manifest, with dark clouds enveloping the sky and lightning flashing incessantly. Some bolts struck the structures of Lion'sPowers, causing immeasurable damage. The battle between Kaur and Bahuja directly contributed to this thunderstorm, compelling the naval forces to seek refuge. Nonetheless, their combat was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Kaur had exhausted his strength and was on the brink of collapse. This was only the second time, following his battle with Kaido, that he had pushed his fruit abilities to the limit, depleting his stamina entirely. It was accurate to say that Kaur could faint at any moment. He was solely relying on sheer willpower to persist. Yet, Bai Huzi's condition was equally dire. Illness and hidden injuries had severely drained his vitality, rendering him incapable of matching the stamina of a young man like Kaur. Thus, every time he utilized his fruit powers, he also suffered the backlash of his internal afflictions, reducing his lifespan with each use. After enduring relentless assaults, he had finally been cornered by Kaur. Despite the grim circumstances, Bai Huzi still demonstrated to the Navy who the strongest man in the world truly was. His power remained formidable, were it not for Kaur's abilities, which kept Bahuja confined to a specific range. The destruction wrought upon Lion'sPowers would have been catastrophic. However, this came at the cost of Kaur's entire stamina, leaving him barely even with the severely weakened Bahuja. Truly, he was the strongest man in the world, Even on the brink of death, he instilled fear. It is a pity you are not at your peak. Otherwise, I would genuinely relish the challenge. Though Ka was utterly drained, it did not hinder his ability to speak. Bahuju managed to smile, though it took every ounce of his remaining strength to do so. Yet, even in this state, he maintained his fruit powers without any sign of waning. Suddenly, Kaor's vision blurred, and the tempest connecting heaven and earth dissipated in an instant. Unable to sustain his abilities, he plummeted from the sky. Sengoku, witnessing this, rushed into the air to catch Kaor. He then ascended, intending to take Kaor's place in the battle against Bahuja. However, upon Siva, who had closed his eyes while standing on the floating land, he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that he had succumbed to death. Shin Kunimanla, Kaor whispered, using his final ounce of strength to bring the land to the ground, after which he could no longer endure and lost consciousness. Yet before he passed out, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Mission complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Jun Goshra, no side effects, and your dual-wielding level has risen to A level. 3 days later, Kaor awoke, his body sore, in the tent. Beside him, Mao Yao and Heiyu lay wrapped in bandages, peacefully resting by his bedside. A ray of sunlight streamed through the tent, illuminating their faces, creating an exquisitely beautiful scene. Shinkunimala, Kaor noted, acknowledging their efforts in the war. Although his crew had not been prominently featured on the front lines, they had excelled in the peripheral battles. Even someone as arrogant as Aini Lu had earnestly participated in this conflict. Kaor had observed everything meticulously during the battle, ensuring every individual was accounted for. 3 months had elapsed since the top war. Baihuju's body was buried by the Navy in a concealed location. Heihuzu Dichi has withdrawn from the Shichibukai, emerging prominently in the New World, and has become a wielder of dual devil fruit abilities. He has slain the fellow Shichibukai, Moonlight Moria, acquiring the Kage no Mi and thus becoming a dual devil fruit user. Relying on the formidable power of these two fruits and the synergy between the Yami no Mi and the Kage no Mi, Heihuju has even managed to conjure an army of shadows to aid him in attacking his adversaries. It is through this power that he has encroached upon vast territories originally belonging to Bahuju. Each time Maruka and his companions attempt to confront Baihuzu, they are consistently evaded by him. This situation has led to an ever-growing reputation for Heihuju in the New World. Conversely, the second generation of the Baihuju pirates has begun to decline. Although so has been rescued, has risen to the position of captain of the Baihuju pirates. Their strength has diminished, stripping them of their qualifications as one of the Yonko. Currently, the division of power in the New World is maintained by 3 emperors and 2 commanders. The 3 emperors, without question, are occupied by Kaido, Shangkusu, and Shaluotolinling. The 2 commanders are the dual devil fruit users, Heihuzu Dichi and Maruka. This is the title bestowed upon them by the outside world. For the reason is simple. They possess strength that rivals that of the admirals. While they may not necessarily be able to defeat the admirals at the very least, the admirals cannot secure a definitive victory over them. However, despite the commendable reputation bestowed upon them, pirates continue to challenge them in hopes of achieving fame. Movements within the pirate realm have been relatively scarce, mainly revolving around the enmity between and little news has emerged from others. In contrast, the Navy has witnessed explosive developments. Sengoku has officially resigned from the position of Fleet Admiral, retreating to the sidelines. The new Fleet Admiral has been appointed as Takasuji. Simultaneously, Admiral Chingger has announced his resignation and departed from the naval headquarters. Prior to this, the two had engaged in a fierce battle over the position of Fleet Admiral. This clash transformed Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, altering the weather of the entire island. Presently, Punk Hazard has become an island surrounded by glaciers on one side and raging flames on the other. The environment can be described as exceedingly harsh. This monumental battle lasted for 10 days and nights, ultimately concluding. The outcome of the battle was clearly a victory for Tassi, yet outsiders remain unaware of the significant difficulty he faced in achieving this victory. His magma fruit, while possessing an exceptionally high temperature, is among the most potent of Logia-type devil fruits. However, Kujan's mastery of the ice fruit is equally beyond ordinary comprehension. Furthermore, given that Kujan excels in extinguishing flames, Sakasuji's struggle in battle is understandable. Otherwise, they would not have fought for 10 days and nights, ultimately securing victory by a narrow margin. Thanks to his monstrous regenerative capabilities, Kara was present throughout the entire battle, witnessing every detail without omission. If Kujan's strength can be classified as monstrous, then Sakasuji belongs to an even higher echelon of monstrosity. He possesses not only an extraordinarily high attack intensity, but also a recovery ability that surpasses that of Ujan. According to her estimations, his stamina surely reached S rank, while his strength would be at least A rank. Thus, his power and recuperative abilities are indeed remarkable. However, Kujan's stamina evidently does not reach S rank, peaking at A rank at most. Nevertheless, Kujan's physical attributes, as observed by her, appear to be exceptionally balanced. Chapter 165. Waiting, please be quiet. Once he arrives, if you continue to create such a ruckus, you can be sure to receive a tongue lashing. Kar waved his hand, urging them to settle down. Yet Lu exhibited a dismissive expression, flicking her golden short hair and clenching her fists. His reprimands have nothing to do with me. Ni Lu, clad in a sharp naval uniform, complemented by her short golden hair, exuded a commanding presence reminiscent of a valiant female officer. She had also attained the rank of lieutenant commander. Not only her, but have also ascended to the rank of lieutenant commander. Furthermore, others have similarly been promoted to the rank of rear admiral, solidifying their positions as the backbone of the Navy. However, holds no military rank. As she is not part of the Navy, she merely follows Kar as his aide. This has rendered her identity somewhat ambiguous. Additionally, due to the numerous matters at hand for Sengoku, he was disinclined to concern himself with such issues, leading to his absence from Navy. She has contentedly remained by her side as his little follower. Ynir harbors no grievances regarding this. For in her view, it suffices to be alongside her. As laughter continues to resonate from the Admiral's office, Kar looks at him and the others with a wry smile, choosing not to intervene. Subsequently, Kar opens his personal status panel. Status panel name, Arb Strength, S Agility, B Spirit, B Stamina, B Abilities, Military Martial Arts, C Pow Pow Awakened, Armament Hockey, Mastered. Observation Hockey, Perfect, Conqueror's Hockey, Perfect, Dual Swordsmanship. Wind Element Mastery, C, Superhuman Strength, Junjingusher. During the Marineford War, Kar completed his third choice, acquiring the Jun Guoshri and receiving a random ability enhancement of 1 level. With the possession of dual devil fruits, his strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Moreover, the ability he has enhanced is his swordsmanship. As a result, Kar's power is now firmly established at the level of an admiral. However, even so, he has merely reached the entry level of admiral status. Over the past 3 months, Kar has not idled away his time. While Lu and others have engaged in training and missions, Kar has devoted himself to rigorous training, aside from a few unavoidable tasks. He has made considerable progress in enhancing his overall strength. He can even now proficiently wield the powers of the Jun Guosher, elevating his strength rating to S rank. More importantly, the Pow Pow Guoshu has successfully awakened. The sole regret is that Kar cannot openly utilize the Jun Guoshu, as he can only employ it in conjunction with the powers of the Pow Pow Guoshu. Otherwise, his comprehension of the Jun Guoshu would have ascended to even greater heights. Nevertheless, he remains content. Presently, his strength has reached levels akin to that of a severely injured Bavuja during his near-death experience. This power is sufficient to place him among the ranks of the Yonko, even standing shoulder to shoulder with Adoa and the admirals. Should Kar take another step forward, he might very well replicate the strength of Bavuja during his peak. It is essential to note that during his prime, Baihuju was truly the world's strongest man. Even the likes of Gapu, Sengoku, and Wajia could only contend on equal footing with him. The peak of these individuals undoubtedly surpassed the current strength of the Yonko and admirals. Otherwise, they would not be heralded as legendary figures of their era. As Carl advanced further, he was on the brink of achieving a certain level of proficiency, yet he still fell short in some aspects. In the brief span of a few moments, Chapter 166 revealed his promotion to Admiral. Me? An Admiral? Is there a bonus? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Carl was not initially concerned about his new rank, but rather preoccupied with the prospect of a monetary reward. Due to certain circumstances, the gold he had acquired from the Sky Island had been discovered by Sengoku. Although he did not expose Carl, he exploited this situation to threaten Carl and subsequently seized nearly 1/3 of the gold. While Carl could easily return to the Sky Island to retrieve more funds, he could not do so frequently without arousing suspicion. Hence, his concern over his salary was quite pronounced. Moreover, Carl found it particularly exasperating that Sengoku, who had relinquished his position as Fleet Admiral, was now indulging in leisure activities alongside Garp, abandoning his former commanding presence. You rascal, being promoted to Admiral is an accolade, an honor. How can you ask me about a bonus? Sakazuki, visibly frustrated, witnessed Carl absent-mindedly picking his nose, his expression resembling that of a lifeless fish. At this moment, Carl increasingly resembled the former Garp. Although his reputation had yet to reach Garp's level, his strength was alarmingly close, accompanied by a similar sense of justice. This left Sakazuki with little choice but to suppress his irritation towards Carl. Yes. Haha, now that that's settled, remember to send someone to notify me when it's time to collect the money, Carl exclaimed, displaying his excitement. Nilu and the others shared in his enthusiasm, fully aware that Carl's pursuit of wealth was never for personal indulgence, but rather for the collective benefit of the crew. The more funds they procured, the better they could enhance their worship. This was the ultimate objective behind Carl's monetary ambitions. You truly leave me speechless. After conversing with those 5 old geezers for so long, I made an exception to elevate you from Rear Admiral to Admiral. If it weren't for the current personnel shortage in the Navy, your qualifications would necessitate at least another 3 years before achieving the rank of Admiral. Yet your primary concern is a bonus. How disappointing. Sakazuki-senpai, I happen to need funds to upgrade my warship, so please don't mind my inquiries. Carl waved his hand dismissively. Sakazuki sighed, calming himself before continuing. Let's not dwell on that matter. I will announce your promotion to Admiral to the entire Navy today. However, due to special circumstances, I will not hold a formal promotion ceremony, as you are to embark on a special mission today. I'm indifferent to the ceremony. Just tell me about the mission. Carl gestured, signaling his lack of concern. Sakazuki breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to outline the task at hand. The mission was straightforward. Carl was to disseminate a message regarding world conscription. Although this directive was issued by Sakazuki, Carl was taken aback that he was entrusted with the responsibility of finding individuals to promote this initiative. Carl, I am aware of your close ties with the Golden Emperor. Through him, the message of world conscription can be rapidly spread across this realm. While the Navy could undertake this task, I am preparing to relocate the Navy headquarters to the G1 Division in the New World beginning tomorrow, leaving me no bandwidth for such endeavors. Starting tomorrow? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carl was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. He hadn't anticipated being assigned such a substantial task. Will there be overtime pay? Any allowances? Carl was not concerned about the nature of the mission itself, but solely fixated on the prospect of receiving a bonus. Without financial support, he would be unable to indulge his crew in the New World's offerings. Moreover, lacking funds would complicate matters when seeking assistance from Taizolo. Hence, his inquiries were rooted in necessity. However, his remarks elicited a furious response from Sakazuki, who could no longer restrain his anger. You scoundrel, when did you become so avaricious? All expenses will be reimbursed by the headquarters, and there will indeed be a bonus. Are you satisfied now? Very satisfied. Hee. Upon hearing Sakazuki's exasperated shout, a grin spread across Carl's face as he signaled an okay gesture. Subsequently, Carl earnestly discussed the details of the world conscription and the criteria for recruiting the 7 warlords with Sakazuki. Although both Sakazuki and Carl harbored disdain for the 7 warlords and even contemplated abolishing their ranks, The elders remained adamant that the 7 warlords were an essential tool against the current 3 emperors. However, it was evident that they had overlooked the performance of the 7 warlords during the Marineford War. Had any of them been present to witness the events unfold, they would likely have altered their perspective. After all, the absence of figures like Buggy during the Marineford War naturally resulted in a lack of live coverage. Subsequently, Carl and Sakazuki finalized their choices for the 7 warlords, ultimately selecting the seemingly harmless Buggy and the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie. Buggy, though possessing a modicum of influence, lacked the corresponding strength, rendering his empire as fragile as a bubble, prone to collapse at any moment. As for Bonnie, her bounty was substantial, yet her character was not malevolent. She even enjoyed the trope of a beautiful woman rescuing a hero, with no ambitions to form her own faction. Sakazuki felt secure in trusting her with the role. Nevertheless, Carl harbored a lingering suspicion that Sakazuki had ulterior motives concerning her. In the original narrative, when Bonnie was captured by Blackbeard, Sakazuki had rushed to her aid, even stating that it would be terrifying if she were allowed to escape. Blackbeard, known as Tiki, harbored desires to make her his woman. It is essential to recognize that Blackbeard is a notorious figure. Chapter 168, The Rescue of Bonnie. 10 days later, in a certain maritime region of the New World, Carl, accompanied by his crew and warship, soared through the skies in search of Bonnie's whereabouts. This marked their first day since departing from the Navy headquarters. Although Sakazuki had been persistently urging them, Carl's ship had been undergoing modifications, leaving him unable to hasten the shipwrights. Sakazuki, feeling quite helpless, could only await the completion of Carl as vessel. Presently, the Navy headquarters lacked any surplus ships available for Carl to commandeer. Moreover, the blueprints designed by Carl were incomprehensible to most, yet he insisted that the shipwrights follow his vision for the alterations. This led to considerable delays and unnecessary expenditures. His requests for funding from Sakazuki were not without justification. After 10 days, the shipwrights finally expedited the modifications, allowing Carl the opportunity to set sail. However, this duration had delayed numerous matters, and Carl was pressed for time. His foremost task was to locate Bonnie and facilitate her assumption of the 7 warlords' position. Currently, the 7 warlords comprised Jinbei, Mihawk, Kuma, Hancock, and Law. Moria had been slain by Tiki, who had also withdrawn from the 7 warlords to carve out a place for himself in the New World. Upon spotting Bonnie on an island below, Carl noticed that she was being pursued. Someone is chasing her. Upon hearing Enel's words, Carl immediately activated his Kinbunchika Haki. Their altitude was over 1,000 meters, but the range of Carl and Enel's Haki was extensive. A mere few kilometers was inconsequential. It was none other than Blackbeard. To his astonishment, Bonnie had indeed fallen into his clutches. Through his Haki, Carl observed Tiki grasping Bonnie and suggesting she become his woman. Though Carl heard Tiki's words distinctly, he had no interest in prying into his private matters. Thus, Carl lowered the ship as altitude and swiftly descended upon Blackbeard and his crew. "It has been a long time, Blackbeard. I have heard you relinquish your title as a warlord, killed Moria, and even repelled Marco. Quite impressive indeed. Yet, I wonder how much you have improved compared to your former self." Carl approached Tiki with a measured demeanor. Enel and the others followed closely behind, forcing Blackbeard and his crew to retreat. Although Enel and his companions still required growth, their strengths had reached the level of rear admirals. Even Jess was barely able to reach that rank. The other crew members hovered around the Commodore level. Furthermore, the 4 primary combatants had awakened both Kinbunchika Haki and Busashoka Haki. Their prowess was commendable, posing a significant threat to the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Thus, the latter refrained from making rash moves, awaiting their captain's orders. It has truly been a while, Admiral Whitehawk. I hope you have been well during this time." The title Whitehawk was bestowed upon Carl following his promotion to Admiral, a designation he personally disliked, but one that was encouraged by the Gorosei and Sakazuki. The term white symbolized the peaceful dove of the world, representing tranquility, while hawk reflected Carl's decisive and vigorous nature. Hence, he was granted such an appellation. Despite his personal aversion to this title, it accompanied the news of his promotion in the Navy. Chapter 169, the thousandfold transformation. On an unknown small island, a company named Baki Express was thriving. However, today, a Navy warship descended from the sky and landed right at the doorstep of Baki Express, startling everyone present. Some irritable individuals even considered confronting the ship. Yet, upon seeing who disembarked, they immediately wilted, not daring to breathe heavily. The person stepping off the vessel was none other than the newly appointed Admiral, White Hawk Carl. Quickly, inform Lord Baki that a Navy Admiral has arrived. Baki's subordinates trembled, frightened to speak loudly. Even when seeking to convey the message, they did so quietly, as if they were thieves. The workers transporting goods in the vicinity halted their tasks, anxiously gazing at Carl. Continue your work? I am here to see Baki, and this is of no concern to you. As Carl spoke, they exhaled in relief and resumed their duties. Carl proceeded alone into Baki Express, opting not to bring Enel and the others ashore, for there was no need to do so. His purpose was merely to have Baki sign a document, requiring little time. Furthermore, the goods transported by Baki's company contained no contraband or slaves. This establishment was, after all, a legitimate business registered on the world stage. Perhaps Baki engaged in some smuggling activities discreetly to earn extra income, but the visible goods were at least acceptable, which was why Sakazuki selected him as a warlord. Baki was astute enough to comprehend what should be done openly and what should remain clandestine. It was precisely due to his capabilities that he had scaled his business to such proportions in a matter of months, earning even Carl's respect. "Ah, Lord White Hawk, you have arrived. I shall prepare a room for you and a grand feast to welcome you." Baki floated out from within, bowing deeply to greet Carl. However, his floating appearance resembled that of a clown, quite comical, especially with his feet still on the ground, amplifying the absurdity of the scene. This was Baki's ability. The split fruit, thousandfold transformation. "Baki, is it? I have heard that you and Shanks were once crew members of Roger and even battled against a young Whitebeard. Is that true?" Upon hearing Carl's words, Baki was momentarily taken aback. He wished to respond, but was at a loss for words, for Carl spoke the truth. Yet, his subordinates nearby were filled with reverence upon hearing Carl's words. They had not anticipated that their leader possessed such illustrious achievements. While they were aware that Carl, like Shanks, had been an apprentice aboard the Roger pirates, most were oblivious to Baki's encounter with Whitebeard. Although their confrontation had merely been a farce, it was still a notable experience. "Given your strength, how about we engage in a friendly sparring session to witness your true prowess?" Just as Baki pondered how to navigate the situation, Carl suddenly proposed this, sending a shiver down Baki's spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Subsequently, Kair unleashed his Haushiku haki, rendering nearly half of the surrounding individuals unconscious, leaving only a select few to witness this momentous event. Even Buggy, despite his frailty, sensed the overwhelming presence of the Haushiku haki. Although he was once an intern in GOLD, Roger's crew, the aura did not incapacitate him as it might have in the past. Observing that Buggy remained unaffected, his subordinates noticed him slightly leaning forward, his body trembling, which caused them to speculate. After departing from Buggy's delivery company, Kair promptly reported the successful recruitment of the Shichibukai to Sakazuki. Pleased with Kair's efficiency, as he had accomplished this feat within a single day, Sakazuki engaged in a brief discussion regarding the draft propaganda for the world. Before terminating the call with the Den Mushi, time passed swiftly, and soon a night had elapsed. The Golden City, being a massive vessel, was already navigating deep within the New World. This region was both the safest and the most perilous, once under the dominion of Whitebeard, who had since passed. The remnants of Whitebeard, led by Marco, lacked the strength to reclaim their territory, while Blackbeard had yet to fully seize control, resulting in a chaotic scramble among pirates. Even Taizolo aspired to claim a share of this territory. Thus, Kair spent an entire evening traveling to the location of the Golden City, which was remarkably distant. At a normal flying speed, it would take 3 days and 2 nights to reach from the new marine base, underscoring its remoteness. He cautioned against carelessly touching the sands of this place, while permitting free exploration elsewhere. If one preferred not to partake in activities, they could rest aboard the ship or continue training, and should any matters arise, they could contact him via Den Den Mushi. After conveying these instructions, Kair departed the warship, soaring towards the Golden Tower. Although Mr. Tianzhong offered to guide him, Kair, having visited once before, was already familiar with the route. He swiftly led Tianzhong to the Golden Tower, whereupon Tianzhong experienced a physical reaction and vomited after descending, a testament to his poor constitution. Noting Tianzhong's reaction, Kair shook his head and proceeded into the building, making his way to Taizolo's chamber. Long time no see, Mr. Kair. It has been nearly 4 or 5 months since we last met, and you have ascended to the rank of Admiral, the White Eagle. Quite unexpected, Taizolo exclaimed, reflecting on the passage of time. Although he had accumulated wealth, his power had not significantly increased, and he found himself once again under the control of the celestial dragons. Following the previous incident involving Kair, 3 CP0 agents had been dispatched as a precautionary measure. In contrast, Kair had gained tremendous fame and undergone a qualitative leap in strength within just a few months, even attaining the esteemed title of Admiral. Such formidable recognition was beyond Taizolo's grasp, as he feared for his life. Things have been relatively well for me during this time, though increased notoriety is not necessarily beneficial, Kair remarked as he settled onto a sofa, requesting Tianzhong to pour him a glass of wine. Everything felt reminiscent of Kair's initial visit. Taizolo remained silent, fixated on Kair, who savored his drink without any intention of speaking. Tianzhong stood nearby, trembling. After a moment of silence, Taizolo could no longer endure the stillness and initiated conversation. Mr. Kair, I have a question. Did you truly kill Whitebeard with your own hands? How could that be? Whitebeard was far too powerful for me to defeat him personally. Kair replied casually, leaving Taizolo momentarily speechless. Regarding personal matters, if it is indeed a private issue, you should resolve it privately without troubling me. I'm not obligated to assist you in this regard. As for the fee, I'm not intimidated by your demands, if necessary. I could send my subordinates to investigate and still reap substantial rewards. Hearing these words from Kair, Taizolo's lips twitched in surprise. He never anticipated that Kair's thought process would be so unconventional. Most individuals would have inquired further or waited for Taizolo to finish before making a decision. However, Kair outright rejected the notion and even made such statements, leaving Taizolo at a loss for words. Very well, Lord Kair. I must confess that this matter transcends my personal concerns. If you do not assist me, it is likely that my golden city will cease to function. What is this? Such gravity? Kair was astonished by Taizolo's words. His curiosity piqued. Although he had no intention of assisting Taizolo, he was still intrigued by the unfolding narrative. Upon noticing Kair's inquisitive expression, Taizolo sighed and presented a dossier on an individual. This person, known as Yi Xiao, is a gambler, and he has never lost a game here. If he continues to win, my other patrons will become dissatisfied, and coincidentally, today is when the CP0 agents are here for inspection. He has won against all of them. So you understand why I raised this issue. So it's him. Kair nodded upon seeing Yi Xiao's photograph, comprehending Taizolo's concerns. Despite being blind, Yi Xiao possessed formidable Kinbunchika haki. As a gambler, even without employing the haki, his skills allowed him to achieve a winning streak in any gambling scenario. Even if Taizolo attempted to disrupt the games or employ traps, Yi Xiao would effortlessly counter them. Moreover, as a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit user with gravity manipulation abilities, his Kinbunchika haki was exceptionally potent, rendering any cheating tactics ineffective. While Taizolo faced significant losses, Yi Xiao was reaping substantial gains. Such occurrences had happened before. Even if someone won consistently, Taizolo would remain unconcerned, as it often incited the ire of other gamblers who believed they could replicate the success. This was a classic case of if he can do it, so can I, though, in reality, they could not. Without Yi Xiao's prowess and technique, they would merely contribute to Taizolo's profits. Thus, he held no resentment towards Yi Xiao. However, the situation escalated when Yi Xiao's winnings extended to the CP0 agents, an affront they could not tolerate. They even contemplated taking action against Yi Xiao, but with his commanding strength, the CP0 agents were no match for him and were swiftly defeated. However, The justice that Xiao adheres to would not easily take the lives of others, particularly in the presence of CP0 revealing their identities. Xiao would never actively harm them. Yet, it is precisely due to his principled demeanor that Taizhua received the order to eliminate Xiao. Otherwise, CP0 would promptly seize the heavenly gold. This predicament would result in Taizhua's recent earnings being completely lost, with nothing to gain and potentially suffering significant losses. Hence, his sense of helplessness. Very well. I will take this person away. Now, please assist me with a matter I have entrusted to you. Kaer patted Taizhua on the shoulder, activating his Kinbunchika haki as he directed his attention towards Xiao. Chapter 172, Sparring. Are you not seeing how joyfully we are engaged here? Who do you think you are? Daring to interrupt us? Bye. Zenedo bai ying. You have arrived. I am truly blind. Please do not hold it against me. The administrator responsible for this table initially felt irritated upon hearing someone wanted to take Xiao away. However, upon recognizing Kaer, he instantly gasped in shock, his words faltering. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and awkwardly bowed to Kaer. The onlookers gasped collectively, retreating several meters in response. Some even abandoned their money on the table, fearing they might offend Kaer by being too close. The rumors surrounding Kaer at sea depicted him as someone swift and decisive, with a profound aversion to evil. Although his righteous actions were publicized by the Navy, those of lesser standing, particularly the less respectable individuals, remained indifferent to Kaer's virtuous deeds. They were acutely aware that Kaer would show no mercy towards scoundrels like themselves. After all, Kaer seldom captured foes. He usually resorted to lethal force against them. It was that straightforward. It could be said that anyone who had transgressed would harbor a certain fear of Kaer. Thus, the expressions directed at Xiao were filled with sympathy and derision. Some even speculated that Xiao must have committed heinous acts to warrant Kaer's pursuit to this very place. General Buying, is it? May I inquire what business you have with me? I certainly do not recall committing any heinous acts. If anything, I merely dealt with a few CP0 members attempting to rob me a couple of days ago. You actually struck CP0. My heavens! The individuals at the table gasped in astonishment, retreating once more, some even moving to adjacent tables. They regarded Tunghu with incredulity, unable to fathom that this seemingly harmless, consistently winning individual could exhibit such volatility, even daring to confront CP0. This revelation led them to conjecture that Kaer must have come for this very matter. Although CP0 is not the celestial dragons, at times they embody their essence. Here, they wield supreme authority, and disregarding their strength, no one would dare provoke them based solely on their power. Kaer surveyed the surrounding individuals, revealing a disdainful expression. There was no need for him to explain anything to them, as they were not in the same realm as himself or Xiao. Thus, there was no necessity for further dialogue. Had this not been the Golden City, a casino sanctioned by the world, Kaer would have long since apprehended these criminals, allowing them to frolic freely. Consequently, Kaer unleashed his Haushiko haki, rendering those present unconscious. As for those who remained conscious, Kaer had no intent of troubling them. He then shifted his gaze to Xiao. Mr. Xiao, shall we step outside to converse? Certainly. However, before that, I must exchange these chips. Xiao approached the exchange window, merely converting a portion of his funds for daily expenses. As for the remaining nearly several tens of millions of Bailey, he did not take a single coin. Witnessing his actions, those present were utterly astonished, including Kaer, who could not comprehend why he would forfeit such wealth. Xiao seemed to perceive Kaer's bewilderment and chuckled as he offered an explanation. Chapter 173, Recruitment Order. You wish for me to join the Navy as a general? What exactly are you Navy personnel up to? Xiao appeared utterly perplexed, completely unaware of Kaer's intentions. However, Kaer offered no explanation, instead swiftly releasing a sharp sword aura directed at Xiao. Faced with this formidable force capable of cleaving mountains, Xiao did not underestimate the threat, promptly utilizing his abilities to shatter the attack. Subsequently, Xiao's demeanor turned serious. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a series of strikes towards Kaer. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. With a thunderous roar, numerous large craters formed around Kar, who felt an immense pressure enveloping him. This intangible assault left Kar momentarily defenseless. Although his Kinbunchika haki could forewarn him, he had not anticipated the gravity to arrive with such swiftness. Nevertheless, Kar quickly harnessed his abilities to disrupt the surrounding space. Yet, he refrained from explicitly showcasing the powers of the Jinjin fruit, instead utilizing the capabilities of the Fifi fruit as a cover to activate the Jinjin fruit's abilities. It must be said that the Jinjin fruit, in the face of gravitational suppression, proved exceptionally useful. A mere flicker of its vibration could dispel such gravitational forces, resembling an advanced version of the gravity fruit. However, Kawor's activation of the Fifi fruit did not achieve such results, as the surrounding air was similarly constrained. This made the gravity fruit appear as though it was the superior fruit to the Fifi fruit. Conversely, the Fifi fruit also possessed the ability to counteract the gravity fruit's effects. This revelation left Karer uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, both the Jinjin and Fifi fruits resided within Karer himself. Otherwise, he would not have found the current situation so manageable. Indeed, General Bying, who had slain Whitebeard, possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Having thoroughly tested each other's capabilities, it was time to reveal their true prowess, was it not? How about we settle this with a single decisive move? If you can satisfy me, I shall divulge the purpose of my visit. Kador's tone was exceedingly arrogant, leaving Yixiao somewhat displeased. Yet, there was little he could do, as Kador was the youngest admiral in Navy history, endowed with considerable strength. Even if Yixiao wished to disregard him, he could not, and he was also quite curious about the Navy's intentions for seeking him out. Had it been for his capture, Karer would have already acted instead of sparring under the guise of a duel. Clearly, Karer was testing his strength. With this thought in mind, Yixiao stomped the ground of the Golden City and drew his sword to unleash his fruit's abilities. Moments later, a colossal meteor engulfed in flames appeared in the skies above Golden City. Witnessing this spectacle, all the visitors in Golden City were taken aback, fleeing in terror. Although this meteorite may not render Huangjin City silent, it certainly possesses the capacity to obliterate a small area entirely. At this very moment, Tianzhong arrived at the scene and was taken aback upon witnessing the meteorite overhead, nearly losing consciousness from the shock. He had never anticipated that Yi Xiao could summon such celestial bodies. It was utterly terrifying. Not only him, even Taizuo Luo, sitting in his office at that time, gazed at the meteorite in the sky, unable to suppress his astonishment, inhaling sharply. Is this some kind of jest? However, while others were in shock, Carl remained unaffected, merely clapping his hands before sheathing his sword, which had been drawn alongside Ku Mu and Ing Shi. Chapter 174. A Timeless Friendship, Mr. Tianzhong. Did you witness this with your own eyes? Deutzuo Lo Inquirith. Lord Taizuo Luo. I witnessed everything firsthand and heard it with my own ears. The great General Bying has come here to recruit Yi Xiao for the Navy. Who would have thought that a gambler could rise to the rank of general? This clearly indicates that the Navy is in dire straits. Taizuo Luo maintained a placid expression in his office, revealing little of his thoughts. In contrast, Tianzhong was trembling with apprehension, not out of concern for Taizuo Luo, but rather fearing that CP0 might learn of this event and take action against Taizuo Luo. After all, they had issued a command for Taizuo Luo to deal with Yi Xiao, or else face the consequences of the Tianzhong gene. It was not only Taizuo Luo who was unwilling. Tianzhong too had a vested interest in the Tianzhong gene, which included a portion of his own funds. Lord Taizuo Luo, I have a plan, if you would be willing to hear it. At that moment, one of Taizuo Luo's confidants, Bakala, spoke up. Bakala, what is your plan? My intention is to divert the trouble. Since Yi Xiao has been taken by the Navy, we should inform CP0 of this development. Then, I will subtly shift their attention entirely onto General Bying, ensuring our safety. Do you have a plan? Given Carl's temperament, he will leave here soon. By tonight at the latest. Are you certain you can redirect CP0's focus onto them in such a short time? Taizuo Luo's hands were clasped, his chin resting upon them. his eyes filled with skepticism. Bacala retrieved a gold coin, tossing it in the air. Moments later, the coin landed in her palm. Face up, with a knowing smile, she swayed her graceful figure and exited the room. Rest assured, Lord Taizua Luo, I already have a plan. Meanwhile, Carl and Yi Xiao were in a bar, indulging in hearty drinks. Time had passed since their sparring session, and although the threat posed by the meteorite had shaken everyone in Huangjin City, it did not deter their revelry. The bar remained bustling, with Carl and Yi Xiao enjoying each other's company like old friends, engaging in lively conversation and drinking. Their perspectives and ideologies aligned closely. Even their understanding of justice shared a remarkable similarity. Though not entirely congruent, they were in sync to a degree of 50 to 60%. Yi Xiao had not encountered someone with whom he could converse so freely in a long time, allowing him to lower his guard and chat openly with Carl. Their discussion revolved around critiquing the current world, pondering why there was an influx of outlaws and pirates. Despite being surrounded by such individuals, Carl and Yi Xiao, confident in their strength, were impervious to the stares of those around them. Moreover, Carl, clad in his Navy uniform, commanded a certain respect, even with his back turned, rendering the others somewhat hesitant. Mocking and disparaging the Navy was one thing, but when faced with true danger, they were quick to retreat. Ha! I never imagined that at my age, I would meet a young man with whom I could converse so well. The pleasure of chatting with you is truly delightful. I find our conversation equally enjoyable. It stems from our similar viewpoints. Even our understanding of justice resonates. Had it been Sakazuki here, he would not engage in such discussions, but rather contemplate how to sink this ship. Chapter 175. The Arrogance of CP0. CP0? They bear a grudge against me. I have no desire to speak with them. I too intend to avoid any interaction with these individuals. Both Carl and Yi Xiao declared simultaneously, making their exit. Bacala, seeing this, did not express anger but instead stepped aside. She recognized that she could not impede them and chose to leave the matter to CP0. She arranged her glass and filled it with wine, although she understood that the six of them would not sit down for a discussion. The ritualistic essence of the occasion must still be honored. Bacala, this does not concern you, leave. One of the CP0 agents rasped. Upon hearing this, Bacala gracefully bowed and turned to depart. Carl and Yi Xiao intended to leave, but they were obstructed by 4 CP0 agents. Among them, Carl felt an unsettling familiarity with the individual on the far left, but could not place who they were. The 4 CP0 agents were masked and cloaked in voluminous white robes. In such circumstances, unless one was particularly acquainted, even Carl's kin Bunchikahaki would fail to reveal their identities. General Baiying, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Yi Xiao? The raspy-voiced man continued, appearing to be the leader of the group. I have only just met Mr. Carl today. If you seek to retaliate against me, direct your ire solely at me. Mr. Carl is not involved. What incident are you referring to? Carl was bewildered, while Yi Xiao scratched his head sheepishly and whispered to Carl, I won their money, and they couldn't accept it. So they came after me, only to get beaten up by me. Thus, they are fixated on me. So that was the case. It was merely a scuffle. Did it warrant such a commotion? They had been defeated in the wastewater ditch, where they washed themselves and quenched their thirst. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's explanation, Carl felt an impulse to strike him. Putting himself in Carl's shoes, he would not have let such treatment go unpunished either. It was no wonder CP0 pursued Yi Xiao relentlessly. General Baiying, since you have only just met him, you should leave immediately. We do not wish to be associated with you. But, sir, we previously discussed, you fool. Be silent. The raspy-voiced man silenced another who attempted to interject. Carl then noticed the individual glaring at him with palpable hatred, instantly recalling someone. Are you not the associate I once pummeled? As Carl's words fell, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The man who was shouted at could only glare at Carl with eyes filled with hatred, unable to voice his thoughts due to the pressure. The hoarse-voiced man shook his head and stepped forward, leveraging his nearly 3-meter height to look down upon Carl. Carl, you are merely a naval officer, regardless of your strength. You remain a subordinate of the world. As such, we of CP0 are entitled to command you. Therefore, I hereby command you to leave at once. Do you possess the qualifications to disobey? Upon witnessing the true nature of his opponent, Kar let out a cold laugh and replied disdainfully. The previously courteous demeanor of CP0 had left him somewhat unsettled. This arrogant and disdainful attitude was the true essence of CP0. Do you intend to interfere with our mission? His voice grew increasingly hoarse, and his aura intensified. Chapter 176. The Summons of the Five Elders, Mr. Kar. Are we truly not in the wrong by doing this? Yixiao, although brought out by Kar, was still somewhat anxious. Kar's actions had undeniably offended CP0. Yixiao had yet to become an admiral, and thus was cautious, but Kar was different. He not only had fame and status, but also maintained his strength. This gave him the confidence to offend the other party while ensuring they could not retaliate. Haha, rest assured, my brother Yixiao, there is absolutely no problem. Kar waved his hand and returned to the ship with Yixiao. Originally, Kar intended for Yixiao to report to the Navy headquarters by himself, which would have saved him considerable trouble. However, with the emergence of the CP0 situation, Kar had to take responsibility and escort Yixiao to the Navy headquarters to confer upon him the rank of admiral. As for CP0, Kar was unconcerned about their intentions. The Navy situation was precarious. If CP0 were allowed to control the Navy's recruitment, the Navy would truly be rendered a mere facade. At that point, the entire Navy could consist of CP0 personnel, and even Sakazuki might have to resign. Subsequently, Kar notified Inoue and others to prepare for the return journey. Utilizing his abilities, Kar levitated the warship into the air, heading towards the Navy's new base. Truly, the Moku Moku no Mi is incredibly convenient. Upon witnessing Kar lift the warship into the sky, Yixiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Kar glanced at him and casually remarked, "You need not envy me. Your gravity fruit can accomplish the same." "Haha, you've seen through me," Yixiao replied, awkwardly scratching his head before sitting on the ground, utterly unconcerned about his appearance. Kar also sat on the ground, while the cat demon and Heiyu understood and brought over snacks and drinks, continuing to indulge. Just then, Indier cautiously approached. "Kodling Adindin Mushi. Lord Kar, this is a call from Admiral Sakazuki," she said, her voice soft and tearful, clearly frightened by Sakazuki. "Give it to me," Kar said gently as he took the Den Den Mushi, ruffling Indier's hair. "Admiral Sakazuki, what is the matter? Even if there's an issue, it shouldn't frighten my Indier." Don't try to change the subject. Tell me, did you kill a CP0 member?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with me? He obstructed my mission, which constitutes obstruction of duty. I had the right to execute him." "Kar, do you realize that the five elders are already aware of this matter? They have instructed me to summon you back for questioning regarding your actions." Sakazuki's tone was unfriendly, evidently angered by Kar's killing of the CP0 member. However, Kar had not anticipated that CP0 could directly contact the five elders. This implied that at least one of them wielded significant power, capable of conversing directly with the celestial dragons and even the five elders. Thus, the situation might become considerably troublesome. Even Kar had to approach it with caution. "Understood. No need to shout at me. I will return with Yixiao immediately. You can expect me in 2 or 3 days. Return as soon as possible. But you are not wrong in this matter. After you come back, I will accompany you to meet the five elders and plead on your behalf. We are the Navy and must not be constrained by mere CP0. Otherwise, we will truly become a mere shell of our former selves. Admiral Sakazuki, you two have adopted the methods of Admiral Sengoku. How commendable it is to see your rapid progress. Enough with the pleasantries." Chapter 177. A Private Meeting. Holy Land Mariehua, the pinnacle of power. Kara returned here once again, but this time he was alone. During his previous visit, he had Sengoku by his side, allowing him to entrust matters to him without worry. Sakazuki had initially planned to accompany Kara, but due to the world's conscription, he had been severely reprimanded by the five elders. Consequently, he was forcibly expelled from Mariehua. The message from the five elders was clear. He must tidy up the mess and manage the entire Navy effectively. The five elders were not foolish. After Sakazuki's explanation, they recognized the benefits of world conscription. Therefore, they did not intend to object, but rather instructed him to return and manage the navy, forbidding any further complications. This resulted in Kaur arriving at Mariewa alone, coincidentally missing the ship returning with Sakazuki. Yet, even facing the five elders alone, Kaur felt no fear. Even if they sought to defend the CP-0 member, he could always leave the navy. After all, he had no shortage of places to go. Although the situation with Luo was not optimistic, having failed to recruit many people, Kaur's joining would yield entirely different results. Furthermore, with Dressrosa as a loyal ally, Kaur felt confident and unafraid of how the five elders would treat him. In fact, the five elders truly dared not act against Kaur, setting aside Kaur's strength and status. His current reputation within the Navy was arguably the third highest, surpassed only by Carp and Sengoku. Presently, Carp and Sengoku had entered a semi-retired state, and the aftermath of the Marineford War had left the Navy severely undermanned. Punishing Kaur would be tantamount to self-destruction. The five elders exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging the awkwardness of their situation, none daring to speak. No one wished to expel a high-caliber combatant over a mere CP-0 member. Moreover, that CP-0 individual was insignificant, relying solely on his sister's marriage to a celestial dragon to achieve his current status. Without that, he would have remained merely a bodyguard, never ascending to CP-0. So, did you summon me for a reason? Or is this a waste of my time? If there is nothing, I shall take my leave, Kaur queried, breaking the uncomfortable silence. The atmosphere was indeed tense, with the five elders hesitating to speak, leaving Kaur uncertain of their intentions. Ultimately, Kaur took the initiative and posed his question. The five elders exchanged glances, realizing that remaining silent would be inappropriate. Cough, General Kaur. The primary reason we sought your presence was to remind you to temper your temperament. While it is true that CP-0 acted improperly this time, you too bear some responsibility. They interfered with your mission, yet you could have chosen to disregard them and reported directly to Sakazuki or even to us, the Gorosei. If everyone were to respond to the unreasonable actions of CP-0 with lethal force as you did, the members of CP-0 would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Thus, I hope you can learn from this lesson and refrain from repeating such behavior in the future. The words of the imposing Gorosei were not harsh. Rather, they bore a gentle tone, clearly indicating a desire to avoid offending Kaur. If it were any other Navy officer, even Borsalino, the atmosphere would not be this amicable. This leniency is largely due to the current shortage of personnel, compounded by Kaur's elevated reputation following his defeat of Whitebeard. Chapter 179, The Admiral Meeting. Tesla, what prompted you to reach out to me? Are you saying that Blackbeard has initiated his actions to seize Whitebeard's territory? Very well, I'm aware of this matter. Do not involve yourself. Let him proceed at his own pace. When the time comes for the sheep to be fattened, I shall take care of the slaughter myself. So there is no need for your concern. That will be all. I will keep an eye on this situation, and you should prioritize your safety. Without affording Tesla the opportunity to respond, Kaur abruptly terminated the call with a den mushy and rubbed his temples. He had not anticipated that Tesla would extend an olive branch. What happened to his pride? What happened to his independent endeavors, free from reliance on others? Now, he found himself in a position of seeking favor, yet his overtures fell flat, which left Kaur feeling rather vexed. However, this information is indeed significant for the Navy, prompting Kaur to promptly relay it to Sakazuki for further action. Kaur had no desire to become entangled in this murky affair. Kaur, the Gorosei did not make things difficult for you, did they? After Kaur finished his report, Sakazuki unexpectedly interjected, leaving Kaur somewhat bewildered. You actually care about others? My goodness, what a marvel. Kaur's tone was exceedingly comical, his expression exaggerated, resembling a certain flamboyant celebrity. Witnessing Kaur's amusing demeanor made Sakazuki's expression turn a shade of green. Nearby, Borsalino, having just taken a sip of water, found himself spraying it everywhere. Yet, the blind Fujitora felt perplexed, although Kaur's tone was quite humorous. coupled with Borsalino's reaction. He could surmise the situation and soon joined in the laughter. Kair, you need to be serious. All right, Senior Sakaski, I was merely jesting. Must you be so grave? Kair shrugged and took a seat beside Fujitora. At this moment, Fujitora had already been promoted to admiral and received his rank. Given the special circumstances, everything was simplified, including the award ceremony, which further caused Kair to miss it, leaving him somewhat resigned. How does it feel to be an admiral? It's fine. I didn't expect it to be so easy to attain this rank, so I don't feel much, Fujitora candidly expressed, prompting Borsalino to stifle another laugh. Sakaski's expression darkened further. Observing the antics of Kair and Fujitora felt akin to watching two jesters, and he nearly wished to expel them both. Yet, with pressing matters at hand, he restrained his temper and earnestly inquired of Kair. Kair, answer me. What exactly did the Gorosei say to you? This is crucial. Well, they didn't say much, Kair replied, noting Sakaski's serious demeanor. This time, he refrained from joking and recounted the Gorosei as previous remarks verbatim. Although the Navy is under the jurisdiction of the world and governed by the Gorosei, Sakaski does not entirely align with their faction. His working style merely resonates with their preferences, leading them to perceive him as easily manageable. However, this is not entirely accurate. It is simply that Sakaski views obedience to orders as his duty, hence he executes all commands without complaint. It was only after he became Fleet Admiral that he realized the Gorosei do not hold the Navy in high regard. He is merely their tool. Chapter 180, Individual Missions. To cleanse the first half of the Grand Line and the evils of the Four Seas? Now, that truly embodies the style of an admiral. Yahaha. Enra laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly exhilarated. Beside him, Nilu trembled with excitement as well. However, Enzo did not share in their enthusiasm, as this mission would separate them for training. Though this was a task accepted by Kair, its primary purpose was to provide Inaru and others with the opportunity for growth. If they were to remain sheltered under Kair's wing, their current abilities would become their ceiling. Even Kair must devise ways for them to engage in more battles to enhance their prowess. The upcoming task is straightforward: eradicate pirates within a year. There are no explicit objectives. You may even find a place to rest, and I will not interfere. However, upon your return to the headquarters after a year, I must witness your growth. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. Upon hearing Kair's words, Inaru and the others shivered, nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grain. Observing their obedience, Kair expressed a look of satisfaction before assigning their tasks. The first half of the Grand Line would be entrusted to Nilu and Enzo. With their mid-admiral caliber strength, they are more than capable of maintaining order in that region. Inaru would be responsible for the Sabeti Archipelago. Due to the relocation of the Navy headquarters, the Sabeti Archipelago has devolved into a lawless territory. All the pirates and slave traders are reveling in this chaos, necessitating someone to teach them civility. Inaru is ideally suited for this role, having surpassed the mid-admiral level and reached near-admiral strength. His power, bolstered by the Goro no Mi in hockey, has seen remarkable enhancement. Placing him in charge of maintaining order in the Sabeti Archipelago is most fitting. However, a challenge arises, as the celestial dragons frequently appear in the Sabeti Archipelago. Therefore, Kair wisely assigned the Rational Island to accompany him. At critical moments, Island can dissuade Inaru, and even if Inaru were to disregard his counsel, Island could report to Kair. In due course, Kair would address the situation. Next is Jess. He too is in the Sabeti Archipelago, but is not tasked with dealing with the criminals and pirates there. Kair assigned him a simple responsibility: to provide support wherever needed. After all, as a user of the Yuki no Mi, although his speed in flight may not match Kair or Inaru, it is still commendable. In the first half of the Grand Line, as long as he is willing, he could reach the peak of the inverted mountain from Xiangbedi in less than 2 days. Therefore, entrusting this task to him, Carl felt quite at ease. Moreover, it was paramount that he could assist Ireland in restraining the impulsive Inalu, ensuring he would not stir up unnecessary troubles. Lastly, there were the three of them, the cat demon, Heiyu, and Intier. Carl chose to take them along on a journey across the seas, allowing them the opportunity to acquire more knowledge. Ultimately, Carl wished for the cat demon to learn a greater array of culinary techniques, enabling her to prepare even more exquisite dishes and snacks. Although this allocation may seem peculiar, they remained unconcerned. After all, the pirates of the seas were exceedingly weak. Entrusting Ainalu with their handling might not even be welcomed. Thus, Carl had to take personal responsibility. Along the way, he could also assist A.I. Erlin in eliminating the Vinsmoke family. A.I. Erlin was deeply moved by this and declared his unwavering loyalty to Carl. Chapter 181. Jean Tamaru. After receiving the approval of Sakazuki, Carl followed a peculiar vessel to an unnamed island. This was the very place where Vegapunk conducted his research. This location bore no name, and most of the individuals here were similarly nameless. Only a few guards stationed there, and those qualified to conduct research alongside Vegapunk were deemed worthy of their original names. The purpose of this arrangement was straightforward: to maintain the air of mystery surrounding the place, dissuading outsiders from venturing in, while also preventing the leakage of confidential information. Should anyone attempt to capture the researchers here, they would be left bewildered at the mere mention of code names, as they would possess no knowledge of the identities of the individuals present, with the exception of Vegapunk. However, as the primary object of protection, Vegapunk could not be easily seized, and the fate of others was of little concern to the world. In such a bizarre and extraordinary place, even Carl, upon learning of the circumstances, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated such strangeness, which truly astonished him. Following the guide, Carl muttered to himself. The guide appeared rather odd, walking stiffly, unable to speak, and sporting a rigid facial expression resembling a corpse. Yet Carl could distinctly sense the normal vitality emanating from him, confirming that he was indeed a living person. The reason for his peculiar demeanor eluded Carl's understanding. As Carl followed this individual deeper into the facility, his presence drew considerable attention. Most of the onlookers were intensely curious about Carl, for he was the youngest admiral in the Navy. Achieving the rank of admiral in merely 6 months was unprecedented. No one had ever accomplished such a feat, nor had anyone dared to dream of it. Yet Carl had done just that. As a person without a background, recruited from outside, he had ascended to the rank of admiral in half a year, becoming the epitome of aspiration for all. It could be said that Carl himself had transformed into the finest source of inspiration, with many within the Navy and world personnel fantasizing about becoming a second Carl. They worked tirelessly, striving to grow stronger and more useful, unaware that such efforts would not garner favor from those above, as they were merely ordinary individuals. Carl continued to follow his guide to the innermost depths. Although he had been the center of attention for nearly 10 minutes, he remained indifferent. However, the winding path was convoluted, stretching for thousands of meters, looping around multiple times, which left Carl feeling somewhat exasperated. "Oh, isn't that Admiral White Eagle? What brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice halted Carl in his tracks, prompting him to turn and look back. "Are you Jean Tamaru?" Upon seeing the familiar figure, Carl immediately recalled that he was Vegapunk's exclusive bodyguard, Jean Tamaru. There was no denying that his physique was incredibly distinctive. He claimed to be the strongest man in terms of defense, with strength surpassing that of an average vice admiral, nearing the level of a rear admiral. However, his appearances were infrequent, and his identity was only known as Vegapunk's dedicated protector. He had even been known to command pacifistas in combat. As for further details, there was little description available. I never expected the renowned Admiral White Eagle would recognize me. Could it be that the old man has mentioned me? Indeed, Borisellino occasionally speaks of you, referring to you as the strongest in the world. Chapter 182. An in-depth conversation with Vegapunk understood. Jean Tamaru, you may step back. I shall take my leave for now. You two converse thoroughly, and I shall be outside. Should you require anything, just call for me. Jean Tamaru glanced at Carl and then at Vegapunk before departing from the spacious laboratory. Once he exited, Vegapunk turned around, removed his glasses, and stated, "It is inappropriate to touch my body in this laboratory, so I shall forego the handshake. Please, find a place to sit, Admiral Carl." Vegapunk's voice was neither subservient nor arrogant, devoid of any detectable emotion. His tone was calm and gentle, yet upon reflection, one could discern that this demeanor was far from warm. observing the rather frail and unkempt man before him. Carl had initially assumed Vegapunk would possess a commanding presence and an air of pride. However, he was taken aback by how ordinary Vegapunk appeared, starkly contrasting the rumors he had heard. "Greetings, Dr. Vegapunk. I am Admiral Carl of the Navy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. If a handshake is inconvenient, let us simplify our interaction and forego the pleasantries. My purpose here is straightforward. First, to present you with a document, and second, to request a small favor in exchange for ensuring that Kuma's memories are not erased." "You refer to Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "Precisely." Carl nodded affirmatively as Vegapunk stroked his chin, scrutinizing the document Carl had presented. Rather than immediately rejecting or accepting the proposal, he chose to examine the contents to ascertain their significance. However, it did not take long for Vegapunk to realize that much of the information contained within the document exceeded his understanding. While the majority of the data pertained to completed products, lacking intermediate research details, merely glimpsing the finished results left Vegapunk utterly astounded. He was convinced that if he could realize the concepts outlined in this document, he would undoubtedly alter the world. "Where did you acquire this information?" Vegapunk inquired, struggling to suppress his astonishment as he regarded Carl. Carl smirked slightly, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed demeanor, and replied, "I obtained it after dispatching a group of petty pirates in the New World, discovering it among their collection of items used to prop up a table." "You mean to say that such a crucial piece of information was utilized as a mere table leg by a band of pirates?" Upon hearing Carl's words, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Vegapunk's countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing this information, he was incredibly enraged when the table leg was used as a support. At that moment, Karer feigned a deep sense of sorrow and solemnly remarked, "Indeed, there is more than just this. I have also seen a plethora of documents. Regrettably, those documents were either shredded or reduced to ashes. Can you believe they used such crucial information as fuel for their fire? When I witnessed this, I wished fervently to resurrect those individuals, only to kill them once more. Alas, I lack the ability to bring them back. Otherwise, I would have done so without hesitation." Observing Karer's flawless performance, Vegapunk scrutinized him from head to toe, finding no flaws. Ultimately, he sighed and placed the documents on the table. "What a pity. If only you could obtain the complete documents. Not only would I allow you to preserve Bear's memories, but I would also agree to any request you make. Although these documents appear quite promising, they offer little practical assistance to me. However, your willingness to entrust them to me indicates your understanding of their significance. I promise to retain a backup of Bear's memories, but I will not directly inject them." Chapter 183, Return and Setting Sail. "Ha! I never anticipated that as a researcher, I would find such a congenial rapport with a Navy admiral like you. Upon hearing your words, my mind has been illuminated. This has proven immensely beneficial to me. Karer, if I truly manage to create these entities, I will owe you a tremendous favor. Rest assured when the time comes, I will agree to any conditions you propose." Vegapunk was filled with excitement, as Karer's ideas had sparked a newfound clarity in him, even leading him to conceive methods for creating these Terminators. While he could not guarantee that these Terminators would possess their own complete consciousness, human ingenuity knows no bounds. As long as Vegapunk's intellect remains sharp, he will inevitably discover a solution. Besides, isn't there still the existence of pacifists? With Bear already modified, if Karer's ideas prove correct, Vegapunk could potentially restore Bear's consciousness, transforming him into a complete Terminator. Though Terminators may not possess firepower comparable to that of pacifists, their greatest strength lies in their ability for self-evolution. This concept has been evidenced across various portrayals in cinema. Moreover, within this realm of technology, Terminators are merely the most rudimentary form. There exist other advancements, such as weapons capable of transforming ordinary individuals into formidable forces, as well as unique gadgets. Even technologies like wormhole manipulation are ripe for Vegapunk's exploration. In his current state of exhilaration, Vegapunk was practically dancing with enthusiasm, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. However, Karer felt a tinge of weariness. Glancing at the time, He realized he had spent 3 days and nights conversing with Panka. Though their discussions had become increasingly animated, Karer had not anticipated such an extensive exchange. This far exceeded his initial plans, but at least it had not delayed any tasks, albeit leaving him with a slight headache. I am somewhat fatigued. Your joy is what matters. If you manage to develop it, do remember to inform me. Haha, rest assured. The moment I succeed, you will be the first to know. With that, Karer stifled a yawn and departed the laboratory. Panka remained in a state of exhilaration, already prepared to commence his research. Karer could not help but smirk, unable to resist a jest. Truly, you are remarkable. You show no signs of fatigue whatsoever. I advise you to take a break with your slender frame. You could easily succumb to exhaustion. I'm accustomed to it. For people like us, staying awake for 5 or 6 days without rest is quite normal. However, you make a valid point. My thoughts are currently chaotic. Though I have many ideas, I need to organize them before proceeding. Heeding Kao's words, Panka ceased his research, sitting in his chair with eyes closed, entering a state of light slumber. Witnessing this, Karer shook his head and chose to ignore him. If Panka were to indeed collapse from fatigue, it was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Karer quietly exited the premises. Outside, Jean Taomi was still sound asleep, even producing bubbles from his nose. Jean Taomi, wake up. Huh? Is it time to eat? Upon hearing the voice, Jean Taomi's first instinct was to think of food. However, upon opening his eyes and seeing Karer, he widened them in astonishment. You at last decided to emerge. What do you mean by decided to emerge? Your words carry a great deal of ambiguity. Who knows why you and the doctor were so engrossed in conversation? I was merely eavesdropping. Chapter 186. The Tension of Hancock. After a satisfying meal, Hancock commanded her subordinates to clear the tables. Karer sat nearby, sipping tea, while Indier and the others remained quietly seated, not uttering a word. Though Hancock was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, she was also a pirate. Drinking in enemy territory is unwise, so the trio refrained from consuming alcohol to avoid inebriation. However, Karer was indifferent, as his meager supply of liquor was barely sufficient. Later, he resorted to his abilities to conjure more, startling Hancock, who nearly thought he had brought an entire barrel. Fortunately, upon realizing it was merely alcohol, her apprehension eased considerably. Despite being a woman, as the Empress, her tolerance for alcohol was substantial. To be precise, in the world of One Piece. The strength of every individual equates to their ability to consume alcohol. This phenomenon is closely tied to their physiology. The stronger one is, the faster their metabolism, leading to quicker sobriety. Even if one were to consume alcohol during every meal, they would remain lucid unless one is akin to Kaido, who cannot separate himself from liquor even for a moment. And Kaido does not merely drink. He consumes alcohol as if it were water. While this may not be detrimental to his body, it certainly leads to intoxication. Nevertheless, even in such cases, with his formidable physique, he could quickly regain sobriety as long as he refrained from drinking for a short period. The physiques of the powerful are indeed extraordinary. While Karer may not possess such an extraordinary constitution, he is not far behind. With his current physical attributes, after completing a few selections, he might very well match the likes of Kaido and Big Mom in terms of physical prowess. Admiral White Hawk, you, Hancock, let us not be so formal. Recall how we were just calling each other brothers while drinking. Why the sudden formality now? Just call me by my name. I shan't take offense, as we are old acquaintances. Kawer's words made beads of sweat appear on Hancock's forehead. Earlier, under the influence of alcohol, she had dared to speak so freely. But now that her sobriety returned, she regained her composure and chose to proceed with caution. Kawer's temperament was unpredictable, while he would not indiscriminately slay innocents. Hancock's identity as a pirate compelled her to remain vigilant. After weighing her options, she opted for caution. Admiral White Hawk, could you enlighten me as to the purpose of your visit? The sudden visit to Amazon Lily instilled a sense of tension. If you have any matters at hand, perhaps I could be of assistance? It is rather dull, but never mind. Considering that you and Heiyu have shared the same space, I shall refrain from admonishing you. However, my presence here is devoid of ulterior motives. It is merely a routine patrol, so you need not fret. Upon hearing Carl's words, Hancock felt a tightening in her chest. But she soon relaxed. Carl was already aware of her identity, a fact that Hancock was acutely conscious of. Yet, being confronted with it unexpectedly still cast a shadow in her heart, leaving her somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, upon realizing that Carl was merely engaged in a standard patrol, she exhaled a sigh of relief. This moment did not elude Carl's notice, yet he chose to remain silent. Sister Hancock, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Lord Carl is not a monster and would not devour you. Moreover, he has treated me exceptionally well. Otherwise, I would have long been captured by the celestial dragons. Indeed, I too was nearly seized by the celestial dragons. Had it not been for Lord Carl's timely intervention, I might have found myself enslaved. Fortunately, there were no others present. Only Heiyu and Yindir were there to hear their conversation. Otherwise, Hancock's past as a slave to the celestial dragons would have been exposed. Chapter 187. The Choice. Hancock, even if you remain silent, I can surmise your thoughts. I encountered Mihawk before arriving at the comm belt. Although he did not specify whom he was seeking, he did mention that he was there to drink. Therefore, do you believe that anyone aside from Shanks and Rayleigh could share a drink with Mihawk? Considering the relationships between Rayleigh, Shanks, and Luffy, alongside the fact that Dragon is Luffy's father and Ace and Luffy are brothers, it becomes quite easy to deduce that they are either all present or only a few among them are. Judging by your current reaction, I need not guess any further. They must indeed be here. Carl spoke confidently, articulating his analysis as Hancock's expression shifted subtly. Although she recognized Carl's keen intellect and his adeptness at unraveling various schemes, she was taken aback by how much he could infer merely from Mihawk's inconsequential remarks. This realization sent a chill down Hancock's spine. She was grateful that she had heeded Rayleigh's advice a few days prior and had not directly opposed Carl or attempted to drive him away from the comm belt. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom the predicament she would find herself in now. Admiral Whitehawk, I have stated before, simply call me Carl. To be frank, I harbor a strong aversion to the name Whitehawk. If others wish to call me that, it is one matter, but if those familiar with me do so, I may very well lose my temper. Upon hearing Carl's words, Hancock instinctively swallowed hard, contemplating expressing that she was not among his acquaintances. The words lingered on her lips, yet she could not bring herself to utter them. Offending Carl would yield catastrophic consequences. Mr. Carl, that sounds far more agreeable. Please, if you have matters to discuss, do so swiftly, as I must seek out Rayleigh for a reunion. Although she was uncertain of their current whereabouts, with her observation hockey, she could locate him without much difficulty. Witnessing Carl's confidence reassured Hancock that he would indeed follow through. Rayleigh and the others were currently on a deserted island not far from Amazon Lily. Carl would not require excessive time to find them. Hancock understood that continuing to conceal information would serve no purpose. It would be more prudent to speak openly. This might also leave a favorable impression on Carl. Resolving herself, Hancock took a deep breath and stated, "Since you have already guessed, there is no further need for concealment. Follow me. I shall lead you to them, but first, you must agree to one condition. You may state it, and I will decide whether to acquiesce," Carl replied, maintaining his composure, wary of the possibility that Hancock's condition might not work to his advantage. Observing Carl's relaxed demeanor while still remaining vigilant made Hancock acutely aware of his unwavering shrewdness. "My condition is simple. You must not lay a hand on Rayleigh or anyone from Amazon Lily. No problem, but this agreement is limited to this occasion. Upon our next encounter, the circumstances may differ. Such cautious thoughts are better left unvoiced. They hold no merit against me." Carl smirked subtly, indicating his agreement with Hancock. She sighed with relief. Although her intentions had been uncovered, it mattered not. As long as Carl refrained from violence against Rayleigh and the others, that was sufficient. Nonetheless, Hancock's apprehensions were unwarranted, for Carl had no designs on harming Rayleigh. Based on his deductions, aside from Rayleigh, Shanks was likely present as well. Chapter 188. Rayleigh and Shanks. The divine selection has been triggered. Option 1. Annihilate the entire island, eliminating all pirates present, and receive 10 freely distributable attribute points and 5 skill points. Option 2. Win over Shanks and Rayleigh, guiding Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, and acquire the title of Benevolence and Righteousness, along with a random C-class ability. Note, the title of Benevolence and Righteousness ensures that all shall show you respect. Option 3. Capture Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, imprisoning them once more in Impel Down, and randomly receive one S-class ability along with an increase of 1 level in any attribute. Upon seeing these 3 options, Carl's lips twitched uncontrollably, nearly transforming into a grotesque grin. The rewards for these options were exceptionally enticing. He yearned for them all. Unfortunately, none of the options were entirely favorable upon further consideration. Only the second and third options seemed feasible. As for the first, while Carl could indeed obliterate the island, he lacked the strength to eliminate Rayleigh and Shanks. He had no concerns about the others, as they collectively posed no threat to him. The only potential complication was Marco. Yet that issue was manageable. Nevertheless, even with these considerations, Carl swiftly dismissed the first option. Both Shanks and Rayleigh possessed admirable character and could potentially become allies in the future. To eliminate them now would be an enormous folly. Moreover, it would serve to honor Shanks. As for the second and third options, Carl found himself in a quandary, unsure of which path to choose. The second option required him to reconcile past grievances and mentor the 3 brothers, yet he could easily fulfill that with minimal effort. However, he was uncertain of the criteria for successfully winning over Rayleigh and Shanks. Regarding the third option, to be frank, if Carl were to imprison the 3 brothers in Impel Down, he would not only incur the ire of Shanks and Rayleigh, but would also attract trouble from Dragon and the retired Garp. After careful contemplation, Carl ultimately chose the second option. His mind swirled with thoughts as he appeared to deliberate for an extended period. However, only a mere few seconds had passed outside. Xianx and Rayleigh boarded the ship and found Carr, who had been in a daze for over 10 seconds, utterly perplexed by his actions. So they refrained from taking any rash action. Hancock seized the opportunity amidst the peculiar atmosphere, approaching Rayleigh while neither side had made a move. The trio of Heiyu, witnessing the formidable presence of Rayleigh and Xianx, felt a twinge of fear and promptly hid behind Carr. Xianx, noticing their trepidation, offered an apologetic smile, but this only served to frighten them further. The trio of Heiyu dared not even peek out, retreating completely. This scene left Xianx disheartened, while Rayleigh struggled to suppress his laughter. Xianx turned to Hancock, pointing to his own nose, and asked if he was indeed ugly, or if his current appearance was truly terrifying. He believed himself not to be unattractive, as many had remarked on his striking handsomeness and pronounced masculinity. Hancock, unable to contain her disdain at his self-absorption, shot him a disapproving glance before curiously directing her attention back to Carr. Meanwhile, Carr had concluded his choice and redirected his gaze towards Rayleigh and Xianx. Earlier, while making selections, he had noted their remarkable talent. In less than a minute, under his pressure, they had fully grasped the concept of the Conqueror's Haki, even enhancing their devil fruit abilities in the process. It seemed their teaching standards were lacking. Despite their seniority, they struggled to elicit the potential from their pupil. Carr openly criticized them, causing Rayleigh and Xianx to exchange awkward glances. They were pirates, yet here they were, being schooled by the Navy, while being told that their training methods were flawed. Such a scenario was undeniably strange, given their adversarial relationship. Was it truly appropriate for the Navy to train pirates? Not just Xianx and Rayleigh, but even Sabo and Marco appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for Carr's intentions. What exactly was his purpose for being here? Due to Carr's unorthodox maneuvers, Rayleigh found it difficult to ascertain Carr's true motives. Initially, both he and Xianx had prepared for battle, confident in their abilities to at least injure Carr, should it come to that. However, they were wary of Carr's devil fruit powers. If unleashed, it could spell disaster for everyone on the island. Carr had the capacity to elevate the entire island into the air and let it plummet into the sea. This would inevitably doom anyone unable to fly, which was precisely why Rayleigh and Xianx hesitated to act. Understanding their concerns, Carr behaved with reckless abandon, even daring to mock them. Uncle Rayleigh, do not be so tense. I have already stated my purpose for coming here is for the 3 of them. Though your strength is considerable, your teaching abilities leave much to be desired. Marco, still somewhat incredulous, questioned Carr's logic, but Carr paid him no mind and directly approached Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, do you remember me? Huh. How could I forget you? If it weren't for you, I would have been out of prison ages ago. Luffy, carefree and oblivious, greeted Carr with a beaming smile, devoid of any personal animosity. He was ever so straightforward, never holding grudges, just as depicted in the original story. He had completely forgotten the grievances Carr had caused him and did not bring them up. Carr chuckled lightly before sharing insights with Luffy regarding the development of his abilities. While he did not need to assist with Haki, he could leverage his foreknowledge from the original story to aid Luffy in developing his Gear 4th. Currently, Luffy had only mastered Gear 3rd, which required a brief period to recover afterward. Thus, Carr explained the principles of Gear 4th and provided him with various training methods before leaving Luffy to his own devices. Finally, Carr turned his attention to the ever-cautious Sabo. Do you wish to learn the 6 powers? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Nothing much, merely inquiring if you desire to learn the 6 powers. If you do, I can provide you with the complete training regimen. However, I have one condition. Until I'm no longer affiliated with the Navy, you must not disclose any of my interactions with you or Dragon. Otherwise, we may never be able to collaborate. In Carr's demeanor towards Luffy, there was a playful charm, but with Sabo, it was markedly different. After all, Sabo was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. If Carr wished to work with the revolutionaries in the future, he would need to establish a connection with Dragon, likely through Sabo. Dragon was currently preoccupied, focusing on expanding his influence while the Navy was stretched thin. Once his power had grown sufficiently, Sabo would conclude his training and return to the Revolutionary Army, leaving Carr with limited time. After a brief examination of his attribute panel, Carr felt a sense of satisfaction. Aside from acquiring a new skill, he also gained a new title, albeit with only one title present in the title section. Although previous choices had offered him numerous potential titles, they were all rather disappointing, leaving him with just this one. Nonetheless, this title and the newly acquired ability were intriguing. It seemed he would need to find someone to experiment with. In his previous life, people often spoke of Xianx possessing the Face Devil Fruit, whereby everyone felt compelled to give him face. Perhaps it was time for a change of personnel regarding that face. With a sly smile, Carr approached Zoro, who was diligently training. Zoro, give me some face. How about joining me to become a Navy officer? Sure, why not? Zoro readily agreed, catching Carr off guard. You genuinely intend to join me in the Navy? For your sake, I am willing to become a Navy officer, Zoro stated with conviction. Carr swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. If this ability, combined with the title, could indeed be activated successfully, it might even alter others' foundational thought processes. Such a development would be exceedingly formidable. Let's forget about that earlier incident. You could disregard all of it. After some contemplation, Carr chose not to exploit Zoro further and decided to restore the situation to normal. This ability could only be used twice on a single character within a day, with a 50% chance of failure, necessitating careful consideration. How did you come to be here? As Sauron regained consciousness, he grasped the sword Wado Ikamanji and regarded Carl with grave intensity. Despite having shared a banquet and indulged in libations together the previous day, Sauron did not truly consider Carl to be one of his own. After all, Carl was a member of the Navy, and the only individuals he was familiar with were Rayleigh and Shanks. Sauron was acutely aware of this reality, which rendered him cautious. It is nothing. You need not concern yourself. I merely came for a stroll, Carl replied, circumventing Sauron to locate Sanji. This time, he exercised restraint and refrained from uttering anything too severe to Sanji, merely requesting him to don a feminine guise. The request was met with success. However, when Carl attempted to lift the enchantment, he found himself thwarted. Sanji remained blissfully clad in his female attire. Witnessing this spectacle, Carl felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet he said nothing, hoping that once he returned to normalcy, Sanji would refrain from any drastic actions. Subsequently, Carl employed his skills and titles in conjunction, achieving an astonishing success rate exceeding 80%. After numerous trials, only Luffy and Sanji had encountered failures on 2 occasions. Every other attempt had triumphed. In light of this, Karl was struck by the magnitude of his abilities when harmonized with his titles. This was a direct alteration of others' thoughts, leading them to complete subjugation. As long as Karl's demands did not threaten their lives, once successfully activated, even Rayleigh and Shanks would be powerless to intervene. Chapter 192. Germa 66. In an unremarkable kingdom within the North Sea, a battalion of royal guards valiantly defended against an onslaught. Strangely, all of the assailants bore identical appearances. Even their heights and various traits were indistinguishable. It was evident that they were far from ordinary beings. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Germa 66 is beyond our capacity to combat. Their clones are far too formidable. An official stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Nearby, 2 other ministers stood in silence, trembling more violently than the previous speaker. Is there any hope for our survival? With a sigh, the king returned to his throne, closing his eyes as if he had resigned to his fate, devoid of any inclination to resist. Your Majesty, perhaps we should consider surrendering? Even if we lose our kingdom, it is preferable to losing our lives, one minister suggested. However, the aged king merely smiled grimly and shook his head. Germa 66 never spares any survivors. The fate of any nation they target is utter annihilation. The old king's chilling words silenced the minister, who stood frozen in fear. I can't take this any longer. I must flee. I refuse to die here. Suddenly, one minister, unable to withstand the pressure, broke down and dashed toward the exit in a desperate bid for escape. Observing his retreating figure, the old king and the remaining 2 ministers exchanged pitying glances. Another one perishes. The old king felt no sorrow, only a grim tranquility. This scene had been recurring ever since Germa 66 launched their assault on his kingdom. Initially, the hall had boasted over 50 individuals, including the king himself. Now, only the 3 of them remained. The rest had either succumbed to madness and taken their own lives or attempted to flee, only to be slaughtered by the clones. There were no exceptions. No one could escape. Should you belong to this nation, whether commoner or official, young or old, all would meet their demise. Germa 66 seemed to relish the chaos of war. They had been waging it for 3 days, yet had not yet breached the palace. Logically, Germa 66 could have stormed the city by now, yet they continued to decimate those outside the kingdom, intent on plunging the populace into utter despair. This was a hallmark of Germa 66. When faced with formidable foes, they might exert their full might. However, against weaker adversaries, they would toy with them, plunging them into hopelessness and collapsing the entire nation. Ultimately, Germa 66 would finish the deed, slaughtering all remaining survivors, leaving not even the commoners alive. Germa 66 is a unique nation. Their existence resembles that of mercenaries, requiring neither citizens nor territory. Their sole purpose is to fulfill commissions from other nations, eradicating every enemy without exception. Your Majesty, it seems we have no choice but to resign ourselves to fate. No nation has ever escaped the sanctions of Germa 66. The minister, his face drawn, sat dejectedly upon the floor, disregarding his dignity. The previously silent minister ceased trembling, drawing forth his blade and plunging it into the ground. You need not worry, my lords. I shall not allow his majesty and you to perish before my eyes. General, your intentions are commendable, but to what avail? It is merely a question of whether we die sooner or later, the minister lamented, for he saw no glimmer of hope remaining. Chapter 193. Such great prestige. Meanwhile, aboard the warship of Germa 66, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, gaped in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Karl. In the North Sea, few recognized Karl's visage. Had that old king not been so taken aback upon hearing Karl's name, he might have known better. His name spread more swiftly than his appearance itself. However, as the foremost power in the North Sea, Judge was certainly acquainted with Karl's countenance. Upon his arrival, Judge promptly notified his offspring to return swiftly, uncertain of Karl's intentions. Yet he knew that Karl's modus operandi was the antithesis of his own. Admiral White Eagle, what brings you here? Judge inquired softly, fearful of offending Karl. Though he was the sovereign of the North Sea, Capable of securing a position even the Grand Line or New World, he understood that Germa 66, no matter how formidable, could never rival the Navy. What is your justification for attacking this nation? A commission? Have they wronged you? Or are you merely bored and seeking to instigate war? Upon hearing Carl's inquiry, Judge comprehended that Carl had come to provoke him. Admiral White Eagle, you jest. I have indeed accepted a commission to eradicate this nation. The king of this realm has offended someone he cannot afford to antagonize. Thus they have commissioned me to obliterate this kingdom. Is this your rationale for slaughtering innocents? Carl, as conqueror, S. Hockey erupted forth. Judge felt the overwhelming pressure and gasped, trembling uncontrollably. He had encountered numerous instances of conqueror's hockey, yet the intensity of Carl's was akin to that of the emperor's. General Bying, you have misunderstood. This is the intention of the client. We, Germa 66, will take full responsibility for the commission. So, does that mean we can wantonly massacre civilians and slay these innocent lives? It appears this is the stance of Germa 66. I have nothing more to say. Carl let out a cold laugh and continued to exert pressure with his conqueror's hockey, which made Gaji's expression grow even more grim. Carl, you little brat, you cannot lay a hand on me. Even if you are an admiral of the Navy, you cannot shred the rules of the Navy. Germa 66 is a member state of the world. We wage war, and neither the Navy nor the world has the right to interfere. Gaji was getting anxious. He saw that Carl was genuinely inclined to take action and hurriedly voiced this regulation. He even neglected to address Carl with honorifics. Their relationship was already strained. Gaji did not care if he offended Carl. After all, he was a member state of the world, and as long as Carl remained in the Navy, he could never act against him. Mr. Gaji, I understand your meaning, and I have not forgotten the rules of the Navy. However, could you do me a favor and cease the attack, recalling the clones and your children, so we can have a proper discussion? As he spoke, his powers activated. Upon hearing Carl's words, Gaji inexplicably nodded and then announced the end of the war, ordering everyone to withdraw. But after completing this, he immediately regained clarity, and his eyes filled with terror. You actually, Gaji, do me another favor, shut your mouth and kneel before me. His ability activated successfully again, and Gaji obediently closed his mouth and knelt down. Beside him, Until gaped, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Lord Carl, when did your influence become so vast? Ha! It has always been substantial. Carl ruffled Until's hair. Chapter 194. The Downfall of the Vin Smokes. Ahem, you must be Legio. Do you still know AI Erlon? Eu Erlon? At Carl's words, Legio was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted, and her gaze revealed a change. It seems you still recognize him. How does it feel to be deceived? If I recall correctly, he mentioned that you saved him out of guilt during your first mission. Am I right? Legio remained silent, but her struggling expression betrayed her. She had evidently matured considerably, yet the matter concerning AI Erlon was something she might never forget. Everyone has their first time, and those moments are eternally unforgettable. Legio was no exception. Since you do not wish to speak, there is no need. I do not intend to let you go regardless. Carl scoffed and continued gazing at the sea. Due to Until's powers, there were now an overwhelming number of sea kings occupying all the surrounding waters. This was a sight Carl had never witnessed before. Without exception, all of Germa's 66 warships had been utterly destroyed. Carl hadn't even lifted a finger, and Germa 66 was now left with only the 5 of them. Carl, you little brat, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you not realize that as a Navy officer, attacking a member state of the world violates military regulations? Gaji could now speak, but he could only shout in anger without daring to act against Carl. He was afraid for his life. If he made the first move, Carl could justifiably kill him. Gaji, I have not attacked. It was the Sea Kings that destroyed your warships, and I am not involved. As for your children, had they not attempted to ambush me, they would not have been knocked out by me. Hearing Carl's words, Gaji trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. In the world of pirates, individual strength outweighed everything. No matter how great Gaji's background or how many troops he commanded, as long as his personal power did not catch up, he would never stand at the pinnacle of this world. Thus, Carl acted without restraint, completely disregarding his opponent. Furthermore, it was indeed the Sea Kings that destroyed his fleet. Karl had not acted and had spoken no falsehood. Until, go inform Heiyu and the Cat Demon. They can return now. Also, summon the king and his ministers here. I have matters to discuss. Understood. Upon hearing Karl's words, Until ceased her singing, dispelled the Sea Kings, and then hopped towards the palace. Karl observed the despondent Gaji, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain. Lord Karl, your targeting of us must be to avenge AI Erlon, right? Who is he to you? Leiju suddenly spoke, and Karl turned his head to look at her. At this moment, Lei Jiu posed alluringly, her face flushed, her eyes shyly sparkling, radiating an enchanting aura. However, although she appeared captivating, it was all an act, lacking the natural allure. If Hancock were present, her every gesture would mesmerize all. Unfortunately, whether it was Hancock or Lei Jiu, their charms had no effect on Karl. At most, they would cause him a moment of awkwardness and nothing more. When it came time to act, he would still act, wholly indifferent to whether the opponent was male or female. The beauty trap does not work on me. If you were aware of my exploits, you would understand that I dare to strike Hancock. Do you think I could be swayed by you? However, you are right about one thing. I am indeed avenging AI Erlon. He is one of my subordinates. Chapter 195. Unexpected joy. AI Erlon must have seen it. The Vinsmoke family has been utterly annihilated, not a single one left alive. Although I have refrained from acting personally due to Navy principles, they are dead. So you can rest easy. Through the Den Mushi, Karl showed AI Erlon the corpses of the entire Vinsmoke family, including the one he loathed the most. Leiju. Upon witnessing this scene, AI Erlon nodded, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, Lord Karl. Haha, no need for formalities. Since you have seen it, I will hang up now. If any Navy or CP members inquire about the Vinsmoke family, remember to maintain silence. Their deaths were due to a defeat in war. They were ultimately killed, and it has nothing to do with us in the Navy. I understand, Lord Karl. I will not speak carelessly. And Karl then closed the Den Mushi. He felt reassured about AI Erlon. This fellow had always been steadfast, impervious to the influence of Conqueror's haki and Hancock's allure. Extracting any information from him would be nearly impossible. Moreover, with Enel and Jace on Sabedi Archipelago, all right, this matter has come to a close. Do not forget my request. I seek nothing from you. I only need you to spread the word about how I helped resolve the war. Of course, embellish it a bit. Do not say I opposed the Vinsmoke family, but chose to assist you. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a Navy officer, unwilling to witness war. And they were ambushed by the Sea Kings. Yes, that will suffice. After Karl meticulously crafted the rationale, he handed it over to the old king, allowing the narrative to be disseminated through the king's own words. A few days later, a rumor spread across the entire North Sea. Germa 66 had declared war, and Karl, unable to witness the slaughter of countless innocents, chose to mediate the animosities between the parties involved. However, at that moment, the Sea Kings appeared without warning, annihilating all of Germa 60 SXS fleets and soldiers. Even the leader of the Vinsmoke family sustained severe injuries, ultimately succumbing to them. Others fared no better. This news seemed utterly absurd, yet Germa 66 had indeed vanished without a trace. Most significantly, there were unmistakable signs of Sea King activity at that time, confirming that Karl had not intervened. At most, he had merely taught a lesson to those who sought to harm him. Consequently, Karl's reputation began to spread throughout the North Sea, and even portraits of him, propelled by his influence, started circulating widely. The fate of the Vinsmoke family became a matter of indifference to the masses. Subsequently, Karl traversed the North Sea, experiencing various events and exploring all the islands and palaces therein. Owing to his status and prowess, none dared to refuse him. Even those who revered the celestial dragons did not dare offend Karl. Thus, without exception, these individuals found themselves charmed by Karl's capabilities. Over the course of more than 6 months, Karl journeyed across the 4 seas, aiding the populace with numerous challenges and vanquishing a considerable number of pirates. The renown of Admiral Karl grew ever broader, becoming increasingly well known among the people. His portraits, in particular, sold like hotcakes across the four seas, a deliberate act of authorization from Carl to the newspapers for distribution. This led to the involvement of the renowned newsman Morgan. Although the portraits were not expensive, their low price facilitated high sales. Morgan, as one of the powers in the underground world of the New World, was a significant figure in journalism. Chapter 196, The Hometown of the Cat Demon. North Sea, an unnamed small island. This is also the hometown of the Cat Demon. Here, the Cat Demon and Black Feather transformed into beastmen, frolicking freely. Many animals here possess spiritual awareness. They may lack human intelligence, yet they harbor human emotions. Having grown up in this environment, most of the animals still remember her. Upon her return, many small creatures cheered and even offered her food. This situation truly astonished Carl and the others. The Cat Demon was thus surrounded as she made her way into the deep mountains, with Black Feather curiously following her. Carl and Endur remained outside to rest. Due to the Cat Demon's influence, neither of them faced any hostility. Instead, some small animals brought them fruits to eat. I never expected that after all these years in the East Sea, I was unaware of such a place, Carl sighed. Having crossed over to the East Sea's Boyatown, he rarely ventured out to sea until later when he joined the Navy under Admiral Mongoose. His knowledge of the East Sea was largely limited to the original manga, leaving him oblivious to the existence of such a wondrous place. I can sense that the little creatures here are very joyful, yet they also carry a hint of sadness. Endur's innate ability allows her to perceive animal emotions and convey her own to them. However, this does not extend to humans. Otherwise, her powers would be exponentially greater. It was only after consuming the music fruit that she gained the ability to control animals beyond the human realm. Until today, having lived by the sea and accompanied Carl, she had not encountered many terrestrial creatures, leading her to believe she could only manipulate marine life. It was only upon witnessing so many land animals that she realized her abilities extended to them as well. Endur, you might attempt to communicate with them. I sense something is amiss here. Although the situation appears fine, if everything were entirely normal, these animals would not exhibit sadness. Understood, I'll try my best. Upon hearing Carl's words, Endur nodded and attempted to communicate. However, she could only convey her messages unilaterally, leaving her unable to comprehend the responses of the creatures. A monkey, having awakened its intellect, gesticulated wildly, even picking up branches and drawing aimlessly, or striking peculiar poses with its head tilted and one eye closed. This left Endur utterly bewildered. She could only helplessly seek Carl's assistance, hoping he might understand. When Carl arrived, the monkey resumed its antics. After observing several times, Carl furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is someone here harming you?" The monkey's eyes widened, pounding its chest in evident agitation. "I understand now. There are hunters pursuing them. Although this territory is unclaimed, it is nonetheless the Cat Demon's homeland, and we cannot stand idly by." The Cat Demon had not revealed her origins, but she did mention that this was where she grew up. Carl surmised that she had likely been raised by these creatures in this wilderness. Chapter 197, The Cat Demon's Background. Departing from this enchanting island of animals, Carl waved goodbye to the creatures. It must be said that, at times, animals display deeper emotional connections than humans. Despite having spent merely a day and night on this island, they forged a bond with these creatures. Subsequently, in his capacity as admiral, Carl ordered the Navy surrounding the area to protect it. Although some naval personnel were reluctant, they were compelled to obey Carl's command. Once these matters were settled, the Cat Demon felt significantly relieved. "Thank you so much, Lord Carl. No need for thanks, it is my duty. But tell me, why did you grow up on this island? If you prefer not to share, that is fine. You can tell me whenever you're ready. I am merely curious." Carl casually inquired, but did not press further. The Cat Demon appeared conflicted, yet she did not call out to Carl immediately. Instead, she retreated to the kitchen to prepare some snacks, seeking to calm herself. During dinner that night, the Cat Demon approached Carl, who was gazing at the stars, somewhat bashfully. Unbeknownst to her, Endur and Black Feather were quietly observing from behind. "Lord Carl, meow. What is it? I have something to say to you, meow. Just speak." Your bashfulness makes it seem as though I've wronged you. Carl, witnessing the cat demon's shy demeanor, found it both amusing and perplexing. Just then, he turned around and noticed Black Feather and Endure peeking out. What are you two doing? Meow. Suddenly, Kao's words startled the cat demon, prompting her to turn around. There stood Heyu and Endure, emerging from the cabin with expressions of regret. How could you do this? Meow. We apologize. We were just a bit curious. Endure scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Heyu simply enveloped the cat demon in a warm embrace, pressing her head against his chest. By the time the cat demon wriggled free, her face was flushed and her breath was somewhat unsteady. Observing this scene, Endure mirrored Heyu's actions, holding the cat demon close and encouraging her to nuzzle against her. Furthermore, Endure's physique was slightly more ample than Heyu's, causing the cat demon to stiffen, her tail quivering behind her. Ka did not intervene, but watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. The hometown lilies seemed to blossom once more. What did you say, Ka? I said if you don't let go, she might suffocate. My apologies. I forgot I am larger than Heyu. Endure quickly released her embrace, leaving the cat demon blushing and looking somewhat tipsy. Heyu, wearing a stern expression, cast a resentful glance at Endure, casually patting his chest. You flaunt what you have, but one day I will possess the same. Ka observed the three with an amused silence. Such occurrences had become frequent over the past year, rapidly intensifying their bond. Each day, Ka could inhale the refreshing scent of lilies. Cat demon, speak your mind now, under the moonlit sky. Whatever you wish to say, even if it's a confession. I shall consider it briefly before firmly declining you. The corners of Kaor's mouth lifted. His smile, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, appeared even more enchanting than usual. However, both Endure and Heyu simultaneously raised their middle fingers, directing disdainful looks at him. Chapter 198. Return to the Marine Headquarters, New World. The Marine Headquarters. Ka returned to the Marine Headquarters with all his crew to report back. A year had allowed them all to grow. Although Kaor's strength did not see significant growth, his reputation, bolstered by the grand news from Morgan, had surpassed that of the older generation of Marines. He had truly become an idol for all young people in the pirate world. His influence even inspired some young Marines to actively enlist, aspiring to become honorable members of the Navy. With more people wanting to join the Navy, the number of pirates dwindled, and the seas became considerably calmer. Sakazuki was particularly pleased. He had initially prepared for chaos, but who could have predicted that Ka would inadvertently resolve two of the Navy's pressing issues? The first was the world recruitment problem, and the second was the pirate dilemma. Consequently, a few news articles, portraits, and promotional posters elevated Ka to the status of a new trendsetter. Young people rallied behind him as an idol, eagerly emulating him and naturally registering to join the Navy. Especially in the initial phases, every enlistment office across the Navy branches was overwhelmed with applicants. When Sakazuki learned of this, his face blossomed into a rare smile. Although the number of applicants had since decreased, the influx remained constant, far exceeding Sakazuki's expectations. All of this was Ka's doing. Thus, when Ka arrived at the Admiral's office to report back, a seldom-seen smile graced Sakazuki's face. It was likely only Ka who could elicit such an expression from a usually stoic man. Sakazuki-senpai, I have returned to report. Here are some tasks I have completed, along with the pirates and criminals my subordinates have eliminated. Please review and see if there are any omissions or false information. Ka placed a stack of reports on Sakazuki's desk. However, Sakazuki paid little attention to them, his gaze fixed intently on Ka, a smile still lingering on his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. Remarkably so. Sakazuki-senpai, what do you mean? I must clarify that although we are both single, I prefer women. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? At Kao's words, Sakazuki nearly choked. Yet, he was not angered. He simply regained his composure, the ugly smile fading away. Now, share what you've been up to during this time. Also, provide a brief report about your subordinates. As you command. Ka succinctly summarized the events of the past year, including what Enel had accomplished during that time. Although Ka was not entirely aware of their specific deeds, he managed to outline their military accomplishments based on the reports. Sakazuki was exceedingly satisfied and decided to promote all of them by one rank. This would allow them to command their own warships and troops, no longer needing to remain under Kawoi's direct supervision. However, some individuals still lacked the capability to lead. For instance, the cat demon, Heiyu, and AI Erlin had the requisite ranks, but not the strength to command. They had only succeeded due to their intelligence and other qualities, thus reaching the limits of their promotions. After clarifying this, Sakazuki noted Kawoi's understanding. Without sufficient strength, one could not ascend to a higher position. Chapter 199, Individual Growth. After a year apart, Enel and the others had seen tremendous improvement. To assess their current capabilities, Karer engaged each individual in combat. Unsurprisingly, Karer emerged victorious. However, during the evaluations, he refrained from exerting his full strength, instead matching his power to theirs for testing purposes. Within an afternoon, Karer completed the assessments, donning a proud smile reminiscent of a father. First was Enel, who had experienced the most rapid growth. Although he had yet to reach the level of an admiral, with a few more years of training, he would undoubtedly attain that caliber. His Kinbunchika haki had reached a pinnacle level, and the development of the Rumble Rumble fruit was nearly perfect, albeit lacking in precision. Following that was his Busashoka haki. While there had been progress, it was not substantial. If one were to liken it, it was akin to a child who had just learned to walk attempting to run, yet failing to gain any speed. Furthermore, his physical combat skills remained subpar, and his physical fitness was also lacking. These shortcomings hindered his advancement to admiral-level strength. Taking Sakazuki as an example, he possessed the fruit's capabilities, physical prowess, and swordsmanship. Each aspect alone was sufficient to contend with an admiral. Anilu possesses the ability of a fruit that allows him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the admirals, yet he falls short in other aspects. Should Karer truly challenge him to a life-and-death struggle, Anilu could endure for no more than a day before being vanquished by her. Thus, Karer has issued an imperative for him to diligently train. Anilu, with humility, has accepted this command, but whether he will continue his training remains beyond Karer's control. He has resolved to grant him complete autonomy, permitting Anilu to lead his own team. Unza and Anilu find themselves in a similar predicament. One has reached a plateau in swordsmanship, while the other has stagnated in physical combat. Their strengths, while somewhat inferior to us, surpass those of most vice admirals. They currently find themselves in an awkward position, their abilities neither ascending nor descending. Their mastery of armament haki is commendable. However, they falter in the realm of observation haki. Consequently, Karer has advised them to momentarily set aside their training in physical prowess and armament haki in favor of developing their observation haki. They have accepted this suggestion with enthusiasm and have been entrusted by her to lead their own expeditions. Next, Karer's attention shifts to Jiasu. His progress has been modest, yet there is some improvement. His armament haki has not advanced significantly, but his command of his fruit's abilities has become increasingly fluid. The potential of the Shegashra, if harnessed effectively, could rival that of Ujan. Thus, his latent capabilities are considerable, although his innate talent remains rather ordinary. Achieving the rank of Vice Admiral within a year is commendable in its own right. Lastly, we consider Irelan. His initial strength was feeble, possessing merely a basic understanding of the Gnusur for self-preservation. Now, he has acquired armament haki, yet remains unversed in observation haki. He has mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, but his overall power remains average, insufficient to reach the level of a vice admiral, though he surpasses typical rear admirals. Such strength may not guarantee safety in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, and coupled with his introverted demeanor, he is ill-suited for leadership. Thus, Karer intends for him to continue in his company. As for Mal Yao and Karer, their loyalty remains steadfast, continuing to accompany Karer. Over the past year, they have forged a bond with him. In the 200th chapter, titled Choice, we find ourselves on Pankasa, an island marred by the harshness of its environment. This desolate landscape has been sculpted by the fierce duels of 2 admirals. Once a picturesque haven, it has been transformed into a battleground. Today, Karer arrives at Kankahasa, with the intent of meeting one individual. Lo, I have arrived. Shall you emerge, or shall I enter? As he hovers above the castle in his warship, he engages in conversation with Luo through a transponder snail. His purpose for this visit is twofold: to meet Luo and to address a predicament involving both Luo and Baji. Please hold for a moment. Daren, Kair. I shall come forth immediately. Upon learning of her presence, Luo swiftly teleports from the castle. Surprised by his seamless arrival, Kair remarks on this impressive development in fruit abilities, noting the stealth of his movement. Without the foresight granted by observation hockey, one would find it exceedingly difficult to anticipate such an assassination. To Kair's astonishment, Luo's teleportation through the use of his abilities occurs without any forewarning, revealing a significant potential within him. While still youthful with a bit more time, his future achievements may well rival those of the admirals or even the four emperors. Your praise is unwarranted, Daren, Kair. My abilities are but trifles in the presence of your might, Luo humbly responds, brushing aside the compliment. Speak plainly. What trouble have you and Baji encountered that necessitated this communication? The situation is thus, Luo succinctly explains. Baji has provoked the wrath of the Baloka Gongjuoshi and now finds himself in dire straits. The outcome is clear. Baji stands no chance against the Baloka Gongjuoshi, yet he cannot cower. Thus, he implores Luo to intervene, as he cannot afford to act himself, lest his followers, who are more inclined to believe in fantasies, scatter and spread tales of his deceit. Such a fate would lead to Baji's ruin, even jeopardizing his status as a Shichibukai. In a spirit of assistance, Luo confronts the agents of the Baloka Gongjuoshi, easily overcoming them but refraining from annihilation, as he wishes to avoid irreconcilable enmity with their leader, Kalokurdar. However, neither he nor Baji anticipated that Kalokurdar would personally seek them out, resulting in a fierce confrontation where Luo ultimately suffers defeat. Just as Kalokurdar prepares to strike at Baji, Shankarasu fortuitously passes by and greets Baji, choosing not to engage with Kalokurdar. Aware of the implications of his actions, Kalokurdar spares them, showcasing Baji's remarkable fortune. Had Shankarasu not fortuitously arrived, both would likely have perished at Kalokurdar hands. Thus, Luo and Baji narrowly escape with their lives. Yet they are acutely aware that Kalokurdar will return, prompting Luo to seek out Kair's assistance to eliminate the threat. Upon hearing Luo's account, Kair finds himself at a loss for words, reluctantly acknowledging Baji's extraordinary luck. The mere coincidence of Shankara's timely appearance is hard to fathom, yet it epitomizes Baji's uncanny ability to navigate perilous situations. In the 201st chapter, titled Kalokurdar, we venture to an unnamed island within the New World. This island harbors no nation nor ordinary citizens, only an unassuming organization that is gradually rising to prominence. The Baloka Gongjuoshi, founded by Kalokurdar. The organization initially operated within the first half of the Grand Line, engaging in information brokerage and mercenary services. However, after carelessly falling to Luffy, he was imprisoned. Following a series of events, he and his subordinates found themselves confined within the 6th level of Impel Down. When Luffy and his allies attempted an escape, Kalokurdar managed to flee, and his daring escape has attracted many followers, including Luffy, who sought to recruit him. However, Crocodile, a man who dares to confront even Whitebeard, naturally does not fear Blackbeard, a mere lackey. As a result, the two engaged in a fierce battle that ended inconclusively. It must be said that Crocodile's reputation for a 50-50 matchup is not unfounded. Even when pitted against a dual devil fruit user like Blackbeard, he held his ground. However, the pivotal factor was his geographical advantage, as the Baroque Works was strategically located in a vast desert. This desert is one of the few large sandy islands in the New World, where the harsh environment and unpredictable climate often lead to sandstorms. Most people cannot survive in such a place, but certain unique creatures thrive here. Crocodile, having chosen this site for Baroque Works, aimed to solidify his position. Otherwise, he would have lacked confidence in confronting Blackbeard or even Kaido and Charlotte Limlin. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and would not recklessly expand his influence. Had it not been for the clash between their tasks and Buggy's delivery mission, he would not have intervened in such trivial matters. However, he underestimated Buggy, thinking him merely a clown who could not maintain his status as a warlord. What he did not anticipate was that those who confronted Buggy would inadvertently provoke Law. Given that both Buggy and Law were warlords, their meeting was not unusual, and Crocodile did not perceive any significant connection between them. Yet, the outcome proved him wrong. Law's appearance indicated that matters were far more complicated than he had assumed. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart, believing that Law, despite his considerable strength, was still too young to contend with a seasoned veteran like himself. Just as he thought he could dispatch Law after defeating him, the unexpected arrival of Shanks left him utterly astonished. It was precisely because of Shanks' presence that he realized Shanks and Buggy shared a long-standing acquaintance. Although Crocodile was unafraid of the Four Emperors, he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Law. Continuing to fight Shanks would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to grant Shanks face and retreated. Whether he would later take action against Law and Buggy was a different matter. Now Crocodile sat in his office, contemplating the situation. If he refrained from attacking Law and Buggy, they would undoubtedly target his forces. However, if he did choose to strike, he had already missed the optimal moment, and they would be well prepared to counter him. After his previous failure due to underestimating Luffy, Crocodile had become significantly more cautious. Even when facing a defeated adversary, he could not afford to dismiss them lightly. It was indeed troubling. The strength of the individuals in the New World was formidable, and relying solely on his underlings was insufficient. Chapter 203. Intense Battle. Is this it? The illustrious Desert King Crocodile is at this level? It is truly laughable. If this is all you can muster, you might as well take your own life to spare me the effort. After effortlessly neutralizing Crocodile's attack once more, Carl began to question his capabilities. It was not that he felt invincible. Rather, he realized he had overestimated Crocodile. While Crocodile's strength may not reach that of an admiral, he was certainly superior to the average rear admiral. In fact, his power was likely comparable to that of the current Inaru. Carl also calculated that his own fruit abilities would counter Crocodile's. However, he did not anticipate such a decisive advantage. The capabilities of the Suna no Mi were vastly restricted. This limitation meant that Crocodile had a very limited arsenal of techniques at his disposal. His lack of proficiency in physical combat led Carl to mistakenly believe that Crocodile was genuinely weak. In reality, Crocodile was far from weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to engage in a fierce battle with Blackbeard without a clear victor. Do not underestimate me, you little brat. Desert Blade. With a roar, a massive force emerged. Yet, this sand blade was still no match for Carl. Compared to previous encounters, this attack merely grazed him, as Carl utilized his slashing technique combined with his fruit abilities to nullify Crocodile's move entirely. Subsequently, with a series of slashes, Carl swiftly pushed Crocodile back, rendering him unable to retaliate. TCH. What an annoying little brat. After the earlier probing, Crocodile realized that his abilities were completely countered by Carl. Generally speaking, natural-type devil fruits rarely encounter such countering situations, except in cases of hierarchical superiority. However, unfortunate circumstances prevailed. The Suna no Mi, while seemingly powerful, bore numerous flaws. It was vulnerable to water, strong winds, and even certain materials devoid of moisture that could not be transformed into sand. Against such elements, Crocodile's powers were rendered ineffective. Coincidentally, Carl's Fufunomi allowed him to manipulate strong winds. Moreover, Carl had yet to utilize his Gura no Mi abilities. Had he not been reserving his strength for emergencies, he could have easily employed both devil fruit powers to eliminate Crocodile and eliminate future threats. However, doing so would likely expose his dual devil fruit abilities, making it difficult to explain to the Gorosei later. The timing was not yet right. His desired influence had yet to develop, and he could not reveal his strongest trump card. Nevertheless, even without revealing everything, Carl possessed enough strength to vanquish Crocodile. As a Marine Admiral, he had that confidence. Crocodile, I am pressed for time, so I shall not indulge you further. Lion's Majesty. Carl's gaze sharpened as he unleashed one of his most powerful techniques, launching a ferocious assault on Crocodile. Faced with the swirling sands and the towering tornado connecting heaven and earth, Crocodile was momentarily stunned. The ability to control sand and desert tornadoes should have been his domain. Yet, the tornado created by Carl was exponentially stronger than anything Crocodile could summon. Aware of the dire situation, Crocodile understood that if he continued to conceal his true strength, he would truly meet his end. Desert Greatsword. With another roar, the surrounding sands were summoned, forming gigantic swords aimed at Carl. Chapter 204. Unleashing Full Power. Ha. Your insight is commendable. I did not expect you to deduce it. Even that fellow Blackbeard could not figure out where I obtained this venom. However, this substance, aside from Magellan's venom, also incorporates some of my own research, allowing it to be stably stored within a special container. Yet, I do not possess much of this venom. If it were not for facing such formidable adversaries, I would not have brought it out at all. Crocodile sneered as he charged at Carl. He no longer relied on his imposing demeanor, but instead fought solely with his venom. This situation left Carl feeling somewhat troubled. He had not anticipated that after a single defeat, Kelookida would become so shameless. In the original narrative, he was not portrayed this way. However, Carl felt a sense of relief. Had he chosen to keep Kelookida and transform him into his own, he could only imagine the myriad repulsive tactics he might devise. Carl harbored a strong aversion to those who employed poison. If one were Magellan, who consumed the Dokonomi, that would be acceptable. Yet, to wield poison so openly in battle while wearing a proud expression was something Carl simply could not accept. As Kelookida launched fierce attacks, Carl meticulously dodged, avoiding direct confrontation. The toxins of Magellan could only be neutralized by Magellan himself. Carl was uncertain how Kelookida procured an antidote, but even if he possessed one, its efficacy was uncertain. To avert unnecessary injury, Carl aimed to steer clear of these toxins as much as possible. Even he, when faced with such venom, had to exercise caution. He was not a monster like Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, for whom such toxins held no effect. Although Carl possessed formidable physical resilience, he remained fundamentally human. Toxins could still inflict harm upon him, particularly Magellan's, which were exceedingly lethal. Thus, he had to remain vigilant. Even as Kelookida fought, he too exercised caution to prevent the venom from touching him. However, as a Logia Devil Fruit user, he could avoid harm by maintaining his elemental form. This was the source of his confidence. Ha. Little Navy brat, do you also have moments of fear? If you leave now, we will let bygones be bygones as if nothing occurred. But if you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me. I am certain you are well aware of the potency of this venom. Kelookida continued his onslaught while Carl sought opportunities to counter. Yet each attempt was thwarted by the splattering venom. Consequently, Connor's attacks were interrupted before they could reach Kelookida. Should he resort to long-range slashes, Kelookita's elemental form and Kenbunchika Haki would not be easily overcome. The abilities granted by the Moku no Mi were effectively redundant in this environment, rendering their expansive techniques mutually dismantleable. The powers of their respective fruits would play little role in this confrontation. What they needed to do was conclude this battle. Kelookida, do not harbor delusions. I will not spare you. You may not yet grasp the identities of those you have provoked, but I will not enlighten you. Let your questions accompany you to the depths of hell. With all his might, Carl unleashed his most powerful slash, aimed at Kelookida. Faced with this strike capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the earth, Kelookida hesitated not, immediately transforming into his elemental state to evade. Yet despite this, a tremor coursed through his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Carl, too, found the encounter rather uninspiring. Once both devil fruit abilities were activated, the outcome was devoid of suspense. After merely 2 exchanges, Kelookida was defeated in an instant. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Moreover, Keloukida's prowess was even slightly inferior to Eneru. Overall, Keloukida was stronger than the average Navy Vice Admiral, but compared to other near-admiral level powerhouses, he ranked at the very bottom. Without employing the Dungjungator, Carr already possessed the strength of an admiral, albeit at the lower end of that tier. However, once he activated his dual devil fruit powers, his strength surged to an unfathomable level. This caliber of power was something he had only witnessed in figures like Carp, Sengoku, and even Whitebeard. Thus, by unlocking the dual abilities, he undoubtedly positioned himself among the foremost warriors in the world. The first battle utilizing dual fruits yielded unexpectedly remarkable results. Yet Kelookida was simply too weak. In the New World, his strength could be likened to that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Previously, such strength seemed formidable, but now it appeared woefully inadequate. Carr never imagined his appraisal of Kelookida would be significantly elevated. He was genuinely taken aback by Kelookida's weakness. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Had Kelookida been truly powerful, he would not have been bested by Luffy, although that defeat stemmed from overconfidence. No subsequent adjustments made by the original author could amend the fact of his weakness. After all, the weaknesses inherent in the Suna no Mi were numerous, and Kelookida was not adept at physical combat. Being swiftly defeated by Carter's dual devil fruit abilities was entirely reasonable. After vanquishing Kelookida, Carter completed his selection task, with a random A-level ability laid before him. However, this time, the system did not conduct an immediate draw. Instead, it allowed Carter to activate it at his discretion. Thus, Carter could choose to either retain it or utilize the randomly drawn ability at that moment. First, he would return to bathe, change his attire, and offer a prayer. Under these circumstances, he might just find fortune smiling upon him. Aware of his misfortune, Carter decided it prudent to return first. Before that, however, he needed to eliminate the remaining personnel of Baroque Works. The duration of Carter and Kelookida's battle did not exceed an hour. Those individuals could not have fled far. Carter swiftly pursued several ships, sinking them one by one. Even if they scattered, they would still fall victim to his onslaught. All of these individuals were members of Baroque Works, none of whom were innocent. They were all mercenaries driven by greed. To label them as pirates would be an exaggeration. Furthermore, all core personnel of Baroque Works, including those previously rescued by Kelookida, did not escape Carr's retribution. After dispatching these individuals, Carr made a point to visit Buggy, ostensibly to issue a warning, but in reality, to allow him to develop without hindrance. Buggy expressed his understanding, tearfully accepting the resources that rightfully belonged to Baroque Works. Finally, Carter sought out Law to inform him that the matter had been resolved. However, the true purpose of this visit revolved around the issue of toxins. When Kair dispatched Kelookida, he deliberately withheld the information regarding Chapter 206, the Seven-Star Sword. The Attributes panel revealed his name as Kair, with the following characteristics: Strength S, Agility B, Spirit B, Stamina B, Title, Benevolent and Righteous, Abilities, Military Body Fist C, Awakened Piao Piao Fruit, Mastery of Armament Hockey, Perfection in Observation Hockey, Perfection in Conqueror's Hockey, Dual Sword Style A, Mastery of Wind Element C, Extraordinary Strength A, Tremor Fruit of Favor C, and Zanpakuto A. While soaring through the air, Kair delved into the study of his personal attributes, primarily seeking information regarding his Zanpakuto. During his time at the Navy headquarters, Kair spent nearly half a month inquiring among various naval swordsmen about the legends surrounding the Seven-Star Sword or any impressions they had of sentient weapons. However, after questioning over a dozen naval vice admirals, even Fujitora, he found them all unaware of what the Seven-Star Sword was. Their knowledge of sentient weapons was limited to only the Ghost Slash, with no mention of others. According to their accounts, if one could forge their weapon into a black blade, it would inherently possess some degree of sentience. While this sentience may be feeble compared to the killing intent of the Ghost Slash, it would suffice and could enhance the swordsman's strength. The former dragon Slayer swordsman, Long Ma, wielded the black blade Chiao Shui, a weapon imbued with such sentience. Yet, its current whereabouts remain a mystery, though Kair knows it resides on Moria's ship. With Moria's demise, the fate of his vessel is uncertain. As for Long Ma's remains, they have likely vanished, and Chiao Shui may have become Shirlyo's weapon. Another black blade, the Black Sword Yoru, belongs to Mihawk, yet it is not in Kair's character to kill Mihawk for a mere sword. Furthermore, Mihawk might yet become an ally. In the end, With no other options available, Kair resolved to venture to the Calm Belt to seek out Zoro and inquire about the seven-star sword. To save time, he flew at full speed and soon reached Zoro's training grounds. His arrival immediately caught Rayleigh's attention. At that moment, the island housed only Rayleigh, Luffy, and Zoro. Even Sanji was absent, his whereabouts unknown. Marco and others had returned to the New World, embroiled in a fierce battle against Blackbeard, suffering a disastrous defeat. They have since gone into hiding, with Ace occasionally re-emerging to draw attention before swiftly disappearing. Sabo undoubtedly could not remain there for training, likely having returned to the Revolutionary Army to continue serving Dragon. As for Shanks, he saw no purpose in staying and naturally returned to the comfort of the New World. Thus, the remaining individuals training on the island were only Luffy and Zoro. Kair, however, was indifferent to Sanji's absence. Rayleigh, it has been quite some time. Kair greeted amiably. Haha, what brings you here again? Rayleigh responded, irked by Kair's presence and initially considering shooing him away. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized he lacked the certainty to drive Kair off alone and allowed him to land. Rayleigh, you needn't worry. I am here to ask a question, and there will be a substantial reward for anyone who can provide me with information. A question? What would you possibly want from us pirates? Does the Navy not have its own database? Rayleigh replied cautiously. Leaving the Calm Belt behind, Kair set forth towards the location of the seven-star sword. However, according to the information provided by Zoro, the seven-star sword had been destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul sealed within a stone tablet. The 7 orbs of the seven-star sword were similarly sealed and entrusted to specific guardians. Although the seven-star sword had been destroyed, its essence remained within the 7 orbs. As long as these orbs existed, the seven-star sword would endure. Therefore, Kair intended to acquire these 7 orbs and then merge them with a withered wood and Sakura 10 to forge a new weapon with a master blacksmith of Wano. Though it presented some challenges, sacrifices were essential to awaken the abilities of the Zanpakuto. Nonetheless, Zoro had informed him that only during the once-in-a-century red full moon would the seven-star sword, imbued with malevolent energy, awaken its sinister powers. Yet, this was merely a legend. The sword's presence was independent of the red full moon. It was during such a lunar occurrence that its power would manifest, leading people to mistakenly believe that the sword could only be summoned at that time. In reality, as long as one could obtain the sword, it could break its seal at any moment. Otherwise, it would not have been sealed away by those individuals. After all, no other sword in the Ghost/series matched the seven-star sword's ominous nature, in stark contrast to the fate of its users, who invariably met grim ends. Those who wielded the seven-star sword merely became puppets, revealing a far more ruthless reality. Is this Asuka Island? It appears no different from any other place. In my observation, Haki detects no malevolence. Indeed, legends are merely tales. Even if a weapon possesses sinister qualities capable of controlling humanity, it is merely a sign of its weakness. Kair scoffed disdainfully. Following the clues provided by Zoro, he soon located the site of their previous battle. It was a vast altar, now reduced to ruins. Clear evidence remained of various cuts and slashes from swords. It was evident that the remnants of the battle fought by Zoro and the others a year prior had yet to dissipate. Who are you? This is no place for outsiders. Leave at once. Suddenly, a young boy clad in naval uniform appeared behind Kair. For various reasons, Kair was dressed in civilian attire, lacking the insignia of a naval admiral. With his hair casually cascading down, he naturally went unrecognized by the boy. Hey, are you Navy? Oomph. You underestimate me. I am indeed Navy, and I command you to leave immediately. This place is dangerous. The boy, though young, displayed a sense of responsibility. He spoke truthfully. There was indeed danger present, as Kair's observation Haki detected a peculiar aura emanating from beneath the ground. This was likely the remnants of the seven-star sword, along with the energies radiating from the 7 orbs. Little one, allow me to escort you away from here. I have matters to attend to, and it would not do to harm you, Kair said, ruffling the boy's hair before lifting him into the air. The boy, astonished to find himself flying, covered his eyes in fear. Observing his adorable demeanor, Kair refrained from mocking him, and instead set him down, casually providing the boy with a method for practicing moonwalk. Here is your revised text. This is a reminder of your kindness, a form of retribution. If you perfect your training, you too may soar. Is that really true? The young boy inquired, a hint of nervousness evident in his voice. He had discerned that Carl was no ordinary individual. After all, mere mortals cannot fly. Rest assured, this technique is known as the Navy's sixth form, and what I have bestowed upon you is merely one aspect, the moonwalk. Chapter 208, The Sinister Will to Submit. A crimson full moon? Is that you're doing? Carl's expression shifted as he realized that, although the legendary crimson full moon occurs only once every 100 years, it now seemed that its appearance was contingent upon the malevolent will of the Qixing sword breaking free from its seal. Carl then felt that, under the glow of the crimson moon, this sinister will was growing ever stronger. Furthermore, on Osaka Island, numerous resentful spirits were converging upon the 7 jade orbs. This eerie phenomenon was a first for Carl. Without hesitation, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, suppressing all the malevolent and resentful spirits. It must be said that the conqueror's haki is remarkably effective against such intangible malevolence. Nevertheless, despite this, the sinister wills continued their attempts to merge with the 7 jade orbs. Carl was uncertain of the consequences should they succeed, but he was certain it would not bode well. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the sky, swiftly departing the island. As Carl left, the crimson moon in the sky gradually faded, soon returning to its ordinary hue. Yet behind him, a vast expanse of black mist pursued him. These were the resentful spirits eager to merge with the jade orbs. If you seek to merge, then let us see what form you shall take. Since I cannot rid myself of these peculiar entities, Carl flung the 7 jade orbs into the air. Strangely, they began to float eerily above him, even without his power. What followed left him astounded. The 7 jade orbs, against the backdrop of the black mist, gradually coalesced into a humanoid shape. 1 orb rested upon the head, 2 upon the chest and abdomen, while the remaining 4 adorned the limbs. This bizarre occurrence left Carl utterly bewildered, as he had no idea what this entity represented. Are you the sinister will of the Qixing sword? Are you a ghost or a spirit? The sinister will did not speak. Instead, it pointed to its own head and then gestured towards Carl. Subsequently, it knelt on one knee, bowing its head and cradling the air with its hands, presenting an image of submission. It recognized that it could never be Carl's match, nor could it hope to manipulate him. Thus, it wisely chose to yield and submit to Carl. This display indicated a semblance of intelligence. However, this was not what Carl desired. A weapon possessing intelligence could prove troublesome. Nevertheless, the situation had unfolded thus, and as long as it genuinely submitted and harbored no intentions of causing chaos, Carl could find it within himself to accept. Ahem. If you intend to submit, a simple nod will suffice. Although it presented a posture of submission, Carl decided to test the waters first. To his surprise, the entity lowered its hands and nodded. It did not rise, remaining in a kneeling position. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. However, let me make it clear. I require the reforging of a reliable weapon, and you too must undergo this transformation. I shall oversee the process personally. Should you have any objections, now is the time to reject my offer of submission. Upon hearing Carl's words, the sinister will trembled slightly before shaking its head in refusal. Observing this scene, Carl exhaled a sigh of relief, though he did not let his guard down entirely. He then secured the 7 jade orbs and disguised himself before setting forth towards Wano. Within days, Carl arrived in Wano at a renowned blacksmith shop. The master craftsman had not forged anything in many years, yet upon Carl's request to reforge Kuroki and Sakura, he surmised Carl's true identity. However, he had no intention of proceeding. Chapter 209, The Ambush. Lord Kaido awakened. Lord Kaido, we are not your enemies. We are your subordinates. Boss, please come to your senses, or this street will be reduced to ruins. This is frustrating. Jean, how can we stop the boss from continuing his drunken rampage? I have an idea. Why not toss the boss into the sea? That should sober him up. Jin's suggestion immediately lit up the eyes of those present, though their expressions soon dimmed again. They understood the immense risk involved. A moment's inattention could lead to being incinerated by Kaido's breath. As for the consequences of throwing Kaido into the water, they were not particularly concerned. Despite Kaido's volatile temperament, he had faced being thrown into the water by his crew before. Each time he fell into drunkenness. It had been Jean alongside Quinn and Jack, as well as the Flying Six. However, they had previously been close to the shore, and now they were far from it. Should they choose this course of action, they must be prepared to deal with Kaido's dragon breath. Even Jean would not dare to guarantee his immunity to Kaido's breath. "Boss, look over there. It seems someone is flying this way." Just as they hesitated, a man soared through the air, dual swords in hand, swiftly arriving behind Kaido. Without hesitation, the man executed a cross slash, sending Kaido plummeting from the sky. The tremendous strike, imbued with an unparalleled force, penetrated Kaido's body, shattering his bones and disrupting his muscles. Yet, despite this, Kaido's exaggerated regenerative abilities quickly mended the wound. It was Admiral Whitehawk. Upon recognizing the sudden arrival, Jean immediately identified Carl. Before Carl could strike a second time, Jean charged forward to intercept him. Having faced Carl once before, Jean had a lasting impression of him, which allowed him to recognize Carl upon his arrival. As for Jack, he remained oblivious, still unable to comprehend who the figure in the sky was. His limited intellect meant he had heard of Admiral Whitehawk, but could not recall his name in the moment. However, seeing his elder brother Jean rush forward, he felt compelled to follow suit. Quinn transformed into a brontosaurus, charging towards Carl in midair. The Flying Six, along with the massive Beastmaster, also surged forward, intent on surrounding Carl. Faced with the assault of dozens, Carl instantly unleashed his devil fruit powers, conjuring a tempest. Wind Blade Tornado. Within the storm, Carl infused rapid slashes, quickly bringing down the Flying Six. Among them, two unfortunate souls had their heads severed, meeting an untimely demise. The Beastmaster met the same fate, as none were spared. In confronting the Beast Pirates, Carl had no need to hold back. His Wind Blade's damage was not particularly high, and Sanzai easily thwarted KR's attack. However, in the next moment, Quinn and Jack's pupils abruptly constricted. Two invisible, razor-sharp slashes surged into their bodies, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. In that instant, the two lost all fighting capability. Yet, KR bestowed the same attack upon Jean, who, however, possessed strength that far surpassed that of Jack and Quinn. Enveloped in armed color hockey, he barely managed to block KR's strike. Nevertheless, the large wounds on his body signified that he too was not unscathed. "Marine, why have you come here?" At that moment, Kaido remained unconscious and had not yet sobered up. Jean had to buy time to prevent KR from seizing the opportunity to slay Kaido. Chapter 210. Successful escape. If you have the ability, don't run. Jean pursued, intent on detaining KR. As long as Kaido awoke, KR would undoubtedly be unable to flee. If Jack had not been killed, Jean would not have been so agitated. However, with Jack dead, Jack, one of the three disasters, whom Jean had always regarded as a younger brother, his fury was palpable. Although their relationship was one of superior and subordinate, Jean and Jack had maintained a commendable rapport. Thus, with Jack's death, Jean was the first to be consumed by rage. As for Quinn, he was not as furious. He merely felt a sense of embarrassment. Jack's weakness and lack of foresight led to his demise. His Kenbunchika haki was woefully inadequate. Had his haki been even slightly more formidable, he might have been able to anticipate KR's attack and utilize his arm color for defense. Unfortunately, he perished due to his own overconfidence. Without that confidence leading him to believe his body was indestructible, he would not have been slain by KR. At worst, he would have sustained serious injuries. Regrettably, it was too late for lamentations. Jack was already dead. Even if Kaido were to regain consciousness, it would be of little consequence. The only hope was that Kaido would awaken swiftly and that Quinn could manage to keep KR at bay. Otherwise, the Beast Pirates would truly become a laughingstock. When the news broke, it would proclaim, "A Marine Admiral infiltrates the den of tigers, knocks out Kaido, enrages the three disasters, and swiftly eliminates Jack, ultimately escaping." Such headlines would obliterate the reputation of the Beast Pirates in an instant. Who knew what repercussions would follow? Quick, drink. Join me in drinking. Kaido, regaining his human form, groggily sat up and took a swig from his gourd. Upon seeing Kaido awaken, Quinn was overjoyed and quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Kaido, dazed, surveyed the chaotic scene, noting the severely injured Quinn and the lifeless bodies of the 6 flying blades. His gaze finally landed on Jack's corpse, which had been cleaved into 3 pieces. "Jack," he wailed, "how could you have died? Who killed you? I will avenge you." Tears streamed down his face, and his conqueror's haki uncontrollably radiated outward. Quinn, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat and revealed the identity of the assailant. Simultaneously, Jean, battered and bruised, returned. He had given his all. Despite his swift efforts, he could not catch up to Kair and had even sustained injuries. This situation only served to infuriate Kaido further. He transformed into a dragon and furiously soared towards the direction Kair had fled. "Marine brat, I will have your life." Watching Kaido take off, Jin's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to speak. Yet, he ultimately remained silent, unable to catch up to Kaido's rapid flight. "Lord Kaido, you're going the wrong way." He turned back midway. Upon hearing Jin's words, Quinn also widened his eyes and sighed helplessly. It seemed that once Kaido returned, Wano would be in for misfortune again. Meanwhile, having evaded Jin through swift flight and a feigned retreat, Kair breathed a sigh of relief. He was now piloting a small vessel, soaring swiftly through the sky. He needed to return to the Marine headquarters at the fastest possible speed, for he knew Kaido's intoxication would soon wear off. Faced with an enraged Kaido, his situation would only become more precarious, especially with the need to protect the swordsmith. If he fell, the forging task would remain unfulfilled. Chapter 211. The Demon Blade. Are you truly planning to melt down Kumu and Ingshur? These 2 blades are exquisite masterpieces, among the 21 great swords of the world. If you simply melt them down, not only will you not feel pained, but I will also feel distressed. The elderly swordsmith lamented, sensing that Kair was squandering precious resources. However, Kair shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "It is unavoidable. I require a more potent weapon. While Kumu and Ingshur are not lacking, they lack spiritual essence. Thus, I need the 7-star sword S Jade orbs to enhance the power of these 2 blades." Despite this, the old man still felt a pang of sorrow. He voiced his reluctance, yet his body moved earnestly. He understood that reforging 2 renowned blades was a privilege that ordinary swordsmiths could hardly attain. Even he had only forged a handful of famous swords in his lifetime, which were then renowned by their wielders. The swordsmiths themselves remained nameless. "From now on, you must stay here daily. Otherwise, I cannot suppress the malevolence of these 7 jade orbs. Additionally, I will require your blood for the forging, as this is your exclusive weapon, and only through this can you form a unique bond with it. Rest assured, I will be here during this time and will not venture elsewhere. You can focus on forging, old man." Kair patted the swordsmith's shoulder, laughing heartily, before sitting down to admire the swordsmith's craft. The swordsmith displayed an excited grin and stripped to reveal his muscular physique. "Let's begin. It has been so long since I felt such exhilaration. Reopening the furnace after such a long time to reforge 2 renowned blades is simply delightful. Ha 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 ha." With the swordsmith's hearty laughter, he commenced his work. Kair remained beside him, aiding in suppressing the malevolence of the 7 jade orbs. As long as Kair was present, the orbs dared not misbehave. However, were he to leave, they would surely wander. Though Kair did not intervene, their appearances were always at night. Numerous Marines patrolling during the night would witness ghostly shadows. Over time, rumors of hauntings at the Marine headquarters began to circulate. Kair later learned of this and chastised the 7 jade orbs for their wickedness, which finally subdued them somewhat. Nevertheless, the tales of hauntings continued to spread, proving impossible to contain. At present, the naval headquarters is enveloped in an atmosphere of unease, with some even suggesting the invocation of a feng shui master to discern the source of the purported hauntings. However, those who utter such remarks find themselves swiftly relegated to the logistics department by Sakazuki, who shows no leniency even to veterans. Individuals who disturb the morale of the troops are met with strict measures from him. Nevertheless, Sakazuki harbors a curiosity about the enigmatic entity capable of infiltrating the naval headquarters unnoticed. Despite extensive searching, he has yet to uncover its presence. After all, Carl has already admonished it to refrain from causing further disturbances. Thus, a month has elapsed. The ghostly apparition was seen only briefly at the outset, and as it ceased to manifest, the rumors of hauntings gradually faded, leading Sakazuki to forget the incident altogether. Meanwhile, the process of forging the blade has reached its final phase. Throughout this month, apart from remaining in the vicinity, Carl has been diligently sourcing superior materials to craft his own Zanpakuto. The 7 jade orbs have been melded into the blade, naturally infusing it with malevolent intent. Chapter 212. Hades. Is your name truly Hades? Buzz. Buzz. Hades trembles in the water, this time expressing an emotion of excitement. It is evident that it relishes this name. It shall be known as such. Who would have imagined that you would be named Hades? A name synonymous with the ruler of the underworld in mythology. Carl chuckles wryly, never anticipating the audacity of this entity to claim such a title. This name was not bestowed by Carl, nor is it of Hades' own volition. The intriguing aspect of a Zanpakuto lies in the fact that their names are preordained by fate. Even the Zanpakuto itself may not be privy to its name. It is the wielder who must comprehend it. Once a Zanpakuto possesses a name, it can harness a certain power resonating with the wielder's innermost being to transform its form. Hence, Carl is intrigued to discover the manifestation of Hades. He lifts Hades and swings it a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. It is far more effortless than when he used Kuramaki and Sakura. However, despite his efforts, he has yet to ascertain the initial release incantation or the blade's abilities. Be cautious, young one. This blade has just taken form. Do not injure yourself, for the wounds it inflicts will not heal. Wounds will not heal. Upon hearing the smith's words, Carl's curiosity is piqued. The smith sighs and reveals a small wound on his wrist. Although diminutive, such an injury would typically heal within a day or two. Yet, this wound has evidently persisted for quite some time without mending. While I cannot ascertain the blade's exact capabilities, its ability to prevent wounds from healing is certainly sinister. Had I cut deeper, I would not merely have scraped the skin, but rather bled profusely to my demise. Well, that is all I know. The specific applications of this blade will be for you to explore your own pace. However, I advise against using it on your comrades, lest you find yourself regretting it. With that, the smith departed, ready to rest in his quarters. A month spent forging a blade has consumed all his energy. For an ordinary smith, such a duration would be excessively slow. Yet for the creation of Hades, a demonic blade, this time frame is remarkably swift. After all, he is a master smith, having crafted notable weapons before. Additionally, given that this blade is grounded in Kuramaki and Sakura, it naturally expedited the process. Thus, Hades came into existence within a month. You truly surprise me. Your ability to render wounds unhealable is remarkable. I wonder if you possess any other powers. Hades trembles once again, signaling its excitement, even yearning to strike. Upon sensing this emotion, Carl finds himself both amused and exasperated. If you wish to strike, wait a moment. Once I set sail, I shall take you along to cleave pirates. Hearing this, Hades quivers slightly in protest. Carl sighs and sheathes the blade. This sheath has been meticulously crafted by the old smith to accommodate this particular blade. Were it housed in any other sheath, it would likely succumb to the blade's malevolence within a matter of days. Hades is, after all, a demonic blade of unprecedented wickedness. Otherwise, it would not be so eager to accompany Carl into battle. Chapter 213. For Zifa, the individuals accompanying Sakazuki are none other than Sengoku and Garp. Carl is curious as to why Sakazuki has summoned these two elder statesmen. Meanwhile, Borsellino and Kizuru are still engaged on an external mission and have yet to return. Ha! It has been quite some time, Carl. In just over a year, you have grown even stronger, and that demonic blade of yours is truly fearsome. Even I dare not approach it for fear of being bitten. Sengoku, draped in a naval coat and munching on a donut, jests about Carl. Without the pressures of his former admiralcy, Sengoku has returned to his true self, shedding his former sternness. Beside him, Garp is noticeably restless, clearly disinclined to remain seated. Ahem. You two semi-retired old geezers, it's time for you to step up. I've been contemplating the disbandment of the 7 warlords for quite some time, and I have now found a rationale to act against them. If you two are willing to assist in persuading the Gorosei, Carl and I can set our plan in motion immediately. Why am I being included? Carl is taken aback, having not anticipated that Sakazuki's summons pertain to this matter. Frankly, he has no desire to meddle in the affairs of the 7 warlords, as it offers him no benefit. After all, the current 7 warlords are quite harmonious, with none causing disturbances or engaging in pillage. Thus, Carl sees no reason to take action against them. Carl, hold your tongue for now. Once the disbandment of the 7 warlords is feasible, that will be your moment to shine. For now, you are merely here to familiarize yourself with the plan, which may prove useful in the future. Fine, I shall observe, Carl replies, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he reclines in his chair like a turtle. Seeing him in such a posture, Sakazuki feels a surge of frustration, but ultimately opts to huff in exasperation, choosing to disregard Carl. Ha ha, this kid becomes more amusing by the day, Garp remarks, chuckling heartily as he slaps his thigh in mirth. Sengoku beside him stifles a laugh, covering his mouth. Sakazuki, how does it feel to be an admiral? I imagine leading the fleet is no small feat, is it? Oomph. There is nothing negative about the current Navy. Is it not stronger than it ever was? You two retired old-timers should persuade the Gorosei to abolish the warlords of the sea system. Only then can the ocean achieve true equilibrium. The existence of the warlords has always been a blunder. Ha ha ha. Such words should be spoken by you as the marshal. What use is it for us 2 old men to say them? Sengoku raised an eyebrow at Carp, evidently signaling him not to agree. Carp understood Sengoku's intent, silently munching on sunbae without uttering a word. After all, the mess they faced was entirely the responsibility of Sakazuki. No matter what they did, it offered them no benefits, and could even affect their retirement lives. Naturally, they wished to avoid this murky water. Carp-senpai, Sengoku-senpai, this matter absolutely requires your involvement. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to stop Teacher Zifa. What do you mean? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Sengoku and Carp were simultaneously taken aback. They were well aware of Zifa's loathing for pirates becoming warlords, but they had not seen him for quite some time. Thus, they were uncertain of Zifa's current state. Chapter 214, An Unexpected Visitor. The meeting soon concluded. Carp and Sengoku agreed to Sakazuki's request, willing to persuade the Gorosei to abolish the warlords of the sea system. Sakazuki accompanied them to negotiate with the Gorosei, while Carl remained at Navy headquarters to prevent any intrusions. However, during such times, who would dare to cause trouble at Navy headquarters? Carl did not believe anyone would be foolish enough to stir up chaos, so he remained unconcerned, leisurely taking a vacation at the base during the days of negotiations with the Gorosei. He even made the occasional trip back to the Sabeti archipelago. Although the distance to the Sabeti archipelago was considerable, Carl could manage a round trip in 3 hours at normal speed. If he flew at maximum speed without considering stamina, an hour would suffice for a round trip. Nevertheless, he seldom visited, only going occasionally to intimidate pirates and human traffickers, reminding them not to be too arrogant, for the Navy was still watching over the area. A few days later, Carl received good news. The warlord system was finally to be abolished. After 10 days of diligent negotiation, Sakazuki, Sengoku, and Carp had successfully convinced the Gorosei. However, they did pay a certain price for this victory. Sengoku was to take over Zifa's position to continue training new recruits for the Navy. Carp, on the other hand, was tasked with ensuring security for the upcoming World Conference, preventing any intrusions. Sakazuki was also ordered to comply with CP0's directives moving forward. While the costs for Carp and Sengoku were manageable, the burden on Sakazuki was significant. He was well aware of the dubious nature of CP0. Submitting to their orders was tantamount to surrendering the Navy's very essence. Nevertheless, he did not outright refuse. Instead, he acquiesced for the time being, viewing it as a strategic delay. Whether he would comply with CP0's orders in the future depended entirely on the nature of those commands. If they were detrimental to the Navy, Sakazuki would not hesitate to defy the Gorosei and reject CP0's directives. Having served as marshal for nearly 2 years, Sakazuki had developed a sense of responsibility. He now comprehended the immense effort Sengoku had exerted to protect their ranks. The tasks before Sakazuki were akin to those once undertaken by Sengoku. After informing Carl of these developments, Sakazuki instructed him to proceed with his mission of eliminating the warlords. The order to abolish the warlords would be announced in the newspapers today. Carl said nothing, instead preparing his belongings for departure. Yet, just as he was about to set off, a violent tremor suddenly shook Navy headquarters. It felt as if an earthquake had struck, causing the entire island to sway. What is happening outside? Sensing something amiss, Carl activated his Kenbunchika haki to observe the situation. He soon discovered that the Navy personnel outside were in a state of chaos. Moreover, a towering figure loomed in the center of the Navy's plaza. There was also a massive humanoid crater, evidently created by this very figure. Damn it, how did that scoundrel Kaido arrive here? Once Carl's Kenbunchika haki sensed the presence of this individual, he immediately recognized him. He was none other than one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido, you little Navy brat, get out here. I seek vengeance for Jack. Kaido roared, his inherent intimidation combined with his conqueror's haki instilling fear in the surrounding Navy personnel, who dared not approach him. However, the Marine admirals were undeterred. The elite admirals surged forward, attempting to prevent Kaido from wreaking havoc. Chapter 216, Demon Slash. Choose to flee this place, allowing Kaido to destroy Navy headquarters and gain a reputation for avoiding confrontation. Choose to strike down Kaido before others return, obtaining his physical prowess and regenerative abilities. Choose to delay for reinforcements, gaining freely distributable attribute points. As Carl engaged Kaido in battle, he contemplated the feasibility of these 3 choices. However, upon glancing at the options, he could not help but curse. The first option was not worth considering and could be discarded outright, for Carl was not that type of person. The second option was tempting due to the generous reward. Yet the conditions were exceedingly harsh. He certainly did not believe he could defeat Kaido within 2 to 3 hours. That was simply impossible. Thus, with no other choice, Carl opted for the third option to hold out until Sakazuki and the others returned. This way, he could obtain a reward, albeit meager. For even a mosquito's leg is meat. Having something was better than nothing at all. You little Navy brat, while fighting me, you dare to lose focus? You seek death. Thunderbagwa. Kaido's furious strike sent his tail crashing toward Carl. Although Thunderbagwa was most effective when paired with a kanabo, true masters could wield their bodies as weapons, even unarmed. Kaido was evidently such a master. His tail, slicing through the air with a howling sound, approached Carl at astounding speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was careless to lose focus in a battle of this caliber. With Busashoka haki enveloping Hades, Carl gripped his sword tightly and struck with great force. The blade clashed against the tail. The frigid air erupted violently, producing a deafening wail that seemed to resonate through the atmosphere. The clash of the 2 combatants resulted in a tempestuous maelstrom, generating shockwaves akin to the impact of hundreds of naval shells. The structures surrounding the Navy Square were reduced to ruins in the wake of their fierce confrontation. The remaining naval officers retreated hastily, ceding the vast expanse of the square entirely to the 2 titans. Initially, these commanders had entertained the notion of observing the battle, with some even contemplating an opportunistic strike against Kaido. However, the unfolding chaos quickly revealed their impotence to intervene. The battle between Carl and Kaido intensified, growing ever more alarming. Their combat was devoid of elaborate flourishes, characterized instead by a direct and brutal exchange. Even the dramatic effects of sword energy and howling winds were notably diminished. Although Kaido occasionally unleashed a breath attack, it proved ineffectual against Carl, leading their confrontation to devolve into sheer physical conflict. This stark rawness only heightened the audience's astonishment, as not everyone could claim to have gained a physical advantage over Kaido. Yet Carl, evidently achieved this feat, exerting a slight dominance and strength that rendered Kaido incapable of inflicting harm upon him. In contrast, Kaido, due to his immense size, bore several wounds inflicted by Carl, with scars left by the cursed sword Hades that would not heal. Despite this, Kaido's regenerative abilities were prodigious. The force of Hades had little effect on his recovery, and his injuries were mending at a sluggish pace. However, full recovery would demand considerable time. In the aftermath of their titanic clash, a naval officer approached with trepidation, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Lord Carl, has Kaido perished?" Despite his fear, he sought the truth regarding Kaido's fate. "Everyone retreat. Do not approach. Kaido is not dead." Carl's voice echoed, prompting the onlookers to hastily flee. Those who could not escape were carried away to safety for treatment. Kaido's previous attack had been nothing short of catastrophic, leveling the surrounding area. The expansive square, which constituted nearly 1/5 of the Navy headquarters, had been intentionally preserved by Sakazuki as a precautionary measure. No one anticipated that such a space would become pivotal in this tumult. Despite the devastation surrounding them, the number of destroyed buildings was surprisingly minimal, with fewer than 10 structures lost. This level of destruction was astonishingly slight, especially when compared to the potential havoc that could have been wrought upon Marineford. "Bring me the sea prism stone handcuffs," Kal commanded. Hearing this, the nearby Oni spider exerted all his strength to hurl a massive pair of handcuffs toward him. Grasping the chains, Carl noted that they were not made of sea prism stone, allowing him to interact without concern for his abilities. Thanks to the system's eradication of side effects, he remained unaffected even upon touching the sea prism stone. Nevertheless, to preserve the element of surprise, he feigned vulnerability. Without hesitation, Carl utilized his abilities to manipulate the enormous handcuffs, securing them around Kaido's claws. Observing the substantial gash across Kaido's abdomen, he frowned. Although Kaido had lost consciousness, the wound had penetrated deeply, injuring his internal organs. Yet, Carl could discern the rapid healing of Kaido's organs and bones from within, while the external injuries remained slow to mend due to the influence of Hades, explaining Kaido's state of unconsciousness. What an anomaly! Carl mused as Kaido suddenly opened his eyes, feeling drained and bewildered. Upon transforming back into human form and seeing the massive sea prism stone handcuffs on his wrists, an expression of rage erupted upon his visage. "Navy scum!" With a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed a formidable surge of strength, snapping the chains of the handcuffs as if they were mere twigs. Carl, undeterred by this display, launched another strike at Kaido. Oni slash! Accompanied by the tremors of Hades, the same devastating blow soared through the air once more. In an instant, the surrounding space dimmed under the weight of Carl's attack, leaving the world seemingly reduced to a singular shade of black. As this darkness enveloped Kaido, the world regained its hues, only for Kaido to crash to the ground again, a new wound intersecting with the previous one on his abdomen. This time, however, the potency of Hades had waned, rendering its effects somewhat diminished. Though Hades was a cursed blade, it had only fought Kaido once and had not claimed many lives, resulting in a meager reserve of cursed energy. The tempest howled, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. The ferocity of the battle between Kaido and Carl continued unabated. Yet, paradoxically, it unfolded in an unusual tranquility, as if the two were engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea. The sight of blood spurting from Kaido and the grimace on Carl's face made it clear that both were exerting themselves to the utmost. Their combat generated shockwaves that rippled across the nearby sea, creating significant disturbances. Yet, curiously, no sound emanated from their strife, leaving the naval personnel bewildered and clueless. If any dared to approach, they would discover an invisible barrier enveloping the combat zone, preventing the shockwaves and sounds from escaping while allowing others to enter and assist Carl in his struggle against Kaido. This barrier was a precautionary measure by Carl. Without it, the aftermath of their clash would have devastated the Navy headquarters, much like the destruction wrought upon Marineford. Thus, he created a delicate layer of vacuum in an air wall, effectively obstructing the dissemination of sound and the aftermath of battle. Consequently, he could concentrate solely on his confrontation with Kaido, undisturbed by the outside world. While maintaining a vacuum wall did require some of Carl's energy, it did not significantly impede him. After all, Kaido was a brute. Even if he managed to exploit a moment of distraction from Carl, he could not inflict serious harm. His strength paled in comparison to Carl's, although his speed was comparable. His only source of pride lay in his monstrous regenerative capabilities and tireless stamina, which were indeed the most fearsome aspects of Kaido. No one knew whether his regeneration stemmed from his devil fruit abilities or if it was merely a passive skill. Regardless, his monstrous healing was sufficient to outlast any opponent. Should Carl employ the Jinjin fruit, he could defeat Kaido with a bit of time. Yet, he pondered how to truly eliminate Kaido. The latter's resilience was so extraordinary that to truly kill him, one would either need to unleash Hades' full potential, amplifying his abilities 100-fold, or rely on Vegapunk to concoct a gene-altering drug to curtail Kaido's regenerative prowess. Otherwise, he would remain an immortal being, impervious to death. Navy Brat, prepare to meet your end. Dragon's Breath, Scythe Windblade. Countless invisible sighs whirred past Carl, their speed and sharpness formidable. A direct hit could inflict injuries even through Busashoka Haki. However, Carl possessed Kinbunchika Haki, combined with his own impressive speed, allowing him to navigate the onslaught with ease. After all, this was not his first encounter with the Scythe Windblade. They had battled for over an hour, and Kaido's moves were limited. Given his inherent strength, he did not require an extensive repertoire of flashy techniques. Thus, his skills were few but remarkably effective. If another vice admiral from the Navy were in his position, they might stall Kaido for over an hour, but their strength would certainly lead to heavy casualties. To be honest, had Carl not eliminated Jack previously, Kaido would not have come. Ultimately, this was his own doing. Chapter 219, Steamed or Braised. Carl, my boy, we have returned. Shockwave. Is this the infamous Kaido of the Beasts? Feel the might of my fist. Kaido of the Beasts. I, in the name of the Admiral, declare you under arrest. Cerberus. Sengoku, Garp, and a Kainu sword from the warship, landing directly onto the battlefield between Carl and Kaido without hesitation. In an instant, Sengoku transformed into the Golden Buddha, unleashing a shockwave that rattled Kaido to his core. Garp's iron fist struck Kaido squarely in the face, causing a deep indentation. Even with Busashoka Haki engaged, Kaido could not withstand Garp's formidable punch. Seizing the opportunity, Akainu unleashed Cerberus, piercing Kaido's abdomen and leaving a gaping wound. Yet astonishingly, the wound began to regenerate before Akainu's very eyes. This sight left him awestruck. Almost immediately, Carl charged forward, delivering a ruthless sword slash. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens. A black flash darted through the air, and Kaido crashed heavily to the ground, further indenting the already 10-meter deep plaza by several more meters. Phew, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have doubted my ability to continue this struggle. Carl let out a sigh of relief. Akainu's strength was that of a standard admiral, and Sengoku and Garp were beyond compare. Their prowess was among the highest in the world, although Carl himself was formidable. Without the Jinjin fruit, his strength was merely on par with Kaido's. Moreover, he had already exhausted much of his stamina against Kaido. Without assistance, Carl could guarantee that in 10 days, he would undoubtedly lose. After all, he did not possess Kaido's monstrous endurance to sustain a fight for 10 days without rest. Not everyone was endowed with the extraordinary physique of Kaido or Akainu. Even Kazan, despite battling Akainu for 10 days, ultimately succumbed to fatigue. Upon the return of Akainu and the others, Carl's system mission was complete. However, he was not in a hurry to allocate his attributes and skill points. The pressing matter at hand was to eliminate this menace before him. Leaving Kaido uncontained was not an option. He needed to be dealt with. Yet how to accomplish that remained a question. During this time, Kaido struggled once more, but Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp restrained him effectively. Sengoku's strength, combined with Akainu's magma, forcibly subdued Kaido, preventing him from rising. Garp's punch, even against Kaido, was enough to knock him down. Although it did not inflict fatal damage, it demonstrated Garp's extraordinary power, perhaps even superior. Above a certain level, There existed attributes beyond mere strength. This was knowledge Carl gleaned from his system, requiring at least 5 freely allocatable attribute points for an upgrade. Thus, Carl was eager to discover the true nature of this elevated power. "Carl, my boy, how shall we handle him?" Sengoku inquired, catching Carl off guard. He had not anticipated Sengoku would seek his counsel. Instinctively, he replied, "Steamed? Or perhaps braised? Though I prefer barbecue." Upon hearing Carl's words, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, while Garp chuckled. Even Akainu, usually so serious, cast a glance at Carl that betrayed a hint of amusement. Chapter 220. Kaido's frustration hearing Carl's words. Kaido's expression shifted dramatically. The faces of Akainu and the others mirrored his discontent. Although they had been away from the Navy headquarters for some time, they had never anticipated that, during their absence, an attack on the headquarters would actually occur. Carl's reluctance to hold back was initially a precaution, but who could have known that Kaido would truly come? Moreover, judging by Kaido's expression, he was evidently informed. He had long been aware of Sengoku and the others visiting Mariehua to meet the Gorosei. Otherwise, he would not have arrived at this precise moment. Unfortunately for him, he was slightly delayed. Had he come a day or two earlier, the entire Navy headquarters would likely have been razed to the ground, and the plan to abolish the Shichibukai system would have been disrupted by Kaido's arrival. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The Shichibukai system was successfully abolished, and Kaido's arrival coincided perfectly with their return. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for the spy to be from Eligio. It can only be someone from the naval headquarters. It seems that during the world conscription, some undesirables managed to infiltrate. The current military strength is already sufficient. It is time to conduct a thorough sweep to see if any other factions have sneaked in. Sakazuki coldly snorted, clearly intending to purge certain members within the Navy. During the world conscription, anyone was accepted. As long as you joined the Navy, you were given a position and taken for training. Thus, all sorts of unsavory characters could have slipped in. The 4 Emperor's pirate crews, and even those from the Revolutionary Army, might have infiltrated the Navy to gather intelligence. Kaido, standing before them, is a living example. Therefore, Sakazuki must conduct a thorough cleansing of the Navy. Although it may not guarantee the identification of traitors, at the very least, it will help eliminate some ill-intentioned individuals. Navy brat, don't expect me to divulge anything. Do as you wish. If you truly can kill me, I would honestly be grateful. Ha 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 ha. Carl's face-saving tactics have met their first failure. Kaido laughed heartily, embodying arrogance and defiance. He relied on his recovery abilities, dismissing everyone around him. Except for Garp, for Garp's fists genuinely hurt, and Kaido could not withstand the crushing power of a single punch. Truthfully, no one wishes to be enemies with such a person. Even a proud monster like Kaido would not easily provoke Garp. Just like when Whitebeard was still alive, no one dared to challenge him lightly. Even after Kaido had been taught a lesson a few times, he too was cautious, because he genuinely could not win, and the defeats were quite humiliating. How should they handle this fellow? Killing him is impossible, and if imprisoned, he would escape in no time. What should be done? Garp casually inquired, plunging those present back into contemplation. However, Carl soon conceived a cunning plan, revealing a sinister smile. Find a ship, and then procure several large iron chains with a diameter of at least half a meter. They must be the toughest and most resilient type. Next, fasten shackles made of sea prism stone around his neck, hands, waist, and legs. Finally, and most importantly, knock him out and toss him onto that warship. And then I will throw him into Blackbeard's territory. What will happen when these two meet will depend on them. Upon hearing Carl's proposal, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. I will heed your advice this time. I will arrange it right away. Saying this, Sakazuki executed a moonwalk and flew out of the pit. Chapter 221. The abolishment of the warlord system the following morning. Carl accepted the mission and began to take action against the warlords. However, Buggy, Bonnie, and Law were assigned to Anilu and others for handling. Carl was responsible for Boa Hancock, Jinbei, and Mihawk. As for Kuma, he had already been transformed into a pacifist, although he bore the title of warlord. He had become a creation of the world government. Carl did not need to deal with him any longer. He said nothing regarding this. Sakazuki could arrange Bonnie as he saw fit. He tasked Anilu and the others with capturing Bonnie alive and bringing her back to the naval headquarters. Even if they could not retrieve her, they were not to kill her. As for Law and Buggy, Sakazuki did not issue explicit orders, merely instructing Anilu and others to resolve them. After all, the Navy's current strength was limited, and it was not advisable to act too boldly against them. Moreover, both Buggy and Law had their own factions, and Sakazuki was well aware of their covert alliance. Based on this, to avoid excessive losses among the Navy's active forces, he adopted a somewhat ambiguous approach. Even if the mission failed, there would be no punitive consequences. Regarding Carl, Sakazuki did not set clear standards. After all, Boa Hancock was the Empress of a nation. Jinbei was a warrior from Fishman Island, and Mihawk's identity remained a mystery, his strength rivaling that of a Marine admiral. Relying solely on Carl to deal with these three posed a challenge. It was not that Carl could not defeat them, but rather their identities were problematic. If Jinbei were to die, Fishman Island would be completely doomed. Although Sakazuki lacked compassion, he held no prejudice against Fishmen. The same applied to Hancock. If the Empress were to perish, Amazon Lily would likely fall into the hands of human traffickers. Although Amazon Lily is situated in a windless zone, those mercenaries who value money over life always find a way to infiltrate. As for Mihawk, his strength was undeniably formidable. Sakazuki was uncertain if Carl alone could capture him. Sakazuki would not forcibly require them to complete this task. However, the appearance of success must be maintained. Carl, being experienced, naturally knew how to handle the situation. Lastly, the news regarding the abolishment of the warlord system had already spread during Carl's battle with Kaido yesterday. After a night of fermenting, every warlord had received this news in the form of a newspaper. However, in comparison to this news, the second report from last night was truly explosive. Kaido, the lone wolf, stormed into the naval headquarters, engaging in a fierce battle with Admiral White Hawk for an entire day, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, it was Sakazuki, Sengoku, and Garp returning, alongside Admiral White Hawk, that managed to subdue Kaido. In just a few brief sentences, the events of that day were revealed, even overshadowing the news of the warlord system's abolishment. It must be said, compared to the warlords, the news of the four emperors and admirals garnered far more attention. After all, they represent the pinnacle of power in this world. Previously, the death of Whitebeard at Marineford was enough to leave people astounded. Now, with Kaido the Beast, engaging in an all-out battle with the naval admirals for an entire day, it showcased to the world that the Navy remains the dominant force, while Kaido, true to his title, is the strongest creature in this world. An admiral, a Marine fleet admiral, a Marine hero, and a semi-retired Marine admiral. Chapter 222, Shachi's Extortion at the Bar Sabati Archipelago. Carl returned once more. Previously, he had taken great delight in causing chaos here, making the pirates and human traffickers reluctant to linger. The current Sabati is entirely different from 2 years later in the original storyline. At this moment, the Sabati Archipelago can be described as exceptionally peaceful. Even the Navy's patrols seem lackadaisical. After all, with an admiral visiting every few days, no one dares to stir up trouble. Even if the Celestial Dragons were to create mischief here, Carl would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Given his current standing, as long as he refrains from killing the Celestial Dragons, the Gorosei and the higher-ups of the Celestial Dragons would not dare to retaliate against him. Indeed, Carl's attitude towards the Tenryu people is well known. Much like Carp, he harbors disdain for them, even daring to openly criticize and reprimand them in their presence. However, the Tenryu merely retort with a few harsh words towards Carp and then drop the matter entirely. Carl's current situation mirrors Carp's. The Tenryu have no desire to provoke this troublemaker, which is why they choose to ignore him. As long as guests refrain from dealing lethal blows to the Tenryu or injuring them, they are indifferent to lodging complaints. Thus, Carl has established himself as a formidable figure in Sabati Archipelago, with no one daring to challenge him, not even the Tenryu. Carl first docked the Navy warships at the naval base of Sabati Archipelago, then dismissed the sailors, allowing them to act freely. However, he cautioned them against wandering aimlessly, primarily due to the presence of the Tenryu on the island. Upon arrival, Carl had already spotted the Tenryu's ships moored at other docks. Should the sailors provoke the Tenryu, it would be manageable for Carl, but if he were absent, the consequences would be dire. These seasoned sailors understood the Tenryu's tyranny and naturally heeded Carl's advice, remaining at the naval branch. Carl then contacted Jinbei while making his way to Shaki's ripoff bar. He had previously arranged to meet Jinbei there, but having arrived early, he presumed Jinbei was still elsewhere. Thus, he needed to reach out to him first. As for Shaki's ripoff bar, it had been reopened for quite some time, at least a month or two prior. Rayleigh occasionally returned, but he primarily resided in the Calm Belt to train Luffy and others. Currently, Shaki was alone in the bar. Fortunately, under Carl's protection, Sabaody was exceptionally safe, and no one dared to cause trouble. Otherwise, with Shaki being the only one there, it would have been challenging for her to safeguard the small establishment. The bar owner maintained her usual practices, but this time it was 2 bottles. Carl promptly settled into the seat closest to Shaki and called out to her. Surrounding patrons, comprising pirates, travelers, and merchants, felt a sense of disdain upon hearing someone call for Shaki and turned to look. However, when they realized it was Carl, they quickly averted their gazes, too intimidated to stare. Such is the power of reputation. Now that Carl appeared in these locales, most would not dare to provoke him. This is the deterrent effect wielded by a vice admiral. Are you still in the mood for a drink? Did yesterday's battle with Kaido leave you unscathed? Shaki shot Carl a sideways glance, then prepared 2 bottles of liquor and 2 glasses, placing them before him. Of course, someone is bound to come. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to be here? Carl took a sip of his drink and activated his observation haki, revealing a smile. He was already on his way and would arrive in just a few minutes. Is that so? What is this person's relationship with you? An adversarial one. Upon hearing Carl's words, Shaki was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Carl would be meeting an old friend or someone of importance. The sudden mention of an adversarial relationship left her perplexed. Among those who had a decent rapport with Carl from the opposing camp, only Shanks and Rayleigh came to mind. As for others, even Marco and his companions did not share a close bond with Carl. Merely avoiding a confrontation when they met was considered a success, and it was utterly improbable they would share a drink together, even during previous banquets. During those occasions, it had been Carl, Rayleigh, and Shanks together. Marco, on the other hand, had merely dared to harbor silent grievances, not daring to approach. Thus, Shaki was now curious about whom Carl awaited. Moments later, a stout figure appeared before Shaki. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, she recalled the news of the dissolution of the warlords of the sea system, which left her astonished. She had not anticipated that Carl's purpose for coming here was to meet Jinbei. This revelation suggested that the Navy was indeed preparing to take action against the warlords of the sea. Jinbei, come over for a drink. I have matters to discuss with you. Shaki, would you kindly clear the place? I require a quiet setting to converse with him. Of course. Shaki nodded and began to clear the bar. The patrons, wishing to avoid provoking Carl, naturally vacated the premises. Those who had not finished their drinks were permitted to take them along. Jinbei observed others departing before approaching Carl, sitting down without reservation and pouring himself a drink. After downing the beverage, Jinbei placed his glass on the table, his expression stern as he regarded the seemingly relaxed Carl. Admiral Whitehawk, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Must we meet to converse? If you intend to make a move against me, you can do so at any time. Is a specific location necessary? Jinbei bore no animosity towards Carl, understanding that this was not Carl's doing, but rather an order from Akainu. He recognized that Carl's actions against the warlords of the sea were driven by necessity. However, he held no resentment towards Carl, as it was Carl who had assisted him during his own difficult times. Moreover, it was Carl who had helped address the chaos in Fishman Island, and importantly, he had dealt with the scoundrel who continuously harassed White Star. After his release from Impel Down, Jinbei found himself not only unopposed by the world government and navy, but also in possession of an exceptionally peaceful Fishman Island. Thus, Jinbei felt nothing but gratitude towards Carl, harboring little resentment. Yet, Jinbei's current mood was sour, primarily due to the situation concerning Fishman Island. Once the identity of the warlords of the sea was stripped away, the island would undoubtedly be inundated by human traffickers. Consequently, he would need to busy himself once more, which is why he appeared somewhat discontented. After finishing their drinks, Carl and Jinbei ventured to a desolate area of Sabaody. Shaki, eager to witness the spectacle, accompanied them. To be frank, she was also curious to see how much Carl's strength had grown. His prolonged battle with Kaido had shown him to be evenly matched. Such prowess undoubtedly justified his rank as an admiral. Despite his burgeoning fame, some still believe Carl too youthful to possess the strength befitting an admiral. The recent clash with Kaido had effectively silenced his critics, delivering a resounding rebuttal. It is precisely because of this incident that Kaoru's reputation has once again soared significantly. Are you ready, Shinbing? I am about to make my move. In an instant, Kaoru appeared before Shinbing and unleashed a powerful punch. In response to Kaoru's fierce attack, Shinbing retaliated with a punch of his own. With a roar, the two fists collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Onlookers were taken aback by the intensity of their clash. Particularly Xiachi, who was astonished to witness Kaoru's formidable strength without the aid of a blade. However, even more surprising was Shinbing. Seizing the moment when Kaoru's fist met his, he swiftly grasped Kaoru's wrist and executed a shoulder throw. Unfortunately, this was not the ocean, and thus the throw could not unleash its full potential, achieving only about 70% of its usual effectiveness. Nevertheless, Kaoru was still flung away by Shinbing's remarkable strength, showcasing the extraordinary power possessed by the fishman, which surpassed that of many others. This strength was indeed his asset in safeguarding Fishman Island. After all, in the original narrative, he had managed to halt Charlotte Lean's pursuit through sheer force, even throwing her into the sea. His incredible strength was undeniable. It was only natural for Kaoru to be caught off guard and thrown, especially as he had not exerted his full power. Kaoru, it would be wise for you to draw your sword. Your martial arts are commendable, yet in a contest of bare hands, I cannot determine a victor. Therefore, I implore you to unsheathe your blade, for I wish to witness your true strength, not this mere pretense. Shinbing assumed a stance of fishman karate, gathering energy, unwilling to be underestimated. He was acutely aware that his chances of victory were slim when Kaoru refrained from wielding his sword. The moment Kaoru unsheathed his blade, Shinbing would stand no chance. Yet, despite this, Shinbing had no intention of seizing the opportunity to defeat Kaoru, as it would yield him no benefit. Even though Kaoru would not take offense, he would not resort to such tactics. This exemplified the integrity of the sea warrior Shinbing. He acted according to his convictions. Thus, he requested Kaoru to draw his sword, as a sign of respect, hoping for mutual respect in return. Shinbing, you misunderstand me. It is not that I lack respect for you, nor do I underestimate you, but rather, if I were to unsheathe my sword, it would result in your injury. After all, my cursed blade is meant for slaying foes, not for harming my friends. Is that so outrageous? Upon hearing Kaoru's words, Xiachi expressed curiosity, while Shinbing furrowed his brow, glancing at the sword at Kaoru's waist. He was not a swordsman, so his perception was not particularly keen. Yet, he could discern that Kaoru's blade was indeed a cursed sword. As for its level of malevolence, he could not ascertain. Xiachi, possessing even less strength, could only sense that Kaoru's sword was no ordinary weapon, its aura somewhat akin to that of Geisha, yet distinctly different. Beyond that, she could not perceive anything else. Hence her bewilderment. Chapter 225. Descending into the deep sea, the abilities of Hades were thus revealed before Shinbing and Xiachi. While exposing such powers might be unwise, he had already engaged in combat with Kaido. Although Kaido had yet to break free from his restraints, he would undoubtedly escape and warn his subordinates to avoid direct confrontation with Kaoru's cursed blade. He had learned this lesson the hard way when he first faced Hades. Even Kaido had been left utterly astonished. Were it not for his remarkable recovery, he might very well have perished at Kaoru's hands. Nonetheless, Shinbing remained undeterred, choosing to continue sparring with Kaoru. Thus, Kaoru had no choice but to use his strength to persuade Shinbing to relent in order to avoid causing him harm. Kaoru unleashed Guizhan, obliterating the surrounding area. Through the resulting void, the waters below were visible. Upon witnessing this, Shinbing understood that he was indeed no match for Ka. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Should Ka employ this attack against him, Shinbing would be utterly unable to withstand it. He would either perish or suffer grievous injury. This realization made Shinbing acknowledge the gulf between them. He ceased his insistence and graciously conceded defeat. Subsequently, Ka instructed Shinbing to prepare a small vessel, as he intended to journey to the island of the merfolk to meet King Nippuden. Shinbing nodded in acknowledgement and set about preparing the ship. Ka then returned to the naval headquarters, instructing the remaining Navy personnel to remain behind, as he would be staying on Fishman Island for a few days. This prompted some discontent among the sailors, who longed to accompany him, eager to behold the famed mermaids of the island. Yet Ka forbade them from joining him, insisting they remain at their posts, with no excursions permitted. Under Ka's orders, the sailors reluctantly complied, exchanging glances of frustration with one another or indulging in card games. Ka did not impose strict restrictions upon them. As long as they did not instigate trouble and avoided the celestial dragons, there was little to worry about. Shortly thereafter, Ka departed the naval headquarters alongside Indir, making their way to the harbor. Shinbing had already prepared the vessel, ready for Ka's command to set sail. Lord Ka, are we heading to Fishman Island? I am so excited. Although Ka had visited Fishman Island numerous times, it would be Indir's first experience there. However, it had been over a year since Ka last set foot on the island, and even he felt a surge of excitement. After all, he would finally have the chance to see the mermaids, and as a man, such an opportunity was thrilling. Indir, I have several purposes for coming here, one of which is to encourage you to interact more with the colossal sea kings. You may freely utilize your abilities, should they dare to attack you. I shall not hold back. I understand, Lord Ka. You will surely protect me, won't you? Of course. If I do not protect you, who will? I hope you do not provoke them too much. Even I would not dare to offend the colossal sea kings. If they were to unleash their wrath, even Fishman Island itself could be overturned. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Even Conqueror's Haki may not always suffice. Not to mention, both of you are devil fruit users, which inherently places you in peril, especially in the presence of colossal sea kings. Should you fall into the deep sea, even I might not be able to rescue you. Shinbing spoke earnestly, clearly concerned for the safety of Ka and Indir. Indir, feeling a sense of dread, clung to Ka's side, gently tugging at his clothing, appearing quite fearful. In moments of anxiety, she would refer to Ka as brother, a habit he had grown accustomed to. However, he never anticipated that mere sea kings would dare to intimidate Indir. You wretched beasts, be gone. The overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki surged forth, causing the surrounding sea creatures to recoil in astonishment. Their pupils contracted sharply, and they hastily retreated, unwilling to linger. Moments later, only a few colossal sea beings remained, clearly ancient and formidable in stature. Despite their instinctual fear of Ka as Conqueror's Haki, these majestic creatures did not flee but remained, as if compelled by an unspoken purpose. Intir, it seems they wish to convey something to you. Do you comprehend their intentions? Upon hearing Ker's words, Intir tentatively employed her innate abilities to attempt communication. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to decipher the responses of the colossal sea beings. Brother Ka, I cannot understand their speech. However, the emotions they exude are quite fierce, and I am afraid. The ferocity of the emotions conveyed by these beings was indeed the source of Intir's trepidation. Until now, the sea creatures had not displayed such hostility towards her. This was her first encounter with such a daunting situation, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Thus, she instinctively sought Ka's assistance, for he was the only one present capable of aiding her. As for Jinbei, Intir was not well acquainted with him, so she did not expect his help. I understand their inquiries, the elder remarked, albeit with limited comprehension. These colossal sea beings are questioning why you possess the abilities of a king. The notion of a king must pertain to the sea king, though the elder was uncertain. Jinbei shook his head, unable to ascertain the precise meaning behind the colossal sea beings' utterances. Although the fishmen are aquatic beings capable of thriving in the depths of the ocean, their primary language remains that of humans. They can communicate with fish and engage in discourse with sea kings, but with these colossal creatures, genuine communication eludes them. Ultimately, these beings resemble an entirely different race, one that cannot be equated with the fishmen. Brother Kar, what is a sea king? Intir inquired softly. Kar gently patted her head and responded. The Sea King is one of the three ancient weapons, renowned alongside the Pluto and the Three Kings. However, the term refers not to a weapon, but to a person. While I know who they are, I cannot disclose this information as it pertains to the survival of Fishman Island and must be safeguarded. At this juncture, Kar cast a glance at Jinbei, who expressed his gratitude in return. Only 3 individuals were privy to the truth about Shirahoshi being the Sea King: her father, King Neptune, the sea warrior Jinbei, and Kar, who had all mutually vowed to keep this secret until Shirahoshi had matured. Kar was a man of his word, and even in the presence of Intir, he felt compelled to uphold this promise. Chapter 227. Fishman Island after successfully driving away the Sea Kings. Jinbei led Kar and Intir on a Fishman Island. However, it was Intir who first set foot on the island surface. She brimmed with curiosity, bouncing about and observing her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. Look at all the mermaids. This place is so beautiful. They had arrived in the streets of the mermaids, where the enchanting creatures were abundant. Had they ventured to the Fishman district, they would have encountered robust individuals like Jinbei instead. The aesthetic appeal between mermaids and fishmen differed significantly. This area resembled a stunning scenic spot, while the other side was more rugged, devoid of any picturesque charm. Intir eagerly examined her surroundings, captivated by the sights and sounds. Upon noticing the presence of humans, the mermaids swiftly concealed themselves, fearful of being captured and sold. Despite the protection offered by Kara and Jinbei, there were still unscrupulous individuals willing to risk everything to capture mermaids for the sake of profit. Whether sold to the celestial dragons or other nobles, a successful transaction would provide enough wealth for these desperate souls to last a lifetime. With Kara and Jinbei as guardianship, mermaids were an even rarer commodity, more precious than human girls, resulting in exorbitant prices. While it was true that these slavers had never succeeded, often thwarted by Jinbei or interrupted by Kara during auctions, the opportunities for such transactions were infrequent, occurring only 5 or 6 times a month. Kara would take advantage of the right moments to intervene, hence, success was elusive for them. As for the human girls being traded, Kara would naturally intervene if possible. However, the locations of these transactions rarely included the Sabati archipelago, rendering Kara somewhat powerless for the time being. Though he had not visited in a long while, the scenery remained largely unchanged. After securing the ship, Kara disembarked, followed closely by Jinbei, who remarked with a sigh, "I had previously suggested to King Neptune that we improve the environment here and in Fishman Street. However, he remains opposed, asserting that it is unnecessary to burden the populace, as our resources are limited." Jinbei lamented the current state of Fishman Island, noting that even King Neptune refrained from hosting banquets for fear of waste. Life was challenging, and the fishmen sighed in resignation. "Look, it's Jinbei-sama returning, and Kara-sama is here too. Kara-sama, I declare my love for you. I wish to marry you." As the mermaids caught sight of Intir, they shrank back in fear. Yet, upon noticing Kara, their eyes sparkled with admiration, as if they wished to rush forward and claim him for themselves. This was understandable, as during Jinbei's absence, Kara had been the protector of Fishman Island, saving numerous fishmen, no less than 100, earning their respect and affection. Coupled with his youthful, handsome visage, it was no surprise that he garnered admiration from many mermaids, some even wishing to bear his children. This attention left Kara feeling somewhat awkward. Intir, noticing Kara's popularity, felt a twinge of jealousy. She approached him and linked her arm through his, asserting, "Brother Kara has no connection with you. Please keep your distance." Chapter 228. Discussion. Kara placed Intir's hand in Shirahoshi's, intending for them to grow more familiar with one another. Gradually, he loosened his grip, but to his surprise, the two girls locked eyes and showed no intention of releasing each other's hands. This intrigued Kara, prompting him to observe their standoff. Jinbei and King Neptune shared similar curiosity. Due to certain circumstances, Bai Xing has had minimal interaction with the outside world, which has resulted in her somewhat timid personality. She easily succumbs to fear at the slightest disturbance. However, Bai Xing's softness is not synonymous with weakness. As the inheritor of the bloodline of King Nippuden and Queen Iji, she is far from fragile. When a moment calls for firmness, she exhibits a resoluteness unmatched by others, yet she seldom possesses the courage to act. This is largely attributed to the machinations of the fishmen with the target fruit ability. Fortunately, that individual has been dealt with by Carl. Otherwise, Bai Xing would have continued to endure torment. Hence, it is a first for her to hold someone else's hand and not let go. "Human lady, are you named Yindir?" she inquired. "I sense a comforting aura emanating from you, though I cannot quite comprehend its nature. Yet, it seems to soothe my heart, which is truly wondrous." Bai Xing said, her curiosity evident. Yindir blinked her large, adorable eyes, equally puzzled. "I perceive a similar, inexplicable sense of calm from you, which is quite strange," Yindir remarked, turning to Carl beside her. "Brother Carl, do you not feel that peculiar aura she possesses?" Carl shook his head, indicating that he sensed nothing unusual. However, this clarified for him why Bai Xing did not exhibit fear towards Yindir. The issue lay therein. As for the reasons behind it, no one could provide a clear explanation at the moment. Yet, Carl had a notion. It was quite possible that Bai Xing's dormant abilities resonated with Yindir's innate talents, thus producing this phenomenon. Since you two have already made each other's acquaintance, why not step inside and engage in a meaningful conversation to strengthen your bond? "I have matters to discuss with King Nippuden, so I shall not accompany you," Carl stated, casting a glance at King Nippuden. The king nodded, signaling his subordinates to escort Princess Bai Xing and Yindir to his side hall. Subsequently, King Nippuden led Carl and Jinbei to the center of the grand hall. "Mr. Carl, is there something of significance you wish to discuss with me? It pertains to the survival of Fishman Island. Is it that serious?" King Nippuden's expression shifted to one of gravity. Jinbei sighed and proceeded to inform King Nippuden about the abolition of the Shichibukai system. This revelation left the king feeling despondent. However, Jinbei quickly added that they still had an opportunity, which was to become a member nation of the world government. King Nippuden hesitated, and Jinbei's tone was not particularly optimistic. Both of them were reluctant to see Fishman Island become a vassal of the world government, especially considering that the celestial dragons were constantly devising schemes to capture fishmen as their slaves. Carl, however, had a plan to station his people here. After all, Law and Buggy were in search of a base. But this would likely meet with resistance from other fishmen, as both Law and Buggy were pirates, and their presence would alter the nature of the island's security. Therefore, Carl needed to consult with King Nippuden and Jinbei regarding this matter. After determining the course of action, the next morning, Carl temporarily bid farewell to Fishman Island and set off towards the island where Vegapunk resided. Yindir was left behind on Fishman Island. Carl intended to have a brief discussion with Vegapunk regarding the pacifist agenda, which would not take much time. It was more beneficial for her to cultivate her relationship with Bai Xing than to accompany Carl on his erratic travels. Recalling his previous visit, Carl spent over 2 hours locating this unremarkable little island, which bore no trace on the map and appeared quite inconspicuous from the outside. During his previous visit, he had arrived by boat with someone guiding him. In his haste to leave, he had not observed carefully. Now, as he flew overhead, he noted that the island was indeed quite diminutive. The area of this island was even smaller than that of Moria's terrifying ship, the Thriller bark. From above, the island was densely covered with lush greenery and steep cliffs, making it unlikely to catch the attention of an ordinary person. The world government's research facility. The location of Vegapunk was hidden in such an unassuming and secretive place. Had Carl not visited once before, he would never have guessed that this inconspicuous spot housed Vegapunk's laboratory. "Vegapunk, my old friend Carl here. I have a personal matter to discuss with you. Shall we converse?" Carl called out before a nondescript steep cliff, the entrance to the research facility. Previously unnoticed, the site blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, revealing no flaws. Even with the use of Kenbunchika Haki An external scan would not reveal any anomalies unless one's mastery approached the level of X-ray vision. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone would pay heed to the situation on such a seemingly harmless little island. The research facility lay deep underground, with numerous concealed surveillance devices. They were well aware of how to avoid pirates. Furthermore, adjacent to the island was a Navy base and a CP agency outpost, with the Navy headquarters having relocated to the New World, effectively encircling the island. Should any pirates venture here, they would find themselves ensnared in a dual encirclement by both the Navy and the CP organization. Thus, no pirates would dare to seek trouble in this area. With a click, the door through which Carl had entered suddenly swung open. The same stiff, zombie-like bald man emerged to greet him. Upon seeing Carl, his eyes sparkled with a vibrancy that had been absent before. He gestured for Carl to follow, leading the way. Carl trailed behind as the door closed automatically. Navigating the familiar twists and turns, Carl arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory more swiftly than during his last visit. Having been here before, he could find his way even without a guide. Moreover, the individual transformed by experiments exhibited noticeably improved agility, at least in terms of walking. He had regained a semblance of normality, though it was evident that he still bore some stiffness in his movements. Regrettably, he remained unable to speak. Otherwise, Carl would have been eager to inquire about his current sentiments. Chapter 230, The Mad Scientist Back to Earth. Upon encountering this unexpected choice, Carl was utterly astounded, never anticipating that the system would present such an option. However, having been an orphan in his previous life and entirely self-sufficient, he had no attachments, nor did he possess a girlfriend. With nothing to hold him back, remaining in this world seemed far more favorable than returning. Thus, Carr opted for the second choice, prioritizing the acquisition of attribute points and skill points. Although it was merely 1 point of each, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Furthermore, who decreed that the time control device could only be crafted upon accepting a selection task? Naturally, Carr dismissed the third option, which bore no rewards, as foolish. The first option was disregarded entirely, as he deemed it unnecessary to even contemplate. With the selection completed, he received 1 point of freely allocable attribute and 1 point of freely allocable skill. The nature of this choice was indeed bizarre, yet it marked a pivotal moment. Had Carr chosen the first option or encouraged Beijiaponka to construct a time machine, the consequences would have been uncertain. Moreover, while the Gundam was undeniably powerful, the issue of maintaining it after defeating Beijiaponka would pose a significant dilemma. Additionally, Carr was not adept at piloting a Gundam, rendering the first option utterly futile. Subsequently, Carr continued his engaging conversation with Beijiaponka, delving into whimsical ideas. He also learned that the current pacifists were significantly more formidable than before. Each pacifist possessed strength equivalent to that of a rear admiral in the Navy, with even a rear admiral unlikely to surpass a single pacifist in combat. Such pacifists could easily challenge any pirate with a bounty below 500 million berries. Even against foes wielding haki, they could prevail. However, this limited the pacifist's ability to be mass-produced, relegating them to a trump card in reserve. Beijiaponka and his team had spent over a year constructing merely 30 of these exceptional pacifists, which were woefully insufficient. Consequently, the Navy continued to rely on the conventional pacifists akin to those in the original narrative, as only these mass-produced variants could effectively collaborate with the Navy despite their inferior strength. These conventional pacifists were capable of handling bounties below 300 million and dealing with foes lacking haki or significant devil fruit powers. The 4 pacifists assigned to Carr by Beijiaponka were of this mass-produced variety. As for the high-end pacifists, they were entirely under the control of the Gorosei. Not even Beijiaponka had the authority to mobilize them, let alone Sakazuki. Carr remained silent on this matter, merely murmuring a few blessings for the Gorosei in his heart. He then engaged Beijiaponka in a discussion regarding the status of the liquid robots. Beijiaponka expressed great excitement about this topic. However, the Terminator was still in the experimental phase and had not yet fully materialized. Most importantly, the Terminator was In fact, Kuma himself. The current Kuma retained his self-awareness, a necessity for becoming a Terminator. While machines lack the agility for self-evolution, Kuma, with his preserved consciousness, was driven by an instinctual will to survive, propelling him to adapt. Bei Jiapong had stimulated Kuma, leading him to achieve evolution and become a liquid Terminator. However, the experiment was incomplete, and Bei Jiapong had further work ahead. Meanwhile, Kaoru felt a pang of sympathy for Kuma. Chapter 231. Trouble approaches after departing from the island where Bei Jiapong resided. Kaoru returned to Xiangbedi that afternoon and contacted Jinbi to take himself and 4 pacifists below. However, instead of Jinbi, he was met by the Fishman guard captain. Lord Kaoru, the ship is ready. Please come with me to Fishman Island at once. We are facing trouble. Trouble? Kaoru furrowed his brow at the captain's words, without further contemplation. He promptly boarded the ship to Fishman Island. During his attempt to reach Jinbi, the latter had remained silent and abruptly hung up the transponder snail. This had already puzzled Kaoru, and the current situation left him even more bewildered. With Jinbi present, what kind of trouble could arise on Fishman Island? Even in the event of a rampaging Sea King, with Shirahoshi's presence, there was little to fear, unless, of course, the world government intended to take action against Fishman Island. Yet such an action would yield no benefit for them. Amidst Kaoru's erratic speculations, the captain had already guided him back to Fishman Island. Lord Kaoru, please follow me. The captain appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Kaoru to quicken his pace without uttering a word. The 4 pacifists floated in the air, following closely behind him. Moments later, Kaoru arrived at the Dragon Palace and beheld a man sitting arrogantly upon King Neptune's throne. Stunned, Kaoru was taken aback by the sight. It was noteworthy that he had never acted in such a manner. While he could ascend the throne, that would diminish his identity as Kaoru. Jinbi stood by silently, yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Had it not been for the man's identity, he would have surely acted by now. King Neptune felt somewhat constrained, but upon seeing Kaoru, he visibly relaxed, straightening his back. How could the Navy appear here? Have you decided to reject my mother's goodwill? The unidentified man taunted. Kaoru did not recognize this individual, but the insignia and his tone indicated that he was affiliated with the crew of the Big Mom Pirates, led by Charlotte Linlin. So you are from the Big Mom Pirates? In that case, I shall not hold back. As he spoke, Kaoru swiftly seized the man by the throat, though he refrained from killing him outright. To eliminate him here would invite the wrath of one of the 4 emperors upon Fishman Island. This was precisely Jinbi's concern, and Kaoru fully understood why he had refrained from acting. Thus, to prevent Fishman Island from suffering repercussions, Kaoru extracted the transponder snail from the man. Hello. How are the desserts on Fishman Island coming along? My tea party is about to commence. They must be completed within 3 months. Charlotte Linlin, perhaps. Your desserts would be better delivered by me, wouldn't they? You are not my son. Who are you? Ha. It's only been a short while. And you've forgotten me, you old hag. You Navy brat. Upon hearing Kaoru's designation for her, Charlotte Linlin's expression shifted as she recognized the voice. After all, among her numerous enemies, only Kaoru had the audacity to address her as old hag. She certainly remembered this very well, as she loathed those words. Navy brat, what have you done to my son? If you spare him, we shall let bygones be bygones. What I desire are merely the deserts of Yurindao, which bear no relation to your navy. It is evident that Charlotte Linlin has become somewhat timid. The news of Kaido's fierce battle with Carl has long reached her ears. Chapter 232. Interlude, a tribute panel name. Carl's strength, S agility, B spirit, B stamina, a title, benevolent and righteous abilities, military fist, C, awakened Piao Piao fruit. Hockey of armament, perfect, hockey of observation, perfect, hockey of conqueror, perfect, dual sword style, A, mastery of wind element, C, extraordinary strength, A, tremor fruit. Grant me a favor, C, Shurkai of the Zampakudo Hades, A, remaining assignable skill points, 3 remaining assignable attribute points, 0 after concluding matters on Yurindao. Carl first allocated one of the attribute points obtained from completing a selection task to stamina, elevating it to an A level. As for the skill points, Carl chose to conserve them, planning to accumulate 5 before making any decisions. Upon reaching a level stamina, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a sensation of vigor that he found difficult to channel. Most importantly, after a few experimental maneuvers, he discovered that his stamina recovery speed had doubled compared to before. Moreover, his injury recovery speed had significantly improved, though it still paled in comparison to Kaido's monstrous regeneration. Yet, Carl harbored doubts that Kaido's recovery speed might not even be achievable with an S-level attribute. It seemed highly likely that only an S-level could attain such rapid recovery. Carl was far from this tier and had no grand expectations. After a brief acclimatization to his newfound strength, Carl departed from Yurendao after spending a few days there. After all, his presence was merely a facade. There was no need for him to take action against Yurendao, and thus his mission to eliminate Jinbei had inevitably failed. When reporting the task, he was naturally reprimanded by Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki's scolding lacked fervor, clearly intended as a mere formality, as he had no intention of genuinely sending Carl to eliminate Jinbei and destroy Yurendao. Furthermore, Sakazuki provided no guidance regarding subsequent missions, merely instructing him to observe. Returning to the Sabaody archipelago, Carl and Endur entered the Navy branch, preparing to embark on a journey to Amazon Lily. However, upon his return to the Navy branch, Carl encountered the latest news. 2 days prior, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, had battled another, Blackbeard, destroying an entire island in the process. The ultimate outcome saw Kaido plunged into the sea, his fate unknown, while Blackbeard emerged victorious at a harrowing cost. The reports detailed that the two had fought for an entire day and night, and had it not been for Blackbeard sacrificing an entire island to ensnare Kaido in a black hole of his creation, Kaido would not have fallen into the sea and vanished. Such a victory was evidently not what Blackbeard desired, given the immense cost he incurred. The loss of his base was a devastating blow. Kaido, having previously sought to confront Carl only to be thwarted and ultimately defeated by the Navy, now faced Blackbeard. He had a chance to redeem himself, but the abilities of Blackbeard proved to be particularly effective against fruit users. Even Kaido was not immune to the constraints imposed by the Yami Yami no Mi. Moreover, in his quest for victory, Kaido sacrificed an entire island to create a colossal black hole. Kaido had always preferred to hold back in battle. It was entirely plausible that he could inadvertently lose to an opponent. The news of the 2 emperors clashing ignited discussions among others, particularly regarding Blackbeard. Chapter 233, Return to Amazon Lily. After several days, Carl finally arrived at the familiar doldrums, the well-known Amazon Lily, and the recognizable harbor. Boa Hancock stood at the harbor, her expression somewhat displeased. Over the past year, Carl had visited Amazon Lily far too many times, each visit cloaked in the guise of a patrol, merely wandering without engaging in any other activities. Were it not for Hancock's awareness of Carl's affiliation with the Navy, she might have mistaken him for a pirate. Nonetheless, even with this knowledge, Hancock's demeanor remained somewhat unnatural. Following the abolition of the warlord system, she was acutely aware of the Navy's true intentions for coming here. However, she could never have anticipated that the one sent to confront her would be Carl. What was there to discuss? Surrendering outright seemed the most prudent course of action. Hancock contemplated this, but the thought of surrendering would jeopardize her Amazon warriors behind her. For the sake of her people, Hancock would never capitulate. Originally, Hancock had prepared herself to face the Navy. If any other Navy vice admiral had arrived, she and her subordinates would have had a fair chance of combat. There was no need to worry that a few Navy ships could easily subdue Amazon Lily. However, Carl was an entirely different matter. The disparity in strength between them was akin to heaven and earth. Carl could vanquish Amazon Lily with merely a flick of his finger. After all, he had visited numerous times and could effortlessly control this island. To lift the entire island into the air would be but a single command from Carl. Gradually, Carl maneuvered his ship to the harbor. He disembarked with Endur and approached Hancock, leaving the other Navy personnel behind. To prevent them from being swayed by Hancock's beauty, Carl strictly forbade them from laying eyes upon her. The ship was effectively empty, devoid of any crew members. Long time no see. Hancock, have you missed me? Miss you? Even if I were to perish, I would never think of you. Hancock retorted, her annoyance palpable, though her expression bore a hint of playful defiance. After all, not everyone dared to speak to Carl in such a manner. Nevertheless, Carl remained unfazed by Hancock's demeanor. He was not truly here to confront her. Rather, he sought to negotiate terms. Hancock, there's no need for such hostility. I'm not here to attack you, so you need not be anxious. My purpose is to discuss terms. Would you be interested in hearing me out? Oomph. Do you think that my interest would dictate your words? Hancock rolled her eyes and added, Go ahead and speak. I wish to see what you have in mind, though I may not necessarily agree. Despite her awareness of her disadvantage against Carl, Hancock maintained her pride, a pride that would not allow her to lower herself, if not for her position as Empress. To safeguard the other inhabitants of Amazon Lily, she would hardly pay any heed to Carl. My conditions are rather simple. Spend more time traversing the New World and lend a helping hand to Luo and Baiji. To be frank, both Baiji and Trafalgar Luo are under my command. Our objective is straightforward, to accumulate strength and unleash it at the opportune moment. You, a Marine Admiral, are still expanding your influence outside? If this were to become known, even as an Admiral, you would likely find it difficult to maintain your standing within the Navy. Hancock regarded Carr with keen interest, eager to understand his motivations. Was it truly necessary to be so agitated? Carr chuckled softly, grasping Hancock's ankle, employing his charm ability to inundate her with affection. At that moment, Hancock felt her heart racing and her face flushed, as though she were feverish. Moreover, with Carr's grip on her ankle, she felt an overwhelming weakness, devoid of any inclination to resist. Hancock suddenly realized something unusual. It appeared she had developed feelings for Carr, although she had never considered the possibility of liking him. The present circumstances seemed to reveal her true emotions. However, she was unaware that it was Carr's ability that had instilled this affection within her. The effects of Carr's charm ability were not permanent, even concerning affection, and it was subject to a time limit. Nevertheless, this duration was relatively prolonged, and even after the ability had dissipated, some residual effects would remain. Additionally, Hancock had previously been filled with affection, and now, as it was being reinforced, feelings of affection naturally surged forth. To the Amazonian warriors watching, the interaction between the two seemed akin to playful flirtation, some even capturing the moment with cameras. The distant Inter crossed her arms, pouting as she returned to the ship, unwilling to spare Carr even a glance. I will not indulge you further. I have matters to attend to. Since you have agreed, I shall notify Luo and Baiji. After some time has passed and things have calmed down, you may seek them out in the New World. While you need not take any action, I expect to see news of our tripartite alliance. As he spoke, Carr affectionately ruffled the still-dazed Hancock's hair before departing. To be honest, he had always longed to tousle Hancock's smooth, ebony locks. Now, he had satisfied a small whim of his own. Hancock watched Carr leave, and moments later, she realized she had been subjected to a head pat. This left her feeling embarrassed, her composure thoroughly disrupted. Empress, what shall we do next? What can we do but prepare for the wedding? Wedding? Bah, what wedding? I meant to say we must prepare the ship. We are setting sail for the New World. Hancock's thoughts had become somewhat jumbled, her speech stumbling as she inadvertently revealed her inner feelings. This caused her cheeks to remain flushed, unable to fade away. Indeed, under the influence of the affection boost and the final head pat, Hancock had completely succumbed. After all, in the past, she had harbored some fondness for Carr. It was merely that his ability had now unleashed those feelings. However, she was not entirely like her original self. At least she could still maintain her composure. Unlike in the original narrative, where she lost much of her rationality upon encountering Luffy. The other Amazon warriors observed Hancock's demeanor, whispering and stifling laughter. In the distance, Gulori Osasayit. Women of stature do not remain unattached. However, it was better to develop feelings for someone like Carr than to remain single or fall for someone else. Guluali Osa was pragmatic, unlike Hancock, who acted impulsively. In terms of long-term benefits, Carr was indeed the ideal spouse for an Amazon Lily inhabitant. He was young, handsome, powerful, and influential. His reputation was even beginning to rival that of the legendary marine hero, Carp. Such a person was still under 30. The future is bright and immeasurable. Meanwhile, Kara remained oblivious to Hancock's current thoughts. In an instant, the brilliance of swords illuminated the surroundings. The clash of blades produced a dazzling spectacle. Hades and the Black Blade engaged in a fierce collision, unleashing a radiant glow. Mihawk's swordsmanship was grand and imposing, yet not sharp in approach. Each of his moves bore a distinct personal style, and most notably, his speed was entirely incongruous with the size of the Black Blade. This was the essence of Mihawk's prowess. He had attained a state where the weight of the blade felt almost negligible in his hands. The Black Blade danced as if it were a mere lightweight stick, moving rapidly without a hint of heaviness, flowing smoothly and flawlessly, leaving no openings. However, Kara was no weakling. His swordsmanship, though pieced together through the system, had matured over the past 2 years, having faced numerous battles. He had seamlessly integrated his skills. Now, even when facing Mihawk without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, he could still hold his ground. Coupled with his S-level strength, it was Mihawk who ought to feel the pressure. Kara's swordplay emphasized 3 core principles: speed, precision, and lethality. In the face of Mihawk's grand yet not swift techniques, Kara could only employ these 3 strategies to compete. Given that this was purely a contest of swordsmanship, if Kara were to resort to his devil fruit abilities, it would imply his inferiority in swordplay compared to Mihawk. To demonstrate that his swordsmanship was not lacking, Kara had no intention of invoking his powers, striving instead to maximize his sword techniques. This state was unprecedented for him. In this heightened state, Kara's gaze became fervent, even causing Hades to emit a faint hum. Witnessing this, Mihawk too felt a long-lost thrill, the corners of his mouth curling into an excited smile. Truly exhilarating. The first time we met, you were merely an inconspicuous marine. The second time, you had displayed considerable strength. Yet alas, our duel was abruptly interrupted. Now, this time, there will be no interruptions. Let me see just how far you, this young marine, have grown. Ha ha. Mihawk, typically a serious and humorless individual, was now laughing heartily. Anyone could see that he was genuinely thrilled. As the world's greatest swordsman, he had occupied this position for a considerable time. Although challengers emerged periodically, only a select few could truly excite Mihawk. Thus, facing Kara, he found himself genuinely invigorated, for there were not many formidable swordsmen in the current age. Although there are still many swordsmanship masters like Lei Li, they belong to an older generation and are inherently disinclined to challenge Mihawk for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. More importantly, Mihawk himself would never consider confronting them. Thus, Mihawk appears to be quite solitary. Mihawk, I acknowledge your remarkable swordsmanship, yet I possess skills beyond mere swordplay. As a member of the Navy, I have no desire to vie for the position of the world's supreme swordsman. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to vanquishing you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ka-air soared into the sky, leveraging his advantage to conjure a tempest of scythe-like winds. In response to Ka-air's full force, Mihawk's eyes gleamed with intensity. His spirit soared, and his silence resonated like a blade slicing through the heavens. This strike instantly tore apart the storm, annihilating the scythe winds in its wake. Ka-air, left with no other option, summoned another tempest, unleashing a second strike. Chapter 237. The battle concludes. Ha-DC and Hei Dao Yi trembled. The clash between Ka-air and Mihawk raged on. As one of the supreme weapons, Hei Dao Yi possessed extraordinary power and demonstrated a certain degree of sentience. Coupled with Hei Dao Yi, Mihawk's swordsmanship was executed to perfection, revealing no vulnerabilities. However, Ha-DC, on Ka-air's side, was equally formidable. Ha-DC was merely a newly forged demon blade. Its inherent abilities and other attributes were not significantly inferior to those of Hei Dao Yi. Notably, the malevolence of Ha-DC far surpassed that of an ordinary demon blade, posing a greater threat than the spirit of Hei Dao Yi. Combined with his abilities and Ka-air's swordsmanship, Mihawk dared not sustain injuries, for the consequence would likely leave a permanent mark. Despite Ka-air's demon blade being forged only about half a month ago, He had frequently eradicated pirates during this time. Those unfortunate enough to survive his onslaught began to spread rumors about Ka-Air's demon blade. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The tale of Ka-Air's blade, which inflicted wounds that would not heal upon sight, circulated swiftly. Naturally, Mihawk became aware of this information, prompting him to deliberately evade Ka-Air's assaults during their confrontation. Nevertheless, Mihawk's rhythm of attack remained unbroken, while Ka-Air's demon blade posed certain limitations against top-tier adversaries. They had faced a myriad of peculiar foes, so as long as they exercised caution, Hadisi's abilities were manageable. Thus, the battle between Mihawk and Ka-Air persisted from day into night. Their exhilarating clash enveloped the entire island in their sword energy, even causing the trees to succumb to the aftermath of their combat, with nearly 1/10 of them destroyed. Consequently, the imitators of humanity were forced to retreat into the island's corners, trembling in fear. Air, meanwhile, led the Navy back to their warship, temporarily departing the island. Once safely away, she ascended to a vantage point, using a telescope to observe the duel. Such a level of conflict was beyond their intervention. It was safest to watch from a distance. As night descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, and both Ka-Air and Mihawk halted their battle, exchanging smiles as they regarded one another. In this encounter, neither emerged victorious. However, Mihawk had exerted his utmost effort, while Ka-Air retained some reserves. His Piao Piao fruit abilities had yet to be fully realized, and he had not once utilized the Jun Jun fruit's powers. One could say that Ka-Air had only exerted about 70% of his capabilities, achieving an even standoff with Mihawk. Through this battle, Ka-Air had begun to discern Mihawk's physical attributes. Mihawk's attributes were remarkably balanced, predominantly within the A rank. Particularly his agility, although currently at an A rank, seemed poised to ascend to S rank within a year and a half. For various reasons, Mihawk had not ceased his training. He was acutely aware that he had yet to truly stand atop the world. Especially after Ka-Air's emergence, Mihawk felt an intensified pressure, which naturally spurred him to continue enhancing his strength. However, at their level, each advancement was painstakingly slow. Consequently, while Mihawk's swordsmanship had seen slight improvements, his other facets had not notably strengthened. Conversely, Ka-Air's power had undergone a qualitative transformation. Having previously sparred with Ka-Air prior to the outbreak of the Marineford War, Mihawk was well aware of his transformation and was thus astounded by Ka-Air. Chapter 238, Sudden Developments. In the end, Ka-Air managed to extort a few bottles of fine wine from Mihawk, causing the stoic expression on Mihawk's face to vanish. Mihawk, typically solitary, had maintained a modest lifestyle as a pirate hunter. When the Shichibukai system was in place, he had enjoyed a comfortable existence. However, after the dissolution of the Shichibukai system, Mihawk found himself returning to a more frugal life. Yet this did not significantly impact him. After all, he remained self-sufficient. Nonetheless, he felt a pang of regret over the wine that Ka-Air had taken, for it was a well-aged brew he had not yet dared to consume himself, intending instead to let it mature further. Thus, under the cover of night, Ka-Air and his crew departed from Kula-Ikana Island. His next course of action was to return to the Navy headquarters and report on the situation. However, upon his return, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand for having spent half a day at sea without resolving any matters concerning a former Shichibukai. Yet, Ka-Air was unperturbed by the prospect of Sakazuki's ire. After all, this was merely a formality. They had long since reached a consensus on the matter. Subsequently, Ka-Air took command of the warship, steering it toward the Navy headquarters. He and the other sailors returned to their cabins to rest for the night. However, the following morning, Ka-Air was awakened by the sound of a den mushi. "Kaya, where are you right now?" "Sakazuki-senpai, I am currently above Mariehua and will return shortly. You need not come back just yet. I need you to locate Fei Si-Ta immediately and have him cancel the so-called Pirate Expo and apprehend him. Be cautious." According to reliable intelligence, Douglas Bullitt, known as the Devil's Descendant and a former member of the Roger Pirates, is on that island. I've already informed Ishao and Poliusolino. Your proximity to him is greater. So check the situation first. If things take a turn for the worse, I will have to activate the demon extermination order. Is it really that serious? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Air was taken aback. He had not anticipated that capturing a mere pirate would warrant the invocation of the demon extermination order. Sakazuki let out a cold snort and continued, stating that the demon hunt order was aimed not only at Barrett, but at all pirates on the island. This time, we must ensure that we capture all those pirates in one fell swoop. As for that person, Faisada, you can handle it as you see fit. But the Pirate Expo must not be allowed to proceed successfully. Otherwise, that would be the greatest insult to our navy. It was evident that Sakazuki was quite angry. Otherwise, he would not have issued orders to Carl in such a serious tone. I understand. Leave it to me. Carl noted. And Sakazuki then revealed the location of the Pirate Expo to him. After receiving the coordinates, Carl turned the ship's bow towards the direction of the expo. Subsequently, he casually mentioned the matter of subduing the 7 warlords. To this, Sakazuki surprisingly did not express anger, but instead let out a helpless sigh. He then remarked that the situation on Enel's side was quite similar. There was no need to mention Bonnie, under Sakazuki's orders. Enel and the others had not pursued them at all. As for Law and Buggy, Enel had not even had the chance to act against them, as Jinbe and Hancock had appeared in the New World to assist them in resisting the Navy. This revelation astonished Carl. He had not anticipated that Hancock would reach the New World so swiftly. It had only been 3 or 4 days since Carl left Amazon Lily, and yet the other party had already made it to the New World. Moreover, Jinbe had even offered his assistance. It must be noted that Carl had not requested Jinbe's help. However, his willingness to lend a hand indicated that he had already allied himself with Carl. Chapter 239. The Pirate Expo. It is truly peculiar. There's an unsettling feeling in the air here. Yuruki, have you noticed? The atmosphere is exceedingly abnormal. Although the expo is a festive occasion for pirates, I cannot shake the impression that there is a conspiracy at play, and we must remain vigilant, Bonnie remarked while munching on a large chicken leg. Her ability to articulate clearly while eating was astonishingly reminiscent of Luffy. Yuruki, with a smile on his face and his hands clasped together, glanced at the lowly form of Bonnie and casually commented, aside from the two of us, fellow supernovas Drake and Appo are also present. It seems they have formed an alliance, although I wonder how their current strength measures up. On another note, it appears that the Straw Hat crew, who caused a ruckus in Impel Down, is also here. I have heard that the bounties of the 3 main members of the Straw Hat crew exceed 200 million, especially their captain, whose bounty has reached 400 million, making them formidable opponents. I'm already aware of all that you mentioned. There's no need to remind me. I wonder if the second Whitebeard pirates will make an appearance. They have remained silent since their defeat by Blackbeard. If I hadn't heard news of their attendance at the expo, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Bonnie huffed, revealing that her true intention for attending was to locate Marco and the others, showing little interest in the Pirate Expo itself. Yuruki, however, was filled with excitement about the expo, as evidenced by his beaming face as he surveyed the surroundings. Yuruki, do you see that person over there, wearing a mask and constantly glancing our way? Doesn't he seems somewhat familiar? Bonnie suddenly inquired. Following her gaze, Yuruki spotted a man in casual attire with a fox mask, occasionally turning his head to look at them. While he indeed appeared somewhat familiar, it was uncertain whether they knew him. Shall we go and take a look? Let's head over together. They exchanged glances and proceeded in his direction. Meanwhile, Carl, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly noticed that Bonnie and Yuruki were approaching him. This unexpected development caught him off guard. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging the two, as his purpose for being there was solely to deal with Faisada and Barrett. Other pirates were simply not part of his mission. Therefore, capturing them was not within Carl's responsibilities. However, as they approached, he felt somewhat helpless. Hey, do we know each other? The lowly form Bonnie boldly patted Carl's thigh. Yuruki stood beside her, still wearing a cheerful smile, exuding a sense of humor. Is it really necessary for you two to rush over here to seek death? Carl remarked softly, exuding a sense of resignation. Upon hearing his voice, Yuruki and Bonnie widened their eyes in astonishment. However, before they could even utter Carl's name, he swiftly incapacitated them. Keep your voices down. My purpose here does not involve you. By the way, I should inform you that the Demon Hunt order is coming soon. If you run now, you might still make it out in time. That's all I have to say. Your survival or demise rests solely in your hands." After warning them, Carl vanished without attracting any attention. He accomplished all of this in under 3 seconds, leaving no room for anyone to suspect his identity. To onlookers, it merely appeared as though these two had provoked an adversary they should not have. Chapter 240. Warning. Beneath the tower of the Pirate Expo, there lay an extremely secretive base where Faisida observed everything. Before him, numerous surveillance screens displayed the entire island, allowing him to keep a watchful eye on all activities. The security was tight, and no one could evade his watchful gaze to infiltrate this place. However, Faisida never anticipated that Carl's Kinbunchika haki would effortlessly encompass the entire island, making it easy for him to locate Faisida's position. "Admiral White Hawk, let us speak civilly. Isn't it rather uncivilized to resort to violence right away? After all, we are in a new era. We are civilized individuals. It is better to resolve matters through conversation than through conflict," Faisida said, sweat beading on his forehead. He had not expected Carl to appear before him so suddenly. Carl's arrival was abrupt, and Faisida's guards did not even have the chance to trigger an alarm before being easily subdued by Carl. This starkly illustrated the vast difference in power between a Navy admiral and mere lackeys. "Faisida, you are an intelligent man, and I believe you understand the purpose of my visit," Carl continued. "Of course, the Navy is pursuing the treasure of Pirate King Roger, is it not? Such matters hold no significance for me. I can tell you right now where that treasure lies." Faisida's instinct for survival surged within him. Although he was indifferent to his own life and death, the Pirate Expo had yet to commence, and the grand feast for pirates and Barrett had not unfolded. He certainly would not allow himself to perish here before the festivities began. As for what transpired after the feast commenced, he was entirely unconcerned. "Faisida, it appears you have underestimated me. While the Navy harbors great interest in that object, I, personally, find it utterly unremarkable. Moreover, I am well aware of what you refer to as treasure, which renders it devoid of any allure for me." Carl chuckled softly, completely unfazed by Faisida's astonished gaze. He casually picked up an unused cup and poured himself a glass of wine, sitting quietly to savor it. "With just a day remaining until the Grand Pirate Expo, we are merely in the invitation phase, and there is no rush to deal with Faisida. After all, many pirates have yet to arrive here, and the Navy is still unprepared. Acting prematurely would only allow those pirates to flee. Although Carl is not a bloodthirsty individual, the overwhelming majority of pirates present are nothing but vile scoundrels of the sea. Thus, he does not mind waiting for Borisolino and Ishiao to arrive, so he can ensnare them all at once, while Carl could easily raise the entire island. Why should he exert himself when he possesses such a powerful tool as the Demon Slayer Order? It would be entirely counterproductive. Therefore, he merely needs to fulfill his primary duties. The only challenge lies in dealing with Barrett, who proves rather troublesome. How intriguing. You claim you are not here for the treasure, so what brings you here? Are you here to capture me? Or perhaps to apprehend other pirates? I find it hard to believe that anything aside from Roger's treasure could warrant the Navy deploying admirals to gather intelligence here. Faisida, your perspective remains rather limited." With a sigh, Carl utilized his abilities to levitate the wine cup, allowing it to drift slowly towards Faisida. Observing the floating cup, Faisida appeared perplexed. Simultaneously, Carl elaborated on what you call treasure, which is merely the record of Raftel. Chapter 241. The Pirate Expo commences. "Lord Smoker, is it truly safe for us to be here like this? As Navy members mingling among pirates, will we not be recognized?" Dasky adjusted her glasses, her concern evident. She was dressed in a rather ethereal and revealing manner. Her upper attire consisted of a simple, short-sleeved inner shirt paired with a cropped jacket that exposed her waist. Below, she wore fitted three-quarter pants that showcased her long legs entirely. Coupled with her high heels, her beauty was undeniably accentuated. The only drawback of Dasky's ensemble was her tousled ponytail. If she were to switch to sleek black locks, her allure would undoubtedly elevate. "With our appearance, no one will suspect we are Navy officers, so you need not worry. Smoker, on the other hand, remained unperturbed by Dasky's anxiety. He lounged casually in his chair, two cigars clenched between his lips, his legs propped up on the table, entirely unconcerned about his image. His carefree demeanor, along with his denim attire and flamboyant sunglasses, rendered him unrecognizable as a Navy officer. Due to certain circumstances, Smoker presently held the rank of a mere Navy headquarters major. After all, it was Carl who captured Luffy and brought him to impel down. Smoker merely trailed behind Luffy, seizing the opportunity to apprehend Crocodile. In other respects, he had not made significant contributions, which hindered his promotion. Once Luffy entered Impelled Down, Smoker lost his objective. However, this also fueled his dedication to personal training, as Carl and Enel had profoundly impacted him. As a person hailed as a genius upon debut, Smoker was inherently proud. Upon hearing of Carl and Enel through the news, he came to realize that he was far from a genius. Even if he were talented, those extraordinary individuals eclipsed him. Thus, he withdrew from the public eye for a time to engage in rigorous training. Only now did he set sail again, arriving at the Pirate Expo to gather intelligence. "Lord Smoker, look over there." Someone approaches us. However, the individual wore a mask and bore no distinctive features, making it difficult to discern which pirate he was. Yet, his silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Anyone who caught my eye must be a renowned pirate. He wears a mask, suggesting he harbors some hidden secrets. Perhaps we should probe him? Dasky adjusted her glasses and inquired. Smoker furrowed his brow, his expression towards the figure strange. After a moment, he finally relaxed, rising to speak. "This person is not a pirate. Let us go greet him." "Not a pirate?" Dasky was taken aback, having not anticipated that the individual before them was not a pirate. However, upon reflection, she and Smoker were not pirates either, so it was understandable. Yet, when they approached Carl and were led to a secluded corner, they finally beheld his true identity. Smoker had already deduced Carl's identity and felt little surprise, while Dasky gasped, hastily covering her mouth, fearful of attracting attention. She had not expected Carl to appear here. "Why the white? Do you intend to bid me farewell? Or do you see me as a senior figure? I assure you, I want to fall flat on my face." Carl rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Dasky tended to stutter when nervous, something Smoker had long grown accustomed to. It was Carl's first time witnessing her in such an endearing light. "Admiral Whitehawk, greetings." After being teased by Carl, Dasky realized how approachable he was, and she felt herself calming down, albeit still somewhat tense. Chapter 242. The overbearing Carl, what a scoundrel. I knew Faiseta would not be honest, but I did not expect him to be this duplicitous. Upon seeing the large screens around him, Carl unleashed his abilities to shatter them all. He then discarded his mask. With his identity exposed, he saw no reason to conceal it any longer. Meanwhile, Smoker wore a smile, clearly excited. Faced with such a challenge for the first time, Smoker was eager to test the extent of his growth and strength. However, Dasky appeared quite frightened. Her strength was not weak, but she had not endured many life-and-death battles. Dasky had been overly protected by Smoker, giving the impression that she was not particularly formidable, though, in reality, she was capable. "Listen well, pirates surrounding me. Do you not seek to participate in this Pirate Expo and uncover Roger's treasure? I can assure you, this treasure is genuine, and we of the Navy have come for it as well. If you all desire the treasure, then come forth. Come and slay me, and your wishes shall be fulfilled." Carl regarded the eager pirates around him with a cold smirk, directly unleashing his conqueror's haki, drawing all attention to himself. In this manner, those desperate individuals would surely come seeking him, alleviating some of the pressure on Dasky and Smoker. After all, it was he who had led the two of them into this predicament. Thus, he naturally bore responsibility for their fates. However, the surrounding pirates were lamentably weak. At least half of them could not withstand Carl's conqueror's haki, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. As for the others, their faces were filled with anxiety and horror, having lost the thrill they once felt. With merely a wave of conqueror's haki, more than half of them had been incapacitated. Such strength was utterly preposterous, and they dared not take the risk. Truly a bunch of worthless trash, the scum of the sea. Carl spat disdainfully and continued his mockery. "You lot are nothing but a waste of air. Dying would only squander land as well. You might as well dive into the sea and feed the fish. You fools! Are you seeking death? Everyone attack him. Even if he is an admiral, what of it? We are many, each a bounty-hunting pirate worth over 100 million. Why should we fear him? Brothers, charge. With our numbers, we will undoubtedly defeat him. Indeed, we are many, and once we take him down, we can then contend for Roger's treasure. Someone shouted, igniting the fury of all the pirates, who then surged towards Carl. Observing their advance, Carl smiled and addressed Smoker and Dasky. You two go find Faisada and contact Sakazuki, urging him to send reinforcements swiftly. As for these individuals, I shall handle them. I will devise a method to ensure none can escape. As he spoke, Carl conjured a tempest, sending all the foes before him flying. However, after dispatching this wave of enemies, hundreds more pirates continued to pour forth. They charged recklessly, oblivious to the vast disparity between their strength and Carl's. Smoker and Dasky exchanged nods and then broke through from a different direction. Their strength was formidable. After all, Smoker was a user of the smoke fruit. The powers of a Logia-type devil fruit are far more advantageous in group battles than in one-on-one confrontations. Moreover, Dasky supported him from the side, preventing any surprise attacks on Smoker. Chapter 243, The Flying Island. The island has truly taken flight? It is no wonder that Admiral White Eagle is so formidable. He is likely far stronger now than the once mighty Golden Lion. Bonnie sighed as she gazed at the clouds beside her and the distant sea sponge in the west. Feeling somewhat speechless, she had now regained her mature demeanor, radiant and invigorated. Beside her, Urge still wore a smile, though his hands clutched a massive iron rod. Should we seek an audience? To be honest, I am quite curious about the Admiral's strength. Urge, if you wish to court death, do not drag me into it. Admiral White Eagle is notoriously unforgiving towards evil. He spared us before only because he did not want to reveal his identity. But now, he has no such reservations. If we approach him, we are merely courting our demise. Bonnie shot a glare at Urge. The iron-headed fool set down his rod and scratched the back of his head. Haha, I feel that even if I went, I would not perish. If he truly intended to kill us, he would have acted during our first encounter. Just like when he dispatched Kid and the others, swift and clean, leaving no room for mercy. That is true, yet it is perhaps best that we do not go. Who knows what standards he uses to judge pirates? Bonnie nodded, finding Urge's reasoning sound. However, for the sake of safety, she did not plan to go. Seeing her reluctance, Urge sat down on the ground, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, 3 figures emerged from the clouds. 2 of them bore similar, slender builds, while the third was considerably larger. Carl's criteria for judgment were straightforward. Anyone who had committed heinous acts of arson, murder, or plunder would find themselves on his death list. Yet, the 2 of you merely ventured out to seek thrills, having killed few and plundered little. At most, you have offended some local powers and attacked the Navy, leading to your bounties. Moreover, neither of you has a record of killing Navy personnel. Given his nature, he would likely only dismember you and imprison you and impel down for eternity. The man resembling a pineapple spoke up. This person was none other than Marco, the individual Bonnie sought. TCH, I must admit, this fellow's talent is truly remarkable. 2 years ago, when we fought, he barely held his ground against me, relying on the fruit's advantages. Yet now, his strength surpasses mine. I can hardly fathom how much further this monster can grow. The second speaker, known as Portgas Diaz, is the current second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates. The third, naturally, is the current third-in-command, Diamond Jozu. Our ship was swallowed by a whirlpool. Jozu's deep voice cut through the air, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. However, Marco waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should not concern themselves with it. It was merely a small vessel. Fortunately, only the 3 of us came this time. Had we brought Dad's Moby Dick and encountered the whirlpool, it would have been a significant loss. Marco remarked with relief, and Ace nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. They then turned their gazes towards Bonnie and Urge. Do not look at us. We commandeered another pirate's ship to arrive here. Our intention was to join you. Thus we naturally do not require our own vessel. For various reasons, Urge and Bonnie's pirate crews had already disbanded, which is why they found themselves together. Both aspired to rejoin a pirate crew, but captaining their own in such a tumultuous new world would likely lead to being swept away by the tides of the times. Thus, they planned to. Chapter 244, Subduing the Straw Hat Crew. While other pirates were astonished by the island's flight, the fearless Straw Hat crew sought out Carl, eager to engage him in battle. Regrettably, even with their three main fighters, alongside General Frankie and a giant-sized chopper, they were no match for Carl. The five of them attacked Carl in unison, unleashing their most formidable powers. Unfortunately, aside from Luffy and Zoro, the others were all defeated in an instant. Even General Frankie was dismantled by Carl's single strike. Unable to even attempt a repair. To restore General Frankie, he would have to be completely rebuilt, as he was now utterly beyond salvage. As for Chopper, after enlarging himself, he too was swiftly taken down by Carl and fell unconscious, completely unresponsive. Had he not shrunk back down, with Brook there to catch him, he might have plummeted to his demise. Sanji was equally no match for Carl. His observation haki was commendable, and he had learned the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms. Regrettably, his Busashoko haki was feeble, unable to withstand Carl's formidable strength. Thus, he was swiftly vanquished by Carl without the slightest hint of suspense. As for Nami, Usopp, and Robin, Carl did not behold their figures in this vicinity. Clearly, they had not even set foot on the island and were likely still aboard their pirate vessel. Otherwise, Carl's Kinbunchika haki would have already detected their presence. Speaking of which, does the Straw Hat Pirates not find themselves bothersome? I have come here on serious business and have no inclination to entertain your presence. Yet, you impertinent lot have dared to provoke me. Do you truly believe I am without temper? Carl's Conqueror's haki erupted with a thunderous force as he soared through the air, surrounded by a fierce tempest that swept outward. Below, Zoro was poised to assist Luffy in their assault on Carl. After their brief skirmish, he had come to realize he was no match for Carl. Moreover, Carl was correct. He was not the target. Had it not been for Luffy's desire to engage Carl, Zoro would have long since led them away. Meanwhile, Luffy felt a surge of excitement. His own Conqueror's haki burst forth, colliding with Carl's, resulting in a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding air. However, Luffy's expression shifted. The recent clash revealed his defeat. Regardless of your intentions, I shall strike you down first. Yuan Wang Chong. San Dao Liu Aoi. Sanchienda, Shurjia. Zoro, witnessing Luffy unleash his ultimate technique, could not afford to lag behind. He leaped into the air, aiming a strike at Carl. The two unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously, intent on defeating Carl and restoring the island to the sea. However, their seemingly swift onslaught appeared riddled with flaws in Carl's eyes, posing no threat whatsoever. In light of this, I shall demonstrate to you what true despair entails. Guizhan. Carl gently swung his sword. In an instant, the very heavens altered in hue. All colors around were consumed by Hades. The razor-sharp slash cleaved the fabric of space, creating a rift in the realm. This strike decisively incapacitated both Luffy and Zoro. Without any suspense, they each bore a significant wound, their consciousness slipping into slumber. They plummeted from the sky, free-falling, unless someone intervened. Chapter 245, Seeking the Devil's Descendant. Frankie, take Luffy and the others and leave. I will handle things here, Sanji declared with unwavering authority. Yo-ho-ho, just the two of us will suffice. While we may not be a match for Admiral Whitehawk, we can certainly delay him for a time. Brook chimed in. Both were resolved to hold Carl at bay, fully aware of the peril they faced. Please do not perish. Frankie bellowed, dragging 3 individuals as his legs transformed into wheels, attempting to flee. But at that moment, Carl suddenly utilized his powers to elevate a section of land into the air. Frankie was trapped. Even Brook and Sanji were taken aback, astonished by Carl's unexpected display of ability. I believe you have misunderstood something. Luffy is the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. How could I possibly harm him? My relationship with Dragon is amicable, and Garp is my senior. I would never kill Luffy. I am here merely to urge you to depart swiftly. This place is about to become exceedingly perilous. You wish to let us go?" Upon hearing Carl's words, Sanji was taken aback. He and Brook exchanged bewildered glances, completely perplexed by Carl's intentions. "Of course, I want you to leave. I can only say that you are fortunate to have encountered me. Had you encountered other admirals, they would not be so accommodating." Carl shrugged, and then employed his powers to gradually lift the land away. Just then, searing flames surged from behind him. Confronted with the sudden flames, Carl raised a wind barrier with one hand, blocking the inferno. "Fire Fist, Ace? Your timing is impeccable." Noticing the familiar figure, Carl raised an eyebrow. While he had anticipated Ace's presence, he was surprised by his sudden emergence. "Release my brother at once, or you shall face my wrath." "Fire Fist," Ace shouted, unleashing another fiery assault. Yet, Carl maintained his wind barrier, effortlessly repelling Ace's attack. "What a nuisance. Your devil fruit ability is exceedingly counterproductive to me." Ace's expression grew serious, his brow furrowed. At that moment, Marco also arrived. "Ace, calm down. I observed earlier. Your brother is unharmed, merely unconscious." Ace remained silent, yet his expression visibly relaxed. Upon seeing Marco, Carl raised an eyebrow and casually tossed the segment of land to him. "Here, take care of the Straw Hat crew. I have pressing matters to attend to. You may choose to leave or stay and watch. I shall not concern myself with you." With that, Carl soared into the sky, activating his Kinbunchika Haki to seek Barrett's location. Ace attempted to pursue, but Marco restrained his arm. "Ace, we are here for Roger's treasure. There is no need to engage with the admirals. Furthermore, Luffy's injury is not severe. I can tend to him quickly, so there is no need for concern." "Thank you." "Haha, we are brothers. No need for formalities." Marco laughed heartily and then utilized his abilities to heal Luffy's wounds. He also tended to Zoro's injuries. However, both had been tainted by Hades' malevolent energy. Although they had not triggered Hades' abilities, the corruption would prevent them from regaining consciousness swiftly. They would need to rest before fully awakening. "Is your purpose for coming here also?" Chapter 246. A meeting of eyes. It is exceedingly difficult to locate. Where on earth is that scoundrel Barrett hiding? After dispatching those who rushed to ambush him, Carl continued his search for Barrett's whereabouts. He even visited Feista's location, interrogating him about Barrett's position. Feista readily handed over the Den Mushi, but no one answered on the other end. Feista claimed ignorance of the situation. Carl did not press him, but instructed Smoker and Tashigi to leave. Although Barrett's whereabouts remained uncertain, Carl sensed that this central region would soon transform into a battlefield. Remaining here would be exceedingly dangerous for Smoker and Tashigi. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring distributable free attribute points. Distributable free skill points. After receiving the task rewards, a smile crept across Carl's lips as he opened the attribute panel, allocating the points to agility. Thus, his speed would increase, granting him more confidence in confronting Baylight. However, the current dilemma lay in his inability to locate Baylight. This predicament was quite awkward. Fortunately, he now possessed 5 skill points. Initially, Ka-Er intended to reserve these skill points for upgrading Hadasai, enhancing its strength. Yet, it now appeared that without upgrading his Kinbunchika Haki, he might indeed take a considerable amount of time to find Baylight. The activation of Kinbunchiku required not only mental focus, but also a continuous expenditure of physical stamina. Moreover, maintaining the floating island demanded a certain level of physical energy to sustain the abilities granted by the fruit. Not to mention, numerous pirates relentlessly charged at him without fear of death. This constant onslaught resulted in Ka-Er perpetually depleting his stamina. Although his recovery rate was rapid, his stamina remained within human limits, inevitably subject to exhaustion, unlike Kaido, who need not worry about such physical concerns. After careful consideration, Ka-Er ultimately decided to allocate the 5 skill points to his already perfected Kinbunchika Haki. Consequently, its level surged from perfect to transcendent. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed, announcing that Kinbunchika Haki had surpassed its limits, reaching the maximum level, and could not be further enhanced. The coverage range of Kinbunchiku Haki doubled, awakening foresight and complete X-ray vision capabilities. As the system's voice faded, the attribute panel automatically opened. Attribute panel name: Karer Strength, Agility, Spirit, Stamina. Title: Benevolent and Just Abilities. Military Fist, Fluttering Fruit Awakened. Busashoga Haki, Perfect. Kinbunshika Haki, Transcended. Haushika Haki, Perfect. Dual Swordsmanship, Mastery of Wind Elements. Herculean Strength, Jinjin Fruit, Give Me Some Face. Zanpakuto Shurkai Hadasai, Remaining Skill Points, Remaining Attribute Points. This is Kaor's current personal attributes. Indeed, the level of Kinbunshika Haki has transformed into the Transcendent Realm. This novel power was something Kaor was experiencing for the first time, prompting him to experiment with it before proceeding. He then utilized the surrounding pirates as subjects for testing his newfound abilities. First, he utilized foresight to ascertain how far into the future he could glimpse. Upon activating the ability, a pirate appeared in his mind, attempting to launch a surprise attack from below using their ability to burrow underground. This revelation caused Kaor's expression to shift slightly, leading him to stomp forcefully on the ground. Chapter 247. Mutual Testing. What a coincidence. I was planning to come down and find you. And here you are, coming up to meet me. Kaor observed Baylight soaring into the sky, and he too ascended, effortlessly unleashing a devastating slash. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. Baylight, upon seeing the incoming sword energy, tightened his grip and unleashed a fierce punch. Despite the lack of leverage in midair, he managed to deliver such an exaggerated strike thanks to his formidable physique. He even refrained from employing Busashoka Haki, relying solely on his physical strength to shatter Kaor's sword energy. However, his body was not impervious. Scars had already begun to appear on his fist, prompting Baylight to furrow his brow. He did not anticipate that Kaor's seemingly casual strike would leave him with injuries. Unbeknownst to Baylight, Kaor's attack, despite appearing effortless, was imbued with such force that, combined with the abilities of the fluttering fruit, it could sever anything in its path. Even diamonds could be effortlessly cleaved by Kaor's sword energy. Furthermore, this strike incorporated a portion of Hadasai's demonic power, rendering Kaor's sword energy even more piercing. Baylight's ability to withstand it with his mere flesh astonished Kaor even further. No wonder he was once a member of Roger's crew. Such a monstrous physique was truly extraordinary. Yet even so, do you still dare to be so audacious in the face of my Hadasai? A smirk curled at Kaor's lips as he swiftly appeared before Baylight, enveloping Hadasai in Busashoka Haki and delivering a downward slash aimed at Baylight's visage. Baylight's reaction was swift. He instantly concentrated Busashoka Haki in his right hand to counter Kaor's strike. However, Kaor's strength was formidable, and without the ability to gain leverage in midair, Baylight was undeniably driven into the ground by Kaor's force. Truly impressive. Ryo Haki at this level of strength is something everyone seems to possess. It seems I must find the time to study it thoroughly. Up until now, Kaor had not mastered Ryo Haki. This was not due to a lack of talent, but rather his own laziness and lack of time. Thus, he had only grasped the training methods of Ryo without actually practicing them. However, upon witnessing Ryo Haki's potential to further enhance defense, he realized that without mastering Ryo Haki, the effectiveness of Hadasai against the four emperors might be significantly diminished. This had been evident during his battle with Kaido and was proving true once again against Baylight. Ha ha ha, such powerful strength, such an extraordinary demonic blade. If I were truly struck, the resulting injury would likely never heal. Baylight rose unscathed from the ground, a smile gracing his face as he gazed up at Kaor. At this moment, a faint scar adorned his right wrist, merely a superficial wound that had not even drawn blood. Typically, such a scar would heal within a minute for an ordinary person. However, the scar on Baylight's wrist showed no signs of healing whatsoever. This ability mirrored precisely what Baylight had gathered from his extensive research prior to devising this plan. He had amassed a wealth of information on both the Navy and pirates, including details on Blackbeard and Kaor, as they were the two fastest rising newcomers in the past 2 years. While Kaor had become a Navy admiral, Blackbeard Tiki had emerged as a pirate and even ascended to the status of a new emperor. Thus, Baylight's target had been Blackbeard. Yet he did not anticipate that before Blackbeard arrived, the Navy Admiral would be the one to confront him. Baylight, Karar descended from sky, instantly closing the distance to launch a full-force strike. Baylight dared not engage head-on, opting instead to evade. Chapter 248. Final form, what a troublesome mechanized adversary. Were it not for my X-ray vision revealing its weak points, I would have had no idea how to engage without first-hand experience. Karar murmured softly, yet his hands remained deftly in motion. Although Baylight was exceedingly challenging, Karar had devised a means to counterbalance him. However, the immediate task at hand was to dismantle his mechanized armor. If he could not breach this armor, Baylight would remain impervious to harm. This was the most formidable aspect of Baylight's abilities. Yet, it was evident that Baylight was acutely aware of his strengths and would not allow Karar to gain the upper hand. His Busashoka haki is exceptionally formidable, having reached an extraordinary level. As for his Kinbunchika haki, while not weak, it is rather unremarkable, merely adhering to the average standards. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, it suffices for combat. The use of his Conqueror's haki, however, is largely unnecessary in this battle. The levels of Conqueror's haki possessed by both combatants are virtually identical, effectively canceling each other out. Consequently, neither can rely on this power to diminish the other's strength. Thus, Karl refrains from unleashing his Conqueror's haki, avoiding unnecessary expenditure of his stamina. His immediate priority is to neutralize Barrett's mech. However, Karl is acutely aware that beyond this mech, Barrett's fruit ability has already awakened. He is even capable of summoning an even larger giant. If he does not resolve this confrontation swiftly, the emergence of this larger giant will pose an even greater challenge. The onlookers realize they must find an opportunity to clear the area, or Karl will be unable to utilize his Jinjin fruit ability. At present, he is reluctant to reveal his powers, necessitating a strategic moment to clear the battlefield. Yet, opportunities are scarce, and he can only continue to engage Barrett in relentless combat. Both Karl and Barrett are exerting their full strength, and under Karl's relentless assault, the mech has begun to crack. This development surprises Barrett. He had not anticipated that Karl's strength and swordsmanship would exceed the intelligence he had gathered. Truly, the youngest admiral of the Navy is a genuine monster. Nevertheless, even so, you are still no match for me. If we are to speak of monsters, I am the true beast. Soon, I will make it clear to all of you what true despair entails. Large Bolt, combine. With Barrett's furious roar, his fruit ability instantly engulfs the entire island. All weapons and metallic objects within the island are absorbed by Barrett's power and gathered to him. This is the effect achievable after the awakening of the combined fruit. Moreover, the island is teeming with pirates, and there are numerous buildings. All of these are completely overwhelmed by the torrent unleashed by the awakened combined fruit. Even Karl must take to the skies to fully evade this metallic deluge. Such an exaggerated fruit ability makes it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Karl furrows his brow and utilizes his Kinbunchiku's perceptive capabilities to search for an opening in his opponent's defense. However, his expression grows increasingly grave. After scrutinizing for some time, he fails to uncover even a single flaw, which proves to be quite vexing. It is no wonder that Sakazuki sought to eliminate this foe with the Demon Slaughter Order. Even against ordinary foes, including the four emperors and other admirals, confronting this giant would not guarantee victory. Chapter 249. Clearing the field with Barrett's furious shout. The entire steel monstrosity is enveloped in a layer of flowing Busashoku haki. This is Ryuyo haki, a more advanced application of Busashoku. Mastering this form of haki allows Barrett to fluidly manipulate his Busashoku, rendering it more agile and even projecting it externally. Such power presents a headache for Karl. Given the current circumstances, if he does not employ his Jinjin fruit, he genuinely cannot defeat his opponent. Simultaneously, Barrett commands the giant's massive hand to strike at Karl. However, at this moment, the creature stands over 100 meters tall, an immense behemoth. Even a single hand exceeds the height of an adult giant. If struck, even Kaido might struggle to withstand it, let alone Karl. Yet, such a large size necessitates a longer reaction time. This results in a noticeable deceleration of Barrett's attack speed, granting Carl the opportunity to counter. Thus, Carl deftly evades the giant hand and subsequently conjures a tempest, launching an assault against Barrett. Carl understands that when Barrett employs Ryo Haki, he cannot engage in close combat. Therefore, the battle hinges solely on the raw power of the devil fruit. As a powerful wind howls, the sky erupts with thunder, and the earth rises in a cacophony of dragons. These techniques, originally belonging to the Golden Lion, have been enhanced by Carl, becoming more stylish and formidable. The dragon motif suits Carl's identity far better. A lion's head pales in comparison. Furthermore, Carl harnesses his fruit ability to generate multiple water tornadoes, targeting Barrett. The tempest above crackles with lightning, continuously striking Barrett, while the dragons formed from wind and earth surge forth with ferocity. The oppressive force of the water tornadoes causes Barrett's brow to furrow deeply. At this moment, Carl unleashes his full firepower, maximizing the capabilities of the Payapayo fruit. Were it not for the absence of islands in the vicinity, he would even control an island to smash Barrett in the face. Facing such a widespread assault, the combined giant Barrett has conjured is utterly overwhelmed. This leads to him becoming somewhat unsteady, appearing on the verge of toppling over. Such extensive techniques are generally challenging to employ against foes of equal caliber. Thus, aside from the water tornadoes and the storm, Carl seldom resorts to other techniques. However, against Barrett's combined giant, he can unleash his full might. Since his opponent can absorb every attack Carl unleashes, regardless of the technique, all of Carl's strikes find their mark. The sheer size of Barrett makes evasion a challenge, forcing him to endure the assaults. Yet, the hardness of the giant's body is astonishing. Furthermore, Barrett's Busashoku Haki is equally formidable. Such powerful Busashoku Haki surpasses even that of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The last time Carl encountered such Haki was from Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard utilized Ryo Haki in conjunction with the Jinjin fruit to obliterate the two small islands Carl hurled at him. Subsequently, during their confrontation, Whitebeard also unleashed such potent Busashoku Haki. Unfortunately, after that single use, his life began to swiftly wane, preventing him from utilizing it again. Since then, Carl has not witnessed such formidable Busashoku Haki. Perhaps Garp possesses it, but Carl has never truly battled him, so he cannot ascertain. Chapter 250. A battle capable of shaping the world upon hearing a laugh. Carl is at a loss for words. However, this predicament is partly due to his failure to keep an eye on Faisida, which has led to the current situation. No one could have anticipated that Faisida would recklessly declare the commencement of the Pirate Universal Meeting, even daring to place a bounty on the Navy. One must admit, this individual possesses an audacity that borders on the reckless. With a smile, Ishao instructed, "You continue to handle the area. I shall take care of things here. If it becomes overwhelming, I will come to seek your assistance." The fervor in Carl's eyes remained undiminished. Given the sheer number of adversaries surrounding them, Carl needed to buy some time before he could unleash his full power. Ishao, unaware of Carl's intentions, merely nodded and began directing the naval soldiers to clear the area. However, the pace of the soldiers' efforts was rather sluggish. Utilizing his Kinbunchika Haki, Ishao sensed that Carl had already engaged Barrett in combat. To avoid hindering their battle, Ishao decided to personally descend and eliminate the pirates. With his presence, the pirates stood no chance and were swiftly captured and brought back to the warship. Once all were apprehended, even the issuance of the demon-slaying order was unnecessary. When the time came for Carl to require support, they could collectively besiege Barrett and vanquish him. Such an enemy must not be allowed to persist in this world, for no one could fathom the repercussions of his actions thereafter. Simultaneously, while Ishao was occupied with clearing the area, the Straw Hat crew and Marco had already arrived aboard the Thousand Sunny. They were fervently resisting the Navy's attempts to capture them. Ace, in particular, unleashed his fiery fists upon the sea, creating a dazzling display of flames that floated upon the water's surface, obstructing the Navy's ships from intercepting them. Marco took to the fray himself, intercepting cannon fire from the sky. Unlike other pirate crews, the Straw Hat crew effortlessly broke through the Navy's encirclement and made their escape. Ishao, through his Kinbunchika haki, observed this scene unfold but did not intervene. He was well aware of Luffy and Ace's identities, recognizing that both possessed formidable strength. Furthermore, aboard the ship were Marco and Jozu. Should he choose to engage, he would be met with the combined assault of all present. Although Ishao had confidence in his own abilities, he was uncertain of his capacity to contend with such formidable opponents. After all, aside from them, Zoro, Bonnie, and Urge were no weaklings either. Never mind, I shall apprehend them next time. For now, I will let them go, he murmured to himself, shifting his focus entirely onto Carl through his Kinbunchika haki. His perception extended widely, allowing him to discern various outlines, including the techniques unleashed by Carl and Barrett. However, he could not ascertain the intensity of their battle. He could only sense the tremors of the earth and the fluctuations of the air, as well as the vibrations of the surrounding space, to gauge the extent of their overwhelming power. This situation prompted a sigh from him. Truly, they were two monsters. If it were him, he would have no means to contend with Barrett. Such a colossal figure could not be shattered by mere meteorite impacts, and the gravitational field could not encompass such a vast area, rendering it a formidable challenge. Yet, even in such circumstances, Carl managed to engage him, even managing to inflict considerable damage upon Barrett's massive form. Truly a monster among monsters. Ishao sighed once more, genuinely astonished at Carl's newfound strength. It seemed he had underestimated him previously. As Ishao reflected, the events on the island had reached a stalemate. Although Carl's manipulation of the Fua no Mi had conjured a tremendous storm capable of obliterating everything on the island, Barrett's colossal amalgamation was far too powerful, resilient, and formidable. Additionally, Hades' abilities held no sway over such non-sentient beings. Carl's swordsmanship posed little threat to Barrett. More critically, Carl could not approach too closely, otherwise, he would enter Barrett's attack range. From a distance, Carl could deftly evade Barrett's assaults, yet too close, and Barrett could unleash his short-range attacks. Prior to their clash, Carl had already utilized his Kinbunchika haki to foresee this outcome. This foresight was precisely why he refrained from recklessly closing the distance. Compared to the high-risk, low-reward nature of close combat, utilizing his fruit abilities from afar was far safer. In terms of damage, the Fua no Mi's capabilities were more effective against Barrett's amalgamation. However, there was one significant issue. It simply could not breach his defenses. Barrett bellowed in fury, Navy D, as he swung his massive palm towards Carl with a fierce gale. Carl effortlessly evaded Barrett's onslaught, as long as he maintained sufficient distance. Barrett's colossal form posed no threat to his life. However, dismantling such a behemoth proved to be an arduous task. It was truly troublesome. To bring down such a massive entity would likely require days of concentrated effort with the demon-slaying order. While evading attacks, Carl unleashed the powers of the Fua no Mi, continually summoning storms, whirlpools, and various earth dragons to assault Barrett. Yet, these attacks posed little threat to Barrett, merely managing to halt his advance temporarily. To Barrett, Carl's prowess was impressive, yet he did not represent a genuine threat. Barrett's singular objective was to annihilate the Navy, destroy the demon-slaying order, and ultimately eliminate the 4 emperors. Only then could he prove himself superior to Roger. This was his ambition and dream. However, faced with the elusive Carl, Barrett found himself at an impasse, unable to defeat him. Barrett understood that should he revert from the amalgamation to his previous mechanical form to combat Carl, he would likely be outmatched. The visible cracks in his mech served as a testament to this reality. Thus, Barrett realized that if he did not resolve matters in his current state, he would stand no chance against 2 admirals and the demon-slaying order. Therefore, he had to strike swiftly. After all, human stamina was finite, and not everyone possessed the monstrous resilience of Kaido. With this realization, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and his speed notably quickened. It was evident that Barrett was gradually acclimating to the control of the amalgamation. As long as he could land a hit on Carl while wielding the amalgamation, victory would be within reach. Carl too noticed this development. Barrett's proficiency in maneuvering the amalgamation was improving, with the speed of his colossal palm noticeably increasing. Upon completing his choices, Ka felt invigorated, almost compelled to unleash his full strength and engage in a fierce battle with Baylight. However, his Kinbunchika Haki warned him that the surrounding Marines had yet to retreat and Xiao was nearby, tidying up the aftermath. Thus, Ka understood that to engage Baylight in an unrestrained duel, he would have to wait a while longer. At this moment, Ka could only utilize his Moku no Mi powers to continue restraining Baylight and buy some time. Nevertheless, Xiao and the others would clear the entire island of pirates in under an hour, granting Ka the entire island as a battlefield. As for Xiao himself, he would not intervene in the conflict between Ka and Baylight, as it was Ka's own request. His interference would be inappropriate unless Ka explicitly sought assistance. Thus, time gradually passed. Over 90% of the pirates on the island had been apprehended by Xiao, while Smog and Desiki escorted Faisada back to the warship. At this point, Faisada had been knocked unconscious. Earlier, upon witnessing Baylight's colossal form, he had become utterly frenzied, even attempting to break free from the Marine's grasp to approach Baylight. Who knows what madness possessed him to seek his own demise? Nevertheless, Faisada still held some value, so Smog refrained from killing him, instead using his abilities to induce suffocation. Faisada lost consciousness and would not awaken anytime soon. The Marines had mostly returned to their ship, maintaining a safe distance from the island. Yet even from afar, they could still see a towering figure in the center of the island, the colossal form of Baylight. This height surpassed that of ordinary mountains. In contrast, Ka, who hovered in midair, relentlessly bombarding Baylight with his abilities, appeared exceedingly diminutive. The disparity in their sizes resembled that of an ant to an elephant, a stark contrast akin to Jack and the Elephant Lord, utterly disproportionate. During the Marines' cleanup, Ka had experimented with his Moku no Mi, attempting to create a stone giant to counter Baylight. However, the quality of the stone giant was utterly inadequate when compared to Baylight's colossal form. Even when Ka enveloped the stone giant in Busashoka Haki, it would still be shattered by Baylight's fists, unable to withstand even 3 blows. This realization made Ka understand that his imaginative approach could not contend with Baylight. The creation of the stone giant had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, leaving him no time to devise the most stable structure. Furthermore, Baylight was a user of a paramecia fruit that merged substances into a cohesive whole. Only by defeating him could those substances revert to their original state. This meant that no matter what Ka devised, his imitation of Baylight's abilities could never rival their potency. Ka was acutely aware of this, thus he did not dwell excessively on the stone giant. However, this ability sparked inspiration for the development of his own powers. Perhaps in the future, he could not only control the island, but also explore this giant-themed approach. Baylight's giant form was undeniably formidable, and with a slight shift in perspective, Ka believed he could create a similar, albeit smaller, giant. This would allow him to form a small army without the fear of significant casualties, achieving a dual purpose. But that was a matter for another time. At present, Ka merely entertained such thoughts. In this battle, he could not summon such an army. Chapter 253, The Might of Dual Devil Fruits. Your second devil fruit is, astonishingly, the Gura no Mi. It is truly hard to believe. No wonder you wanted to shroud the surroundings in a layer of sand. If this revelation were to reach the remnants of Whitebeard, they would surely pursue you relentlessly. Moreover, even the world government would regard you with trepidation. Yet, one must commend your ability to conceal such a secret. Although Baylight was taken aback by Ka's displayed powers, his reaction was relatively measured. After all, this world does contain Blackbeard, a user of dual fruits. Ka possessing the powers of 2 fruits was not entirely unexpected. What Baylight did not foresee was that Ka's second fruit would be the Gura no Mi. This was a fruit power once possessed by the world's strongest man. Edward Newgate. Baylight could not afford to be careless and unleashed his most formidable form to confront Ka's assault. The capabilities of the Gura no Mi, combined with the Moku no Mi, formed an extraordinary synergy. One could manipulate airflow to create various calamities, while the other could unleash devastating earthquakes, even fracturing space itself. The amalgamation of these two powers was nothing short of remarkable. Not only did Baylight find this shocking, but even Kar himself did not anticipate the impact these two powers would have, which exceeded his expectations. This was evident from the immense chasms below, akin to abysses, showcasing the exaggerated consequences of their combined powers. However, neither Kar nor Baylight had the luxury to admire the awe-inspiring nature of their strength. The battle raged on, with both combatants locked in an exceptionally intense struggle. Despite Kar unleashing his full potential, Baylight's colossal form remained unscathed. Throughout this period, Kar had been wielding the powers of both fruits. While the effects were commendable, Baylight also had countermeasures at his disposal. In response to the various Jundong attacks, Baylight reinforced the interior of his colossal form with Busashoka Haki, enveloping himself in layers of protection. Consequently, Kar's power could not penetrate through to Baylight's body. Even if aftershocks managed to reach Baylight, their residual force was significantly diminished. Given Baylight's physical prowess, he could easily endure such aftershocks without issue. Kar, utilizing his Kinbunchika Haki, discerned Baylight's strategy. Thus, his hope of attacking Baylight's core through the colossal form was dashed. Kar was acutely aware of Baylight's exceptional physical attributes. His strength was on par with Kar's, undoubtedly at an S-rank level, while his stamina and agility were at least B rank, if not A rank. As for his mental attributes, Kar could not ascertain their exact measure, but one could surmise that those possessing Haushika Haki would not have low mental capabilities. Setting aside the mental attributes, Baylight's physical attributes were already comparable to Kar's. Thus, Kar's initial strategy of attacking Baylight's core through the colossal form had been effective at first. But once Baylight adopted a defensive stance, that tactic became futile. It seemed that Kar would have to confront Baylight directly, dismantling the colossal form to achieve victory. According to the original work, as long as he is not given another opportunity to reconnect, this tactic will be of little use to him again. Karl steadied himself and, after evading Barrett's attack, conceived a superior battle strategy. Chapter 254, The Solution. That accursed Navy brat is indeed a source of trouble. Barrett never anticipated that Karl would employ such a method to influence his combined giant beast. He was well aware of the abilities of the Piao fruit, and thus understood that once the body of the combined giant beast was shattered, he would be unable to maintain the fusion. Like him, he must also make contact with these objects to merge with them. Yet, Karl could manipulate the fruit's power to hurl them directly into the air, rendering Barrett incapable of seeing them and, consequently, unable to merge. This left Barrett entirely on the defensive, unable to counter Karl's tactics. Furthermore, with the support of the Zhenzhen fruit, Barrett found it even more challenging to thwart Karl's maneuvers. Regardless of the circumstances, the combined strength of the Piao fruit and the Zhenzhen fruit was astonishing. Coupled with Karl's swordsmanship, which rivaled Mihawk's, and his formidable strength, Barrett found himself in a precarious situation. He recognized the strength of the Admiral, but had never imagined it would be so absurdly overwhelming. More importantly, the intelligence Barrett had gathered was far from comprehensive. He was unaware that Karl was a dual fruit user, and that his second fruit was, in fact, the Zhenzhen fruit. At this moment, Barrett felt an immense pressure. This pressure was akin to what he had experienced only against Roger and Whitebeard. However, he never anticipated that merely 2 years after returning to the sea, he would feel such an oppressive force from a Navy admiral, reminiscent of his encounters with Roger and Whitebeard. This stirred up some unpleasant memories for Barrett. Meanwhile, Karl continued to dismantle the body of the combined giant beast, oblivious to Barrett's distraction. However, Barrett's armed color haki was exceptionally resilient. Even with all his might, Karl could only dismantle a small portion at a time. His flying speed was no match for Barrett's fruit abilities. Whenever he managed to remove a significant section of the combined giant beast, he could only control half of the material, sending it soaring into the air beyond Barrett's grasp. The remaining half would still return to Barrett. Moreover, Barrett would not remain passive. In response to Karl's actions, he abandoned his hands and feet. Curling the entire combined giant beast into a shape reminiscent of a weeble. Consequently, the area Carl could dismantle would diminish. More crucially, Barrett could utilize this form to unleash other attacks. This put Carl in a difficult position as Barrett possessed a high combat IQ, enabling him to devise strategies for various situations in a short span of time. Thus, Carl found the situation quite challenging. However, this also presented a silver lining for Carl. Although the weeble-shaped combined giant beast was troublesome, it could not move. This rendered Barrett a live target, vulnerable to Carl's assaults. Yet, Carl was not without his own peril. Each time he approached, he faced fierce counterattacks. Were it not for his foresight granted by the observation haki, he would have likely been struck several times by sudden attacks. Barrett's strikes were immensely powerful. A single hit could severely injure Carl, impairing his combat effectiveness. Thus, Carl had to maintain intense concentration, with his foresight continuously activated. Otherwise, he could not guarantee his ability to dismantle the combined giant beast amidst Barrett's relentless offense. The battle between Carl and Barrett was extraordinarily fierce. The space enveloped in yellow sand quaked continuously, with even the air currents growing tumultuous. Chapter 255, One Day and One Night. How terrifying! Is this truly a battle between two monsters? It is simply astonishing. Even I would be at a loss against such a creature. Only fellow monsters like Carl and Sakazuki stand a chance of inflicting harm. A lecherous man, speaking in a rather lascivious tone, jested. This man, much like Ishiao, was clad in the uniform of a Navy admiral. He was none other than one of the three admirals who had come to provide support, Admiral Kizaru Pagliusolino. He arrived just in time. It was now the second night of the battle between Carl and Barrett. This meant their confrontation had persisted for an entire day and night, without a clear victor emerging. Most importantly, their clash had profoundly impacted the surrounding environment, causing several nearby islands to be engulfed by storms. Even the current area was still besieged by torrential rain, with tsunamis erupting continuously. As long as they continued to fight, this situation would never dissipate. One cannot help but reflect. Had I possessed even half of Carl's strength in my youth, I would not have resorted to blinding myself. Looking back, I was indeed too young then, and I truly wish to see what Carl looks like. Ishiao also wore a somewhat lecherous smile. Had he not been blind, Kizaru might have thought he was imitating him. You are quite remarkable, Ishiao. I never imagined you would have destroyed your own eyes. I always believed they were lost in battle. It seems you're not as simple as you appear, Kizaru teased, to which Ishiao responded with hearty laughter, dismissing Kizaru's words. Spare me your jests. Let's continue to observe their situation. Carl has stated that if he cannot defeat his opponent, he will request assistance. We shall simply watch for now. Ishiao had great faith in Carl's abilities and respected him, hence refraining from intervening in his battle. Kizaru, adhering to a work ethic, began to loaf about. After all, he had only just arrived and needed a moment to rest. Should a battle arise, he would be prepared to face a monster like Barrett in optimal condition. As for Sakazuki, any excuse would suffice to placate him. The only goal was to eliminate Barrett. The means were of little consequence. Although this might delay things slightly, the three believed Sakazuki would not mind the extra time. The primary reason was that Kizaru wished to take advantage of the chaos and avoid fighting against a monster like Barrett. Engaging him would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but would also pose a significant risk to life. After all, Barrett's strength was hardly inferior to that of the four emperors, and Kizaru was certainly reluctant to contend with him. For Ishiao, it was simpler. He merely followed Carl's wishes, choosing to respect him by allowing them the space for a one-on-one confrontation. That was all. As for the Navy personnel and Vice Admiral responsible for the Demon Slayer Order, their venture through the torrential downpour was not merely to behold a curtain of sand and experience the tumultuous waves. This notion was somewhat difficult for them to accept, particularly for Gue Jiju. As the third commander in this operation, apart from Ishiao and Borisolino, he found it increasingly intolerable. Lord Borisolino, must we truly await the conclusion of the battle within before issuing the Demon Slayer order? I harbor no doubts regarding Admiral Carl's prowess, yet he is too young. Chapter 256, Defeat. How infuriating. Why has Marshal Sakazuki been reduced to this? Do they not fear that Barrett may escape as a result? Observing Yixiao and Borisolino, who were amicably returning to the cabin, Gue Zhizhu clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could personally command the bombardment of this island. However, he was merely the third commander, lacking the authority to issue such orders. Left with no choice, Gue Zhizhu could only seethe with impotent rage before ultimately joining Yixiao and the others for a drink. As for the other Navy personnel, aside from those required to stand guard, the rest were not inclined to remain outside. Given the inclement weather, it would be unwise to risk illness at such a critical moment. Time passed. The sun on the horizon rose slowly, but it was soon shrouded by clouds, offering only a fleeting glimpse of sunlight before the deluge resumed. The continuation of the storm indicated that the battle between Carl and Barrett was far from over. Borisolino and Yixiao, employing their observation haki, continued to monitor the situation within, their expressions reflecting shock. They could scarcely believe what transpired behind the sand curtain. This is truly my first encounter with such a display of power. I am enlightened. The monsters of this world are multiplying at an alarming rate. Were we old-timers to do? Both Borisolino and Yixiao sighed in unison, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Upon witnessing this scene, Gue Zhizhu's spirits soared. Everyone, be alert and ready to assist Admiral Carl. Those responsible for the artillery, check the cannons to prevent moisture damage from the rain. Gue Zhizhu began issuing commands, but Borisolino shot him a stern glance and waved his hand softly, pay him no heed. There is no need to prepare the Demon Slayer order. The battle within shall conclude shortly. My eyesight is still keen. I am eager to see what Carl truly looks like. He is indeed astonishing. Gue Zhizhu was taken aback by the words of Borisolino and Yixiao. He had assumed their expressions indicated that Carl was on the verge of succumbing to Barrett. However, he was evidently mistaken. It was Barrett who would be defeated. Upon realizing this, Gue Zhizhu was left dumbfounded. He truly could not fathom the extent of Carl's strength. Meanwhile, outside, as everyone collectively grappled with shock, Carl had already dismantled Barrett's combined beast. All components of the creature were hurled into the sky by Carl's abilities. Should Barrett wish to recombine, it would be impossible. His fruit power had not yet reached the level to merge with an entire island. Otherwise, he would have been invincible and would not have been bested by Carl. That towering 100-meter combined beast had represented his limit. To replicate such a creature again within a short time frame was beyond his capabilities. However, Barrett's armor remained intact, allowing him to continue trading blows with Carl. Yet, facing Barrett, who wielded dual fruit powers, Carl fought as if he were merely sparring with a child, experiencing no pressure whatsoever. Once Barrett's combined beast was neutralized, Carl faced Barrett's attacks with effortless ease. If one were to compare Barrett in his combined beast form. Chapter 257, Resolution. Cough. I truly did not anticipate that I, Barrett, will be defeated by you, a mere naval whelp. The powers of Piao, and Zhen, combined with your unparalleled sword, paired with your own swordsmanship. In this world, unless Roger and Edward Newgate were to reincarnate, I fear no one would rival you. Cough. Barrett, now nearing the end of his life, had been soundly defeated by Carl, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Thus, he felt no need to disparage or curse Carl. As a strong individual, possessing the ability to accept defeat is paramount, though the cost was his own life. Barrett harbored no regrets. He had prepared himself for the possibility of failure, approaching this pirate expo with a determination to face his demise. It was precisely for this reason that Faisida found camaraderie with him in hosting this treacherous pirate expo, intending to ensnare both pirates and the Navy alike. However, they had not anticipated the arrival of an unexpected figure whose strength exceeded their expectations. Carl was that individual, his emergence entirely unaccounted for in Barrett and Faisida's plans. Although Barrett had foreseen the possibility of his presence, he had not anticipated that Carl would be a dual fruit user. Upon awakening his second fruit, while it may not have doubled his strength, it certainly enhanced it by 30 to 40%. At their level of power, even a mere 10% increase equates to a significant qualitative leap. Not to mention, Carl's second fruit ability was the Zhen fruit. Thus, Barrett felt no injustice in his defeat. He was fully aware of his own limitations, even complimenting Carl's strength, asserting him to be among the world's strongest. With your good wishes, I am certain I shall become the world's strongest in due time, though I am not there yet. I know my own limitations. If I struggle against you, how could I possibly contend with the other 4 emperors? Is that so? Cough. It seems you regard the other 4 emperors as even more formidable. Barrett coughed weakly, blood trickling from his lips, clearly having given up on treatment. Charlotte Linleen's ironclad form and Kaido's undying body are indeed formidable foes. As for Shanks and Blackbeard, I do not fear them as much, Carl scoffed, stepping closer to Barrett and placing Hades against his neck. Barrett, do you have any final words? Speak now, and perhaps I shall grant your request when the mood strikes me. Cough, would you truly be so kind? Barrett chuckled derisively, yet ultimately articulated his final wish. Since you have defeated me, please become the world's strongest. Should you falter and fall to another, when you arrive in the underworld, I will personally tear your soul to shreds. Barrett said with fierce determination. In a moment of clarity, his power surged. He gripped the blade of Hades tightly and stabbed it forcefully into his own heart. This strike, the blade pierced through Baalite's heart, and with a furious glare, he fixed his gaze on Ka-Er, opening his mouth as if to speak before collapsing to the ground. In his final moments, Ka-Er discerned 4 words forming on his lips: "Do not fail." With a smirk, Ka-Er replied, "Rest assured, I shall become the strongest in the world." He slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, then drew out Hadisi, flicking the blood from its blade before sheathing it once more. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the surrounding curtain of sand. Upon witnessing this scene, Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo and the others immediately understood that the battle had come to a close. "You few, follow me. The rest remain on standby." "Yes." Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo issued the command and led a few individuals towards the battlefield. Ishao remained seated within the ship's cabin. Chapter 258, System Rewards. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Ka-Er first visited the medical department for treatment, while Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo and Ishao attended a meeting. However, their meeting concluded swiftly. Sakazuki even personally arrived at the medical room to brief Ka-Er on the situation. Such treatment is rarely afforded to others. Even other admirals do not receive such attention after injury. Yet, what Ka-Er accomplished was astonishing enough to significantly boost the Navy's morale. The fact that Ka-Er could single-handedly confront and defeat an enemy of Yonko caliber was indeed remarkable, although Baalite was not truly of Yonko level. Merely brushing against the threshold, his devil fruit ability had significant flaws, and his personal strength did not reach Yonko standards. However, this fact was unknown to others. Thus, the Navy could boast freely, as Baalite's infamous deeds were true. He had indeed been exceedingly brutal and powerful, coupled with the strength Baalite displayed this time, which was indeed of Yonko caliber. It sufficed to illustrate that his abilities had reached such heights. Hence, the Navy could make grand claims, with the simple aim of generating their own momentum. Only through this could they suppress the unruly pirates in the New World. Moreover, Sakazuki sought out Ka-Er to inquire about specific details regarding Baalite and how he had managed to defeat him. In response, Ka-Er concealed the truth about his Jun fruit, but revealed everything else. Furthermore, Ka-Er deliberately emphasized that he defeated Baalite solely due to his devil fruit's advantage over the opponent. In terms of sheer strength, Ka-Er could not guarantee victory over Baalite, but he also would not be defeated. Sakazuki was not overly surprised, as this aligned with his expectations. However, he did not anticipate Ka-Er's candidness, as he spoke without embellishment or disparagement of his adversary. Ka-Er's humility and composure further endeared him to Sakazuki, who even considered nurturing him as the next admiral. Yet, all of this was still premature. Sakazuki could remain in his position for another decade or so. Moreover, Ka-Er was merely in his 20s, with vast potential for growth, which contributed to Sakazuki's hopes for him. Thus, the day was spent as Sakazuki gathered all the information he desired. Ka-Er then handed him a glass of water and casually inquired why Sakazuki had personally come to record the details instead of sending someone else. "Do I even need to say?" I wanted to hear it from you directly. This time, you have truly brought honor to our navy, ha ha ha. Sakazuki laughed heartily, appearing quite elated. However, his laughter was rather unappealing, causing Ka-Air to have a slight physiological reaction. After a moment, Sakazuki reined in his mirth, returning to his usual stoic expression. Ahem, the five elders are also aware of this matter. They hold you in high regard. However, be cautious, as those old men harbor ulterior motives and will undoubtedly request to meet you. Regardless, do not acquiesce to any of their demands to avoid any adverse effects on yourself. Understood? Rest assured, Senior Sakazuki, I will exercise caution. Hearing Ka-Air's response, Sakazuki felt reassured. The two exchanged casual conversation before Sakazuki departed the hospital room, as he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 259, 6 months. Time flew by. 3 months had elapsed since the battle between Ka-Air and Balit. At this point, Ka-Air had transformed into a true hero in the eyes of all the Navy. Defeating an enemy of Yonko caliber seemed utterly unattainable for many within the Navy. Yet, Ka-Air had not only achieved this feat, but had done so in a one-on-one confrontation. This was far more astounding than the previous victory over the severely weakened Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard was on the brink of death, leading many to believe they could have succeeded as well. However, in reality, those below the rank of Rear Admiral could not endure even a single attack from Whitebeard, let alone defeat him. Thus, Ka-Air's display of strength during that encounter was already quite impressive. Yet, a faction still remained unconvinced, attributing Ka-Air's success to mere luck in attaining the rank of Admiral. However, Ka-Air's subsequent one-on-one clash with Kaido, resulting in a stalemate, was sufficient to silence many critics. Now, having defeated Balit, whose strength was comparable to that of a Yonko, Ka-Air's reputation had reached its zenith over the past few months. Even during the previous media frenzy orchestrated by Morgan, he had not garnered such internal support within the Navy. Yet, now Ka-Air had undoubtedly become the new generation's naval hero. Should he manage to defeat another Yonko, even if just one, his status as this heroic figure would be solidified. For now, the title was only being casually tossed around, and many did not fully endorse it. They acknowledged Ka-Air's strength and accomplishments, but believed the title of naval hero was premature for him. Unless Ka-Air were to achieve another victory over a Yonko, only then would those dissenters be completely convinced. As for Garp, he had aged. It was time for a new individual to assume the mantle of naval hero. This was the general sentiment among the younger members of the Navy. Even Sakazuki and Bo Lu Sa Lin Nua shared this perspective. Moreover, Ka-Air's elevated status was primarily due to the momentum Sakazuki had built for him. He sought to emulate Steelbone Kong, crafting a renowned and formidable naval hero. This would serve as his own achievement, providing him with greater leverage in negotiations before the Five Elders. Though Sakazuki had only served as admiral for 2 years, he had learned the necessary intricacies of the role. It must be said that he possessed a natural talent for the position. Had it been Kazan, he might not have acted similarly, as Kazan's character did not align with Sakazuki's decisive nature. This was a flaw in his character. Kazan was inherently unsuited for the role of admiral, as he would not lead the Navy towards a better future. Conversely, Sakazuki is indeed well suited to become an admiral in such tumultuous times. Although his methods are exceedingly extreme, it is precisely such fervor that is necessary for the Navy to navigate the treacherous waters of the New World and to brave the stormy seas. After all, Sakazuki is not one to seek stability. His aim is to thoroughly cleanse this new world, along with eradicating all pirates. This is both his ambition and his dream. As for Carl, he currently finds himself idly lounging in his dormitory, with little to occupy his time. Due to the celestial dragons, he has been placed under house arrest by the Gorosei. Previously, during his wanderings in Sabeti Archipelago, he encountered a celestial dragon involved in the slave trade. Without hesitation, Carl delivered a thorough beating to the celestial dragon and subsequently dragged him to Mary Geos, where he unceremoniously presented him before the Gorosei. The Gorosei were left speechless, as such incidents had occurred more than once. However, this time, Carl's actions incensed the celestial dragons to an unprecedented degree. At least half of them collectively demanded that the Gorosei imprison him and impel down. Fortunately, these celestial dragons possessed some measure of intelligence, realizing that they could not simply kill Carl. His strength is formidable, and they were at a loss as to who could possibly suppress him. Thus, they merely requested his confinement and impel down, not even daring to revoke his status. The timing of his release would be solely at the discretion of the Gorosei. Chapter 260. The Choice of Tasks Attribute Panel Name. Carl's Strength. S. Agility. A Spirit. B. Stamina. A Title. Benevolence to the utmost abilities. Military Body Fist. B. Piao Piao Fruit. Awakened. Busashoka Haki. Perfect. Kenbunshika Haki. Surpass Limit. Haushika Haki. Perfect. Dual Wielding. Mastery of Wind Element. C. Superhuman Strength. A. Gura Fruit. Grant me a favor. C. Shurkai of Jampa Blade. Hades. A. Rapid Regeneration. A. Remaining Skill Points. 2 remaining Attribute Points. 0 Carl, feeling a sense of ennui. Cast a glance at his personal attributes and various abilities before closing the system interface. These attributes were hardly impressive. Over the past 6 months, he had been under house arrest, with his movements restricted to the Navy headquarters and Mary Geos. Furthermore, should he wish to set sail, he must first report to the Gorosei. As a result, Carl had spent this time cooped up at home, leaving Pagliasolino and Ishiao to shoulder more responsibilities without any corresponding overtime pay. The extent of exploitation within the Navy is evident. Even admirals cannot escape this fate. However, during this period, Carl diligently practiced military body fist, surreptitiously elevating it to B rank, although uncertain of the power it now possesses. One could surmise that with his current physical attributes, even a casual punch would not lack in strength. It has indeed been a tranquil time. Aside from the Straw Hat crew and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, no other news has surfaced, rendering it exceedingly dull. Even certain plot lines from the original narrative have been altered due to my interference. The Straw Hats have not even ventured to Golden City. Had they returned, I had intended to seize the opportunity to apprehend them all. Alas, Carl's aspirations were thwarted, yet he remained unconcerned. Such matters cannot be forced. One must allow things to unfold naturally. Moreover, Tesoro's business has not been thriving lately. He has contemplated surrendering, wishing to become Carl's subordinate. For only in this way can he extricate himself from the control of CP0. Nevertheless, Carl is not in a rush to accept this subordinate. He currently has no intention of opposing the world government, at least not within this half year. He has not outright rejected Tesoro, but has instead permitted him to maintain his current status, as he and his Gulan Tesoro still hold some utility. Tesoro remains oblivious to Carl's true thoughts, believing instead that Carl has acquiesced to his request. However, today, Tesoro suddenly contacted Carl via a Din Mushi, seeking assistance, as CP0 agents have been killed aboard his ship. Yet, this is a minor concern. The primary issue is that a celestial dragon has also met his demise. Such a situation is beyond Tesoro's capacity to manage. He lacks the means to confront the perpetrator, who is none other than the Red Count, Lead Field. He is the legendary pirate who once single-handedly matched the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. His power is so profound that it may even surpass that of the 4 emperors, as he wields a paintbrush capable of summoning other characters. Among his favored subjects to depict are the 3 admirals, including Carl himself, although those drawn are instantly obliterated upon suffering harm. The difference in strength between the depicted individuals and their real counterparts is not substantially vast, typically around 10 to 20%. This disparity, while significant, is not insurmountable for someone of Carl's caliber. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that even the weakest depiction of an admiral could easily annihilate Tesoro. This is precisely why Tesoro is seeking aid. Relying solely on himself, he could never hope to vanquish Leadfield. Chapter 261. Return to Dressrosa. Ultimately, Carl accepted this task, opting to head to Hive Island, intending to stir the waters. He cannot afford to harm Luffy or Ace, for doing so would irrevocably offend Garp and Dragon. Therefore, he has no intention of engaging them. At most, he would merely confine them and impel down again or hand them over to Garp and Sengoku for management. As for Marco, while his strength may not rival Carl's, his regenerative abilities present a considerable challenge. Had it not been necessary, Carl would prefer to avoid confrontation with him. Killing him without Sea Stone would indeed be quite difficult. Although Carl has learned the flowery Busashoka Haki, it differs somewhat from his initial expectations. His Busashoka Haki remains at the perfect level, not having surpassed its limits. This implies that flowery Busashoka Haki is merely a reinforced application of Busashoka Haki, not a true transcendence of its limits. As for what surpassing the limits of Busashoka Haki entails, Carl is still uncertain. Nevertheless, Carl has grown indifferent. Having mastered flowery Busashoka Haki, he no longer feels as passive when facing the four emperors. However, before proceeding to Hive Island, he intends to visit Dressrosa to check on Zephyr and the others. Zephyr has been stationed there for an unusually long time, raising the suspicions of the Navy. Yet, Rebecca's explanation is that she invited Zephyr to train the defensive forces of Dressrosa, given that Dressrosa is now a member state of the world government. As long as Rebecca provides sufficient heavenly gold, the Celestial Dragons and the Gorosei will not question why Dressrosa has invited Zephyr to act as an instructor. After all, for them, the prospect of profit suffices. As for Zephyr and Lei Si Luo Sa, their intentions remain indifferent. Although Saka-Si has sensed something amiss, Zephyr continues to adhere to his duties without any signs of rebellion. Furthermore, he has dispatched individuals to gather information, and the situation here appears normal, leading him to pay little heed to his mentor. However, what Saka-Si is unaware of is that his inability to detect any anomalies is entirely due to Ka-Air's timely reports. This is why Zephyr and his companions feel so secure. As for Luo and Baji, they initially accepted Zeph's teachings before departing from Lei Si Luo Sa and returning to Pang Kuhasada. Their identities as pirates render them unsuitable for an open meeting with Zeph and Lei Si Luo Sa. Thus, Zeph merely provided them with some basic combat training methods before allowing them to leave. Among those receiving training here, aside from a portion of the guards from Lei Si Luo Sa, the majority are Luo and Baji subordinates. Even some warriors from the Amazon Lily are included. These individuals represent Ka-Air's reserve forces and thus require thorough training. Recently, as the sea conditions stabilized, Luo and Baji, along with Jinbei and Han Kuku, publicly announced an alliance. The stated purpose of their alliance is self-preservation, to prevent the four emperors and the Navy from capturing them all at once. However, the true purpose remains shrouded in mystery, with even the Navy unable to unearth any useful information, as this alliance does not accept outsiders. Nevertheless, their current threat level is minimal, and Saka-Si does not regard them as a significant concern, which is one of the reasons Ka-Air feels at ease. In Saka-Si's eyes, the four emperors and the Whitebeard pirates pose a far greater threat. Chapter 262. Rebecca's thoughts during this time. Zhu Lucy has matters requiring his attention at sea, and he may be absent for a month or two. However, there is no need for concern. He is not embarking on a crusade against pirates, but is merely engaging in diplomatic exchanges with neighboring countries and preparing for the next gladiatorial competition. The next gladiatorial competition? Upon hearing King Li Ku's words, Ka-Air was somewhat perplexed. Although the bullfighting arena has always been a tradition in Lei Si Luo Sa, it has not reopened since its destruction by Ka-Air, despite having undergone renovations. Ka-Air did not inquire further, believing they had abandoned this method of selecting guard forces. However, hearing King Li Ku mention it again today piqued his curiosity. "Allow me to explain," Rebecca said with a smile, taking Ka-Air's hand. "Ka-Ir ye. Would you kindly follow me to this side?" "This side? Where is that?" "Oh, please don't tease me. We have something to show you." The reopening of the bullfighting arena is also a preparation for your plan. Ka-Air Gugu. Preparation for my plan? Upon hearing Rebecca's words, Ka-Air paused for a moment, then allowed her to lead him toward the treasury. King Li Ku and Violet exchanged knowing smiles before following closely behind, ensuring Rebecca did not act recklessly. They were not concerned about Ka-Air being tempted by their treasury. Given his strength and status, he would not covet such things. Otherwise, he could have taken action at any time. Their only worry was that Rebecca might directly offer herself to Kair, leading to an irreversible situation. This was something they wished to avoid. In the eyes of their family, Rebecca was merely a king of a small nation, unworthy of Kair in terms of status or strength. Thus, they assumed that a pairing between Rebecca and Kair was implausible. Had Kair been aware of their thoughts, he might have been left speechless. Who would refuse a woman? Although Kair is inherently straightforward, his previous rejection of a girl's affections was solely for the purpose of enhancing his strength. Now that he has attained a satisfactory level of power, the notion of seeking a partner has emerged. However, he currently has no one in mind, with only Indier and Han Kuku barely capturing his interest. Guided by Rebecca, Kair ventured deeper. Rebecca's face flushed with excitement as she continuously shook Kair's arm, creating a somewhat flirtatious atmosphere. King Liku and Violet silently trailed behind. Observing the unusual demeanor of Rebecca and the three behind her, Kair found himself at a loss for words. Had he not been familiar with the trio, he might have genuinely feared being led astray. Kair, look, this is the treasure we have gathered during this time. We intend to use these treasures to expand our influence and support your new Navy plan. Rebecca and her companions were already aware of Kair's new Navy plan, not from him directly, but from Zfa, who had gained Kair's consent before divulging such information. Although this former Navy admiral is aging, he remains tight-lipped and deeply loyal. Under Kair's continuous efforts to build rapport, Zfa has come to regard him as a dear friend. Yet, the power of face-saving is not omnipotent. Had it not been for Kair's social ideas resonating with Zfa, he would not have lent his assistance. Among the treasures, a portion was collected by Zfa during his military training exercises. However, instead of reporting them directly, he entrusted them to the Lei Si Luo Sa in preparation for the establishment of the new Navy. After a brief assessment, Kair found that while the gold and riches were not extensive, the number of devil fruits was indeed substantial. Each devil fruit had been meticulously labeled. Chapter 263. Communication with Zfa. Having concluded matters concerning Rebecca, Kair temporarily left the royal palace and headed towards the training grounds at the rear. Behind the King's Hill, what was once a field of sunflowers has transformed into an expansive martial arts arena. The previous sunflower field has been relocated to the opposite side of King's Hill, and significantly, the agricultural output has increased several-fold. This improvement is one of Rebecca's first accomplishments since taking office, enhancing crop yields. Compared to treasures, food that can fill bellies is what the citizens truly need. This is a lesson learned well by the Liku royal family. Both Rebecca and King Liku have experienced prolonged periods of hunger, making them acutely aware of how to elevate the living standards of their people. However, the land here is not entirely suitable for farming. Otherwise, they would not have constructed a martial arts arena nearby. Haha, young Kair, you have finally arrived. Shall we share a drink? Upon seeing Kair, Zfa immediately expressed a desire to drink with him. Carl smiled, casually employing his charm to boost his popularity before responding. Let's put it aside. Your physical condition is currently too poor. Even with Luo's assistance, complete recovery in 3 to 4 years is unlikely. Asthma, a relentless ailment, is widely recognized as an incurable condition, even by those like myself who lack medical knowledge. Only Luo, with the power of the Op no Mi, can potentially remedy this affliction. However, even so, it would require 2 to 3 years of recuperation. Otherwise, the likelihood of relapse is high, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr, Lord Carl speaks the truth. You ought to refrain from drinking. Interjected Ein, her hands planted firmly on her hips, her expression one of playful arrogance. Ein is one of Zephyr's most cherished disciples, her presence having brought him solace from past sorrows. It was through her and the assistance of another student, who is currently at sea with Cyrus, that Zephyr was able to emerge from the shadows of that incident. What does it matter? After all, I do not have much time left. I might as well enjoy what I can. Zephyr bellowed with laughter, clearly unconcerned about his asthma. Carl was at a loss for words, but chose not to dissuade him. knowing that his efforts would likely be in vain. Zephyr's disregard for his health rendered Carl's advice futile. However, based on the intelligence received from Luo, it appeared that Zephyr could easily live another decade or two, even with his current condition. If his asthma were to improve, that time could indeed double. Luo had conveyed all this to Zephyr, who evidently remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Ein continued to stand her ground, preventing Zephyr from indulging in alcohol. Currently, only his beloved disciple, Ein, held any sway over him. Others were powerless in comparison. Cough, cough. Senior Zephyr, how is the preparation for the new Navy coming along? The time is drawing near. While betraying the Navy may feel disloyal to Carp and Sengoku, overturning the current regime to restore peace to the seas is the only viable method. I am nearly ready on my end. The crucial question is how prepared you are. Exiting the Navy requires choosing the right moment. A hasty departure could tarnish your reputation, jeopardizing the new Navy's future. Thus it was. Carl spent 3 days in Dressrosa, also enjoying a day with Rebecca. Initially, he planned to leave after 2 days, but Akainu's call interrupted him, inquiring about the situation on Hive Island. However, Carl did not go and truthfully told Akainu not to worry, as he would return to Navy headquarters soon. His words left Akainu momentarily speechless, followed by a customary barrage of curses. By the time Akainu was ready to respond, Carl had already hung up, leaving him to continue with his work. Since Akainu did not press the matter further, it was evident he was not overly concerned. His call was merely routine. Yet, Carl's mood soured due to Akainu's call, prompting him to extend his stay in Dressrosa by another day. Carl's speed was remarkable. If he exerted himself, he could reach Hive Island in just 2 sleepless days. This was precisely why Akainu had reached out. Given Carl's pace, he should have already arrived at Hive Island. Nevertheless, he was more inclined to take it easy, not feeling the need to rush there. During this time, he also informed Enel and the others to assist Rebecca in organizing the upcoming gladiatorial tournament. However, they were tied up with their own missions and would not arrive for another couple of days. Carl, unwilling to wait, offered them only brief instructions over the transponder snail. Afterward, he departed from Dressrosa and returned to Navy headquarters, opting not to meet with Akainu, who had made no request for a meeting. Therefore, Carl headed straight to the Navy dormitory to pick up Inter. This mission was far too perilous, and he had initially decided against bringing her along. Fortunately, he had not taken Inter. Otherwise, upon learning of his day spent with Rebecca, she would undoubtedly have felt jealous. Carl had no intention of provoking such feelings. His return to Navy headquarters was solely to take Inter on an enjoyable excursion to Dressrosa, sparing her from the dullness of remaining alone at the base. Moreover, Carl planned to visit Gold City afterward, a journey that might lead to conflicts with the Celestial Dragons. To avoid unnecessary complications, bringing Inter along was the safest course of action. Enel and the others would arrive shortly as well, and with their collective strength, Carl need not worry about the Gorosei or the Celestial Dragons targeting them. Regardless, Enel's power could rival that of the Commanders and the Calamities. Even Nilu and Enzo were formidable in their own right. Particularly noteworthy was Jess, whose mastery of the Yuki no Mi far surpassed Monet's. With their combined prowess, as long as they did not encounter dozens of Vice Admiral-level foes or Admiral-level CP9 agents, they would face no significant danger, allowing Carl to feel at ease about their safety. Furthermore, during the 6 months of Carl's confinement, the Gorosei had repeatedly sought reasons to summon him to Mariehua. Their intentions were unmistakable. They wished to turn Carl into a mere pawn of the Celestial Dragons, subjecting him to their oversight. There was even a chance they would devise a scheme against him, ensuring he could never rise again. Naturally, Carl would never acquiesce to such demands, consistently rejecting the Gorosei and storming out, showing them no respect. As for the Gorosei, they found themselves powerless against him. After all, Carl had not committed any truly egregious acts, leaving them unable to resort to force. However, as Carl's fame grew, the Gorosei began to perceive him as a threat. Coupled with the discord between Akainu and the Gorosei, the tenuous relationship between the world government and the Navy only amplified their apprehensions. As the sound of footsteps echoed, the Gorosei immediately straightened their posture, dropping to one knee in quiet anticipation. With the sound growing louder, a figure clad in a white robe, shrouded in shadows, suddenly appeared before the empty throne. The individual gently caressed the throne before committing an astonishing act. This figure, whose gender was indeterminate, had seated themselves upon the empty throne, a place symbolizing the world government, which no one was permitted to occupy. The empty throne represented the ideals of fairness and the balance of power upheld by the world government. Thus, the sudden appearance of someone seated there was profoundly unsettling. This scene symbolizes a declaration by the world government, utterly devoid of authenticity. Yet the five elders offered no rebuttal, kneeling on one knee, drenched in sweat, too intimidated to lift their heads. They collectively hailed, "Welcome, Lord Im." The individual referred to as Lord gently tapped the armrest of the throne. The sound, though soft, resonated with clarity throughout the chamber, instilling a profound sense of pressure within the five elders. Have you five become somewhat negligent of late? The spark of rebellion has already ignited, even showing signs of expansion. Is this the good news you have brought me over the past 2 years? I merely took a brief slumber, yet you allowed this flicker to flourish so abundantly. What a delightful surprise. Im's words were delivered with a calm demeanor. Yet the five elders felt the weight of his displeasure. They could discern that he was indeed growing irate. We beseech you, Lord Im, to temper your wrath. We are expediting our efforts regarding the rebellion, but recent maritime conditions have proven less than favorable. The shifting of the four emperors and the outbreak of conflicts have left us somewhat flustered. Fortunately, the new admiral in the Navy possesses commendable strength, though the Navy is no longer as subservient to us as before. Consequently, extinguishing this rebellion will require a greater allocation of resources. The bald-headed elder spoke to justify himself and his fellow elders, deftly redirecting the blame toward the Navy. His assertions were factual, easily verifiable upon inquiry, and he believed Im was undoubtedly already aware of these matters, emboldening him to voice such truths without fear of reprimand. In fact, Im bore no inclination to chastise him. He merely shook his head and tossed aside a bounty notice that lay beside the throne. With a simple gesture, he transformed a seemingly fragile piece of paper into something formidable. The bald elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he immediately enveloped his hands in armament hockey, exerting all his strength to grasp the bounty notice, only to be repelled several meters before coming to a halt. This singular variable in the cycle of existence resolved the issue, restoring order to the world. Upon hearing Im's remarks, the five elders gathered around to examine the bounty notice. However, to their astonishment, the notice bore no bounty, for the reward was set at 0. Strikingly, the notice lacked even a photograph, presenting only a name. When the five elders beheld this name, they were taken aback. It was none other than Admiral Kayer. Lord Im, could there be a misunderstanding? Admiral Kayer is a cornerstone of the Navy, revered as the inheritor of the title hero of the Navy. If we were to act against him rashly, it would provoke a fierce backlash from the Navy. The five elders were quite taken aback, never having anticipated that Im's target would be Kayer. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Im cast a detached glance at the five elders, his expression void of emotion. Chapter 266. Preparing for action. The timeline rewinds to a day prior. Kayer sat alone aboard his warship, propelling himself with all his might towards Hive Island. His speed was impressive. Yet to ensure the vessel would not disintegrate due to excessive velocity, he maintained a pace below the speed of sound. This precaution safeguarded the ship, which Kayer had invested significantly in modifying and had accompanied him for over 2 years. He had no intention of destroying it out of impatience. Thus, Kayer proceeded leisurely towards Hive Island, taking the opportunity to gather information on the island's current situation via the newsbirds. Despite the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates, under the leadership of Marco and Luffy, declaring war on the Blackbeard pirates, they had not yet fully engaged in combat, remaining in a phase of mutual probing. Daily reports about Hive Island surfaced, predominantly detailing skirmishes among minor subordinates, with no significant confrontations among the higher-ranking officers. They had shown no inclination to engage, merely exchanging glances before parting ways. The news coverage reflected this, leaving Kair unaware of the specific dynamics at play. Nevertheless, it was evident from the reports that the atmosphere was not overly tense, allowing Kair to remain unhurried. Should he arrive at Hive Island first, it was likely that they would strike at him first, a scenario he wished to avoid. However, en route to Hive Island, Kair passed by Teselo's Golden City and spotted the Celestial Dragon's vessels. Without hesitation, he brought his warship to a halt in midair and leaped down. Initially, he had merely jested with Zifa about eliminating a few celestial dragons, offending the higher-ups and the 5 elders. Yet, such actions were not easily undertaken, as infiltrating Mary Geos was beyond his reach. To his surprise, celestial dragons had come here to meet their demise. Thus, he saw no reason to hold back. While it was unwise to act without justification, given the intelligence of celestial dragons, finding a reason seemed rather simple. A smirk graced Kair's lips as he reached the deck of Golden City. The scene remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with crowds of gamblers and courtesans traversing the ship's streets. Yet, beneath this lively facade lay an eerie silence. Not a soul dared to raise their voice. Even the most inebriated individuals suppressed their hiccups, retreating to corners before re-emerging. The visible expressions of fear and a peculiar anticipation were etched on every face. This was the present state of Golden City. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined with Teselo, even with Teselo himself, now that the celestial dragons had arrived. Should Teselo fail to withstand this challenge, his fate would be to become a plaything for the celestial dragons. As for the legendary Golden City, it would fall entirely under celestial dragon control, reduced to a mere tool for extracting gold from the heavens. Those remaining would inevitably become slaves to the celestial dragons, even lesser than slaves, mere instruments for profit. Thus, the people found themselves devoid of any freedom, leading to their palpable anxiety regarding forthcoming developments. Kair activated his observation haki, enveloping the entirety of Teselo, pinpointing the celestial dragons and Teselo. Chapter 267. Blocking the path, the elderly woman exclaimed, "I am doomed. You need not stay here to shield me. It is not worth it." The old man appeared frantic. However, before Kair could interject, 3 gunshots rang out simultaneously. Kair swiftly discerned that all 3 bullets were aimed at the old man, which astonished him and ignited a spark of fury. "How audacious!" Kal bellowed furiously, drawing forth Hades to unleash a wave of sword energy, which annihilated the 3 bullets in an instant. Simultaneously, the street ahead was ravaged by the fierce winds, leaving no trace of good ground behind. Meanwhile, Carl's gaze fell upon the Tenryubito seated a kilometer away, indulging in a chicken leg and entertaining beautiful women. The 3 bullets had been fired by the 3 CP0 agents, flanking the Tenryubito. Although only these 3 CP0 agents accompanied him, their prowess was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, they would not have fired with such precision. Generally speaking, in such circumstances, 3 agents of this caliber were sufficient to safeguard the Tenryubito's safety. "Young man, you need not worry. I'm an admiral of the Navy. They would not dare lay a hand on me." "You are an admiral of the Navy?" Upon hearing Carl's words, the elderly woman expressed skepticism. Carl then raised his hand, and the admiral's cape descended from the heavens, draping itself over him with an air of authority. The surrounding onlookers were left agape, gasping in astonishment. Even the elderly woman was taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. "Dear lady, you may leave with peace of mind. I assure you of your absolute safety, and you all present here, whether you're drunks, gamblers, or ladies of the night. From this moment forth, anyone who remains kneeling shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In an instant, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki erupted forth. Although it was a mere burst, those around felt a pressure far greater than that exerted by the Tenryubito, enveloping them entirely. Kal, adept at controlling the power of his Conqueror's haki, did not render them unconscious, but instead instilled a sense of oppression. This approach compelled them to depart, as keeping them there would not bode well for Carl himself. Under the weight of Carl's pressure, the crowd began to rise and leave. Even the elderly woman, trembling, was escorted away by acquaintances. However, before she departed, she clasped Carl's hand tightly, urging him to take care. Carl nodded in response. The elderly woman appeared remarkably clean. Unlike the others, devoid of the taint of vice associated with gamblers and drunks. Carl surmised that she was likely homeless, having come to this place in search of a refuge. In truth, many like her existed, yet most had succumbed to degradation after settling in the Golden City. Marine, what do you mean? Do you know whose path you are obstructing? Just as Carl was ensuring the safety of the crowd, a CP0 member shouted, clearly dismissing Carl's presence. With a slight smirk, Carl swiftly appeared before this CP0 agent. Is there a problem with me protecting ordinary citizens as a Marine? Carl tilted his head in inquiry. The CP0 agent initially wore a contemptuous expression, but upon recognizing Carl's visage, he was taken aback and retreated hastily. What are you stuttering for? Are you malfunctioning or something? Carl jested, turning his attention to the other two CP0 agents. Upon seeing Carl, they too were taken aback. Chapter 268. Furious Slaughter of the Tenryubito. The Tenryubito, with intelligence, was the most troublesome for Carl. Although the Tenryubito before him was arrogant and disdainful of Carl's identity and renown, he possessed the wits to understand that provoking Carl was unwise, let alone engaging him directly. Thus, he resolved to use the lives of his slaves to coerce Carl into submission. Such a Tenryubito was the most formidable. Had Carl assumed a different identity, no longer a Marine, he could have easily slain the Tenryubito without concern, merely facing a bounty increase as a consequence. However, as an admiral, he had responsibilities and could not afford to eliminate the Tenryubito lightly. Therefore, confronted with the threat posed by the Tenryubito, he found himself somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, noticing that the civilians had nearly fled, Carl shrugged, ultimately conceding the path. Very well, this time I shall. Before he could complete his sentence, a loud bang resounded. Without waiting for Carl's reaction, the Tenryubito pulled the trigger, and a slave collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Carl was momentarily stunned, his fury igniting like wildfire. What does this mean, Tenryubito? Merely a dog? Do you dare question me? Kneel before me at once, or more shall perish. With another bang, another slave was shot, the bullet piercing through his arm. This was only due to the slave's instinctive movement out of fear. Otherwise, the bullet would have struck his heart. How dare you evade? The Tenryubito, incensed by the slave's attempt to dodge his bullet, aimed directly at the slave's head, ready to fire. But then, a tempest erupted. The Tenryubito's wrist was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Carl had struck. He shattered the Tenryubito's wrist, rendering him incapable of wielding his weapon. You lowly scum. You dare injure me. I shall have your life. You three, attack together and ensure he does not leave here alive. Though this Tenryubito possessed intelligence, the instant he lost his wrist, pain surged through him, clouding his judgment with rage to kill Carl. However, the three CP0 agents hesitated. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Carl. Charging him would only lead to their demise. Moreover, they did not wish to offend the Navy. Yet, disobeying the Tenryubito would yield dire consequences as well. Useless fools, get moving, or you shall die too. With another gunshot, the Tenryubito, now armed with a left-handed pistol, fired at the ground beside him. His aim faltered due to his left-handed grip. Otherwise, that shot might have claimed the life of the leftmost CP0 member. You need not deliberate. I have no desire to engage you. Does he not wish to go to the Golden Mansion? I shall take him there now. With a derisive laugh, Carl swiftly moved before the Tenryubito and knocked him unconscious. Subsequently, he utilized his powers to liberate all the slaves before soaring into the sky with the Tenryubito in tow. The three CP0 agents, witnessing the slaves fleeing, found themselves at an impasse. Pursuing or not pursuing presented a dilemma. Ultimately, they had to rush to the Golden Mansion, for Carl had already taken the Tenryubito there. Damn the Navy! Always stirring up trouble. The three CP0 members cursed angrily, abandoning thoughts of the fleeing slaves, and hurried to catch up with Carl. Moments later, they arrived at the Golden Mansion, only to see the very Tenryubito they had been pursuing hurled down from the sky, shattered and devoid of life. Upon witnessing this scene, the three CP0 members were instantly filled with despair, feeling as though their fate had been sealed. Chapter 269. What can the proud master do to me? The sword energy danced like a dragon, wantonly soaring. This room, along with everything surrounding it, even the entire floor, was effortlessly obliterated by Carl's blade. This floor belonged to Tai Solo and his 4 companions, and there would be no one else present. Not even Mr. Tianzhong and other loyalists to Tai Solo would dare to linger here without permission. Furthermore, prior to his attack, Carl had utilized Kinbunchika Haki to survey the area. Not only this floor, but even the 10 floors below had been cleared due to the celestial dragon's influence. Thus, Carl was able to wield his power without restraint, erasing everything in his vicinity. Even the celestial dragons and some relatively weak CP0 members were swiftly dispatched. The power of a single sword strike was indeed terrifying. This was merely a casual blow from Carl. He had not even exerted himself fully. Standing before Carl now, aside from Lucci, were 2 heavily injured but unyielding CP0 members. Tai Solo was fortunate to be behind Carl, having suffered minimal repercussions and remained unharmed. However, he was now so astonished that he could hardly find the words to express himself. Yet, he had grown accustomed to Carl's strength, fully aware of his might, and was keenly aware that Carl had single-handedly defeated Barrett, who was nearly as powerful as a Yonko. Although he was astonished, he felt even more exhilarated. With Carl as protection, there was no need to fear the celestial dragons or CP0. However, he harbored a concern. If Carl were to openly confront the celestial dragons, the consequences would be dire, especially considering that in less than 2 minutes today, Carl had killed 4 celestial dragons and 9 CP0 members. This enmity was irrevocably established. Neither the celestial dragons nor CP0 could possibly look favorably upon Carl, nor would they allow him to retain his position as an admiral. Tai Solo understood this all too well, yet it did not trouble him. He had already resolved that whether or not he continued as the Golden Emperor was of little consequence. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. As long as he could survive, everything else could be negotiated, and there would always be opportunities for a comeback. In stark contrast to Tai Solo, Lucci was fuming, his nostrils flaring, and his face contorted in rage, resembling that of a donkey. Admiral Ka, do you have any idea what you've done? They are celestial dragons, the most esteemed race in this world, and you have slain them, killing 4 at once. Do you comprehend the gravity of this act? Lucci bellowed, his loyalty to the celestial dragons unwavering. He was a quintessentially brainwashed individual. Only someone like him, deeply devoted to the celestial dragons, could ascend to the position of a CP0 commander. You need not remind me. I am fully aware that killing celestial dragons brings dire repercussions. But do you think I care? If you wish to strike at me, you may do so at any moment. Alternatively, you could report me to Sakazuki or even the Gorosei. Frankly, I am rather curious to see the expressions on the Gorosei's faces when they learn of this news. Carl smirked, evidently dismissing both the Gorosei and the celestial dragons. As for Lucci, he was of no consequence to Carl. The only reason Carl refrained from killing him was to preserve a messenger and a few witnesses. Only in this manner could he truly incite the wrath of the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, thus paving the way for his departure from the Navy. The world was acutely aware of the true nature of the celestial dragons. Even if the world government twisted the truth, no one would believe them, because the credibility of the world government was waning. Chapter 270, The Arrival of Kuzan. In the central area of the Golden Mansion, there was a banquet hall, which had been cleared due to the presence of the celestial dragons. Therefore, Tai Solo had arranged for Carl and Kazan to be situated here. However, Tai Solo did not dare to eavesdrop. At this moment, he did not wish to act recklessly in front of the 2 admirals. Either of them could easily dispatch him, so he could only attend to the 2 before him before discussing anything further. Carl, I hear you have killed celestial dragons? Kazan began, exhaling in disbelief. When I first arrived, I heard rumors outside that an admiral had killed celestial dragons. Since you are here, it seems this deed is indeed yours. Kazan sighed, evidently feeling that Carl's actions were somewhat unjustified. It was merely the extermination of a few parasites. It is of no consequence. At worst, I may be expelled from the Navy and stripped of my admiral rank. If they dare to come after me, I would not hesitate to show them what it means to court death. Carl scoffed, clearly unperturbed by the threats from the Celestial Dragons or CP0. Even the Navy's potential pursuit did not concern him, as he doubted they would dare to act against him. Kazan shook his head, somewhat helplessly stating, "You're still too young. If you were a bit more composed, we would not be in this predicament. I am just in my 20s. I have plenty of time ahead. Besides, the youth should be spirited. Previously, I refrained from taking action against the Celestial Dragons out of respect for the Navy. But now, they have overstepped their bounds, and I refuse to be their slave." Carl replied with a derisive laugh, his disdain for the Celestial Dragons evident. "Very well. You are still young, and you have a long journey ahead. Your point holds some merit. However, I did not come to discuss the Celestial Dragons with you today. I am no longer part of the Navy, but I have heard that Zephyr-sensei is with you. Do you have any plans?" Upon hearing Kuzan's inquiry, Carl narrowed his eyes and leaned back slightly. "Did you come specifically to gather intelligence on me?" "What reason would I have to gather intelligence on you? I was merely curious and wanted to inquire. If possible, I would like to join you." Kazan replied, "Do you know what Zephyr-sensei is doing? You wish to join?" "He is merely training troops." Carl shook his head, adopting a look of incredulity. Kazan steadied himself before speaking. "I know what you are doing. I have my own channels of information. My original plan was to infiltrate the Blackbeard pirates to assist the Revolutionary Army in acquiring intelligence on Blackbeard, facilitating our resolution of the threat. However, from them, I obtained even more intriguing information regarding the establishment of a new navy. You should be familiar with this, correct? The proponent of the new navy plan, the future governor of the new navy, is none other than you, Mr. Carl. How did you know? I have not revealed any information about the new navy, even to the Revolutionary Army. They could not possibly know of my plans unless there is someone within your ranks who is connected to the Revolutionary Army." Kazan interjected, wearing a victorious smile. Carl nodded, then let out a sigh. "You are correct. The Liku clan has ties to the Revolutionary Army, but I assumed their interactions were merely superficial. Today, upon hearing your words, I finally comprehend the profound connection that exists between them. It pertains to the establishment of the new naval plan. Even if Luo and Baki remain oblivious, their awareness is limited to merely assisting." Chapter 271, The Navy Traitor, Kair. Does Blackbeard possess a third devil fruit? This is an occurrence that was never mentioned in the original narrative. In a previous life, Kair had come across numerous speculations in online forums regarding whether Blackbeard would gain a third devil fruit. Now, it has indeed materialized a third devil fruit ability. This fundamentally confirms that Blackbeard's physical constitution is entirely distinct from that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to accommodate the powers of 3 devil fruits. Even Kair requires the aid of a system to wield dual powers. One could assert that without the system, Kair would not have been able to defeat such a monstrosity. In terms of absurdity, not even Kaido reaches the level of Blackbeard's incredibility. What could this third devil fruit ability be? Do you have any information? Kair inquired with a serious tone. Yet Kuzan shook his head somewhat helplessly. My information comes from Marco. I had just left him before coming to find you. He had a brief encounter with Blackbeard and subsequently noticed certain changes in Blackbeard's body. These changes are unlike those of the Yami Yami no Mi and the Mera Mera no Mi. Therefore, Marco speculates that this is likely the ability of his third devil fruit. Blackbeard neither confirmed nor denied this. But Marco could not deduce what the third devil fruit might be, as the intelligence is simply too scarce. Kazan remains unaware of Blackbeard's powers. He did not engage in combat at that time, and consequently lacks clarity regarding the adversary's capabilities. Had Kuzan unleashed his full strength, in conjunction with Marco, Ace, and Jozu, it would have been a trivial matter to compel Blackbeard to reveal his complete abilities. However, he had other plans at that moment and could not act. Now that Kazan knows Kair intends to visit Hive Island, he naturally wishes to caution him against falling into Blackbeard's traps. Kair expressed his sincere gratitude. Had it not been for Kazan's warning, he would have likely engaged in a prolonged battle before encountering the capabilities of Blackbeard's third devil fruit. After all, a cautious individual like Blackbeard would undoubtedly refrain from exposing his new abilities immediately after acquiring them. He would certainly wait for his enemies to display vulnerabilities or lower their guard before deploying his newfound powers to deliver a fatal strike. Blackbeard is precisely the type of unscrupulous person who must be approached with caution. Thus, Kair and Kazan shared a dinner together, after which Kazan departed, choosing not to linger in Gold City. Kair, on the other hand, intended to rest for the night and set off again the following day. Although he had offended the celestial dragons, his naval identity was destined to be stripped away. Nevertheless, he must proceed to Hive Island. For Kair also yearns to uncover the nature of Blackbeard's third ability. In passing, he could also publicly announce the capabilities of the Gura no Mi, declaring to the world that he too is a wielder of dual devil fruit powers, to achieve rapid notoriety and astonish the entire world. Defeating one of the four emperors is the most expedient method. Although Kair has long been renowned, he is on the verge of losing his admiral status. Thus, he must adopt another means to convey to the world that even after leaving the Navy, he remains a formidable presence at the pinnacle of this realm. Subsequently, Kair instructed Tesalo to transfer all financial resources to Dressrosa, ensuring his safety. However, Kair cautioned Tesalo not to provoke Zephyr, for if Zephyr were to eliminate him, Kair would offer no assistance. A night passed uneventfully. In the morning, the incessant ringing of the den mushi echoed. Upon answering, Kair was met with the frantic roar of Sakazuki. Kair, do you have any idea what you have done? Chapter 272, A One-Sided Situation. Admiral Kair of the Navy has killed 4 celestial dragons and defected from the Navy. This glaring headline was thus inscribed in the news reports. The world government directly published information about Kair on newspapers, allowing the entire world to behold. The front page was filled with accusations against Kair for various crimes, detailing how he had tortured the celestial dragons, seized their heavenly gold, and ultimately slain them. It also included accounts of how Kair had acted upon the orders of the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. Even the destruction of Germa 66, a member nation of the world government, was noted in the reports. Most notably, the world government did not shy away from mentioning Kair's various protections of the fishmen. In their zeal to denounce Kair, they degraded the fishmen to the lowest of races, asserting that they were inherently meant to be subjugated by humans. They even declared that the inferior should be enslaved by the celestial dragons. It can be said that the current world government completely disregards the common populace. Presently, their supporters consist solely of a few stubborn nations' high-ranking officials who aspire to become celestial dragons. The majority of affiliated nations, upon reading this news, felt that the world government had lost its senses. Their actions are nothing short of digging their own grave. Following the release of this news, Morgans the journalist also published a report. This piece encompassed the conventional news, including Kair's defection from the Navy and his murder of the celestial dragons. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant news occupied the front page headline, which Kair had requested Morgans to write, detailing the various crimes of the celestial dragons. Moreover, this was a serialized piece. Each edition would unveil over 10 accusations against the celestial dragons. The series would continue indefinitely, with Morgans uncertain of how many installments would be produced, as he could not dictate this matter. Only Kair's directives would suffice. Morgans could only halt the series if Kair commanded so, given the substantial financial incentive Kair provided. Morgans could not resist the allure of wealth, and naturally chose to assist Kair. After all, they were long-standing partners. Furthermore, given Morgan's nature, he thrived on chaos, for only amidst turmoil could his news command a good price. In light of these developments, he was pleased to witness the unfolding situation. As for offending the world government, he had already accumulated a fair share of sins prior. One more would make little difference. Thus, news from both the world government and Morgan spread like wildfire. In a fleeting moment, the populace was left uncertain about whom to believe. Yet, the Revolutionary Army also mobilized, disseminating information about the various atrocities committed by the celestial dragons alongside Kair's splendid deeds. Within a matter of days, the public perception of Kair and the world government tipped dramatically. The coalition of the world government found itself bereft of support, save for a few affiliated nations. Many individuals even sought to challenge the world government. Of course, most of these were mere boasts. Had they truly possessed courage, they would have joined the Revolutionary Army long ago. However, it is evident that the credibility of the world government has long since diminished. The celestial dragons have become the proverbial rats in the street, despised by all, were it not for the lack of strength among ordinary people, who can only passively submit to the control of the celestial dragons and the world government. They would have revolted long ago. Chapter 273, World Turmoil, Breaking News. A bounty has been placed on the traitor Carl by the Navy. The reward is a staggering 7 billion berries. Extremely dangerous. Life or death is inconsequential. This is the bounty decree issued after the 5 elders convened to discuss the situation regarding Carl. 5 days have elapsed since Carl's assassination of a celestial dragon, plunging the world into chaos. Yet, Carl remains elusive, with only news of him still circulating across the seas. A reward of 7 billion berries. Such a bounty for a first-time offender is nearly unprecedented. The current 4 emperors have bounties of their own. Blackbeard at 2 billion berries, Shanks at 4 billion berries, Charlotte Linlin at 3 billion berries, and Kaido with a staggering bounty of 6 billion berries. Though these amounts are impressively high, they are the result of years of building their reputations. By the time they reached such heights, no one dared to covet their bounties. Instead, it served to elevate their status. As for Blackbeard, having only recently ascended to the rank of 4 emperor, securing a bounty of 2 billion berries is commendable. Yet, Carl, freshly issued a bounty, has already reached 7 billion berries. Such circumstances are truly rare. It can be said that Carl's actions have incited profound hatred from the world government. However, the Navy has yet to make any statements, not even issuing a single directive to apprehend Carl. Coupled with Carl's previous efforts to redeem the Navy, it is clear that there has not been a complete rupture between him and the Navy. Nonetheless, it appears that he cannot return to them now. Simultaneously, another explosive piece of news emerges. Zephyr, leading his disciples and over 1,000 Navy personnel, has officially withdrawn from the Navy and declared independence. Furthermore, Zephyr has even renamed himself with the codename Z to signify his resolve. Following suit are Enel, Enzo, and Nilu, who have also chosen to leave the Navy and pledge their eternal allegiance to Carl. As for the hundreds of Marines that Enel brought with him, they are tragically forced to join in the defection. This predicament has left the world government in a quandary, yet they have not issued separate bounties to pursue them. They merely announced that there has been no news from the Navy. Should the Navy declare their withdrawal, bounty notices would be disseminated worldwide the very next day. There is no doubt about the speed of the world government. While they may falter in other areas, when it comes to issuing bounties, they are swift and efficient. Thus, as news continues to break, the entire world descends into chaos. In the territory of the red-haired pirates, Shanks gazes at Carl's bounty notice and the second installment of the news detailing the crimes of the celestial dragons, letting out a deep sigh. The dynamics of this world are finally shifting. You all remain here. I have matters to attend to. With that, Shanks departs from his domain, setting sail alone while leaving his crew behind to guard the territory. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin is indulging in a colossal cake. Beside her, Katakuri reads aloud today's news, subsequently announcing Carl's bounty. His expression shifts to one of incredulity, as he never anticipated that this Marine, who barely surpassed him 2 years ago, has now evolved into a formidable entity comparable to the 4 emperors. He even dares to confront the world government and the celestial dragons directly. Such audacity is something even the 4 emperors would hesitate to undertake, given the immense risks involved. Yet Carl has done just that, and the government seems unable to counter his actions effectively. At least for now, the world government has not taken any substantial steps beyond mere rhetoric. This leaves Katakuri feeling anxious, as he comprehends that the world order is on the brink of transformation. My dear son, do not concern yourself with the matter of the impudent Carl. If he dares to come, he shall meet his end. He has merely defeated a trifling foe. Chapter 274, Confrontation of Both Sides. As the world speculates on Carl's next moves, he observes the standoff between Blackbeard and Marco from above Honeycomb Island. Their duel has persisted for approximately half a month, with no victor emerging, remaining in a phase of mutual probing. No one is willing to take the risk of leading the charge, and even Carl, watching from a distance, finds it intolerable. Were he in their shoes, he would have struck first without hesitation. The indecisiveness displayed by Blackbeard's crew is palpable. Aside from those who initially followed him, the rest are reluctant to take the initiative. Meanwhile, although Marco's side is united in purpose, Marco's hesitation starkly contrasts with Whitebeard's decisive nature. Carl sighs, yet he understands Marco's reluctance. Marco's strength pales in comparison to Whitebeard's, and with Blackbeard being a wielder of 3 devil fruit powers, he must exercise caution and be accountable for his comrades. While Luffy clamors to engage and take down Blackbeard, he is firmly restrained by Zoro and Ace, preventing him from charging forward. Although Luffy possesses commendable strength and has recently mastered Gear 4th, defeating numerous adversaries, including the tyrannical Don Quixote Doflamingo, he still faces challenges. Doflamingo, despite being vanquished, quickly regained consciousness, indicating a superior resilience compared to the formidable king of evil whom Luffy has just bested. This further elevates Luffy's reputation among Blackbeard's crew, who initially dismissed him as a mere child, wary only of his family connections. However, they never anticipated the sheer power of Luffy's Gear 4th. It incapacitated the king of evil, leaving him bedridden and still unconscious. Carl harbors doubts about Luffy's current capabilities, yet his greater concern lies with Ace and Marco's strength. Marco, without a doubt, is exceptionally talented and cherished by Whitebeard. It is no wonder Whitebeard entrusted Marco with the command of the entire crew. As for Ace, he has rapidly ascended in power. He is indeed the son of the Pirate King, Roger, and his strength has significantly increased compared to 6 months ago. Particularly, his Haushika Haki has reached its pinnacle, just a step away from being able to inflict damage on tangible objects. Currently, Ace's power has come remarkably close to that of Marco, and he even stands on the same tier as Jozu. Carl speculates that if Ace is granted 3 to 4 more years for growth, he will undoubtedly ascend to the level of an admiral. Even if he were to possess strength on par with Roger, Carl would not be surprised, for he is endowed with such innate talent. As for Luffy, while his talent is equally high, he is preoccupied with play and has not dedicated much time to training. This has resulted in a considerable gap in his current strength. Chapter 276. The War Begins. Shiryu, retreat. Leave these 2 to me. Oz will handle them. As he spoke, Blackbeard controlled 2 Oz figures and charged toward Jozu and Vista. At that moment, 3 sword energies appeared simultaneously, launching little Oz into the air. Simultaneously, a massive inflatable fist struck the head of Big Oz. These 2 Oz figures are entrusted to us, Straw Hat Pirates. You all go deal with Blackbeard, Zoro shouted, then engaged in battle with Little Oz. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others also joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on Little Oz. Even Frankie utilized his various new weapons. However, Little Oz, despite feeling the pain, was not harmed, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. Conversely, Luffy, relying solely on his power and Gear 3rd, astonishingly suppressed Big Oz. This situation left Blackbeard and Shiryu somewhat astonished, but they soon exhaled in relief. Even though Luffy could completely overpower Big Oz, he could not inflict any actual damage. As long as these 2 monstrous Oz figures were not obliterated, any injuries could be healed through their devil fruit abilities. This aspect bears some resemblance to Marco's abilities. However, this only applies to the 2 corpses of Oz. If it were Blackbeard himself, he would lack such regenerative capabilities. Since the war has commenced, all of you charge. From this day forth, let the Whitebeard pirates vanish from this world. Everyone, attack together. With Blackbeard's command, the captain of the 1st Division, Shiryu, led the charge, being the first to rush toward Jozu. Seeing this, Shiryu swiftly attacked Vista, while other captains and crew members of the Blackbeard pirates engaged in fierce battles with the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, only Blackbeard, Marco, and Ace remained uninvolved in this chaotic melee. The battles among the others were incredibly intense, especially Luffy's confrontation with Big Oz, which was particularly lively. Luffy fought Big Oz with the same vigor one would expect against an emperor. However, this also highlights the vast difference in strength between Luffy and the emperors. If a genuine emperor were present, a few blows would likely reduce both Big Oz and Little Oz to mere rubble. The last time Blackbeard fought Kaido, he refrained from unleashing these two corpses, fearing Kaido would shatter Oz's body. Thus, Blackbeard relied solely on his own strength to combat Kaido and cleverly defeated him. However, Blackbeard is acutely aware of his own power. He has not become arrogant, but has grown increasingly audacious. He has now consumed all territories that once belonged to Whitebeard. Yet, he has not discovered the treasures left behind by Whitebeard. It is precisely for this reason that Blackbeard has been intent on annihilating the Whitebeard pirates, slowly seeking this secret treasure. This is also the ultimate goal of Marco in his final confrontation with Whitebeard. The most significant treasure left by Whitebeard is, in fact, his sons. Marco is well aware of this. Thus he understands that Whitebeard could not have left behind any so-called treasure. However, Blackbeard remains oblivious to what the treasure Whitebeard spoke of truly is. Hence, he desperately searches, even seeking to eliminate those who obstruct his quest for this treasure. This time, not only do I seek vengeance for Sachi, but I also seek revenge for our father. Fire Fist. Chapter 277. Carl takes action. The divine selection has been triggered. Option 1. Remain a silent observer, waiting for the outcome before intervening. Earning the title Watching the Tiger Fight from the Mountain. Title attribute grants a powerful pressure that forcibly diminishes the enemy's attributes by 1% during combat. Option 2. Collaborate with Marco, Ace, and Luffy to defeat Blackbeard, earning 1 freely allocable attribute point and 1 freely allocable skill point. Option 3. Defeat Blackbeard single-handedly, earning 3 freely allocable attribute points and 3 freely allocable skill points. As the battle erupted below, Carl received this selection. However, he did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he waited for the battlefield to become more intricate before acting. He intended to reap the benefits without directly confronting Blackbeard in his prime state. For even if Carl unleashed all his might, he might not be able to vanquish Blackbeard. Carl planned to wait until Marco and Ace forced out Blackbeard's third Devil Fruit ability before formulating strategy. Yet, it seemed that for the time being, they could not compel Blackbeard's third ability. Therefore, Carl decided to remain there, waiting for the battle to intensify before making his move. However, just as Carl was crafting his plan, the system's voice echoed again. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Otherwise, this selection will permanently disappear. After making your choice, please participate in the battle within 10 minutes, or this selection will still permanently disappear. Now the countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Hearing the sudden voice, Carl was momentarily taken aback. Then, without hesitation, he chose option 3. As a result, the annoying countdown abruptly halted, but a 10-minute countdown appeared in Carl's mind. Clearly, the system did not wish for Carl to merely observe, but insisted on his direct involvement. Although this system is usually quite lenient, allowing Carl to take his time, it is not entirely compliant. At least in certain aspects, the system's choices possess some degree of compulsion. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The powers granted by the system must be earned through appropriate sacrifices. Carl was already cognizant of this fact, yet witnessing a countdown was a first for him. It seems the system does not intend for me to delay. Carl sighed, then stood up, stretched, and focused his gaze on the battlefield below. Since that is the case, I shall no longer remain low-key. The tempestuous storm, accompanied by Car's deep voice, suddenly shrouded the once clear sky in a veil of gloom. The surrounding sea erupted into a frenzy, with waves crashing against the harbor, sending sprays of water into the air. As the atmosphere thickened, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, drenching the bodies of all present on the battlefield. Yet, this sudden inclement weather did not bring an end to the conflict. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer intensity among the combatants. No one doubted that this downpour was artificially induced. They merely sensed an oddity in its arrival, but did not dwell on it. However, in the midst of this storm, Ace found his powers significantly diminished. The abilities granted by the Mera Mera no Mi, which harnessed flames, were rendered nearly ineffective in the heavy rain, resulting in a significant reduction in the intensity of his fire. Observing this scene, Carr shook his head disdainfully. You people are far too easily swayed by your emotions. It's no wonder that Whitebeard is so concerned about you. Just because Blackbeard uttered a few words, you turn your hostility towards me. How absurd. Carr shrugged helplessly, his words causing a slight change in Blackbeard's expression as he opened his mouth to respond. Before he could utter a word, Carr unleashed a storm dragonhead attack, sending him flying to prevent any further provocations that might incite animosity towards himself. Blackbeard may lack other abilities, but his talent for sowing discord and inciting hatred was unparalleled. Otherwise, he would not have maneuvered so cunningly to eliminate Whitebeard and ascend to the throne of the four emperors. Everyone, remain calm and observe what Carr has to say, Marco shouted, urging everyone to steady themselves. Nearby, Luffy attempted to rush forward to greet Carr, but was forcibly restrained by Nami and others. Given the current uncertainty regarding Carr's allegiance, they knew he would not allow Luffy to approach recklessly. They were acutely aware that Carr had recently defected from the Marines, with a bounty of an astonishing 7 billion berries now placed on his head. Even Blackbeard, one of the four emperors, could not compare to Carr's current bounty. Thus, there was a palpable sense of caution towards him, and they were understandably hesitant to approach. Carr, what is your position now? Have you truly become a pirate? Or have you come here to confront us? And what is the nature of your Gura Gura no Mi ability? How did you come to possess a power akin to that of our father? Is it true, as Teach claims, that you forcibly seized our father's ability? Marco Inguayir Salemli. His relationship with Carr was not amicable, and he showed no inclination to extend any goodwill. However, Carr remained unconcerned, as the unfolding events were of little consequence to him. Must your imaginations run so wild? Teach relies on the power of the Yami Yami no Mi and his unique physique to directly transfer others' fruit abilities. I do not possess the Yami Yami no Mi. My physique is merely somewhat unusual, and I have not even held this power for a year. Where's the notion of forceful theft? Carr rolled his eyes, showcasing his skill in straightforward discourse. Nevertheless, his arguments were sound, and Marco could detect no signs of deceit in Carr's words, reluctantly accepting his explanation. The others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Carr was not akin to Blackbeard, who had brutally usurped Whitebeard's abilities, they could accept the situation. After all, Blackbeard's actions had been exceedingly ruthless. However, they were still perplexed by Carr's similarly unique physique, which allowed him to harbor two devil fruits. The emergence of Blackbeard alone had already drawn the world's attention. Now, with Carr possessing the abilities of two legendary pirates, the Moku Moku no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi, should this information become public, it would undoubtedly eclipse even Blackbeard's trifecta of powers. After all, Blackbeard's abilities appeared rather mundane, lacking substantial notoriety, while the Moku Moku no Mi belonged to the legendary Golden Lion. Carr had initially forged his reputation at sea utilizing this ability, and now, having acquired the power of the former world's strongest man with the Gura Gura no Mi, Carr's fame was poised to ascend to unparalleled heights, even surpassing his previous accolades. It was truly astonishing. Such coincidences were hard to fathom, and if not witnessed firsthand, one could hardly believe it. Kulme, let me see just how powerful you have become with the Gura Gura no Mi. Blackbeard Teach laughed maniacally, instantly unleashing the powers of both the Yami Yami no Mi and the Kage Kage no Mi, crafting an immense warhammer to strike at Carr. In response to Blackbeard's assault, Carr retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the hammer with ease. Following this, Carr swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy, laced with wind blades. Charging towards Blackbeard, Blackbeard attempted to absorb Carr's attack using his fruit abilities, but in the next heartbeat, Carr had appeared beside him, delivering a decisive slash. Onizuki, the enhanced version of his attack, resonated, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. Everything around seemed to freeze, even the air stilled in anticipation. When Carr's seemingly weightless strike connected with Blackbeard, it sparked a cataclysmic upheaval. The surrounding space tore apart, and a formidable force sent tremors coursing through the earth. Yet, perplexingly, Car's strike, though it made contact, did not inflict any visible harm. Blackbeard appeared unscathed, devoid of any wounds, though he was propelled backwards by the sheer force, demolishing buildings for hundreds of meters behind him. Is this your third devil fruit? A form of immunity to physical damage? Or perhaps an immunity to slashing attacks? Kaido mused, puzzled. His recent display of strength, while not enough to gravely injure Blackbeard, should have left him in discomfort upon impact. The prowess of Hades, aside from Kaido, had yet to be countered directly by anyone. As for Charlotte Linlin, Carr had never engaged her in combat, leaving him uncertain whether Hades' capabilities would affect her steel balloon. However, Carr came to understand that his powers were ineffective against Blackbeard's third fruit ability. The sensation from his earlier strike mirrored precisely what Kazan had described. Feeling nothing like striking a human, but instead possessing an indescribable quality. What a thrill. Your power is indeed formidable. No wonder you have acquired the Gura no Mi. To be honest, if you hadn't intervened, the Gura no Mi should have been mine. Alas, having failed to locate it, I could only rely on my other two fruits to bolster my strength. However, it matters not. Now that you have arrived, your two fruit abilities belong to me. Dark Water. Blackbeard let out a hearty laugh, completely disregarding his injuries, and directly employed Dark Water in an attempt to draw Carl closer. Yet, the air around them suddenly fell into a profound stillness. Blackbeard assumed a posture, but Carl remained unmoved. Witnessing this scene, Blackbeard froze for a moment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How is this possible? As a wielder of abilities, why am I unable to attract you with my Dark Water? This cannot be, absolutely cannot be. It must be that something has gone awry. Indeed, you are a user of the float fruit, and your powers are formidable, which is why they counteract my pull. Am I correct? After realizing his technique was ineffective, Blackbeard began to lose his composure. Having been arrogant for so long, he was encountering such a situation for the first time, naturally leading to a lapse in calmness. Nevertheless, his mind remained relatively clear, and he swiftly deduced the most likely explanation. As long as the ability user does not come into contact with Dark Water, their powers will not dissipate. Although Dark Water can absorb the majority of abilities, it cannot suppress an enemy's fruit powers from a distance. Thus, he concluded that Carl must be utilizing the float fruit, which allowed him to remain fixed in place. Your power reminds me of that old fool Whitebeard. Yet in comparison to you, he is far too aged. His strength has diminished significantly. Youth is indeed preferable. Only the young can fully unleash their potential. With another hearty laugh, Blackbeard charged forward, intent on confronting Carl head-on. Surrounding him, a myriad of shadowy spikes surged forth. Blackbeard, uninterested in naming his techniques, unleashed them all at once, surging toward Carl. He had come to understand that when dealing with someone like Carl, it was better to take the initiative rather than passively defend and search for openings. It was more effective to force him into revealing a flaw. Since Carl was unaffected by the powers of the dark fruit, Blackbeard's strength was halved. The primary ability of the dark fruit was rendered useless, thus necessitating a change in his offensive strategy. Hence, he charged forward, ready to engage Carl directly. I never expected someone like you would praise others. It is indeed a rarity. However, do not expect me to show you any mercy. Our conflict is one of life and death. With a roar, Carl unleashed a strike powerful enough to cleave the earth. The sword energy surged forth, instantly shattering Blackbeard's attacks. Yet, Blackbeard's arsenal was far from exhausted. With his hands clasped together, a miniature black hole materialized in his grasp. Carl's strike, upon making contact with Blackbeard, was instantly absorbed by the black hole. Ha. This technique was gleaned from my battle with Kaido. When facing monsters like you, if I do not possess a few tricks up my sleeve, I would have long since met my demise. Whether it is you, Kaido, or the deceased Whitebeard, each one of you is a monster. It truly incites envy. Blackbeard spat disdainfully, his jealousy laid bare. Although he was known for his patience, he could no longer conceal his true nature, and thus, upon witnessing Carl's power, he felt a natural surge of jealousy. Yet, his hands did not falter. Blackbeard unleashed his most formidable technique once more, charging at Carl. This strike was designed to absorb Carl's energy, creating a small black hole. In response to Blackbeard's advance, Carl swiftly retreated. He wielded Hades with fervor, attempting to repel Blackbeard. But alas, his opponent's observation haki was equally formidable. Each slash Carl unleashed was absorbed by Blackbeard's black hole. Even the few that escaped absorption were deftly evaded. Subsequently, Carl continued to destabilize the space ahead. However, the tremors caused by the shock fruit were similarly consumed by Blackbeard's miniature black hole. Yet, Carl soon discerned something amiss. His slashes, as long as they did not venture too close to the vicinity of Blackbeard's black hole, were entirely unaffected and landed beside him. The same phenomenon occurred with the storms generated by Carl's float fruit abilities. The black hole could absorb a storm, but could not engulf the massive air currents produced by the tempest. The target of the storm's vortex was clearly to assault Blackbeard. However, the lifted air currents were random in their trajectory, not specifically aimed at Blackbeard. Observing this, Carl unleashed a slash aimed just beside Blackbeard, while simultaneously directing the power of the shock fruit toward the nearby space. Both attacks targeted the area adjacent to Blackbeard, not him directly. The black hole Blackbeard created did not absorb them, allowing their force to erupt and devastate the surrounding area. Witnessing this, Carl began to piece together the situation. Chapter 282. Shiryu's path. As Carl and Blackbeard clashed in the air, the battlefield below had been divided into several segments. Due to Carl's powerful attack, the island had been cleaved in two. This situation forced members of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates to engage in separate battles. Fortunately, both sides found themselves relatively fortunate. Aside from little oars, all others managed to avoid falling into the sea, merely drifting apart as the island split. However, little oars had fallen into the ocean, and there was no hope of retrieving him. On Blackbeard's side, big oars remained, keeping their position advantageous. Such exaggerated power. Is this the ability Carl possesses after acquiring two fruits? Even if dear old dad were to resurrect, he might not match this. Yet, despite possessing such power, Carl is still evenly matched against Teach. It seems that Teach did not utilize his full strength when facing me. Marco felt a twinge of melancholy. Although he had long anticipated that Blackbeard would not exert his full power against him, he had not expected the disparity between himself and the four emperors to be so vast. Marco possessed the strength to resist admirals and confront the four emperors. However, his power was merely sufficient to contend, not to equalize, let alone to defeat the four emperors or admirals. Marco's strength ranked among the top echelons of any four-emperor crew. Yet in this world, facing those at the pinnacle, he still felt somewhat lacking. This revelation dealt a blow to Marco's confidence. However, beside him, Ace brimmed with confidence, initially believing that while Carl's power was formidable, he still had a chance. Now, witnessing both Carl and Teach unleash powers far beyond his own, he felt no despair. Rather, he was ignited with determination. This is Ace. Regardless of the formidable adversaries and threats he encounters, he maintains an unwaveringly optimistic disposition, never succumbing to despair. This characteristic bears a resemblance to Luo Jie. His journey to La Fu de Lu was not solely a testament to his formidable strength, but also an embodiment of his steadfast resolve to seek La Fu de Lu. Should he lose patience, he would undoubtedly miss the opportunity to reach La Fu de Lu. In this regard, AIC has flawlessly inherited all of Luo Jie's virtues. How exaggerated is this power? However, such a creature should be entrusted to a captain of equal monstrosity to handle. My sole objective lies with the two of you. Once I eliminate you both, the battles elsewhere will be much simpler. Shiryu wiped his blade and lit a cigar, taking a deep drag. In his eyes, both Blackbeard and Ka-Air are akin to monstrous beings. Shiryu's strength is formidable, nearly on par with Marco, possessing the prowess to contend with both admirals and the four emperors, capable of engaging them briefly without facing defeat. Yet, when it comes to true confrontation, he still falls short, even more so than Marco. Although their strengths are comparable, Shilio remains confined within a human form, while Marco wields the powers of the Phoenix Fruit. In terms of endurance and regenerative abilities, Shilio cannot match Marco. His only advantage lies in the immense destructive capability inherent to a great swordsman. Nevertheless, even with that, his swordsmanship offers no edge against Marco. Furthermore, he is supported by AIC. In comparison to Shilio and Marco, AIC's strength is slightly inferior, merely reaching the level of a near admiral. Marco and Shilio have surpassed the near admiral threshold, mere steps away from a higher echelon. Thus, AIC, when juxtaposed with them, is considerably lacking. In a one-on-one duel, AIC would undoubtedly be no match for Shilio. However, when allied with Marco, Shilio must proceed with caution. Chapter 283, The Might of the Straw Hat Crew. The conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates rages on. Their battle is one of life and death, destined to persist until one side faces utter annihilation. Thus, the members of the Blackbeard pirates are relentlessly suppressing those of the Whitebeard pirates. Jozu, occupied with the formidable oars, is unable to lend aid. Oar's strength is so immense that even Jozu finds it challenging to withstand. After all, Jozu is renowned for his power, despite his speed often being criticized. His might is among the top echelons within the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, when faced with the demon oars, a combination of innate strength and the amplification from Blackbeard's shadow, Oar's power has reached levels comparable to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Consequently, Jozu is incapable of enduring Oar's strength. Had it been little oars, Jozu would have managed with ease, as the latter has yet to fully mature. If he were to grow to the stature of big oars by the time Blackbeard hunted him down, that would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Fortunately, little oars has already plunged into the sea. While this brings some sorrow to Jozu, as they cannot retrieve little oar's body, it also means that he has escaped Blackbeard's grasp and is no longer an enemy. Thus, Jozu can now concentrate solely on confronting big oars. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful big oars may be, his lack of speed renders him ineffective. After all, he is merely a corpse, controlled by a shadow, not the Emperor himself. Therefore, in terms of agility and velocity, he is even slower than Jozu by nearly half. Were it not for his overwhelming strength and astonishing regenerative capabilities, Jozu would have already dealt with big oars. Allow me to send him flying. Fourth gear, King Kong gun. Three-sword style, the ultimate 3,000 worlds. Demon wind foot. A series of pounding kicks. Wind burst. And us. With a fierce roar, the Straw Hat crew charge forward, unleashing a barrage upon big oars. Ypsilono. Snow slash. Thunder summon. Deadly star resilient vines. Bouncing ball enlarge. A colossal hand of myriad colors. The entire Straw Hat crew launched an assault, rendering big oars utterly defenseless. Notably, Luffy in fourth gear possesses strength that rivals Jozu's. He relentlessly pummels big oar's head, leaving him no chance to react. Following closely are Frankie and Chopper, both of whom, despite slightly lesser power, leverage their enlarged forms to completely subdue one of Oar's arms. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji focus their efforts on striking big Oar's abdomen, aiming to create an opening that prevents him from fully healing. Nami and Usopp are tasked with continuously unleashing lightning and various seeds into the wound to hinder Oar's recovery. Brook, positioned below, employs his Yomi Yomi Nomi abilities to release frigid air, attempting to freeze big Oar's legs, although his powers cannot entirely encase them in ice. Robin utilizes her Hana Nomi powers to manifest four massive hands, firmly gripping Oar's legs. Four hands represent Robin's utmost limit. Beyond that, she is helpless. However, their combined efforts have effectively immobilized the formidable big oars before them. Mr. Jozu, please proceed to the front lines for assistance. They need you there. The Straw Hat Pirates will handle things here. Chapter 284. Resolutely marching towards death, the war continues unabated. The darkness and storm in the sky stand in stark contrast. Blackbeard's power is indeed formidable, Even Ka-Air requires every ounce of his strength to contend with him. Yet, even then, it does not guarantee inflicting a fatal wound. Similarly, Blackbeard, lacking in physical prowess, relies solely on his devil fruit abilities, which also fail to deliver a lethal blow to Ka-Air. This conflict has persisted for half a day. Throughout this time, Ka-Air has thoroughly discerned Blackbeard's current physical attributes. His strength barely reaches an A rating at best, and even that is questionable. His speed is equally dismal, barely achieving an A rating. However, in terms of stamina, he far surpasses Ka-Air, undoubtedly at an S level. There is even a possibility that, alongside Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, he exceeds the S level, reaching an S. It must be noted that among the four emperors, 3 possess stamina that is at least at the S level, if not higher. This situation leaves Ka-Air somewhat speechless. He now questions whether Shank's stamina is equally remarkable. However, based on previous encounters, Shanks exhibited strength that did not exceed an A rating, and his speed was certainly below AB. Yet at that time, Ka-Air was still relatively weak, merely at the near admiral level, so Shanks naturally could not exert his full strength. It can be asserted that, among the current 4 emperors, including the deceased Whitebeard, aside from the fact that Carl has never truly engaged physically with Shanks, he has provoked every other individual without exception. Even Charlotte, despite her formidable strength, approached Carl with a deadly resolve. Thus, Carl could distinctly perceive the terrifying physical prowess of the Empress. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the intervention of the dragon midway through, Carl would not have escaped so effortlessly. However, the tides of time have changed. Carl's power is now sufficient to contend with any of the 4 emperors, and he even holds the potential to vanquish them. Consequently, the current situation is entirely in Carl's favor. No matter how fiercely Blackbeard resists, he is no match for Carl. Presently, Blackbeard continues to stubbornly fight. Despite the inevitable defeat that looms over him, his singular desire is to eliminate Carl before the conclusion of this war. To Blackbeard, regardless of the war's outcome, the priority remains the death of Carl. The outcome of this conflict is indeed unforeseen. Without your involvement, the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat crew would surely have been obliterated by me. Yet, here you are, a veritable monstrosity, inciting my ire. As Blackbeard assaults Carl, he bursts into a maniacal laugh. He has succumbed to madness, his demeanor now utterly frenzied, devoid of the calmness he once possessed. Nevertheless, his mental faculties remain largely intact, though he exhibits a slight impatience during combat, allowing Carl to exploit numerous openings. Seizing these opportunities, Carl propels Blackbeard into the ground, triggering another violent tremor. Regrettably, Carl's initial target was the abyss. Had he succeeded in casting Blackbeard into the sea, victory would have been assured. However, Blackbeard, sensing Carl's intentions, forcibly alters his trajectory mid-air, allowing himself to land on the island, an optimal outcome in his view. What a thrill! This sensation is utterly addictive. Blackbeard rises once more, laughing heartily, as if mocking Carl. Upon witnessing Blackbeard's unscathed condition, Carl smirks and gradually descends. Blackbeard, your defeat is inevitable. Observe the transformation of Hive Island into its current state. Moreover, your crew has been utterly routed, while the Whitebeard pirates are mercilessly slaughtering your ranks. Chapter 285. The conclusion of war. 8 day and night have passed. The battle on Hive Island is nearing its denouement. While Carl and Blackbeard continue their fierce struggle, the 3 separate battlefields are gradually winding down. After a relentless day and night of combat, Marco and Ace have successfully slain Shiryu. Even Shiryu's sword has been shattered into 3 pieces, rendered entirely unusable. Ace now lies prostrate on the ground, devoid of strength to rise. Although the duration of the fight was brief compared to his previous 5-day clash with Jinbei, Ace of 3 years ago was not a match for the current Shiryu. Ace and Marco have poured every ounce of their strength into this battle, wagering their lives to defeat the frenzied Shiryu. Thus, Ace expended no effort in unleashing his fruit abilities, continuously employing his grand technique, the Great Flame Ring. The Inferno and the vast flame pit spanning several kilometers are the devastation wrought by Ace. Ace, rest for a few minutes here, then immediately assist. Marco exhales deeply, advising Ace before soaring into the sky towards another battlefield. Although Marco, like Ace, has exerted himself to the utmost and triumphed over the formidable Shiryu, he differs in that he has not exhausted much of his stamina. After all, he is the user of the Phoenix Fruit, and apart from Kaido, he dares say he is unmatched by any other admiral or emperor. What Marco lacks is merely raw power. He then traverses the massive fissure, advancing to the frontline battlefield. During this time, he glimpses the Straw Hat crew, who are still entangled with oars. At this juncture, at least half of the Straw Hat crew is fatigued. Fortunately, Oars has also suffered a decline in strength due to Tiki's injuries. Now, with Luffy alone utilizing the power of Gear 3rd, he can suppress the threat. Not to mention, the Straw Hat crew has several other capable fighters to assist. Consequently, Marco merely glances at them before continuing his flight, swiftly passing by. Upon reaching the frontline battlefield, Marco observes that the fight here, too, is drawing to a close. Only a few officers of the Blackbeard pirates remain. The rest have either perished or fled. The objective of the Whitebeard pirates is clear: to obliterate the Blackbeard pirates and eliminate all their captains. The lower-ranked members are of no concern to them. Jozu, Vista, let's advance together, Marco calls out from the sky, descending to deliver a powerful kick to the weakened Grim Reaper Q. This blow sends the already feeble Grim Reaper Q crashing to the ground, lifeless. However, the poison coursing through him begins to take effect. Dark purple venom swiftly erodes Marco's right foot. Yet, under the influence of the Phoenix Flames, no poison can harm Marco. Thus, he swiftly neutralizes Grim Reaper Q, removing the most unpredictable element from the opposing forces. Regardless of the nature of the conflict, poison is the most perilous weapon and must be dealt with first. Upon seeing Marco's arrival, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates surges, and they charge forward. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates find themselves outmatched against the entirety of the Whitebeard crew. They were never united in purpose. When there was still a glimmer of hope, they would have fought together against the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 286. The Fall of the Four Emperors. Aha! It seems we have met with utter defeat. You truly are remarkable, Carl. Blackbeard gazes down at the desolate island beneath them. The two have battled fiercely for 5 days and nights, oblivious to the battlefield below. Only when they cease their fighting do they realize the war has conclusively ended. The Whitebeard pirates have emerged victorious, and the Blackbeard pirates have been utterly annihilated, leaving only Blackbeard himself remaining. Yet, in his isolation, he is powerless to escape Carl's grasp. Therefore, Blackbeard resolves to remain, choosing to face Carl in a final confrontation, though he understands that staying here amounts to a death sentence. He has steeled himself for his inevitable demise. Blackbeard, in your current state, you likely cannot endure for long. Do you have any final words? If so, speak them, and perhaps I shall fulfill them, Carl remarks with a slight smirk, unhurried in delivering Blackbeard's fate. He is assured of his victory. Blackbeard is utterly trapped within his clutches. So ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I never anticipated that I, Blackbeard, would ultimately meet such a fate. However, I concede to your strength, for you too are a monster, are you not? As for my last words, I express a desire to visit Raffadulu. Would you be inclined to agree? Blackbeard maintained his mocking grin, boldly uttering his words of surrender while sharing his thoughts with Carl. Upon hearing Blackbeard's candid remarks, Carl shook his head and chuckled, stating, hee, I hold no interest in Raffadulu. Regardless of what lies within, I shall not seek it until I have realized my dreams. The so-called treasure left by the Pirate King holds no allure for me. So ha 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 ha. Truly, you are remarkable, Carl. I knew you would respond thus. Yet I am aware of your intentions, to alter this world and eradicate all evils. Now, as you prepare to slay me, completing the first step of your plan, are you not a bit exhilarated? If you feel excitement, I can fully comprehend it, for when I first acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, I was even more thrilled. Say ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Blackbeard erupted into a wild laugh, evidently reminiscing about delightful memories. Carl, however, merely shook his head, choosing not to respond to Blackbeard's words. If we speak of excitement, Carl undoubtedly felt it. After all, he is a normal person and naturally experiences emotions. Yet, The comparison Blackbeard made between his own act of killing Thatch and Carl's impending execution of him was utterly unacceptable. Thus, Carl opted for action over words. So ha ha, ha ha. How wonderful. Do you recall a few years back when you revealed Ace's identity to Rayleigh? And I happened to overhear? When I disseminated that information, you did not intervene. Instead, you subtly encouraged the chaos. From the moment you acted thus, I recognized that you, like me, are a formidable figure, incapable of remaining in the Navy to serve the celestial dragons. Now, as I anticipated, you have severed ties with the celestial dragons and left the Navy. I am curious to see what your next moves will be, but alas, I am out of time. So ha 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 ha. With a thunderous laugh, Blackbeard was hurled into the ground by Carl, causing the entire island to tremble once more. Blackbeard lay gravely injured, his body grotesquely contorted, with some of his innards even protruding from his abdomen. His injuries were dire. Even if Law and Marco were to arrive, they would likely be unable to assist him. The powers of Hades entirely obstructed Blackbeard's ability to heal. Nevertheless, Blackbeard refused to abandon hope, still maintaining his smile. Seeing Blackbeard, who was on the brink of death, Carl charged forward, intent on delivering the final blow. Chapter 287. The Four Emperors. One Emperor. A month swiftly passed. It has been over a month since one of the four emperors Blackbeard Teach fell. The people of the seas have since regained their composure, no longer in a state of excitement. However, during this month, aside from the fall of Blackbeard, other significant news emerged. The position of the new four emperor was inherited by Marco, and the Straw Hat Pirates have forged an absolute alliance with the White Beard Pirates. This signifies that the two pirate crews will act in unison, no matter the circumstances. It is noteworthy that during this period, the Straw Hat Pirates' value skyrocketed. They notoriously disrupted a tea party hosted by the Big Mom Pirates, provoking both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, two of the four emperors. Their worth instantly surged from 500 million berries to 1.5 billion berries. The notorious newsman Morgan even proclaimed them to be the most dreadful pirates of the new era. As for Marco, his battles against Blackbeard and his efforts to rescue Luffy alongside the Whitebeard Pirates, while withstanding the might of both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, showcased his formidable strength to the world. This very battle allowed him to succeed Whitebeard and Blackbeard, becoming the new four emperor. Marco had always possessed the potential to become a four emperor. Had Blackbeard not acted first, he might have achieved that status long ago. Yet, there is little he could do against Blackbeard's monstrous abilities. Every Devil Fruit user was at a disadvantage against him. Even the strongest creature, Kaido. Only someone like Carl, with his extraordinary capabilities, could withstand the power of the Yami Yami no Mi and ultimately vanquish Blackbeard. It is a timeless truth that only a bug can resolve another bug. Therefore, after Marco revealed his strength, although he paled in comparison to Blackbeard and Whitebeard, he could hold his own against Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. It was only natural that he ascended to the role of the new four emperor. Yet, just as the fourth emperor was reborn, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin simultaneously declared the alliance of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. They intended to recreate the Rocks Pirates and initiate the world's most formidable war. Few are aware of the Rocks Pirates, but the upper echelons of the Navy, along with the four emperors and Carl, are well informed. Nevertheless, they paid little heed. Even if Kaido and Charlotte Linlin truly joined forces, it posed only a minor inconvenience for Carl, not a significant threat. At present, the sole threat to Carl remains the Gorosei and the enigmatic Imusama. Beyond that, Carl also announced the establishment of a new navy. Zephyr and Dressrosa, along with the maritime mercenary group formed by Law and Buggy, have chosen to join. Carl became the governor of the new navy, hailed by the notorious newsman Morgan as the Sea Emperor. The maritime landscape has now transformed into one of four emperors and one emperor. The former title of emperor has diminished significantly due to Carl's emergence. After all, there can only be one emperor, yet many can be called emperors. However, this news arrived abruptly, leaving many in disbelief. Even more shocking news followed swiftly after Carl announced the formation of the new navy and the emergence of the four emperors and one emperor title. Alabasta chose to join Carl's new navy faction, willingly relinquishing a portion of its territory for the new navy to establish a base. Chapter 288. The Furious Gorosei Look. This is the result of your actions. The new navy has been established, and the Revolutionary Army has formed an alliance with it, while the title of 4 emperors and 1 emperor begins to circulate across the seas, particularly with the alliance between the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, coupled with at least half of the Navy's forces defecting to the new navy. These are the consequences of your navy's deeds. Were it not for the monster you cultivated in the navy, how could the world have descended into such chaos? Your navy is truly a pack of failures. A bunch of worthless dogs. Worthless. All of you are useless trash. Within the conference room of the Gorosei, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kizuru sat in silence around the round table. Not only the 3 of them, but also Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were summoned to face criticism. However, the 6 individuals did not take the words of the 5 elders to heart. They scarcely registered them at all. Regardless of how the 5 elders insulted them, they remained silent, as the intentions of the 5 elders were patently clear. They aimed to incite rebellion within the navy, thereby facilitating the replacement of Sakazuki, and potentially ousting all the admirals and vice admirals as well. Such an outcome would mean that the core strength of the navy would instantly transform into the puppets of the 5 elders. Yet, Sakazuki and his comrades were resolute in denying the 5 elders such an opportunity. Observing their silence, the 5 elders exchanged glances, scoffed, and then reseated themselves. Sakazuki, has there been any progress on the bounties for those who joined the new navy? The number is substantial and is still being processed urgently. Sakazuki replied in a low voice, not casting a glance at the 5 elders. Ishiao leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed. The 2 appeared less like individuals being reprimanded and more like ones taking a respite. Even Karp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral he were closing their eyes, seemingly disinterested. Karp was so at ease that he had even begun to drool, clearly having fallen asleep. What a bunch of incompetence. You can't even handle this trivial matter. What use do I have for your navy? Please mind your language. Our navy's purpose is to uphold justice, not to serve as your private army. Thus, while we are open to your commands, I also reserve the right to refuse, Sakazuki asserted. Sakazuki, do you realize what you are proclaiming? Such words are a blatant provocation against the authority of the world government. The navy is the navy of the world government, and the justice you uphold is that of the world government and the celestial dragons. Make sure you and everyone here comprehends that. This world has no need for your self-righteous notion of justice. The sole reason for the Navy's existence is to serve the justice of the world government and the celestial dragons. Dismissed. With a furious roar, the 5 elders slammed their fists down and stormed out of the conference room. They had arrived in the morning, and it was now nearly evening. Throughout the day, aside from their impotent rage, the 5 elders had done nothing but reprimand the Navy for their inaction and pass the buck. They made no mention of the actions of the Celestial Dragons or CP0. It was no wonder that Sakazuki and his peers had ignored the words of the 5 elders. Once the 5 elders departed, Sakazuki and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sengoku pulled out a toothpick and poked Karp's drool bubble, rousing him from his slumber. Huh, is it time to eat? Ha, what meal? Let us return first and discuss it. Today has been quite vexing, Sengoku remarked, stretching and revealing a resigned smile. As the day waned, Sakazuki and his companions had left Mary Gios and returned to Navy headquarters, preparing for dinner while planning to discuss matters concerning Carl. However, the 5 elders were not enjoying such leisure. The very existence of Carl posed a significant threat to the world government and the position of the Celestial Dragons. If left unchecked, allowing the new Navy to expand would lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the individuals who had joined the new Navy were far from inconsequential. Not to mention the formidable nations of Dressrosa and Alabasta, which were both powerhouses within the Grand Line and the New World. Carl's charisma had directly influenced internal Navy assessments, swaying nearly half of the Navy into the new Navy S-fold. Following that, the enlistment of the 4 former warlords of the sea was particularly troubling. Although Buggy, a former warlord, was of little threat due to his mediocre abilities, Trafalgar Law, a user of the Ope No Mi, possessed immense potential. More alarmingly, should he choose to employ his eternal youth surgery for Carl, the implications will be dire. Furthermore, the addition of Jean Bay and Hancock represented the allegiances of Fishman Island and Amazon Lily. Their strengths were firmly established at the quasi-admiral level, capable of holding their own against admirals, if only for a limited time. The threat they posed was self-evident. Next, there was Kuzan and Zephyr, the latter of whom was a former admiral and one of the renowned three monsters of the Navy alongside Sakazuki and Borsellino. He had once fought Sakazuki for 10 days and nights before narrowly losing. Thus, his prowess was unquestionable. As for Zephyr, despite his advanced age and asthma, he was a figure of great repute, having educated a significant portion of the current Navy's core strength, including none other than Admiral Sakazuki himself. Lastly, there was the formidable Carl. Having vanquished Blackbeard, he had evidently ascended to a status surpassing even that of the four emperors, earning the title of emperor. His strength spoke for itself, requiring no further elaboration. As for the other individuals who had joined the new Navy, they were not to be overlooked, especially those like Teselo, who sought to preserve their lives. Their motivations for joining the new Navy were secondary. What mattered most was that by doing so, they secured a place for themselves, free from the fear of retaliation from the world government. This was the crux of the five elders' dilemma, as many were now considering allegiance to the new Navy under Teselo's influence. Nonetheless, those with a sense of self-preservation were acutely aware that individuals with a history of malevolence would not dare align themselves with Carl, fully understanding that doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Only those with little to no prior misdeeds would dare to take the plunge, leaving their success to fate. Additionally, the Whitebeard pirates, under Marco's leadership, were making a resurgence, joining forces with the Straw Hat pirates to vie for the throne of the Pirate King. The Big Mom pirates had allied with the Beast pirates, seeking to restore the reputation of the Rocks pirates. Their ambition, too, was the coveted throne of the Pirate King. Faced with the threat posed by Carl, they had no choice but to unite against a common enemy, competing for the singular title of king. Contemplating the events of the past month left the five elders with a throbbing headache. You five are all here. I hear him is looking for me. Will you lead the way?" As the five elders languished in their thoughts, a mirthful yet authoritative voice broke through their reverie. They turned to see a red-haired man who had somehow entered the room unnoticed. "Is he stronger than you?" Upon hearing Shanks' query, Im fell silent for a moment before stepping forward. Yet before Shanks could react, had swiftly approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "And what about me?" You are also stronger than I," Shanks replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At the moment Im stood up, his Kinbunchika haki was fully activated, and his mind was intensely focused. Yet, despite this, he still failed to discern how Im had arrived. The sensation was akin to instantaneous teleportation, devoid of any forewarning. Just as Shanks was engulfed in tension, Im swiftly teleported back to the Void Throne. "As a friend, I have no intention of putting you in a difficult position, but I require you to announce something regarding the coordinates of Laughtail. As a member of Roger's crew, your words would carry substantial credibility. Thus it is best that this matter be entrusted to you." Im spoke calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of elegance. Upon hearing his words, Shanks felt a sudden chill run down his spine. What baffled him even more was the fact that he had no knowledge of Laughtail's location. "However, I genuinely have no idea about the world's end, the starting point of reincarnation. Simply follow my instructions. Those who understand will grasp the meaning, while those who do not will find no use in going." Upon hearing Im's words, Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief. "I understand, but what benefit does this hold for you? Do you wish to see those pirates slaughter each other?" Carl's objective is not the throne of the Pirate King. Such a thing holds no allure for him. "I understand, but does he not proclaim himself to represent justice? If that is the case, the Pirate King should never rise. So employing his hand to eliminate those bothersome pests seems far more amusing, does it not?" Im once again smiled, sending shivers down Shanks' spine. For Im, this world was merely a cycle of repeated reincarnations. He was akin to an observer, silently watching every corner of this world and the trajectories of the future. For 800 years, it had always been this way. He felt weary but could not depart. Now, the emergence of an anomaly like Carl was a rare occurrence. Since he had no way to deal with others, Im decided to create some trouble for Carl. This could be deemed as Im's wicked amusement. I truly wish to witness what kind of surprise this sole variable in the cyclical world will bring me. If he can satisfy me, I have resolved to act at the final moment when he assaults Mariehua, to make him understand the essence of despair. Im's words were laced with a sense of intrigue, while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread in Shanks. Shanks had ample opportunity to divulge information about him, yet he could not bring himself to do so. For if he dared, all those connected to him would face death. This was a private transaction between Im and him, and Shanks had no means to contravene it. He even regretted engaging in such dealings with him, as it effectively placed those he cared for in jeopardy. I understand I shall spread the news about Laugh-Tale. However, are you truly unconcerned that it may be discovered? Shanks still harbored doubts, although he was unaware of Laugh-Tale's whereabouts. Chapter 291. The Busy Carl Master Carl. According to reports from the front lines, the world government has retreated and all invading forces have departed from our nation. Should we also recall our scattered troops to compensate for the new Navy's manpower deficiency? Trafalgar D. Waterlaw stood beside Carl, conveying the current state of affairs from the front lines. At this moment, Law was no longer merely a doctor, nor the leader of the new Navy. He had become one of Carl's aides, dedicated to reporting various news to him. Carl's actions were also a form of protection for Law, as his abilities had garnered the attention of many. Therefore, keeping Law close was the only way to ensure his safety. One day, Carl might find himself in need of Law's abilities, and it was only natural to safeguard him. There is no need to recall them. Inform Buggy to lead the forces from the Four Seas to establish a base around Guy Island. The manpower deficiency in the New World cannot be compensated merely by numbers. We require quality troops. Thus, the recruitment plan will continue, but the screening criteria remain unchanged. Any individuals with heinous crimes who dare to sign up will be detained immediately for background checks. If found guilty, they will be executed without hesitation. Understood. I shall make the arrangements. Law nodded, preparing to notify Buggy. Currently, Buggy was not in the New World, but rather wandering in the East Blue in the first half of the Grand Line. Buggy's penchant for treasure hunting, coupled with his inexplicable luck, had garnered him a significant following, thus allowing him to seek treasures while simultaneously commanding the forces from the Four Seas posed no issue. Even if trouble arose, as long as he did not encounter enemies of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher in the first half of the Grand Line, he was virtually invincible. Buggy's current strength was roughly equivalent to that of a Vice Admiral to a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. However, he had mastered both observation hockey and armament hockey, granting him a measure of self-defense. Sending him out posed no risks. As for Law's current strength, he had surpassed the ranks of Rear Admirals and was nearing the level of Quasi-Admiral. In comparison to other former Shichibukai, like Hancock and Jinbei, he still had some distance to cover. However, time was short, and Law had devoted his energy to assisting Carl in building his influence. Otherwise, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater. The two of them now operated in tandem, one managing internal affairs and the other external matters, both being Carl's capable allies. Though Jinbei and Hancock possessed talent and strength, they also had their own nations to protect. Thus, they merely allied with Carl's new navy and would not remain here permanently. However, should Carl issue any orders, they would undoubtedly arrive at the fastest possible speed, and there was no need for concern on that front. As for Enel, his strength was roughly on par with Jinbei and Hancock, perhaps slightly weaker. Yet, he still had room for improvement. Given 5 or 6 more years of training, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Borsellino. Enzo and Nilu's strengths were also comparable to Hancock, both being part of the same level. The current new navy was led by these three. Enel and the Snow Fruit user Jess jointly commanded one team. Jess's strength had reached the level of a Rear Admiral. He was now fully capable of handling matters independently, but for safety's sake, Carl had opted to have him co-manage the team with Enel. Enzo and Nilu, being season partners, were responsible for managing another team. The strength of these two teams was such that as long as they did not confront the Navy or the Yonko head-on in the New World, they could sweep away all opposition. As for Kazan, he currently had only one task, to station a portion of the forces in Dressrosa. Due to the significance of Dressrosa, Carl must ensure the safety of the Li Ku clan. Chapter 292. Latest report from the Marine News. The world government has announced the establishment of a special operations agency to target the new naval forces. Shanks, one of the current 4 emperors and a former member of the Roger Pirates, has declared to the world that Raftel truly exists and that Roger's treasure lies within. However, Shanks vanished without a trace after leaving behind just 8 words, taking his entire crew with him. The end of the world, the beginning of reincarnation. This is the sole clue in the quest for One Piece. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have decided to join forces in the search for One Piece, vying for the throne of the Pirate King. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates are about to clash once more with the 2 Four Emperor crews. The bounty for the new Navy's major members have been announced, with Governor Carl's bounty set at 5.6 billion berries, surpassing the Pirate King Roger's bounty of 5.56 billion berries, setting a historic high. The new Navy's Admiral Kazan has a bounty of 2.03 billion berries. The new Navy's Logistics Chief, Zephyr, has a bounty of 1.77 billion berries. The leader of the new Navy's 1st Vanguard, former Marine Vice Admiral Enel, has a bounty of 1.7 billion berries. The new Navy's Rear Admiral, former Warlord Jinbei, has a bounty of 1.4 billion berries. The new Navy's Rear Admiral, former Warlord Boa Hancock, has a bounty of 1.35 billion berries. The new Navy's Internal Steward, former Warlord Trafalgar Law, has a bounty of 1.01 billion berries. The new Navy's 2nd Vanguard leader, former Marine Vice Admiral Nilu, has a bounty of 990 million berries. The new Navy's 2nd Vanguard Deputy Leader, former Marine Vice Admiral Enzo, has a bounty of 900 million berries. The new Navy's 1st Vanguard Deputy Leader, former Marine Rear Admiral Jace, has a bounty of 500 million berries. The new Navy's overall commander, former Warlord Buggy the Clown, has a bounty of 444 million berries. Governor Carl's maid, Intil, has a bounty of 200 million berries. The intelligence officer of the new Navy, former Marine Brigadier General Elon, has a bounty of 100 million berries. All of the above information has been exclusively provided and compiled by the renowned Morgan, ensuring its authenticity. Carl perused the news in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. This news has been spreading wildly over the past week, and the bounties concerning Carl and his crew were just issued in the last couple of days. However, Carl paid little attention to his bounty, as he was indifferent to the superficial fame associated with it. Only the fact that he surpassed Roger brought him a sense of satisfaction. After all, Roger was a legendary pirate and the former Pirate King. His bounty was already at its peak, and even if Whitebeard survived the Marineford War, his bounty might not exceed Roger's. Yet, everything Carl has accomplished has profoundly shaken the foundations of the 5 Elders and the world government. It can be said that he has been out of the Navy for nearly a month and a half, and has only established the new Navy for a month. Yet he has achieved what the Revolutionary Army could not in decades. This left Dragon feeling quite uneasy, but he was powerless to change it, as it was Carl's inherent charm. After all, during his year of traversing the seas and the Grand Line, he had been continuously enhancing his reputation and capabilities. Coupled with his subsequent actions and formidable strength, it has led to the current situation. One cannot deny that Carl's support from so many people is attributable not only to his charisma, but also to a significant portion of luck. Carl took some time to reflect on Chapter 293, Upgrading the Zanpakuto. Time flowed gently. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed since Carl established the new Navy. At this point, Carl had nearly completed all internal matters of the new Navy and could take a 2-day break. However, despite the internal stability of the new Navy, the seas have become increasingly chaotic within these 3 months. After all, Shanks has revealed the existence of Raftel. Although he did not directly disclose its location, he provided a crucial hint: the end of the world, the beginning of reincarnation. While these 8 words carry substantial meaning, they are not easily deciphered. The end of the world is quite straightforward. By following a certain course, one can reach what is undoubtedly the final island, Raftel. Legend has it that Roger achieved this very feat, however. The beginning of reincarnation remains a mystery to all. Those who aspire to claim the title of Pirate King have racked their brains but cannot decipher the meaning of these four characters, especially when combined with the previous phrase. It becomes even more perplexing, leaving many bewildered and unsure of how to interpret it. Thus, even after such a long time, no one has successfully located Raftel. This is also the reason why Carl remains unperturbed, comfortably waiting without taking action. While he has some speculation about the location of Raftel, he holds no interest in this ultimate island. He decided to take a well-deserved break for 2 days, leaving the matters at hand to others. He wondered where Shanks and his crew had vanished during this time. It is indeed strange for a prominent Four Emperor crew to disappear for such an extended period without any news. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, Shanks was not supposed to know Raftel's location either, as explained in the original work. Could it be that Shanks revealed this information due to Emu? After all, in the original narrative, there was an inexplicable connection between him and Emu, and his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Carl sighed and casually opened his attribute panel, utilizing the previously unallocated attribute points. He first elevated his A-level speed to a rank, and then used the remaining 2 points to upgrade his B-level mental power to B rank. Afterward, Carl looked at the 5 remaining skill points, a slight smile gracing his lips. Until, I have matters to attend to outside. Please manage things here for a while. If Roger needs anything, have him contact me via Den Den Mushi, he said, leaving the room and leaving Until in a state of bewilderment. It's always like this, leaving me behind to enjoy himself. Until pouted, then began tidying up the room. Moments later, Roger arrived, just as Carl had mentioned, bringing a thick stack of documents. These were all matters that Carl needed to address. Where is Lord Carl? Out for leisure again? Roger frowned, casually placing the documents on the table. Until, puffing out her cheeks, pointed toward the Den Den Mushi, but did not speak. It is evident that she harbors some resentment towards Carl for not taking her along. Nevertheless, these matters are not urgent. They can be addressed upon Lord Carl's return. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If Lord Carl returns. Chapter 294. Are you Hades? Indeed, it is as such. In the original work, Death God, the Bankai of the Zanpakuto requires a battle with the Zanpakuto itself. I find myself engaging in a similar manner, battling with the Zanpakuto in order to achieve Bankai. Fortunately, I waited until I had some free time to perform the Bankai. Otherwise, those 5 skill points would have been wasted. Carl, feeling a twinge of relief, realized that had he performed the Bankai immediately after dealing with Blackbeard, the establishment of the new navy would have been delayed by several days. At that time, Carl had no enemies to contend with, and neither Kaido nor Charlotte Linlin would seek trouble with him. Thus, there was no need for Carl to hastily execute the Zanpakuto's Bankai. This moment was indeed opportune. As Carl pondered how to transform his Zanpakuto into its true form, Hades unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and floated in the air not far away. Simultaneously, Hades exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, enough to send a shiver down Carl's spine. Carl had dispatched many foes, most of whom were nefarious individuals, with Blackbeard being a prime example. After absorbing the blood of these malevolent beings, Hades had evidently become even more sinister. However, relying on his formidable strength and the bloodline connection between them, Carl could effortlessly command it. Were anyone else to touch Hades without Carl's permission, the consequences would likely be dire. This had been the case when Blackbeard attempted to seize the sword, only to be harmed by Hades' malevolent energy. Thus, when Carl faced Hades' wickedness directly, he truly comprehended the extent of this blade's exaggeration. Yet, when Hades' human form gradually materialized before Carl, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Even rubbing his eyes to confirm his vision, he found it unchanged. Standing before him was a petite figure, scarcely 1 meter 50 tall, clad in dark crimson Gothic Lolita attire, with twin tails adorning her youthful visage, Hades in her true form. Despite the absurdity, this little girl possessed an appealing countenance, even surpassing Hancock in perfection, especially the dark red patterns adorning her face, which added an alluring, sinister charm. You are Hades? Indeed, this lady is Hades Benz, whom you hold daily. My dear brother Carl, You need not explain anything to me. Our bloodlines are intertwined, and our memories are shared. I am fully aware of all that you have experienced. Even your current thoughts are clear to me. Even those matters with inter... Stop. If I continue, it may become inappropriate. Carl raised a hand for silence, and then approached Hades, gesturing to gauge her height. Initially estimating, he confirmed that she indeed measured precisely 1.50 meters. Stinky brother, how can you say that it is exactly 1.50 meters? I am 1.49 meters. You added an entire centimeter. Hades, hands on her hips, looked at him with a mix of grievance and irritation. Carl scratched his head, utterly perplexed by her vexation. All right, 1.49 meters it is. However, should I fight you? Wouldn't that be somewhat unfair? No matter how one views it, you cannot possibly be my opponent. Carl crouched down, playfully pinching Hades' cheek. At his towering height of 2.50 meters, which is not particularly imposing in the world of One Piece, when he crouched, he was almost exactly level with Hades, creating an awkward moment. Chapter 295. The reappearance of Shanks. The system announced that the Zanpakuto Hades had successfully achieved Bankai, enhancing its capabilities, sharpening its edge, and introducing two new abilities. Ability 1 allows the creation of an unconscious yet tangible shadow, which wields 50% of the user's strength. Note, the shadow persists indefinitely, immediately restoring itself if dispersed, but only one can exist at any given time. Ability 2 enables Hades to release sword energy that inflicts wounds on enemies, additionally granting the ability to render those wounds incapable of healing. Note, the shadow can also bestow this ability. The system's voice resonated. The addition of these two capabilities brought Carl immense joy, for they significantly augmented his power. Firstly, concerning the second ability, with this newfound strength, Carl need not risk his life in close combat. He can instead engage from a distance, allowing him to wear down his opponents. Once they are sufficiently injured, he can approach with caution and resolve the matter. Had he possessed this ability during his encounter with Blackbeard, it would have made things considerably easier, although it would not have altered the outcome significantly, as Blackbeard's Black Hole ability could absorb most ranged attacks and return them. Hence, Blackbeard remained a formidable foe, but fortunately, this troublesome individual had met his demise. Subsequently, Carl directed his attention to the shadow he had created. He tested its capabilities, and, to his astonishment, it could replicate even Hades. It could utilize all of Carl's techniques. Given a target, it would obliterate it before pausing for further instructions. Alternatively, it would only cease when Carl commanded it to. The only downside was that this shadow lacked any semblance of thought. Its strength was commendable, yet without cognition, it posed little threat to the four emperors. Nonetheless, possessing a shadow with strength comparable to Carl's was akin to having a quasi-commander level ally. After all, Carl was a dual fruit user, and the shadow inherited this trait. Ensuring its prowess was not trivial. One could assert that even without lifting a finger, Carl could traverse the pirate world triumphantly with just this shadow. Attribute panel name: Carl's strength, S agility, a spirit, B stamina, a title, benevolent and just abilities, military fist, B drifting fruit awakened, armament hockey, perfect, observation hockey supreme, conqueror's hockey, perfect, dual sword style, A mastery of wind elements, C extraordinary strength, A tremor fruit, grant me a favor, C Zanpakuto Bankai Hades, S super speed regeneration, A remaining skill points, 0 remaining attribute points. 0 thus stands Carl's current personal attributes. His next objective is straightforward: to elevate his spirit to A, and thereafter accumulate attribute points to enhance his stamina to S. Regarding abilities, Carl intends to upgrade either the armed color hockey or the rapid regeneration, depending on the situation. However, apart from these two powers, having a favor from me is also quite a commendable ability. Unfortunately, this ability is tied to the laws of causality, requiring 3 skill points for a single upgrade. Thus, Carl has chosen to neglect it for the time being, as the current level suffices for him. After briefly organizing his abilities, Carl returned to Chapter 296. Today's expenses are on me. Shanks, your reappearance is quite ostentatious. Have you already devised a way to confront those who have been searching for you? Frankly, If you're unprepared, it would be wise to leave swiftly. Though my old bones may be weary, I can still buy you a little time. Rayleigh chuckled as he took a sip of wine. His relationship with Shanks has always been amicable, and despite his age, his strength has not diminished significantly. If he so wishes, he could delay even Karer, let alone anyone else. This is the legendary Rayleigh, who, despite nearing the age of 70, remains vigorous. Aside from Rayleigh, I might also be of assistance, though my strength pales in comparison to you formidable beings. Yet, I was once a member of Rocks. If Kaido or Big Mom were to attack, I could certainly buy a few minutes. Xiaoqi spoke calmly, placing several bottles of wine on the surrounding tables. These tables were occupied by the red-haired pirates, who accompanied Shanks, enjoying the feast while awaiting his commands. Should Shanks suggest continuing to conceal themselves, they would depart without hesitation. However, Shanks remained silent, merely downing several cups of wine before revealing his characteristic silly grin. Haha, really senpai, Xiaoqi senpai, I must thank you in advance, but rest assured this matter originated with me, and I shall resolve it personally. That said, I still cannot fathom why you disclosed information about Raftel, while I harbored no resentment towards you. Such actions undoubtedly stir the seas further. Without Karer and his new navy, we likely would not be sitting here, enjoying drinks and conversing so peacefully today. At this point, Rayleigh sighed before continuing. Truth be told, this is largely thanks to that young rascal, Karer. Although I am not particularly fond of him, I must concede that he is remarkably capable, especially with the succession of policies he has implemented, which are far from the thoughts of a mere youth. Under his management, even the supernovas have been condensed into 4 factions, and few pirates can surpass the threshold of Mogu Town. At this juncture, everyone present fell silent, acutely aware of the remarkable feats accomplished by Kater's new navy in just a few months. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, Kater's new navy has nearly swept across the 4 seas, restoring peace to 90% of the territories. The Grand Line boasts at least 50% of its regions free from pirates, allowing merchant ships and ordinary folk to navigate the protected waters with ease. As for the remaining unliberated areas, they either belong to the Navy or are nations yet to be freed. The latter may be negotiable, but as for the Navy's territories, Karer has explicitly prohibited any engagements with them. Thus, a delicate understanding exists between the new Navy and the Navy, whereby neither side takes the initiative to strike. This has led to the current extraordinary situation. As for the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, the situation becomes more intricate. All military forces of the world government and personnel from the CP organizations have been mobilized here, with CP members of rank exceeding that of a rear admiral forcibly reassigned to target the new Navy. Chapter 297, Private Conversation. Ha Karer, what jest are you making? How could I possibly hide within Raftel? Moreover, all I know is but a single phrase told to me by others. I have no idea where Raftel is. Shanks scratched his head, displaying a foolish grin. Seeing him so naive, Karer found himself at a loss for words. However, upon hearing Shanks' words, he could surmise who had instigated him to speak in such a manner. Shanks, there are matters I know you would prefer not to discuss. Shall we step outside? Ha. What could possibly be said that cannot be discussed here? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to chat while drinking? Shanks, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to sip his drink. Karer narrowed his eyes and remarked that it concerns the Void Throne. Discussing it here should not pose an issue. As soon as Karer finished speaking, Shanks immediately spat out the wine he had just sipped, his expression one of utter disbelief. Fortunately, Rayleigh's observation haki is quite formidable, allowing him to dodge quickly. Otherwise, he would have borne the brunt of the spray. Karer, on the other hand, found it much easier. He employed his abilities to shield himself from the majority of Shanks' wine. Oh, it's been quite a while since I last saw you, Shanks. Have you learned to spray wine? Do continue your performance. I'm eager to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Kaya teased it. Yet Shanks could not muster a smile. He wiped the wine splatter from his lips, rising to his feet with a piercing gaze fixed on Karer. Meanwhile, the other members of the red-haired pirates attempted to rise, but were restrained by Ben Beckman. Let us observe for now. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's words, the surrounding crew resumed drinking, though their eyes remained glued to Kar, unwavering in their focus. Witnessing this scene, Kar felt a strong sense of camaraderie within the red-haired pirates. They indeed followed an elite route, as none present possessed strength inferior to that of a rear admiral from the Navy. Kar even began to suspect that the strength of that monkey could rival a Navy captain or even a rear admiral. Should a conflict arise with the red-haired pirates, Kar would undoubtedly face significant challenges. Yet, they too would suffer immense losses. For Kar's strength has surpassed that of the four emperors, reaching an even higher echelon. Should Shanks dare to make a move, Kar could effortlessly erase the red-haired pirates from existence. Cough, cough, there's no need for you all to be anxious. I'll step outside to speak with Kar and return shortly. Shanks finally realized the tension in the air, which had inadvertently caused his crew to grow apprehensive. Kaya, my brother, let us step outside to converse. Xiang Kusi, with his affable demeanor, placed a hand upon Cal's shoulder and led him out of the bar. Making their way toward the outside, Lei Li and the others, observing their departure, were left utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. However, Lei Li had no intention of pursuing them, recognizing that this matter constituted a private affair between Cal and Xiang Kusi, one in which he had no need to intervene. He sensed that remaining oblivious to the details might be the wisest course of action, lest he invite considerable trouble upon himself. Even Xiang Kusi's crew remained unaware of the nature of the conversation between Xiang Kusi and Cal, finding the air of mystery surrounding it rather perplexing. Only Ben Beckman seemed to have an inkling. Chapter 299. A swift escape, how exasperating. Xiang Kusi, you all go ahead. I shall rendezvous with you in Dressrosa later. Leave this place to me and Uncle Lei Li. To be honest, if the timing were more opportune, I would relish the chance to eliminate Charlotte Linlin right now. It is truly regrettable. Cal was eager, anticipating Charlotte Linlin's arrival. He had long wished to confront her, but prior obligations had precluded him from addressing Big Mom and the Beast Pirates. Now that the Big Mom Pirates had come to him, although Cal yearned to vanquish them, the presence of so many individuals meant that even if he succeeded, it would come at a cost. For instance, the upheaval of Sabati Archipelago would result in the demise of its inhabitants alongside Charlotte Linlin. This was a scenario Cal wished to avoid, thus making her elimination here an unwise choice. He intended to bide his time, allowing Xiang Kusi to depart before taking any action. The plan was to regroup in Dressrosa later. Xiang Kusi, without any pretentiousness, was prepared to set sail at a moment's notice, as a ship had already been readied. In that case, I must trouble my brother Cal and my senior Lei Li. I will await you in Dressrosa, and I shall be the one to host the banquet, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. All right, everyone, let us make our escape. With Xiang Kusi's command, the red-haired pirates surged forth with exuberance, their spirits high, as though preparing to engage the Big Mom Pirates in battle. In reality, their only intention was to flee. Engaging with the Big Mom Pirates would yield no benefit for Xiang Kusi. Thus, it was best to slip away unnoticed. However, as they burst from the confines of the bar, the three sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates had already intercepted their path. Before the sweet commanders could utter a word, Ben Beckman swiftly fired 3 bullets, sending them retreating. The bullets, seemingly unremarkable, combined with Ben Beckman's formidable hockey, instilled fear in the hearts of the 3 foes. Do not move, Ben Beckman stated softly, his tone gentle, yet his gaze radiated an aura of lethal intent that caused the sweet commanders to break into a cold sweat. Under Ben Beckman's protection, the others successfully broke free from the encirclement of the Big Mom Pirates. Yet at that moment, Charlotte Linlin descended from the sky. As one of the 4 emperors and captain of the Big Mom Pirates, she possessed unparalleled strength and an overwhelming presence. Her powerful conqueror's hockey, coupled with her soul pocus ability, unleashed an indiscriminate assault upon all in her vicinity. Even her own crew members felt the effects. Fortunately, within the bar, Shachi remained unscathed, as Lei Li had shielded her with his hockey. Cal, in a remarkable display of fortitude, endured the combined assault of Charlotte Linlin without even utilizing his own hockey. While the attacks held considerable power, they paled in comparison to Xiang Kusi's conqueror's hockey. Cal shook his head, while Lei Li nodded in agreement with Cal's assessment. Just as those within the bar continued their banter, Xiang Kusi, in an effort to protect his crew, unleashed the mightiest conqueror's haki he had ever exhibited. His haki soared skyward, shattering the ground beneath him and instantly disintegrating the weapons and garments of those who dared approach him into mere fragments. Chapter 300. Let us discuss terms. I did not anticipate your intervention. Even with my foresight, I could not prevent your actions. Why did our disparity grow so vast? Katakuri's observation haki had foreseen Cal's impending strike, yet his speed could not match Cal's swift attack. Before he could intercept, Cal's blow had already sent Charlotte Linlin flying, clarifying the insurmountable chasm between himself and Cal. Cal paid Katakuri's words no heed. He watched as Xiang Kusi and his crew made their escape before responding. Katakuri, as the favored son of Charlotte Linlin, your potential and disposition are commendable. However, living in her shadow is detrimental to your growth. Cal spoke casually, having no intention of awaiting Katakuri's reply as he propelled himself forward. Cal's foresight alerted him that Charlotte Linlin was adjusting her position in the air, intending to pursue Xiang Kusi with Zeus. Clearly, she had no desire to engage someone like Cal, as her chances against him were even slimmer than those against Xiang Kusi. Moreover, her objective in coming here was solely to capture Xiang Kusi, showing little interest in confronting others. She was well aware that defeating Cal here would be improbable, for Sabaody Archipelago was not her territory, necessitating a degree of caution in her approach toward Cal. However, Cal was swift. In an instant, he intercepted Charlotte Linlin mid-air, thwarting her intent to chase Xiang Kusi. "Move aside, you brat," Charlotte Linlin snarled, her expression twisted with fury. Cal remained undaunted, drawing his Hades and unleashing its shadow. "Charlotte Linlin, let us negotiate terms. You allow him to depart, and I shall permit you to leave as well. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I would not hesitate to slay you here." Upon hearing Cal's words, Charlotte Linlin initially seethed with anger. Yet, when she beheld the slender figure of the shadow beside Cal, her expression shifted to one of shock. From this shadow emanated an overwhelming aura of malice, along with the oppressive presence that Cal exuded. Though Charlotte Linlin could not ascertain the full extent of the shadow's power, she understood that Cal would not summon it unless its strength was formidable. As Cal and Charlotte Linlin faced off, Xiang Kusi and his crew had already returned to their ship, setting sail toward Fishman Island. The situation on Xiaqi's side is rather bleak. Her bar is besieged by members of the Big Mom Pirates. Xiaqi and Rayleigh are forced to huddle at the entrance to prevent any damage to the establishment. Under the command of Katakuri, the crew surrounds this location without directly pursuing Shanks, as Katakuri is well aware that even if they tried, they would not catch up. It is more prudent to remain here, ready to assist their mother at any moment. As for Rayleigh and Xiaqi, as long as they keep an eye on these two and prevent them from taking action against their mother, everything will be perfectly fine. This is Katakuri's straightforward yet practical strategy. Is it truly wise to confine two elderly individuals here? Shanks has long since escaped, and their mother is being pursued by the young Carl. If they do not offer assistance soon, it is highly likely that the young Lingling will meet her demise at the hands of Carl. In the 301st chapter, Baloric Ladefield, Carl carelessly tossed Charlotte Lingling onto Sabaody Archipelago, leaving her in the care of Rayleigh and Xiaqi. He harbored no concerns that Lingling would attack them, for there exists no grudge between them that necessitates hostility. Moreover, even if she wished to engage, it is doubtful she could swiftly overcome Rayleigh. If Rayleigh were to fight with all his might, Lingling might even face a counterattack. Therefore, she had no inclination to take such risks. After a brief clash with Carl, Lingling recognized that his current strength far surpassed that of the past when she had pursued him. Furthermore, this location greatly enhanced Carl's abilities. Thus, Charlotte Lingling chose to abandon the pursuit of Shanks. Regardless of the circumstances, her mind remained clear. Engaging Carl here would offer no advantage to the Big Mom Pirates and could potentially lead to their complete destruction. Hence, Lingling opted to let go. Yet she has etched this grudge into her memory, vowing to not forget Carl when the time is ripe. Simultaneously, Carl had arrived in Dressrosa, displaying remarkable speed. At the moment Shanks was just entering the new world, Carl had already reached his destination. Thus, he anticipated that Shanks would require at least half a day to arrive. With this remaining time, Carl decided to rest in Dressrosa while conversing with Kazan about the possible future events. The existence of him was not something Carl could casually disclose, as the implications were rather unsettling. Should this information leak without prompting, it could significantly distort their perceptions. However, Carl could share a hint regarding him, ensuring that when eventually appears, they would not be utterly astonished. Upon hearing Carl's adapted information regarding him, Kazan and King Riku were taken aback, their reactions mirroring Carl's expectations. Disbelief washed over them, shaking their very foundations. Fortunately, Carl refrained from revealing Im's name or the fact that he occupies the Throne of Void. Had he done so, even Kazan might struggle to process such information, let alone King Riku and the others. Carl, such words should not be uttered lightly. If what you say is true, we may find ourselves in grave trouble. Kazan's mind raced, swiftly realizing that if this person Carl spoke of truly existed, it would pose a monumental threat to them. Carl sighed, opting not to elaborate further, as he understood that over-explaining could jeopardize their safety. After all, he could not guarantee that their knowledge of Im's existence would not attract unwanted attention, leading to their extermination. For their protection, Carl chose to communicate the danger of Im through vague warnings. Just then, a messenger burst in, visibly shaken, pale, and trembling. And no, it's bad. King Riku, Queen Rebecca, pirates are invading the port. Our soldiers are overwhelmed. Pirates invading? You all have been trained by the former Admiral Zephyr, and your captain possesses the powers of the Suna no Mi. Are there truly pirates you cannot withstand unless they are from an emperor's crew? Rebecca furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The soldier, quaking with fear, struggled to articulate his thoughts. The intruders are draining life from everyone, and our captain was defeated in an instant. We have no idea if he is alive or dead. What? In the 302nd chapter, the showdown commenced. Former Admirals Kazan and Carl happened to find themselves in the same place, an unexpected twist of fate. It appears my luck is rather poor today. Had I known, I would have delayed my arrival by a day, Laidfield remarked casually, tossing aside a lifeless civilian drained of vitality, then turning his gaze towards Carl and Kazan. Despite claiming misfortune, his demeanor exhibited no trace of regret. Kazan, what is the meaning of this? Why would you act in such a manner? Kazan questioned, anger simmering as he surveyed the fallen civilians. Although they still drew breath, their remaining vitality would barely sustain them for another year or two. Laidfield's actions were certainly contemptible, justifying Kazan's fury. Even Carl found it difficult to bear, swiftly drawing his Hades and summoning its shadow to charge forward. Kazan, there is no need to engage in conversation with such a fiend. He is a Zoan-type user, possessing the ability to absorb blood to restore his youth. We must stop him. Before his words could finish, Carl surged forward, but Laidfield reacted swiftly. His Kenbunchika haki surpassed limits, rivaling Carl's own. Their weapons collided instantly, igniting a fierce shower of sparks. Simultaneously, they unleashed a wave of Haushika haki, causing the ground beneath them to sink by over a meter. In the midst of their standoff, Kazan, disregarding the codes of combat, launched a surprise attack from behind. A colossal ice bird soared towards Laidfield with remarkable speed. Unfazed by Kazan's assault, Laidfield leaped into the sky. However, Kazan's attack was under his complete control. The ice bird, guided by Kazan, ascended rapidly, reaching Laidfield's feet in the blink of an eye. Impressive control, Laidfield complimented Kazan, flicking his wrist as his umbrella transformed into a blade, releasing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated the ice bird. His sword energy continued to surge with formidable force, heading downward. If that strike were to hit the ground at the port of Dressrosa, it would likely vanish in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Carl clenched his left fist and struck toward the heavens. The power of the Junjin fruit was unleashed. Cracks appeared in the air as a formidable force shattered Laidfield's sword energy. The sheer might of this attack disrupted the surrounding air currents. Additionally, Carl employed the abilities of the Piao fruit, further complicating the turbulent winds. In this chaotic tempest, Raidfield found it nearly impossible to descend safely. However, he was not entirely without recourse. Behind him, a pair of enormous black wings manifested, a gift from the bat fruit, granting him the ability to hover. Yet, even with this advantage, the violent winds manipulated by Carl remained quite overwhelming. Raidfield had only recently acquired the fruit and was not yet adept at flying perfectly, leaving him vulnerable to Carl's storm. Simultaneously, Carl infused the tempest with a few scythe wind blades. Although these wind blades lacked the potency of Carl's strikes, their sharpness was indeed formidable. A moment's inattention from Raidfield could result in injury from Carl's wind blades. However, the primary objective for Carl was to force Raidfield into the ocean. Chapter 303, The Isolated Might of Crimson. A divine choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Allow Raidfield to drain life, acquiring the title Invisible. The title's attribute ensures that you will be subconsciously overlooked by others, even if they have seen you. They will treat you as if you do not exist. Choice 2. Delay time, awaiting the arrival of the red-haired pirates. Joining forces with Kazan and the red-haired pirates to slay Raidfield, randomly gaining a sea-level ability. Choice 3. Personally eliminate Raidfield, randomly acquiring an A-level ability. As per tradition, 3 options emerged. The first could be discarded outright, for there was no way Carl could turn a blind eye to such a situation. As for the second choice, while feasible, it was unnecessary, and the sea-level ability was not something Carl required at the moment. Thus, without hesitation, Carl opted for the third choice. If he were to gain a new ability, it must be an A-level one, worthy of his attention. However, Carl found himself somewhat bemused that neither attribute points nor skill points were awarded this time. Moreover, the reward for this encounter was far less substantial than the one obtained from defeating Blackbeard. Yet, Carl had grown accustomed to this pattern. Each time his strength increased. Unless he faced an even mightier foe, the rewards tended to diminish significantly, especially for Carl at this juncture. The only being capable of defeating him would likely be the yet unrevealed him. As for others, there was simply no match for Carl. Thus, he approached Raidfield with unwavering confidence. Prepared to engage him in single combat, Carl unleashed his formidable swordsmanship against Raidfield. However, Raidfield was also a master swordsman, and his technique was on par with Carl's. The two engaged in an intense duel, their haki utilized to its fullest extent, even the flowing cherry blossom haki surging forth. The clash of their powers caused the sky to tremble, and numerous cracks appeared on the ice-covered sea below. Fortunately, the ice was sufficiently thick, otherwise, it would have shattered by now. Nonetheless, Carl's onslaught grew ever more rapid and powerful. Each of his strikes inflicted considerable discomfort upon Raidfield, for they were imbued with the powers of both the Jinjun and Piao fruits, making it exceedingly difficult for Raidfield to defend himself. Had he not recently transformed into a mythical Zoan bat fruit user, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities, his hands would have been rendered useless by Carl's dual fruit abilities. Currently, Carl's strength surpassed even that of the 4 emperors. Even if Whitebeard were revived, he might not stand a chance against Carl. It could be stated that as long as him did not emerge, Carl was unequivocally the strongest man in the world. Moreover, he was the youngest to hold such a title. Carl, at this point, was the youngest to be recognized as the world's strongest. When Whitebeard claimed this title, he was already well into his 50s. Yet here stood Carl, in his 20s, having reached such heights. Contemplating this, Raidfield felt a pang of discomfort. Jealousy etched upon his visage. However, just as Carl maintained his rhythm, Raidfield suddenly launched a counterattack. Ignoring the risk of injury to his abdomen, he abandoned defense and unleashed a powerful sword energy, sending Carl flying. Had Raidfield not taken this drastic action, the tempo of the battle would have entirely fallen into Carl's hands, leaving Raidfield with no chance of success and destined to become another victim of Carl's blade. Thus, he chose to risk injury rather than succumb entirely to Carl's combat rhythm. Chapter 304, The Superfluous Transforming Leaf. One exaggerated ability, to conjure so many at once. Is this a plan for a grand melee? Carl smirked, observing the unprecedented spectacle before him, shaking his head. The transformed beings surged forth, eager to strike at Carl. To eliminate all those conjured beings, Carl would require some time. Without hesitation, Kuzan unleashed the Ice Age upon Carl. However, with a mere flicker of his Jun fruit abilities, Carl effortlessly neutralized the attack, then swiftly severed Kuzan's throat. The strength of his opponent's ability was notable, but the lack of haki rendered them exceedingly vulnerable, a significant flaw that allowed Carl to dispatch them in a single blow. Had the real Kuzan been present, he would not have been so easily dealt with by Carl. At that moment, Kuzan gazed at his airborne duplicate, unable to suppress a facepalm. For the performance of his clone was utterly embarrassing. Simultaneously, Sakazuki and Borisolino's duplicates rushed forward, their combined strike proving exceedingly effective, propelling Carl back several dozen meters. Yet, Carl's shadow swiftly surged forward, piercing through Sakazuki's chest and eliminating him instantaneously. However, as Carl's shadow aimed to attack Borisolino, the latter utilized the powers of the Pika Pika fruit to ascend into the air, casually releasing a counterfeit Yada no Kagami. A barrage of lasers struck the shadow, completely penetrating it. Meanwhile, a clone of Ichao charged in, unhesitatingly launching a massive meteor. Observing this, Carl clenched his fist and struck the sky. The shattering force instantly obliterated the meteor above. Following this, Carl conjured a tempest, sweeping the debris towards Raidfield. In response to Carl's relentless assault, Borisolino unleashed the Yada no Kagami once more, seeking to intercept Carl's attack. Ichao also summoned gravity to suppress Carl's storm. At that moment, the already battered shadow suddenly charged in front of Borisolino, delivering a swift strike that proved fatal. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing before Ichao. Unperturbed by the shadow of Kaer, Ichao resolutely altered the gravitational forces surrounding him. Yet, one must not forget that it was merely a shadow. The shift in gravity had no bearing on its movements. Thus, it struck once more, swiftly eliminating Ichao. What a formidable ability it was, not only showcasing immense power, but also possessing the advantage of immortality, albeit lacking consciousness. Had this shadow possessed its own thoughts, I surmise it would have grown even stronger. Kaer nodded in acknowledgement. This battle marked his initial use of Hades and the accompanying shadow for offense. The results were outstanding, proving to be exceptionally effective. Even Hades itself trembled with excitement, reflecting its own exhilaration. Although the shadow mirrored Kaer's abilities, it was shaped by the anthropomorphized image of Hades, which was the source of its elation. Regrettably, the shadow remained just a shadow, and Kaer could not mold a face for Hades, a small yet poignant disappointment. As Kaer pondered these thoughts, the avatars of Zhonghua and Kapu simultaneously surged forward. Facing his esteemed predecessors, Kaer smirked, intending to dispatch them with the utmost gentleness. Without further ado, he unleashed a tender, yet devastating attack that rent the very fabric of reality. Before Zhonghua and Kapu could make a move, Kaer had swiftly vanquished them. The shadow continued its rampage among the avatars, even claiming the lives of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. However, just as the shadow prepared to unleash further devastation, the scene shifted dramatically. As Shanka S. conversed with Kazan, the battle between Kaer and Lady Fierda had entered a fervent climax. Due to the ineffectiveness of the transformation leaves, Lady Fierda found himself reliant solely on his swordsmanship to confront Kaer. Yet, in a direct confrontation, Kaer was supported by an undying shadow, rendering Lady Fierda unable to land a blow on Kaer, who remained unscathed. Presently, Lady Fierda was on the back foot, clearly outmatched by Kaer. Although he possessed the strength of an emperor, Kaer had long surpassed the four emperors. Coupled with a shadow of Vice Admiral caliber, the duo overwhelmed Lady Fierda, leaving him utterly defenseless. The fact that the shadow could not be destroyed left Lady Fierda in a state of helplessness, and moreover, the shadow's attacks bore the effects of Hades, further solidifying Lady Fierda's disadvantage. Truly, he was deserving of the title, the only emperor above the four emperors. It appeared he indeed warranted such an appellation. Even the legendary Whitebeard and Roger had not possessed such might. With a sigh of resignation, Lady Fierda unleashed a wave of sword energy directed at Kaer. In response, Kar simply waved Hades, effortlessly shattering Latifurda's attack. However, it was evident that Latifurda no longer wished to continue the battle. Given his advanced age, he had grown increasingly averse to death. Otherwise, he would not have sought the bat fruit to extend his life and regain his former peak. Thus, upon realizing he could not prevail against Kar, he turned to flee without hesitation. Though this action might tarnish his proud reputation, the bloodied and wounded Latifurda had little regard for such concerns. The combination of Kar and his shadow had drained him of all vitality. Now, he had reverted to his elderly form, his stamina waning. Even with the fruit's powers sustaining him, he could not last much longer and needed to escape. Yet, Kar had no intention of allowing his departure. The shadow swiftly positioned itself along Latifurda's escape route, delivering a lethal slash before him. As long as Latifurda did not halt, that strike would sever his neck. Thus, Latifurda paused, dispersing the shadow and attempting to flee anew. But at that moment, Kar had closed the distance. Nameless slash, he murmured softly. The world fell silent. With this strike, Kar cleaved the space itself, creating immense fissures in the ice below and the sky above. Latifurda, aghast, raised his black umbrella with snail-like slowness in a futile attempt to shield himself from Kar's sudden onslaught. Yet in the following moment, the world returned to normalcy. The sky healed, colors restored, and the spatial rifts vanished, leaving only a vast chasm in the ice below. Were it not for this ice, Latifurda might have thought the preceding events mere illusions, for Kar's strike had left no visible scars upon him. However, Latifurda found himself in a state of utter weakness, lying feebly upon the ice, aged and reduced to little more than skin and bones. His fruit ability allowed him to consume his own vitality to mend his wounds. But subjected to Kar's relentless assault, he could not fully restore his body. This had rendered him incapable of standing to continue the fight. A formidable Emperor-level warrior had been effortlessly defeated by Kar in the span of a mere day. Observing Latifurda's pitiful state, Kar lifted his gaze to the sky. The moonlight today was exceptionally pure, a rarity indeed. Such weather is truly seldom seen, Kar remarked. Latifurda remained silent, merely closing his eyes in resignation. From the moment Kar had regarded him as a mere experiment, he had understood that his journey was drawing to a close. What he had not anticipated was the sheer strength of Kar. In Latifurda's eyes, Kar's power was absurd. Even the peak forms of Whitebeard and Roger could not compare. Even rocks, who once stirred the world, could not reach such heights. This realization illuminated Latifurda's understanding of the young man before him as a true monstrosity, rendering all others, once labeled as monsters, utterly insignificant by comparison. Kar, before I meet my end, there is one question I wish to ask you. Oh, do you have any final words? Upon hearing Latifurda's feeble utterance, Kar approached with interest, gently placing Hades upon his chest. Do you truly harbor no interest in the whereabouts of One Piece? Is this all? Upon hearing Ryderfield's inquiry, Carl disdainfully curled his lip and retorted, It's merely a child's game. It holds no value for me. Well, that's my answer. You may now perish. No sooner had he spoken than Carl plunged Hades into Ryderfield's chest. Without a hint of suspense, the already tormented and weakened Ryderfield drew his last breath. After dispatching his foe, Carl soared into the sky, his expression grave as he unleashed his powers, conjuring a colossal storm capable of enveloping thousands of miles. Subsequently, Carl forcefully swung his sword downward, the immense sword aura, amplified by the powers of 2 devil fruits, instantly shattering the ice layer that spanned vast distances. The sheer force caused the ice to once again flow with the ocean's currents. Ryderfield, along with the fragmented ice, tumbled into the sea, ultimately vanishing from sight. Task accomplished. Opting for completion, he received an A grade and a chance for a random draw. Should he draw now? No, I shall save it for later. Carl clapped his hands, setting the draw opportunity aside before returning to Dressrosa. Previously, during the battle, Carl had been entirely focused on confronting Ryderfield, unaware that Shanks had already arrived. You truly kept your word, but today's banquet may be in jeopardy. Shall we discuss it tomorrow? Carl observed Kazan and Shanks waiting for him at the port, which took him by surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure, draping an arm around each of their shoulders as they made their way to the palace. Kazan and Shanks wore expressions of wry amusement, having spent the entire day there, initially expecting to assist at any moment. Yet, as the battle between Carl and Ryderfield intensified, they realized that even their combined strength could not intervene. Chapter 307, World-Class Storm Sky Island, the Island of the Gods. Here, Carl hosted a grand banquet that would last a day and a night, celebrating the red-haired pirates' alliance with the new navy. Initially, Shanks had declined, unwilling to join the new navy. However, Carl's heartfelt persuasion, coupled with certain additional factors, ultimately swayed Shanks to accept. There was no alternative, should he refuse. Shanks would face the encirclement of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. In such a scenario, no matter how formidable Shanks might be, he could not contend with two emperors. Most crucially, Carl had received intelligence that Kaido had eliminated Orochi in Wano, thereby solidifying his control over the land. Consequently, the Beast Pirates not only had their own strength but also commanded the samurai of Wano. Furthermore, Kaido had publicly declared his intent to annihilate the red-haired pirates, demanding Shanks reveal the whereabouts of Raftel. Had it been solely Kaido making such a proclamation, Shanks would have felt untroubled. Their collective strength was more than sufficient to face the Beast Pirates. However, within half an hour of Kaido's announcement, the Big Mom Pirates also declared their intention to strike against Shanks. This left Shanks in a most uncomfortable position. Seizing the opportunity, Carl invited him to join forces, knowing they had much to discuss. For Carl, Shanks was not only powerful but also honorable, and his demeanor was markedly gentler than that of other pirates. Thus, persuading him to join was undoubtedly a wise choice. Henceforth, the new navy welcomed a formidable general, while the red-haired pirates remained under Shanks' guidance, with Carl refraining from excessive interference. Following Shanks' persuasion, the banquet officially commenced. Simultaneously, through this celebration, Carl disseminated the news of Shanks' inclusion in the new navy throughout the world, causing a tremendous uproar. Before long, a significant development occurred within the navy. They had suppressed all information, so much so that even Carl was unaware that the navy had taken action against the Whitebeard pirates. The navy, in full force, scattered the Straw Hat crew, with Luffy being personally captured by Garp. Thus, the Straw Hat crew was effectively eradicated. Similarly, the Whitebeard pirates were left in disarray. In this instance, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku and current Fleet Admiral Akainu joined forces against Marco, defeating him and imprisoning him in Impelled Down. Alongside Marco, Diamond Jozu and Bista were also defeated and went missing. Ace was likewise captured by Garp, departing the battlefield in a manner akin to Luffy. Consequently, the Navy emerged victorious, restoring their previously tarnished reputation. This lightning-fast operation was executed with remarkable finesse. By the time Carl learned of this news, the Navy had already concluded their battle and returned to their headquarters. Thus, Carl missed the opportunity to witness the confrontation. Nevertheless, the Navy had demonstrated their continued might, asserting their status as one of the dominant powers at sea, despite the emergence of the new Navy. Furthermore, this maneuver served to intimidate Kaido and Charlotte Lin, who had become increasingly arrogant in their pursuits. Their disregard for the Navy and their quest for Raftel prompted Akainu to orchestrate this operation. Chapter 308, Prelude to War Attribute Panel Name. Carl's Strength, Agility, Spirit, Stamina. Title, Benevolent and Righteous Abilities. Military Fist, Piao Piao Fruit, Awakened. Armament Haki, Perfect. Observation Haki, Limit Break. Conqueror's Haki, Perfect. Dual Sword Style, Mastery of Wind Element. Super Strength, Tremor Fruit, Give Me Some Face. Jampa Dao Bankai Hades, Super Speed Regeneration. Void Walking, Remaining Skill Points, Remaining Attribute Points. Carl briefly organized his attributes and abilities before summoning everyone for a meeting. The purpose of this assembly was to devise a lightning strike against Kaido, conducted in secrecy, known only to a select few. Although Carl had been gathering troops, they remained unaware of his precise intentions. His plan was to infiltrate Wano from the air, catching Kaido unawares. allowing them to eliminate a significant portion of his forces from the outset. Nonetheless, Kazan would remain stationed in Dressrosa as a precaution. Shanks, accompanied by his crew and Carl's auxiliary forces, proceeded towards the vicinity of the land of Wa to prevent any pirate reinforcements from intervening. Additionally, Carl assigned Law to lead a temporarily formed Third Fleet to intercept any potential threats heading to the land of Wa. As for the new Navy base, he entrusted it to Intil without concern. Indir has lingered beside Karar for an extended period. Although he may not have mastered the management of the new Navy, he is certainly capable of providing a modicum of command and overseeing the remaining personnel without issue. As for the First Fleet, led by AI, Ni, Lu, and GSE, along with the Second Fleet, commanded by Ni, Lu, and Inzwa, they are to accompany Karar in launching a surprise assault on Kaido in the land of Wano. Thus, Karar must convene a meeting to delineate a comprehensive battle plan. The conference persisted intermittently for 3 days before finalizing the ultimate strategy. Following that, an additional 2 days were spent gathering the troops, adjusting all weaponry, and notifying Long, allowing him to monitor the movements of the world government. Should they exhibit any unusual activity, the Revolutionary Army would seize the opportunity to strike at Mariewa. Long was also keenly anticipating the actions of the Gorosei when Karar unleashed a lightning-fast offensive against the Beast Pirates. Once Karar had assembled his forces, he set sail for Wano with hundreds of pirate ships and nearly 10,000 subordinates. The total number of Karar's forces closely approximated that of the Navy, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, Karar himself hails from the Navy and is naturally more attuned to their methods. Additionally, with former Navy Admirals Zhe Fa and Ku Zhan present, the new Navy's composition closely mirrored that of the original Navy, facilitating a swift adaptation for those who were formerly part of the Navy. Just as Karar prepared to embark with his 2 major fleets towards Wano, an ad hoc Third Fleet, consisting of nearly 1,000 men and approximately 20 to 30 pirate ships, led by the red-haired pirates, had already taken position in advance. Subsequently, Shanks began to provoke the pirate crew, disseminating information from this side. Shanks aimed to spread word of a confrontation between himself and Charlotte Linlin, misleading the outside world into believing that Karar intended to engage the pirate crew. After all, having joined the new Navy, Shanks was entirely capable of confronting Charlotte Linlin as a vanguard officer. Both of them are, after all, members of the 4 emperors. In the midst of Karar restraining Kaido, the battle on Onigashima officially commenced. Inzwa and Ni Lu effectively contained Yin Zaijin, rendering him unable to participate in the front lines. He found himself bewildered by their combined efforts. Although Yin Zaijin possessed considerable strength, both Inzwa and Ni Lu could contend with him equally, especially given their synergy as seasoned partners. Thus, Yin Zaijin found himself at a loss, unable to break free from their grasp. The sudden ambush by the new Navy displayed a distinct lack of grandeur befitting a major power. With no means of escape, Yin Zaijin resolved to taunt them verbally. However, Inzwa and Ni Lu remained impervious to his provocations. Karar had entrusted them with a singular mission, to eliminate Yin Zaijin. Beyond that, they could disregard all other matters, even retreating immediately after accomplishing their task. Nevertheless, they were unlikely to act on such a plan. However, the objective of slaying Yin Zaijin was non-negotiable for them, and they remained steadfast in their resolve, unaffected by any verbal jibes from their opponent. Seeing that his taunts fell on deaf ears, Yin Zaijin began to panic internally. His only recourse was to resist with all his might, hoping for victory on the battlefield below, which would allow Quinn to come to his aid. Yet, when Yin Zaijin noticed that all members of the new Navy had donned thick protective gear, he felt a sense of foreboding. This was because his greatest strength lay in the various plagues he had developed. These plagues could infect anyone upon skin contact, spreading rapidly. Originally, the plague was meant to be the most lethal weapon on the battlefield and a forte of Quinn. However, the new Navy was fully equipped, preventing infection at its source. This left Yin Zaijin incredulous. He had never anticipated such a countermeasure from his foes. Not only Yin Zaijin, but even Quinn was taken aback. He had unleashed the Ice Demon Plague, expecting the new Navy personnel to be instantly infected upon approach. Instead, it was his own crew that succumbed, while the new Navy soldiers remained unscathed. Even the Ice Demon could not inflict any harm upon them. Your plague has no effect on our men. Surrender to your fate, Quinn. Suddenly, AI Lu transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing behind Quinn. A tremendous surge of lightning erupted, propelling Quinn away. However, Quinn reacted swiftly, morphing into his armored dragon form just before impact, enveloping himself in haki to evade injury. Yet, AI Lu's lightning fruit induced a paralyzing effect that left him feeling quite unwell. Damn it! Even if you are prepared, you cannot remain unaffected by my masterpiece. The Ice Demon Plague is my crowning achievement. Do you think mere protective gear can withstand it? You underestimate the name of the plague far too much. Although the plague had been mitigated, Quinn retained confidence in his ability to amplify the Ice Demon Plague. After all, with so many present, whether allies or enemies, anyone who came into contact with the Ice Demon would surely meet a grim fate. Moreover, with the Ice Demons surging forth in overwhelming numbers, protective gear would prove futile. They could easily be engulfed. However, AI Lu paid no heed to Quinn's words, instead relying on his speed to relentlessly assault Quinn, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Although AI Lu's strength did not yet rival that of an admiral, he was certainly formidable. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the fierce struggle between Ka and Kaido raged on. Given Ka's current strength, while he may not completely dominate Kaido, he was certainly capable of leaving him bewildered. Kaido lacked the ability to retaliate. Even as Kaido exerted every ounce of his power, he could not lay a finger on Ka. Yet, each of Kata's strikes left significant wounds upon Kaido. Following the release of Hades's true form, Kata's abilities were enhanced, causing Kaido's recovery to diminish further. Compared to their previous encounter, Kaido now found it even more challenging to contend with Ka. Moreover, Ka employed his new techniques to sever Kaido's joint nerves, preventing him from controlling his limbs. However, this tactic had limited effectiveness. Kaido's recovery capabilities far surpassed those of Lai Air. Within 10 seconds of severing a nerve, Kaido could reconnect it. In contrast, Lai Air, relying solely on his own recovery without his fruit's powers, would require at least 3 to 4 minutes to fully heal. His fruit-assisted recovery matched Kaido's speed. This illustrates the extraordinary nature of Kaido's regenerative abilities. Moreover, most importantly, Ka has already destroyed Kaido's heart once, yet the latter remains lively and vigorous despite the absence of this vital organ. Astonishingly, within mere seconds, his heart completely regenerates. Even Hades's abilities are powerless to prevent this remarkable recovery, leaving Ka somewhat speechless. Kaido's regenerative capacity indeed instills a sense of despair. In the case of any other Yonko, there would typically be only one method to defeat Kaido: emulate Blackbeard Tiki and cast him into the sea to let him drift away. Only in this manner could Kaido be vanquished. However, Ka's objective is to slay Kaido. He cannot merely settle for defeating him. He must ensure the latter's demise. Thus, Ka must devise a way to bring about Kaido's total death. Yet, at present, Ka is unable to accomplish this. Even with the enhancement of Hades's abilities, he cannot deliver a truly fatal blow to Kaido. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have already slain Kaido multiple times. Kaido's combat style is exceedingly brutal, characterized by a trait of injuries. Relying on his formidable vitality, he is utterly unconcerned about sustaining wounds. Consequently, the conflict between Ka and Kaido has devolved into a protracted war of attrition. While Ka's stamina remains at a certain level, he utilizes void walking to significantly reduce his energy expenditure. Furthermore, Ka's void walking is imperceptible without the foresight of Kenbunchika Haki. Thus, Kaido can only passively endure attacks. Even when opportunities arise to strike Ka, he finds them easily countered. Currently, aside from stamina, Kaido surpasses Ka in no other attributes. In terms of strength and speed, Ka completely overwhelms Kaido. Therefore, this battle is destined for Kaido's defeat at Ka's hands. The only dilemma now lies in Ka-Ur's inability to kill Kaido. He can only continue to engage him while contemplating how to eliminate him. Thus, their battle rages on for several days. However, the main battlefield has essentially concluded. This war ends with the victory of the New Marine, with all members of the Beast Pirates eradicated, leaving none alive. The terrifying Ice Demon Plague, previously rampant, has ceased its spread under the control of Jiez and others. Nevertheless, many have already been infected, and there is little that can be done about it. Chapter 312. The Fall of the Yonko Ka-Ur. How do you plan to deal with Kaido? This fellow simply cannot be killed, and our scientific personnel here are utterly inadequate for genetic research. What should we do next? Are we to seal him away and let him starve to death? Within the Sky Island, Ka-Ur and Shanka S are deliberating on how to eliminate Kaido. However, after 2 days of discussion, they have reached no conclusion, leaving Ka-Ur feeling somewhat helpless. The foundation of the New Marine is woefully shallow, lacking the necessary scientific personnel with expertise in biology. The individuals previously slain by Ka-Ur, such as Kaisa and the now-defunct Jia Irma 66, were involved in genetic research. Yet, having crossed Ka-Ur's bottom line, he would never spare any of them for such trifles. With no other options, Ka-Ur has only one person left to turn to. Please wait. I shall seek someone out now. I hope my reputation still holds some sway. Ka-Ur sighed, then departed, leaving the Sky Island in Shanka's care. Shanka and the others are unaware of the identity of the person Ka-Ur is seeking. However, given Ka-Ur's words, it is clear that this individual cannot be ordinary. Had they known that Ka-Ur intended to seek out Beijiapongka, they would surely have been left astounded. Before arriving at Beijiapongka's laboratory, Ka-Ur made a stop at Wangua. The Big Mom pirates were not significantly harmed, and Shalloa to Lingling sustained no serious injuries. However, her so-called absolute defense skin had been wounded by Shanka. This injury led to her defeat against Shanka. The gap between the Yonko is inherently delicate. Aside from the peak Whitebeard, no one dares to claim their superiority over another Yonko. Shanka's victory over the equally formidable Shalloa to Lingling has incited her fury. Consequently, she began to indulge in excessive feasting over the past few days. Completely oblivious to the approaching crisis, Ka-Ur arrived at Cake Island without attracting any attention. Even Katakuri could not maintain his Kinbunchika haki every day to foresee the future. Thus, Ka-Ur chose a time when Katakuri was still asleep to arrive at Wangua and subsequently turn the entire island upside down. The island fell under Ka-Ur's control, plunging into the sea. The entirety of the Charlotte family was annihilated. However, Shalloa to Lingling reacted swiftly. Upon noticing the anomaly at Cake Island, she immediately grasped the situation. Ka-Ur, how dare you destroy my island? Shalloa to Lingling bellowed as she charged toward Ka-Ur. Yet, facing her attack, Ka-Ur effortlessly evaded and subsequently slaughtered all her homies. With Ka-Ur's current strength, this was easily achievable. Shalloa to Lingling, stricken with terror, sank beneath the waves. As Ka-Ur prepared to pursue her, the system's voice suddenly rang out. The divine selection has been activated. Option 1. Recruit Shalloa to Lingling and Kaido, gaining 10 points to allocate freely. Option 2. Release Shalloa to Lingling and Kaido, gaining 5 skill points to allocate freely. Option 3. Kill Kaido and Shalloa to Lingling, obtaining a dimensional space bag of random size. All 3 choices are appealing. Yet the first 2 conflict with Ka-Ur's objectives, leading him to select the third option. After all, given Ka-Ur's current strength, additional attributes would not significantly enhance his abilities. Chapter 313. The flattering Beijiapongka as Ka-Ur surveyed the laboratory filled with Beijiapongka's creations. His mouth fell agape in astonishment, at a loss for words. Basualoa Mishiong stood behind Beijiapongka, utilizing his will to command dozens of Sualoa Mishiong to simultaneously address Ka-Ur. Thanks to Dr. Beijiapongka, I now possess so many bodies. Though the process was exceedingly uncomfortable, nevertheless, I know it was all worthwhile. Now, even a Yonko may not stand a chance against me. The bears spoke in unison, creating an eerily terrifying scene that even Ka-Ur paused for a moment before letting out a sigh and responding. You need not concern yourselves with the Yonko any longer. Kaido has been sealed and taken to the Sky Island. Xianka is now also on my side, and I have just eliminated Sha to Ling Ling today. Thus, the prospect of defeating the Yonko has become virtually impossible. However, you may certainly test your strength against me. Who knows, perhaps you may prevail. Carl was eager to try, his eyes gleaming with a long-lost fervor. However, before Bartolomeo Bear could utter a word, Vegapunk preemptively halted Carl's impulsive actions. Brother Carl, if you wish to engage, it would be best to reconsider. The current Bartolomeo Bear no longer belongs to the realm of living beings. While he retains a semblance of self-awareness, it is merely the brain I have stored in a container. His body has entirely lost all signs of life, and he cannot even utilize Haki or Devil Fruit abilities. Thus, your Float Fruit has a complete advantage over Bartolomeo Bear now. If you so desire, you can control him at any moment. Furthermore, aside from you, any entities capable of countering non-living beings can still inflict harm upon him. However, this is contingent upon their strength being formidable enough to withstand the Sea Prism Stone fragments I have fused within Bartolomeo Bear's body. With this said, Vegapunk once again displayed a confident smile. I have fully mastered the technique of reconstituting Sea Prism Stone into liquid form for robotic applications. This significantly enhances the efficiency of utilizing Sea Prism Stone. I truly am a genius. Vegapunk beamed with an audacious grin, his face radiating a desire for praise. Carl felt somewhat exasperated, but nonetheless offered earnest commendations to Vegapunk. As he had stated himself, he was indeed a genius. It was astonishing that in just about 2 years since Carl had provided him with the data, Vegapunk had successfully conducted the research. This was something Carl had not anticipated. One must understand that such endeavors, even for the most esteemed scientists of Carl's previous life, could take a lifetime to achieve, if they could be realized at all, often requiring the next generation to continue the research, and even then, success was not guaranteed. As for the scenes depicted in films, they were merely figments of imagination and held no weight in reality. Vegapunk, I pose a question to you. Since you are such a genius, can you develop a drug capable of eradicating Kaido's genes? Eradicating Kaido's genes? That is certainly feasible, but I will need a sample, and at least 3 days to work on it. Vegapunk nodded. I have previously researched methods to eliminate Kaido, but due to a lack of samples, I cannot guarantee a single successful attempt. Carl was elated at this response. Subsequently, they continued to discuss the matter of Vegapunk joining their ranks. In truth, Vegapunk did not care where he went. He merely sought a place to conduct his research. Carl assured him that he could provide an excellent environment, and Vegapunk was quite agreeable to that. Thus, Carl brazenly relocated the entire island. Chapter 314. The Appearance of Im. What a bunch of useless fools. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Im remarked nonchalantly. It was time to rectify this errant cycle. Although Carl's emergence posed a slight inconvenience, Im did not perceive him as a worthy adversary. The 5 elders knelt below, trembling in fear, too afraid to lift their heads lest they provoke Im's wrath. Prepare for war, you 5 little rascals. Since they wish for conflict, let it be as they desire. As for the navy, if they do not wish to engage, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Im spoke dismissively, viewing the navy as an expendable entity, easily extinguishable. However, the 5 elders were drenched in sweat. The current strength of a navy was not to be underestimated. Obliterating them would be as challenging as confronting the new navy or the Revolutionary Army head-on. Thus, the 5 elders remained silent, trembling in their positions. Are you afraid? Im seemed to see through their thoughts and let out a cold laugh before vanishing. The 5 elders felt an ominous chill upon Im's disappearance. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in the marshal's office, Sakazuki was convening with Akainu and Kazuru. Suddenly, a man clad in a long robe and a towering hat appeared before them. Who are you? Upon the sudden appearance of this figure, Sakazuki and the others were taken aback, utterly unaware of how he had materialized before them, having received no warning whatsoever. If this individual intended to kill, they would have already met their demise. Which of you is the Navy Admiral? Im surveyed the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Sakazuki. You are Sakazuki? I am Admiral Sakazuki. Who are you, and why have you intruded? Before Sakazuki could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. By the time he processed the sensation, he discovered a fist-sized hole in his chest, one he had not realized had appeared. From this moment forth, you are no longer the Navy Admiral. As for you two admirals, if you wish to survive, heed the 5 elders' commands. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than his, Im stated calmly before disappearing in an instant. Akainu and Kizaru, using their observation haki, could not discern how Im had vanished. This sensation instilled an unprecedented fear within them. However, they quickly regained their focus. Saving Sakazuki was paramount. If he were to die, the situation would become dire. Fine, Carl. Sakazuki uttered those 4 words with his last ounce of strength before losing consciousness, his breath becoming feeble. Yet in his final moments, he managed to harness his abilities to produce a substantial amount of magma, forcefully sealing his wound. This would stem the flow of blood. Though it was merely a temporary fix, to truly survive, he needed the world's finest doctor, presently known, aside from the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. The remaining 2 resided within the ranks of the new Navy. Although the Navy's own medical staff were competent, they were powerless against Sakazuki's fatal injury. Thus, Kizaru was compelled to transport Sakazuki to Sky Island at the fastest possible speed to seek Carl's aid. Meanwhile, Akainu gathered the Navy, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Moments later, a masked CP0 agent appeared before Akainu, bearing a handwritten order from the 5 elders. Chapter 316, Im's Invitationem. Carl abandoned the notion of assaulting with the island and allowed those islands to be relocated by Im to another sea. Im had now appeared before Carl, directly using an unknown ability to completely transfer the islands. So you are Carl? You possess a semblance of intrigue, but your path ends here. For you cannot be my opponent. Im smiled, then instantaneously teleported to Carl's side. However, Carl's foresight allowed him to perceive Im's intentions. Before Im could make a move, Carl had drawn Hades, positioning the blade in Im's path. Im, having appeared for merely a second, was taken aback and promptly evaded Carl's reach. At this moment, Im has already been wounded by Carl's Hades. Unfortunately, he only bears a slight scar on his skin, as Carl did not pierce through his body. It is truly regrettable. I originally thought that placing Hades here would prompt you to come forth on your own. Your reaction is commendable, though. Is this the foresight of Kenbunchika Haki? The corners of Carl's mouth lifted slightly as he casually flicked away the blood from Hades. Subsequently, the shadow belonging to Hades emerged. Yim glanced at the unhealing wound on his abdomen, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of foresight, are you not the same? Since we both possess such Kenbunchaku, this confrontation has become intriguing. However, do not assume that such trivial techniques can target me. Yim smiled nonchalantly, and to his astonishment, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate. Witnessing this, Carl furrowed his brow. He noticed that the malevolence of Hades was gradually diminishing on Yim's wound. Most importantly, he felt no movement from Yim's body. Otherwise, Hades would have provided feedback long ago. This implies that Yim used an unknown method to recover from the injuries inflicted by Carl. Surprised, are you? Nevertheless, you're on the brink of death, so it matters little to disclose this. This is the ultimate secret of the surgical fruit, an immortality procedure. Though it claims to grant eternal life, it is, in truth, a procedure that alters time. Through this surgery, I remain eternally at the moment I underwent the operation. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I will neither be harmed nor perish, nor will I experience pain. Do you understand now? Your little tricks are utterly useless against me. Yim declared proudly, then snapped his fingers. Carl's foresight revealed that he would soon meet his end at Yim's hands. Instinctively, he leaped backward, covering a distance of several dozen meters. To his astonishment, a spatial rift of moderate size emerged precisely where he had stood. This rift resembled the effect of Carl's initial release of the Ghost Slash. While seemingly inconspicuous, Carl was acutely aware that if struck by such a rift, the consequences would be dire. Observing this, Yim snapped his fingers again. Instantly, Carl felt an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding him. Without hesitation, he utilized Void Walk to escape from his original position. In the next moment, a multitude of spatial rifts, nearly hundreds, materialized in the space he had just vacated. Had Carl been hit this time, he would have likely been obliterated. You too possess spatial abilities? How is that possible? Yim was taken aback to witness Carl's ability to teleport. He swiftly approached Carl, eager to investigate further. However, at that moment, shadows appeared before Yim. Chapter 317, The Power of Yim. This choice Carl was currently experiencing a headache. The first option was dismissed outright, as he could never serve under another. The second and third options caused him some hesitation. If he were to share the world with Yim, Carl had numerous methods to completely usurp Yim's authority and usher in a more peaceful realm. Yet, doing so would allow Yim, this calamity, to remain. Carl had not undergone the immortality procedure, thus he could not achieve eternal life. Although Luo was part of his faction, he would not compel Luo to undergo the immortality procedure on his behalf. Moreover, with Yim's strength, killing Luo would not be a challenge, and protecting Luo would be exceedingly difficult for Carl. This led to significant risks associated with the second option. As for the third option, it was self-evident. It entailed open warfare. However, the blueprint for the time machine piqued Carl's interest immensely. Over a year ago, he had casually mentioned the idea of a time machine to Vegapunk. Consequently, Vegapunk had conducted several tests during his idle moments, none of which succeeded. The system providing a blueprint indicated that a time machine could indeed be constructed. They merely lacked knowledge of the methodology and required materials. This realization excited Carl, for once this machine was created, it would enable him to traverse other worlds, even returning to the original Earth. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision regarding his choice. However, Yim was growing impatient. Carl had taken nearly a minute to deliberate, and Yim believed he was contemplating whether to join his ranks. The prolonged thought process irked Yim, prompting him to speak up. Carl, I bestow this opportunity upon you as a privilege. Should you agree, I will immediately spare you and all your subordinates. Furthermore, you will possess the authority to lead everyone, even the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, as well as the world government. The only stipulation is that you may only command them during my slumber. Yim continued to entice Carl, yet he remained unmoved, even displaying a cold smile. If you wish for me to join you, it is not impossible. First, you must commit seppuku. Otherwise, I will never align myself with the world government. Had it not been for your actions, I would not have left the Marines in the first place. Therefore, do not even think about pulling me back. Khan scoffed, making his choice clear. The idea of sharing the world was no longer significant to him. He had essentially reached the pinnacle of his journey in the world of One Piece. Carl's sole desire now was to explore whether he could break through the dimensional barrier and venture into other realms. Even if he ultimately failed, it would still be an endeavor worth pursuing. As for Yim, having briefly tested the waters, Carl was now certain that Yim's combat experience was lacking. However, his abilities were exceedingly formidable. He could attain Carl's current level merely through his powers, which was genuinely alarming. As for his combat prowess, it likely stemmed from years of slumber combined with the immortality procedure he had undergone, allowing him to avoid death. He, like Teach, had forsaken close-quarters combat, opting instead to focus on utilizing his abilities to eliminate foes. Consequently, Yim maximized his capabilities, rendering him seemingly invincible. Remarkable, you possess great audacity, but I am currently quite enraged. Do you comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath? And do you know what I was called in ancient times? Yim's lips curled into a smirk as his fury radiated with palpable intensity. Carl's gaze deepened as he assumed a stance, prepared for combat at any moment. Chapter 318. The Fierce Battle with Yim, You Little Brat. Yim was now seething with rage. He had never anticipated that Carl would truly escape his grasp, even possessing the power of self-healing. This is indeed the Five Elders, and they have failed to report to him. Had I known of Carl's self-healing abilities, he would have approached the situation with a lethal intent, aiming for a swift kill before discussing the matter over the corpse. However, he has now lost that opportunity entirely. After breaking free from Im's abilities, the power of the Jinjin fruit has fully awakened. with a single step into the void. Carl found himself behind him and unleashed all his strength in a decisive strike aimed at Im's neck. The synergy between the awakened Meow Meow fruit and the Jinjin fruit shattered the surrounding space. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, dark clouds gathered, and the ocean below surged with towering waves. Even various whirlpools emerged uncontrollably. Furthermore, Carl released his Haushikahaki, causing the clouds above to accumulate and erupt in black lightning. This scene was reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, instilling despair in all who beheld it. Yet, despite Carl's full force strike upon him, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. It felt as though he had struck air, tearing the fabric of space itself. Within a few meters ahead, a collapse of space occurred, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Although the world's space can self-repair, mending a collapse of several meters takes a few seconds. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Carl, aiming to strike his head. However, Carl's foresight remained active. He perceived the figure's approach and deftly utilized his void walk to evade the attack. The figure pursued relentlessly, prompting Carl to counter with another strike that once again caused a collapse of space. Yet, he still failed to hit the figure. What astonished Carl was that Im's hand passed right through his head, and even his body seemed to phase through his own form. This phenomenon reminded him of Obito from Naruto. The sensation was strikingly similar to the Kamui Sharingan. It seemed to be a spatial transformation ability, allowing for interchange between the tangible and the ethereal. It became evident to Carl that Im's mastery over his abilities was indeed intricate and formidable. Scratching his head, Carl found himself at a loss for how to contend with him. Had Im employed only his initial grandiose fighting style, Carl could have easily outlasted him to find a flaw. However, upon witnessing Im's display of abilities akin to the Kamui Sharingan, Carl realized that Im's strength surpassed his expectations. This was not merely due to Im's superiority in strength. A simple comparison revealed that Im's power and agility were merely at an A rank. Nonetheless, his stamina appeared to be at an S rank. Thus, it could be inferred that their strengths were relatively equal, as their attributes were largely aligned. Moreover, both had maximized their respective fruit abilities and possessed additional powers beyond them. In truth, both Carl and Im were endowed with formidable external enhancements, which granted them strength that eclipsed even the Four Emperors. However, Carl would need to engage in direct combat with the Four Emperors to defeat them, while Im could achieve his goals with a mere flick of his finger, utilizing his enigmatic spatial powers. In this regard, Im held a higher status than Carl. Nonetheless, their intrinsic strengths were fundamentally equivalent. Neither could effortlessly vanquish the other. Although Im's combat experience had waned due to his slumber, his analytical prowess remained intact. His deductions aligned closely with Carl's. Chapter 319, Borrowing Power, What a Scoundrel. Im returned to Mary Geos, his fury palpable enough to instill fear in the hearts of those who beheld him. Despite his injuries having vanished entirely, it was clear that Carl's seemingly lethal assault had been futile against him. As Im himself stated, his body had effectively halted in time the moment he completed his surgery. Thus, he could not perish. No matter the circumstances, he would remain unscathed. This reality emboldened him, allowing him to face someone like Carl with ease. Yet, the sudden live broadcast threw his thoughts into disarray, and he was subsequently struck in the brain and heart by Carl. Though these injuries appeared fatal, they bore no effect on him whatsoever. However, he had lost face. As the world's sovereign and the only true deity, known as the King of Ancient Weapons, Im could not tolerate such a situation. 5 elders, you 5 fools, gather your forces immediately. I demand to see you assemble your troops within a day. Tomorrow morning, lay waste to Carl's new navy. I shall make the entire world aware that I am the one true God. At your command, Lord Im. The 5 elders were terrified, scarcely daring to remain in his presence. Upon receiving his orders, they hastily fled, fearing the wrath of the enraged Im. Im, meanwhile, sat alone upon the Void King's throne. Yet, as if recalling something, he swiftly descended to the basement where the enormous straw hat was kept. Joy boy, your heir has yet to appear, but an unexpected individual has arrived. This person is the only variable in the cycle of reincarnation. It seems our reunion will require further waiting. Once I eliminate him, this world will usher in a new cycle, and I shall have the chance to see you again. Joy Boy. Im spoke softly, his gaze revealing a tenderness previously unseen. Clearly, this individual named Joy Boy held significant importance to him. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned him repeatedly or crafted a grand straw hat in his memory. While Im reminisced about his friend, Carl returned to the Sky Island to begin assembling his forces. He also instructed Buggy to search for the location of the Pluton. Although uncertain of its whereabouts, Carl believed that with Buggy's luck, he might just stumble upon it. After all, Buggy was also a possessor of Haushikahaki, and Carl had faith in his fortune. Everyone, heed my words. Im's abilities are beyond the capabilities of any one of you to counter. Even I must tread carefully. A single misstep could lead to my demise. Therefore, do not recklessly engage him in battle. The consequences will be dire. The example of Sakazuki, who was instantaneously defeated by him, served as a cautionary tale. At this point, Carl paused, directing his gaze towards Sakazuki, who felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. Being vanquished by him was not inherently shameful. Yet Sakazuki lacked the fortitude to accept it. From this moment on, prepare to assemble the team for the final confrontation. The enemy may strike at any moment, so we shall not delay. We will launch our assault at dawn. This war will be led by Shanks, Kazan, and Sakazuki. With a smile, Bolusolino and Ainalu assisted them, ensuring that not a single mistake could be tolerated. Kill every celestial dragon without exception. As for the members of the world government and the Navy, we shall deliberate based on the circumstances. Having issued the commands, Carl departed from the Sky Island, soaring toward other destinations. Chapter 320, Eruption Before Long. Carl advanced at full speed, swiftly gathering all historical texts and entrusting them to Robin for translation. Now, apart from the historical documents concerning Mary Geos, all others lay in Carl's possession. Previously, he had dispatched his subordinates to seek out these historical texts, although he held little interest in Raftel. Allowing such artifacts to remain scattered was not a prudent choice. Therefore, the Sky Island also contained numerous historical stone tablets, which saved Carl considerable effort. However, Robin required some time to decipher these texts. According to her, she would need at least 3 days for the task. Yet, with the imminent confrontation with him, time was of the essence. Thus, Carl instructed Robin to relay the information directly to Ainalu once deciphered. This way, Ainalu could transmit all the data to Carl via his electric waves. While it was a bit cumbersome, this method was the most secure. Furthermore, Carl was uncertain where his battle with him would lead him. Ultimately, only Ainalu and Bolusolino would be able to keep pace with him. However, Bolusolino had no means of communication, making this task solely the responsibility of Ainalu. To this, Ainalu expressed no grievances. Rather, he was eager to engage him in combat. Observing his enthusiasm, Carl promptly admonished him, warning against direct confrontation with him, for it could prove fatal. Thus, with everything arranged, Carl prepared for the assault on Mary Geos. Simultaneously, the 5 elders rapidly assembled their forces, yet an air of unease permeated their ranks. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, a discordant hue suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. It was the white of the new navy, a dazzling fleet, all belonging to Carl, soared through the air. These vessels, buoyed by Carl's abilities, utilized the technologies of the Sky Island, having modified the pounding shell to briefly hover aloft. This technique had been in experimental stages until Vegapunk joined the new navy, ultimately being perfected and deployed across these ships. One must admit, Vegapunk was a genius. Whatever Carl desired, he could promptly fulfill. To befriend such an extraordinary individual was indeed a delightful fortune. Moreover, Carl equipped these warships with sky shells to prevent them from falling out of his control during battle, especially since he was to face him. Against an adversary of equal caliber, Carl could not guarantee his ability to maintain control of the ships, necessitating thorough preparations. Oh no, the new navy arrived far too swiftly. The 5 elders, upon sighting the distant assembly of white ships, trembled with trepidation. They immediately notified him. The forces of the world government had barely gathered half their strength. rendering them incapable of forming an effective fighting force under such circumstances. In stark contrast, Carl's side was poised for a full offensive, catching them entirely off guard. When Im learned of this development, his expression darkened further. In that case, let's engage in a decisive battle. Hold your ground. As long as I eliminate that freak Carl, the rest shall pose no challenge. With a cold smirk, Im vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Carl maintained his foresight. Suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically as he unleashed a slash ahead. A tremendous force caused the very fabric of space to collapse, creating an extraordinarily dramatic visual effect. Concurrently, it materialized at the site of the spatial collapse, yet he did not charge forward. Instead, he engaged Carl in combat. He had indeed considered attacking Carl, but alas, he found it necessary to halt his advance, or he would fall victim to Carl. Chapter 321. Full-scale warfare. The new navy clashed with the forces of Mary Geos, plunging into chaos. The situation for the world government appeared exceedingly grim. The strength of the five elders was roughly equivalent to that of vice-admirals, yet they had not reached the level of admirals. Moreover, their advanced age hindered their capacity to withstand the onslaught. Relying solely on their numbers was insufficient. Currently, only one member of CP0 possessed the strength of an admiral, while others have been dispatched to assist the Navy in organizing their ranks. Consequently, the defenses of Mary Geos were alarmingly thin. Fortunately, Sogeking remained on standby in Mary Geos, preventing a complete imbalance in combat power. However, even so, they needed to endure this wave of assaults until reinforcements arrived. At present, Carl's side boasted Sakazuki, Bulusalino, Ishiao, and Kuzan, all of whom possessed admiral-level strength. Furthermore, Shanks, as one of the four emperors, undoubtedly reached the admiral standard, even surpassing many. After all, he had achieved a direct victory over Charlotte Linlin. Additionally, Ben Beckman's strength was nearly on par with Shanks, suggesting he was at least at the level of Fujitora. When considering these factors, the new navy could field at least 6 individuals of admiral caliber, coupled with Aino Lu, Nilu, and Enzo, whose powers were comparable to the five elders. And not to mention the likes of Jess, Luo, Jinbei, Hancock, and a host of others aligned with Carl. The odds were decidedly stacked against the five elders. Should they falter, they would likely meet their end before reinforcements could arrive. The balance of power had tilted dramatically in favor of Sakazuki's faction. The world government's forces could only grit their teeth and endure. Faced with the onslaught of tens of thousands from the new navy, their mere thousands struggled to withstand the pressure. The disparity in numbers was staggering, nearly 2 to 3 times, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. Thus, they could only pray for the swift arrival of their reinforcements and hope Im could quickly dispatch Carl. Otherwise, they might not survive long enough to witness the outcome of Im's battle. Meanwhile, Dragon received news from Endur and commenced his assault on the New World. His objectives were straightforward. He intended not only to join Carl in besieging the world government, but also to take an alternative route to liberate the New World. To achieve this liberation, his first task was to eliminate the Navy, which was subjugated by the world government. Therefore, before the Navy could fully assemble to support Mary Geos, Dragon and his forces encircled their base, leaving them unable to assist. Such circumstances render the newly appointed admiral of the Navy exceedingly uncomfortable. The situation on their end is equally grim. The former Grand Admiral has been dismissed and has defected to the ranks of the new Navy, taking with him more than half of the core naval forces. Consequently, the current Navy is left with fewer than 10 vice admirals, and even the number of rear admirals fails to reach 30. As for the remaining brigadiers, while they are numerous, they are little more than fodder in such a conflict. Fortunately, a few vice admirals from the giant clan are available to help alleviate the present plight. Additionally, the lower-tier soldiers of the Navy still exist, with nearly 20,000 sailors who had previously enlisted in the world conscription. Thus, their capabilities vary, yet with some rudimentary training, they can partake in combat. However, the Navy's elite combat power is severely lacking. Apart from the newly appointed admiral, who possesses the strength of a Grand Admiral, there remains only one other Grand Admiral. Chapter 322. The past of him 3 days have elapsed. The conflict between the new Navy and the world government has become devoid of suspense. Although the five elders and their troops continue to resist, the remaining few thousand are no match for the new Navy. In the face of this adversary, Sakazuki has issued a singular command to engage in a war of attrition, depleting the world government's forces and the stamina of the five elders and their associates. Essentially, they rotate every 8 hours, allowing for 3 shifts a day, leaving no respite for the opposition, regardless of day or night. This is Sakazuki's strategy. Though ruthless, it proves to be remarkably effective. The current situation aligns perfectly with Sakazuki's predictions. The new Navy is brimming with energy, while the world government has become akin to a frostbitten eggplant. After a few more rotations, they will be unable to endure. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy has concluded. Presently, the Navy, forcibly controlled by the five elders, has seen its strength diminish significantly compared to when it was under Sakazuki's command, even falling short of the capabilities during Sengoku's and Steelbone's era. This weakened Navy was easily overturned by Dragon, with at least half of its personnel willing to surrender. Thus, Dragon was spared the effort of persuading them. Nevertheless, Dragon refrained from directly assisting the new Navy, opting instead to eliminate other naval branches, offering favorable treatment to those willing to surrender while decisively dismantling those who resisted. At this juncture, Dragon's Den Den Mushi rang, revealing a call from Nico Robin. She conveyed that she had deciphered the location of Laugh Tale, but was unable to reach Enel, likely due to the ongoing conflict. Thus, she sought Dragon's assistance in relaying the message. Dragon acquiesced, briefly instructing Sabo to proceed methodically before personally heading to Mariewa to locate Enel and task him with finding Carl. After all, among all present, only Enel possessed the observation haki capable of encompassing an area larger than an island, a feat even a Grand Admiral could not accomplish. Furthermore, only Enel could emit waves to contact Carl. Hence, Dragon needed to locate Enel first. Simultaneously, Carl remained oblivious to the circumstances elsewhere. Currently, he was embroiled in an intense confrontation with them. They had been locked in fierce combat for 3 days, with neither party gaining an advantage, not even a slight one. Both Carl and Im had entirely deciphered each other's techniques, resulting in counterattacks that bore no effective harm, rendering their efforts futile. Nevertheless, they persisted, driven by the resolve to eliminate one another. The ensuing chaos was extravagant, with mountains trembling, seas roaring, and even the collapse and fragmentation of space occurring intermittently. Such phenomena had become second nature to them, barely warranting a glance. This further underscored the equivalence of their strengths. If they continued, they would inevitably reach a stalemate, with neither capable of vanquishing the other. Each clash between Carl and him displaced the surrounding space by at least several hundred meters, leading to an exaggerated pace wherein they traversed thousands of meters each minute. It was precisely this reason that their battle had persisted for nearly 3 days until interrupted by Enel. Chapter 323, Laugh Tale. So what does this story signify to you? Do you wish to be friends with me? Apologies, but I harbor no such inclination. Kyle firmly rejected Im's overture. However, Im did not take offense at Carl's words. Instead, he cast a glance at the red Earth continent beneath him and then employed his abilities. Suddenly, a space emerged within the depths of the red Earth, revealing a dilapidated island. This revelation took even Carl by surprise. He had not anticipated that Laugh Tale lay hidden within the confines of the red Earth. Fascinating, isn't it? This is the true Laugh Tale. In its earlier state, it was relatively normal, yet later, to thwart any quest for its discovery, I excavated the mountains of the red Earth and concealed Laugh Tale within. Initially, I believed this would be foolproof. But who could have foreseen the emergence of a figure like Roger over 20 years ago? I never imagined he would uncover Laugh Tale's location through a power known as the voice of all things, even finding the entrance. It astounds me that there exists a passage allowing entry into the red Earth. This oversight is my miscalculation. I never expected such a remarkable individual to arise. While his strength is rather mediocre, his potential and talent are nothing short of astonishing. Were it not for his terminal illness, leaving him with only a few years to live, I would have considered eliminating him outright. For he has been the first to pose a threat to me in a long time, and you are the second. Im sighed, casually discarding laugh tail into the sea, akin to tossing away refuse. Such power, visually, appears even more striking than the abilities of crocodiles Tsunanomi. After a brief pause, Im composed himself and continued. To be frank, the emergence of beings such as yourselves has significantly impacted the cycle of the world. Before Roger's arrival, everything in this world seemed stable. Even the rise of rocks was within my expectations. For each cycle, there are always one or two who dare to challenge the authority of the world government. Once, the realm of looks was indistinguishable from the current domain of Long. This is a cycle of rebirth. However, Roger's demise heralded the dawn of the great age of exploration, altering the trajectory of this cycle. With the emergence of eccentric individuals like you, my expectations have been utterly surpassed. Such oddities as yourselves ought not to disrupt the rhythm of the world within this cycle. As Emu spoke, his ire intensified, and he unleashed his powers against Carl. Yet, Carl effortlessly evaded the attack, opting instead to venture towards Luffy. While I may not fully comprehend your words, the era you represent has long since passed. The people of the New Age are liberating their thoughts, their bodies, and even their nations. Your antiquated system of the world government has decayed beyond repair. Perhaps your original intention remains, to become the sovereign of the world and maintain peace. You have succeeded in preserving a semblance of peace on the surface. But are you aware of the tumult raging beneath? Are you cognizant of the harrowing lives of ordinary people? Given that you seek to usurp the previous rulers to become the new one, I trust you understand the significance of public sentiment. As Carl spoke, he explored Luffy. The surroundings were devoid of novelty, filled instead with dilapidated structures and massive stones. Here, Carl discovered a towering stele inscribed with ancient characters, likely the very truth of the world that Roger had witnessed. Chapter 324. The slumbering Emu. The battle between Carl and Emu persisted, lasting nearly half a month without a resolution in sight. Their conflict rendered the seas of the New World increasingly tumultuous. Under such circumstances, the weather in the New World experienced subtle shifts. However, at this juncture, no force could halt their combat. The new navy had obliterated the world government, and even the Revolutionary Army had liberated the New World. They began to reorganize their governance in hopes of cultivating a more prosperous and flourishing world. Yet, as long as Carl and Emu continued their fight, conditions would not improve significantly. Finally, after nearly 30 days of relentless combat, Emu exhibited signs of distress. Although he maintained formidable strength, equal to Carl's, Carl sensed a profound abnormality in his mental state. Emu had remained in a state of ethereality, his attack frequency considerably diminished. This anomaly prompted Carl to feel unease. Before he could scrutinize further, Emu preemptively withdrew from battle. I never anticipated that I would be ensnared in a struggle with you for so long. This matter is not concluded. In 1 month, I shall utterly crush you. Emu declared furiously before vanishing into the void. Neither Carl's foresight nor his expansive Kenbunchika haki could ascertain Emu's whereabouts. However, given Emu's unstable mental condition and his recent utterance, Carl surmised that Emu was perhaps on the verge of collapse, necessitating a period of recuperation. In other words, he was about to succumb to slumber. This development significantly increased Carl's opportunities. I never anticipated that I would repel Emu in such a manner. It truly is a disheveled affair. Nevertheless, the task remains unfulfilled, indicating that I must eliminate him. Since he claimed he would return in a month, I must seize this time to enhance my own strength. After a moment's contemplation, Carl returned to Luffy, bringing with him the monumental stele that chronicled the blank history. The inhabitants of the Sky Island were taken aback by Carl's arrival. Initially, they were filled with surprise, but Carl informed them that Emu had merely entered a state of slumber, not met his demise. This revelation left them somewhat apprehensive, for it implied that their time was still limited. However, Carl remained confident in his ability to continue restraining Emu. Given sufficient time, he might even vanquish him. Yet, Before that could occur, Carl needed to translate the historical text and initiate a transformation of the entire world. Thus, a month swiftly passed. The truth of the blank history had been deciphered by Robin, revealing astonishing revelations that left everyone astounded. The government of this world had indeed deceived all. Carl subsequently disseminated the truth, inciting a global uproar. The people rallied fervently behind Carl, eager to crown him as their king. Yet, Carl harbored no aspirations of kingship. He merely sought to delegate authority amongst individuals like Sakazuki, Long, and Shanks, enabling them to collectively govern the world. With their presence, Carl believed the world could be made infinitely better, 100-fold superior to the realm under the Tenryubido's dominion. During this time, Carl also dedicated himself to rigorous training. Since his arrival in this era, he had never exerted himself as diligently as he did now, striving to refine his abilities to a masterful degree. Chapter 325. The function of the Underworld King. With but a day remaining until Imu's awakening, Carl was meticulously calibrating the Underworld King, endeavoring to harness it for combat. The vessel's original material was already exceptionally resilient, and now, after an upgrade, it was enveloped in a layer of sea stone armor. However, the interior of the cabin and the surrounding deck were devoid of sea stone. Otherwise, Enel and his companions would be unable to navigate. Most importantly, following its enhancement, the Underworld King had transformed into a colossal aerial battleship. Even without utilizing his abilities, Carl could enable the Underworld King to soar through the skies. Though the energy consumption was immense, this necessitated the fruit powers of Enel, Sakazuki, and Ace to serve as fuel, allowing the Underworld King to remain aloft. With their stamina, they could sustain flight for 3 days if they did not rest, underscoring the vast energy demands of the Underworld King. However, by alternating their shifts, none would need to endure for more than a day, thereby avoiding undue strain on their bodies. As for the projectiles employed by the Underworld King, extensive research conducted by Vegapunk revealed that its artillery required the use of emitted Busashoka Haki or Haushika Haki. At the very least, it could utilize the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit or any devil fruit capable of releasing energy to replenish its ammunition. In addition to the energy conversion device created during the subsequent upgrade, the Underworld King was equipped with its own energy conversion mechanism. This device serves to propel the Underworld King across the seas and activate its artillery systems. As long as energy is infused, the cannon can be activated for an assault. This is precisely why the Ming Wang requires no ammunition. Ancient scholars had already discovered how to harness Haki and the powers of devil fruits to amplify the might of cannons. Moreover, these cannons can fire projectiles of varying attributes depending on the nature of the infused energy. Ice and fire energy can be launched simultaneously from different barrels, bestowing upon adversaries an unparalleled experience of both frost and flame. Even thunder and snow attributes can be unleashed in tandem. This exemplifies the remarkable effects of a nature-type devil fruit user utilizing their inherent abilities. In contrast, if a Paramecia or Zoan-type user were to engage, the outcome would predominantly result in pure energy waves. Even after the trials conducted by Sengoku, the result remained an ordinary energy cannon, lacking any significant distinction. However, for a being like Marco, who possesses a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the energy released is intricately linked to their unique attributes. Particularly, Marco's flames manifest as blue projectiles that not only refrain from injuring enemies, but can even heal them. This phenomenon left Marco himself astounded, leading to a prohibition on his use of abilities to control the cannons. If Haki were employed instead, the result would be a black projectile teeming with suppressive force. Its potency akin to a standard energy blast, capable only of demolishing a red tree. Even the main cannon's destructive capacity would merely suffice to obliterate a small island, rendering it inconsequential. Yet, when infused with Conqueror's Haki, it would unleash a formidable shockwave. This shockwave would not inflict overt harm, but would severely damage the opponent's psyche upon direct contact. Experiments conducted on condemned prisoners by Carl revealed that the previously obscure Conqueror's Haki, under the influence of the Ming Wang, could lead to cerebral death in these individuals. In accordance with custom, Carl did not engage in idle conversation with him, opting instead to test his strength directly. Unbeknownst to him, Im intended to prolong the encounter, seeking to exhaust Carl. However, Carl was indifferent to this strategy. To him, Im had already become a mere specter. His singular focus was to deplete Im's mental stamina and subsequently unleash the Ming Wong for a decisive strike. Additionally, Vegapunk had prepared several spatial interference devices, ready to summon allies via the Din Din Mushi when the moment was ripe for a collective assault on him. Im, oblivious to Carl's intentions, had lost all desire to continue fighting. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to retaliate against Carl's relentless assaults to maintain his dignity. Thus, a month swiftly passed in this manner, with Carl and Im engaged in a protracted battle. By this time, Im's mental fortitude had been nearly exhausted, and it would not be long before he sought refuge in slumber. Under normal circumstances, Carl would have ceased his offensive, yet the current situation diverged markedly from previous encounters. Carl's assault showed no signs of waning, causing him to sense the shift in dynamics. He then observed Carl, while battling, retrieve the Din Din Mushi to summon reinforcements, a development that filled Im with trepidation. Activating his future sight haki, Im endeavored to glimpse upcoming events, but due to his diminishing mental state, he could only perceive Carl's future without foreseeing his own fate in the subsequent 3 to 4 seconds. This inherent flaw of future sight became apparent as his focus waned, rendering him incapable of discerning forthcoming occurrences. Minutes later, Im's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the last thing he wished to see: the Ming Wong. How is this possible? When did you procure such a vessel? The moment he laid eyes on the Ming Wong battleship, Im's composure faltered. For the past 2 years, Carl had divulged no information regarding the Ming Wong, and with Im's strength thoroughly shattered, he had no means to gather intelligence. Moreover, Im could not fathom the existence of protagonist auras or the fortuitous nature of Conqueror's haki. Thus, he erroneously believed he had concealed the Ming Wong impeccably, while in truth, Carl had already unveiled it. Im, it appears you are still haunted by the presence of the Ming Wong. I have long harbored a query regarding your state of mind. Could it be that my suspicions are correct, that you are indeed injured by the Ming Wong's assault? A smirk graced Carl's lips as he voiced his curiosity. Im, however, simmered with rage. After countless encounters with Carl, he had grown accustomed to Carl's taunts, but now he found himself unable to endure. Carl was audaciously probing at his wounds, inciting Im's fury to a boiling point. Enough! Do not presume that merely unveiling the Ming Wong can inflict harm upon me. I can assure you that the Ming Wong is incapable. Before he could finish a statement, a powerful mental shockwave enveloped both Carl and Im. Anticipating such an eventuality, Carl swiftly retreated to the Ming Wong battleship, suffering minimal damage. In stark contrast, Im, clutching his head, displayed signs of instability. We must isolate the surrounding space. He cannot be allowed to escape. Carl promptly commanded Vegapunk to activate the spatial containment devices, sealing off the area with a peculiar energy wave. Upon witnessing Im's demise, Carl felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Not just he, but others also exhaled in relief. Im's existence had cast an oppressive shadow over them. Even in a world of peace, where people thrived, as long as Im remained alive, they could never fully embrace tranquility. Kazan and Borisolino would forever be unable to retire. Both had long wished for a serene life. Yet Im's presence forced them to remain vigilant against his potential resurgence and the remnants of the world government. With him now vanquished, the new government's influence would spread across the globe, and the old regime, bereft of its mental pillar, would face inevitable collapse. Consequently, the forthcoming events would unfold with relative ease, requiring minimal exertion on their part to resolve. Subsequently, Carl and his companions made slight modifications before returning to the new Navy's base. Carl returned to the Sky Island, fabricating an excuse to present Vegapunk with the design schematics for the time-space transponder. The schematics were exceedingly thick. He described them as blueprints, yet they resembled tome, measuring at least half a meter in thickness. This exemplified the sheer magnitude of the design. Upon receiving this gift, Vegapunk was left utterly astonished. He was even curious about how Ka came into possession of such an exhilarating item. Ka merely deflected the inquiry with a few casual remarks, stating that he discovered it in Luffy after Yim's demise. Although Vegapunk harbored some doubts, he chose not to probe further. With his intelligence, he had long perceived that Ka was distinct from others in this world. Thus, regardless of what Ka presented, Vegapunk was willing to accept it. Since Ka had previously provided him with remarkable items, he recognized that Ka was destined for greatness. Time swiftly passed, and another year had slipped by. Ka was now 26, at the prime of his life, yet approaching 30. However, his appearance had scarcely altered. He looked much the same as he did at 22 or 23, still radiantly youthful. This was the benefit of enhanced physical resilience, which could delay the aging process without diminishing his abilities. Nevertheless, Ka remained reluctant to allow Law to perform the immortality procedure on him, despite Law having suggested it several times. Ka's only response was to urge him to live well, postponing other matters for a later time. This deeply moved Law, who vowed once more to follow Ka for a lifetime. With his life goals fulfilled, Luo found little else to cling to. Even during the past year, he had grown disinterested in improving his strength, remaining at the threshold of a general's prowess. Given his talent, he could undoubtedly reach that level with continued training, but with peace reigning in the world, he had evidently decided against pursuing it. In contrast, others persisted in their training daily, striving to prevent the emergence of formidable foes. In the past year, Ainerlu had constructed his own ship and set sail for the infinite land to realize his dreams. Ka had nothing to say about this. Since Ainerlu had chosen to leave, Ka respected his decision. After all, Ka, too, intended to depart via the time-space shuttle. However, Ka was somewhat troubled by the question of whether the shuttle could accommodate others. According to Vegapunk, it seemed that bringing others along would lead to instability. Yet, Ka's fortune held out. After 6 months of intense research, Vegapunk finally developed the time-space shuttle. Remarkably, it was designed to accommodate 3 individuals. Was this truly a time-space shuttle? It appeared quite impressive, though Ka wondered how many times it could be utilized. As Ka contemplated this futuristic device, he was presented with 3 choices. 1. Strike down Tony Stark and obtain an Iron Man suit that could automatically upgrade over time. 2. Ignore Tony Stark and receive the title Bystander. This title would grant a chance to trigger a fatal strike against dying enemies. 3. Rescue Tony Stark and gain the friendship of Stark and S.H.I.L.D., along with the allocation of 2 free attribute points. The emergence of these choices stirred long-buried memories within Ka. At that moment, he recalled that the individual before him was none other than the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. This meant that he was currently situated in the Marvel Universe. Furthermore, given the context, it was highly likely that they were within the cinematic Marvel storyline. However, Ka was uncertain, as the cinematic and comic worlds were intricately intertwined. Without hesitation, Ka opted for the 3rd choice. The first 2 were unnecessary. If he wished to integrate into this world, it was imperative to make contact with Tony Stark and the S.H.I.L.D. agents. Thus, lending a helping hand to rescue him was a trivial matter. Yet, upon making his choice, the system's voice chimed once more. The system notified him that due to the host's transition to a new world, it had automatically extracted all languages from this realm, allowing seamless communication with its inhabitants. The system also detected that the host had 2 accompanying personnel, and it had automatically translated the language for them and imparted knowledge of this world. Ka had anticipated this system prompt. Although his supreme choice system lacked a QA function, he had previously inquired whether language barriers would exist upon his arrival in a new world. The system did not respond, but did provide an indication that upon making his first choice, he could establish his presence in this world. Even those he brought along would similarly benefit, acquiring the fundamental knowledge and language of this realm. Consequently, Ka felt relieved, no longer needing to teach them from scratch. Observing Luo and Indir, who appeared dazed as they absorbed the knowledge and language of this world, Ka chose not to disturb them. He approached Stark and used his abilities to assist in removing the armor. Subsequently, He retrieved a bottle of water and a rice ball from his spatial storage and offered them to Stark. At that moment, Stark, who had been on the verge of unconsciousness and lacked the strength to call for help, suddenly found the food and water floating before him. He instinctively seized the rice ball and water, gulping them down eagerly. Ah, finally revived. But who are you? Why are you here in the desert? Tony Stark sighed in relief, gratitude evident on his face, although he would never openly express thanks due to his pride. It's merely a coincidence. Our intended destination was the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft. However, our instruments malfunctioned and veered off course, leading us here. Instruments? What instruments? Who exactly are you? Stark felt a sense of unease upon hearing Karo's words. While he could understand the individual components of Karo's statement, they felt disjointed when connected. Before Kator could respond, Indier, having completed her assimilation of this world's knowledge, stepped forward. We are not from this world. As Lord Karo mentioned, it was a malfunction of our instruments that brought us here. How could you move so swiftly? Who are you? Tony Stark had already asked this question multiple times. From the desert to Stark Tower, Kerr had accomplished the journey in a mere 2 hours, a speed beyond Stark's comprehension. I could have gone even faster, but considering your current weakened state, I refrained from maxing out my speed. If I had chosen to do so, I could have arrived here in mere minutes. Cotter smirked, candidly revealing the truth. However, to Tony Stark's ears, it sounded like mere boasting. However, Tony Stark did not dwell on his thoughts for long. He boldly entered the Stark Tower in search of his girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Carl and the others, on the other hand, were halted outside the door. The bodyguards here were exceptionally diligent. Despite Intil and Luo's attempts to force their way in, Carl prevented them from doing so. There was no need to trouble these ordinary people. First, let us find a place to exchange some money, and then we can enjoy a meal. As luck would have it, I noticed a rather nice barbecue restaurant on our way here. Let's go and savor its offerings. With that, Carl led Luo and Intil away from the premises. Although Intil and Luo had acquired knowledge and language of this world, most of it was rather conventional. Carl deemed it necessary to educate them about certain rules and legal statutes of this world. While the laws of ordinary people did not apply to them, it was prudent not to arbitrarily transgress these laws, as it could invite unnecessary troubles. During the time Carl exchanged money and dined, he briefly advised Luo and Intil to refrain from engaging in physical confrontations. As long as no one initiated hostility towards them, they should not provoke any conflicts. However, while Carl and the others were dining at the barbecue restaurant, the surrounding environment suddenly shifted, with even the space around them exhibiting a disorienting inversion. Yet, the three of them remained seated, calmly enjoying their barbecue. As for the other diners, although they had vanished, Carl was aware that they had not been harmed. Visitors from another world, what is your purpose on Earth? If possible, I implore you to depart immediately, or I shall not hesitate to take action to ensure your departure. A bald woman clad in a yellow robe emerged from a shimmering yellow portal, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Carl and his companions. She first scanned the trio before finally locking her eyes on Carl. Although Intil and Luo radiated a commendable aura, it was Carl's presence that evoked her utmost caution, for she sensed an extraordinary power within him, akin to that of the Space Stone. Supreme Sorceress Gu-E, is it? Have we mispronounced your name? Carl quipped with a slight smile, setting down his barbecue as he approached Gu-E. Luo and Intil attempted to rise, but were restrained by a gesture from Carl. You two continue your meal. I shall converse with Sorceress Gu-E alone, and she is not an enemy. Am I mistaken? By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Carl from another world. This is my maid Intil and my companion Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Upon hearing Carl's familiar tone, Gu-E furrowed her brow. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given that Carl showed no hostility, it would be rather unbecoming for her to pursue the matter further. Mr. Carl, since you are aware of my name, you must also comprehend my responsibilities. Therefore, I request that you leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Gu-E maintained her previous demeanor, yet Carl shook his head, producing the time-space device. Chapter 330. The Bewildered Coulson. Director Coulson. Based on Stark's statement and the surrounding surveillance footage, they have indeed operated in this area. There are eyewitnesses who saw the three of them enter this barbecue restaurant. But why don't we simply rush in and apprehend them? Even if they're mutants, we agents are fully armed and have no reason to fear them. One fully armed agent questioned, looking at Coulson in confusion. However, Coulson merely shook his head, choosing to remain patient. We will follow the director's instructions. Do not inquire further. He understands mutants better than we do, and we are here to invite them as guests, not to capture them. A reckless approach could incite public unrest, which would be counterproductive. Coulson's analysis was sound, and the surrounding agents nodded in agreement. Even Carl and his companions could not help but acknowledge his reasoning. Indeed, that would be a wise choice. If you were to storm in, not a single one of you might survive. Who goes there? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed behind the agents. They turned to face the source of the voice, weapons drawn. However, in the narrow alley, turning around proved to be quite cumbersome. Do not be alarmed. I am the one you seek. Let me introduce myself. My name is Carl. This is Until, and this is the surgeon Luo. We are all visitors from another world. I trust Tony Stark has shared this with you. He has mentioned something, but I did not expect you to appear here so discreetly from such a distance. It seems you possess a unique teleportation ability reminiscent of that scoundrel, the Red Devil. The Red Devil? So this world is not only intertwined with the Marvel Universe, but the X-Men have also infiltrated it. The sudden influx of this intelligence left Carl feeling somewhat uneasy. If it were merely the Marvel Universe, he would have confidence in his ability to dominate most of those present. However, the mutants possessed an array of bizarre powers. Some individuals wielded abilities that were pathetically weak, while others were overwhelmingly strong, even surpassing deities capable of reshaping this world. Hence, Carl realized he needed to amend his original plan significantly. Since you have overheard us, please accompany us. Rest assured, we will not harm any mutants, but your feeble lies are best left unspoken. Claims of being from another world have already been made by many apprehended mutants. This tactic is ineffective, Coulson asserted, preparing to cuff Carl and his companions with specialized handcuffs. Yet before he could act, Luo merely flicked his finger. The handcuffs promptly fastened themselves onto Coulson's wrists. This turn of events astonished him greatly. Luo chuckled softly, casting a proud glance at the opposing party. Lord Carl has instructed us to restrain ourselves and not to instigate any conflict with you ordinary folks. If you wish to speak with Lord Carl, that is acceptable, but it must be at his discretion. As for these handcuffs, you shall not place them on Lord Carl. That would be an affront to him. Indeed, Lord Carl would never wear such inferior handcuffs. Luo stepped forward, admonishing them. Until also clung to Carl's arm, her gaze sharply fixed on Coulson. Observing this, Carl smiled and approached Coulson, taking hold of the handcuffs. They speak the truth. Such handcuffs are best avoided. Moreover, they are utterly useless against me. As he spoke, Carl utilized his abilities to instantly release the handcuffs, tossing them into the air and effortlessly distorting them. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present gasped in astonishment. These handcuffs were specifically designed to restrain mutants, boasting a hardness comparable to diamond. Currently, only Wolverine, Professor X, Magneto, and the Red Tank could disregard such restraints. Others were unable to break free from the handcuffs directly. Thus, when Luo and Kara displayed their abilities, they were filled with astonishment. Chapter 331. Enai Kufu Rue had witnessed a myriad of mutants, inhumans, and even extraterrestrial beings, not to mention demons from other worlds. He had certainly encountered them all. Furthermore, he was acquainted with a remarkable figure, Ms. Marvel, who safeguarded the peace of the universe. Hence, Cotter's assertions seemed relatively normal to him. Presently, the only doubt lingering in Enai Kufu Rue's mind was the true purpose of their arrival on Earth. This was his primary concern. As the director of Ascent, Enai Kufu Rue would never permit anyone to disrupt the tranquility of Earth or disturb its order. Therefore, he was eager to ascertain the reason for Kara's presence. It is indeed true that open dialogue often leads to better collaboration. I am not unreasonable. If you can provide me with all the materials mentioned in this book and arrange for the construction of a time machine, then we shall leave this place without hesitation. What do you say? As Cotter spoke, he produced the schematics for the time machine. Enai Kufu Rue gazing at the enormous tome standing nearly half a meter tall. Instinctively swallowed hard. He then mustered the courage to glance at its contents, only to find himself utterly bewildered. I cannot answer this question, but I will summon someone who might be able to decipher it. With that, Nai Kafurue stepped outside and made a phone call. However, Karer and his companions, endowed with the power of observation haki, could clearly hear to whom Nai Kafurue was speaking. On the other end of the line was none other than Tony Stark. According to the usual narrative, Nai Kafurue had not yet been in contact with Tony Stark at this point. However, due to Cotter's unexpected arrival, a butterfly effect was set in motion, leading Nai Kafurue to connect with Tony Stark much earlier than anticipated. Although Nai Kafurue sought Tony Stark's assistance, the latter sounded exceedingly impatient and even hung up the call at one point. Clearly, their relationship was far from cordial. In fact, it was rather strained. Had Nai Kafurue not mentioned Cotter's name during the second call, Tony Stark might have outright blocked him. Yet, it was precisely because of Cotter's name that Tony Stark perked up and agreed to Nai Kafurue's request for help. After finishing his call, Nai Kafurue did not return immediately, but instead left S.H.I.L.D. Moments later, the enchanting and alluring Natasha entered, bearing tea. She placed the tea before Karer and his companions, and then casually touched the enormous tome, her expression one of astonishment. Is it truly conceivable that anyone could read such a large book? Moreover, such material is likely incomprehensible to the average person. This is not merely a book, but rather a design blueprint, albeit somewhat intricate. However, those who can comprehend it have not accompanied me here for various reasons. Otherwise, I would not have sought your cooperation at S.H.I.L.D. With my own capabilities, I could have located the materials and created the desired items myself. Kaya remarked nonchalantly. Yet, Natasha simply nodded, not taking it to heart. Although she was not a mutant and lacked special abilities, her physical prowess was double that of an ordinary agent, and her agility was remarkable. Most mutants would not stand a chance against her. Thus, Natasha harbored little fear of those with superpowers and even felt a degree of disdain. Were it not for the formidable strength Karer had displayed, her attitude might have been quite different. Chapter 332. Everyone bewildered. Tony Stark wasted no time in getting straight to the point, revealing his intentions without pretense. However, out of respect for Karer, he first greeted him. After all, Karer had saved his life, and even the proud Tony Stark would acknowledge his benefactor. Not to mention, Karer had already showcased an array of peculiar and extraordinary abilities that did not belong to this world. I am willing to observe, but I have one condition. What condition? Nai Kafurue and Tony Stark inquired in unison. Karer gestured towards himself and his companions, casually stating, "We are newcomers and currently lack a place to stay. Would it be possible to arrange accommodations for us? Ideally, we would appreciate a small clinic, for he is the most renowned death surgeon in our world, possessing exceptional medical skills. This way, we could earn a bit of money and not constantly trouble others." Subtly promoted Luo's abilities, aiming to ensure they would witness Luo's prowess and subsequently rely on him. Karer was acutely aware of how extraordinary Luo's abilities were. If he so desired, he could cure any ailment. Even terminal conditions or those on the brink of death could be remedied, provided the circumstances were right. In comparison to his combat prowess, his medical expertise was unparalleled. This is the true strength of the death surgeon, Trafalgar Luo. As for his fighting capabilities, they were merely a means of self-preservation. This is not a problem. Since you saved my life and brought me back, feel free to choose any accommodation you desire, and I will arrange it for you. Regarding the clinic, the procedures are rather complex and cannot be resolved immediately. But if you claim his medical skills are exceptional, is that indeed true? Tony Stark asked skeptically. Karer nodded, and Luo beamed with pride. Of course my medical skills are excellent, and I can see that your body is being affected by a peculiar toxin. The source of this toxin is the reactor in your chest. Yet you cannot part with it, for there are metallic fragments within you that would flow into your heart if not for this reactor's magnetic pull. As a doctor, I can certainly discern such minor issues. However, due to the differences in our worlds, I am unsure what this reactor is. Nonetheless, the human anatomy is identical across our worlds, which means my medical expertise is equally applicable here. You managed to ascertain my condition without any examination. It is truly astounding. Tony Stark was taken aback. He had never disclosed the matter of the reactor or the fragments within him to anyone, not even to Kara during their journey back. Even in the original narrative, Tony Stark had delayed revealing this information for quite some time. Thus, he was utterly astonished at how this young man could accurately describe his physical condition. If that is the case, do you have a method to treat me? Most certainly. Upon hearing Tony Stark's inquiry, Luo nodded confidently. If you can treat me and allow me to peruse that book, I will immediately invest in your clinic. Moreover, I will expedite the process of obtaining the necessary licenses for you. At that moment, Tony Stark revealed his most proud self. As one of the world's foremost billionaires, he possesses such privileges. However, nearby, Nick Fury finds himself in an awkward position. Although he shares similar privileges and wealth, the current circumstances appear detached from his reality. Ahem. I can assist you in obtaining medical licenses as well. After all, we agreed to collaborate, so Stark, you can handle their accommodations, he said. Chapter 333. The shock from Stark after effectively treating Tony Stark's body. Luo began to play with his arc reactor. Though Luo could not fully comprehend this object, it appeared somewhat familiar to him. After all, in the world of One Piece, there are similar items, albeit significantly larger in scale. While Vegapunk is indeed a genius, he must progress step by step to condense certain technological products. Moreover, without encountering the actual object or seeing a design blueprint, the average person would have no idea how to create such designs. Even Vegapunk would struggle. If it weren't for the ideas provided by Carl, Vegapunk would not have had such a breakthrough. You truly accomplished it. Am I hallucinating? You really split me in half, and I didn't feel any heat or pain. Not even a hint of sensation, and the surgery is completed? Tony Stark found it hard to believe. He had never witnessed such power before. Even with the technology he was familiar with, he had never encountered anything like this. Stark's perspective remained within the realm of normalcy. Though there are occasionally glimpses of advanced technology, they generally remain within typical boundaries. Thus, he could not fathom the nature of Luo's ability. Rest assured, Luo's capabilities are indeed this remarkable. If he wished, he could disassemble you into 8 pieces without harming your life. This is one of the powers from our world. Now you see the distinction between us, Carl remarked with a slight smirk, patting Luo's shoulder. Tony Stark remained in a state of astonishment, causing his head to ache. Let me gather my thoughts. I'll examine that book first. Perhaps I might uncover some answers within. Rubbing his temples, Stark approached the design blueprint for the time machine and began to peruse it. Nick Fury and Natasha stood by, utterly speechless, unsure of where to begin with their commentary. They had witnessed far too many astonishing events that day. Initially, Nick Fury believed he had encountered enough extraordinary occurrences. However, today revealed just how much he remained ignorant of this world. In essence, he realized he was still too young, which explained his astonishment. At that moment, Tony Stark, who was examining the blueprints, abruptly closed the book in frustration and said, "I've given up. Some materials and elements listed here do not exist in this world. I cannot possibly create them. Are you trying to deceive me?" Stark glared at Carl with indignation, feeling somewhat tricked. Carl retrieved the blueprint and casually explained, "In our world, there is a scientist named Vegapunk. Initially, he claimed that these items could not be produced. However, he is a madman, one who does not accept defeat. He dedicated himself, resting only 3 to 4 hours a day, to synthesize these seemingly impossible elements and materials. Ultimately, after more than a year of effort, he succeeded, but the machine was unstable. When the 3 of us arrived here, the machine broke down. The materials from my world are only sufficient for one experiment. So if we do not create the time machine here, we will never return." Carl spoke with a downcast expression, half feigning and half genuinely revealing his feelings. Chapter 334. A simple exchange. Ultimately, Nick Fury offered a substantial price for the research materials originally belonging to Tony Stark's father, selling them to Tony without disclosing their origins to avoid sparking unnecessary speculation. Subsequently, Tony Stark arranged for Carl and the others to stay in a three-story villa exceeding 600 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and spacious grounds. This villa was also part of Tony Stark's assets. However, he dismissed it as being in the suburbs, inconvenient for transportation. Although it was larger than other villas, he preferred not to visit often, only coming every 3 years to assess whether any items require replacement. Thus, this vacant villa was generously bestowed upon Carl and his companions. Carl also intended to establish a modest clinic there. Anyone in need of medical attention could come for treatment, as long as there was breath in their body. Luo had the capability to save them. Even individuals with severed limbs could receive replacements, a procedure that posed no challenge for Luo. As for the medical license, while Carl didn't consider it essential, having one in reserve could prevent potential complications. So, under Tony Stark's guidance, Carl and the others arrived at the Grand Villa, and then Carl took Tony Stark to Stark Tower. You seem decent enough. You can temporarily keep this book for research. Do not worry about damaging it. Even I cannot destroy this special material, let alone you, Carl remarked, tossing the design blueprint to Tony Stark. Seeing the half-meter-high book effortlessly tossed to the ground by Carl left Stark swallowing hard. Previously, he had tried lifting the book while at S.H.I.L.D. and found it exceedingly laborious. Thus, every time he observed Carl handle the book with such ease, he was astounded. Are people from your world all this strong? Tony Stark finally voiced his curiosity. Carl shook his head, contemplating for a moment before responding. Not everyone is like that, but generally, the physical attributes of individuals from our world are 1 to 2 times greater than yours. I consider myself among the top-tier strongmen in our world, while individuals like Luo and Intier possess strengths that are numerous and beyond counting. How exaggerated. It feels like people from your world are all monsters, Tony Stark sighed, then pushed the book slightly. However, despite exerting all his strength, he only managed to move it a fraction and was left breathless. I really ought to start exercising. I find Tai Chi and Bajikwan from Huaxia quite intriguing. Perhaps I should learn a bit. Stark mused to himself before collapsing onto the nearby sofa. Yea, vey. Is, pour some wine. 2 glasses. Tony Stark paused before issuing his command. The robotic butler Jais swiftly brought 2 glasses of wine and placed them before Tony should take. Come, let me toast to you, Tony should take said, rising to hand 1 glass to Kaur. Kaur, unfazed, accepted the glass and clinked it against Tony's before downing its contents in one go. How about staying for dinner? You have nothing on your agenda, so we can continue our conversation about your world, shall we? Although I'm skeptical about the existence of that scientist you mentioned, I find him intriguing and would be willing to compensate you, just as if I were listening to a tale. Tony Shitake's arrogant demeanor was unmistakable. In his view, there was nothing that could not be acquired with money. However, Kaur shook his head in mild disbelief. Do I appear to be in need of money? If I wished, I could have pure gold. Chapter 335. Suppression. It is quite fascinating. Is this the monstrous essence of this world? It seems rather impressive. Kaur feigned interest, aware that the 2 green behemoths before him were the Hulk and Abomination. Yet as a visitor from another realm, he could not name them outright. Moreover, Kaur had a keen interest in understanding the powers of Abomination and the Hulk. By the way, weren't you working on your mechs this afternoon? Would you like to test them out on these 2? Kaur casually inquired. Tony Shitake shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. Let's not, given my current capabilities. I doubt I could even keep up with them. My armors are still in the experimental phase, and they can't even fly yet. If I were to engage, I'd struggle even to escape. Kaur nodded and grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. Well, I'm feeling a bit restless. I shall go and assess the strength of the monsters in your world. As he spoke, Kaur activated his void walk, instantly vanishing from Tony Shitake's sight. Upon witnessing Kaur's sudden disappearance, Tony was initially taken aback, then sighed. How many unknown abilities does this guy possess? If he can truly defeat these 2 giants, there may be no one in this world capable of confronting him. Tony, do not despair. This is not like you. Remember, you are a complete genius. No matter how formidable his powers may be, you will certainly find a way to counter him, right? Pepper Potts kissed Tony and personally serve him food and drink. Tony nodded, regaining his characteristic genius-like arrogance. Haha, You are absolutely right. I am a genius. His laughter was boisterous and quintessentially Tomi Shiitake. Yet it carried a hint of helplessness. Simultaneously, S-H-I-E-L-D found itself in a state of disarray. Nick Fury observed the two titans grappling with each other, utterly at a loss for how to intervene. Currently, S-H-I-E-L-D had not yet formed the Avengers, and their resources in terms of mutants and Inhumans were alarmingly scarce. Even with elite agents like Natasha and Barton, they were primarily equipped to handle human-related issues. Matters involving two colossal beings fighting were far beyond the realm of humanity. Should I contact Professor X for assistance? Although he would likely not refuse me, he has been preoccupied with Magneto lately. If the X-Men were to falter against Magneto, this world would descend into chaos. Perhaps it is best to observe the situation further before involving Professor X. Nick Fury massaged his temples, uncertain of what course of action to take. Just as he was at his wit's end, a familiar figure suddenly flashed across the surveillance video. Upon recognizing the figure, Nick Fury was taken aback, sensing potential trouble. What is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be dining with Tomi Shiitake? He had not anticipated Kaoru's appearance amidst the two monsters. When Kaoru materialized, both the Hulk and Abomination shifted their attention toward him. The Hulk retained a semblance of rationality, his instincts warning him to treat this individual with caution. In stark contrast, Abomination was devoid of reason, consumed solely by thoughts of destruction. Thus, upon witnessing the unforeseen presence of an enigmatic individual, he wasted no time in launching an attack. Chapter 337, A Month. Time flew by. Kaoru had been in the Marvel Universe for almost a month. During this period, aside from Natasha and Tomi Shiitake, no one had disturbed him at his villa, which afforded him a measure of tranquility. Throughout this month, the narratives of Iron Man 1 and 2 had largely unfolded without his involvement, as he observed Tomi Shiitake's performances with amusement. Tomi had acquired the means to synthesize new elements in advance, and his health had returned to normal, thanks to Ro. Nevertheless, he publicly claimed that his condition had not improved, with the intention of luring in larger catches. And indeed, a big fish took the bait. Tomi's uncle, piloting Ironmonger, attempted to eliminate him, only to be met with Tomi's counterattack, facilitated by his armor. He had initially created the energy source, but had refrained from using it on himself, opting instead to utilize the old reactor to attract attention. This strategy yielded significant results. Subsequently, Tomi, equipped with a new energy-powered armor, easily dismantled Ironmonger. This situation underscored Tomi's enhanced prowess and development of his armor compared to before. Crucially, Kaoru had provided the design schematics, which he had left in Stark Industries for Tomi to reference. Although Tomi could not comprehend every aspect of the design, he drew substantial inspiration from it, leading to rapid improvements in his armor. However, Kaoru advised him to retain only one suit of armor for each design. Otherwise, it could be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, ultimately framing him for wrongdoing. Moreover, having participated in the armor research, albeit in a minimal capacity by merely testing its capabilities, Kaoru's involvement could implicate him should anyone seek to frame Tomi. Given Kaoru's prior display of effortlessly defeating the Hulk and Abomination, he had garnered significant notoriety. Now, merely stepping out to purchase items became a challenge, requiring him to enlist the help of Indiur and Ro. Consequently, a faction had emerged with the intent to eliminate Kaoru. Perceiving him as an overwhelming threat, Tomi Shiitake faced similar challenges. Ever since he publicly declared himself Iron Man, Stark Industries stock had surged, reinstating him as the world's wealthiest individual. His fortune was substantial enough to influence approximately 30% of the nation's monetary circulation. Furthermore, as a genius, Tomi's Iron Man suits possessed the capability to effortlessly dismantle an entire nation's armed forces, the implications of which were evident. Thus, they naturally seek opportunities to deal with Tomi Shiitake. There is no remedy. This nation is such that even its own people engage in internal strife, suspecting rebellion. The crisis awareness of those politicians is remarkably advanced, and it is precisely due to this that certain events, which would not have occurred otherwise, are compelled to happen. Regarding this, Kaoru had nothing to say, for he was not of this world. Relatively speaking, he was merely a transient. Once the time-traveling device is successfully created and he obtains the 6 Infinity Stones, he can depart at any moment. After all, having arrived, he naturally wishes to take some local specialties with him. The Infinity Stones are precisely the unique treasures of this world that Kaoru would not overlook. Thus, during this month, he has been attempting to extract information about the Cosmic Cube from Nike Furue. Unfortunately, he has not succeeded, as Nike Furue is genuinely tight-lipped. Chapter 338. The plot begins. Natasha, there's a task for you. Temporarily leave Kaoru's side and go to Tomi Shitake. It seems he's being targeted by some individuals. You must protect him to prevent an assassination. Director Furue, does he not have coercion to protect him? What kind of adversary is so formidable that we both must intervene? Natasha questioned, though she began gathering her belongings to head to the Stark Tower. Coercion has other assignments. The level of this task is quite high and remains confidential. Thus, you will substitute for him and guard Tomi Shitake until he returns, after which you can continue to monitor Kaoru. Understood. I will proceed immediately, Natasha replied, and completed her preparations to end the call. However, Kaoru's Kinbunchikahaki had already allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. Nike Furue, do not be so hasty to end the call. What's the matter you mentioned? Do you require assistance? Kaoru's lips curled into a slight smile, casting a knowing glance at Natasha, who understood and departed the vicinity. After all, there are plenty of phones here, and they're using internal lines. Natasha would not mind a single mobile device. At that moment, Nike Furue felt a pang of headache. He was aware of Kaoru's excellent hearing, so he always spoke with caution and advised Natasha to stand at a distance. If possible, it was best to connect outside in the courtyard. They had always communicated this way, naturally assuming that Kaoru could not hear from such a distance. Yet the truth remained that Kaoru could still hear them clearly. After all, Kaoru's Kinbunchiko-haki encompasses the entirety of this city. You truly are relentless, Mr. Kaoru. Nike Furue sighed, at a loss for words. Kaoru, with a slight grin, continued, I understand you wish to convey that the confidentiality level of this matter is exceedingly high and must not be disclosed to others, correct? You need not conceal anything from me. I perceive the state of this world with utmost clarity. Just a couple of days ago, an object of high energy concentration suddenly descended from the cosmos to Earth. Moreover, a colossal energy beam appeared in the sky, did it not? There is no need to deceive me. I have seen it all, and I am well aware of the origins of this individual and that energy object. Kaoru stated nonchalantly. His words astonished Nike Furue. It is one thing to see, but how can you know the origins of the other party? Nike Furue had become accustomed to Kaoru's peculiar antics, yet he could not comprehend how Kaoru could assert knowledge of the origins of someone from another world. Nevertheless, Kaoru remained composed, his tone as calm as ever. My eyes perceive far more than you can imagine. If I so wished, I could ascertain the location of the cosmic cube you have long concealed. But do you know why I have refrained from doing so? Is it because you do not wish to provoke a war? Nike Furue tentatively suggested, only to receive a markedly different response. Incorrect. The cosmic cube alone holds no value for me. Moreover, you lack the qualification to discuss war with me, should conflict arise. It would merely be a unilateral massacre on my part. Such acts of slaughter are quite contrary to my nature, which is why I find it unworthy of my consideration. Kaoru's casual remarks sent chills down Nike Furue's spine, yet he understood that Kaoru's statements were all grounded in truth. Chapter 339. The Ghost Rider? Rest assured, I know what to do, for I am not a devil. Kaoru chuckled, then turned his gaze toward Law. How long until we arrive? About 2 hours. I checked the map, and it is quite a distance from here. 2 hours? That's a bit slow, but it is sufficient. Upon hearing Luas' words, Kaoru nodded and placed his hand on Luas' shoulder. Indier then grasped Kaoru's hand and waved at Nike Furue. In the next moment, Kaoru and his companions suddenly vanished. However, in Nike Furue's office, 3 sparrows unexpectedly began to flutter about. One even startled enough to peck at Nike Furue's bald head. Someone, drive these sparrows away. The day had darkened. When Kaoru and his companions set off, it was already nearing evening. They were in a continuous state of instantaneous movement for nearly 2 hours. Soon reaching their destination, Luosroom's force field has a maximum radius of just over 30,000 meters, less than 40,000 meters. Therefore, while attempting to teleport Karer and Indier together, a brief pause of a few tenths of a second was necessary. However, if Karer were to fly there himself, he would arrive even faster than Luos' teleportation. Nonetheless, for the sake of the company's stock and Indier's image as a goddess in the eyes of her fans, he chose to allow Luos to transport them. Although it was slower, it would not attract undue attention. Yet, when the trio arrived in a dark, gloomy valley, they were greeted by the sight of a skeletal rider engulfed in flames. Is this the Ghost Rider? Upon witnessing this figure, Karer was momentarily stunned, while Luos and Indier were also taken aback. Fortunately, they had previously encountered the living skeleton, Buluk, so their capacity for acceptance was relatively intact. However, a flaming skeleton was indeed a challenging sight to comprehend. The Ghost Rider swung the chain in his hand, flames spreading instantly to illuminate the dark night. The valley was filled with the acrid scent of gasoline. From hell, the rider summons hellfire to burn all worldly sins. Sinners, you shall perish. The Ghost Rider wielded the flaming chain, and wherever the flames reached, nothing could survive. The already desolate valley became unbearably scorching. It is indeed a challenging situation. If one cannot achieve a decisive blow, the adversary may pursue relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Carl began to explain, then utilized the powers of the Fei Gua Shi to forcibly push the Wraith Knight aside. However, the Wraith Knight possessed formidable combat prowess. He swiftly charged back, his flames more potent than before. The hellfire could incinerate all, even souls. Not even Carl could afford to recklessly engage with his flames, lest he find them difficult to extinguish. A wretched soul, cursed be you, the Wraith Knight bellowed, brandishing a long chain ablaze with fierce flames. The iron chain whistled through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a layer of searing heat. Witnessing this, Carl unsheathed Hades without hesitation and delivered a powerful slash. The Ghost Slash, a supreme strike, instantly cleaved the very fabric of space, separating everything in its vicinity, be it earth, air, or even the sky and surrounding space. All were brutally torn apart by Carl's might. Even the hellfire faltered beneath this sharp sword intent. The iron chain, engulfed in hellfire, was effortlessly shattered by Carl, reduced to mere molten slag. Observing this, the Wraith Knight swiftly abandoned his chain, increasing the distance between himself and Carl to avoid being struck. This attack, even for the immortal Wraith Knight, was one he dared not withstand directly. While he may not perish, his strength would undoubtedly be compromised. To withstand a strike capable of severing space is unthinkable. Chapter 340, Meow Meow Hammer. Meow Meow Meow. It was still night, in a desolate expanse of desert. An unassuming hammer stood quietly in a pit. Surrounding this hammer was a field of static electricity. The Mjolnir, colloquially known as the Meow Meow Hammer, is the exclusive weapon of Thor, the god of thunder. This hammer is imbued with Odin's divine power. Should anyone harbor designs upon this hammer, Odin's divine force would manifest, preventing the unworthy from lifting it. This is the prohibition set forth by Odin, aimed at safeguarding Thor's hammer from theft. However, Odin could never have anticipated that 3 individuals would suddenly appear around the hammer. Leading the trio was Carl, who approached the hammer first, attempting to lift it. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not raise it. Unperturbed, he employed the powers of the Fei Gua Shi, causing the hammer to fly directly into his hand. Is this it? Carl scoffed, raising the hammer to summon thunder. Unfortunately, he was not worthy to wield it. He had merely cheated by using the Fei Gua Shi. Ro, give it a try. See if you can lift the hammer. Honestly, this Meow Meow Hammer is quite amusing, he said, tossing the hammer to the ground. Ro attempted to lift it as well, but found it equally impossible, leaving him somewhat astonished. What a miraculous hammer! It seems one must employ certain methods to succeed. Before Ro could finish speaking, he activated his ability, creating a room and stabilizing the hammer in his grasp. However, when he swung it, he failed to summon any thunder. Now it's my turn. He, Intir exclaimed, rubbing her hands together, while Rose set the hammer down and took a step back. Carl and Ro initially believed Einir could not possibly lift it. Yet they were mistaken. With a puffed-up face, Einir pulled with all her might. She exerted too much force and fell backward, clutching the hammer of the god of thunder in her hands. The three were momentarily bewildered, utterly confounded by the situation. "Lord Carl, you didn't use your abilities to trick me, did you?" Einir inquired. "Don't be absurd. I did nothing," Carl replied. "What about you, Brother Ro? You didn't use your abilities, did you?" "Of course not. My command stick can only assist me in controlling it. Not you, especially since I've already canceled the room." Carl and Ro exchanged glances, and soon understood that Einir was indeed worthy to wield Mjolnir. Her pure-hearted desire to sing and serve Carl, devoid of any ulterior motives, resonated with the hammer, earning its recognition. Now, as she wielded Mjolnir to summon bolts of thunder a few centimeters thick, it served as irrefutable evidence. Yet, Einir's personal strength was not particularly formidable. The bolts she conjured were thin and feeble, lacking any impactful sensation. Nevertheless, Einir reveled in her newfound power, excitedly contemplating how to flaunt her ability to Carl and Ro. Carl, observing Einir delighting in her play with the hammer, couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Odin, I am quite intrigued to see your reaction to this." In the Grand Hall of Asgard, Odin, trapped in a slumber, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Though ensconced in sleep, he perceived all that transpired in the outside world with clarity. Particularly, the sight of Carl and his companions lifting Mjolnir filled Odin with a sense of vexation. Yet he maintained his facade of slumber, concealing any sign of his emotions. At this moment, Loki emerged from the shadows, his gaze shrouded in darkness. Raising Gungnir, his expression twisted into something more sinister. Despite his fervent gesturing, he ultimately could not bring himself to strike. "Fear not, dear father. Rest easy. I shall manage everything in Asgard well." Chapter 341, Loki and Thor. Is it not merely a hammer? Would a true god of thunder truly lose his powers over such a trivial object? Preposterous. Upon hearing this, Jane's eyes sparkled, though they soon dulled once more. "You do not understand. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry back and take a shower. You are filthy." Without further ado, Jane drove away. Carl watched the two depart, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is no wonder that in the original tale, Jane was not only chosen as a temporary host by the Reality Stone, but could also wield Mjolnir. She is indeed a remarkable prospect, though it is a pity. Carl sighed, feeling a sense of loss. He could see that this Jane Foster, the designated beloved of Thor, possessed a commendable character and resolute will. It was precisely for this reason that she was unexpectedly chosen by the Reality Stone to become its intermediary host. In the comics, she too could lift Mjolnir and summon powerful thunder. Shall we just let them leave? "Mr. Carl, while Director Fury entrusted you with full responsibility, what are you doing? Allowing an extraterrestrial to escape without apprehension, and that woman clearly knows him. Are we to simply stand by and watch them depart without intervening?" Coulson expressed his frustration, perplexed by Carl's intentions. Yet Carl merely shook his head and softly posed a question. "Strictly speaking, I'm also an alien in your eyes. Should you not capture me as well?" Upon hearing Carl's words, Coulson was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to retort. For over a month now, Carl had primarily occupied himself with reading books and newspapers, dabbling in biological optics, and establishing a company without engaging in any significant actions. This led Coulson to subconsciously overlook the fact that he was not of this world. At that moment, upon hearing Carl's statement, he suddenly realized that the individual before him was, in a theoretical sense, also an extraterrestrial. Discussing whether to apprehend another alien in the presence of a satellite being, wasn't he that a direct slap in the face for Carl? The expressions of Luo and Einir darkened. Had Carl not remained silent, the two would likely have directly reprimanded Coulson. Realizing this, Coulson shivered involuntarily and quickly apologized. "I apologize, Mr. Carl. I was thoughtless and overly eager to achieve results. What should we do next? I shall heed your every directive, and I will not interject further." Unbeknownst to him, Carl was entirely unfazed. He found a relationship between Jane Foster and Thor rather amusing. With a casual wave of his hand, he cleared the stormy skies, instantly restoring tranquility. The clouds dispersed, revealing a magnificent starry expanse. The next course of action is straightforward. Investigate where Thor and that woman have gone. Then, clear the area of everyone except those accompanying them. I have a premonition that a great battle is imminent here. To prevent casualties, it is best that you follow my instructions. Understood. I will see to it immediately. Coulson dared not disobey, although he felt somewhat perplexed. His imagination conjured scenes of a divine conflict upon hearing Carl's words. There was no denying the impact of witnessing Carl effortlessly vanquish Abomination and Hulk. It was truly astonishing, especially the sight of an entire landmass being lifted. Consequently, Coulson felt a bit intimidated. Chapter 342. The Meow Meow Hammer that anyone can lift. This is originally an Asgardian artifact. Of course, I shall take it. Loki scoffed, rolling up his sleeves to attempt lifting the hammer. However, no matter how hard he strained, Mjolnir remained utterly immovable. Consistent with the original tale, Loki lacked the worthiness to wield the hammer. Observing this, Thor's previously dim gaze reignited with fervor. I refuse to believe that Father has truly abandoned me. Thor's spirit surged, yet the very next moment, despair took hold. His father had indeed forsaken him. Thor felt the urge to weep, but found himself unable to do so. I am sorry for being human. Loki unabashedly displayed a smirk beside him. He stepped forward, intending to console his brother. At that moment, however, Mjolnir soared effortlessly into Karl's hand right before their eyes. This spectacle left the two brothers utterly astonished. How can this be? You are worthy to lift Mjolnir. Witnessing Karl grasp the hammer with such ease shattered Loki and Thor's composure. As the former master of the hammer, Thor understood that without Mjolnir's endorsement, it was impossible to raise it. Loki was consumed with envy and resentment, eager to seize Karl and interrogate him on how he could lift the hammer. You need not be so astonished. It is merely a hammer, hardly a treasure in my eyes. Luo, Eintyr, come forth and showcase a unique skill. Hearing Karl's command, Luo and Eintyr approached. Luo, with an icy demeanor, utilized his powers to lift Mjolnir, once more dropping jaws in astonishment from Loki and Thor. Yet, Luo did not gloat for long. He casually passed Mjolnir to Eintyr, who summoned a bolt of lightning, striking a nearby rock and shattering it into fragments. Alas, what a disaster! Eintyr, caught up in excitement, inadvertently unleashed a surge of power with his lightning. Witnessing this, Loki and Thor's mental state crumbled. Both pointed at Karl and his companions, their mouths quivering in disbelief. Utterly at a loss for words, Karl merely smiled, flicking his wrist, causing the hammer to fly from Yintyr's grip and land before Jane. My lady, could you possibly lift this hammer? Me? Jane stood at the threshold, somewhat bewildered. She had witnessed the preceding events and found them rather comical. However, upon observing Karl's ability to manipulate objects and Yintyr's summoned lightning, she was taken aback. I think I shall pass. This hammer is no ordinary object. How can I lift it? It's merely a trial. After all, it won't cost you anything, nor will it harm you. Despite her hesitation, Karl continued to encourage her to grasp the hammer. Out of curiosity, Jane finally succumbed to temptation and took hold of Mjolnir. Shall I get a try? As she spoke, she gripped the hammer. The air suddenly fell into a hushed silence. Loki and Thor's eyes widened like saucers. Karl's lips curled into a subtle smile. Saying nothing, Luo and Eintyr exchanged incredulous glances, equally astonished. This hammer feels so light. Jane blinked, tossing the hammer playfully. This scene utterly shattered Loki and Thor's resolve. They had no inkling that Earth harbored such hidden talents, and in this small locale, there were so many capable of lifting the hammer. This led Loki and Thor to question whether it was only they who were unworthy of wielding it. Meanwhile, the slumbering Odin found himself utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that the few individuals on Earth capable of lifting the hammer would gather in one place. Chapter 343. A spectacle to behold. Choose one. Stop the destroyer from killing Thor. Gain Thor's favor and resistance to lightning. immunizing against all lightning-based attacks. Choose 2. Watch the spectacle from the sidelines, doing nothing, receiving no rewards. Choose 3. Assist the destroyer in killing Thor, increasing Loki's favorability, gaining B-grade illusion magic. As the 3 options appeared, Carl did not hesitate to select the first. However, at that moment, the destroyer had already commenced its rampage. Agents from S, H, I-E, L, D rushed in, attempting to halt the destroyer, but were all repelled. Carl commanded Luo to evacuate the civilians, then directed Eintyr to take cover before he approached Thor. Thor, seeing your brother so eager to see you perish, what are your thoughts? What can I think? I can only run for my life. This is the destroyer. Even if I regain my powers, I might not stand a chance. If I don't flee now, am I just waiting for death? Although Suor is rather reckless. He is acutely aware that, in his current mortal form, he stands no chance against the destroyer. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the outskirts of the small town. Ka did not obstruct him, nor did he directly confront the destroyer. Instead, the 4 warriors charged forward, determined to prevent the destroyer from pursuing Suor. Run, So. Leave this to us. You cannot die. Your father, Adin, is still waiting for your return. Indeed, we can handle this. Hurry and flee. The 4 warriors shouted with all their might, striving to buy time for Suor's escape. However, it quickly became evident that, despite their commendable strength, they were no match for the destroyer. Even though the destroyer was under the control of the feeble Luagi, he was still more than capable of overpowering the 4 warriors. Suor, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He understood all too well the immense power the destroyer possessed as one of Adin's artifacts. If he were to flee, the 4 warriors would surely perish. No, I cannot run, Suor roared, charging forward just as the destroyer was about to deliver a final blow to the 4 warriors. Luagi, have you not always desired to kill me? If you wish to slay me, then come. Do not torment the innocent. They are blameless, Suor bellowed. The destroyer paused, turning to regard Suor as if contemplating something. Suddenly, the destroyer emitted a low hum, unleashing a fiery energy beam from his head, striking Suor and sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He lay battered and bruised, resembling a charred remnant, devoid of any signs of life. Meanwhile, Luo returned, perplexed by Suor's reckless return. Lord Kara, should I go save him? No need. He is not yet dead, Kara replied with a slight smirk. At that moment, he sensed a surge of thunderous energy coalescing around Suor. Jian, filled with concern, rushed to his side. However, as he reached Suor and prepared to weep, the thunder erupted explosively. Yet, Suor controlled the thunder, ensuring it did not harm Jian, instead using it to mend his own injuries. I apologize for worrying you, Jian. I'm fine. Suor gently ruffled Jian's hair and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Then, with a wave of his hand, the meow hammer soared into his grasp. Luagi, it is time for us to have a serious discussion. Suor summoned his most formidable thunder, ready to engage in a proper confrontation. Simultaneously, the destroyer unleashed a violent energy beam, colliding with Suor's thunder. Their attacks clashed fiercely. Chapter 345. The monotonous routine Sidifu Luagia resided in Kaur's villa. As a deceased individual, he lacked any publicly recognized identity, even within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. A significant portion of the higher-ups did not recognize Sidifu Luagia as Captain Migwa, believing that only the fallen could be deemed heroes. To them, a resurrected hero was merely a farce. Consequently, they sought to erase Sidifu Luagia from existence to prevent internal discord. After all, the sudden emergence of such a hero among those who revered heroism would inevitably attract attention. Furthermore, Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to such an extent that even the nation itself was nearly overrun. As Sidifu Luagia's old adversaries, they vehemently opposed the idea of his resurrection. They even attempted to covertly thwart his revival. However, Law's surgical intervention was destined for success, and Kaur's villa was impenetrable to assassins. After 2 failed attempts, they abandoned their assassination plots and instead exerted pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. ELD. They believed that this would compel Nike Filet to yield, leading to Sidifu Luagi's exile or, with some luck, imprisonment. Unfortunately for them, Nike Filet not only remained unperturbed, but also sought to restore Sidifu Luagi's identity. This decision earned him scorn and reprimand from his superiors. Left with no options, Sidifu Luagia continued to reside with Kaur. However, he did not remain idle. He took on household chores, alleviating some burden from Indiur, who typically handled such tasks. Moreover, Indiur forbade Kaur from hiring additional help, as she considered herself Kaur's sole maid and would not allow anyone else to assume that role, even cleaning staff. It was astonishing how swiftly the world had transformed. The technologies of this era were foreign to him. There were mutants, extraterrestrials, and anomalies in abundance. He marveled at the chaos that had unfolded during his slumber. After tidying up, Sidifu Luagia removed his apron and sat on the sofa, preparing to watch television. Given his physique, cleaning the villa was a trivial task. Indiur sat nearby, engrossed in a book. When she noticed Sidifu Luagia preparing to watch a soap opera, she promptly donned headphones to listen to music, returning to her reading. Sidifu Luagia's understanding of this era was exceedingly limited. Besides reading to grasp contemporary knowledge, his primary sources of information were television dramas and evening news. He had no need to worry about physical recovery. Lua's surgery had fully restored his body. Now, he merely needed to practice his boxing skills each night to maintain his combat experience. His physical condition was commendable. Kaur had assessed it to be between C and B grade, with slight fluctuations. This was a testament to the extraordinary effects of the super soldier serum. Lua extracted a sample of his cells for research, as Kaur intended to mass-produce the serum to enhance the physical capabilities of ordinary individuals. Besides Sidifu Luagi's genetic material, Kaur also studied his own, Lua's, and Indiur's genes. Ultimately, only Sidifu Luagi's genes proved suitable for producing a viable serum. Chapter 346. Luagi appears in the city square. A man clad in armor raised a golden scepter, looking down contemptuously upon the gathered crowd. All of you kneel. A man clad in ram's horn armor summoned numerous clones, surrounding everyone present. The ordinary people were engulfed in terror, utterly unaware of the identity or intentions of this enigmatic figure. With panic-stricken expressions, they clasped their heads in fear, yet none knelt. Instead, they gazed with alarm at this strange man. I command you, all of you kneel. With a furious roar, the man's staff erupted in a blinding radiance. In an instant, every vehicle in the vicinity exploded, with not a single one spared. Fortunately, there was no one inside those cars. After revealing a hint of his power, all present instinctively bowed their heads in submission. Though bewildered, they recognized that this man was extraordinarily bizarre, and his displayed abilities clearly transcended the realm of human understanding. This evoked memories of the moment when Karl transformed into the fearsome Hulk and the two giants clashed, an awe-inspiring display reminiscent of deities. Loki, wearing a smile of disdain, looked at the crowd and remarked, Isn't this just as it should be? You Midgardians are inherently meant to be this way. This is a truth that humanity has yet to grasp. The allure of freedom has deprived you of your desire to be enslaved. You are destined for this state. Being subjugated brings you joy. This is your innermost longing. You fervently chase power and status, your true aim being to enslave others while simultaneously submitting to their dominion. This is your authentic selves, an inescapable yearning for servitude embedded in your very DNA. Thus, you will inevitably yield to your rulers, and I am your new sovereign. I am a god, a deity from the heavens, the Loki of your legends. You will submit to me, willingly becoming my most loyal servants. As Loki continued his speech, the gem atop his staff emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating that he was attempting to brainwash everyone present. Just as he was about to conclude, an elderly man with white hair rose to his feet. He was the elder from the original tale, defying Loki's oppressive presence. He remained unyielded by Loki's twisted rhetoric. Trembling yet resolute, he stood tall and boldly countered Loki. You are mistaken. We are meant to be free. No one can enslave us, not even a leader. Humanity is inherently equal and free. I have encountered many shameless individuals like you, and I fear you not. The Elder's declaration captured Loki's attention. Turning around, Loki beheld the frail figure and the unwavering determination in his eyes. Glancing at the mind-controlling staff, Loki's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sir, interrupting someone's speech is rather impolite. However, you are quite intriguing. So let us add a bit of amusement to this performance, shall we? Loki's grin widened, and if not for his helmet, his expression would have contorted. No matter what you do, I will not fear you. I'm already half buried in the ground. Even if you kill me, it will be futile. The Elder's body continued to tremble, but his tone grew even more assertive, and his gaze more resolute. Witnessing the old man's defiance against death, Loki's eyes darkened. He aimed the tip of the mind control staff at the Elder. In that case, allow me to grant you your wish. As Natasha and the others returned to S.H.I.O.D., Carl brought Loki to his villa. Luo and Indier exchanged curious glances at the sight of Loki, who was slung over Carl's shoulder, their faces reflecting confusion. Master Carl, isn't he that Asgardian god from before? Why bring him back? Is he planning to invade Earth? Luo, you guessed correctly. He indeed intends to invade Earth. However, that matter is of no concern to us. I merely seek to conduct an experiment with him, Carl replied, tossing Loki onto the ground. You despicable wretches. Who do you think you are to treat me this way? I am a god. Do you have any idea what you have done? A flicker of blue light flashed in Loki's eyes as he spoke arrogantly. Clearly, his current state was rather unusual. Loki was overly agitated, and having previously encountered Carl, he knew of Carl's capability to eliminate the destroyer with ease. Under normal circumstances, Loki would not dare to shout at Carl, especially since the mind control staff was absent. This indicated that Loki was indeed under some form of control, wielded by someone of considerable power who could manipulate Loki's consciousness from afar. Nevertheless, this control bore a significant flaw. Should Loki sustain severe injuries or undergo other forms of mental assault, the control could be easily broken. Thus, Carl decided to have Indy Air test her abilities. If her song could restore someone under mental control, then she need not worry about Professor X and others. Despite Carl's protection, he could not be by Indy Air's side at all times. Luo possessed the strength to shield her, but mental attacks could prove to be insurmountable. Hence, Carl thought it prudent to conduct this experiment to ascertain whether Indy Air's abilities could eradicate such mental domination. Upon realizing Carl's intentions, Indy Air immediately began to sing without hesitation. A simple melody resonated, and Loki's eyes returned to normal. Call Indy Air. And Luo with a hint of trepidation. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Do you believe me? Loki's sheepish demeanor appeared quite humorous. He had returned to his normal self, entirely devoid of the previous agitation. Aware of his prior actions, Loki understood that mental control did not erase memories. He realized he had offended everyone on Earth. However, this mattered little to Loki, for regardless of control, he held humanity in contempt. What concerned him now was how Carl would respond to him. Loki was acutely aware that Carl could annihilate the destroyer with a single hand, and that he stood no chance against Carl. Even if he resorted to illusions, Carl would see through them, as evidenced by their earlier encounter in the town. Loki, I now offer you an opportunity. Would you like to engage in some biological research together? And haven't you always sought power? I can grant you that. But with one condition, you must pledge your loyalty to me. Carl's lips curled upward, presenting Loki with a choice. To be honest, while Loki was a double-crosser, he also made for a rather competent subordinate. He knew how to adapt to circumstances and was like a reed swaying in the wind. However, once he committed, he could be a wholly trustworthy ally. Most importantly, Loki possesses immense potential. His strength is not to be underestimated, yet he has a penchant for close combat. Should he genuinely express a desire to join us, Carl would undoubtedly rectify this flaw, guiding him back to the path of spellcasting. Chapter 348. A reunion with Sewer. The sky crackled with thunder, shrouded in a dense haze. Though it was night, the thick clouds were clearly visible to the naked eye. Most significantly, a tremendous bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, striking Carl's courtyard and provoking his displeasure. Upon witnessing this thunder, Loki, feeling intimidated, scurried behind Carl to seek assistance. Ro, teach him a lesson and make him tone down his arrogance. Carl remarked, somewhat irritated. He recognized that it was Suor arriving, but the manner of his entrance was excessively ostentatious. Carl did not object to Suor's presence. He would have welcomed him if he had arrived in a more conventional manner. Instead, this fellow bypassed the Rainbow Bridge entirely, opting to arrive via the Hammer's thunder. However, Carl had overlooked the fact that the Rainbow Bridge was still under repair at that time, leaving Suor no choice but to use his hammer to reach Earth. Yet, Carl was unconcerned with such details. As Suor descended, Ro immediately charged forward, launching an attack against him with a swift strike. Caught off guard, Suot wasted no time in summoning lightning to counter Ro's assault. However, without exception, the lightning was cleaved in two by Ro's blade. Suor reacted swiftly, raising Mjolnir to shield himself, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. But in his peripheral vision, he soon discerned the situation unfolding before him. Guided by Heimdall's instructions, he had arrived here without initially noticing the individuals present. Upon recognizing Carl and Ro, he was taken aback. Wait, I did not come here to fight, Suor quickly explained, clearly reluctant to engage Ro in battle. He had previously been defeated by Carl in a matter of moments, and his earlier confrontation with Ro had left him severely humbled due to his inability to gauge Ro's capabilities. Though Suor was indeed the god of thunder now, he was no match for Ro. Only with the Stormbreaker could he hope to surpass Ro's current prowess. However, that was a discussion for another time. At present, Suor was simply outmatched. Even though Mjolnir was a divine weapon impervious to cuts, Ro's swordsmanship was formidable enough to render Suor defenseless. Thus, he sought to avoid a conflict with Ro. Unfortunately, Ro ignored Suor's words and launched an all-out assault. In the end, Suor was bested by Ro, emerging bruised and battered. However, Ro's attire bore some scorch marks, evidence of the damage inflicted by Suor. It was evident that upon his return, Suor had indeed made some progress in strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to harm Ro at all. In their last encounter, Suor had exerted all his effort without leaving a scratch on Ro. Yet now, he had managed to mar Ro's clothing. Clearly, Suor's abilities had significantly advanced in a remarkably short period. Suor, state your purpose for being here. Although we are friends, your abrupt intrusion into my courtyard is rather inappropriate, Carl remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the damaged surroundings. Upon seeing the wreckage caused by his arrival, Suor awkwardly scratched his head. Whatever you need, I can compensate you for it later, Suor said, displaying a rather carefree attitude. Carl smirked, pulling Loki into view. I want him. What say you? Suspended in midair by Carl, Loki awkwardly touched his nose and waved at Sir. My dear brother, how have you fared during this time? Loki, I have finally found you. Come back with me at once. Father and mother miss you dearly, and do not meddle with the cosmic cube any longer. Let us return it together, Suor exclaimed, eagerly reaching out for a warm embrace. However, Carl interposed, stepping forward. Suor, answer my earlier question. I desire him. Do you agree? Disagree. Loki interjected. Chapter 349. The early invasion of the Chitauri master Thanos. I have severed my psychic link with Loki, and he has been assailed by a mental force that rivals my own. Although those with a slightly stronger mental capacity can break my control from a distance, I am still able to discern the level of their mental prowess. Clearly, this individual's mental strength is not vastly inferior to mine, indicating that our plans have been exposed. A statuesque woman knelt before a colossal throne hovering in midair, unable to raise her gaze. Before her, a figure clad in armor with violet skin pondered deeply. Have all our plans come to naught? Not yet. The Mind Stone has been reclaimed by a group of humans, and they are now under its influence. Soon, they will likely turn upon each other. The Cosmic Cube has yet to be discovered by the humans, but with Loki now under control, it is only a matter of time before they recover it. In light of this, you shall lead the Chitauri forces to invade Earth. Is that acceptable? My loyal servant, Supergiant. Thanos lifted his gaze, regarding the woman before him. Supergiant raised her head, her expression brimming with pride. I shall not fail you. I will ensure your conquest of Earth. Conquest is not my immediate concern. I require you to lead the charge. Earth is guarded by Odin and the Ancient One, and I do not wish to provoke them just yet. You simply need to scout Earth for any defenses beyond these two old relics. And remember, do not engage with them. Return safely to me. At your command, my lord. Supergiant nodded, rising to depart. Once she had left, Thanos beckoned the remaining members of the Black Order, who promptly knelt before him. Listen closely, all four of you. We shall now set forth to seek the Power Stone. For the time being, the affairs on Earth will be managed by Supergiant. You shall accompany me. At your command, my lord. Simultaneously, on Earth, atop Stark Industries' highest floor, a man was tinkering with an instrument that exuded a distinctly futuristic and sci-fi aesthetic. This man was the scientist previously abducted by Loki. Still under the influence of the Mind Stone, he remained oblivious to his surroundings, steadfastly executing orders to activate a portal. However, at that moment, Carl and his companions had arrived. Surtur was the first to reach the scene, halting the scientist's actions. Carl and Loki soon followed, and they all exchanged glances at the peculiar device before them. They find it perplexing as to why such a device is being employed with such great effort. The energy contained within the Yujo Mafong is immensely powerful. Even without this apparatus, it can still activate a spatial portal, allowing the Kurita people to descend upon Earth. Loki, too, realized this, and his expression shifted, sensing the gravity of the situation. Thor, in a fit of frustration, smashed the device into oblivion and proceeded to take the Yujo Mafong into his possession, preparing for its retrieval. He produced a special instrument to contain the Yujo Mafong. But before he could secure it, Carl snatched it away. "Carl, what are you doing?" he exclaimed as Carl toyed with the instrument before tossing it into his dimensional space bag. "Thor, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. The more pressing issue is that the spatial portal has been opened, and it was not activated by the Yujo Mafong. The adversaries must possess their own means of accessing spatial gateways." At the same time, Carl arrived at the SHIELD headquarters, conveniently capturing Agent Barton, who was plotting an intrusion. Loki, aware of Barton's whereabouts, effortlessly returned him, subsequently employing physical contact for mental manipulation. It must be noted that Loki's method of utilizing the Mind Scepter was rather crude. He could only alter superficial consciousness and could not delve into the depths of the mind. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Loki, as he too was under control at that moment, unable to unleash the full potential of the Mind Scepter. Given Loki's current strength, even without being controlled, he would likely not fare much better. He was similarly incapable of harnessing the complete power of the Mind Scepter. The more potent one's mental faculties, the greater the ability to wield the powers of the Mind Stone. Loki's mental prowess was not particularly formidable, rendering him incapable of harnessing the Mind Stone's abilities. However, upon Carl acquiring the Mind Scepter, he sensed a peculiar energy within it attempting to influence his thoughts. This force was feeble, easily disregarded by Carl's A-level mental strength. "Carl, you cannot take that. It belongs to SHIELD. Melinda, tasked with guarding it, did not impede Carl's entrance. Fully aware that he could navigate the SHIELD premises unchallenged. Yet, when she saw Carl's intent to seize the Mind Scepter, she could no longer remain passive. Although she recognized the danger of her actions, potentially inciting Carl's wrath, she was unwilling to allow such a perilous object to slip from SHIELD's grasp. "Agent Melinda, is it?" Carl inquired, tilting his head to regard her. Melinda nodded, resolutely obstructing Carl from taking the Mind Scepter. She was visibly anxious, fearing Carl might turn against her. Yet she did not convey any animosity towards him. Melinda refrained from drawing her weapon. Otherwise, Carl would not have remained so composed. "This object is far less secure here. Just look at Barton to understand. It can subtly influence your minds, inciting you to turn against one another. Barton is currently unconscious due to this very object, but he has been restored. Once he awakens, all will be well. If you wish to prevent the entire SHIELD from being affected by the Mind Scepter, do not impede me here. Your priority should be to thwart the invasion of the Kurita people. Also, Inform Black Egg that I have taken the Yujo Mafong. For the time being, it is under my management. If he desires it, let him come to my villa. Depending on my mood, I may allow him to use it. Carl succinctly explained himself and then bypassed Melinda, vanishing within the confines of S.H.E.L.D. Melinda stood in bewilderment, her current location being the core warehouse of S.H.E.L.D., cut off from the outside world, thus unaware that Earth was currently under extraterrestrial siege. Shortly after Carl's departure, Steve Rogers approached her. The internal communications of S.H.I.E.L.D. have been disrupted. Melinda, hurry and take that scepter. Wait, where's the scepter? Steve exclaimed, gazing at the empty stand in confusion. Melinda, somewhat resigned, recounted the events of Carl's visit. Upon hearing her account, Steve let out a sigh and turned to Nick Fury beside him. Director Fury, what shall we do now? What can we do? You must mobilize and intercept these extraterrestrials. As for the scepter, entrusting it to Carl is arguably safer than leaving it in anyone else's hands, provided he harbors no ulterior motives against us. On the rooftop, Carl and Gu-E stood in confrontation. Surrounding them were a number of Kurita beings, soon to be dispatched by the two of them. In prior encounters, Gu-E might have engaged in a brief exchange to study the aliens' combat techniques. But now her focus was solely on Carl, leaving no care for the Kurita. Those who dared approach her would face immediate self-detonation, a testament to her formidable power, allowing her to wield magical forces effortlessly without direct engagement. Carl, similarly, was encased within a thin barrier of air. Any Kurita attempting to approach from behind would trigger this barrier, resulting in their obliteration. After a prolonged standoff, it was ultimately Carl who broke the silence. There is no other option. Gu-Yi's vigilance is exceedingly high. I come to discuss a matter with you. The Time Stone is absolutely off limits. You lack the capacity to wield it. As for the Space Stone and Mind Stone, those are outside my jurisdiction, but I strongly advise against their use. Should you become ensnared by such power, it will only lead to self-destruction, harming both yourself and others. Before Carl could finish, Gu-Yi interjected, interrupting him, which stung somewhat. However, he understood her perspective. After all, he was an outsider, akin to an invader in her eyes. Earth was her domain, and thus she would not extend him any cordiality. Very well, since we cannot discuss the Time Stone, let us converse about Thanos. Surely that is permissible? You are acquainted with Thanos? Gu-Yi furrowed her brow, while Carl shrugged and gestured toward the relatively small rift in the sky. I am unaware of his intentions, but that does not mean I will not seek to understand him. I know that Thanos, due to you and Odin, dares not directly descend upon Earth. Hence, he dispatches these extraterrestrials to scout and assess Earth's capabilities. This tactic is rather cliched, yet highly effective. Its only flaw is the significant waste of resources. However, given the current circumstances, these expendable alien pawns, devoid of concern for sacrifice, could potentially undermine the entire defense system of Earth, along with its superheroes. As Carl spoke, he continued to observe the unfolding drama, having no immediate intention to intervene. Gu-Yi shook her head and then gazed at a particular spacecraft in the sky. It would be best to leave this matter to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially with Thor present. They would undoubtedly devise a means to deal with these invaders, and unless they truly failed, there was no need for her to take action. Gu-Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Carl's perspective. She too was reluctant to intervene, for such actions might foster dependency and hinder their growth. Yet, Carl's motives were far simpler. He simply did not wish to engage. Suddenly, Gu-Yi appeared to perceive something, her expression transforming into one of surprise. Indeed, Thanos had dispatched someone, and she could not afford to be discovered. With that, she likely opened a portal and made her swift exit. Watching Gu-Yi flee, Carl was momentarily at a loss for words. She was remarkably swift. He had intended to converse with her regarding the other Infinity Stones. Yet she had vanished just like that, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. With a sigh, he retrieved a bag of snacks, preparing to resume his passive observation. However, at that moment, the uniquely shaped spacecraft in the sky veered directly towards him. 3 days later, within SHIELD's conference room, Nick Fury and his colleagues deliberated on matters of compensation. Due to Tony Stark nearly being obliterated by a nuclear bomb, he adamantly refused to accept any conventional reparations, nor even an apology. Despite Nick Fury's attempts to persuade him, he was resolute, impervious to any pressure from above. For various reasons, Tony Stark had acquired technology that surpassed even that in the original narrative, endowing him with unshakable confidence. This self-assured demeanor made him a formidable negotiator, leaving them no choice but to compensate him with rare materials. In contrast, others were far more amenable. Steve Rogers required no compensation. He merely needed to join SHIELD, willingly relinquishing any claims for reparations. Such was the spirit of Captain America, earning admiration even from Nick Fury and Natasha. Yet, Tony Stark regarded this noble spirit with disdain. As for Dr. Banner, a few kind words from Natasha would suffice to allow him to continue his research, thereby pacifying Bruce Banner. However, the situation regarding Thor and Loki remained complicated. The two had not even shown up in Shenzhen and were unwilling to cooperate with the superhero organization established by SHIELD. The Avengers had faltered before they even truly began. Currently, only Natasha and Barton agreed to join the Avengers, and even Steve Rogers hesitated, concerned that this organization might adversely affect the world. Thus, the situation was less than optimistic for Nick Fury and his associates. Meanwhile, inside Carl's villa, Thor was persistently attempting to persuade Carl to return the Tesseract. According to Thor, the Tesseract did not belong to Midgard, or Earth. The Tesseract was under the jurisdiction of Asgard, and Thor's mission was not only to retrieve Loki, but also to reclaim the Tesseract. Naturally, Thor could not simply abandon the Tesseract, even though it was now in Carl's possession. He had to make an effort to reclaim it. Khan, you already possess the Mind Stone. You can easily relinquish the Tesseract to me. It serves no purpose for you and is merely wasted in your hands. Please, return it to me. Additionally, regarding Loki, I must take him back for the time being. Once my matters are resolved, I will promptly return him to you. Would that be acceptable? Aware of Carl's formidable influence, Thor dared not adopt a confrontational approach and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Otherwise, he genuinely feared for Loki's safety, especially since Loki was currently in Carl's hands. Loki, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to accompany Thor back, or would you prefer to remain here? I want to clarify that I will not impede your actions or control your decisions. However, I must inform you that should you fail in this endeavor, Thanos will likely target you. Odin is aging, and Thor's abilities are rather average, given the current strength of Asgard. Do you believe you can evade Thanos if he seeks to trouble you? Upon hearing Carl's words, Loki hesitated. Curse it, what have you done to me? After a brief moment, Thor finally comprehended that he had fallen victim to an illusion. Yet, he could not fathom when he had been ensnared, for even Loki could not incapacitate him without a response. Carl merely shook his head, offering no explanation. He simply gestured toward the nearby door with a smile. Indier Luo, see our guest out. Understood, master. At your service, Lord Carl. Indier and Luo approached, beaming at Thor. Thor wished to resist, but he found himself filled with an overwhelming dread upon facing Carl since the moment he had succumbed to the illusion. Now he began to understand why Hulk harbored such terror toward Carl. This was a suppression that emanated from the depths of the mind. Such power was not commonly possessed by an ordinary individual. Lord Carl, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me master. Master? Loki's lips twitched, yet he uttered the words. Carl maintained a facade of calm while secretly reveling in his triumph. To have Loki address him as master was a small indulgence of Carl's own mischievous nature. Although Loki felt exceedingly uncomfortable, even somewhat repulsed, he had no choice but to comply. After all, this path had been of his own choosing. He would not regret his decision, for he understood that once Odin was truly gone, Thanos could effortlessly obliterate Asgard. Moreover, as long as Loki remained in Asgard, he would provide Thanos with a justification for invasion, which further motivated his reluctance to return. However, what puzzled Loki even more was why Carl's illusion was more powerful than any he had ever encountered. capable of ensnaring even Thor without his awareness and inducing such profound fear. After a moment of hesitation, Loki finally voiced his inquiry. Do you wish to learn? Yes, master. I wish to learn. Furthermore, I desire to know what you made my brother Thor see. Oh, it was nothing much. I merely trapped him in an illusion and killed him 50 or 60,000 times. On average, there are approximately tens of thousands of deaths occurring every second. For within the illusions I create, time is under my complete control. If you wish to learn, begin by experiencing it for yourself. There is little more to say, as mere words would be lost on you. As he spoke, Kair conjured a rather tranquil illusion, allowing Loki to become entranced within it. Loki was unprepared, rendered motionless and entirely absorbed in the dreamlike state. He would be left in this suspended moment for half an hour before being released, given his abilities. He should not easily succumb to disorientation. After all, I merely transformed him into a sheep, engaging in a battle of wits with the cunning gray wolf. As Kair pondered aloud, Eintyr bounced back, linking her arm through his. Luo had not returned, as he was busy tending to the flowers outside. Kair's observation haki allowed him to perceive everything with clarity. Brother, do we have any tasks for tonight? Yintyr's peculiar form of address, learned from an unknown source, sent shivers down Kair's spine each time. How about chicken for dinner? That sounds splendid. Father, the situation is as follows. Loki is under Kair's control, with the cosmic cube and the mind scepter firmly in his grasp, making me no match for him. Moreover, he employs a particularly enigmatic illusion, one so subtle that even I cannot perceive it despite my capabilities. Chapter 356, Confronting Odin. During the evening meal, an unexpected rainbow bridge materialized in the villa's courtyard. Emerging from this bridge was not only Thor, but also another figure clad in armor and wielding a spear. This person was none other than the legendary king of the gods, Odin. The moment he appeared, all powerful beings on Earth sensed his presence. No one anticipated that Odin would personally descend upon Earth, yet they refrained from provoking him, fully aware that as long as Odin lived, he remained the supreme force among the 9 realms, without question. Even Ancient One might not necessarily be Odin's equal at his peak. However, should Ancient One wield the Time Stone, the outcome would be uncertain, for Odin rarely relied on gem powers. His strength stemmed solely from his own might. How remarkable it is! I never imagined Odin would come to Earth. This suggests that this human is exceptionally formidable. Yet by his current appearance, it seems Odin does not have long to live. Lucifer, how do you feel about my suggestion? If you merely agree, we could immediately divide hell and share the faith found on Earth. Mephisto, observing everything from hell, could only gather vague impressions. He dismissed the matter, expressing no interest in dividing hell. Compared to that realm, he preferred to frolic in the world of mortals, where life was truly extravagant, infinitely more so than this wretched hell. A man in a suit with a sensual stubble cast a disdainful glance at the elderly Mephisto, his expression one of derision. Look at you, dressed like a relic of the past. This old gentleman look is so outdated. Lucifer, I need not your counsel. Are you truly unwilling to accept? This opportunity is one that will never come again. Mephisto narrowed his eyes, while Lucifer shrugged, casually tracing a magic circle and vanishing into hell. A smirk graced Mephisto's lips, his thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. Clearly, his earlier remarks about dividing hell were insincere. Odin has truly arrived? Kamartaj, the sanctum of sorcerers. Supreme Sorceress Ancient One was equally unprepared for Odin's personal visit to Earth to confront Kair. Though she possessed the Time Stone, it did not imply that she scrutinized the future daily. Thus, Odin's arrival genuinely surpassed her expectations. Without hesitation, she opened a portal and stepped into Kair's courtyard. Odin, you should not be on Earth. Ancient One, you cannot hinder me. As the king of the gods, I must take my son away, and the cosmic cube should not be under human guardianship. They lack the qualifications to safeguard such an artifact imbued with limitless power. Odin acknowledged Ancient One's presence, but chose to ignore her, fixing his penetrating gaze upon Kair. So, it is you, Kair? He paused, then turned his attention to Loki, who stood silently with his head bowed. Loki, I ask you once more, Do you wish to return and endanger your family? I wish to return, but I do not want to bring harm upon them. Loki nodded, then immediately shook his head. Umph. Loki, I did not expect such weakness from you. Even if I were to perish and Thanos were to come, Asgard's full might would be sufficient to resist him. Furthermore, Thor is growing. I believe he will one day surpass me. Your current demeanor reflects a lack of trust in him and in me. Odin's voice grew, tinged with irritation. Chapter 357. The bargain. Upon hearing Kair's words, Odin fell silent. He recognized the truth in Kair's assertions. Thor and Loki were utterly unaware of the multitude of adversaries Asgard had accumulated. They only saw the splendor of Asgard and its formidable presence. In their eyes, Odin was the revered king of the gods, the strongest among the 9 realms. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Odin's title was born from a history steeped in bloodshed, leading to an abundance of enemies. While these foes might hesitate to confront Odin directly, the situation would shift dramatically upon his demise. They harbored no fear of Thor and Loki, for the two were still inexperienced, particularly in the face of Hela, Odin's daughter, who had inherited his more ruthless traits. Although Hela's power was formidable, she could not be vanquished by Odin, rendering Loki and Thor hopeless against her. Should Hela break free from her confinement, Asgard would face utter catastrophe, and both Thor and Loki would likely perish at her hands. This scenario was Odin's greatest concern. How do you know all this? Why do you possess such clarity? Odin relinquished his murderous intent, retracting Gungnir. He understood that the individual before him, hailing from another realm, could prove more troublesome than Ancient One. As Ancient One noted Odin's reluctance to engage, she sighed in relief and silently stepped back. Her purpose was merely to mediate. As long as they refrained from fighting, Earth would remain unaffected. What transpired afterward was no longer her concern. Nonetheless, to prevent any potential conflicts arising from unrelated matters, she opted to linger a while longer. At this moment, Kair also withdrew his observation hockey, casually gesturing to move the 3 sofas from within the house outside. Who I am is of little significance, for your opinions of me are secondary. Were it not for my faith in Loki's abilities, I would not have chosen to keep him close. As for the cosmic cube, it is one of the essential materials for constructing my time-traveling machine, and I must acquire it. In addition to the cosmic cube, I also require the other infinity stones as raw materials, Kair stated, as he settled onto the sofa and gestured invitingly. He conjured 3 sofas, clearly intending for everyone to sit down and engage in a calm discussion. Kair considered his strength formidable, believing he could hold his own even against Odin. However, the weapon Ganja and Air was exceedingly sinister. According to legend, Ganja and Air possesses an attribute of guaranteed accuracy. Once thrown, it never misses its target, and if it does not strike the heart, it returns to its master. Moreover, Odin's recently unleashed divine power was comparable to Kair's Conqueror's Haki. The sheer impact of the Conqueror's Haki gave the impression that Kair had the upper hand, yet he recognized that he merely outshone Odin in terms of presence. In a true confrontation, victory was uncertain. Thus, Kair's principle was to avoid conflict whenever possible. Furthermore, fighting an elder would lack honor, even if he were to win. Do you truly believe that I will take your words at face value? Though I have aged, it does not imply that I am muddled. Odin observed the sofas behind him with a reluctant expression, yet he chose to sit. He understood that Kair did not wish to engage in battle with him, and he was acutely aware that, should a confrontation arise, he could not guarantee victory over Kair. Chapter 358. Departure Guy. What world does this Kair hail from? You can perceive the multiverse. Surely you can discern the origin of his world. The powers he wields do not belong to any of the 9 realms and are entirely unlike any abilities I have encountered. It is truly unfathomable how vast this universe is and from where he emerged. Odin sighed, reflecting on the assertive demeanor he had displayed before Kair. That was merely an attitude he adopted toward outsiders. With Guy being an old acquaintance, he felt no need to maintain a facade. I cannot perceive it either, but based on my deductions, he appears to originate from beyond our world. In other words, there exist other worlds outside of our own. The realm he inhabits lacks extraterrestrial bodies and other star systems, which starkly contrast with our own. Thus, I boldly speculate that he comes from an external world, which explains his incongruous presence among us. However, judging by his behavioral patterns, there is not a significant gap between their world and ours. You raise a valid point. Such a possibility indeed exists. By the way, Su-er, after spending so much time with him, have you made any other observations? Me? Upon hearing Oding's inquiry, Su-er hesitated, reminiscing about his interactions with Ka-er. However, after a moment of contemplation, he could come up with nothing and could only shake his head in resignation. I cannot discern anything. His mannerisms are not vastly different from those of the people of Medigia. Even his two servants are alike, only occasionally speaking in a language I do not comprehend. Upon hearing Su-er's words, Guy and Oding exchanged glances, their eyes brightening with intrigue. What is it? Are you interested in the language of my world? Ka-er interjected, returning at just the right moment, nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa. In his hand was a strengthening elixir, a prototype developed by Law. However, this prototype was still in the developmental stage, currently lacking a test subject. Ka-er's intention was straightforward. He aimed for Oding to inject it on the spot, while Luo recorded the data upstairs. He did not need to come down. With his observation hockey in the activated room, he could clearly document the changes in Oding's physical attributes. Yet, Luo's room was exceedingly discreet. Even Guy and Oding were unaware that it had been unconsciously activated. This was the uniqueness of the Devil Fruit. After all, the abilities of the Devil Fruit resemble a form of law power endowed with absolute attributes, which renders them quite extraordinary. However, Ka-er did not directly hand the elixir to Oding. Instead, he preferred to gauge the other party's intentions first. Thus, the three of them engaged in casual conversation, during which Ka-er shared the language of the Pirate King world. Oding and Guy demonstrated remarkable learning abilities, mastering approximately 70 to 80% within 10 minutes. With a day of practice, they would be proficient in the language and script of the Blue Sea. Although the text from the anime was derived from the language of the Neon Country, the true Pirate King world possessed its own independent linguistic system. Had it not been for the system, Ka-er would not have been able to learn this language. Once Oding and Guy had satisfied their curiosity, they began discussing matters of importance, as Ka-er sought to retain the Cosmic Cube. Chapter 360, Luxifa. When Ka-er's observation hockey detected the presence of others outside, he promptly set aside his tablet and utilized Void walking to arrive outside the villa. India, come back. Ka-er grasped India's hand and pulled her back. At this moment, India emerged from her daze, fear evident as she clutched Ka-er's arm. Master brother, he is a demon. He just attempted to seduce me. India's anger was mixed with fear. It was clear she had been startled. The sensation of being controlled, yet remaining conscious, was profoundly unsettling. This realization also elucidated why those with strong mental powers were often despised. Fortunately, India's abilities merely allowed her to converse with animals and non-human beings, rather than forcibly controlling their thoughts. Otherwise, she would feel some revulsion toward her own powers. As for her charm ability, it was merely an enhancement from her fruit power, combined with her innate qualities and melodious voice, resulting in a passive ability. Those enchanted by her would not lose their self-awareness, but would merely develop an affinity for India, and it would not disrupt their normal lives, nor would she forcibly control them. However, it was not impossible for some fervent admirers to be swayed by India's influence. Ultimately, one could only lament that these individuals possessed exceedingly fragile spirits, easily shattered. Thus, India harbored a strong aversion to those with formidable mental abilities. Who exactly are you? Although Ka-er was unaware of the identity of the well-dressed man with a charming mustache before him, he sensed an intriguing aura emanating from him. This aura had an intoxicating quality, making individuals with low mental fortitude susceptible to manipulation. Such an atmosphere instilled in Ka-er a sense of subtle threat. Ka-er was certain that this individual possessed strength that was undoubtedly on par with Gu, E, and Odin. Thus far, the only two who posed a threat to Ka-er were those two. However, the person before him was a stranger, one whose existence he had never encountered even within the original text. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lucifer, a name exclusive to my identity on Earth. Yet, I bear another name, one I am less fond of, as it symbolizes my dim past and evokes memories of a certain individual I prefer not to mention. Nevertheless, for the sake of clarity, I feel compelled to disclose it. A faint smirk graced Lucifer's lips as he opened his mouth to speak, but Carl interjected with a question. You are the fallen angel, the king of devils, Satan? Carl furrowed his brow as he uttered that name. He was baffled as to why the Marvel Universe would harbor such a figure as Satan. This being could contend with God himself. Thus, his presence here was indeed perplexing. Damn it, my meticulously prepared introduction has been interrupted by you. If it were not for your flattering title of King of Devils, I would have surely torn you apart. Lucifer remarked, a self-assured smile forming on his face as he stepped closer to Carl. At that moment, the blade Hades at Carl's waist suddenly leapt from its sheath and landed in his hand. Carl could sense the fury emanating from Hades, evidently disapproving of Lucifer's presence. What was the meaning of this blade? Did it possess consciousness? And why did it emanate such a repugnant aura? Lucifer took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 361, Apologies. You are not qualified. Choose option 1. Agree to cooperate with Lucifer, gaining his friendship and a pass to hell. With the Hell Pass, you may traverse hell without hindrance, immune to its miasma, and non-sentient demons will not attack you. Choose option 2. Refuse to cooperate, missing out on Lucifer's invitation. But you will receive 3 skill points to allocate freely. Choose option 3. Defeat Lucifer's true form within 30 days, making him your subordinate and consolidating control over hell. Upon success, you will gain the power of the entire underworld. Each choice presents its merits. The first 2 options offer negligible rewards, mere trifles. However, the third option sparked Carl's interest as a challenge worth pursuing. Yet, using his observation hockey, he discerned that Lucifer and the surrounding environment made the third option seem insurmountable. Furthermore, Carl surmised that this Lucifer was likely but a mere avatar. The true Lucifer remained in hell. To defeat him, Carl would need to venture into hell himself, becoming the lord of the underworld. This meant facing not only Lucifer, but all the other lords of hell, including Mephisto. If the task were limited to a year, or even half a year, or even just a month, Carl could devise a plan. But with only 10 days, he deemed it impossible. Moreover, he had yet to learn how to access the entrance to hell. Although he possessed the cosmic cube, locating the entrance would require time. Nonetheless, the system typically refrains from issuing impossible tasks, suggesting it believed Carl capable of unifying hell within the 10-day limit. This implied that the system regarded Carl's strength as superior to any other Hell Lord. However, Carl was unwilling to take such risks, and hell held no allure for him. He had no desire to become its ruler. After careful consideration, he opted for the second choice and, utilizing the powers of the Jinjin fruit, delivered a gentle punch forward. In an instant, the surrounding dark space shattered, and Lucifer's body was struck, losing half of its form. This development astonished Lucifer. While Carl realized that the being before him was indeed an avatar, you possess the ability to shatter space? How is that possible? A mere human, without the aid of artifacts, cannot wield such power. Even he could only create mirror spaces, not destroy them. Are you truly human? Lucifer expressed his disbelief, unable to contain his incredulity. Hearing his words, Carl's lips twitched. He had not anticipated being insulted by Lucifer as not being human. This was intolerable. Lucifer, I regret to inform you that you have yet to earn the privilege to negotiate cooperation with me. As he spoke, Carl unleashed a punch that appeared weightless and devoid of force. Lucifer was in the process of reconstituting his form when he suddenly felt as though his body were being torn apart, an excruciating sensation. This left him utterly astonished. Yet, before he could react, he exploded, scattering like a smashed watermelon, leaving no part intact. However, Lucifer's avatar dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, clearly indicating that the destruction of an avatar did not harm him. Nonetheless, this indicated to Carl that the situation was far from settled. Chapter 362. The Hellfire Club. The matters concerning Lucifer and Odin had reached a conclusion. Carl had been residing in his villa during this period, refraining from stirring up trouble. However, his seclusion did not imply that he would not be sought after. Today, while he was at home, minding his own affairs, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Carl inquired, perplexed by the woman's presence. She cast a disdainful glance at him, ignoring his words entirely. Behind her, another woman followed. Both women possessed striking figures, yet their appearances contrasted sharply. The woman in front, clad in black, exuded a fiery temperament and a regal aura. In contrast, the woman dressed in white, while equally possessing an alluring figure and visage, appeared considerably more amiable compared to her black-clad counterpart. "You trespass into my home without a word. Do you intend to rob me or conduct your thievery openly?" Carl remarked with a smirk, reclining in a nearby chair as he silently observed their performance. Yndir glared at them furiously from behind Carl, clearly displeased. Luo also entered the courtyard, drawing his weapon, ready for combat. "Do not misunderstand. Hey Huang, and I have merely come here to have a chat with you." A woman clad in white attire was the first to speak. Then she stepped forward to stand before Karer, placing herself to his right. "I am a White Queen, hailing from Hellfire Club, and this is the Black Queen, who currently serves as the leader of the Hellfire Club. We are both mutants, and the Black Queen is also a proficient sorceress. Our purpose here is to inquire whether you would be willing to join our Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club exclusively welcomes mutants, and since we are all mutants, we must consider our brethren. Do not be swayed by the words of S.H.I.E.L.D. While they claim to protect the rights of mutants, they are, in fact, the most ruthless oppressors." The tone of the White Queen dripped with disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet her demeanor towards Karer was relatively calm, unlike the Black Queen, who exuded an air of arrogance. The Black Queen remained silent, casually wandering around, her eyes filled with contempt. It was evident that she had no desire to be there, nor to invite Karer to join. However, given the limited number of mutants, and Karer's demonstrated prowess surpassing that of most members within the Hellfire Club, they were reluctant to let a powerful mutant slip away. Hence their approach. Karer, however, was unimpressed, as he had little knowledge of the Hellfire Club, though he had perused the original comics. He was not well versed in the details surrounding the Hellfire Club. He was only vaguely aware of the White Queen, knowing her ability to transform her body into a diamond structure, while he had no recognition of the Black Queen whatsoever. After feigning hesitation, Karer ultimately shook his head. "I apologize, but I'm unfamiliar with the Hellfire Club, nor do I recognize either of you. I will not be joining. Please leave. Mr. Karer, I implore you to reconsider. The Hellfire Club does not extend invitations to just anyone. As a mutant, you surely do not wish to be at odds with the X-Men." Chapter 363, The Power of Luo. Within the villa's courtyard, the expressions of the Black Queen and White Queen turned sour. They had not anticipated that Karer would instruct his subordinates to act against them. Although the Hellfire Club had always maintained a low profile, it did not mean they could be disregarded as mere pawns. "Ha! White Queen, I leave these petty nuisances to you. I do not wish to soil my hands." The Black Queen crossed her arms, her gaze brimming with disdain. Clearly, she held Karer and Luo in low regard. The White Queen sighed, then beckoned Karer with a finger. "Since you do not wish for us to leave so easily, come forth. I am quite accommodating." Her voice held a hint of seduction, but Karer ignored her, instead exchanging a glance with Luo. Luo nodded, immediately expanding the range of his room, enveloping Giku in his armament haki. "You are unworthy to make Lord Karer take action. Allow me to demonstrate the gap in our powers." With a sneer, Luo lunged towards the White Queen. In an instant, the White Queen's body was cleaved apart. She was taken aback, unable to comprehend that her form had been severed. This led her to erroneously believe that Luo's abilities could merely divide an opponent's body without inflicting harm. Thus, she did not panic and attempted to heal herself using telekinesis. However, this time, Luo did not hold back. He employed his command knife to completely separate her two halves. How is this possible? The White Queen was astonished as she felt her body no longer obeying her will, entirely under Luo's control. She could not fathom the nature of Luo's abilities. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, The Black Queen's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly invoked magic to launch an attack on Luo. Yet, Luo's observation haki was not to be underestimated. He had sensed the Black Queen's movements and prepared his defenses in advance. He conjured a small area, redirecting her attack to another location just as it arrived. An explosion echoed through the barren land nearby. Fortunately, Kaoru's villa was situated in the suburbs, with no other houses within a kilometer, allowing him to unleash his abilities without concern for others. Luo was well aware of this, hence he knew how to proceed. "Room," he called out, dashing once more towards the upper half of the White Queen. "I shall not allow you to succeed." The White Queen, seeing Luo approach, promptly activated her ability, turning her entire body into diamond to thwart his attack. Unbeknownst to her, this ability was of no use against Luo. The room functioned as an absolute domain, and currently, only haki could provide a defense. Whether any other force could withstand Luo's abilities remained uncertain, even to Kaoru, as Luo had yet to contend with beings of Odin's caliber, leaving no one to ascertain what powers in the Marvel Universe could counter Luo's fruit abilities. Yet, for now, the White Queen's telekinesis and diamond form could not defend against Luo's assault. With relative ease, Luo extracted the White Queen's heart. He squeezed it forcefully, causing her two severed halves, separated by several meters, to writhe and roll on the ground like fish out of water. Chapter 364. Stalemate. The White Queen was reluctant to engage Kaoru, yet she was equally disinclined to offend him directly. Although she, like the Black Queen, was a member of the Hellfire Club, the organization was quite loose with little discipline, and its members were not entirely united. Most notably, the Hellfire Club was under the Black Queen's control, but over half of its members had aligned themselves with the Mutant Brotherhood of Manzigwang. While the remaining members were not part of that faction, they operated independently with their own agendas. The White Queen was also a member of the Brotherhood and had a long-standing acquaintance with Manzigwang. Thus, her visit to Kaoru was a calculated move. The Black Queen had merely followed out of curiosity after hearing of the White Queen's intention to recruit new members. No one had anticipated that the individual they sought to recruit would so effortlessly dispatch the White Queen. This fact was lost on the White Queen herself. Now, she found herself evenly matched against the Black Queen, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. The key factor was that while the Black Queen could teleport, so too could Luo. The Black Queen could hover in midair and manipulate objects from a distance. Luo stepped lightly upon the moonlit path, effortlessly achieving suspension in midair. His fruit abilities, which allowed him to manipulate objects from afar, surpassed even those of the Hei Huang Ho. Most significantly, the mental assault from Hei Huang Ho proved entirely ineffective against Luo. While his mental fortitude may not be exceptionally robust, he could withstand the domineering will of Kaoru. The mental impact from Hei Huang Ho was at most slightly stronger than Luo's own domineering will, albeit this ability specifically targeted the psyche. Overall, such techniques posed no real threat to Luo. Were ex-professor to intervene, it was unlikely that even Indir could endure his mental prowess. Only Kaoru would remain impervious. However, the mental power of Hei Huang Ho was evidently inadequate. It was merely on par with Bai Huang Ho, hardly noteworthy. Thus, the sole means by which Hei Huang Ho could threaten Luo was through her dark magic. Yet, she could not wield it frequently, for it would inflict irreversible harm and risk drawing the attention of Gu Yi. Gu Yi, who employed white magic, would not idly observe someone brazenly using dark magic. Consequently, Hei Huang Ho was cautious of Gu Yi and restrained her magical force, refraining from unleashing her full potential. This was also a concern for Bai Huang Ho, who recognized that even the likes of Magneto could not confront Hei Huang Ho head-on. Only X could momentarily restrain her. She was deeply apprehensive that Luo might perish at the hands of Hei Huang Ho, which would ultimately derail her plans to recruit Kaoru. Nevertheless, Kaoru remained indifferent, placing his hand over Bai Huang Ho's heart, silently observing their battle in midair. Upon witnessing her heart being toyed with by Kaoru, Bai Huang Ho felt her face flush, her gaze slightly askew. She caressed her chest, inexplicably drawn to the allure of the man before her, causing her heart to race, especially since it was beating in Kaoru's grasp. Kaoru sensing the anomaly in his hold, found it curious that Bai Huang Ho's heart was racing so swiftly. However, he dismissed it, attributing it to her nervousness. I cannot ascertain the extent of strength you attribute to He Huang Ho, but I. Chapter 366. The Compliant Duo Teacher. Must we not take a glance? A man clad in a yellow mage robe inquired anxiously of the bald woman before him. This woman was none other than Gu Yi, the supreme mage, who had met with Kara earlier that day. She sat serenely upon a mat, seemingly unperturbed by her disciples' concerns. Mo Du, I understand your worries regarding Dormammu, but do you believe that even without the presence of dark magic, he would refrain from descending upon Earth? Many events are predetermined. Dormammu will undoubtedly return, and we have long been preparing for his arrival. However, the situation with He Huang Ho does not require our intervention. That individual will handle it. That individual? Teacher, you cannot mean Kara? He possesses no knowledge of magic. While he may be enigmatic, I cannot believe he has the capacity to surpass He Huang Ho, with so many powers of dark magic capable of corrupting the mind. How could a mere being from another realm withstand such forces? Mo Du remained skeptical of Connor's ability to vanquish dark magic. Yet suddenly he fell silent. Gu Yi smiled and activated a crystal ball that had been resting on the ground. In an instant, a vision from Kara's perspective appeared. He Huang Ho was effortlessly defeated, her heart extracted by Luo. Notably, Kara seemed to sense an unseen observer, glancing around before locking eyes with Gu Yi. However, he could not discern who was watching him. He merely sensed a presence. Observing this scene, Gu Yi smiled and closed the vision. Now you see, I previously mentioned that this individual possesses unique strength. Though he may appear unremarkable, his power is largely derived from the forces of rule. Even the abilities wielded by his two subordinates belong to this category, possessing absolute attributes. Even if their strength is not formidable, such absolute power is the most troublesome. This is why I hold him in high regard. He may very well become the key to our future resolution. However, he is still in an observational phase, and we must ensure he does not pose any threat to Earth. Gu Yi's assessment of Kara was notably high, and after prolonged observation, her hostility towards him had diminished significantly. She had discerned that Kara's demeanor was somewhat laid back, but this was not his inherent character. It was merely the result of his experiences in the world of pirates. After all, the world of pirates had attained peace, and since resolving the conflict with him, Kara had not engaged in any battles prior to his transference. Moreover, his goal had consistently been to construct a time-space device, which contributed to his seemingly laid-back attitude. Nonetheless, Montague remained unconvinced. In his view, Kara was hardly trustworthy, as he was not a denizen of this world. Yet, he could not voice such thoughts in front of his teacher. Thus, he fell silent and quietly departed. Gu Yi watched Montague leave, shaking her head without uttering a word. She then cast a spell, projecting a scene from the crystal ball. Before her appeared an image of a surgical doctor, none other than the uninjured Strange, the future Doctor Strange. Chapter 367. The Pitiful Ones. Loki inquired cautiously, wiping his face and conjuring a mirror with magic to inspect for any blemishes. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, he found no signs of anything amiss. His antics, however, amused Deer once more, even eliciting a smile from Kara. Only Luo, with his stoic expression, managed to maintain composure, though the twitching of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Loki, cease your antics. What I meant was for you to determine how to handle those two. As the second prince of Asgard, you should be quite adept at such matters, so I leave it to you. Just ensure that these two hearts remain here to prevent them from reclaiming them and causing further chaos. Kara picked up the hearts, gently squeezing them twice. Both Bai Huang Ho and He Huang Ho shivered simultaneously, emitting soft gasps in unison. The voice was irresistibly enchanting. Had there been ordinary people present, they would have undoubtedly been utterly captivated by the two of them. Fortunately, Karl and his companions, including Loki, were not mere mortals. The deliberately alluring tones emitted by the two women had no effect whatsoever. Was this truly acceptable? Loki remained hesitant, while Karl once again squeezed the hearts of both women, eliciting another round of gasps from the Black Queen and the White Queen. Just go if you're gonna go. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Carl shot a disapproving glance at Loki before applying pressure once more. The black and white queens both let out muffled groans, their bodies trembling in response. However, this time, they were genuinely vexed. They could tolerate being squeezed twice, but a third time without provocation? Did they not have any dignity? Fine, in that case. I shall make an attempt. Loki cleared his throat, adjusted his eye armor, and approached the two women. You two shall kneel before me at once. Standing before you is Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. I declare, in the name of divinity, that you. Before he could finish, Loki sensed a chilling hostility directed at his spine. The Black Queen exuded a palpable shadow, while the White Queen's telekinetic energy surged ominously. Should Loki utter anything out of line, they would likely spring into action without hesitation. Their powers far surpassed that of the current Loki. Thus, if he continued on this reckless path, he risked a severe beating from them. However, even a beating wouldn't lead to his demise here. The resilience of his guardians was well established, and they did not perish easily. Nonetheless, Loki feared retribution, and thus refrained from completing his sentence, biting back the words. Ahem, I command you, in the name of divinity, to leave this villa and never set foot here again. Furthermore, whenever you see Lord Carl, you must pay your respects. As for your hearts, Lord Carl has decreed that we shall not return them to you. Should you wish to reclaim them, prepare for death. As Loki spoke, his confidence grew with each word. After all, he had Carl backing him, and more importantly, he was the second prince of Asgard, son of the All-Father Odin. With such powerful allies, he had no reason to fear. Thus, Loki found himself questioning his own apprehensions, uncertain as to why he felt any fear at all. Loki, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. The Black Queen scoffed, turning to depart. Yet at that moment, she suddenly halted, her body racked with spasms. Anguished sounds escaping her lips. Chapter 368. Magneto. 1,000 miles away from Carl's villa, a S-H-I-L-D marked aircraft descended to the ground. Steve Rogers, Natasha, Barton, and Bruce Banner appeared before the Black and White Queens. Each of them had 2 small chips affixed to their temples, an unusual sight. These chips were designed for mind control. S-H-I-L-D frequently interacted with mutants and understood the extreme potency of mind control abilities. In comparison to more aggressive powers, mind control was the most formidable. Hence, S-H-I-L-D developed such chips as a defense against it. However, the effectiveness of these chips was limited. Their protection lasted no more than a day and was entirely ineffective against telepaths of Professor X's caliber. After all, Professor X was the pinnacle of mind control, and aside from Magneto's unique helmet, nothing else could defend against his abilities. However, if given time, perhaps Tony Stark could create something to counteract it. Yet Tony Stark had not joined S-H-I-E-L-D, so there was no reason for him to craft such devices for them. Currently, S-H-I-E-L-D had established the Avengers, but only 4 members were present. Thor and Tony Stark had not joined, leaving only these 4 to confront the situation. S-H-I-E-L-D never tires of pestering us mutants. I'm utterly fed up with it. If you truly wish to maintain world peace, why not just eliminate that individual instead? A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Cowards. Trash. The Black Queen, having endured much frustration at Carl's location, was eager to vent her anger. Thus, she unleashed a tirade against the members of S-H-I-E-L-D before Steve Rogers could even speak. Wait, you seem to have misunderstood. We are not here on behalf of S-H-I-E-L-D, but rather as representatives of the Avengers. We do not wish to capture you. Rather, enough with the nonsense. Don't you just want to imprison us and conduct your experiments at will? We've seen this trick before. If you're coming, at least bring something new to the table. Go to hell, S-H-I-E-L-D. The Black Queen was not typically hot-tempered. However, after enduring so much humiliation at Carl's hands, including being defeated in a single move, she could not accept the fact that her heart had been forcibly extracted. Having lived for centuries, she had never experienced such fury as she did today. Thus, she paid no heed to what Steve Rogers and the others had to say and launched an attack instead. "Captain, be careful." Upon witnessing the Black Queen's aggression, Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk, unleashing a barrage of shadow attacks. The shadows conjured by the Black Queen's dark magic proved ineffective against the Hulk's skin, with some even bouncing back. Observing this, the Black Queen's expression shifted. She realized the Hulk was indestructible but had not anticipated his skin to be even tougher than she imagined. This reminded her of the Red Tank. Nevertheless, the Black Queen was not without means to contend with the Green Giant before her. "You brute, perish!" she roared, unleashing her dark magic in full force, which coalesced into a beam aimed at the Hulk's head. Yet the Hulk showed no fear, instead slapping his chest in a display of defiance. At that moment, Steve Rogers leaped forward, landing atop the Hulk, raising his shield high to block the oncoming dark beam. Chapter 369. Interception. Magneto controlled 6 towering cranes, hovering in midair. The scene was nothing short of dramatic. Gradually, he descended to the ground, casually flinging the 6 cranes away. In an instant, the cranes plummeted to the earth, causing a tremendous uproar. Upon witnessing this, the Hulk was consumed by rage. He swiftly seized a crane and hurled it with all his might at Magneto. However, his strength was insignificant in the face of Magneto. With a mere flick of his hand, Magneto sent the crane hurtling back. Hawkeye, undeterred by adversity, spread his arms wide in an attempt to intercept the tower. However, he was immediately repelled several meters by the structure. Unyielding, he charged once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Under the adept control of Tsiwei, the tower disregarded Hawkeye's immense strength, forcefully driving him back. Even if Hawkeye could dismantle the tower, he would still be thwarted by the surrounding steel beams. The tower, crafted entirely from metal, fell under the effortless dominion of Wan Zhao, who wielded the power to manipulate magnetic fields. Consequently, he effortlessly subdued the seemingly invincible Hawkeye. Nonetheless, Hawkeye's might posed a threat if he were to close the distance. Wan Zhao's physique, merely twice that of an average human, would not withstand the onslaught. Though his abilities were formidable, his physical attributes were not significantly superior. He could still be harmed by bullets and ordinary blades, possessing only a slightly enhanced healing capability and strength compared to the average adult. Wan Zhao's greatest asset remained his powers. Thus he sought to contain Hawkeye to prevent any disruption. Subsequently, Wan Zhao manipulated 6 towers to create an indomitable cage. Even with the strength of the Green Giant, escaping from within this confinement would require a considerable amount of time. Steve Rogers and the others could only watch helplessly as Wan Zhao completed the cage, unable to assist in any capacity. The leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Wan Zhao, had not anticipated finding himself here. Was he also in pursuit of Hawkeye? Natasha inquired. Although she had never encountered Wan Zhao, she had heard of his capabilities. Thus, she discarded her firearm, even removing the bullets. Hawkeye followed suit. His bow, fashioned entirely from metal, naturally instilled fear of Wan Zhao's powers, prompting him to cast aside his weapon as well. Only Steve Rogers remained, shield in hand, utterly perplexed by the situation. Yet, after ensnaring Hawkeye, Wan Zhao showed no intention of striking, instead glancing at the White Queen and the Black Queen. "I have heard that you two are here to recruit a mutant. How goes the endeavor? Has he joined the Hellfire Club?" The matter was best left unmentioned. The Black Queen was nearly driven to fury by that individual. "Not just her, but I too am exceedingly irate, and I advise you not to provoke him lightly," the White Queen cautioned, causing Wan Zhao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. The Black Queen was formidable, and even Wan Zhao could not claim with certainty that he would prevail against her. This was precisely why the Hellfire Club was led by the Black Queen. However, Wan Zhao had no desire for power struggles. He had his own brotherhood of mutants to oversee and lacked the inclination to manage 2 organizations. What astonished Wan Zhao was that the Black Queen had been bested before a stranger mutant. This was a scenario he had never encountered. "Are you the one they speak of?" Wan Zhao inquired, observing the tremors in the bodies of the White Queen and Black Queen, alerting him to the exceptional nature of the man before him. Particularly, Carl's sudden appearance here further confirmed Wang Zhao's suspicion of the man's formidable strength. Without hesitation, Wang Zhao manipulated his magnetic abilities, intending to use the metallic objects on Carl to mount an attack. However, Wang Zhao was perplexed to find that none of the metallic items on Carl could be controlled. This revelation astonished him. Soon, however, he noticed the blade at Carl's waist and exerted all his effort to seize it. Carl sensed Hades' movement, a slight smile gracing his lips, and relinquished control, allowing it to fly into Wang Zhao's grasp. Wang Zhao did not anticipate that seizing Hades would be so effortless. Yet, just as he was about to grasp the blade, the Black Queen's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately employed dark magic to send Hades flying. Have you lost your mind? If you seize that blade, your death is assured. It recognizes its master and is a cursed blade nourished by human blood. Attempting to control it with your flesh and blood will leave you utterly cleansed, possibly even draining your marrow. The Black Queen, proficient in dark magic, was acutely aware of the cursed blade's nature. Hence, she could sense Hades' abnormality and prevented Wang Zhao from wielding the cursed weapon. Although their relationship was not particularly amicable, they were still mutants. Despite their internal conflicts, they united against external foes, exemplifying the camaraderie among mutants. A cursed blade? What manner of object is that? Wang Zhao, unfamiliar with the intricacies of dark magic, did not understand the nature of the cursed blade. However, he grasped the essence of the Black Queen's warning, realizing that he could not touch Carl's weapon. Thus, he abandoned that course of action and directed his control towards Carl instead. Yet, Carl did nothing but stand still, and Hades returned to its sheath of its own accord. Witnessing this, Wang Zhao was once again taken aback, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. At that moment, Hauka roared once more, raising an even larger boulder than before. The Black Queen sought to shatter it, but suddenly a fierce gale erupted, reducing the massive stone, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, to mere dust as it swept through the air. The sight left Wang Zhao and his companions dumbfounded. They had never anticipated such power from Carl. Even the Black Queen, who had been swiftly defeated by Carl, was astonished by his overwhelming might. Hauka, behave yourself, or I will not hesitate to remind you what true pain feels like, Carl stated nonchalantly. Wang Zhao and his companions watched Carl's display, unsure of his intentions. However, Hauka's next actions utterly shocked them. He hunched down like a submissive puppy, a placating smile on his face, before transforming back into the form of Bruce Banner. Wang Zhao could hardly fathom how many times he had been astonished in just a few short minutes. He had arrived with the intention of commanding the situation. Yet now he was unsure if he could leave. After all, with Carl present, they would have to seek his permission to depart. Do not linger in the air. The dust surrounds you. How unseemly. Let us descend and converse, for I have matters to discuss with you, Wang Zhao. As long as you fulfill the task I assign, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. I assure you, I will not break my promise. If I cannot uphold this trust, I have no place in this world. Carl's lips curled slightly as he uttered words that stirred Magneto's heart. Although Carl could not enhance Magneto's power directly, he could certainly persuade Luo to concoct some physical enhancement potions, and he could assist Magneto in delving deeper into his innate abilities. In this manner, it could be deemed a form of empowerment. However, should Carl manage to acquire the magnet fruit, the situation would undoubtedly become more favorable. Yet, it is essential to recognize that this world is not the realm of One Piece, and the system possesses a degree of randomness, rendering it impossible for him to simply obtain the magnet fruit. As Magneto pondered this matter, Carl suddenly heard the voice of the system announcing the activation of the system store, having detected the host's thoughts. It warned that the store was still in the testing phase, with incomplete inventory and certain items unavailable for purchase. The system further indicated that the items procured from the store bore no side effects whatsoever. Startled by this announcement, Carl promptly accessed the system store, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon its opening. Within its confines, he discovered the Zanpakuto and an array of devil fruits. However, some of these fruits, despite being displayed on the shelves, were marked as unavailable due to insufficient stock. Each time Carl clicked on these items, A message would appear stating that the item possessed a unique status and could not be duplicated. Furthermore, it explained that the issue of uniqueness would only be resolved upon the store's official opening. Though Carl felt little enthusiasm for the store, he did notice the magnet fruit, which had not been claimed by anyone else and seemed quite suitable for Magneto's use. However, upon attempting to purchase it, he found that it required a special currency known as trading points, with the magnet fruit demanding a hefty sum of 2,000 points. Subsequently, Carl also encountered other devil fruits, all of which were exorbitantly priced, particularly the dark fruit, which cost a staggering 10,000 trading points. The cheapest among them was the human fruit in its human form, priced at 10 trading points. In addition, Carl stumbled upon an item that left him speechless: the standard-issue naval sword of the new Navy, available for wholesale purchase at just 1 trading point for 10 swords. This weapon was a new type of sword designed by Vegapunk, capable of merging blades into a single entity, thus facilitating combat without the need for weapon transitions. Carl had never anticipated its presence in the system store, nor the fact that it was so affordably priced. As for bullets, they were available at a rate of 1 trading point for 100 rounds, an incredibly low cost. However, Carl had no intention of utilizing such items, as they held no utility for him. Upon glancing again, Carl discovered that there were also potions capable of altering one's aptitude, priced at 1 trading point per vial, usable by only 1 individual at a time. The description indicated that these potions could endow individuals with the ability to learn Haki in the 6 forms of the Navy. This revelation surprised Carl, as he had not anticipated such items to exist within the store. Previously, he had attempted to enable individuals from the Marvel Universe to learn the 6 forms, but regrettably, even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Tony Stark and Steve, had not succeeded. Chapter 372. Target: Apocalypse. Upon hearing Carl's words, the Black Queen's expression shifted dramatically. She had never imagined that Carl would set his sights on Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the first mutant in this world, possessing nearly all the abilities of every mutant. Regardless of the power in question, he possesses it. Even his telekinesis and psychic abilities are among the finest. In fact, even in the original narrative, the X-Men struggled to secure a definitive victory against him in terms of psychic skills. Even Magneto was bested by Apocalypse in a contest of magnetic fields. Were it not for Jean's Phoenix Force erupting in a moment of brilliance to vanquish Apocalypse, he would truly be an invincible presence. His self-healing abilities are incredibly formidable, and he possesses eyes sharp enough to perceive Quicksilver's speed with a body capable of keeping pace with it as well. Such a versatile individual, with all abilities ranking from exceptional to superior, could easily be referred to as a god. Yet, the Phoenix Force belongs to a different dimension of power, capable of altering reality. Though Apocalypse harbors a fragment of the Phoenix Force, he is not its master. In comparison to him, Jean's constitution is far more suited to wielding the Phoenix Force. It is precisely for this reason that Apocalypse fell to Jean. Presently, however, very few are aware of the Phoenix Force residing within Jean. This is why the Black Queen felt such anxiety. She understood that if Apocalypse were to resurrect, it would not merely pose a threat to humanity, but to the entire world. Black Queen, since you comprehend who Apocalypse is, enlighten them. I am too weary to elaborate, Carl remarked, noticing the lack of reaction from others, save for the Black Queen, whose fear was palpable. This led him to realize that among those present, only the Black Queen grasped the true terror of Apocalypse. To this, the Black Queen did not refuse, but succinctly elucidated the extent of Apocalypse's formidable power. Her few words left both the White Queen and Magneto in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. You truly intend to resurrect this being? Are you certain you can contend with him? Magneto exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the explanation. He had not anticipated the existence of such a potent mutant in this world. However, Carl remained unfazed. Although Apocalypse was powerful, he was at most on par with Odin and the Ancient One without the Time Stone. Defeating him was not beyond Carl's capabilities. Moreover, it was imperative for Carl to confront such formidable adversaries if he wished to further enhance his own strength. Additionally, Carl required Apocalypse's body to conduct certain experiments aimed at augmenting his powers. This step was essential. While other mutants could suffice, the results would not be as significant. This had been confirmed through simulations conducted by Luo, prompting Carl to seek Apocalypse's awakening. Rest assured, even if he is formidable, so too am I. Upon hearing Carl's confident declaration, Magneto ceased his inquiries and nodded in agreement. Since you are so confident, I shall seek out his resting place to awaken him. However, how shall I contact you? I do not even know your name. My name is Carl. You may address me as such. As for contacting me, it is rather simple. Just find a location to reach out to SHIELD, and you will be able to connect with me. Although the process may be convoluted, it is indeed the most straightforward method, as I have blocked all signals here. Aside from dedicated lines, no other communications can penetrate. After hearing Carl's words, Magneto nodded, then departed with the Black Queen and the White Queen, the matter of the heart remaining unspoken as they followed her out. Carl gazed at their departing figures before quietly returning to the villa. Upon his return, he encountered Steve Rogers, clad in casual attire, holding the remnants of his shattered gambling token. The following morning, Steve departed the villa, intent on seeking out Tony Stark to restore his lost token. Luo remained engrossed in his experiments, striving to complete the development of the biological agent within a month. Intier, on the other hand, hummed a tune while meandering around the villa. Loki was still in the basement, delving into his magical abilities, aspiring to grow stronger. His innate talent was formidable. Had he not strayed down a misguided path, persistently wielding a dagger to inflict harm, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. This was a consequence of Loki's own actions in the metropolis. He had no one but himself to blame. During this period, Carl found himself with little to occupy his time, prompting him to delve into the latest iteration of the system shop. Given that both Luo and Intier had already consumed devil fruits, even if the fruits exchanged from the system shop bore no side effects, those they had ingested were not products of the system. Though Carl was uncertain whether providing them with another devil fruit would pose a threat to their lives, he deemed it prudent to refrain from doing so. Yet within the shop, aside from the magnetism fruit, he found nothing of interest to exchange. Furthermore, this fruit was intended for Magneto post-mission, and Carl had no personal use for it. Nevertheless, he spent some trade points acquiring various inexpensive items available in the shop. However, these acquisitions held no practical value for Carl. They were merely for experimental purposes. Items of lesser value or consumables would remain available for purchase in the system shop even after acquisition. Conversely, unique items, such as the magnetism fruit, would vanish from the shop upon purchase, rendering them untraceable even on the shop search interface. This demonstrated the unique nature of such items. Once bought, they ceased to exist in the shop, with no duplicates available. However, the shop had not yet completed its updates, seemingly in a testing phase, with many items currently unavailable for purchase. Among these were several abilities, such as the Goro Goro no Mi and the Rumble Rumble fruit, both of which Carl desired. Additionally, there was another ability that intrigued him greatly. Although it lacked combat enhancement, it effectively granted an additional life, the Yomi Yomi no Mi, which allowed resurrection upon death, with uncertainty surrounding whether it offered a single revival or an indefinite number of lives. In essence, unless one encountered a glitch akin to Brook, the user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi could only perish from natural causes, remaining impervious to death by external forces. However, these three fruits were not yet available for purchase, and Carl was oblivious to their eventual release. Exchanging skill points and attribute points for them seemed unwise, given that each could only convert to 100 points. Nevertheless, he currently retained over 20,000 points, which he could accumulate gradually as numerous future opportunities awaited. The following chapter unfolded as Carl confronted the X-Men, inquiring about their significant purpose for traveling such a distance. Without a compelling reason, he harbored no qualms about eliminating them all. In midair, he employed his abilities, effortlessly suspending the fighter jet with one hand. The occupants of the aircraft were taken aback, astonished that Carl could halt the jet with such ease, surpassing their expectations. A woman with a melodious voice addressed Carl, clarifying that they were not there to cause trouble, but sought to invite him to X Academy for a discussion with the professor. Carl paid her little mind, instead dismissively casting the fighter jet down to the ground with a forceful gesture. The X-Men members, shaken by the violent tremor, hastily employed their abilities to escape the rapidly descending aircraft. With Carl's intervention, the jet was destined to explode shortly, necessitating their swift exit from the confined space. Through a simple display of power, Carl discerned the identities of the crew members aboard. The white-haired woman capable of manipulating storms and lightning was Storm, though her voice differed from that of the woman who had spoken to Carl. Meanwhile, a red laser pierced through the metal as a figure clad in a tight suit, sporting distinctive glasses, leaped from the cabin. There was no doubt this was Cyclops. Following closely behind was a youthful individual, presumably a new generation member of the X-Men, who had not yet utilized any abilities. Soon after, Carl felt the appearance of two adamantium claws before him. Without needing to see his face, Carl recognized the unmistakable presence of Wolverine. Subsequently, he observed Colossus emerging through the opening created by Storm's breach. Once they gathered, their expressions turned serious as they regarded Carl with concern. Finally, a woman donning a red leather suit gracefully descended from the cabin. "Mr. Carl, your temper is rather explosive. We have done nothing to provoke you, and yet you resort to violence. This seems rather unreasonable," she remarked. Just as she finished speaking, the fighter jet erupted in flames. However, she remained unscathed, her form enveloped by a protective red energy shield. This was indeed the woman who had initially conversed with Carl. "You are Jean Grey? Carl inquirit. You know me?" Jean replied, visibly surprised that Carl recognized her name, as she seldom undertook missions. As the bearer of the Phoenix Force, she could not easily leave X Academy. Although her mastery of the Phoenix Force was still in its infancy, her prowess among mutants was unrivaled. If not for Carl's influence, Professor X would likely never have permitted her to be present. "Jean Grey, wielder of the Phoenix Force, your name is well known even within S.H.I.E.L.D. How could I possibly be unaware of you? However, to speak of it, you have dispatched such a substantial number of your elite, including the likes of Lashien, Baofengnu, Jingenglong, and Ganglishi. They are all renowned mutants, and apart from that young lad whom I do not recognize, I am somewhat familiar with the rest. So, are you here to converse with me, or to apprehend me?" A smirk graced Kaur's lips as the might of his conqueror's haki erupted. The surrounding sky suddenly darkened, tempestuous winds swirling about. Kaur's conqueror's haki directly impacted their mental realm, causing all present to tremble. Chapter 376, Demolishing the Building. Simultaneously, just as the X-Men, relying on the helicopter support from Coerson, managed to escape, Kaur had already traversed the void to arrive at the X Academy, seeking out the esteemed professor. "May I inquire, Professor X, what means do you intend to employ to confine me?" he challenged. "Moreover, your psychic prowess appears rather lacking. I stand before you, yet feel no sense of threat. Have you grown too old, perhaps, to the point of mental decline?" Kaur mercilessly mocked the bald elder before him. At this moment, Professor X, though still relatively youthful, probably appearing around 60, was aware that mutants typically enjoy a lifespan surpassing that of ordinary humans. Even the most rudimentary of mutants possess a stronger constitution and longevity compared to normal individuals, let alone someone of Professor X's caliber. Though a telepath, his physical capabilities were not to be underestimated. Thus, despite being in his 60s, he appeared closer to a man in his 40s. "Kaur, I truly did not expect you to seek me out. Where are Logan and Jean?" Professor X furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of unease. He had not anticipated Kaur's visit, yet the absence of Jingenglong and Qin troubled him. Now, Professor X harbored concerns for their safety. Moreover, like the other mutants, he was completely unprepared for the revelation that Kaur's strength far exceeded his own expectations. Even after attempting to use his abilities to control Kaur's mind, he regrettably found that his powers could not penetrate Kaur's mental defenses. At most, he could elicit a fleeting sensation of discomfort within Kaur. "Professor, you needn't worry. I am not one to act rashly, and I shall not take lives without cause. However, imparting a minor lesson upon you should pose no issue, such as causing all your students to faint." As he spoke, Kaur unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the entirety of X Academy. Feeling the overwhelming force, Professor X's complexion paled, and he quickly summoned his psychic energy to assist the other students in resisting Kaoru's might. Yet, he soon realized he was outmatched. The nature of Conqueror's Haki was such that if Professor X were to forcefully obstruct it, the students would suffer irreversible harm. Thus, he ultimately relinquished his resistance, allowing the students to succumb to unconsciousness. This fainting was a protective mechanism of the brain. By losing consciousness, they would avert further harm. However, once they awakened to face Kaoru, they would inevitably harbor an innate fear of him. It became evident that Kaoru's release of Conqueror's Haki was not a mere whim, but a calculated strategy. It seems I have underestimated you, Kaoru. This matter is indeed my fault. If you wish to vent your frustrations, direct them at me alone. There is no need to involve these innocent children. Professor X's altruistic remarks left Kaoru somewhat speechless. Professor, I respect your principles, yet I find them quite exasperating. My purpose here today is singular, to make you understand the folly of provoking me lightly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Kaoru retracted his Conqueror's Haki, ascended into the air, and employed the powers of the Fei Gua, lifting the entire classroom building from the ground. After surveying the occupants within, Kaoru comprehended their distribution and proceeded to dismantle the entire structure. One by one, students were cast to the ground. Although they were all mutants, a fall from several meters would not be without consequence. Chapter 377, Malekith. Time continued its inexorable march. It had been half a month since the X-Men had come seeking trouble. During this period, Sidiphilogia had been visiting Tony Shatake almost daily, practically residing at his home. This behavior was understandable, as Sidifu's shield had been restored by Tony, appearing indistinguishable from its former self. Furthermore, Tony had reinforced the shield using materials from the destroyer, rendering it even more formidable. As for how the destroyer had come into Tony's possession, it was simply due to Lua's inability to comprehend it. Moreover, Kaoru was not a scientist himself. Thus, he could not conduct the necessary research and had to entrust it to Tony for assistance. However, Tony's rapid advancements in his armor design, fueled by his research, surpassed the timeline of the original narrative, achieving results at an accelerated pace. Even the antagonist from Iron Man 3 emerged earlier than in the original timeline, yet confronting him would not entail facing Tony alone. Owing to his debt to Tony for the shield's restoration, Sidifu had allied with him to vanquish this adversary. This was the reason for Sidifu's frequent visits to Tony during this time. The shield, which had initially taken only 5 days to repair, became the excuse for Sidifu to act as a bodyguard until the villain was dealt with, after which he would return to his normal life. Kaoru had merely observed this unfolding drama, choosing not to intervene, as it was their own matter and not his to meddle in. However, certain events necessitated Kaoru's intervention. As the Reality Stone had arrived on Earth, Kaoru could acutely sense the emergence of a colossal rift in the sky. The essence of the Reality Stone resonated with the Mind Stone and Space Stone he possessed. Clearly, this was the plot from Thor, the Dark World, where Malekith, the Dark Elf Lord wielding the Ether, descended upon Earth to sow chaos. Thor struggled valiantly, yet regrettably, he was no match for the Reality Stone. It was lamentable that despite Thor's current prowess approaching that of Thor, Ragnarok, he still fell short against Malekith, revealing his inadequacy. Kaoru shook his head. Having remained in the air as an observer, refraining from immediate intervention, wishing to ascertain Thor's current capabilities. However, the outcome left Kaoru disappointed. Very well, I shall step in. He resolved, for if this continued, Thor might well meet his demise. With that, Kaoru cast a glance back at Luaji and Law. They were summoned to watch alongside him, and should the need arise, he would not hesitate to enlist their aid. Yin-Tir did not follow, for her abilities were ill-suited for direct combat. Moreover, since Karl was not venturing far, there was no necessity for her to accompany him. Loki, you two shall go. Just be cautious of his ether particles, Karl instructed. And Loki, after such an extensive period of training, I would like to witness your growth. Upon hearing Karl's words, Ro nodded and immediately took flight. Loki, however, swallowed nervously and asked, Am I truly capable of this? What a foolish question. If you do not go, I shall impose a month of house-cleaning duties upon you. You shall go. I am on my way. The mere thought a month of cleaning sent a jolt through Loki. Chapter 378. The siege disaster struck. Thor found himself unprepared for the sudden assault of a spear, unable to defend himself as Malekith thrust toward him. His hammer had just been hurled far away by Malekith, and summoning it back would take time. Although Thor had made considerable progress, he remained a hammer wielder. Without his weapon, he could not unleash his full power. With no other options, he resolved to endure the force of the Reality Stone. Seeing this, Malekith scoffed disdainfully and thrust his spear forward. Yet, to his astonishment, his intended target turned out to be a car. The explosion engulfed Malekith in flames. Thor then appeared on the street outside, and his hammer followed closely behind. Suddenly finding himself in this location left Thor bewildered, utterly clueless as to what had transpired. Moments later, Ro descended beside Thor and patted his shoulder. "Do not worry. Lord Karl sent us to assist you." "Ha ha ha. My dear brother, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament." Ro's words had barely left his lips when Loki materialized beside Thor, seizing the opportunity to mock him. However, Thor, unfazed by Loki's taunts, queried, "What brings you here? Did Karl truly send you to help? Why would he do such a thing?" Thor could not fathom why Karl felt the need to intervene, especially since he firmly believed he would not be bested by Malekith. "Thor, do not pretend to be strong. We all witnessed that scene. Let us engage in battle together and resolve this swiftly so we may return home," Ro stated coldly, yet reasonably. Even Loki could not help but nod in agreement. Acknowledging the wisdom in Ro's words, Thor readied himself for battle, prepared to act at a moment's notice. "You wretched fools dare to toy with me. I am the great lord of the Dark Elves, Malekith, the future ruler of the Nine Realms. From this day forth, I shall plunge the world into darkness, and you shall all become slaves of the shadows." As his proclamation echoed, Malekith wielded the Reality Stone, initiating a fierce assault against them. The power of the Reality Stone was unparalleled in his grasp. Ro, Loki, and Thor struggled to land a successful strike on him, and most crucially, Ro's fruit abilities had become ineffective. In the face of the Reality Stone's might, the capabilities of his surgical fruit paled in comparison, rendering them utterly incapable of breaching Malekith's defenses. Thus, Ro was compelled to rely solely on his swordsmanship for offense, while Thor continued to wield his hammer against Malekith. However, their combined efforts against Malekith, now shrouded in the power of the Reality Stone, proved futile. Malekith employed the stone to erect an impenetrable barrier, simultaneously harnessing its energy to unleash devastating attacks against them. Thor and Ro found themselves unable to retaliate, forced into a defensive stance. Nonetheless, Thor summoned forth his lightning, striking furiously at Malekith, while Ro unleashed a flurry of slashes, directing them toward Malekith. Yet, these assaults were akin to mere scratches, ineffective against him. Unbeknownst to Malekith, Loki had vanished from sight. Chapter 379. The Might of the Reality Stone. "How dare you, merest guardians and lowly humans, push me to this extent? You are all beyond redemption. I shall slay you as offerings for the coming darkness." With a thunderous roar, Malekith unleashed the power of the Reality Stone once more. The trio of Loki, Ro, and Thor responded by channeling their own powers in resistance. Yet regardless of their efforts, they could not withstand the Reality Stone's energy. After all, the power of the Reality Stone was a fundamental rule of the Marvel Universe. Although Malekith could not fully exploit its capabilities, he could effortlessly unleash 3/4 of its power. Even this was sufficient to leave Thor, Loki, and Ro struggling to cope. What surprised Ro most was Malekith's unexpected strength, and the Reality Stone's complete counter to his surgical fruit rendered half of his abilities moot. Relying solely on his swordsmanship, Ro found himself at a disadvantage against Malekith. What a troublesome adversary, Ro mused, fixing his gaze on Malekith, searching for a flaw. As he engaged in battle, he observed carefully. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki distracted Malekith, recognizing that Ro's slashes were the most potent among them. Although Thor was reluctant to concede, he acknowledged this truth. Thus, he willingly supported Ro, employing his summoned lightning to shield Ro's offensive maneuvers. Simultaneously, Loki utilized his most adept techniques to restrain Malekith, even resorting to half-formed illusions he had yet to master. It must be noted that once Loki deployed his illusions, their attacks began to yield some effect. Malekith, ensnared in the illusions, found it increasingly difficult to control the powers of the Reality Stone effectively. This granted them a significant opportunity. However, the use of the Reality Stone transformed Malekith's body, enhancing his recovery abilities and diminishing the impact of their assaults. Despite this, they recognized the potential to overcome their adversary. Consequently, their attacks intensified and their coordination improved, leading to an increasingly volatile Malekith who had entered a state of relentless fury. Regardless of the presence of others, he would unleash a relentless assault. As long as he could strike a blow, he deemed it worthwhile. Moreover, the current circumstances compelled Malachi C to act thus. Suor and his companions had gradually devised a method to confront the boss Malachi C. Given a modicum of time, they could undoubtedly breach his defenses. This was precisely what Malachi C feared most. He had no desire to perish in this place. Meanwhile, as the three engaged in their fierce battle against Malachi C, Kara remained rooted in place, silently observing the clash. Odin, do you believe they can vanquish this fiend in due time? Perhaps 3 days? He mused. I suspect it may require an extension, possibly 4 days at least. I do not underestimate them. It is merely the astonishing capabilities of the Reality Stone that concern me. Having safeguarded the Reality Stone for so long, you should understand its formidable power better than I. He sighed, acknowledging the futility of the discussion. If you do not descend personally, the Reality Stone will remain mine. Should you attempt to seize it, know that I am ever prepared to contend. Cotter spoke to himself, surrounded by no one else. Chapter 381. The ether particle acquired upon vanquishing Malachi C. Kara promptly harnessed his abilities to compress the ether particle and encase it within a unique vessel. This extraordinary container also housed the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Crafted using the Destroyer's armor and various other rare materials, it was designed to contain the Infinity Stones. Each stone was housed within its own separate space, necessitating individual retrieval for use. However, given Kaor's present strength, the utilization of the Infinity Stones seemed improbable. Furthermore, such artifacts were rendered unnecessary without the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, Kaor lacked an understanding of the Gauntlet's principles, making rapid replication unattainable. Even Tony Stark could only forge a similar artifact after witnessing the Infinity Gauntlet firsthand. Yet, even his imitation in the original tale paled in comparison to Thanos' gauntlet, which could negate the adverse effects of the Infinity Stones, something Stark's creation could not achieve. Otherwise, he would not have needed to sacrifice himself in Avengers Endgame. Kara, what shall we do with this fellow's corpse and his spacecraft? My Kinbunchiko Haki indicates there are still many individuals aboard. Should we eliminate them all? Luo stepped forward to inquire. Kara shook his head and turned to Suor. Suor, you shall handle the Dark Elf clan within. However, I wish to retain the spacecraft for research. Malachi C's remains are also to be preserved. You have no objections. I trust. Kaor's tone resembled more of a command than a question. Sweat beaded on Suor's forehead as he dared not oppose Kaor. No problem. I shall contact Heimadur to have the Dark Elf clan removed. As for the spacecraft and the corpse, feel free to conduct your research as you see fit. I have no objections. However, regarding the ether particle, this belongs to me. If you desire it, you must defeat me first. As he spoke, Kaor withdrew the box containing the Infinity Stones into his dimensional space. Witnessing this, Suor could only scratch his head in resignation. Though he harbored intentions of battling Kaor to reclaim the ether particle and the Space Stone, he was acutely aware that he was no match for him. More importantly, he realized he might struggle against Luagi as well, for the power Luagi had demonstrated surpassed anything he had witnessed during their time in Asgard. Furthermore, Luagi's mastery of elemental magic flowed effortlessly, with even his illusions so seamless that enemies would unknowingly fall victim. Even Malachi C, having wielded the ether particle, could not entirely unravel Luaji's illusions. This led Su'er to conclude that Luaji had evolved into a true sorcerer, rather than a mere opportunistic assassin. Soon after, Su'er departed with the remnants of the Dark Elf clan, leaving Earth behind. Meanwhile, Ka-Er and his companions remained with Malaji C's corpse and his colossal spacecraft. Retreating to the rear of the villa, the spacecraft was immense, occupying a vast section of the garden. Fortuitously, the surrounding area belonged entirely to him, alleviating any concerns of disputes. Moreover, facing such a gargantuan spacecraft, no one dared to report him. Regarding the portal in the sky. Chapter 382. A year's time, the most irksome aspect of Hydra was not their strength, but rather their remarkably exaggerated concealment capabilities and self-replenishing abilities. Their motto rang true. Even if one of Hydra's heads was severed, 8 remained. Even with just one head left, they would never truly perish. This made Hydra exceptionally troublesome, particularly for S.H.I.E.L.D. However, to Ka-Er, they were merely a collection of children, incapable of eluding his gaze. Thus, when Hydra's agents came knocking, Ka-Er followed the trail and eliminated their upper echelon one by one. Although the operation was somewhat crude and lacked any semblance of stealth, it sparked significant backlash, prompting officials around the world to collectively denounce Ka-Er and even attempt to sway public opinion against him. However, Ka-Er swiftly countered with a proclamation. If anyone continued to speak against him, the second-generation serum would no longer be available for them, and he would systematically blacklist them. Upon hearing this, 2/3 of his detractors vanished. The remaining few were largely those who had never utilized the serum, and they too soon ceased their outcry. After all, no one wished to provoke the owner of a company capable of producing longevity serums. Thus, Hydra faced utter annihilation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. remained intact. Although some remnants of Hydra's forces had yet to be dealt with by Ka-Er, the residual few posed no threat and were easily dismissed. Consequently, the incident gradually faded from public discourse, becoming a topic no one wished to revisit. This time, Hydra was left with far less than a single head. They were nearly obliterated entirely. All that remained were mere scraps, perhaps a limb or a tail, and any hope of rejuvenation would likely require at least a century. Hence, Ka-Er's ruthlessness became evident to all. He had decisively determined that anyone associated with Hydra would be met with death, claiming the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals within a single day. These were all high-ranking members of Hydra, who also held significant positions in the world. Among them was even Nick Fury's superior, who fell to Ka-Er's hand, although somewhat overbearing. Subsequent investigations prompted by the clues provided by Ka-Er revealed that these individuals were indeed affiliated with the Johto Show organization. Ka-Er had not been mistaken in his judgment, which led the majority to regard him with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. In their eyes, Ka-Er had transcended to the status of an omniscient deity, and they wished to distance themselves from any association with him. Nonetheless, the S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained a close relationship with Ka-Er, even extending their support to his biomedicine company, which successfully went public. Ultimately, Ka-Er and Tony Shitake collaborated to establish a new biotechnology research institute, boasting an impressive lineup of researchers. Alongside the founders, Tony Shitake and Luo, the original Ant-Man, Domubashi, also participated. Bruce Banner, as a distinguished biologist, naturally joined this institute as well. Additionally, personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. were dispatched to join the endeavor. Nike Furuy's objective was straightforward. He sought to acquire the research data regarding Ka-Er's biochemical agents. Ka-Er did not impose any confidentiality requirements and allowed Luo to make his own choice regarding the information. As for whether Luo complied, Ka-Er remained indifferent and unconcerned. Thus, within a mere week, the situation unfolded. In the span of a year, the technological advancements within the Marvel Universe experienced a dramatic transformation. This was not solely attributable to the various cutting-edge innovations developed by Tony Shitake. More significantly, Ka-Er's agents rejuvenated many aged researchers, restoring them to their youthful vigor. Consequently, The overall technological landscape of the Marvel Universe became exceedingly remarkable. Coupled with the remnants of the Destroyer and Malekith's spaceships, this phenomenon emerged. However, despite these advancements, Kar found little personal benefit. At most, his life became slightly more convenient. After a year of relative tranquility, Kar began to feel somewhat out of place. During this period, he sought the gates of hell, yearning to traverse its realms and explore avenues to further enhance his abilities. Regrettably, although he located the gates, Mephisto consistently sensed Kar's crossings and preemptively expelled him from hell. Kar had engaged in numerous confrontations with Mephisto, yet each encounter concluded in a stalemate. Mephisto harbored a desire to eliminate Kar, as his presence disrupted the balance of hell and thwarted his original plans. In contrast, Kar viewed his forays into hell as beneficial, even as a means to augment his strength, and thus, he found no reason to refrain from pursuing this path. The only one suffering in this scenario was Mephisto himself. On this occasion, Kar intended to explore hell once more and catch up with Mephisto. He had prepared to initiate this endeavor when a phone call from Luoki interrupted him. Luoki informed him that Wan Sijing had located the entity known as Chimping. However, Timping possessed formidable power and vanished shortly after awakening, leaving even Wan Sijing perplexed as to his whereabouts. Consequently, he felt compelled to notify Kar of Timping's awakening. Luoki, please inform Tongyi Shitake to assist in investigating whether any beings resembling Timping have appeared in that vicinity. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall join you, Kar instructed before ending the call and making his way to the villa's courtyard. There, he encountered a man with an alluring beard, clad in a suit, none other than Luxifa, whom Kar had previously met. Lindier regarded him with heightened vigilance, prepared to defend herself against any potential threat. During this period, Lindier had significantly enhanced her own abilities and honed her mental fortitude, ensuring she would not hinder Kar. Thus, she now stood ready to confront the man who had once bested her. Luxifa, what brings you here? Did I not make it clear over a year ago that you lack the qualifications to discuss collaboration with me? Kar retorted coldly, offering no concession. Luxifa, however, presented a smile he deemed charming and slowly bowed before Kar. I concur with your previous statement. Yet what if I were to tell you that Mephisto is plotting against you? To my knowledge, the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, is on the verge of descending upon Earth. Mephisto has established communication with him. While I cannot confirm whether he intends to strike against you, I am aware that you have pledged to the Sorcerer Supreme, Gai, to confront Dormammu together. If you were to agree to ally with me in uniting hell, I would assist you in restraining Mephisto and his demonic army. Upon hearing Luxifa's words, Kar furrowed his brow. Your proposal, Luxifa, though tempting, is ultimately met with my refusal. After a moment of contemplation, Kar opted for a third choice. Although this option was fraught with peril, he reasoned that without taking risks, how could he hope to enhance his strength? Furthermore, upon completing this task, he would ascend to the throne of hell, wielding dominion over the underworld of the Marvel Universe. While this hell might lose its significance upon departing from the Marvel realm, the power of hell's essence, having manifested independently, indicated that it could be wielded indefinitely. Moreover, its onset would be at the highest level of potency, although Kar remained uncertain of the precise applications of this hellish essence. Its most apparent function appeared to be the ability to create a doppelganger equivalent to 1/10 of his own strength. This intelligence was gleaned during his previous encounters with Mephisto. Despite Mephisto's intense animosity towards Kar, it did not preclude their exchanges of information. Such inconsequential details could still be extracted in the midst of battle. Importantly, during his confrontations with Mephisto, Kar had relied solely on his inherent abilities, abstaining from utilizing the Infinity Stones. This meant that should he aid Gai in vanquishing Dormammu, he would possess 4 Infinity Stones at his disposal. Apart from the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, which remained hidden elsewhere, Kar would command the powers of 4 Infinity Stones. Furthermore, he could practice harnessing the powers of the Infinity Stones while contending with Dormammu. This would significantly bolster his confidence in facing the entirety of hell. Hence, he arrived at such a decision. As for the reward of 50,000 points, that was hardly Kaoru's primary motivation. To think you would still reject my offer. Very well. I shall await the day when the demons of hell descend. Then we shall see how you intend to thwart Mephisto, Lucifer declared. Ha 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 ha. I am watching you humans from the depths of hell, completely overwhelmed by Mephisto's demonic army. Soon enough, you will realize the grave error of not joining forces with me. Lucifer's lips began to twitch in anger, even bursting into a fit of laughter. He then transformed into a swirling black mist, vanishing before Karl, clearly returning to hell. After witnessing his departure, a subtle smile graced Karl's lips as he tousled Yindir's hair. Inform the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to prepare for any eventuality regarding the gates of hell. Once I have dealt with Apocalypse, I will provide them with the coordinates of all the hell gates so they can dispatch personnel to guard them. Also, do notify the Ghost Rider and the individuals at the Academy. If they choose not to assist during this catastrophe, I shall not be concerned, as this affair pertains to their own planet and bears little relevance to us. Brother Karl, should I relay your exact words? Yindir inquired softly, blinking her eyes. Karl nodded and looked up at the sky. Just convey my words as they are, but do not be too forceful. Try to maintain a relaxed tone. I will not compel them to engage in battle. If they are unwilling, so be it. Simply deliver the message and depart. I understand. Yindir nodded and hurriedly dashed inside, evidently preparing to contact them. Karl, it means to reach both the Ghost Rider and the Academy. Although there was a possibility that the connection might fail, leaving a message would suffice. As for whether they would participate in this war, Karl was indifferent. After all, he did not possess a strong sense of belonging to this world, even less so than in the pirate world. With the storm rapidly approaching, it was time to prepare. Chapter 385. Searching for Apocalypse Stark. How are things on your end? Have you located Apocalypse's whereabouts? Within the Stark Industries building, Karl awaited Tony Stark's discovery of Apocalypse's location. However, he had been present for over half an hour without any news. Karl, do not be so impatient. Although I am a genius, my speed in locating individuals is not particularly swift. Moreover, that fellow is no ordinary human, and the region he occupies is quite primitive. Even with global satellites, it would be impossible to find him swiftly, Tony Stark retorted while continuing to command Jarvis in the search for Apocalypse. Karl could see that he was diligently trying to find target. Continue the search. I will take a look around. By the way, your armor here is quite impressive. Truly befitting of the title Iron Man, Karl remarked, admiring the suits crafted by Tony Stark. The speed at which Stark's armors were updated was astonishing, and Karl was uncertain as to which generation Stark was currently on. However, he knew that Stark had not yet developed nanotechnology. After all, he lacked that capability at present, focusing instead on lightweight design and defensive capabilities, as only in this way could he confront increasingly formidable foes. Kal, I have a question regarding that Hell Lord Mephisto you mentioned. Does he truly exist? Isn't hell something confined to myth and legend? How could it possibly be real? Tony Stark queried while searching for Apocalypse, having gleaned some information about Mephisto's impending invasion of Earth during a previous conversation where Karl was explaining to Magneto. Coincidentally, Tony had been on the line and overheard part of it. After Magneto departed from Karl's company, Loki returned to Asgard to report this matter to Odin, while Karl made his way to Stark Industries. However, Tony had been preoccupied since then and had not had the chance to pose this question until now. Karl provided a succinct explanation, ensuring that Tony grasped the gravity of the situation. He refrained from elaborating further, even withholding details about Mephisto's power. Nevertheless, Tony's intellect would likely lead him to deduce that the Hell Lord was undoubtedly more potent than himself. So, that is the situation. In light of this, I cannot remain idle. But does S.H.I.E.L.D. know? If they are aware of this, they must be causing quite a stir, Tony Stark remarked with a smirk, mercilessly mocking the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formation of the Avengers was, in his view, rather juvenile. What purpose does such an alliance serve? In times like these, do they not end up fighting their own battles? Tony Stark did not imply that the formation of the Avengers was inherently flawed. He merely considered Nick Fury's idea rather naive. After all, Stark was also a superhero, widely recognized as Iron Man. He understood that each superhero typically fought their own battles, seldom cooperating in joint efforts. Each individual harbored considerable pride, unless they had lived in close quarters or were accustomed to teamwork. Chapter 387. Tension rising. The unexpected visit from Ancient One made it clear to Carl that Dormammu was about to descend upon Earth. He promptly informed S.H.I.E.L.D. and Magneto, urging them to prepare. Other factions, to varying degrees, caught wind of the situation. The world grew eerily quiet, anticipating Dormammu's arrival. Although ordinary citizens were unaware of the specifics, they could certainly sense an escalating tension enveloping the globe. Particularly on the streets, an increasing police presence could be observed, accompanied by military exercises taking place worldwide. Notably, these exercises occurred in the very locations of the Hell Gates that Carl had previously marked. While the locations Carl designated were somewhat vague, encircling a 10-kilometer radius around those areas would ensure no errors. This was the rationale of those nations, as lacking precise coordinates left them with little choice. However, relying solely on the military strength of nations, they could not completely encircle the Hell Gates. Therefore, the mutants of the X-Men and the Brotherhood took it upon themselves to occupy certain perilous zones that humans could not easily access. Magneto and Professor X led their respective teams to stand guard, fully prepared to welcome the demonic army. Besides them, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also mobilized to investigate unusual activity worldwide, preventing any opportunists from causing chaos amidst the turmoil. This war would have ramifications for the entire world, and they could not allow anyone to disrupt the fragile peace. Not even organizations like the Hand, known for their penchant for trouble. At this moment, even they appeared unusually restrained, refraining from instigating any disorder. They are not madmen, and they are acutely aware of the horrors that would unfold should the world fall under the dominion of a devil. Particularly, the leaders of the underworld, who have encountered Mephisto, understand the insatiable greed that characterizes this fiend. Therefore, they would never relinquish Earth to such a voracious entity. As for the spirit of vengeance, Carl harbors no expectations of him, for it is unlikely he would heed Carl's counsel. However, the spirit possesses keen instincts and a heightened sensitivity to the presence of demonic energies, enabling him to discern the appropriate course of action. Meanwhile, Luo and Indir are tasked with ensuring the safety of the city's periphery, as some stragglers may emerge, particularly the followers of Dormammu, who are likely to surface at this time. Their objective is straightforward: to ally with the Avengers, as well as Tony Stark, Loki, and Thor, to combat the acolytes of Dormammu. Although the abilities of these followers vary greatly, they share a common trait: all wield the powers of dark magic. Furthermore, having entirely devoted themselves to Dormammu, their mastery of black magic rivals that of the Black Queen, who has honed her skills over many years. This is the advantage of embracing darkness. One's power can be significantly amplified, yet the drawback is glaring. They become eternal slaves to the master of that darkness. Another point that pains Gui the most is that the majority of these followers are her own disciples. From the outset, she knew that these individuals had pledged their allegiance to Dormammu and concealed themselves in her midst. However, in deference to fate, Gui chose not to expose them directly, allowing them to remain. This reflects her somewhat rigid nature. Despite her remarkable foresight and formidable strength, she hesitates when matters involve her disciples. Chapter 388. The arrival of Danvers. Is Earth truly under threat of invasion? Who among the cosmos would find leisure in attacking such a diminutive planet? At this moment, Danvers, known as Captain Marvel, appears utterly bewildered. Having been away for an extended duration, she is oblivious to the changes that have transpired on Earth. Consequently, she is unaware that 4 Infinity Stones currently reside on Earth, nor does she comprehend that the planet has become a focal point for the power struggles among cosmic entities. After all, Danvers is preoccupied with maintaining peace throughout the universe, a task far more intricate than squabbling for dominance. Moreover, the number of races she has saved during her cosmic endeavors is countless, leaving her completely uninformed about the recent developments in the Earth and solar system. She is also unacquainted with Odin, Mephisto, and Gui, and even fails to recognize Magneto, who was engaged in conflict at that time, as both were embroiled in their own civil war and did not possess the formidable power they wield today. You truly know nothing. Nick Fury sighed in exasperation, then proceeded to recount the situation from the beginning. Not only that, but he also informed Danvers of the current powers on Earth and the formidable individuals therein, which left her somewhat astonished. She never anticipated the existence of so many strong beings on Earth. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that 4 Infinity Stones were present. Danvers was taken aback by this revelation. As for Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer Gu-E, she had never even heard of them, leading her to instinctively dismiss their strength as insignificant. However, when Nick Fury mentioned that most of the Infinity Stones were in Carl's possession, Danvers' expression finally shifted. While she may not know Carl's true capabilities, she is acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Infinity Stones. Such artifacts must not be entrusted to those lacking sufficient power to safeguard them. This matter is of utmost importance. I must first visit this so-called Supreme Sorcerer, and then seek out Carl. I need to ascertain what qualifies them to guard the Infinity Stones. If they prove inadequate, I shall reclaim the stones for safekeeping. Danvers scoffed, her mood evidently sour. Nick Fury said nothing to deter her from seeking out the Sorcerer Supreme, as he too was eager to witness Gu Yi's strength and whether she could withstand Danvers. If she could, he would feel entirely reassured. Furthermore, he hoped that Danvers would triumph over Carl, who had cast a long shadow over him, for only then could S.H.O.D. reclaim its former status. Yet, Nick Fury was clearly overestimating the situation. Meanwhile, at the Sanctum Sanctorum of Kamar Taj, both Carl and Gu-E were present. In addition to them, even Sif, sent by Odin to convey messages, was in attendance. Sif's role was simple, to assist Odin in relaying messages while responding to Carl and Gu-E as needed. She need do little else, merely nodding and agreeing. Originally, Odin intended to come in person, but due to complications with Hela Seal, he was required to remain on the throne to ensure stability. Thus, it could be said that Odin has not been able to leave his divine hall in recent times. Chapter 389. Strange in Danvers, is the energy truly so potent, rivaling Odin? It seems this individual possesses considerable strength. I wonder how Nick Fury became acquainted with such a person and why he did not summon her sooner, choosing instead to wait until now. Kyle commented. He was familiar with Captain Marvel and had read about her in the original narratives. However, he was surprised to find that this version of Captain Marvel was considerably younger than the one depicted in the original. Even her physique appeared more favorable than in the films. Her facial features bore little resemblance to those in the cinematic portrayals. Were it not for the star emblem emblazoned across her chest, coupled with Gu Yi's earlier words, he would scarcely have believed that this striking woman was Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel. Nick Fury is generally decent, albeit overly cautious. Were it not for my knowledge of certain cosmic matters, I doubt I would recognize her either. Gu-E shook her head, refraining from revealing how she acquired her information. While Carl was curious, he chose not to press her for details. As long as you know who I am, that simplifies matters. I initially intended to consult Gu-E first, but since both of you are here, let us proceed to hand over the Infinity Stones. It is prudent to entrust such perilous artifacts to my care. While you possess some power, it is insufficient to withstand Thanos' forces. More importantly, you are about to face Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. This formidable adversary cannot be vanquished by your mere efforts, and I, too, cannot guarantee victory alone. Furthermore, you must contend with the likes of Mophizit, so it would be prudent to entrust the Infinity Stones to me. By doing so, I can at least ensure that danger does not encroach upon you, and the Infinity Stones remain safeguarded. Dan Fusy's tone was urgent, clearly seeking to persuade Carl and the others to place the stones in her care. From her perspective, this was a reasonable request. Yet, her miscalculation lay in overestimating her own abilities, resulting in an embarrassing display before Carl and Gu-E. Even Odin, observing through Sif's eyes, could not suppress a chuckle. Not even Odin would dare to make such assertions in the presence of Carl and Gu-E. A captivating spectacle was unfolding, and Odin continued to watch with amusement through Sif's gaze. Gu-E and Carl exchanged glances once more. Carl burst into laughter, his mirth resounding loudly. Gu-E, maintaining her composure, struggled to stifle her own laughter. This scene proved unbearable for Dan Fusey, who could no longer contain herself. With a sudden surge of energy, she advanced, her formidable power incinerating the surrounding flora. I shall say this for the last time. Hand over the infinity stones to me. If possible, I would prefer not to resort to force, she declared. Truth be told, if you truly intend to wrest them from me, you may not be our match. With a light chuckle, Carl unleashed his conqueror's haki, while Gu Yi's magical energy cascaded forth like a mighty waterfall. The combined force of Gu Yi's tangible magic and Carl's conqueror's haki overwhelmed Dan Fusey's energy. Upon sensing these two formidable powers, Dan Fusey's expression shifted slightly, realizing that the duo before her was not as feeble as she had presumed. However, having traversed the cosmos for so long, she had rarely encountered a worthy opponent. Chapter 390. The spectacle. Since you have said as much, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. My name is Carol Danvers, but you may refer to me as Captain Marvel. With a light laugh, Dan Fusey unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, preparing to strike at Strange. Yet, just as she was about to launch her attack, Gu Yi abruptly stood. Wait a moment. What? Are you now afraid your apprentice cannot contend with me? Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Dan Fusey's lips curled into a smile. However, Gu Yi did not respond. Instead, she conjured a portal. With a gentle wave of her hand, their surroundings transformed into a desolate wasteland. Dan Fusey was taken aback, having never anticipated that a sorceress could achieve such a feat. Is this an illusion? She inquired. But before Gu Yi could reply, Strange interjected. Such ignorance. This is merely a basic spatial portal. The Masters simply enlarged the portal and locked the target onto us to facilitate the transfer. I mastered this simple technique within a month. It is quite straightforward. If you wish to experience it yourself, I could guide you. Strange continued to chatter. With a flick of his hand, he created a portal leading to the Arctic, which then surged toward Dan Fusey. Seeing this, her expression changed as she swiftly ascended to evade the portal. She had no desire to be transported, particularly not knowing the current location of the wasteland. The only certainty for her was that it was near the ocean, as the island was permeated with the scent of the sea, and the air bore a hint of saltiness. Most importantly, if she were sent to the Arctic, returning would be quite time-consuming, and she wished to avoid wasting such precious time. You truly lack reason, launching a surprise attack. It seems you are prepared to face me. As she spoke, Dan Fusey charged forward, poised to engage Strange in close combat. However, as a sorcerer, Strange's physical prowess could not rival Dan Fusey's, who embodied the formidable energy of the cosmos. This endowed her with a physical constitution surpassing even that of the Hulk and Thanos. Such extraordinary physical capabilities allowed her to traverse the universe with ease. It is worth noting that even Thanos and Thor could not navigate the cosmos freely. They merely managed to survive. This illustrates the extent of Dan Fusey's extraordinary constitution, a fact that Strange, as a sorcerer, had long recognized. While sorcerers in the Marvel Universe occasionally engage in close combat, this is typically against ordinary foes. In the face of someone like Dan Fusey, melee combat would be utterly futile. Thus, Strange silently began to weave his spells. As Dan Fusey closed the distance, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent her sprawling. This energy, guided by Strange, transformed into a cascade of flames. Additionally, Strange conjured a barrier above Dan Fusey, causing a torrent of icy rain to descend from the heavens. This combination of ice and fire created a striking contrast. She can't be dead, can she? Strange asked, concern etched on his face after casting his spell. Gu Yi merely shook her head, indicating for him to continue. Carl chuckled lightly, remarking that her physique was robust enough for such attacks to be ineffective. Upon seeing Gu Yi's expression and hearing Carl's words, Strange nodded in agreement, bracing himself for further combat. Meanwhile, Sif stood in the background, akin to a mere spectator, aware of Gu Yi's intentions. Chapter 391. Strange withdraws defeated. Both Carl and Gu Yi shook their heads in unison. They discerned that despite Strange's apparent advantage, he had failed to inflict any significant harm on Dan Fusey, instead finding himself on the defensive. Particularly, Strange's attempt to employ the technique of creating numerous duplicates to subdue Dan Fusi was evidently misguided. Against someone with Dan Fusi's extraordinary physicality, such a tactic would yield no results. The disparity in physical capability was unchangeable, unless Strange embraced the power of dark magic to enhance his own body. He would forever remain inferior to Dan Fusi in terms of physical prowess. Even if he conjured thousands of copies of himself, it would not instigate a qualitative change. Upon reaching Dan Fusi's level of strength, a strategy of overwhelming numbers would prove ineffective. Aside from Carl and Gu Yi, there was also Sif present to witness the battle. She clearly could not comprehend why Carl would assert that Strange was on the verge of defeat. With a curiosity stemming from her lack of understanding, Sif posed this question. Carl remained silent, allowing Gu Yi to elucidate the matter. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she found it more palatable to speak of her disciple's shortcomings. After all, it would be inappropriate for Carl to criticize her pupil in Gu Yi's presence. Even if Strange possessed numerous flaws, Carl would never point them out in front of everyone. He would only mention them in private. Meanwhile, just after Gu Yi had finished her explanation to Sif, the battle between Strange and Danvers reached its climax. Danvers, having acclimated to Strange's power, unleashed a force even more formidable than Strange's magic, subsequently dispelling all of his duplicates. Seizing the opportunity while Strange was still reeling, Danvers lunged forward, grasping his neck and softly inquiring, "How do you feel now? Do you realize how strong I am?" Coughing slightly due to the grip on his throat. Strange responded, "I am not defeated yet." He quickly reversed his hands, and the surrounding space flipped instantaneously. Gu Yi's ultimate technique, the mirror dimension, was one that Strange could also wield, and its effect was no less impressive than Gu Yi's own abilities. Witnessing this, Danvers was taken aback. Capitalizing on this moment, Strange broke free from Danvers's grasp, pushing her away as he contemplated how to vanquish the woman before him. Danvers found the situation intriguing. She had encountered numerous sorcerers, but had never before witnessed someone manipulate magic to such an extent, particularly with spatial magic. While simple teleportation might be expected, she never anticipated that anyone could execute such advanced spatial inversion magic. This was no ordinary mirror dimension, as typical versions could not be controlled. Mastery of spatial magic was required to achieve such feats. This astonishment stemmed from Danvers' awareness of the arduous nature of mastering spatial magic, a fact she understood well from her observations, despite not being a sorceress herself. Such impressive magic. Mastering spatial magic to this degree must have taken you considerable time. She remarked, "Indeed, it took quite a while, an entire year." Strange replied softly before casting another spell. Chapter 392, Gu Yi and Danvers. Is this how it feels to be overpowered by the old guard? Danvers maintained her charged stance, but refrained from escalating her energy, fully aware that excessive power would be detrimental to Earth. Moreover, she and Gu Yi were not genuine adversaries. Thus, such destructive force was better reserved for Dormammu or other villains. "From now on, I shall be your opponent," Gu Yi declared. "Strange possesses considerable potential, as you said. Given time, he will grow immensely strong. I understand this better than anyone, for I am his mentor. However, it is also true that he lost to you just now, and continuing this battle serves little purpose. Therefore, I shall replace Strange and engage you in combat. Your purpose here is the Infinity Stones, is it not? As the Sorcerer Supreme, I have safeguarded the Time Stone and Earth for nearly a millennium. Both Dormammu and Thanos must regard me with trepidation. Hence, I am eager to discover who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such arrogant words." As she spoke, Gu Yi swiftly dispelled the mirror dimension that Strange had created. She did not require it to engage in battle. For Strange, the mirror dimension was a powerful technique. However, for Gu Yi, such magic posed no threat to Danvers. Initiating her attack, she conjured a magical array, unleashing a multitude of luminous points toward Danvers. "Bring it on," Danvers exclaimed, sensing a modicum of threat from the myriad of glowing orbs. Initially, she had underestimated Gu Yi's strength, but after her battle with Strange, she realized she had indeed underestimated both the sorceress and her capabilities. If Gu Yi were not powerful, she could not have produced a disciple like Strange. Moreover, Gu Yi's preceding statement made Danvers aware that Gu Yi's strength likely surpassed her expectations significantly. Thus, Danvers steeled herself for the encounter. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with dazzling lights, exploding like fireworks. The dense array of points appeared in the daytime sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. The only lament was that they were in a desolate wasteland, devoid of any other life forms, save for the gentle caress of the salty sea breeze. Thus, the beautiful display of fireworks was witnessed only by the few present. Through Sif's eyes, Odin too beheld the scene. At that moment, Odin sat upon his throne, his expression somewhat nuanced. Gu Yi's mastery of various spells was remarkably proficient, placing her in an entirely different league from Strange. While Strange demonstrated commendable skill, he was limited to wielding a maximum of 5 spells simultaneously. In contrast, Gu Yi could effortlessly unleash 7 or 8 spells with a single hand, amassing over 15 to nearly 20 spells with both hands combined. This disparity was one that Strange could not temporarily bridge. After all, Gu Yi had lived for centuries, during which her power had grown alongside her battles against Dormammu. She could not always rely on the Time Stone. Without it, her own strength remained her greatest asset. However, Danvers' power was not to be underestimated. The energy she possessed was formidable, and although Gu Yi's spells could harm her, Chapter 393, the farce concludes. On an unnamed wasteland, the protector of Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi, who wielded the Time Stone, was locked in an intense battle with Captain Marvel, the defender of cosmic peace. Their clash had persisted for nearly 2 hours, with neither side managing to claim victory. Most notably, neither showed any signs of fatigue, making it impossible to ascertain which of them held the advantage. If they continued this way, it would be a tremendous waste of time. Thus, Gu Yi employed the power of the Time Stone to distort the time surrounding Danvers. However, she did not expend all her energy. She merely sought to create a brief disruption in Danvers' temporal flow. Yet, due to the cosmic energy coursing through her, Danvers was acutely aware of the anomaly within her own body. Simultaneously, she realized that it was Gu Yi who employed the Time Stone, leading to this sense of discord within herself. The current circumstance was that, in Danfoss's eyes, her entire being had been decelerated. Regardless of her movements, speech, or even the utilization of energy, everything had slowed to about half its normal pace. Yet, her thoughts remained entirely unaffected. She understood clearly that it was the cosmic energy that counteracted the influence of the Time Stone on her brain. However, the capabilities of cosmic energy were finite and could not eradicate the effects of the Time Stone on her body. After all, cosmic energy is a force dispersed throughout the universe. If it could be wholly unified, its power would be unparalleled, as it would encompass the totality of the universe's energy. Yet, in its current state of dispersion, only grains of energy, akin to sand, clung to Danfoss. This amount of energy was indeed substantial for any life form. However, it was utterly insufficient to contend with time, which is one of the fundamental rules of this world. The Time Stone, being a manifestation of the rules of time, further compounded Danfoss's predicament. Now you should comprehend my power. Do you still believe I am unworthy of guarding the Time Stone? Gu Yi remarked nonchalantly before relinquishing the abilities of the Time Stone, ceasing her conflict with Danfoss. Feeling her body return to normal, Danfoss breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Your strength is commendable. Facing Dormammu and Thanos should pose no challenge, especially the power of the Time Stone, which is truly extraordinary. I found myself devoid of any means to resist. Danfoss shook her head, recalling only having heard of the Infinity Stone's power. This was her inaugural experience. However, the manner in which it was presented was rather casual, resulting in an utterly dreadful first impression. Danfoss, I believe you may have misunderstood. While I did confront Dormammu, I will not be the one to face Thanos in the future. My disciple, Strange, possesses sufficient capability to confront Thanos, Gu Yi said with a smile, then turned her gaze to Strange. At that moment, Strange remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely thinking that his mentor was praising him. Similarly, Danfoss was unaware that Gu Yi's plan entailed sacrificing herself to permanently banish Dormammu from Earth, even to the extent of slaying him. Thus, both remained ignorant of the true implications of Gu Yi's words. In fact, only Gu Yi, Karl, and Odin were privy to this plan. Even though Sif was Odin's watchful eye, she too was completely unaware of such crucial intelligence. Your words do hold merit, as this individual still possesses potential for growth. Danfoss acknowledged, then continued, if that is the case, may I be included in the discussions on how to combat Dormammu? Are you not planning to take the Infinity Stone from my grasp? Just then, Danfoss was astonished. You are capable of shattering space. Are you implying that you secretly utilize the power of the Infinity Stone to achieve such a feat? Or have you mastered the usage of the Infinity Stone without suffering backlash? Danfoss could hardly believe that Karl could inflict damage on space solely with his own strength, leading her to conclude that he had indeed employed the Infinity Stone, prompting her inquiries. However, Karl merely chuckled softly, retrieving Hades from the suspension bridge, and then opened a spatial pouch, producing the Infinity Stone. The Infinity Stones are right here. I did not cheat with them. Besides, you are not Dormammu. I have no need to target you with the Infinity Stone. This power is merely my own ability, for instance, like this, he stated, tossing the Infinity Stone back into the spatial pouch and waving his hand casually. The atmosphere instantaneously fractured, with a collapse occurring within a 100-meter radius, causing the very ground to shake. The tremendous force caused the barren land to tremble for several seconds before the effects subsided. My abilities allow me to create atmospheric fissures at will, causing tremors in a specific area. Furthermore, this energy can be attached to any part of my body, and even my weapons can be enveloped by it, as long as my control is precise enough, with a sharp enough strike, rapid speed, and sufficient strength. Shattering space is not an insurmountable challenge. Karl succinctly explained his devil fruit capabilities. The denizens of the Marvel Universe were unfamiliar with the concept of devil fruits, so Karl had to use this straightforward approach to elucidate his powers. This was not the first time he had done so. Having resided in the Marvel Universe for over a year, he often engaged in conversations with Odin and Gu Yi. Thus, he had developed his own set of explanations. As both Gu Yi and Odin were keenly interested in his abilities, and he could not afford to remain silent. After all, as they were to confront Dormammu together, it was prudent to foster mutual understanding. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise. However, at that moment, Danfoss was evidently taken aback. She truly had not anticipated that Karl possessed the ability to rupture space with his bare hands. Had she known of his powers from the outset, she would not have dared to approach him with any intent of causing trouble. Such an ability was exceedingly rare in the universe, capable of shattering space. Consequently, she began to suspect whether Nick Fury had intentionally withheld information regarding Karl's true strength. Each time I witness your abilities, I am filled with envy. Although your powers are highly offensive and destructive, they possess immense potential if wielded wisely. However, if you were of ill intent, aside from a few exceptional beings in this world, it is likely that only the power of the Infinity Stones could restrain you. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Karl nodded, yet simultaneously shook his head. I must concede that the power of the Infinity Stones is formidable. However, it depends on the wielder. If you two were to utilize the Infinity Stones, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, if weaker individuals wielded them, such as Loki or Thor, even if they were to face the Dark Elves, who share a high affinity with the Reality Stone, I would not feel threatened. After all, the Infinity Stones are contingent upon the strength of their user. Those of insufficient power are not a concern for me, whether or not they possess the Infinity Stones. Karl's words were laden with pride, yet they did not provoke disdain from Gu Yi and Danfoss. They regarded it as a matter of course. 3 days later, Odin remained ensconced in his Odin sleep, yet to awaken. Gu Yi continued her meditations in her sanctum. Karl and Danfoss, meanwhile, were engaged in a game of billiards within the villa. They appeared remarkably untroubled, despite the impending arrival of Dormammu. For them, victory in this battle was assured, as Gu Yi had resolved to sacrifice herself to secure a victory in this war that must not be lost. Danvers was aware of the plan, yet she was not a saint, thus she did not demand Gu Yi refrain from sacrificing herself. After all, she understood that the sacrifice of one could lead to eternal peace, which was indeed a noble cause. Though tinged with sadness, it was an undeniable truth. Moreover, Gu-E had already lived a full life. Her body could no longer withstand the encroachment of the dark dimension. Even if she chose not to act within a century, her form would succumb to darkness. While she could still retain her sanity, for Gu-E, existing in such a state would be akin to a fate worse than death. Furthermore, the title of Supreme Sorcerer would rot in her hands. Therefore, she had resolved to face death and vanquish Dormammu. Their previous plan was merely to seal Dormammu. But with the addition of Danvers and the power of the Infinity Stones, they truly believed they could eliminate Dormammu directly, for the opportunity was at hand. As for the situation on Earth, it could be entrusted to the military forces of the nations. Besides, Earth was brimming with superheroes, and even the Avengers had assembled in such a short span of time. The X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants had set aside their prejudices against humanity and commenced the defense of Earth. Currently, apart from a few significantly subdued villainous organizations and the morally ambiguous Black Queen, all those capable of combat on Earth were fully prepared for the impending war. They would also strive to ensure that the battlefield was established in the sparsely populated wilderness to prevent conflict from erupting within the cities. Even Luo and Eintir were fully prepared, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Only Danvers, Gu-E, and Carl found themselves relatively at ease, for their battlefield lay not on Earth, but in the dark dimension. Meanwhile, Odin needed to enter a period of slumber to safeguard his strength. Otherwise, when Hela, the goddess of death, broke free from her seal, he would find himself in an awkward predicament without the power to confront her. Simultaneously, in the depths of hell, Mephisto gazed upon the Lord of Hell and his son, the Sorcerer Supreme, with a cold smirk. The foolish humans naively believed that we would adhere to their schedule and invade Earth according to their whims. How utterly naive. Sorcerer Supreme, the command to lead the demonic army is entrusted to you. Should you succeed, I shall overlook your previous betrayal. You may even acquire a vast territory solely for yourself. So endeavor diligently. With that, Mephisto transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished before the Sorcerer Supreme. Each time it is the same. He only knows how to command me. The Sorcerer Supreme harbored no fondness for his father. However, this presented an opportunity for him. Otherwise, he would not have found himself here. All demons, heed my command and traverse the gates of hell with me. With a resounding roar, the immense gates of hell materialized before them. Under the Sorcerer Supreme's guidance, the demonic legions surged forward in waves. Alas, the gates of hell on Earth had been intentionally severed. Otherwise, such a multitude of demons would have easily trampled the entire planet. Chapter 396. Chaos. Everyone must hold firm. The demons emerging now are merely the vanguard, so stand your ground. Captain, be mindful not to enter the demons' encirclement. Otherwise, you will not escape. Tony Stark, please keep your Iron Legion at a distance from the troops. If you get too close, they might mistakenly harm you. And Loki, have you notified the Asgardian forces? The demons have been invading for half an hour. Where are they? Nick Fury was in a state of utter disarray. While he anticipated the advance of the demonic army, he could not have fathomed their ferocity. Though Carl had informed him that demons surpass humans in strength, even a mere minor demon could rival a top-tier agent like Natasha. Such minor demons were countless. Although Nick Fury understood this, he had initially dismissed it, thinking Carl's words were exaggerated. In his view, even if the demons were strong and numerous, they could not possibly outnumber the human military. Nick Fury held such beliefs, yet this time, his predictions were entirely misguided. This was the folly of relying solely on experience. Despite Nick Fury's extensive surveillance, he had not anticipated that another realm hidden within Earth housed a formidable army, far exceeding Earth's power. Now, Nick Fury found himself questioning his existence, utterly baffled as to why the Lord of Hell chose to invade Earth only when allied with others. Had they invaded earlier, would Earth's inhabitants have transformed into demonic beings? Should humanity have perished long ago? The very thought was too horrifying for Nick Fury to contemplate. Thus, he could only maintain a state of heightened tension, intently focusing on the screen before him while issuing commands. However, the number of individuals he could direct was limited. Over half of the troops acted independently, resulting in significant losses and compelling the reliance on civilian superpowered individuals. Yet, even so, they remained uncooperative. After all, they hailed from different nations, and there was no obligation to heed Nick Fury. Nevertheless, Nick Fury did not mind, as long as they could hold the line and prevent the demons from breaching their defenses. Other matters were of little concern to him at that moment. What troubled Nick Fury most was the continued absence of the Asgardian forces, as well as the mages from the Sanctum. The lack of appearance from these two groups caused Nick Fury considerable anxiety, leading him to wonder if they intended to abstain from the battle. However, there was no time for such thoughts. The current situation was exceedingly tense, leaving no room for Nick Fury's musings. Meanwhile, within Asgard, the forces had gathered. Yet they found themselves unable to depart, for the Bifrost had been destroyed. Moreover, Odin had fallen into slumber, and Thor was still outside, forging weapons. Odin and Thor were the only two capable of summoning the Bifrost through their weapons. Even Heimdall could not achieve this unless he sacrificed himself, delving into darkness to unleash dark magic to call forth the Bifrost. What was the situation with Heimdall? Why had the Bifrost been destroyed? Frigga, as Odin's wife and the mother of all gods, personally arrived to assess the situation. Chapter 397, Battlefields of All Kinds. The war had escalated to a fever pitch. A day and night of conflict had plunged the entire earth into flames of war. The sole silver lining was that the gates of hell had opened in some exceedingly desolate regions. In every nation, aside from the border regions, cities have largely remained unscathed. Nevertheless, the events of a single day and night were sufficient for news of the war to ripple across the globe. After all, the Marvel Universe is a modern society where information dissemination is rampant. Consequently, even with stringent national secrecy, there are those who witness the conflict between the military and the demons. Coupled with the prevailing tension and strangeness in the atmosphere, it was nearly impossible for people not to let their imaginations run wild. Some, upon hearing the news, leapt forth proclaiming the arrival of the prophesied apocalypse, declaring that the world was doomed and that God was here to reclaim humanity. Those who sought to disrupt social order were swiftly apprehended. Yet the sheer volume of such delusional individuals was overwhelming. Carl even encountered a number of these misguided souls in his own villa district. At the time, he was enjoying a game of golf with Danvers while keeping an eye on the situation at the front lines. Suddenly, a group of raucous troublemakers burst in, proclaiming the end of the world, and initiated a spree of violence. Clearly, they reveled in murder while also seeking to rob. Carl showed no mercy, sending them straight to hell. The chaos in the world had escalated far beyond his expectations. Shaking his head, he found himself devoid of the enthusiasm to continue his golf game after the disruption. Speaking of which, it was astonishing that the Asgardian army had arrived via spaceship, and even more surprising that Danvers had personally led the charge. It seemed Asgard had undergone some undisclosed changes, and Thor had yet to return. Otherwise, Danvers would not have taken to the field herself. As far as Carl knew, she had not engaged in combat for nearly a millennium. Observing one area of the battlefield, he couldn't help but marvel. This section was currently held firm by the Asgardian forces, with Danvers clad in striking military attire, gallantly mounted on her steed, wielding her sword. Behind her stood the fearless warriors of Asgard. Meanwhile, the ordinary Asgardian soldiers flanked the sides to prevent any demons from escaping through alternative routes. Although demons possess strength superior to that of ordinary humans, they are swiftly dispatched when confronted by the disciplined warriors of Asgard. This exemplifies the inherent racial advantage. Every Asgardian is a warrior. Any one of them, with a modicum of training, could match the combat prowess of Steve Rogers. Thus, their race is naturally suited for the battlefield. Beyond the Asgardian front, other battlefields were raging with fervor. The human military engagements were largely predictable. The combat strategies employed by each nation were strikingly similar, with only variations in command, formation, and weaponry. The Eastern Army, in particular, swept through the opposition, swiftly devising solutions even against colossal demons. Only those with regenerative abilities required intervention from superpowered beings or mutants. Any other demons stood no chance against the Eastern Dragon's military might, as this nation's forces were overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly obliterating all demons in their path. In stark contrast, the armies from other regions merely served as fodder. They suffered heavy losses without any effective organization to counter the demon invasion, ultimately relying on mutants and superpowered individuals to repel the demonic forces. However, some areas lacked mutants entirely. Chapter 398, The Dark Dimension. Nighttime. In the heart of the city, Carl and his companions gazed at the hazy atmosphere, their expressions grave. Both Carl and Danvers felt an immense pressure rapidly approaching Earth from the cosmos. The source of this pressure was none other than Dormammu. Are we fully prepared? Currently, Dormammu is obstructed by my barrier, unable to enter Earth. However, it won't be long before he breaks through and arrives. If he does, it will spell doom for us, so we must take the initiative. Ancient One looked at Carl and Danvers, explaining the situation. They were already aware of it, but the Ancient One was merely reminding them. Carl nodded and was the first to take flight. The pressure exerted by Dormammu was overwhelming, even more so than when he faced him. After all, MS power had been on par with Carl's own at that time. Ultimately, it was only through the aid of Hades that Carl triumphed. Now, however, his strength had significantly surpassed that of his past self. If him were to return, Carl believed he could defeat him without much difficulty, although it might take a little longer. Yet, the current haze enveloped Carl in relentless pressure, making it clear that if he were to challenge Dormammu without harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones, defeat was inevitable. This was the vision of the future Carl beheld. His foresight now allowed him to glimpse 5 to 6 seconds ahead. Furthermore, he could even simulate potential future events, though these projections were not precise and were centered solely around himself. Regardless of the inaccuracies in his future simulations, the outcome of a confrontation between him and Dormammu was invariably defeat. The only time he had experienced victory was due to an induced spatial turbulence that resulted in Dormammu being absorbed. That was the projection based on his foresight. However, his foresight could not predict the outcomes involving the Infinity Stones, leaving him unable to ascertain whether he could triumph over Dormammu using their power. Based on the current pressure Dormammu exerted, Carl felt that a draw would be the best-case scenario. Victory was unlikely. Previously, he had only heard tales of Dormammu without ever meeting him face-to-face. Now, the prospect of confronting such a prominent figure from the multiverse filled him with a strange excitement. Dunbus flew alongside Carl, evidently exhilarated. She was unconcerned about whether she could contend with Dormammu. Her singular focus was on the fight ahead, irrespective of the consequences. This mindset epitomized that of a superhero, a philosophy Carl could never adopt, nor did he feel the need to. Unlike a superhero, he would not engage in self-sacrifice to save the world. To Carl, if the world could be saved, he would assist when convenient, but if not, unless vengeance was at stake, he would remain indifferent. Thus, it was only due to the Ancient One's inducement with the Time Stone that he agreed to confront Dormammu. When he heard Danvers' musings, he said nothing and continued ascending into the sky. Moments later, Ka'er and Danfusi both found themselves adrift in the vastness of the cosmos. In the absence of gravity, conventional movement was rendered impossible. Consequently, Danfusi unleashed her energy, firmly anchoring herself within the celestial expanse. Furthermore, she harnessed this cosmic energy to sustain her existence without the need for oxygen. Although this was not Ka'er's inaugural journey into the universe, each visit left him with a sense of trepidation. Chapter 399. Adequate preparations exercise caution, for within the dark dimension, in addition to these dark particles, lurk other forms of dark energy capable of infiltrating your bodies. The method to shield oneself from such dark energy is to envelop oneself in one's own energy, effectively preventing intrusion. However, this approach is merely a temporary fix. To truly defend against the invasion of dark energy, one must either possess a miniature realm capable of purifying such forces or receive the blessings of a true deity, rendering one immune to this invasive energy. Alternatively, one might need to wield power surpassing that of Dormammu to turn the dark energy against itself. Therefore, remain vigilant. Should any of you feel a surge of agitation, inform me at once. I shall utilize the time stone to revert your physical state to that of when we first entered. At present, our sole recourse is to employ the time stone for a temporal cycle to resist this encroachment, and I too am not exempt. Gui spoke thus, yet she consciously relinquished her bodily defenses, allowing the dark energy to infiltrate her being. Subsequently, she activated the time stone, ensuring that her core consciousness and the solitary glimmer of light within her heart remained eternally fixed at the moment of inception. In this moment, Gui's appearance had transformed to resemble that of a follower of Damamu. Her eyes were heavily shadowed, her complexion had darkened significantly, and even her cheeks appeared somewhat gaunt. Most notably, black markings had emerged upon her hands and neck. Kar, employing his enhanced vision, discerned that this dark pattern was spread across Gui's entire form, emanating from her heart and enveloping her entirely save for her head. Gui, what does this signify? Danfusi gasped in astonishment as she witnessed Gui willingly absorbing the dark energy, transforming into a being of darkness. Although she was taken aback, she restrained herself from immediate action. Gui's actions were indeed alarming, especially as she had not conferred with anyone prior to initiating this mode, catching even Kar off guard. Fortunately, he understood that Gui possessed the ability to wield both black and white magic. It was this fusion of both magics, combined with her command over the dark dimension, that constituted Gui's true prowess. This was precisely what Damamu dreaded most, for Gui, with the time stone in her possession, held the potential to contend for dominion over the dark dimension. Do not worry, I can maintain this state for an extended period, even if we remain here for half a year. However, I believe we shall resolve matters with Damamu long before that, Gui murmured. Her voice had grown slightly hoarse, yet her tone remained composed. Clearly, the utilization of dark energy had induced subtle changes within her physique. It appears you have become adept at wielding this ability. However, I advise you to exercise caution. You may hold the Mind Stone, which is of little use to me. Yet, in your possession, I sense that Damamu will find it considerably more challenging to exert control over you, especially as he must contend with the power of 2 Infinity Stones. With this, Gui temporarily entrusted the Mind Stone to Kerr, whose intention was to prevent Gui from overexerting herself with dark energy and risking Damamu's manipulation. Although she possessed the Time Stone to break such control, it would still require time to effectuate the release. Chapter 400. The 3 heroes battle Damamu. Gui. Damamu roared in fury, unhesitatingly unleashing a barrage of dark elements directed at Kar and his companions. As Damamu recognized only Gui, he was entirely oblivious to Kar and Danfusi's identities. Thus, he instinctively regarded them as mere attendants or disciples of Gui, dismissing them entirely. Consequently, Damamu's attack was merely a probing strike, lacking in full force. Yet, this provided Danfusi with an opportunity to demonstrate her prowess. In an instant, Danfusi erupted with formidable energy, launching an assault against Damamu. Amplified by the Mind Stone, her energy surged in strength, rendering her unfazed by Damamu's onslaught. Accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks, Damamu's dark elements were shattered by Danfusi's cosmic energy, which surged forward with undiminished might. Clearly, Danfusi was intent on showcasing her capabilities, having unleashed her full strength. Observing this, Damamu's expression remained impassive. He allowed the attack to strike his visage, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped them in a cloud of energy mist. Danfusi, witnessing this, smirked, convinced that her strike had successfully landed on Damamu. Is this truly Damamu? He seems rather unimpressive. I had expected his abilities to be far more formidable. Danfusi's ego swelled, while both Gui and Kar exchanged glances, refraining from comment. They were well aware of Danfusi's prideful nature and chose not to correct her, knowing that she would learn the essence of caution through experience. The ensuing events are mine to handle. Observe as I perform splendidly, Danfusi proclaimed, buoyed by her recent success, and began to unleash her cosmic energy in a relentless barrage against Damamu. While she was indeed arrogant and proud, she recognized that Damamu could not be vanquished by mere single strikes. Thus, she opted for a strategy of overwhelming force through sheer volume. Each energy ray she released had the capacity to obliterate any warship within the Accuser fleet. Even Ronin's flagship, the Dark Aster, would struggle to withstand such onslaughts. With a number of such rays sufficient, they could even penetrate the Earth's surface, reaching its core and potentially detonating the entire planet. Such power was effortlessly wielded by Dan Fussy, which justified her pride, for she had the merit to back it up. However, in the eyes of Kaur and Gu-i, this merit was inconsequential. Even in Damamu's perspective, Dan Fussy was merely an irritating insect. Within the span of a minute, she unleashed thousands of energy rays, failing to inflict even the slightest scratch upon Damamu. Realizing this, Dan Fussy came to understand that her adversary far surpassed any foe she had previously encountered. A mere ant dares to be so audacious before me. Human. Damamu roared once more. Before the eyes of all, he conjured a colossal hand from dark energy, aiming to strike the very planet upon which Karl stood. The size of his hand was nothing short of extravagant, stretching infinitely to the naked eye. Most importantly, this hand possessed the power to obliterate the very planet beneath their feet, showcasing the sheer ferocity of Damamu's casual strike. This was the might of a multiverse-level being, capable of shattering stars with a mere flick of the wrist. What a predicament! How shall this be resolved? It was Danvers' first encounter with such a situation, and she realized that her previous experiences seemed insufficient. Chapter 401. The Terrifying Damamu Option 1. Agree to Damamu's solicitation, become one of his minions, gain his Dark Life essence, and acquire 1,000 trade points. Option 2. Reject the solicitation, incur Damamu's enmity, and receive 1 free attribute point and 1 free skill point, along with 1,000 trade points. Option 3. Refuse Damamu and scatter his ashes within 3 days, gaining 10 free attribute points, 10 free skill points, and trade points. Karl glanced at the options, nearly blinded by their brilliance. The first 2 were unremarkable, but the third was utterly outrageous. Although the options would not present themselves to him if they were impossible to fulfill, the third was exceedingly daunting and came with a time constraint. Karl surmised that the system must assume all Infinity Stones belonged to him, thus presenting such an option. However, even if those Infinity Stones were indeed his, it would be impossible to defeat Damamu and scatter his ashes within 3 days. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Karl as he thought of the Time Stone. If he could manipulate time with the Time Stone, perhaps he could achieve this after all. Moreover, that would enhance both his own strength and his mastery over the Infinity Stones. This was the only path available for Option 3. Yet, after contemplating, Karl ultimately decided against it. He knew that Gu-i would never consent, leaving him unable to obtain the Time Stone. After analyzing the situation, Karl chose Option 2. Selection complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 free attribute point, 1 free skill point, and 1,000 trade points. Damamu, if you wish for me to become your subordinate, I might begrudgingly entertain the thought. However, if you desire for me to serve you, I can succinctly express my refusal. Impossible. With a slight smirk, Karl declined Damamu's invitation. His response relieved both Gu-i and Danvers, as they understood that Karl was not here to vanquish Damamu for the sake of saving Earth. They had genuinely worried that he might defect to the opposing side. Thus, Karl's declaration put their minds at ease, effectively closing the door on any possibility of him joining Damamu's ranks. Observing the icy glare emanating from Damamu, Karl comprehended the danger. The being was itching to eliminate him. Very well, human. You are not the first to provoke me, but you shall undoubtedly suffer the most gruesome fate. Those who dare to utter such arrogance before me have never lived to tell the tale, and you shall not be the exception. With a thunderous roar, Damamu summoned dark elements that surged violently around him. Karl felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobilized. The sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. After a brief struggle, he realized that the more he resisted, the tighter the bindings became, even constricting against his skin. In an attempt to dispel the energy, Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, hoping to alleviate the binding force. Alas, while the Haki was formidable, it paled in comparison to Damamu's power. Nonetheless, it did lighten the pressure somewhat, but not enough to liberate Carl from his current predicament. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed alternative means of escape. Before making his exit, he wished to observe Damamu's next move. Human, feel the terror. Damamu growled, conjuring two massive dark hands once more, intent on crushing Carl beneath their weight. His attacks were direct, employing pure dark energy each time. After all, Damamu was the lord of the dark dimension. Chapter 403. Activation. The Radiance of the Gems. Human, how long will you persist in this folly? Time passed, and Damamu, growing impatient, unleashed a self-detonation. However, his explosion caused no harm to himself. It merely sent Carl flying and dismantled Gu Yi's various magical formations. As he resurrected, he released a torrent of dark energy to thwart Carl's advance. At that moment, Danvers unleashed a brilliant blast of light. Before Damamu could react, his chin was obliterated. Yet, Damamu paid no mind, for in an instant his chin had reformed completely. Umans, you are truly insufferable. How could I, the great Dark Lord Damamu, be cornered by three mere insects? This is an utter humiliation. Now, I offer you three an opportunity. If you pledge your allegiance to me and become my vassals, I shall refrain from invading Earth and cease hostilities with humanity. What do you say? My terms are quite generous, if you would only agree. Impossible. Before Damamu could finish his statement, Carl and the others replied in unison. They exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. You seek death. Damamu's fury reignited. Throughout the battle, he had remained in a state of rage, teetering on the edge of fury. To Carl, Damamu resembled a madman unable to control his emotions, quick to anger over the slightest inconvenience or annoyance. Even a berserker would not exhibit such volatility. Everyone, be cautious. Damamu is likely to be serious this time. The illusions we attacked earlier were merely projections of his true form. Now, he is likely to descend in his actual body. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Carl smirked. He had initially suspected this, but chose not to voice it. During the battle, he had discerned that Damamu lacked any true physical form. Though Gu Yi claimed he had a body hidden within the illusions, Carl remained skeptical. However, regardless of their relentless assaults, they could not strike the true essence. This revelation dawned upon Carl, for the so-called phantoms were not but manifestations of the true power. The genuine essence of Daemon, it seemed, was likely concealed within these illusions. Yet, if they continued to battle in this manner, they might never land a blow. Hence, Guy opted for the strategy, waiting for Daemon to lose patience and inadvertently reveal his true form. This was indeed Gai's initial plan, though she had not disclosed the specific execution strategy, merely urging everyone to fight while observing attentively. However, once the essence emerged, retreating would not be a simple task. Alas, the struggles faced by Ka'er and the others were destined to be arduous. According to Guy, once Daemon's true form appeared, his powers would significantly amplify. In such a scenario, their current combat tactics would be rendered futile. Dan Fusey, you shall continue to restrain him. This space gem is entrusted to you. Remember, do not misuse the power of this gem. While your current physique can withstand the gem's side effects, overuse will deplete your combat abilities, so be cautious. Understood, Dan Fusey nodded, taking hold of the space gem in her grasp. As she clutched the gem, she was astounded to discover that her inner power resonated with the gem. This revelation startled Dan Fusey, yet she quickly regained her composure as the true essence of Daemon approached. Prepare yourselves, for Daemon's true form is descending. Guy gazed intently into the distance, while Ka'er and Dan Fusey followed her gaze. Before them appeared a colossal visage, significantly larger than the previous phantom. Looking up from this planet, it seemed as though the entire Dark Dimension's cosmos was enveloped by Daemon's enormous face. This was indeed Daemon's true essence. Summoning his essence took nearly a minute, and had this been a pursuit, that duration would have allowed the opponent to escape long ago. This was one of the reasons Daemon refrained from revealing his true form, as it was a considerable waste of time. Though the phantoms wielded diminished power, they were still formidable enough to obliterate any adversary beneath the multiverse level. Even when facing another multiversal being, he need not fear defeat, for the phantoms were invincible. However, Daemum's decision to reveal his essence indicated his profound rage. His singular desire was to annihilate the humans before him and subsequently destroy Earth and the entire 9 realms. Insects perish with a furious roar. A torrent of dark energy surged toward Ka and the others. Dan Fusi's countenance changed dramatically as she realized her energy could not dispel this dark force. Without hesitation, she utilized the space gem to amplify her energy, barely withstanding the invasion of dark elements. Ka and Gai faced a similar plight. Only by harnessing the power of the Infinity Gem could they fend off Daemum's dark elements, ensuring they remained uncorrupted. The disparity in power was indeed staggering. It was unimaginable that Daemum's strength would amplify so dramatically upon the emergence of his true essence. Without the Infinity Gem, they would have been at a loss on how to confront such a formidable foe. Ka chuckled, attempting to ease the tension, yet no one acknowledged him. Both Dan Fusi and Gai remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from uttering a word. Ka then turned to Gai, a puzzled expression on his face as he inquired, "Gai, I have a question. I wish to know how you previously contended with Daemum. If he possessed this power back then, you with only one Infinity Gem should not have been his equal, correct?" In response to Ka's inquiry, Gai glanced at him, prepared to speak. However, Daemum suddenly bellowed in fury. "Damn you, Gai. If you possess the ability, refrain from using the Infinity Gem. I wish to see your capabilities. Time and again, you have ensnared me in a cycle of time, and each time I sought to vanquish you, you activated the Time Stone. It infuriates me to no end. This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to unleash the Time Stone. Perish, Gai." Hearing Daemum's furious proclamation, Ka opened his mouth, a wry smile gracing his features. It seemed his assumptions were correct. Gai relied on the Time Stone to contend with her adversary. Yet, what profound resentment must Daemum harbor to be so enraged? "By the way, Gai, how many times have you used the Time Stone against him?" Ka inquired once more. At that moment, Daemum's assault commenced, yet the trio united, effortlessly repelling his onslaught. With the enhancement of the Infinity Gem, each of them possessed strength equivalent to that of the multiverse level. Regrettably, aside from Ka, Dan Fusi struggled. "Ka, do you have a plan?" Gai inquired, noticing Ka's confident demeanor as he defended against Daemum's attacks. "Indeed, I have a viable strategy. However, it will only impact Daemum's dark elements and will not harm his true essence. Therefore, I hope that once I have cleared away the dark elements, you will execute your plan. Prior to that, I require both you, Gai, and Dan Fusi to provide cover, preventing Daemum from attacking me from other positions." "You intend to do this alone?" Dan Fusi queried, astonished by Ka's declaration. Gai shared a similar surprise. "Indeed, this plan is one I need not elaborate upon, for it is something only I can accomplish. It would be futile for either of you to attempt it." With that, Ka dashed forward, shouting to Gai and Dan Fusi, "Help me fend off Daemum's attacks. Do not allow his strikes to reach me." With a fierce roar, Ka soared into action. Dan Fusi and Gai exchanged glances before assisting Ka in clearing the dark elements. Daemum, witnessing the charge, was consumed with rage. He unleashed dark elements without hesitation, shaping them into various forms to assault Ka. Confronted by Daemum's frontal assault, Ka felt no fear. He immediately activated the Reality Gem's power, transforming Daemum's attacks into countless butterflies, some even morphing into light. Subsequently, Ka harnessed the Reality Gem's might to transmute the surrounding dark elements. Moments later, a portion of the dark elements shifted into radiant elements. Ka then concentrated this light, forming colossal beings of light. De carácter stylo, saiwen, ici, digia, dai, enea, gaia, mingbiusi. Shikali, as well as Sailuo, Obu, Jetta, and Zeta, all transformed into Ultramen. However, these transformed Ultramen merely possessed the outward appearance and abilities bestowed by Ka, lacking the inherent powers of their original narratives. Ka-Air's intention was to provoke Dormammu, allowing him to experience the sensation of being besieged by the giants of light. Yet, Ka-Air lamented his inability to harness the energy here to manifest the mysterious 4 Ultramen. Otherwise, it would have been quite a spectacle. Subsequently, as Ka-Air transformed into various Ultramen, he began to convert the dark elements. Gradually, the dark elements diminished, while Dormammu's expression grew increasingly grim. He yearned to eliminate Ka-Air, as the Ultramen conjured through the Reality Stone were endless adversaries for him. Moreover, Dormammu sensed that these giants of light were merely mindless avatars or puppets. Nonetheless, he harbored a nagging fear that should these light giants awaken and gain consciousness, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Dormammu temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Ka-Air, focusing instead on eradicating these Ultramen to prevent their awakening. Witnessing this scene, Gu-Yi and Dan Fu-Si were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Ka-Air was employing such a method to purify the dark elements. However, before they could rejoice, the dark elements surged once more, swiftly engulfing all the giants of light. Yet, for every batch consumed, a new group of light giants emerged, leaving Gu-Yi and Dan Fu-Si utterly astonished. Kaya, this cannot be your plan, can it? Dan Fu-Si, unable to contain herself, called out to Ka-Air. Yet, he did not respond, focusing instead on their surroundings. Time flowed inexorably. Ka-Air was unaware of how long he had spent cleansing the dark energy from countless planets. Despite the enhancement from the Reality Stone, his right hand had turned pitch black, resembling obsidian, devoid of any color beyond the darkness. This was the consequence of overextending the use of the Reality Stone. He had experienced this phenomenon before while practicing with the stone. After resting for 3 to 4 days, his hand returned to its original state. Nevertheless, even in this condition, he could still engage in combat, albeit with a slight reduction in dexterity. However, with the assistance of the Piao fruit and Kenbunchika haki, the diminished agility of his right hand did not impede his combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Gu-Yi and Dan Fu-Si were both panting, having expended considerable energy. They had remained vigilant, ensuring Dormammu's attention did not solely rest on Ka-Air, which also required them to counter Dormammu's assaults. At this juncture, Ka-Air was poised to launch a full-scale attack against Dormammu. Gu-Yi, Dan Fu-Si, brace yourselves. I am about to charge in. Ka-Air bellowed as he approached them. The multitude of light giants swiftly coalesced into 4 dazzling beams of light. The mysterious 4 Ultramen made their grand entrance. This was a method Ka-Air had only just discovered. To summon the mysterious 4 Ultramen, one needed to expend a significant amount of light energy. Therefore, he had to merge all the converted light energy to achieve this summoning. However, even the mysterious 4 Ultramen merely possessed a superficial appearance, lacking any exaggerated power. They unleashed a single beam skill before vanishing. Yet, when these beams struck Dormammu's true form, they punctured his visage, creating a gaping hole that appeared quite incongruous. Damnomans, how dare you injure me? This is a death wish. Dormammu roared in fury, unleashing his full power to attack Ka-Air and the others. However, his methods were overly simplistic. After battling for so long, Ka-Air and his companions had become well acquainted with Dormammu's attack patterns, enabling them to respond with ease. Following the established plan, Ka-Air began to control countless planets to hurl towards Dormammu. This spectacle was truly breathtaking. Neither Gu-Yi nor Dan Fu-Si, nor Ka-Air himself had ever witnessed such a scene of a myriad of stars launching in unison. Impressive, Ka-Air. I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. However, one must question the ease of controlling the power of the Reality Stone, Gu-Yi remarked, observing Ka-Air's right arm. Ka-Air shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. Fear not, I can still manage. It is merely a matter of temporary numbness in my arm, which does not hinder me significantly. To wield control over countless planets in my lifetime is a peak experience for me. I may not have such an opportunity again, so I cherish it. A smile graced Ka-Air's lips as he fixed his gaze on Dormammu. Dan Fu-Si found herself at a loss for words. Her own hands, too, had suffered from the overuse of the Infinity Stones. Now is the time, Gu-E. Quickly, Ka-Air urged as Duomo-Mu unleashed dark elements, triggering an explosion of all the planets. He immediately activated his abilities, propelling Gu-E forward. She recognized this as the best opportunity thus far. Duomo-Mu had just released all the dark elements, which was necessary to cleanse the planets. However, this also left him vulnerable, exposing a flaw. Seizing the moment, Gu-E charged forward with a life-or-death assault. Duomo-Mu, prepare to meet your end. With a fierce shout, a brilliant light erupted from her form. The two Infinity Stones gleamed with radiance, their power fully unleashed. Upon seeing Gu-E charging towards him, Duomo-Mu scoffed, completely dismissing her. You seek your own demise. Duomo-Mu roared, conjuring a colossal hand from the world, intending to crush Gu-E. Yet, she remained steadfast, charging straight ahead. Simultaneously, Ka-Air utilized his void walk to appear by Gu-Yi's side, swiftly delivering 21 strikes to shatter the enormous hand. Gu-E, it's your turn. I entrust this to you. Rest assured, I will handle it. Gu-E nodded, accelerating her advance once more. The shattered hand transformed into a mass of dark mist, attempting to ensnare Gu-E and impede her progress. However, Danfoss is not to be underestimated. She wielded the space gem, instantly transferring the dark mist to another location. Yet, as a consequence, her arms became entirely translucent. Danfoss, enough. You can no longer use the space gem. Upon witnessing this scene, Carl promptly reclaimed the space gem. Danfoss remained silent, aware that Carl's actions were for her own good. Most importantly, her body was indeed unable to bear the power of the space gem any longer. If she were to persist in using it, although it was still feasible, her body would completely dematerialize after no more than 7 or 8 uses. In such a case, no celestial being could save her. Even the time gem would likely be of no assistance. This is due to the fact that the Infinity Gems cannot influence one another. Otherwise, Gu-E would have long since employed the time gem to alleviate the side effects afflicting both Carl and Danfoss, while simultaneously restoring their states to full vitality. Regrettably, the effects of the Infinity Gems cannot be countered by other Infinity Gems unless all 6 gems come together. Gui, you have lost your mind, sacrificing yourself to seal me away. You are utterly insane. I will not allow you to succeed. When Dormammu observed Gu-E abandoning her defenses with singular intent to approach him, he realized that the magic emanating from her did not possess any offensive nature. Rather, it was exceedingly gentle. This revelation prompted him to understand that Gu-E did not seek to kill him, but rather aimed to seal him away completely, even at the cost of her own life. He was unconcerned about being killed, for as long as the Dark Dimension existed, there remained a possibility of rebirth. Even a 1 in a million chance was still a chance. However, to be sealed away meant he would be trapped indefinitely unless the seal's duration expired. Considering the nature of the seal, Dormammu deduced that Gu-E would certainly impose a permanent seal, if not one lasting several billion years. This was the last outcome Dormammu wished to face, as he could not guarantee the existence of the Dark Dimension after billions of years. The span of time was simply too vast. Consequently, he resorted to frenziedly attacking Gu-E in an effort to prevent her from drawing closer. Yet, Gu-E remained undeterred, continuing her advance toward Dormammu. The current situation resembled a solo performance by Gu-E, while Carl and Danfoss were rendered entirely helpless, as the dark elements began to converge around them. Chapter 408, A Grave Situation. What a dazzling spectacle. I never anticipated that Dormammu's sealing would manifest in such a brilliant display. The dark dimension trembled, and Dormammu's visage erupted. Had it not been for the lingering essence of Dormammu in the air, I might have believed Gu-E had slain him. What a pity. It was so close to fruition. However, compared to killing him, sealing him for several billion years seemed far more prudent. Yet, knowing Gu-Yi's character, I suspect it would not be merely a billion years. It would likely extend into the hundreds of billions. As Carl spoke, he sensed the turbulent dark energy surrounding them. This energy had temporarily lost its master, rendering it wildly volatile. However, Carl had no intention of absorbing the power of the Dark Dimension. as this would compromise the integrity of Dormammu's seal. Furthermore, more importantly, this dark dimension provided no substantial enhancement for Carl. It would merely corrode his physical form. Such a negative enhancement was something Carl wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Dan Foss, captivated by the dark energy, found her mental faculties waning due to her prolonged engagement in battle, making her susceptible to temptation. Nevertheless, even then, her willpower remained resolute. Subconsciously, she regarded herself as an absolute hero. Thus, even when tempted by the dark energy, she would only engage in an internal struggle, never willingly surrendering to the darkness. This embodies the resolve of a superhero, a quality that even Carl could not help but admire. It's time to awaken. If we do not depart now, we may never escape. With that, Carl gave Dan Foss a firm pat, rousing her from her stupor. As her gaze cleared, Dan Foss sighed and followed Carl, leaving the dark dimension behind. Moments later, they traversed the spatial passage and returned to the solar system, swiftly making their way back to Earth. Neither of them was aware of how much time had elapsed during their battle with Dormammu. Goofy might have known, but she could not have been monitoring the time continuously, so Carl and the others did not inquire. Now, Carl and Dan Foss remained oblivious to the state of Earth and the duration of their confrontation with Dormammu. Although the time gem could facilitate such an investigation, Carl had never utilized it, believing that the time spent mastering the time gem would be better spent simply returning to Earth and asking someone about the time. After all, mastering the infinity gems requires a certain degree of training. The time gem and the space gem, like the others, are relatively complex infinity gems. In contrast, the mind gem and the space gem are less intricate, making them easier to control. Before long, Carl and Dan Foss had returned to Earth. However, as they followed their original path back to Earth, they discovered that aside from a few countries, many regions had been reduced to ruins. This sight suggested to them that something dire was afoot. While Carl had departed, the invasion of demons was already underway. He had initially perceived this war as manageable, but the current situation was decidedly grim. Subsequently, Carl and Dan Foss continued to survey the battlefield, where they discovered numerous demon corpses alongside many severed human limbs. Yet very few intact bodies remained, indicating that they had likely been collected. Chapter 409, The Changes in the World. Brother Carl, you have finally returned. Yindir was the first to notice Carl's arrival, and she was overjoyed, instantly leaping into his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck. Is such excitement truly necessary? Carl chuckled at Yindir's exuberance. At the same time, Luo also recognized Carl's return and, filled with joy, teleported down from the third floor. Welcome back, Master Carl. Observing Luo now, Carl could distinctly sense that he had matured significantly and had even changed his hat style to a dark spotted one. The previous black and white spotted hat now absent. A careful examination revealed that Luo's physique had undergone considerable transformation, and notably, there were numerous scars on his neck and arms, evident remnants of battles fought. It is evident that Luo has endured countless battles during this period. Otherwise, he would not bear such an abundance of scars. I commend your resilience, Luo. With so many wounds upon your body, you must have suffered greatly. Moreover, what exactly transpired during this time? Why has the Earth's environment undergone such drastic changes? Additionally, why have the areas surrounding the gates of hell transformed into demonic territory? According to my calculations, even after the war's conclusion, those regions should remain unaffected. Has some unforeseen incident occurred? With a single breath, Carl unleashed all his inquiries. Upon hearing Carl's questions, Luo sighed and began to elucidate. My Lord Carl, the events that have unfolded during your absence have been overwhelming. In the 3 months you were away, the demonic army invaded Earth almost daily. From the information I gathered, they seem to have acquired some technology allowing them to infinitely resurrect those lesser demons. Although the larger demons cannot be revived, they resorted to using the smaller, revivable demons for their relentless invasions. The Earth Defense Forces found themselves overwhelmed, even with the efforts of mutants and the Avengers. We could not halt the onslaught of the Underworld's legions. Ultimately, we relied on the forces of Asgard and Thor to barely withstand the demonic onslaught. Odin even activated the Bifrost, sealing half of the gates of hell. While this alleviated some of our pressure, the effect was still quite limited. Recently, an extraterrestrial entity, identifying himself as Silver Shadow, claimed he had a solution to this predicament. We placed our trust in him, and indeed, he resolved the issue of the lesser demon's continuous resurrection. However, the price was steep, as it transformed hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the gates of hell into demonic territory. Nonetheless, this action did halt the demonic army's advances, and they ceased their invasion of Earth. Luo recounted the events of this tumultuous period. 3 months. It was surprising to realize that such an extensive duration had passed in the dark dimension. Time indeed becomes nebulous in the vastness of the cosmos. Based on my understanding, our time spent in the dark dimension could not have exceeded 20 to 30 days at most. Carl shook his head in disbelief and turned his gaze skyward, with a brilliant rays of the sun illuminated the heavens. Chapter 4:10. Danvers' concern in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. All members of the Avengers had gathered, including Danvers. Although she had yet to formally join the Avengers, her status as a senior figure in S.H.I.E.L.D. and her pivotal role in defeating Dormammu earned her the respect of those present, especially Nick Fury. He had very few individuals he could trust, and Danvers was one of them. Her first course of action upon arriving was to seek out Nick Fury to inquire about the current situation and the events that transpired on Earth. Nick Fury took his time to relay everything that had occurred during her absence, leaving no detail unmentioned. This included some internal information that even Luo and Indil were unaware of. After all, Nick Fury was somewhat self-serving. He preferred that Carl's subordinates remain uninformed, as it served no benefit to him. However, with Danvers, he held nothing back. Their bond was forged through shared experiences, having faced the Kree together, which naturally fostered a strong relationship. So that is what transpired. It appears that much has changed on Earth during my absence. But is this Silver Shadow truly reliable? Do you all trust him so easily? After years of traversing the cosmos, this is the first I have heard of the name Silver Shadow. While many strive to maintain peace in the universe, I am unfamiliar with this individual, so caution is advisable. Silver Shadow was not present, which allowed her to voice these concerns, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Danvers, being no stranger to emotional intelligence, would not express such sentiments in front of others without reason. The others recognized her good intentions. Although they deemed her worries excessive, they chose not to voice their objections, understanding that it would serve no purpose. Subsequently, Steve Rogers began assigning tasks to everyone. Even Danvers received a simple patrol assignment to monitor the gates of hell and prevent any lesser demons from escaping. Danvers felt a twinge of displeasure, for she was not fond of being ordered about. Although a hero, she was unaccustomed to such hierarchy and had grown used to her freedom. Thus, she hesitated to comply with Steve Rogers' command. However, Steve Rogers was the undoubted leader of the Avengers. While he may not have been the strongest, he embodied the spirit of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., naturally positioning him as the leader. Others willingly followed his lead, even those with greater power, recognizing the essence of who Steve Rogers was. This included Daisy Johnson, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch, who had joined the Avengers mid-conflict. Though their abilities surpassed those of Steve Rogers, they harbored no intentions of usurping his position, understanding that as long as he remained, no one else could rightfully lead the Avengers. It was not merely a matter of qualifications. It was the very spirit of Steve Rogers that compelled their respect. Thus, when faced with Danvers, Steve Rogers maintained a demeanor of quiet authority, suggesting, perhaps it would be best for Danvers to rest for a while. It is quite taxing to send her out immediately upon her return. Nick Fury, noticing Danvers' discontent, quickly intervened to support her. Steve Rogers nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting Fury's suggestion. Chapter 4:11. The bewildered Silver Shadow within Stark Industries, in Tony Stark's private office. He confronted the newly joined member of the Avengers, Silver Shadow. At that moment, Tony Stark had mastered highly advanced technology and wielded an impressive array of energy weapons with skillful precision. Furthermore, part of his armor was developed from materials synthesized after the incorporation of the Destroyer armor. One could say that Tony Stark was now exponentially more powerful than his counterpart in the original timeline. Regrettably, the recent surge of conflict and the frequent invasions by the underworld had delayed the development of his armor. Thus, he was still utilizing the previous generation of armor, which appeared unremarkable yet possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Its only flaw was its lack of agility, which was precisely why Tony Stark aspired to create a nanotech suit. Because ever since the dawn of the first generation, the agility of all battle armors has posed a significant challenge. Mr. Stark, I implore you to remain calm. I am here solely to inquire why you oppose joining the Avengers. Should you choose to join, we could collectively safeguard the Earth, protect the solar system, and even the galaxy along with other celestial bodies. We could even establish a Cosmic Avengers alliance, welcoming more champions of justice into our fold. This would not only grant us numerous allies, but also, most importantly, allow for the upgrading of your armor. Silver Surfer raised his hands, displaying no malice. However, Tony Stark was not one to easily trust others. He cast a glance at the destroyer armor, which he had haphazardly piled in the corner, and at the half-exposed schematics of the time travel device belonging to Carl, which lay on a pedestal. These two artifacts were among Tony Stark's most treasured possessions, and significantly, they were not even his own. They were entrusted to him by Carl for safekeeping and research. Thus, Stark had imposed strict restrictions on access to this space, allowing entry only for himself, the diminutive Pepper Potts, Carl, and his subordinates. Currently, only 6 individuals were permitted in this room. Stark would not allow anyone else. Yet, Silver Surfer had managed to breach the security protocols, even prompting JARVIs to restart the system. Had it not been for Stark's habitual foresight in maintaining several backups, including those of JARVIs, he would have found himself at a loss against Silver Surfer, whose strength was formidable. Silver Surfer was immune to all physical attacks, capable of phasing through walls, manipulating networks and machinery, and was even adept at telekinesis. The only means of inflicting harm upon him lay in explosive energy shocks or energy beams. Nevertheless, Silver Surfer's recovery rate was astonishingly rapid, surpassing even that of mutants. Consequently, Tony Stark remained cautious, unwilling to let his guard down, even if Silver Surfer's intentions were to negotiate. Silver Surfer, regardless of whether this is your own volition or if Nick Fury has sent you as a negotiator, I will not acquiesce. This is your final warning. Vacate within 10 seconds, or I shall not hold back. Stark's hands and chest began to shimmer ominously, indicating he was prepared to engage. Silver Surfer observed the gathering energy of Stark, and Carl, rolling his eyes at Stark, turned his attention to the figure before him. I have no interest in your origins or your intentions for coming to Earth and joining the Avengers. However, heed my warning. Tony Stark is under my protection. Should you wish to harm him, prepare yourself for the consequences. Carl's tone was icy, his gaze piercing, instilling in Silver Surfer an unsettling sense of dread, unlike anything he had ever experienced from a human. Now, make your choice, Silver Surfer. I am eager to see whether you intend to engage me in battle or surrender yourself for research. With that, Carl released his grip on Silver Surfer and crossed his arms, regarding him coldly. At that moment, Silver Surfer scrutinized Carl, his gaze fixated on Carl's right arm. Your arm. My arm is of no concern to you. First, answer my question. Are we to fight or not? Of course not. We are not enemies. Why would we engage in combat? As for my bodily tissue, that is easily arranged. I can regenerate, so offering you a portion is of no consequence. Silver Surfer, showing discernment, detached a fragment of his own tissue and placed it upon the nearby table. Witnessing this, Carl stepped forward, producing the Reality Stone to activate its powers. Upon seeing the Reality Stone, Silver Surfer's expression shifted, deep in thought as he stroked his chin. Simultaneously, Carl utilized the Reality Stone to sever the connection between the orb and Silver Surfer. Tony, I leave this to you. Utilize it wisely and do not worry about being monitored. Understood. Tony Stark accepted the orb, nodding as he placed it within a specially crafted glass enclosure. Subsequently, Carl tucked away the Reality Stone, smiling as he turned his attention back to Silver Surfer. What you just witnessed was Ether, also known as the Reality Stone. Interested in a closer acquaintance? Perhaps not. I am familiar with the nature of the Infinity Stones. However, I did not expect you to wield control over them. Are you truly human? Insulting, are we? Carl raised an eyebrow, swiftly appearing before Silver Surfer, delivering a sharp slap to his forehead. Previously, Silver Surfer had failed to notice any anomaly when struck. Now, however, he realized that his immunity to physical attacks was ineffective against Carl. The earlier slaps and the grip on his shoulder had not been hindered either. This revelation astonished him. His mouth agape and eyes widened in disbelief. Curious as to why I can touch your body without consent? Let your curiosity linger. I shall not divulge the reason, and you would do well to remember. Regardless of your purpose on Earth, this is still my domain. Should you attempt to summon anything here, do not blame me if my subordinates show no mercy. Upon hearing Carl's words, Silver Surfer's pupils dilated. His mission to Earth was to guide the planet Devourer. Yet, the planet Devourer was still years away from this location. Thus, he had transformed into a hero, seeking to ally with Earth's champions. This strategy not only provided him with cover, but also allowed him to remain on Earth, facilitating his role as a guide. However, he never anticipated that his plan would be unraveled by Carl, even if it was merely conjecture. The realization sent a chill coursing through Silver Surfer. He longed to flee, but he could not abandon his mission. Mr. Carl, you truly jest. The S-H-I-E-L-D-I. 3 days later, in the depths of hell, chaos reigned. Each corner of hell was engulfed in flames, with temperatures soaring beyond 80 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, human life was unsustainable, and even demonic beings would find it unbearable. Damn it, how could this happen? What was once a splendid plan has now crumbled due to Silver Surfer. If it weren't for his connection to the planet Devourer, we would not have faced such a dismal defeat, roared a demon in fury. This individual is none other than Beelzebub, one of the 7 lords of hell. Not only he, but all the 7 lords of hell are present, including Mephisto and Lucifer. There is no need for haste. Such matters cannot be rushed. However, the arrival of Silver Shadow signifies that Earth has caught the attention of the planet Devourer. Our hell belongs to another dimension, and the planet Devourer cannot do anything to us, so there is no cause for concern. Yet, if Earth were to perish, or even the entire 9 realms and the solar system, it would be disastrous. Mephisto spoke softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Lucifer, seated nearby, closed his eyes, unwilling to utter a word. If it weren't for your foolish suggestion, Mephisto, to create a furnace capable of rapidly resurrecting little demons to facilitate a swift invasion of Earth, what would be the outcome? And what happened in the end? The demon furnace was drained of energy by Silver Shadow, utilizing the power of the planet Devourer, leading to hell becoming what it is now. Are you satisfied, Mephisto? Another towering and robust lord of hell reprimanded him mercilessly. However, in the next moment, Mephisto merely cast a glance at him, causing this lord to promptly fall silent. Clearly, he was intimidated. Although Mephisto is one of the 7 lords of hell, his power far surpasses that of the other lords present, with the exception of Lucifer. In hell, Mephisto is both a native and the eldest, possessing the greatest strength among the lords. The other lords of hell are younger and, consequently, weaker. Thus, Mephisto stands as a transcendent being within hell. Nevertheless, his strength has its limits. Should 2 lords join forces, even Mephisto might not prevail. This serves as a check on his power. Lucifer, care to share your thoughts? A diminutive lord of hell, characterized by sharp teeth and an unassuming appearance, poked Lucifer's thigh. However, Lucifer merely opened one eye and glanced at him, causing the demon's hand to freeze in midair. He too felt intimidated and refrained from further prodding Lucifer. Lord Lucifer, also known as Satan, the king of demons, is similarly a transcendent figure among the lords of hell, holding a status comparable to Mephisto. As a fallen angel, his strength remains unfathomable, even after his descent into demonhood. He wields many techniques that counter demons, which have no effect on himself. Consequently, in the eyes of other demons, Lucifer has become the sole entity capable of individually challenging Mephisto. Such a tedious meeting would be best concluded swiftly. Hell has transformed into its current wretched state, and it seems it may remain so indefinitely. To mitigate the negative impact of the explosion of the demon furnace, only the Reality Stone and Time Stone might suffice. Therefore, I intend to venture into the realm of humanity to seize the Time Stone and Reality Stone. After all, with Gu-E and Dormammu having perished, and Odin preoccupied with Hellas invasion, we need not worry about those so-called heroes. It appears I am truly rather unpopular. Haha. Silver Shadow chuckled self-deprecatingly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes before he fell silent. Danvers glanced at him, gave his shoulder a perfunctory pat, and then turned to Carl. Carl, what shall we do next? I support you. Danvers had fought alongside Carl once and was well aware of his prowess. Strange and Rowe were equally supportive of Carl, as Rowe was originally one of Carl's subordinates, and Strange, due to the Time Stone and his respect for Carl as an elder, naturally followed Carl's lead. Now, only Silver Shadow remained without a stance. However, given the current circumstances, his opinion would hold little weight. The 5 Lords of Hell could be dealt with easily. Each of you will take charge of one lord while I swiftly handle another. Once I have dealt with my adversary, I will assist you. Since the Lords of Hell have come forth seeking their demise, we shall not let them escape. Carl sneered, clearly underestimating the Lords of Hell. In a moment, the 5 Lords of Hell, accompanied by a throng of hellish demons, appear before Carl and the others. Upon seeing Carl and his companions, the lords wasted no time and ordered the other demons to attack. Yet, Carl merely utilized the power of the Time Stone, instantly transforming all demons, save the lords, into mere grains of sand. This exemplifies the might of the Reality Stone, though they did not perish completely. They were soon cast into the abyss as Carl employed the power of the Tremor Fruit. In an instant, the ground split open, swallowing the demons who had been turned to sand. Then, Carl employed the Float Fruit to mend the cracks, effectively sealing the demons within, rendering them unable to escape. This spectacle caused the Lords of Hell to change expression. Even Silver Shadow was taken aback by Carl's unexpected capabilities. His countenance shifted repeatedly, ultimately focusing on the Lords. Silver Shadow realized that as long as the Planet Devourer had not arrived on Earth, he would not engage Carl. Setting aside Carl's overwhelming presence, Silver Shadow felt deeply unsettled by Carl's peculiar powers. Thus, Silver Shadow concluded that the best way to remain on Earth was to masquerade as a superhero, aiding them in safeguarding Earth and the solar system. Humans, surrender the Infinity Stones, or we shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death. One of the Lords of Hell bellowed ominously, the reverberations triggering a series of sonic booms that put Danvers and the others on high alert. So, you desire the Infinity Stones? Carl smirked upon hearing their demand, holding the Infinity Stones in his hand. The Infinity Stones are all in my possession. If you wish to claim them, come and take them. With that, Carl soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Meanwhile, the 5 Lords of Hell exchanged glances and prepared to charge after him. Each had a unique method of flight. 2 possessed wings for swift aerial movement, while the other 3 utilized their respective powers to ascend. Among them, 2 relied on telekinesis, while a hulking figure employed fiery propulsion to soar into the air. However, as they ascended, Danvers and the others simultaneously surged forward to intercept. Danvers targeted the largest, least agile demon, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 417. Carl's scheme. How astonishing it is that you managed to locate me, despite my deliberate attempts to evade you. Your persistence is truly remarkable. Johnny Blaze, now known as the Ghost Rider, was silently engaged in some form of prayer. Yet, as the Ghost Rider, he was beseeching the very god he opposed, a rather ironic twist of fate. Carl was uncertain whether Johnny's prayers would indeed reach the divine. However, he had little interest in such matters. His purpose for seeking Johnny was far more serious. You carry a coordinate on you, a fact I've previously mentioned, which means that no matter how you attempt to hide, I shall ultimately find you. Yet, there is no need for further discussion. You should focus on the task at hand. I did not seek you out for idle chatter. Whose devilish troubles are you intending to confront this time? To be frank, given your prowess, You could simply traverse the gates of hell without my assistance. Why do you require me to open the door? That old codger Mephisto would pose no obstacle for you, and the gates of hell on earth are perpetually ajar. You could enter freely. Is it truly necessary to keep your gaze fixed upon me? Johnny Blaze shook his head in resignation. Previously, apart from using the gates of hell to enter, Carl often sought Johnny's aid to clandestinely forge a passage into hell. By leveraging Johnny's abilities, Carl could delay detection by Mephisto. The Ghost Rider possessed the capacity to obscure the perception of demons. Although he may not completely shield himself from Mephisto's awareness, he could manage to do so for a brief period. Thus, Carl frequently enlisted Johnny to covertly open a gate to hell, allowing him to step inside while hunting a few lesser demons to procure their bodily tissues for research. After all, the body enhancement serum developed by Rod had reached its limits, and further advancements were no longer feasible. Consequently, Carl was compelled to seek alternative methods for continuation. Regrettably, he had yet to develop a new generation of enhancement serums. Enough with the trivialities, simply open the gate. If I succeed this time, you will likely be able to shed your identity as the Ghost Rider. Are you implying that you intend to confront Mephisto directly? What purpose does my involvement serve? Johnny Blaze was utterly perplexed as to why Carl sought him until Carl revealed the news of the 5 Hell Lords he had slain. Only then did Johnny nod in understanding, his expression one of astonishment. So that is the case. The 5 Hell Lords have perished. Now, only Lucifer and Mephisto remain in hell. Therefore, are you asking me to help contain one of them? At last, you comprehend my intent. As the Ghost Rider, you can navigate hell with relative ease, even moving about freely. However, humans from Earth cannot achieve such ease, be it my subordinates or Danvers and Strange. They would all be subject to certain limitations within hell. Only you, with your strength unhindered, might even be enhanced by the very essence of hell. Thus, you are the sole earthling capable of stalling Lucifer for me. Kyle spoke candidly. Indeed, among earthlings, only Johnny Blaze possessed the ability to assist Carl in detaining Lucifer. However, individuals from Asgard, whether Loki or Thor, could also accomplish this. The only issue was that Carl had yet to establish contact with Loki. His communication with Asgard was notoriously unreliable, primarily relying on Loki for correspondence. With Loki absent, even using Tony Stark's inventions to transmit signals, Carl found it impossible to ascertain the situation in Asgard, as they had ceased accepting any external signals. Chapter 4:18 Hell. Hee hee. Welcome to hell, human. Behave yourself, or I may just take your head. Upon hearing the eerie laughter, Carl unhesitatingly delivered a slap to Johnny Blaze's head. However, when he struck, he infused it with his formidable presence, ensuring the harmless flames of hell could not harm him. Must you be so tiresome? I merely aim to lighten the atmosphere. Do you truly require such a response? Johnny Blaze glanced at Carl, his tone tinged with weariness. Were it not for his current lack of a corporeal form, he might have rolled his eyes at that moment. Yet, his previous cackle indeed captured the essence of hell. For demons relished in unsettling laughter that sent shivers down the spine. However, this was not Johnny's first attempt at such theatrics. If it were merely a one-off occurrence, Carl might not have minded, but Johnny insisted on repeating this every time he brought Carl to hell. Such a talent would be wasted if he did not pursue a career at Starbucks or as an atmosphere coordinator in bars. This repetitive banter irked Carl, for despite the long intervals between visits, the monotony of hearing it repeatedly became tiresome. After all, he was an ordinary person, Johnny Blaze. If you wish to create an ambience, please devise something new for the next time. If you persist with this routine, I may truly take your head. Carl patted Johnny on the shoulder before activating his observation hockey, soaring towards Mephisto's location. He intended to present Mephisto with a most significant surprise. Engaging Mephisto in direct combat would prove exceedingly challenging. Even with his current strength, Carl was uncertain of his victory. Even wielding the Infinity Stones would not guarantee success. For a being like Mephisto, lacking a contingency plan would be utterly foolish. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As a lord of hell, Mephisto likely had far more than 3. Based on Carl's unfounded conjectures, A creature as shrewd as Mephisto would possess at least 6 or 7 escape routes to ensure his survival. Given that Carl had even more than that, he felt emboldened to enter Hell and confront Mephisto directly. Mr. Carl, may I inquire as to why you're so determined to eliminate Mephisto? You're not even from Earth, but hail from another realm. There is no need for such drastic measures. If you claim it is to assist me, spare me the rhetoric, for I would not believe it. However, if you assert it is for world peace, let us be realistic. That seems highly unlikely, as it is simply not in your nature, Johnny Blaze remarked, all the while maneuvering his motorcycle at breakneck speed, barely managing to keep pace with Carl's low-altitude flight. Yet, Johnny had grown accustomed to this, as Carl had previously employed similar tactics. Moreover, Carl had deliberately slowed his flying speed. Otherwise, Johnny would have been unable to keep up. Additionally, Carl possessed the ability to traverse the void. If he opted for instantaneous travel, Johnny would be utterly left behind. Thus, Carl Fei's sluggishness is, in fact, a demonstration of his consideration for Chong Ni Bu Lei Zhe. Otherwise, he would have already stormed into the domain of Mo Fei Si Tuo to launch a surprise attack on this ancient being who has existed for countless millennia. Your question is rather pointless. If he has offended me, am I not entitled to seek retribution? The denizens of hell have banded together to confront me, leaving me resembling the ultimate boss from a game or film. Yet I am not allowed to retaliate? If we are to speak truthfully, it is Mo Fei Si Tuo who ought to be the one targeted as a boss by others, is it not? Carl rolled his eyes and began to voice his grievances. Chapter 419. Ambush Lucifer, you are indeed confident, or perhaps you have foreseen this day. Upon hearing such remarks from Lucifer, Mo Fei Si Tuo did not feel angered. To him, it would have been more unusual if Lucifer had not spoken in such a manner. Pride and arrogance are the hallmarks of Lucifer, and thus, Mo Fei Si Tuo was not taken aback by his words. What piqued his curiosity was why Lucifer appeared so composed, as if he had foreknowledge of the events to unfold. However, he was mistaken. Lucifer possessed no foresight, but rather sought to project an air of superiority. Thus, in response to Mo Fei Si Tuo's inquiry, Lucifer merely smiled without providing a direct answer. If you choose not to speak, that is your prerogative. However, I warn you, hell is currently divided between us, yet ultimately, it shall belong solely to me. A creature like you will inevitably be expelled from hell one day, Mo Fei Si Tuo proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Nevertheless, Lucifer remained indifferent. They were longtime adversaries, and Mo Fei Si Tuo's statement was merely a cliché that had become tiresome to Lucifer. As they engaged in this congenial exchange, both Lucifer and Mo Fei Si Tuo suddenly froze, their gazes drawn to the same direction. Mo Fei Si Tuo, do you hear any peculiar sounds? Lucifer, do you sense something amiss? Indeed, it is the sound of a motorcycle, accompanied by an unusual aura that feels strangely familiar. Is the Ghost Rider? What audacity he possesses to come here. Does he not fear for his life? Both Mo Fei Si Tuo and Lucifer sensed Chong Ni Bu Lei Zhe's presence. Yet they did not take it seriously. Chong Ni Bu Lei Zhe's strength was merely on par with that of a peak a Tian Fu, nearing the level of a Tian Fu. This power, while not weak, could hardly be deemed formidable. However, the true strength of the Ghost Rider lies in his immortality and hellfire. With these two abilities, even the lords of hell would hesitate to provoke him. For no lord possesses the ability to control hellfire, which is, in fact, their bane. Even Lucifer is not exempt. After all, as a fallen angel, he is naturally susceptible to the effects of hellfire. This Ghost Rider is not to be trifled with. Mo Fei Si Tuo, you have indeed nurtured a formidable, white-eyed wolf. Had you not deceived him with a contract, he might have remained a loyal servant. To speak frankly, had you not misled him, he would have likely become your devoted hound. Thus, whether in life or in the realm of demons, integrity ought to be upheld. Just look at me, a paragon of honesty. As long as a soul is entrusted to me, I can accomplish anything for them. Lucifer seized every opportunity to boast of himself. Mo Fei Si Tuo, witnessing Lucifer's unabashed narcissism, let out a cold laugh but chose to ignore him. At that moment, Chang Ni Bulaze appeared before them. Gazing at the Ghost Rider, both Lucifer and Mo Fei Si Tuo burst into laughter. Ha ha! The Ghost Rider has come knocking. Mo Fei Si Tuo. What do you intend to do now? What else is there to do? Since he has come here to seek his demise, I shall not hesitate to plunge him into true death. With that, Mo Fei Si Tuo summoned a wave of hellish energy, preparing to strike at Chang Ni Bulaze. However, the latter revealed a sly grin and raised his middle finger. As seasoned denizens of Earth, both Mo Fei Si Tuo and Lucifer understood the significance of the gesture, eliciting immense fury from Mo Fei Si Tuo. Yet before Lucifer could mock him, Chang Ni Bulaze also directed a middle finger at Lucifer. Chapter 420. The Downfall of Mo Fei Si Tuo Hellfire. Combined with the firearms that Chang Ni Bulaze brought from Earth, yielded unexpectedly powerful results. This combination was not new to him. He had previously utilized firearms against various demons, with nearly every bullet capable of vanquishing a demon, except for the Lords of Hell. No demon could withstand a bullet infused with hellfire. Such power is extraordinary. However, the unfortunate limitation lies in the finite number of bullets. Should he fail to reload, while he could continue to use them, their potency would inevitably diminish. After all, the bullets possess considerable penetrating and lethal capabilities. When paired with hellfire, they can achieve remarkable effects. Yet, this method would not effectively harm either Mo Fei Si Tuo or Lucifer. Nonetheless, it could certainly delay them and catch them off guard. Enough! A mere human shall not be allowed to run rampant in hell. Mo Fei Si Tuo bellowed, revealing his true form as an enormous demon. Yet upon transforming, his right arm remained injured. Witnessing this, both Mo Fei Si Tuo and Lucifer's expressions shifted. They had presumed that Carl's abilities merely impeded their healing. They believed that once they reverted to their true forms, their injuries would fade. Alas, the capabilities of Hades proved to be far more intricate than they had anticipated. Mo Fei Si Tuo, this time I shall see how you struggle. Carl's lips curled into a smile as he charged forward. Lucifer, on the other side, also transformed into the state of a four-winged angel. However, like Mo Fei Si Tuo, his arm remained unhealed. Moreover, his wings were black, symbolizing his fallen status. The dark wings curtailed his power, allowing him to exert only about half of his peak capabilities. This was the price of his fall. Even so, with Lucifer's current strength, despite the loss of an arm, he could easily suppress Chang Ni Bulaze. However, as the Ghost Rider, he was no pushover. While his firearms might not inflict significant damage on Lucifer, he could still use hellfire to envelop his chains, thereby impacting Lucifer to some extent. Furthermore, and most crucially, Lucifer possesses a soul. Chang Ni Bulaze's Eye of Judgment is the nemesis of all beings with souls. Even the Lords of Hell are not exempt. Although the Eye of Judgment would not instantly slay beings of Lucifer's caliber, it would certainly pose a formidable threat. However, this ability is akin to perfect control, allowing him to halt his offensive and stand transfixed in place. At this moment, Lucifer is struck squarely by the Eye of Judgment, rendered motionless. His eyes are shrouded in a gray haze, resembling a statue, and his soul is exceedingly unstable, as if it might explode at any moment. Yet, this state is merely an illusion. Chang Ni Bulaze is well aware that Lucifer will awaken shortly. Therefore, he must continue to sap his opponent's strength. Only in this manner can he ensure his own safety while biding time for Karer to resolve the matter with Mofi Izuchuo. Meanwhile, on the other front, Kato's battle is one-sidedly overwhelming. Mofi Izuchuo is no match for Karer. Having lost an arm, Mofi Izuchuo not only suffers diminished power, but at times is unable to defend against Karer's assaults in a timely manner. This is the consequence of losing an arm. Although it does not affect his control over the essence of hell, it does impair his overall strength, for an arm is of paramount importance to him. Chapter 421. The Change of Hell as Sovereignty. Now, Mofi Izuchuo is left with only his head, and it remains uncertain if he can resurrect with just this remnant. However, according to the future glimpse through the time gem, there's a 99. 99 probability that his head will not revive, so it should be secure. Kara remarks, placing Mofi Izuchuo's head into his spatial bag. He intends to keep Mofi Izuchuo's head for its significant utility. One of the materials required for the time machine is the skull of a demon. Previously, Tuoni Shitake experimented with the skulls of all demons except for the Lord of Hell, but ultimately failed. Even the skull of a demon at the level of a Hell Lord could not sustain the time travel device. Thus, Kara wishes to see if Mofi Izuchuo's skull can succeed. Moreover, there are other Hell Lords, yet their strength pales in comparison to Mofi Izuchuo's. Since superior materials are available, there is no need to resort to those relatively inferior options. Subsequently, Kara follows Xiangni Bulai's coordinates to the battlefield where he and Luxifa are engaged. Given the prolonged nature of their conflicts, it is only natural that the battlefield has shifted. However, the situation for Xiangni Bulai's is dire. Unlike Kara, his power is far inferior to Luxifa's, and managing to restrain his opponent is already a tremendous exertion. Were it not for Hell's ceaseless supply of energy to Xiangni Bulai's, he would likely have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Without hesitation, Kara charges in to aid Xiangni Bulai's in vanquishing Luxifa. Thus, the legendary Satan falls within the depths of hell. When he perishes, a black rain descends upon the entire realm, a spectacle far grander than that of Mofi Izuchuo's demise, which lacked such celestial phenomena. Notably, as the black rain falls, the temperature in hell significantly drops. Simultaneously, Kara feels a power connecting to his body. This power is the essence of hell. The sign-in has been completed, granting him the essence of hell, S, and trading points. After a lengthy duration, this sign-in task is finally accomplished, and Kara has successfully acquired the S-rank ability of Hell's essence. He has also ascended as the Lord of Hell, capable of commanding all demons. Is this the essence of Hell? It feels rather pleasant, yet the ability itself is somewhat repulsive, dark, and murky, appearing to be anything but benevolent. It is best used sparingly. Kara releases the essence of Hell, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over him. This power is indeed formidable, yet it is genuinely nauseating. The substance is sticky, pitch black, and exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, the malevolent aura it exudes is so potent that even Kara feels sullied. Thus, he resolves to refrain from utilizing this ability unless absolutely necessary, to avoid misunderstandings and unintended harm to allies. The essence of hell inflicts damage on friendly forces and consumes all living beings. If Kara does not exercise control, this power could easily lead to disastrous consequences. However, it poses no issue for slowly nurturing Hadisai, as Hadisai, being a demon blade, possesses formidable demonic power and can certainly be fed with the essence of hell. Additionally, having just slain Mofi Izuchuo, the black patterns covering 1/3 of the blade's surface will continue to expand. At this rate, Kara estimates that it will take approximately 3 years to adequately nourish Hadisai with the essence of hell. Chapter 422, Acquiring the Huangquangguo. Meanwhile, Kara has returned to the surface. Back to his villa, he no longer intends to concern himself with matters in hell. As Xiangni Bulai surmised, Kara holds no interest in hell. Even though he has become the Lord of Hell and obtained the power of Hell's essence, he remains utterly disinterested in the realm. It is precisely for this reason that Kara appoints Xiangni Bulai as the temporary agent of Hell, entrusting him with its governance. Though Kara does not fully trust him, he is currently the best option available. Furthermore, when Kara departs from this world, Hell will not descend into a state of lawlessness. In this way, Kara does not entirely dismantle Hell, as a world without Hell could easily descend into chaos. Thus, entrusting its management to Xiangni Bulai is the only course of action Kara can take. Immediately upon returning to his villa, Kara's first order of business is to rest. The battle with Mofi Izuchuo has drained considerable energy from him. Although Kara sustained no injuries, the prolonged conflict has left him mentally fatigued. However, he realizes that his struggle with Mofi Izuchuo lasted no longer than 10 days. This duration pales in comparison to his battle with Duomamu, rendering it inconsequential. Therefore, Kara does not dwell on it. Nevertheless, During those 10 days, subtle changes have occurred in the state of the earth. The demons of hell have been utterly defeated, and humanity has emerged victorious. Subsequently, Xiangni Bulies has closed the gates of hell, creating an illusion for the human forces. They begin to believe that the demons have retreated out of fear of humanity, which would surely amuse Karer and Xiangni Bulies, as well as the other hell lords, if they were aware of the delusions held by those in command. However, such arrogance is not surprising, as they did not have to face the battles directly. Only after the war has been won will they from the CIA emerge to boast about their achievements and power. This is a common affliction of the world. However, Carl remains oblivious to such matters. Upon his return, the first thing he did was to lie down and enjoy a restful sleep. The next day, he awoke to find Eintir nestled on him, sound asleep and even drooling. Seeing the adorable Eintir, Carl bestowed a gentle kiss upon her before carefully shifting her to the side. Subsequently, he found himself alone in the basement room, beginning to consolidate his abilities. However, before diving into that, he gazed at his over 80,000 transaction points, feeling a twinge of excitement. The shop had completed its upgrade, and it now offered everything he desired. Yet, the only thing he craved was the Huangquan fruit. This unique ability would grant Carl the power of the underworld and true immortality. Without hesitation, he spent 70,000 transaction points to acquire this ability. However, this power did not directly infuse into his body. Instead, it manifested as a devil fruit resting in the palm of his hand. As he stared at the devil fruit, Carl's lips twitched, uncertain whether to consume it. Nevertheless, the system assured him that the devil fruit produced by it bore no side effects. Thus, he need not worry about any conflicts between the Huangquan fruit and the abilities of the Jinjin fruit or the Pia Piao fruit within him. His only concern was the taste of the devil fruit. Though Carl was an ability user, he had never consumed a single fruit, leaving him entirely unaware of what the devil fruit might taste like. Chapter 423. The Arrival of the Grim Reaper. Loki had returned, and, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be injured. However, with Luo present, Carl decided to remain below for the moment, focusing instead on organizing his abilities and mastering the essence of hell. After all, the essence of hell, when unleashed, equaled 2/3 of his original strength. This was comparable to the level of a demigod, on par with Luo. If wielded correctly, the essence of hell would deliver an unexpected blow to his adversaries. With that resolve, he opened his personal attribute panel. Attribute panel name: Carl Strength, S Agility, a Spirit, a Stamina, a Title, Benevolent Abilities, Military Fist B, Pia Piao Fruit, Awakened. Armament Hockey, Perfect, Observation Hockey, Limitless, Conqueror's Hockey, Perfect, Dual Blade Flow, A, Mastery of Wind Element, C, Superhuman Strength, S, Jinjin Fruit, Awakened. Grant me a favor, D. Zanpakuto, Bankai Hades, S, Super Regeneration, S, Void Walking, A, Lightning Immunity, Illusion, B. Essence of Hell, S, Items. Dimensional Space Bag, remaining skill points. 1 remaining attribute points. 2 transaction points. Unawakened ability Huangquan Fruit. With an abundance of abilities, his personal attributes had shown little change, save for the conspicuously bright S-level strength. As he organized his attributes, Carl began practicing the essence of hell. Thus, more than an hour passed. Eintir arrived in the basement, bringing breakfast for Carl. When he descended, dawn was just breaking, with the time barely exceeding 7 in the morning. Eintir, what is the situation above? Is Loki all right? Do not worry, brother Carl. Although Loki has fainted, his life is not in danger. Luo is treating him, and he should awaken before noon. By the way, how about a seafood feast for lunch? I recently acquired a large quantity of seafood, and today would be perfect for it. That sounds good. You can handle the preparations, but do not overexert yourself. Once I am familiar with my new powers, I will assist you. Understood. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Eintir placed the breakfast down, kissed Carl, and left the basement. Carl took a moment to rest before finishing his breakfast and continuing his training with the essence of hell. As noon approached, Loki regained consciousness. Eintir was the first to arrive in the basement to inform Carl. Following her, Carl accompanied Eintir to the medical room, where he beheld the battered Loki. Loki, you truly are in a dire state. Tell me, with your current strength, who could inflict such injuries upon you? Unless you face Thanos head-on? Hearing Karl's jest, Loki sighed, lacking even the energy to retort. Lord Karl, you may find it hard to believe, but I was attacked by my sister, the Grim Reaper Hela, and the fire giant Surtur. The most alarming part is that Hela and Surtur have allied. She even declared her intention to orchestrate Ragnarok. We battled for an extended period, but ultimately, my father, King Odin, was sealed by Hela on the planet of death. My brother Thor, unable to withstand Hela, is leading all the residents of Asgard to seek refuge. I chose to confront Surtur and Hela alone to delay their advance. Chapter 424. Confronting the Grim Reaper. Loki, come out. Do you think you can escape justice by hiding in Midgard? It is merely an uncivilized land. And you dare to oppose me? How absurd. Once I eliminate you, I shall seek out my dear brother Thor, and together, you will both descend into hell. The Grim Reaper Hela cackled maniacally, her tone dripping with disdain, clearly underestimating Midgard, or Earth. Unbeknownst to her, she had been sealed away for so long that she was oblivious to the significant changes that had transpired on Earth, which now thrived with various creatures. She continued to perceive it as a backward and barbaric place. Simultaneously, her legion of the undead began to roar, advancing toward Karl's villa. The soldiers of this undead army shared a singular purpose: to annihilate every living being in their sight. Thus, they would not hesitate to launch an assault on everything before them. Moreover, the most challenging aspect of the undead army lay in their ability to resurrect indefinitely. As long as Hela remained alive, her legion would never dissipate. This was Karl's greatest concern, for both Luo and Eintyr would find it challenging to combat an army of over 10,000 undead. After all, the soldiers of the undead legion were impervious to Yntyr's mental control. Luo's surgical fruit would also prove ineffective against them, as they could heal themselves. Unless Karl intervened directly to obliterate the undead legion, leaving none alive, their numbers would persist. Although Karl could achieve this, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Most importantly, even if the undead legion were vanquished, they would reappear, for Hela remain alive. To resolve the current crisis, the most effective approach is to swiftly deal with Hela. Ensure your safety. I shall confront Hela and simultaneously eliminate the initial wave of the undead legion. As for the subsequent threats, you must handle them yourselves. With these words, Karl dashed forth. He swiftly arrived outside the villa, decisively unleashing a wave of sword energy that obliterated all undead soldiers before him. Concurrently, Hades absorbed a portion of the deathly aura. Yet this essence paled in comparison to the infernal energy he had previously absorbed, not even reaching a fraction of its potency. After all, these were mere puppets, hardly worth consideration. The Grim Reaper Hela, is it? Do you truly think you can usher them into hell without consulting me, the Lord of Hell? A smirk graced Karl's lips as he released the infernal energy, enveloping both himself and Hela within. The formidable and malevolent power manifested as an exclusive domain. Within this realm, only Karl and Hela could exist. Any individual whose strength did not surpass Karl's was barred from entry. This was an absolutely sealed domain. Hela could only escape through two means. Either Karl would willingly lift the domain's restrictions, or she would have to slay Karl, which would consequently dissolve the domain. However, no matter how formidable Hela was, she could never hope to defeat Karl. Furthermore, her current strength was merely above that of the Celestial Father, yet beneath the cosmic tier. While she had attained a level capable of contending with Karl, she remained no match for him. Nonetheless, should Karl wish to subdue Hela without relying on the Infinity Stones, it would require some time. Yet, time was a luxury Karl possessed. His foremost desire was to master the infernal energy, and this battle was precisely what he needed. Are you Mephisto? No, Mephisto's visage has always been that of an old man. Then you must be Lucifer? Yet, that is also incorrect. Lucifer is far more flamboyant than you. Other demon lords would never disguise themselves as humans. Chapter 425. Support from all sides as Karl and Hela engaged in combat within the infernal energy domain. The undead army outside surged forth, driven by the deathly aura. Undead soldiers appeared incessantly, leaving Luo and Until utterly bewildered as to how these entities manifested. Despite their utmost efforts, they were unable to diminish the numbers of the undead legion, and for the first time, they experienced the terror of the undead army. "Everyone step aside," Loki bellowed, producing the icebox and instantly freezing the area ahead. Numerous undead soldiers became encased in ice. Without hesitation, Luo unleashed a slicing attack, annihilating the frozen undead. Simultaneously, Loki constructed a vast ice wall that surrounded the entire villa. "Perhaps we should leave this place. My ice wall cannot hold for long. Moreover, it is evident that your powers cannot inflict substantial damage upon the undead legion. If Lord Karl is slow to deal with Hela, we may very well be overwhelmed by the undead army," Loki expressed with concern. However, Luo remained silent, utilizing his abilities to dismantle the undead soldiers while simultaneously analyzing them. Until pouted, casually knocking over a flying undead, and approached Loki, playfully kicking his calf, causing him to wince in pain. "Do not speak such disheartening words. Brother Karl will soon emerge. We only need to hold on a little longer. If we flee, these skeletons will undoubtedly demolish the villa, and that would be a hassle requiring us to move." Hearing Until's words, Luo nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up, as he knew he would bear the brunt of the moving effort, given that his abilities were suited for such tasks. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Until's sentiment. Yet, Loki wore a comically grim expression, resembling someone donned in a mask of agony. "Very well, I cannot argue with the two of you. Let us continue to resist here. However, if this persists, we can only pray that Lord Karl swiftly dispatches Hela. Otherwise, it shall be us who face demise." Loki lamented, unsure of what else to say, and followed suit. At that moment, a portal appeared before the three of them. Strange emerged from within. "I sense something amiss here. A dense aura of death has suddenly infiltrated. So, this place has been invaded by the undead legion. But why would they invade here? And what on earth is that infernal domain? I can even detect Mr. Karl's presence within." Strange exclaimed, utterly perplexed by the situation. After Until provided a brief explanation, Strange gasped in realization, grasping the unfolding events. "Truly, Mr. Karl is remarkable, even mastering the essence of hell. My mentor did not err in her judgment," he declared. "However, since Earth has been invaded, as the heir to the Sorcerer Supreme, I must assist in repelling this incursion. Rest assured, with my presence, all shall be well," Strange proclaimed confidently, commencing his spellcasting. It must be noted that his magic surpassed Loki's, being a product of the white magic inherited from the Ancient One, and he had even surpassed her in mastery. Strange's sole shortcoming was that he possessed limited knowledge of dark magic, relying solely on white magic for combat. Nevertheless, when confronting the current undead soldiers, white magic proved to be exceptionally effective. Chapter 426. Even the Grim Reaper will eventually die. External support had arrived. Each individual performed their respective roles, commencing a concerted effort to thwart the undead legion from encroaching upon the villa's perimeter. Regardless of their individual motivations for aiding Karl, the current scenario united them as allies, collectively resisting the undead legion. With their numbers bolstered, the skeletal entities of the undead legion began to falter. Though numerous, each diminished batch was swiftly replaced by another, yet no matter how fiercely they charged, they were subdued. Meanwhile, the clash between Karl and Hela escalated to a fever pitch. The situation had become increasingly apparent. Karl unleashed his full power, employing various abilities to relentlessly suppress the Grim Reaper Hela. Remarkably, he had not even utilized the Infinity Stones. This revelation left Hela in disbelief, astonished that a mere human could overpower her. Furthermore, Karl's current strength exceeded that which he wielded when he had previously vanquished Mephisto. If one were to assert that his previous capabilities were akin to that of a singular cosmic entity, it is now evident that he has truly attained the prowess of a genuine singular universe-level being. Such formidable strength would render him unfazed even in a one-on-one confrontation with Dormammu. Although Dormammu exists at a multiversal tier, the power that he now wields is sufficient to contend with Dormammu himself. Furthermore, he possesses the Infinity Stones, a weapon of unparalleled destruction. Carl aspires for his strength to ascend even further. Reaching a multiversal caliber would place him at the pinnacle of existence, akin to a deity. However, this aspiration remains somewhat distant for Carl. Thus, before realizing this ambition, he seeks to vanquish an adversary to bolster his self-confidence. The unexpected encounter with Hela becomes the sharpening stone and stepping stone for Carl. In a secluded locale, the death goddess Hela, who had plunged Asgard into despair, sealed the aged Odin, and nearly obliterated Thor and Loki, met her demise at Carl's hands. Grasping Hades, Carl engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately piercing her heart. Fearing that one strike might not suffice to end her, he thrust multiple times until he decapitated Hela, allowing Hades to absorb her power and soul, thus ensuring her complete annihilation. At this juncture, the black patterns on Hades had extended halfway down the blade, exuding an aura of mystique. This pattern, however, bore an ominous quality. Even Carl, upon gazing at it, felt a slight dizziness, as if it induced a hallucinatory effect. Were it another individual, they might have succumbed entirely to delusions. Nonetheless, the potency of this pattern remained feeble. To manifest its full potential, Hades would necessitate a complete evolution into the Black Blade. Following this confrontation, Carl discerned a critical insight. The shadow produced by Hades had become ineffective in recent skirmishes. Its strength had not improved at all since its initial creation, rendering it impotent against formidable foes, incapable even of breaching defenses. Consequently, Carl had seldom deployed shadows in battle. However, during this recent conflict, he realized that the essence of the underworld could enhance the shadow's power, albeit with the drawback that once defeated, the shadow could not be revived and would require time to reconstitute. Chapter 427. The Return of Thor Strange. What do you mean by that? Loki has been wronged, and I can't help him reclaim his honor? Carl expressed his confusion upon hearing Strange's words. After all, Loki is my subordinate, and, as his leader, I bear the responsibility to eliminate those who seek to harm him. Strange sighed and pointed to the icebox in Loki's possession. If everything relies solely on you, how will they ever grow? With Loki's strength combined with the icebox, he could unleash even greater power, perhaps surpassing my own. Yet, his recent performance has been utterly abysmal. That is precisely my point. His current abilities are so dismal, they are almost painful to witness, barely exhibiting a fraction of the icebox's potential. This artifact has the capability to freeze planets, yet he struggles to even create a massive iceberg. Therefore, I believe it would be best for Surtur to be dealt with by Loki and his brother Thor. Only then can they truly develop. Strange spoke with an air of seasoned wisdom. Carl nodded in agreement, having not considered this perspective before. It made perfect sense, thus. He decided not to assist Loki for the time being. Whenever Loki's strength was sufficient, he could confront Surtur on his own. That is indeed the right course, Strange affirmed, then opened a portal, producing a bottle of red wine and several glasses. Come, let us share a drink. There are more entertaining events to come. Strange spoke with an air of mystery, leaving the others puzzled. Carl furrowed his brow and utilized the reality stone to amplify his observation. He soon spotted a spaceship gradually approaching Earth from the cosmos. Although he could not discern the occupants, it was highly probable that it was Thor and the residents of Asgard. Carl, regarding the time-space travel device you desire, I have begun experimental work. While it is not yet fully operational, initial tests are underway. Should the experiment succeed, the shell will be easily insured, although I currently lack some materials. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in acquiring them. Tony Stark conveyed, transferring his list of required items to Carl's phone, revealing the purpose of his visit. After all, this was Carl's own time machine, and even if he entrusted its construction to Tony, certain components remained inaccessible to Stark, necessitating Carl's aid. Carl acknowledged the list of materials and promptly handed over the Devil's Skull to Tony Stark, contemplating how to procure the other materials, as even he had limited experience with them. Observing the list, Strange volunteered to assist, noting that some materials were indeed present in Kamar Taj, albeit unused for ages. Retrieving them posed no significant issue, for allowing them to collect dust was less desirable than putting them to use. As they chatted, the colossal spaceship emerged within the atmosphere, visible even to the naked eye. Remarkably, the vessel appeared to be heading directly toward Karl, eliciting a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Thor would approach him with a spaceship. Chapter 428. The bewildered Thor. Ha ha ha. It has been far too long, Karl. After such a lengthy absence, your aura feels significantly more powerful. I cannot fathom how you train your body, as every encounter leaves me sensing your growing strength. If I possess your talents and physique, I could easily dispatch both my sister Hela and the Surtur enhanced by the Power Stone. Your abilities are truly enviable, Thor exclaimed, stepping forward to clap Karl on the shoulder, clearly expressing admiration for Karl's rapid ascent and strength. Although Suar's emotional intelligence is somewhat lacking, his straightforwardness can provoke others' aversion. However, his ability to express himself candidly signifies a lack of malice. Unlike some individuals who remain silent while harboring grudges, only to erupt unexpectedly later, causing great turmoil. Thus, despite his brash and often troublesome demeanor, Suar's character possesses its advantages. At the very least, people are inclined to befriend him due to his straightforwardness and lack of guile. As for my own disposition, it is perhaps best to refrain from comparisons, as each individual is unique in their nature. That said, what does it mean for Surtur to be empowered by the Power Stone? Loki, you never mentioned such a circumstance. What is the truth behind this? Karl inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Loki. The gazes of Luo and Yndir swiftly turned towards Loki, startling him. This is not my fault. At that time, Hela was pursuing us, and the situation was exceedingly dire. I could not fully explain. Moreover, just after Lord Karl dealt with Hela, Surtur arrived, leaving me no time to clarify. Loki hurriedly justified himself. This incident could be deemed as oversight. Had Karl been willing to assist Loki in confronting Surtur, they would have faced not merely an ordinary fire giant, but one endowed with a fragment of the Power Stone. Such a being is not something the average individual could contend with, likely even surpassing Hela, whom Karl had slain. Nonetheless, this matter cannot solely be attributed to him. In times of urgency, it is understandable to overlook certain details. Yet, I am eager to understand why Surtur and Hela have allied. Loki, can you provide an explanation? Furthermore, I find it hard to believe that Odin could be sealed by Hela, given his formidable prowess. There must be some underlying mystery, as Odin's firstborn. You should possess more insight than Loki. Upon hearing Karl's words, Surtur let out a resigned sigh and shifted his focus to the refugees behind him. I can provide an explanation, but may I first ensure the well-being of the residents of Asgard? If possible, I would like them to temporarily reside in the nearby wilderness. We can manage the housing and provisions ourselves, so no need to trouble you with that. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You should consult Danvers, as she is affiliated with SHIELD, for a group of individuals from an entire planet seeking to relocate to Earth. It would be prudent to seek guidance from them. Upon Karl's reminder, Surtur's forehead creased, and he approached Danvers to discuss this issue. Surtur remains as brash as ever, displaying a certain recklessness. His prior reaction clearly indicated that he regarded Karl as a key figure on Earth. However, in reality, Karl is merely a powerful individual unconstrained by any authority. Though he possesses strength, he does not wield power, as Karl has little interest in the authority of this world. Chapter 430. The Accuser Fleet. Director Fury, if you hold such a notion, I must clearly inform you that not all extraterrestrial beings are benevolent. Based on my observations, this spaceship appears to be targeting Earth, and it could launch an attack at any moment. Targeting Earth? How is that possible? Upon hearing Silver Shadow's words, Nick Fury was instantly alarmed. Danvers furrowed her brow, disregarding Nick Fury's orders, and charged outside. In the blink of an eye, she found herself outside Earth, gazing upon the enormous spaceship before her. Is this the Dark Star? Recognizing the familiar vessel, Danvers' pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, dozens of spaceships materialized before her, casting an ominous shadow over the situation. Why are Ronan and the Accuser Fleet here? Shouldn't they be deep in space, assisting Thanos in the search for the Infinity Stones? Have they set their sights on Earth's Infinity Stones? Danvers pondered, but, lacking sufficient insight, could not conjure a satisfactory explanation. Yet, Unable to think of a reason, she resolved to confront Ronan head-on. After all, Ronan was not a match for her. There was no need for her to fear. Meanwhile, within the Dark Star, Ronan's expression was grim. He felt as though he had swallowed something foul. His face twisted in frustration. Who can tell me why that wretched Captain Marvel is in the galaxy? Were we not informed that she was missing? Why does she appear in such a remote and underdeveloped star system? Ronan berated his subordinates. However, none of the Kree dared to respond, as they too were at a loss regarding the situation. Ultimately, Ronan had to accept the harsh reality. Yet his gaze soon fell upon his hammer, which bore a glowing purple object, the Power Stone. No one knew how the Power Stone, which had fallen from Sir, came to be in his possession. Whether it was the Power Stone in Ronan's grasp, or the one previously with Sir, both were genuine Infinity Stones. Now that I possess the Power Stone, should I still fear a mere Danvers? Although a single Infinity Stone could not match Thanos, that was solely due to his possession of the Soul Stone. As long as I can locate the other Infinity Stones on Earth, I shall not fear even Thanos. After muttering to himself, Ronan seemed invigorated, focusing all his firepower on the woman before him. Open fire. As you command, Lord Ronan. With his order, nearly 30 warships from the Accuser fleet unleashed a barrage of fire. Each ship's artillery was capable of obliterating a small asteroid. The spectacle of such a synchronized assault was utterly breathtaking. Even in the silent vacuum of space, the visual impact was unparalleled, unmatched by any other scene. While the individual combat strength of the Accuser fleet may not have been extraordinary, their firepower was unparalleled, with no exceptions. Even Thanos' Chitauri fleet or the Sanctum Sanctorum did not possess such ferocity. This is precisely why the Accuser fleet is deemed the most feared fleet in the cosmos. Nevertheless, to Danvers, this dazzling display of firepower was utterly trivial. She unleashed her own energy, effortlessly dismantling the barrage of projectiles. None of these attacks posed a threat to her. Witnessing this, Ronan became increasingly agitated, wishing to charge out and eliminate this woman before him. However, before he could make a move, Danvers had already. Chapter 431, The Power Stone. Danvers, I never imagined that you would stand up for this world. Is such a savage and desolate realm truly worth sacrificing your life for? I refuse to believe that you are unaware of what I hold in my hand. I now grant you one final opportunity. If you leave immediately, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. I am not one to show mercy. Ronan scoffed coldly, then revealed his hammer embedded with the Power Stone. Upon seeing the Power Stone, Danvers momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure. Huh, as if no one has ever seen an Infinity Stone before. Just one measly Infinity Stone, and you think you can obliterate Earth? How utterly delusional. However, I do have a question for you. If Earth is so barren and savage in your eyes, then why do you even come here? Danvers, are you truly foolish? Or merely pretending? Even Thanos knows that Earth conceals 4 additional Infinity Stones. You cannot possibly be oblivious to that. Do not tell me your purpose for coming here is solely to protect this planet, while showing no interest in the other Infinity Stones. Such reasoning might deceive naive superheroes. But I will not be swayed. It is rather amusing, Ronan, how outdated your information is. Yet, I cannot be bothered to explain further. I can only tell you that I have no interest in the Infinity Stones. Even if I desired them, I must be alive to acquire them. Hearing Danvers' ambiguous words, Ronan furrowed his brow, uncertain of her true meaning. However, he decided not to say more and instead opted for direct action. In an instant, Ronan swung his hammer, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy from the Power Stone, charging toward Danvers. Faced with this onslaught, Danvers dared not underestimate it. She focused intently, channeling her own power, then unleashed it. Danvers' energy was robust, even momentarily matching the energy of the Power Stone. Yet from the audience's perspective, Danvers' position was clearly on the left. Moreover, the energy of the Power Stone was continually intensifying. Although Danvers exerted all her strength, the visible reality was that her energy was gradually being consumed by the Power Stone's might. In less than a minute, Danvers would be utterly overwhelmed by the Power Stone's force. Such is the capability of the Power Stone. Although Ronin had only recently acquired the Power Stone and was still mastering its use, it remains the only Infinity Stone with immense destructive power. The strength of the Power Stone is undeniably formidable, as it embodies pure destructive force. Even Danvers, gathering all her cosmic energy, could only withstand it for a brief moment. Just then, a shield suddenly flew in from the distance. Without hesitation, Danvers seized the shield and enveloped it in her energy. Subsequently, the energy from the Power Stone collided with the shield, propelling Danvers backward by several meters. Nonetheless, she ultimately held her ground. "Captain, thank you for your timely arrival. Indeed, this shield belongs to none other than Steve Rogers. While it may not fully defend against the Power Stone, combined with Danvers' energy, it can manage. However, this means that Steve Rogers cannot join the fray for now. Danvers, hold on. They're preparing the platform and will arrive shortly." Steve Rogers called out from the doorway of the aircraft. Danvers nodded. Then, shield in hand, she slowly flew toward Ronin. So this is what Earthlings are like. Truly repugnant. Chapter 432. The sudden appearance. What manner of beast is this? Upon seeing the sudden charge of Hulk, Ronin swiftly dodged. Regardless of Ronin's arrogance, he could discern that this behemoth possessed extraordinary strength. Thus, he refrained from attacking until he fully understood his opponent's abilities. However, at that moment, Silver Surfer also rushed forward, intent on seizing the Power Stone. Not only him, but Danvers charged in as well. Faced with this triad of assaults, Ronin had no choice but to retaliate. Failure to do so would turn the tides against him, placing him at a severe disadvantage. Without hesitation, Ronin unleashed the full power of the Power Stone. The energy of the Infinity Stone erupted explosively, creating a lateral wave of energy that sent Danvers, Silver Surfer, and Hulk flying apart. Without a moment's pause, Ronin swung his hammer directly at Hulk. This strike sent Hulk soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Danvers had no choice but to ascend and rescue Hulk. Who knows where he might land? If he fell into the depths of the ocean, it would be disastrous. Following that, Ronin wasted no time and charged towards Silver Surfer. Hammer raised. In the face of this sudden assault, Silver Surfer transformed into Mercury in an attempt to evade Ronin's strike. However, the Power Stone's power struck Silver Surfer's true form, forcing him to revert to human form and sending him hurtling backward. The force left him numb, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. Is this the ability of the Power Stone? Truly astounding. Although it pales in comparison to the Planet Eater, Ronin clearly has not harnessed the full potential of the Power Stone. If he had, I would likely have perished moments ago. Silver Surfer muttered to himself, then rose to his feet once more. At that moment, Danvers returned, carrying Hulk from the sky. They were not alone. Steve Rogers, Barton, Natasha, along with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, had also arrived. However, Vibranium Girl did not join them. She remained on the aircraft, working with S.H.I.L.D. agents to hold off the Accuser fleet. Despite their numbers, their presence did not yield significant results. "Captain, here is your shield back." Danvers returned the shield to Steve Rogers, her gaze stern as she regarded Ronin. Steve Rogers examined his shield and the hammer in Ronin's grasp, his brow furrowing slightly. "With so many of us here, we may inadvertently hinder one another. I propose that Barton, Natasha, Quicksilver, and Wanda go destroy their warships. As for this adversary before us, let the four of us handle him." Upon hearing Steve Rogers' words, Natasha and the others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, dispersing immediately. Steve Rogers' assessment was accurate. An excess of participants would complicate their engagement with Ronin. Moreover, given his possession of the Power Stone, should anyone fall into his grasp, it would pose a significant challenge to effectuate a rescue. With the addition of Natasha and the other three, all of whom possess the physique of ordinary individuals, they are utterly ill-equipped to withstand the devastating effects of the Power Stone. Even though Wanda and Quine are mutants, their physical capabilities merely align with that of Cidifiluogias, rendering them unsuitable for direct confrontation with the might of the Infinity Stones. Yet, Cidifiluogias himself is also not entirely suited for this, but as the captain, he must lead by example and confront the invading adversaries on Earth. Even with the knowledge that he is outmatched, Retreat is not an option. Chapter 434. The spectators, what an intense battle. Should we not partake in the excitement? My nanotech suit has just been developed, providing the perfect opportunity to experiment on these foes and assess its efficacy. Tony Shitak looked with legs crossed, his chest adorned with a triangular energy reactor identical to that in the original narrative. Concealed within this reactor were countless nanobots. Do not inquire how he achieved this. It is simply Tony Shitak's exclusive black technology. Even Ka could not comprehend this, as only Tony Shitak could master such advanced techniques. Had Ka not been aware that Tony Shitak was no sorcerer, he might have believed that Tony had employed spatial folding magic. Thus, Ka could only express admiration for Tony's array of black technologies, for they were indeed formidable. Similarly, his nanotech suit was remarkable. This material is not pure steel, but rather a substance with a hardness akin to steel, exhibiting greater flexibility and resilience compared to iron. However, the suit had only been showcased before Ka once, as he required Ka's assistance in gathering data on the suit. Hence, Tony was eager for battle, as participation would allow him to collect more data to improve the suit, rendering it even more powerful. What is so enjoyable about fighting? It's far better to observe than battle. Furthermore, when the goddess of death, Hyla, invaded here, the SHIELD personnel did not come to our aid. Therefore, do we have any obligation to assist them? In my view, there is absolutely no necessity. Indier remains resentful, due to SHIELD's previous lack of support. She feels somewhat displeased. Law remains silent, merely sitting in the back, quietly watching Lion wielding his hammer and continuously utilizing the Infinity Stones. It is evident that Luo yearns for such power, yet he lacks the means to attain it, which is somewhat regrettable. The Guardians of the Galaxy, along with the accuser Lion and his fleet, have arrived. However, given the current circumstances, we seem to hold the upper hand. Mr. Ka, if you permit me to join the fray, I assure you I can swiftly defeat Lion. After all, he is our enemy, and allowing him to roam unchecked poses a genuine concern, Sur inquired, clearly eager to lend his assistance. However, before Ka could respond, Luji interjected. So, you do not understand. We should wait until their battle reaches a fever pitch before intervening. This way, we can not only earn their respect, but perhaps even seize the Power Stone, achieving multiple objectives in one go. Luji, the god of mischief, indeed had a clever notion. Others, apart from Ka, had not contemplated this angle. Even Tony Shitak was singularly focused on experimenting with his nanotech suit, paying little heed to the battle. Nevertheless, Ka shook his head and casually remarked, "This time, we shall not engage in combat. Let us simply observe. Within an hour, Lion will be defeated." He relies too heavily on the Power Stone. Although he possesses a container that mitigates some of the Infinity Stone side effects, the Infinity Stones remain what they are, and the hammer in his hand is not the Infinity Gauntlet. Such dependence on the Infinity Stones will ultimately lead to his downfall, resulting in his demise. Thus, we need not intervene. As for the Power Stone, if SHIELD wishes to take it, they may. I have no interest in it. Ka spoke candidly, genuinely disinterested in taking action. The reason is simple. As Indier expressed, why should we extend our assistance? Ka, too, holds grudges. Chapter 435. A moment of clarity. Sir, you have finally come to your senses. Observing Sur and kneeling before him, alongside Luji, who appeared flustered as he half-kneeled. Ka's lips curled into a smile. He understood precisely why Sur had experienced such a significant transformation. This was entirely due to Tony Shitak's earlier remarks. Had Tony not mentioned the success of the experiment and the imminent development of a time travel device, Sur would not have awakened to this realization. Tony had stated that if the virtual experiment succeeded, the tangible device for time travel, including experimentation and material collection, would require about a year, at most 2. 2 years is not a long time for ordinary individuals. It passes in the blink of an eye. Not to mention for the Asgardians, who average around 5,000 years. 2 years is merely a few months in the eyes of Earthlings. This brief period left no room for Sur to ponder further. Yet, he remained cautious. After all, Asgard had been nearly destroyed by Surtur, and he had been thoroughly bested by his sister Hyla. Naturally, he had grown. Rather than immediately declaring his allegiance to Ka'ur, he chose to wait until Ka'ur completed his endeavors before joining, indicating a measure of shrewdness. He was, after all, concerned that Ka'ur might accept his fealty yet offer no aid, as their relationship could only be described as an acquaintance, not particularly close. Surtur, this is a contract. Once you sign it, neither of us can retract our commitment. This is the power of cosmic law beyond our resistance, and having a contractual agreement benefits us both. Surely this is more trustworthy than a mere verbal agreement. Would you not agree? Ka'ur's smile revealed the cunning of a seasoned negotiator. Surtur nodded, reaching for the contract to sign. Yet, Luffy furrowed his brow, snatching the contract for a thorough examination. After scrutinizing it meticulously, he finally relaxed. Luffy, do you not trust me? Ka'ur inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor despite Luffy's actions. Hearing the question, Luffy began to sweat profusely, beads forming on his forehead, even showing signs of slight tremors. Ka'ur's probing had left him utterly unnerved. Lord Ka'ur, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sense the presence of malevolence. Your vigilance is commendable, and henceforth, I entrust you to assist Surtur as his devoted brother. There is little more for you to learn from me, for my grasp of magic is but superficial. Therefore, from this point onward, you need not follow me. Your place is by Surtur's side. With your cunning as the god of trickery, sir, the simpleton should be safeguarded from deceit. Upon hearing Ka'ur's words, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and returned the contract to Surtur. He had genuinely been startled, yet his actions were for Surtur's benefit. After all, the true love of Jimei is Surtur. Even though he had pledged allegiance to Ka'ur, his heart remained with his brother. This bond between them, as brothers, is unbreakable, even to the point where Luffy would lay down his life for it. This is evidenced in the opening scene of the original film Avengers, Infinity War, where Luffy sacrifices himself to buy time for Surtur's survival. Chapter 436, A Father-Son Reunion. It has been a long time, Odin. I never imagined you would be in such a dire state, sealed away in this lightless abyss. Ka'ur traversed the Rainbow Bridge to a dimly lit realm, the very place where Odin was imprisoned. Originally intended to confine the goddess of death, Hyla, it was subsequently altered by her and combined with the efforts of Surtur, resulting in Odin's successful entrapment. However, with Hyla's demise at Ka'ur's hands, the seals here have significantly weakened. Given Odin's power, he could break free within a few years. Yet his lifespan is dwindling and may not sustain him for even another decade. Ka'ur, I did not expect your arrival. Surely, you are here to instruct me. Pray, tell me, what conditions has Surtur agreed to? Odin, the wily old fox, quickly discerned the transaction between Ka'ur and Surtur. Ka'ur merely smiled and casually replied, "It is nothing of consequence. I have merely requested Surtur and Asgard to pledge their loyalty to me, nothing more. You know my nature. I shall not impose upon you nor demand anything against your will. Moreover, with the time machine under development, I shall depart within 2 years, so you need not worry." Upon hearing Ka'ur's words, Odin furrowed his brow, finding it incredulous. Ultimately, his gaze shifted to Surtur, revealing disappointment and sorrow. Surtur, you remain naive and too young. Nevertheless, as Midgardians say, one learns from adversity. In future encounters, I hope you will know how to respond. As Asgardians, we must possess integrity. Odin's voice grew weak, clearly wounded by Surtur's actions. Surtur remained silent, aware that his choices contradicted his original intentions. Yet, to save Odin and rescue Asgard, he felt compelled to act, even at the cost of his dignity and pride. This was his burden, and he would bear the consequences. Odin recognized Thor's sense of responsibility, but lamented that such growth came at a price, leading to his disappointment. With a sigh, Odin fell silent, and the two remained in quiet contemplation, their eyes locked for nearly 3 minutes. During this time, even Ka'ur refrained from breaking the stillness. Eventually, unable to endure the silence any longer, Ka'ur initiated the use of the Infinity Stones to assist in releasing Odin from his confinement. "You two are truly stubborn. a testament to your kinship. Yet, I shall refrain from passing judgment. Let us first rescue the man, for my tasks are far from over. Such is the life of a worker. One must labor to persist. Would you not agree? A subtle smile graced Kaoru's lips, though both Su'er and Odin found his words enigmatic. Chapter 437. The rebirth of Asgard. The thunderous roar of Sui echoed in the ears of all present. Kaoru charged forth, unhesitatingly delivering a slash that tore through the fabric of space. However, as previously suggested by Odin and Su'er, conventional attacks proved ineffective against Surti, even with Hades in hand. A weapon capable of suppressing healing, Kaoru could not inflict substantial damage. The eternal flame, a divine artifact, is akin to a fundamental aspect of the universe's order. Thus, even Hades' formidable powers could not contend with it. It is worth noting that some possess remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering them impervious to Hades' constraints. This is a rather unfortunate limitation of Hades. Nevertheless, Kaoru yearns for the day Hades evolves into the Black Blade, granting it even greater capabilities. While uncertain of what new powers may awaken post-evolution, Kaoru remains hopeful, especially as the black patterns on Hades have already reached the center of the blade, presenting an uncanny visage. Continuing his onslaught against Suti, Kaoru wielded Hades while simultaneously conjuring an echo of Hades, infusing it with the essence of the underworld, significantly augmenting its strength. This shadow now possessed nearly half of Kaoru's power. Through their combined assault, Surti found himself wholly unable to retaliate. Yet despite this, Surti remained merely suppressed, not vanquished. With no alternative, Kaoru resorted to the Infinity Stones to launch an assault on Surti. The potency of the Infinity Stones was undeniable. Simply manipulating the Reality Stone altered Surti's physical structure, enabling Kaoru to inflict damage. For all its might, the Eternal Flame could not withstand the capabilities of the Infinity Stones. In less than 10 minutes, utilizing the Infinity Stones alongside his own power and that of the Shadow, Kaoru obliterated Sui, scattering his essence. Is that all? This realm is rather feeble, Kaoru scoffed at Surti's defeat. He then turned his attention to the Eternal Flame, now scattered upon the ground of Asgard. Observing the flames before him, Kaoru furrowed his brow and employed the Reality Stone to encase it, ultimately handing it over to Odin. You must safeguard the Eternal Flame. It is possible Surti could yet revive through it. Do not presume to remind me. As the All-Father, I possess more knowledge than you, Odin retorted. Yet I must confess, Asgard lies in ruins. Restoring it will likely take no less than a year or two. Odin sighed, evidently feeling a tinge of melancholy. Thor, on the other hand, gazed at Karl with great anticipation, knowing that Karl had previously mentioned his ability to assist in restoration. In just 3 hours, I can help restore Asgard. Kali mocked, a confident smile gracing his lips as he produced the Reality Stone and the Time Stone. With these two gems at his disposal, the complete restoration of Asgard was certainly achievable. However, for a more thorough revival, Karl would still require a modicum of time. 3 hours? Did you not say that the residents of Asgard would return in 3 days? If you can finish the repairs in 3 hours, I might as well have them prepare to come back now, Thor pondered aloud. Upon hearing his words, Karl shook his head and patiently offered an explanation. While the restoration of Asgard is indeed quite simple, have you considered the feelings of the refugees? If they were to learn that, Chapter 439, Return to Earth Thanos, hovering in mid-air above the Earth, declared fiercely, I will not allow you to interfere with my son's affairs. Since he has chosen to protect this planet, I shall support him. Should you wish to oppose me, you ought to weigh the consequences of such a choice. At that moment, Ego exchanged a knowing glance with his son, Star-Lord, who was utterly bewildered by the sudden display of paternal support. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who could assist him against Thanos was undoubtedly his father. Indeed, Star-Lord was shameless, unburdened by concerns for his dignity. Dad, do your best. I may not know who you are, but you must defeat Thanos. Ego reassured him, Fear not, my dear son. If Thanos dares to make a move, I shall show him the true meaning of power. Ego possessed multiversal energy, which endowed him with immense confidence. However, Multiversal energy did not equate to actual combat prowess. Ego seldom engaged in battle, relying solely on his formidable energy. Were it not for Thanos wielding the Infinity Stones, this peak-level mutant titan would have thought twice before confronting Ego. Yet now, Thanos possessed two Infinity Stones, the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Although the origins of his Soul Stone remained a mystery, having both Infinity Stones empowered him to challenge Ego. Ego, do not presume that I am unaware of your weakness, the core of your planet. I can allow you and your son to leave, but the others shall not escape my wrath. I offer you one final chance. Should you refuse me again, do not blame me for taking action. Ego retorted, you? I have no fear of you. Laughter echoed between these two supervillains as they exchanged verbal jabs, both reluctant to engage in physical combat for fear of offending one another. Nonetheless, Ego needed to win Star-Lord's favor to achieve his aims. Otherwise, Star-Lord would have no reason to accompany him to Ego's planet and serve as his inexhaustible source of energy. Thanos, recognizing Ego's strength, was also hesitant to provoke a full-blown conflict. Thus, they found themselves at an impasse. Corvus Glaive issued the command, aside from the Guardians of the Galaxy, eliminate everyone else, leave no one alive. As you command, my lord. Corvus Glaive nodded, leading the other members of the Black Order and the Chitauri army toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Avengers' defensive line. Yet, their strength was rather limited. Both Danvers and Silver Surfer were more than capable of holding back 3 members of the Black Order, while the final member, the Brute, was left to be dealt with by Hulk. Despite the swift charge of the Chitauri soldiers, they could not breach the Avengers' defensive formation. After all, in addition to the Avengers, Loki, the War Machine, and a small contingent of his Guardian forces were also present to uphold the defense. Witnessing this scene, Thanos was furious. Originally, with the Infinity Stones, they should have had an overwhelming advantage. However, the unexpected arrival of Ego had complicated matters, leaving Thanos wary of taking action. Nevertheless, he had determined that Karl was not present, which initially granted him a considerable advantage. Just then, a rainbow bridge materialized in the sky as Thor and Odin arrived on the battlefield. Facing their adversaries, Thor, without hesitation, brandished his weapons and charged forth, while Odin donned his armor and wielded Gungnir.